Inside the classroom, E suddenly snapped awake, his face twisting as if he had just swallowed something bitter. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. Then the truth slammed into him. He had gone back in time, all the way to 25 days before the college entrance exams in Sia Nation. And not just anywhere, either. E had returned to in City Number 1 High School, 3rd year, Class 7. The exact classroom where everything had once started to fall apart. All around him, his classmates were hunched over their desks, heads buried in papers and exercise books, the whole room filled with the quiet scratch of pens. Then, without warning, E shot up from his seat and let out a scream so sharp it nearly tore through the ceiling. He grabbed at his messy hair with both hands, looking completely unhinged as he cursed his miserable luck. If fate insisted on letting him be reborn, why couldn't it have waited until after the exams? Why drag him back into high school, right before the most important test of his life? Whoever was messing with his destiny had to be joking. What kind of ridiculous plot armor was this? This world was called Blue Star, and humanity had suffered for years under a disaster that never truly ended: the invasion of secret realms. These strange realms were like unstable gates leading into other worlds, worlds packed with terrifying monsters. Every so often, those creatures would force their way through the rifts and spill into human territory. Some were barely worth mentioning, but others were powerful enough to crush entire nations beneath their feet. They were a genuine threat to the survival of humanity itself. To stand against them, humans developed the beast gene system. By injecting beast genes into the body, people could awaken monster templates and gain extraordinary genetic talents. Those who succeeded became gene warriors, the final shield between ordinary people and total destruction. Because of that, they were admired, feared, and treated almost like nobility. In a world like this, strength decided everything. Without power, a person was nothing more than background noise waiting to be swept away. Right then, a cold mechanical voice rang inside Ihi's mind. World traversal had been completed. He had been selected as the host. Memory implantation was beginning. His head still spun from the shock, as if his thoughts had been thrown into a storm. Ihi pressed both hands against his head, trying to steady himself and piece together the flood of unfamiliar memories pouring in. The students nearby immediately burst into laughter. Of course, the loudest reaction came from Huang Tongtong, the well-known beauty of the class. She turned her sharp eyes on Ihi and scoffed coldly, asking whether someone like him still thought he had any right to take the college entrance exams. With a mocking curl of her lips, Huang Tongtong wondered why he had not simply dropped out already and gone off to find some hopeless, dead-end job. Ihi looked back at her without the slightest hint of panic. Of course, every bullied main character always seemed to have that one girl who couldn't resist making his life miserable. It was obvious that the original owner of this body had not been popular at all. Back in 2nd year, his parents had gotten into an accident, and from that point on, everything collapsed. His grades fell. His training stopped. His performance sank lower and lower until even the class average was dragged down with him. Now, everyone looked at him like he was trash. Huang Tongtong frowned when she noticed the way Ihi was staring in her direction, her irritation flashing across her face. This was a martial arts class, she warned him. Was he trying to start trouble? Ihi was completely speechless. He had only been lost in thought for a second. So how had that turned into picking a fight? Not only had he been thrown into the body of a weakling, he now had to clean up the wreckage left behind by someone else's mistakes. Once again, he wondered what lunatic had rewritten his fate and dumped him into this disaster. At that moment, the teacher stepped forward and told everyone to get ready. The genetic modification serum injections were about to begin. This was the moment the students had been preparing for throughout 3 long years of training. Their physical conditioning, martial energy, and countless hours of effort had all been leading to this single awakening. As for the students who had never taken training seriously, the teacher did not even bother finishing his warning. He merely adjusted his worn glasses, then sent a pointed glare straight in Ihi's direction. Ihi only smiled faintly and pretended he had not seen it. Seriously, what was with that attitude? He was not the one who had slacked off for years. That blame belonged to the original Ihi, while he was the unlucky one left behind to deal with the consequences. Fine. Since this broken mess of a life had landed in his hands, Ihi decided he might as well fix it properly. Before long, the students were brought into the gene injection hall, where the entire class gathered for the long-awaited genetic awakening ceremony. The atmosphere was restless and noisy, buzzing with excitement. Everyone was whispering about what kind of power they hoped to awaken. Some bragged about wanting a Tier 3 mountain splitter. Others dreamed even bigger, aiming for a Tier 4 sea bridge dragon. One student even joked about awakening a Tier 1 brute beast. In the middle of all that chatter, a gigantic machine suddenly came alive with a deep metallic roar. A blast of cold air rolled out as its doors slid open, revealing neat rows of test tubes inside. Each tube held a glowing serum that pulsed faintly in the light. These were no ordinary injections. Every one of them contained the primal essence of magical beasts, gathered and refined through the efforts of generations of elite warriors. Once the serum entered the body, each student would randomly form a bond with one of those beast genes. And just as everyone knew, the stronger the body, the higher the chance of awakening a powerful template. Their exhausted-looking homeroom teacher stepped forward once more, reminding everyone not to panic when the serum took effect. "Stay calm," he said, "and let the power move through the body naturally." Easy for him to say. Soon after, names began to be called one after another. One student after another stepped up, took the injection, and almost immediately broke into screams that echoed through the hall. Whether those cries came from pain or some twisted kind of excitement, he honestly could not tell. It sounded like a strange mixture of both. He stood there watching the whole thing unfold, and although he was not exactly looking forward to his turn, he did not back away. When it was finally his time, he picked up the injector, pressed it against his arm, and drove the needle in, bracing himself for whatever madness was supposed to come next. But then, nothing happened. I's eyes widened slightly as he stood rooted in place, waiting for a reaction that never came. There was no violent rush of power, no scream tearing out of his throat, no monstrous transformation ripping through his body. Just a dead, awkward silence. The teacher walked over with a confused look and studied him carefully, saying that E did not seem any different. E gave a helpless shrug and muttered that maybe he had been given a fake dose. Of course, that was exactly when Huang Tongtong sauntered over, laughing as if she had been waiting for this moment all day. She sneered at him and said that he really had failed to awaken anything. It figured, a loser like him becoming a warrior? In her eyes, that was nothing but a joke. Huang Tongtong even reached out and poked at his face, mocking him without restraint. She called him a bird without wings, completely useless, and said this was probably the end of the road for him. He clenched his jaw, his patience wearing thin. This girl truly never knew when to stop. She was always the loudest voice among the bullies. But in the next instant, something deep inside, he suddenly snapped. A strange force began to swell from within him, like a wild emotion breaking loose without warning. The system's voice rang out again. Template identified, infinite monster. A full status panel appeared in front of He's eyes, listing his host information, physique grade, and martial skills, including the 9th student basic chi technique, blocking palm, and iron body technique. Huang Tongtong narrowed her eyes when she noticed his strange stillness. She mocked him again, asking what kind of ridiculous pose he was making and whether he was still pretending he had awakened something. He warned her to step back, but she ignored him completely. What a blockhead. Huang Tongtong never listened when it mattered. And now, it was already too late. He's body suddenly jerked as if struck by lightning. His eyes flared with a fierce glow, burning with a raw, untamed power that no one in the hall could ignore. Then the force erupted. Power burst outward from He like a wild beast breaking its chains, sweeping across the room in a violent wave. Huang Tongtong had been standing far too close, and she was instantly blasted off her feet, flying backward like a ragdoll. And she was not the only one affected. Although Huang Tongtong took the strongest hit, the surrounding students were also thrown back by the terrifying pressure. The entire hall seemed to shake under the sudden eruption, and there was no way such a display could go unnoticed. Two elite awakeners, Miss Liu and Lin Wan, immediately turned their eyes toward the center of the chaos, their attention locked onto He. The system's voice sounded again. Awakening complete. Template, Mad Flame Demora, rank. Abilities unlocked, Scorching Breath, Molten Pulse, and Spore Absorption. Advanced form, Flame Lord Demora, currently locked. 100% compatibility required. Current compatibility, 3%. As He processed the information flashing before him, a single thought rose in his mind. Could this be the golden finger power granted to him by the system? Whatever the truth was, the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. The class loser everyone had looked down on was now radiating a terrifying aura, strong enough to silence the entire hall and make even the most arrogant students instinctively step back. Huang Tongtong, who had just awakened a Tier 2 beast template, the flaming lizard, was lying unconscious on the floor. She had been knocked out cold, with drool slipping from the corner of her mouth. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and apologized, saying he might have gotten a little carried away. He tried to explain that he had already warned them to keep their distance. But honestly, who could have expected him to awaken something this terrifying? In just a few seconds, the entire class dynamic flipped. The same students who once ignored him were now staring at him in shock, almost ready to bow their heads before him. The moment did not last for long. The public announcement system suddenly buzzed overhead, ordering all third-year awakened students to proceed to the testing facility for magical beast classification and martial level detection. Soon, everyone made their way toward the testing center, each student eager to see exactly how their awakened power would be ranked. A massive holographic screen lit up above the hall, displaying the results in real time. The first name appeared, Li Xinyuan. Awakened Beast Template, Swift Spine Bug, Tier 3. Several students immediately began murmuring in surprise. Li Xinyuan had always seemed average and had never stood out much before. But with that bloodline, he was probably strong enough to rank among the top 3 in the class now. Someone whispered that powerful bloodlines really were unfair. Next came Chu Zhou, the class prodigy, and no one was surprised by his results. His level was Martial Apprentice 9, and his beast template was the Ice Demon Dragon, ranked at the very top of Tier 3. A wave of murmurs swept through the room, with many believing he was almost guaranteed to become its city's champion. Then Lu Qingzhu's results appeared as well. She was also a level 9 martial apprentice, but her awakened template was even rarer, Nether Sparrow, Stage 4. Gasps erupted everywhere. A Stage 4 template was terrifying. If a beast like that ever appeared in its complete form, it could easily flatten an entire city, and only grandmasters would have any hope of stopping it. As he stood there watching the results roll by, something quietly bothered him. Everyone else's templates were clearly labeled by stages, Stage 3, Stage 4, and so on. But his own template was different. It only showed a rank, and that made him wonder what it truly meant. Before he could keep puzzling over that strange difference, his own name rang out from the testing area. He lifted his head, turned toward the massive testing device, and stepped forward under everyone's gaze. The moment he entered the testing chamber, the entire crowd seemed to hold its breath. Every pair of eyes locked onto him, shining with curiosity, shock, and admiration. Some of the girls who had looked down on him earlier were already staring at him with flushed faces, their imaginations running wild about marrying him, or at the very least, having a child with someone that powerful. Only then did he truly feel how completely this world worshipped martial strength. When power appeared, dignity, attention, and desire all followed. With that sudden attention surrounding him, straightened his back and walked into the tube-shaped testing chamber with a confidence he had never shown before. Behind him, the cheers and excited shouts rose like a wave, almost as if the whole class had turned into fans screaming for their favorite idol. After witnessing that terrifying aura burst from his body, almost everyone believed the same thing. Yi's results had to be outrageous. Maybe he would break the school record, or maybe he would reveal some rank no one in its city had ever seen before. Li Xinyuan, who had once been treated as one of the class's brightest stars, stood quietly in the crowd and watched Yi with a rare seriousness in his eyes. For the first time, he understood that Yi was no longer someone he could ignore. But then, the atmosphere turned strange. When Yi's data appeared on the holographic screen, the result looked shockingly ordinary. Stage 3 Awakening. Beast Bloodline, Unknown. For one frozen second, the hall fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the display, blinking as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Then, little by little, disappointment spread through the crowd. A few boys immediately burst into loud, mocking laughter, as if the whole thing had turned into a joke they had been waiting to hear. And the girls who had been staring at Yi with dreamy eyes just moments earlier now pulled back in embarrassment, looking at him with disgust, as though they wanted nothing to do with him. Yi, however, did not react at all. With a calm expression, he simply walked out of the testing chamber, as if this disappointing result had been within his expectations from the very beginning. He knew very well that his martial abilities and bloodline did not operate under the usual rules of this world. That testing machine had failed to detect his true template, but the system inside him had already made everything clear. The infinite monster template had awakened. This power was not merely unusual, it stood outside the normal ranking system entirely. As long as he met the right conditions, he could continue unlocking new monster forms again and again, with no obvious limit holding him back. And in that moment, he quietly set his sights on a wild goal. If this path truly had no ceiling, then he would become the king of monsters. Later that day, the awakening ceremony finally came to an end. The school day wrapped up, and the students were dismissed one after another. Inside the teacher's office, the old homeroom teacher lifted an eyebrow as he looked at Yi. He wanted to take a break from regular classes, study on his own, and only return when it was time for the college entrance exam. The teacher clearly did not believe a word of it. He asked bluntly whether Yi really expected him to believe someone like him would go home and seriously study. But Yi's expression remained firm. He admitted that he had fallen far behind everyone else, and said he needed special training. If he continued following the same pace as the class, there was no way he would ever catch up before the exam. The teacher stared at him for a moment before speaking in a flat, serious tone. If Yi wanted to become a real warrior, then college was the only proper path forward. Imperial Capital University was not some place people could enter just by dreaming. Even with his awakened bloodline, Yi's foundation was still far too weak. Unless he was prepared to fail and repeat the year, his chances were painfully small. Yi shook his head without hesitation and said there was no time for repeating anything. He knew the request sounded reckless, but he truly wanted to learn, and he needed this chance. Then he asked the teacher to look into his eyes and judge for himself whether he was serious. The old teacher paused. The eyes staring back at him no longer looked like the eyes of a lazy student who had given up. They were sharp, steady, and filled with determination. In the end, the teacher sighed and agreed, but warned him that if he failed, he would have to come back and repeat the year without making a single excuse. Not long afterward, Ihi arrived at the in-city warrior center, standing before the place where real warriors gathered and traded resources. Ihi already knew that his family home had been mortgaged for 600,000 yuan, and after his parents' accident, the compensation had added up to more than 1 million. With that money, he finally had enough funds to aim for the capital. But before any of that, he had to become stronger. Now that his power had awakened, 2 paths stood in front of him. He could follow the traditional warrior route and slowly raise his level, or he could focus on increasing compatibility with the Demora template. According to the information from the Infinite Monster template, every new template should normally begin with only 1 point of compatibility. Yet Demora had started at 3%. That clearly did not match the rules. So where had those extra 2 points come from? After thinking it through, he found the only explanation that made sense. Demora must have absorbed energy from the Gene Awakening Serum, and that energy had directly increased its compatibility. That realization was huge. It meant those expensive serums were not only useful for awakening powers, they could also strengthen the template itself. If that was true, then endlessly grinding along the normal warrior path might not be the smartest choice for him. Instead, pouring money into compatibility upgrades could be the faster route. And honestly, that kind of plan suited Ihi perfectly. Without wasting any more time, he decided to head straight for the shop and buy genetic enhancement medicine. But the instant Ihi passed through the ID checkpoint and stepped into the warrior center, his jaw nearly dropped. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight before him. All around the hall stood real warriors, each one carrying an invisible pressure that made the air feel heavier. Their awakened bloodlines were so intense that even without anyone making a move, the presence of those beast powers was impossible to ignore. The entire space felt alive with dense, surging energy, but that alone was not what shocked Ihi the most. Ever since awakening Mad Flame Demora, he had gained a special sensory ability called the Magnetic Field of Life. Through that power, Demora could detect living beings by sensing their vital energy. And now, he could feel it clearly. The warriors around him were blazing with life force, their chi and blood burning inside their bodies like hidden furnaces. He could almost hear the faint roars of the beast bloodlines sleeping within them, each one carrying strength, pressure, and a raw instinct to dominate. That feeling stirred something deep in Ihi's own blood. Mad Flame Demora was never meant to remain quiet. In its original world, that monster was a conqueror born to rule over others. But for now, Ihi was still too weak to let that desire run wild. He could only press it down and endure. Even so, he made a silent promise to himself. Once he became strong enough, this world would understand what it meant to face the king of beasts. Just then, a hand suddenly came down on Ihi's shoulder. Startled, Ihi turned around and saw a young woman standing behind him. She spoke casually, warning him not to stare at people like that. If he kept looking at warriors with those intense eyes, others might think he was trying to pick a fight. Ihi blinked, a little embarrassed, and quickly apologized, saying he had not meant it that way. The young woman laughed lightly and told him it was fine. He had probably only just awakened, so it was normal for him to struggle with controlling those instincts. Then she tilted her head and asked what had brought him to the warrior center. Ihi explained that he had come to buy genetic medicine, but the place was too large, and he was not sure where to go. She smiled and offered to show him the way, then asked why he was already looking for gene medicine so soon after awakening. Ihi glanced at her and asked if there was something wrong with that. The young woman shrugged and said it was not exactly wrong. It was just that gene medicine was expensive, and if a warrior used it too early, the body might develop resistance before the benefits were fully worth it. Most warriors waited until they hit a bottleneck before using that kind of medicine, because that was how they squeezed out the greatest effect. Her words made Ihi pause. He asked how much one dose cost. At his current level, she explained, he was limited to the basic solitaire potion, and even that would cost around 400,000 yuan. Ihi nearly choked on the spot. 400,000 for one dose? For someone trying to become the king of beasts, that price almost made him faint. Even with all the money he had, he could not afford many of them, but he still needed the potion, no matter what. Hoping to save at least a little money, he casually asked the young woman whether she knew anyone who could help him buy gene medicine at a discount. As it turned out, she was kinder than he expected. She handed Ihi a business card and told him it was a referral from a veteran warrior. If everything went smoothly, that card should help him get a decent discount. Ihi thanked her sincerely, took the card, and left in a hurry. Maybe, if fate allowed it, the two of them would meet again someday. After nearly emptying his account, Ihi went straight to a warrior equipment shop and bought the essentials he needed. By the time he finished spending money like water, the sky outside had already turned dark. When Ihi finally returned to his apartment, he wasted no time preparing for his first real upgrade. He lined up the injections and began using them one after another. The pain hit him like a truck. His entire body trembled violently, his bones cracked under the pressure, and his blood felt as if it were boiling inside his veins. Even so, the compatibility percentage continued to rise, moving from 3% to 4%, and then all the way to 7%. At the same time, his physical stats surged as well, first climbing from 8 to 10, and then from 10 to 15. Just like that, Ihi officially reached armed rank 7. When the process finally ended, Ihi collapsed onto the floor, soaked in sweat and gasping for air. So this was what leveling up felt like. Each gene injection had strengthened his body, but by the final dose, the improvement had already started slowing down. Clearly, as his body continued evolving, basic mutations would become harder and harder to trigger. Still, this result was already impressive. What others needed 3 years of hard work to achieve, he had accomplished in only a few minutes, and that was without even drawing on Demora's full power. If he actually tapped into the strength of Demora's bloodline, then maybe, just maybe, dominating the college entrance exam was not impossible. With a faint grin, he muttered that if cheat mode could not crush a few geniuses, then it was hardly worthy of being called a cheat. Now it was time for the next step, entering a secret realm. Secret realms were divided from E-class all the way up to S-class, and the higher the rank, the more terrifying the beasts inside became. S-class realms were disasters in their purest form, nightmare zones that ordinary people could not even imagine surviving. If an S-class realm ever spilled into the real world, the result would be total apocalypse. Luckily, he was not reckless enough to dive into one of those. His destination was only an E-class rift at a third-rate site in a city. When he arrived, the place was almost empty, which made sense. The realm had existed for a long time, and anything valuable inside had already been picked clean. Only weaker beasts remained, making it a training ground for rookies. At the checkpoint, he walked up to the front desk and asked about his reservation for the E-class realm. The woman behind the counter did not even look away from the TV show she was watching. She simply pushed a death waiver and an entry ticket across the desk. He did not hesitate for even a second. He signed the waiver, picked up the ticket, and headed straight toward the rift. The closer he got to the portal, the more excitement surged through him. This was not just some dungeon for practice. To Ihi, it was the first true step on his road to becoming the king of beasts. Ihi broke into a run, launched himself into the air, and dove headfirst through the portal. The moment he landed on the other side, he dropped into a dramatic superhero pose as if he had planned it all along. After all, why not make an entrance? Once he lifted his head, the secret realm unfolded before him. High above the realm, 3 stars floated across the sky: Kong Lin Star, and Wei Star, and Taiyin Star, shining with a strange light unlike anything in the real world. He had read about sights like this in textbooks countless times, but seeing it with his own eyes was completely different. The secret realm stretched out before him like another world entirely, vast, mysterious, and breathtaking in a way no classroom lesson could ever capture. Then, with no warning at all, a new danger began closing in on Ihi from the shadows. Behind him, a mutated rabbit crept forward silently, lowering its body as it prepared to pounce. It was a first-rank beast known as the Bladefang rabbit, and from the way its body tensed, it was clearly seconds away from attacking. The beast shot forward from behind with frightening speed, aiming for a clean ambush, but Ihi reacted even faster. He had already felt its presence long before it moved. The instant the Bladefang rabbit sprang into the air for its sneak attack, Ihi simply reached back and caught it by both ears, plucking it out of the air like it weighed nothing. A slow, unsettling smile spread across Ihi's face as he stared at the struggling creature. Seriously? Did it really think he wouldn't notice it sneaking up on him? Without wasting another second, Ihi activated his life magnetic field. In the blink of an eye, his fingers tightened, and with one almost casual squeeze, he crushed the rabbit's skull. Just like that, Ihi had claimed his first kill inside the dungeon. The creature dropped a beast core of average quality, probably worth a few thousand yen. For only a few minutes of work, that was already a decent start. At this pace, he could make serious money before long. After all, most ordinary people work themselves ragged for an entire month just to earn 3 or 4 times that amount. Yet, Ihi had made it in minutes. That was the terrifying difference power could create. Still, hunting low-level beasts was never his real goal. If he wanted something truly valuable, he needed prey that was stronger. At the very least, he needed to go after a second-rank beast. And almost as if the secret realm had heard his thoughts, another enemy soon crawled into view. This time, it was a second-rank beast, the corpse demon bug. The ugly creature dragged itself directly into Ihi's path, almost as if it had come there begging to be killed. Naturally, Ihi had no reason to turn down such a convenient target. He pulled out his short sword, rushed in without hesitation, and aimed a sharp slash straight toward the creature's lower abdomen. Ihi had read enough monster encyclopedias to know the trick. The bug's back was as tough as steel armor, but its underside was much softer and far easier to cut through. The corpse demon bug instantly curled its body into a tight spiral, then spun toward him like a living drill packed with deadly force. Ihi planted his feet, drove his sword hard into the ground to brace himself, and activated Hyper Beam. A blazing burst of energy erupted forward like a fire cannon, slamming directly into the bug's stomach. But even that scorching impact still wasn't enough to finish it. In the next instant, the beast counterattacked, opening its mouth and spitting out several spinning disc-like blades. That sudden attack caught Ihi completely off guard. Wait, seriously? This thing could shoot projectiles too? He immediately shifted his steps, moving quickly and lightly as he dodged through the barrage by a hair's breadth. Unfortunately, his clothes were not nearly as lucky. One of the slicing attacks tore straight through his outfit, leaving Ihi staring at the damage in outrage. Did that monster have any idea how expensive those clothes were? But after the irritation faded, Ihi began to understand the real problem. His current martial arts level was still too weak. Even though his chi and blood energy were powerful, without proper martial techniques to support them, he could barely bring out half of what his body was capable of. And of course, that was all thanks to the original owner of this body being such a hopeless bookworm. Fine then. If normal methods were lacking, it was time to cheat. Ihi activated Mad Demora's bloodline. In an instant, his physique surged violently from 15 all the way to 21. His arms twisted and transformed, becoming beast-like and terrifyingly strong, covered in layers of armored skin and tipped with razor-sharp claws. The corpse demon bug lunged at him again, opening its massive mouth wide, its inner rows of teeth gleaming like jagged daggers. But Ihi did not retreat. Instead of backing away, he launched himself straight into the monster's open mouth. From inside its body, he began tearing through muscle, bone, and soft tissue, ripping the beast apart from within with brutal force. The monster released one last violent shriek before Ihi burst out through its lower abdomen, ending the corpse demon bug's life completely. Victory was his. With his physique boosted to level 21, Ihi had crushed a second-rank monster almost effortlessly. But once he deactivated the bloodline power, his body had to release the excess heat building inside him. For a moment, he felt like a walking furnace, hot enough to melt the ground beneath his feet. And the short sword he had just bought? Completely ruined. The bug's venom had corroded it into useless scrap. A weapon worth 250,000 yen had been destroyed by a single Tier 2 monster. What an absolute ripoff. Ihi stared at the melted remains in disbelief, then shook his head. Garbage quality. Total scam. Whoever sold him this thing deserved at least a 1-star review. As if that were not annoying enough, his stomach suddenly began growling. The energy he had burned in his first real monster fight left him starving, and naturally, he had not brought even a single bite of food with him. Then, all at once, he caught a scent in the air. Something faint, fragrant, and strangely tempting. Ihi's gaze slowly moved toward the green core resting inside the corpse demon bug's remains. It shimmered softly, giving off that delicate aroma. Was it dangerous? Probably. Was it tempting? Absolutely. He stared at it for a moment, then muttered that caution could go to hell. Opening his mouth, Ihi swallowed the large green core in one bold gulp. Almost immediately, he felt the core dissolve inside his body, spreading through him at an incredible speed. Then a new system prompt appeared, showing that his compatibility had increased from 7% to 7.3%. Ihi froze on the spot. What? He had spent hundreds of thousands on gene potions just to raise his compatibility by a single percent, yet one green core had boosted it by 0.3% all on its own. After doing the math in his head, he realized that just 3 or 4 of these green cores would equal an entire potion. Even the white cores from Bladefang rabbits should still be worth at least 0.1%. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. He had gone full pay to win and lost miserably. But there was no use crying over wasted money now. It was time to turn that frustration into motivation. Ihi raised 2 fingers to his forehead and activated Life Magnetic Field again. A magnetic pulse spread outward from him, rippling through the surroundings as it scanned for signs of life in every direction. From that moment on, Ihi hunted without stopping through the entire night. By the following afternoon, his compatibility had reached 9%, and his physique had climbed to 15.8. But after crossing the 9% threshold, the white magic cores stopped helping altogether. They no longer increased his compatibility, leaving him only with a full stomach and some extra money. Ihi gathered up his loot, 20 white magic cores and 4 green magic cores. When he reached the checkpoint, Ihi casually dropped the cores onto the desk. The receptionist's eyes immediately widened as she stared at the pile in disbelief. A high school student had brought back this many? According to government policy, martial artists had to hand over 1/10 of whatever they gained. For every green core, Ihi also had to trade in 5 white ones. After all the calculations were finished, he still walked away with 200,000 Sea Kingdom credits. For a rookie, that was not bad at all. But time was still pressing down on him. Only 9 days remained before the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, inside another D-class secret realm, a squad of 6 warriors was preparing to move out. Near the entrance, the team gathered together for a brief discussion before departure. The driver looked toward the captain and asked whether they could finally complete the Blood Jade Flower mission this time. Captain Lin, a Tier 2 martial artist, answered calmly that they had already found the flower's general location during their last attempt. The problem was that old Shun had been injured, leaving them 1 person short. A young woman frowned and asked what they were supposed to do now. Enter with only 5 people? Another teammate quickly pointed out that the rules required 6 people to enter a D-class realm, so ignoring that requirement was not exactly an option. Captain Lin nodded toward someone behind him and told them not to worry. He had already contacted an agency, and they had sent over a new member. Everyone turned to look, only to see Yi standing there casually, picking his nose like he had no pressure at all. He greeted them with a lazy sup and introduced himself as Dadsla, a level 9 martial disciple. Since Yi was still technically a student and did not meet the official requirements to enter a D-class secret realm, he had been forced to take an underground route. A shady agency had forged him a fake identity, and the whole thing had cost him 100,000 credits. Another complete scam. Captain Lin glanced him up and down, clearly suspicious. His name was Dadsla? Did that not sound a little strange? He simply rolled his eyes and said he had no choice. If he had used his real name, it would have violated copyright laws. Captain Lin sighed, deciding not to waste time arguing over it. Fine, whatever the name was, it was just a code name anyway. But he still gave Yi a clear warning. At the level of a rank 9 martial disciple, Yi was not truly qualified to take part in a D-class secret realm mission, so he needed to stay back, watch carefully, and avoid slowing the team down. Yi nodded right away and agreed without complaint. Better to make the rules clear now than deal with trouble halfway through the mission. Once the team was fully assembled, they climbed into the vehicle and headed straight toward the portal. According to their tracker, the blood jade flower was growing at an oasis not far ahead. The problem was that the area was guarded by a tier 2 beast carrying a general level bloodline. Yi leaned near the window and looked outside, his gaze drifting across the landscape. Just a moment ago, dense rainforest had surrounded them on every side. Yet now the world beyond the glass had turned into a stretch of empty, scorching desert. It was obvious these secret realms were not limited to one climate, one ecosystem, or maybe even one world. All of a sudden, the driver's eyes flicked toward the rearview mirror, and his expression sharpened. They had company. A pack of earth demon rats was closing in behind them, and from the way they were chasing the vehicle, it looked like the beasts had already caught their scent. Captain Lin turned slightly toward the back seat and gave the order without hesitation. Huda, handle them. At that, Huda's mouth curled into a confident grin. Understood. Huda did not waste a second. He reached down, pulled out a pair of throwing daggers, and with a sharp flick of his wrists, sent them flying toward the horde racing after the team. The instant the daggers struck, the earth demon rats burst apart in clouds of dirt, dust, and smoke. To the others, it looked completely routine. The vehicle did not even slow down, and the team continued forward as if nothing unusual had happened. Yi, however, stared at Huda with clear interest. That man had infused martial energy into his throwing daggers, turning each one into a miniature explosive. Brutal, clean, and efficient. Exactly the kind of method that left no room for mercy. After traveling for a while longer, the team finally reached the area near their target. From this point on, it was time to abandon the vehicle. As they continued deeper on foot, Yi followed along with the others, glancing around at the rough desert terrain. Still new to this kind of mission, Yi asked casually why they were not simply driving the rest of the way. Captain Lin answered without turning around, explaining that the beasts near the oasis were extremely sensitive. If they approached with an engine running, the sound would expose them immediately. Hearing that, Yi understood at once. As the group walked, Captain Lin began assigning roles in a calm, practiced tone. Xiao Xia would throw the stun grenade and lure the beast out. Xiao Wu and Huda would set up the traps. Old Lu would provide suppressive fire from the rear. As for Captain Lin himself, he would take the front line. Then Captain Lin glanced toward Yi and told Dadsla to just stand back and watch. For Yi, that arrangement was perfectly fine. Yi only shrugged, already looking a little bored, as if being told to stay out of the fight did not bother him at all. The plan began immediately. The stun grenade had been loaded with high-level monster pheromones, strong enough to fool nearby beasts into believing their territory had been invaded. Sure enough, only moments later, a Tier 2 Earth Dragon burst into view, roaring wildly as it charged toward them like a mad beast. Captain Lin quickly turned toward Yi and warned him to be careful. The monster was heading in his direction. Meanwhile, back at the place where Huda had wiped out the Earth Demon rats, a shadowy figure crouched down among the scattered remains. The figure reached out and picked up one of Huda's fallen daggers from the ground. Then he slowly licked the blade, and a twisted, sickening smile spread across his face. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin raised his sword and poured martial energy into the blade. With one clean and precise strike, he slashed through the air and decapitated the Earth Dragon while it was still mid-leap. As Captain Lin landed, Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu hurried to his side, their faces tight with concern as they asked if he was all right. Captain Lin calmly sheathed his sword and told them he was fine. There was no need to panic, and they would continue moving according to the plan. But just as the team began to relax, a massive paw came crashing down from above, aiming directly for Captain Lin. Someone shouted in alarm, warning him that the danger was behind him. It was already almost too late. The dying Earth Dragon had hidden one final attack, trying to drag Captain Lin down with it before its life ended. But before the strike could land, Yi shot forward. Power surged through his legs as he launched himself into the air, his eyes locked firmly on the beast. While still in mid-flight, Ihi unleashed a blazing hyper beam that slammed straight into the Earth Dragon's body. If the monster had not been completely dead before, it was absolutely finished now. The impact left everyone around him stunned into silence. This was supposed to be a martial novice, someone who was not even officially qualified to enter a D-class secret realm. Yet right in front of them, he had just blasted apart a Tier 2 beast. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xia, and even Captain Lin stared at Yi in disbelief. Xiao Xia muttered that it was insane, while Xiao Wu could not help praising the incredible power of that strike. Soon, the team began crowding around him with compliments, but Yi simply stood there as if it were nothing, calmly enjoying the attention without showing the slightest excitement. Captain Lin then walked over and gave him a rare, sincere thanks for saving his life. Not long afterward, Old Lu extracted a glowing orb from the remains of the Earth Dragon and called for Captain Lin to come take a look. Everyone gathered around the shining object. The soul essence glowed brightly in Old Lu's hand, almost like a large fruit that had ripened with energy. Xiao Wu blinked in surprise and asked if it was really worth that much. Captain Lin nodded firmly and explained that a soul essence this pure could greatly strengthen a warrior's bloodline. The situation had been dangerous, but now, with this soul essence in hand and the blood jade flowers still waiting ahead, the team's luck finally seemed to be turning around. Then, without warning, a blade stabbed into Captain Lin's lower abdomen from behind. The entire team froze in shock. It was Huda. His face twisted into a sneer as he told Captain Lin he was not going anywhere. The captain would die right here, and the rest of the team would soon follow him. The group stared at him in disbelief. Then their shock quickly turned into fury as they realized Huda had betrayed them. Captain Lin forced himself to swing back in desperation, trying to cut down the traitor behind him, but Huda was already moving. Huda jumped back lightly and landed beside a bulky figure who was stepping out from the shadows. Huang Tong Tong. The team gasped as soon as they recognized him. Huang Tong Tong. Xiao Wu growled through clenched teeth. Yi glanced toward them and asked if they knew him. Xiao Xian nodded grimly, explaining that Huang Tong Tong specialized in robbing martial artists and targeting dungeon teams. Word had already spread that he had been watching their group for some time. Old Lu rushed to Captain Lin's side to help him, only to discover that Huda's blade had been coated with poison. He cursed the traitor under his breath. But another question immediately rose in everyone's mind. How had Huang Tong Tong known the exact location of the oasis? Not even the whole team had that information before entering the secret realm. That was when it clicked for Yi. Huda's exploding daggers had not only carried martial energy, they had also carried information. Those daggers had been used to send out the coordinates. Huda grinned at Yi, clearly pleased that the kid had figured it out. He admitted Yi was pretty sharp, then mocked him by saying that with the college entrance exam so close, he should have stayed in school instead of walking straight into death. Yi smiled back, completely unfazed. He was still planning to become the top scorer, and as for walking hand in hand with death, he cracked his knuckles slowly and said that was something he would decide for himself. Huda hurled another dagger at him and sneered, calling Yi nothing more than a cocky fool who had no idea where he stood. But Yi did not even flinch. He caught the flying blade neatly between two fingers, his eyes turning cold as he looked back at Huda. A bald freak barking at him like that? Now that was real arrogance. Was Huda so eager to die that he had completely lost his mind? The chaos around them only grew more intense, but Yi simply glanced across the battlefield and spoke in a calm voice. It was time to clean up the garbage, and from his tone, there was no doubt he meant Huda and Huang Tong Tong. Huang Tong Tong only chuckled, showing no fear at all. If anything, he seemed amused by Yi's attitude. He smirked and said Yi was rather interesting, then turned toward his subordinate. Hoodie, Huang Tong Tong ordered coldly. Go bring me his head. Without hesitation, Huda, now clearly exposed as Hoodie, pulled out a full stack of throwing daggers and launched them all at once. These blades were not just sharp, they were packed with explosive force. But before they could detonate, Yi let out a fierce roar, and the shockwave alone shattered the incoming daggers in midair. But Hoodie was far from finished. In the blink of an eye, Hoodie vanished from Yi's sight, then reappeared directly above him. Someone shouted for Yi to watch out, but he remained perfectly calm. With Hoodie's mountain splitter technique locking onto him from above, Yi simply raised 2 fingers to his forehead. Perfect timing. Yi muttered under his breath that this was exactly the right moment to test it. In the next split second, a beam of energy burst from Yi's fingers and shot straight upward, punching through Hoodie's defenses and piercing clean through his chest. One strike was all it took. Gasps rang out across the battlefield as Hoodie's body crashed to the ground with a lifeless thud. Everyone stared in disbelief. Could this guy really still be called a martial novice? Yi casually blew away the thin smoke curling from his fingertips, as if he had only finished a small chore. Another one was down. Across from him, Huang Tong Tong's face darkened, and for the first time, he looked genuinely shaken. Huang Tong Tong narrowed his eyes at Yi, his attention fixed on that strange gene technique. His voice dropped as he demanded to know exactly what clan Ihi came from. Ihi's gaze darkened slightly, but instead of backing down, he leaned forward with a faint, dangerous smile. If Huang Tongtong wanted to know so badly, then fine. Ihi claimed he was from the Dandra clan. Then he tilted his head and mocked him, asking if Huang Tongtong was already thinking about begging for mercy. Huang Tongtong only let out a low growl, refusing to be intimidated. Even if Ihi had a gene technique, he insisted there was still no way a mere rookie could close the gap between their levels. With a thunderous roar, Huang Tongtong released the full force of his bloodline power, Tyrant Terror Black Bear. His body swelled rapidly, muscles bulging and bones expanding until he towered over the arena like a living mountain. Then Huang Tongtong followed it up with his Peak Shaker technique, pouring even more brutal force into his attack. He did not flinch at all. He dropped his center of gravity, aimed low with sharp precision, and fired another hyper beam directly at Huang Tongtong's legs. The blast struck hard, making the massive man scream as his body staggered from the impact. But Huang Tongtong still had no intention of stopping. He lifted one enormous fist high above Ihi, then smashed it downward with enough power to shake the earth beneath them. He had already kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air, dodging the crushing blow cleanly before it could touch him. So this was the toughness of a second-tier martial artist. Ihi muttered that even his atomic beam had failed to break Huang Tongtong's ankle bone. At that same moment, Huang Tongtong sprang upward after him, raising both huge hands on either side of Ihi, ready to clap him into a bloody paste. The shockwave from that monstrous clap alone looked strong enough to flatten a building. But just before the hands could close around him, Ihi vanished. In the next instant, Ihi reappeared behind Huang Tongtong, his voice calm and cold as he said it was his turn. Huang Tongtong's eyes widened in shock. Ihi activated another technique, core-fused mountain-crushing fist. His hands expanded as martial energy surged around them, glowing with a heavy, oppressive force. Then Ihi brought his fist down. The blows fell like a violent storm. Again and again, Ihi hammered Huang Tongtong without pause, each strike landing with crushing force. Huang Tongtong could not even raise a proper defense before the next punch slammed into him. When the dust finally began to settle, Ihi stood tall with steam rising from his fists. At his feet lay what remained of Huang Tongtong, his entire body covered in merciless injuries from the barrage. Even his face had been beaten beyond recognition. The others could only stare at the scene in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. From the broken ground, Huang Tongtong groaned weakly, struggling to speak through the pain. He accused Ihi's gene technique of releasing toxic gas, coughing as he called him despicable and swore that Ihi would eventually pay for it. Then, fueled by rage, Huang Tongtong's aura surged one last time as he hurled another core-fused mountain-crushing fist straight at Ihi. But Ihi did not flinch in the slightest. People could curse him from every side and every angle, and it still would not matter. Their hatred would only keep piling up, and if Huang Tongtong wanted to join that line, then so be it. Ihi looked at him coldly and muttered for him to say it again. Who exactly was he supposed to be? And with that, the scene faded out. 9 days quickly passed. The long-awaited college entrance exams had officially begun, and in City's Central Sports Stadium was packed with excitement. This was no ordinary competition. It marked the opening of this year's General Martial Arts School enrollment. Standing on the stage, the host warmly greeted the crowd, paying special attention to the students who had come to fight for their futures. After wishing them luck, he announced the start of the competition. The entrance exam would follow a knockout format, with students facing each other in one-on-one battles. Only the winners would continue forward. The entire event would last 3 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to qualifying rounds, and every student needing to complete 3 matches. Only the candidates who successfully advanced through those rounds would earn the right to compete for the title of this year's top scorer. The host looked across the stadium and declared that every candidate standing there carried the potential future of humanity. Because of that, they had to give everything they had, not only for themselves, but for the world waiting beyond the arena. With those words, the exam officially began. At Arena 1, 2 male fighters stepped forward and began their match. Over at Arena 4, a male and female contestant faced off in another heated showdown. But at Arena 6, something was clearly wrong. Only one student was standing in the ring, while the other contestant had not appeared at all. The host checked the roster and saw that Arena 6 was supposed to be a match between Huang Tongtong and Ihi, both from City No. 1 Middle School. But Ihi was nowhere in sight. According to the rules, if he failed to arrive before the match officially began, he would be counted as having forfeited. Huang Tongtong stood in the arena with her arms crossed, looking smug as a bitter smile tugged at her lips. The humiliation she suffered at the Gene Conference still burned inside her like an old wound. She had planned to get revenge today, using her flaming lizard to put Ihi in his place. But now, that coward had not even dared to show up. How pathetic. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Some people could not believe Ihi had actually bailed. Others sneered that he must have been scared. A few even mocked him outright, saying cowards like him did not belong in high school and should just go sweep the streets instead. The referee raised his whistle and blew it sharply. Time was up, and he began announcing that candidate Ihi from City Number 1 Middle School had failed to appear. But suddenly, a powerful aura sliced through the stadium like a blade. Everyone froze where they stood, and countless heads snapped upward toward the sky. Something was plummeting down at incredible speed, blazing toward Arena 6 like a falling meteor. The crowd gasped as they realized what they were seeing. Wait, was that actually a person? How could someone possibly come flying through the air like that? The figure crashed into the arena with explosive force. The entire platform shook violently from the impact as dust and debris burst into the air. Huang Tongtong narrowed her eyes, confused and unable to clearly see what had just landed. Before she could react, a foot came flying straight through the dust toward her face. With a heavy boom, Huang Tongtong was kicked off the arena like a rag doll and knocked unconscious in an instant. Yi stepped forward, casually brushing the dust from his clothes. Watching Huang Tongtong's crumpled body outside the ring, he clicked his tongue and muttered that it had been way too close. He had almost failed to make it in time. Then he told her to come back next year. As Huang Tongtong lay unconscious outside the arena, the host did not waste even a second. He loudly announced Yi as the winner. Yi scoffed to himself. So this was the same girl who used to bully him? What a joke. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. No one could believe what they had just seen. One kick, and the match was already over. And that entrance from the sky had been even more outrageous. Someone in the audience shouted that it had to be a heavenly kick. At that moment, the system updated Ihi's stats. His total physique had reached 22.6, and his compatibility had climbed to 20%. Not bad at all. A smug grin slowly spread across Ihi's face. This leap in strength was all thanks to Captain Lin and that blood jade fruit. Sure, refining it had taken some time, but now the benefits were finally showing, and Ihi could enjoy the ride. With Huang Tongtong defeated, Ihi's momentum did not slow down at all. He steamrolled through his next opponents just as easily. First came Long Tao from City Number 4 Middle School, followed by another contestant from that same school. 3 matches, 3 victories, and every single one ended with just one kick. The audience went completely wild. Before long, they had given Ihi a new nickname, One Kick Superman. The host confirmed the result in a booming voice. Ihi from City Number 1 Middle School had advanced to the third round with 3 straight wins, each one finished in a single strike. Back in the stands, people quickly swarmed around Ihi from every direction. Some wanted his contact information. Others asked about his future plans. A few even tried recruiting him right there on the spot. Reporters pushed microphones toward his face, and one of them asked which university he dreamed of entering. Ihi's smile slowly twisted into something proud, confident, and just a little unsettling. Huadu University. The moment Ihi said those words, the entire crowd fell silent. Then, one after another, people began to back away and scatter, muttering that Ihi was far too arrogant. Ihi sighed, though he could not really blame them. Huadu University was the top martial arts school in the Xia Kingdom and ranked among the top 5 in the entire world. For most students from City, it was a dream so distant they could barely even imagine reaching it. But Ihi only gave a faint, unconcerned smile. Strength would speak louder than any rumor or ridicule. They could laugh all they wanted for now, because he was already imagining the looks on their faces the moment he stood at the very top and took first place for himself. Just as that thought crossed his mind, several examiners walked toward him with serious expressions. One of them stepped forward and spoke politely, but firmly. "Excuse us, we'd like to test your current martial level again." The scan finished quickly, but the result left one examiner staring in disbelief, his mouth nearly dropping open. Half a month ago, he had only been a level 3 martial disciple. Yet now, he had already reached level 9. When they investigated further, they discovered he had been secretly entering Ater's secret realms after school. One examiner frowned and asked, "Why would you take that kind of risk right before the exams?" Ihi only shrugged, as if the danger had never bothered him. "To find myself." His voice lowered for a moment, and the air around them seemed to grow heavier. "Before my father died, he left me a message. If I want to surpass humanity, then I can't keep fearing death. I have to become brave, and I have to become strong." Those words already carried enough weight, but what truly shook the examiners was the fact that Ihi had also been breaking through his genetic locks. The examiners froze on the spot, their faces turning grave. This was no longer something they could handle casually. A matter this serious had to be reported upward immediately. As the examiners hurried away, Ihi remained where he was, watching their backs disappear. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that from this moment on, countless eyes would be fixed on him, whether that attention brought opportunity or trouble. Inside the waiting room, Ihi took out his phone and tapped through the broadcast feeds. Dozens of live stream windows appeared one after another, each showing interviews with classmates, friends, and families cheering loudly for the examinees they supported. He kept scrolling through the videos, his thumb moving slowly across the screen. But no matter how many streams he opened, not a single person appeared for him. Not one familiar face. Not one voice calling his name. To Ihi, that kind of loneliness was nothing new. He had long since gotten used to being the orphan standing by himself, the one nobody remembered and nobody cared about. At least, that was what he believed. What he did not know was that back at home, his class teacher was sitting in front of the broadcast with both fists clenched tight, eyes locked on the screen, cheering for him with every bit of strength he had. Back in the arena, Ihi stepped onto the field for his next match, his posture relaxed and his expression almost unreadable, as if he were simply walking into another ordinary practice round. Standing across from him was Luo Xian, a level 8 martial disciple from the city's third high school. He came from a family of warriors, possessed the bloodline of a rare second-tier beast, and on paper, he was exactly the kind of opponent who should have been considered a serious threat. Ihi barely even raised his eyes to look at him. He simply lifted one hand in a lazy little gesture and said, "Go ahead. You start." That casual tone landed on Luo Xian like a slap across the face. In front of the whole arena, Ihi's calm dismissal felt more insulting than any open provocation. Luo Xian's expression twisted with anger. A low snarl escaped his throat, and without holding back for even a second, he activated the power hidden in his bloodline. Dashing lightning claw, Luo Xian shot forward in a blur, his body tearing across the arena with terrifying speed. His heartbeat roared like a high-powered engine, and sparks scattered behind him as the force of his martial technique ripped through the air and broke past the sound barrier. His clawed strike aimed directly for Ihi's throat. If that blow landed cleanly, even an ordinary level 9 martial disciple might be taken down on the spot. But the attack never reached him. Just as Luo Xian's arm closed in, Ihi calmly lifted his hand and caught it in midair, stopping all that momentum as if it were nothing. "Not bad," Ihi said flatly. "You're fast, but compared to Huang Tongtong, you're still far behind." In that instant, Luo Xian's confidence collapsed. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and the rage in his eyes vanished, replaced by pure panic. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Please, have mercy." He did not answer with words. His expression stayed calm as he slowly raised one palm, the motion simple, direct, and terrifyingly decisive. Then his palm came down on Luo Xian's head with thunderous force. One strike was all it took. The coldness of it made the entire arena feel a little quieter. Yi swept his gaze across the arena and let out a scoff. "Is this all? Is there really no one here who can fight?" The host's voice quickly echoed through the stadium. Another victory for Yi. Once again, he wins with a single strike, and this time, his opponent was the seeded contestant, Luo Xian. Dozens of cameras instantly locked onto Yi, catching every angle of his overwhelming dominance. The livestream exploded with comments. He had made the whole match look effortless. Luo Xian was clearly strong, yet Yi had not even broken a sweat. His strength was simply on another level. Even the women in the audience could not hold back their screams as they shouted Yi's name. Some were so excited that they joked they would have his baby right there if he asked. In the crowd, Shunguan watched in silence as the medics carried Luo Xian off the field, the defeated fighter's body limp after that single crushing blow. But there was no fear in Shunguan's eyes. Instead, they burned brighter with fighting spirit. "He's the one I've been waiting for," Shunguan whispered to himself. "When we meet in the finals, I'll crush him." Elsewhere, inside the admissions office of Huadu University, the head of enrollment had been watching Yi's performance closely. The moment the match ended, he snapped his fingers and issued an order without hesitation. "Give me every piece of information on this student. I want it within 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the second group of qualifiers had already begun. This match was much more dazzling and intense, with two top-tier female fighters facing off under the arena lights, and the crowd was completely absorbed in every movement. One of them was Kai Shaoling from Onqing Second High. She had a petite frame, dangerous curves, and golden twin ponytails that bounced sharply as she tossed her head with attitude. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at her opponent, Lu Qingzhu. "I really can't stand that deadpan face of yours." Lu Qingzhu did not react to the insult at all. She simply gave a polite bow, her expression calm and unreadable. She did not need to say a word, because that quiet composure already answered everything. Then the whistle blew, cutting cleanly through the noise of the arena. In the next instant, Kai Shaoling moved. As a level 9 martial disciple, she burst forward with explosive speed and launched a sweeping kick straight toward Lu Qingzhu's neck, the kind of attack that could drop most fighters before they even understood what had happened. Lu Qingzhu did not even blink. She merely lifted her hand and waved it lightly, and the air around her seemed to twist, turning heavy and still. The space near Lu Qingzhu thickened until it felt dense and sticky, almost like a swamp had formed around her body. Her martial technique had activated, quietly slowing everything that entered its range. Kai Shaoling's fierce kick, sharp enough to slice through reinforced steel, slammed into that dense field. But the moment it touched the warped space, all its killing force seemed to sink into soft cotton. Even the high-speed cameras had trouble following the change. To the audience, Kai Xiaoling's leg looked as if it had suddenly slowed to a crawl in midair. Kai Xiaoling grew even more irritated by Lu Qingzhu's unshaken calm. She wrapped her body in martial energy, cutting away air resistance, and her figure blurred into a fast-moving shadow. Circling Lu Qingzhu, she kept searching for the smallest gap in that flawless defense. The moment Kai Xiaoling thought she had found an opening, she struck without hesitation, driving her palm toward Lu Qingzhu's side. But when her hand was only 3 inches away from landing, it suddenly stopped cold, frozen in place. Only then did Kai Xiaoling realize she had stepped straight into a trap. A powerful suction force erupted from the air around Lu Qingzhu, pulling at her with a pressure so strong it felt impossible to escape. Kai Xiaoling tried to retreat, but it was already too late. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu finally moved. Her fingers extended with elegant precision, glowing with a pale jade light. Viewers watching the broadcast immediately sat up in shock. The Xianhuang Jade Finger. It was a technique from the legendary Xianhuang martial inheritance. For a student still preparing for the high school entrance exams to use such an advanced move was almost unbelievable. This was not ordinary talent anymore. This was the kind of genius strong enough to earn Lu Qingzhu a place at Huadu University, whether she took the exam or not. Kai Xiaoling stood within arm's reach, close enough to feel the deadly energy gathered at Lu Qingzhu's fingertip. She did not dare hesitate. If she still wanted to turn the match around, this was her final chance, so she unleashed her bloodline power, the Shadow Tiger King. A brutal shockwave exploded from Kai Xiaoling's body, twisting the surrounding space with violent force. But Lu Qingzhu did not choose to clash with it head-on. Instead, she lightly tapped the ground with one foot and slid back more than a dozen meters, keeping the distance between them perfectly controlled. In the stands, the examiners leaned forward in astonishment. A king-level bloodline, the Shadow Tiger King, was not only extremely rare, but also incredibly difficult to control. Kai Xiaoling's body was already trembling under the strain. Kai Xiaoling exhaled a breath of scorching air, sweat dripping down from her brow as her eyes locked onto Lu Qingzhu. "Show me your phantom crow bloodline," she demanded. Lu Qingzhu finally opened her mouth, her voice calm and crisp. "This is enough." Those words instantly ignited Kai Xiaoling's fury. Her eyes sharpened, and her blood energy surged even harder. "You think anyone beneath the warrior level can actually challenge me?" With a roar, Kai Xiaoling charged again. Her blood energy spiraled around her like a raging torrent, and her entire body moved with the fierce momentum of a tiger closing in on its prey. Her palms cut through the air as she attacked Lu Qingzhu head-on. But Lu Qingzhu did not try to overpower her with brute strength. Her hands moved with smooth, precise rhythm, almost as if she were playing an invisible instrument. Every motion peeled apart Kai Xiaoling's momentum, strand by strand, until the force behind the attack disappeared completely. Kai Xiaoling's strike had failed, but she refused to back down. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her blood energy to its limit and finally tore through the subtle threads of Lu Qingzhu's defense. In midair, Kai Xiaoling twisted her small body sharply and transformed that momentum into another devastating kick, aiming to break through Lu Qingzhu's guard in one decisive blow. Lu Qingzhu reacted without the slightest delay. Her pale jade light gathered again at her fingertip as she unleashed the Xianhuang Jade Finger. The glowing jade fingertip met Kai Xiaoling's strike head-on, two powerful forces colliding at the center of the arena. The instant they clashed, a violent boom erupted beneath their feet. The specially reinforced arena floor split apart, cracks racing outward as a deafening explosion shook the stadium and clouds of dust swallowed the battlefield. Across the stadium, tens of thousands of spectators seemed to stop breathing at the same time, their eyes fixed tightly on Arena 6, waiting to see who would still be standing after that terrifying clash. As the thick dust slowly began to settle, the first figure finally appeared through the haze. Kai Xiaoling stumbled forward, battered from head to toe, her body covered in dirt and scratches. She managed only a few shaky steps before her strength gave out, and she collapsed completely, drained of every last bit of energy. Then, from the fading cloud of dust behind her, Lu Qingzhu walked out at a calm, unhurried pace. She looked almost untouched. Aside from a few loose strands of hair stirred out of place, Lu Qingzhu stood tall and composed, like some dreamlike figure stepping out of the smoke. Her grace was effortless, her expression still as quiet as before. She had just overwhelmed another level 9 martial disciple, and not just anyone, but a fighter carrying a king-level bloodline, relying only on technique, timing, and terrifying precision. The livestream instantly erupted. Comments flooded the screen, packed with shock, praise, and disbelief. Who was this girl? Was she the top scorer from Anqing? Rumors spread almost immediately that Lu Qingzhu had awakened the Phantom Crow, a fourth-tier bloodline so rare that even many experienced warriors would struggle to stand against it. After a match like that, everything else suddenly felt dull by comparison, but the tournament still had to continue. After several more rounds of eliminations, the final 8 contestants were officially decided. From in City First High, there were Yi He, Lu Qingzhu, and Xinguan. 2 more came from Anqing's second high, while the remaining 3 represented Qingfeng Private High. With the quarterfinals about to begin, Yi walked forward with the other finalists and reached out to draw his match lot. The card Yi pulled was marked late. Nearby, a tall and muscular fighter glanced over, then lifted his own card with a small smile. It showed the same mark. "Looks like we're matched," he said calmly. His name was Xinguan from Qingfeng Private High. The two exchanged a brief nod, then moved to the side together. "We're in the second match," Xinguan said in an easy, steady tone. "Let's watch the first one together." Despite his imposing build, Xinguan did not give off an arrogant feeling. Instead, he seemed straightforward and grounded as he pointed toward the giant screen hanging above the arena. The first match appeared on the screen. Lu Shi from Qingfeng Private High versus Xinguan from In-City First High. Xinguan spoke casually while watching. "Lu Shi isn't weak. He's talented, and he's repeating this year, just so he can enter Huadu University. He's also mastered his bloodline pretty well." Then he glanced at Yi and added, "Xinguan is from your school, right? You should know him better than I do." Before Yi could even answer, the host's amplified voice thundered through the arena. The winner of the first quarterfinal match, Xinguan from In-City First High. Up in the stands, the principal of Qingfeng Private High slammed his fist hard against the railing, his face twisting with frustration. "Damn it. First round of the quarterfinals, and we're already out." Xinguan smiled faintly as he looked toward the arena. "Lu Shi was the president of our martial arts club. In terms of pure skill, even 2 of my classmates working together wouldn't be able to match him." Then Xinguan turned and looked Yi straight in the eyes, his expression sharpening with interest. "But you? I get the feeling you're different. You give off this pressure," Xinguan continued, his voice low but excited. "Like a volcano that hasn't erupted yet. Like a beast crouching in the dark, just waiting for the right moment to break loose." Then he pointed toward the stage, the anticipation in his eyes growing stronger. "Our turn." With that, Yi and Xinguan stepped into the ring together. The noise of the crowd rose around them as the host's voice rang out once more. Second quarterfinal match. Xinguan from Qingfeng Private High versus Yi from In-City First High. The air between the two fighters tightened instantly, and the entire arena seemed to hum with tension before either of them even moved. The battle that would decide a place in the top 4 began in a flash. Both fighters rushed forward at the same time, and their fists collided head-on with a devastating boom. The impact blasted chunks of the platform high into the air. The solid arena floor split open beneath their feet, forming a deep crater at the center of the stage. A violent shockwave swept outward through the stadium, forcing countless spectators to raise their arms and shield their eyes from the blinding burst of force. Amid the chaos, Xinguan's mouth curled into an excited sneer. The moment Yi countered, Xinguan felt it clearly. That strength was either equal to his own, or maybe even greater. A thin stream of blood ran from Xinguan's nose, but instead of anger or panic, his face lit up with wild delight. Finally, this was a real fight. This was not frustration. It was pure joy at finding someone who could meet him head-on in raw power. Then Xinguan quickly realized the nosebleed had not come from the collision alone. It had to be caused by Yi's bloodline, some strange power that attacked the cellular structure directly. Subtle, dangerous, and hard to detect. But now that Xinguan understood the trick, he knew how to deal with it. Xinguan's eyes narrowed as his focus sharpened. Martial energy surged across his body, forming a protective barrier around him, just strong enough to block the mysterious radiation that Yi was giving off. With a wicked grin, Xinguan gave Yi an approving nod. "You really are a monster. That martial art of yours is incredible." But now, it was Xinguan's turn to reveal his own strength. It was time to display the power that had been passed down through generations of the Xin family. With a sudden burst of energy, Xinguan activated the Shape Wolf Fist, a feral yet precise fighting style, and immediately followed it with Deer Peak. The double strike shot forward at lightning speed, one movement swift and slippery like a snake, the other sharp and piercing like the antlers of a charging stag. Yi barely had time to move before it was already too late. The blows slammed into his lower abdomen and tore straight through his defense. The force drove Yi backward across the stage, his feet scraping against the broken ground as blood coughed from his mouth, and one hand instinctively clutched his stomach. For the first time, the one-kick Superman, Yi, had taken a truly serious hit in front of everyone. Before Yi could fully steady himself, Xinguan charged again with even more momentum. Bear crash. This was not just a simple display of brute force. Xinguan had poured martial energy into every inch of his body, turning his muscles, bones, and limbs into weapons strengthened from the inside out. Every strike now landed with twice the force. None of Yi's earlier opponents had prepared him for this kind of pressure, and even Yi had not expected Xinguan's intensity to rise so sharply. He quickly lifted his arms, trying to block the incoming attack. But Xinguan's limbs suddenly stretched and softened, becoming flexible and coiling like thick ropes. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around Yi's body and dragged him into a crushing hold. Only then did Ihi realize he had understood only half of Shunguan's martial arts. Yes, Shunguan could infuse his body with martial energy, but the real danger was that his technique could also lock down an opponent's energy flow. He could no longer channel his power properly. Just like that, he was trapped. Then Shunguan unleashed his next move, a pearl technique. With a violent twist, he flung Ihi through the air like a ragdoll, sending him flying across the arena. While Ihi was still airborne, Shunguan changed styles again without missing a beat. Tiger Pounce. A vicious uppercut exploded upward from below and slammed into Ihi's body, and before the force could even finish lifting him, Shunguan immediately followed with Eagle Dive. As Ihi dropped toward the ground, Shunguan descended after him like a falling meteor, both fists driving downward with terrifying weight. Boom. The arena shattered the instant they crashed down. Stone fragments and broken debris exploded in every direction as the impact tore another crater into the already ruined stage. From the rubble, Shunguan rose to his feet, crossed his arms, and laughed quietly to himself. That's it. It's over. He was completely convinced. After that relentless barrage of attacks, there was no way Ihi could stand again. No one could. Even the medics waiting outside the ring were already preparing to rush in. That shape-wolf fist combination was powerful enough to kill a trained martial artist if it landed cleanly. As the dust slowly cleared, the crowd held its breath, and even the host stood frozen in confusion, unsure what to say next. Just as that decorative host was about to declare Shunguan the winner, a sudden chill swept through the arena. Shunguan's body stiffened. Something was behind him. A monstrous presence pressed down on his back, suffocating and overwhelming. He turned around, and what he saw nearly stopped his heart. From within the thinning dust, a massive scaled paw stepped forward. Its surface was covered in armor-like plates that looked almost impossible to pierce, and its claws gleamed coldly like sharpened blades. The aura rolling off that figure was enormous, far beyond anything a normal martial disciple should have been able to possess. Then a voice came from within the dust, cool, calm, and filled with quiet dominance. You're strong, Shunguan, but you're unlucky. You just happened to be matched against me. Ihi stepped forward, but he no longer looked entirely human. This was his true form, the Demora bloodline, the awakening of wild traces. Shunguan's eyes widened as sweat poured down his face. For a moment, he could not even move. The being standing in front of him no longer felt like a human opponent. It felt primal, ancient, and terrifying. Whispers spread rapidly through the audience. A magical beast embodiment from a high school student? That alone was more than enough for direct admission into Huadu University, without even needing to take the exams. Even the host was speechless. First Lu Qingzhu, and now Ihi. Two freak-level geniuses had appeared in a tiny city like in City. Meanwhile, the examiners were scrambling behind the scenes. Each of them wore an earpiece connected to the monitoring system, allowing them to track every candidate's data in real time. But when they pulled up Ihi's bloodline metrics, the white-bearded old examiner nearly choked on the spot. The nuclear radiation value showed 999,999. His eyes bulged so wide they looked ready to pop out of his skull. At this point, they had no choice. Within seconds, the entire arena was sealed under layer after layer of martial energy. The examiners moved fast, reinforcing the battlefield from every direction to keep any possible radiation leak trapped inside. The last thing they could afford was turning a packed stadium into a disaster zone full of casualties. Out in the audience, the chatter exploded almost instantly. Everyone was talking about Ihi's bloodline. Some people called it unbelievably cool, while others kept asking what kind of bloodline could possibly look like that. But even after checking the records from City First High, there was nothing at all. No awakened bloodline. No special registration. Not even a hint. Was Ihi undocumented? Or had he been hiding this terrifying talent all along? The truth was, Ihi heard every word. With his enhanced senses, the murmurs of the crowd reached him clearly even without trying. But he was not surprised in the slightest. There was no creature like Demora on Blue Star, so of course no one in this world could recognize it. Back inside the ring, Shunguan's nose began bleeding again. The martial energy barrier around his body was no longer enough to protect him. Ihi's radiation had already pierced through it. Shunguan immediately understood that this battle could not be allowed to drag on any longer. He had to finish it quickly. Gritting his teeth, Shunguan finally activated his own bloodline, the Golden Star Ape Demon. His body swelled with power, his muscles expanding as golden energy surged around him. In that instant, his strength, speed, and durability all rose sharply. Then Shunguan unleashed one of his fiercest formula techniques, Snake Strike. It was a high-speed, precision attack built to end a fight in a single flash. But Ihi was already prepared. Instead of dodging, he met the attack head-on and answered it with a devastating counter of his own. Mountain Arresting Fist. The strike roared forward like an earthquake, carrying the force of his evolved hyper beam technique. All that destructive power condensed into one earth-splitting punch. The impact instantly disabled Shunguan's entire left arm. If Shunguan had not released his power at the last possible moment, that arm would have been completely destroyed. Breathing heavily, Shunguan could only laugh bitterly to himself. So this was what it meant for Yi He to truly go all out. And Yi He was no longer holding anything back. His eyes sharpened, and terrifying energy radiated from his transformed body as he spoke to Shunguan in a calm, clear voice. You're impressive, but unfortunately, this is where it ends for you. At that point, the outcome already felt sealed. No matter what Shunguan tried next, it would be almost impossible to reverse the situation. Meanwhile, the host was practically thrilled by the level of talent appearing in this year's exam and raised his voice for the entire arena to hear. In the second match of this year's top 8 qualifiers, a third-order king bloodline has appeared. And not only that, his opponent possesses a mysterious magical beast bloodline never seen before. This is truly an incredibly rare showdown. But Shunguan understood better than anyone that the crowd's excitement meant nothing inside the ring. He slowly exhaled, forcing his mind to settle. Charging straight at Yi He was no longer an option. Ever since Yi He's bloodline had awakened, his power had become impossible to measure. A head-on clash would be no different from suicide. Shunguan had to change tactics, shift his rhythm, and wait for the right opening. As Yi He advanced, Shunguan suddenly kicked off the ground and retreated, creating distance with a controlled, tactical withdrawal. But the retreat was only a cover, because in the next breath, Shunguan struck back. He activated Snake Strike again. His arms shot forward like living serpents, twisting through the air before wrapping tightly around Yi's left hand and locking it in place for a brief moment. Yi blinked, just for an instant. But in a battle at this level, even that tiny pause was enough for Shunguan to make his move. Shunguan dashed behind Yi He and spoke with a calmness that made the trap even clearer. I never planned to take you head on. This was my goal from the very beginning. Then, without giving Yi He any time to respond, Shunguan leapt high into the air and came crashing down with a brutal stomp. That falling strike carried terrifying weight, as if 1,000 tons were pressing down from above. Anyone else would have been crushed beneath it. But Yi He simply stepped aside as if the attack were nothing. Shunguan immediately sprang backward again, retreating another step and putting distance between them. Then Shunguan looked up, and his entire body froze. Yi He had not moved from his position. His arms were crossed, his gaze fixed directly on Shunguan, and that terrifying aura around him had not weakened for even a second. Then Yi He finally spoke, his voice low and steady. My turn. As the words fell, he slowly raised his right foot. In the next instant, Yi He appeared directly in front of Shunguan, closing the distance in a flash as another devastating mountain-arresting fist gathered in his hand. But before that blow could land, Shunguan suddenly dropped to his knees. I surrender, Shunguan said clearly, his voice steady despite the state he was in. Yi He stopped mid-strike, momentarily stunned. Yi He stood there with his fists still charged, the flames of battle still burning inside him. He had been fully prepared for another round, yet Shunguan had surrendered right at the critical moment. Damn it, Yi He muttered, clenching his fists with visible frustration. I was ready. The feeling was so uncomfortable that Yi He almost wanted to shout. Having all that power built up with nowhere to release, it was worse than taking a hit. Holding back that much violent energy at the last second was honestly the most frustrating part of the entire fight. But rules were rules. Once a fighter surrendered, the match was officially over. The host raised his voice again and announced the result to the roaring stadium. Yi He is the winner. The crowd exploded at once. Deafening cheers rolled across the arena like thunder, shaking the air from every direction. Online, the comment sections erupted just as violently. Everyone was calling Yi He cool, insane, terrifying, and the future of martial arts. Clips of the match spread across the internet like wildfire. Yi He versus Shunguan shot straight to the top of the trending lists on multiple platforms, and Yi He's fan base grew by the second. Someone even created a fan group called Big Brother, filling it with full match videos, slow-motion breakdowns, and endless praise. Inside the group, almost everyone agreed on the same thing. Yi He was this year's top scorer, without question. Not even Chu Zhou or Lu Qingzhu could match him. Back at Qingfeng Private High, the principal sat trembling with rage. His top pick, Lu Shi, had already been eliminated, and now Shunguan, his last hope, had also fallen. The moment Shunguan showed his face again, the principal of Qingfeng Private High wasted no time venting all his fury. You surrendered? Do you have any idea how much money we spent training you? You ungrateful brat. He spat out threat after threat, demanding repayment on the spot. Don't even think about going to college unless you pay back every bit of that debt. But Shunguan only walked up to him calmly. Then, with his bloodied hand still stained from the battle, he placed it directly on the principal's shoulder. The principal stiffened at once. What are you doing? He asked, clearly shaken. Shunguan looked him straight in the eye. I couldn't take that punch from Yi He. I surrendered so I wouldn't cripple myself. Then he leaned in slightly, his tone turning colder. Or were you planning to take that hit from me? The old man's expression twisted. As for the support the school gave me, Shunguan continued, I'll pay it back. Slowly, in my own time. But next time, Don't threaten someone who's obviously stronger than you. His meaning could not have been clearer. The principal froze completely, sweat slicking his skin as his lips trembled. After a long, awkward pause, he could only mutter, fair point. Elsewhere, with the dust of battle finally settled, the top 4 of this year's college entrance exam were officially confirmed. Yi, Lu Qingzhu, Shun Guan, and one extra contestant so forgettable that almost no one bothered to remember his name. Meanwhile, over at City First High, the principal was practically floating with happiness. Grinning so widely that he almost looked suspicious, he fanned himself with smug satisfaction. Old Lu has been working himself to the bone for years, he muttered. This time, that promotion is finally his. Soon after, the semi-final draw began, and Yi stepped forward to pull the first slot. Then, as if fate had decided to stir up the entire arena, Lu Qingzhu also drew the other first slot. The crowd buzzed instantly. The first semi-final would be a direct clash between the 2 biggest names from City First High, an internal showdown that instantly became the most anticipated battle in City exam history. On one side was the cold goddess Lu Qingzhu. On the other was the so-called one-kick Superman, Yi. Fans were already arguing non-stop over who would win. Some people firmly believed Lu Qingzhu had the advantage. After all, she had already defeated Kai Shaoling, who carried a third-order king bloodline, and she had also shown mastery over not just 1, but 2 royal-level martial techniques. And according to the rumors, Lu Qingzhu still had something even more terrifying hidden away, her 4th-level Phantom Crow bloodline, which she had yet to fully reveal. Yes, Yi's Demora bloodline looked completely insane, but so far, most people guessed it was also around the 4th level. When it came to martial arts foundation and background, many still believed Lu Qingzhu held the superior position. Even Xinguan, a third-order king bloodline holder himself, had been forced to awaken his bloodline just to stay in the fight against Yi. That comparison alone made the upcoming semi-final feel even more intense. At last, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. The semi-final match began, and the entire arena erupted in cheers so loud that the stands seemed to shake beneath the crowd. Yi and Lu Qingzhu stepped onto the platform from opposite sides, facing each other in silence as the noise around them swelled. The referee did not waste a single second. With one sharp command, he started the match. Begin. The instant that word fell, a thick cloud of dust and steam burst outward around Yi, swirling violently across the platform until it swallowed the entire stage. The cloud was so dense that the audience could barely see anything at all. In just a moment, both fighters disappeared behind the churning haze. Lu Qingzhu's eyes narrowed at once. Her vision had been completely swallowed by the thick steam, and every direction around her was blurred into a choking white haze. She calmly scanned the fog, and then, straight ahead, she saw it. A towering silhouette standing motionless inside the mist, giving off a terrifying pressure. So Yi was hiding there. Lu Qingzhu steadied her breathing and braced herself. If he was going to come at her, then let him come stronger than everyone before him. From the audience's side, the situation looked almost impossible to follow. Yi had vanished entirely inside the steam, and Lu Qingzhu was reduced to nothing more than a faint, blurry outline. No one in the stands could tell what was happening on the stage, so the entire crowd could only turn their attention to the one person expected to keep up with the fight. The host quickly took over, his voice carrying through the arena as the tension pressed down on everyone watching. With the crowd holding its breath, he fired up the atmosphere with the question on everyone's mind. How would Lu Qingzhu, the prodigy of the Lu family, deal with Yi, the dark horse who had shaken this year's entrance exam? With that storm like steam rolling around him, had Yi awakened his bloodline again? The answer was still hidden inside the fog. But in reality, Yi had already slipped straight into a state of blood awakening. This time, he was not doing it simply to strengthen an attack. He was using it to cover the battlefield in mist and cut off Lu Qingzhu's vision. What he needed most was a handful of precious seconds, just enough time to observe, calculate, and adjust his plan. After all, he never expected Lu Qingzhu to attack first. That was not her usual style. He had already watched Lu Qingzhu's battle with Kai Shaoling carefully, and his entire strategy had been shaped around what he saw. He knew her martial arts were far above his own in refinement. No matter how much raw power he possessed, brute strength alone would never be enough to land a clean hit on someone like her. Lu Qingzhu was a true combat genius, calm, sharp, and quick to adapt. The longer the fight continued, the more the advantage would shift toward her. If Yi wanted any chance of winning, he had to seize control right now. With a thunderous boom, Yi burst forward through the fog and unleashed mountain-arresting fist. The platform shook under his charge as he drove straight toward Lu Qingzhu, his fist glowing with condensed force like a missile locked onto its target. But Lu Qingzhu did not panic. Her expression stayed calm and focused as she raised both arms, guiding the air in front of her into a flowing shield. She was ready to absorb the incoming strike, believing that if Yi wanted to throw the first punch, she could block it and answer with perfect precision. But Ihi's real plan was not that simple. At the final instant before impact, Ihi pivoted sharply and cut off Mountain, arresting fist midway through the attack. His waist and hips twisted in one smooth motion as he slipped closer, and behind him, a phantom tail formed from Demora's martial energy. Thick and powerful like a steel whip, it cracked through the air and lashed low toward Lu Qingzhu's side. Lu Qingzhu's eyes shifted in surprise. Ihi had tricked her. In all her previous battles, she had rarely met anyone who could commit so convincingly to one attack, only to change everything at the last possible moment. That sudden reversal threw her rhythm off. Lu Qingzhu flipped backward twice in quick succession, retreating to regain control of the distance. But Ihi had already closed in again, giving her no breathing room. He pressed forward with relentless force, using his overwhelming strength to keep her off balance and trapped on defense. The moment Lu Qingzhu tried to steady her footing, Ihi was already right in front of her again. Meanwhile, the livestream audience went wild. Seeing Lu Qingzhu get baited so cleverly set the entire internet buzzing. Some viewers shouted that Ihi's move was too underhanded, while others immediately defended him. In a real fight, there was no such thing as playing politely. Ihi had no reason to let up. Ihi's assault came down like a meteor shower, fast, heavy, and merciless. Lu Qingzhu's rhythm had already been disrupted, and Ihi was determined not to give her even a single chance to recover. At one point, Lu Qingzhu managed to gather just enough martial energy to shake Ihi off and slip out from his pressure. For a brief moment, she thought she had created space. But Ihi had no intention of letting her escape that easily. In the blink of an eye, Ihi's right hand transformed into a beastly claw, sharp, cruel, and terrifyingly lethal. Martial energy pulsed through the claw, making every edge shine with dangerous force. Then Ihi slashed through the air at terrifying speed, the claw tearing forward with a sound like space itself was being ripped open. Lu Qingzhu sensed the danger just in time. She twisted her body in midair, flipping sideways in a graceful horizontal turn and barely avoiding the incoming strike. The energy-filled claws tore past her body and struck the ground behind her, detonating the instant she landed. But Lu Qingzhu still had no time to breathe. He was already charging toward her again, relentless and unyielding, dragging the fight right back into his pace. He stayed on the offensive, unleashing an endless storm of punches while Lu Qingzhu dodged and weaved through the gaps. His fists blurred with speed, leaving afterimages as he cut off her escape routes from every side. Even Lu Qingzhu began to wonder how he was not tired yet. His stamina seemed unreal, and his strength had not dropped at all. Lu Qingzhu still had two powerful cards hidden away, both ancient martial arts passed down through royal bloodlines. One was the Lu family's secret defensive technique, Floating Shadow. The other was Xianhuang Jade Finger, a direct offensive technique meant to overwhelm an opponent. If she could gain even 1 second to activate either of them properly, she might still turn the fight around. But He refused to give her even that tiny opening. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Lu Qingzhu could not hold on much longer under this pressure. If He pushed any harder, she would be forced off the platform. One wrong step, and the match would end. On the surface, Lu Qingzhu's face remained calm, composed, and unreadable. But inside, a thread of anxiety had finally begun to tighten. She was being cornered, and at that moment, she made her decision. It was time for Lu Qingzhu to use her true trump card. He immediately felt something change. The shift in Lu Qingzhu's aura was sudden, sharp, and impossible to ignore. Lu Qingzhu had awakened her bloodline. The Phantom Crow had arrived. Just as He prepared to strike again, he pulled back at once. Dark purple sparks erupted from Lu Qingzhu's body, flashing across the arena, and a high, piercing cry rang through the air, eerie and otherworldly. Before anyone could react, Lu Qingzhu rose into the air, lifted by the force of her awakening. Inside Ihi's chest, Demora's blood began to surge wildly, as if some ancient instinct in him had recognized the arrival of a rival creature, a higher life form standing before him. Then Ihi saw them, dark purple wings gleaming beneath the arena lights. Lu Qingzhu's wings shimmered with a brilliant, multicolored glow, and they did not even need to flap. The wind itself lifted her upward, as if the sky had always belonged to her. High above the stage, her amethyst eyes locked onto Ihi's shadowed figure below, and the air seemed to tremble under the clash of their wills. The host's voice thundered through the arena, barely containing his excitement. She hasn't mastered the full form yet, but Lu Qingzhu has already manifested the core of her bloodline. The wings of the Phantom Crow. Everyone, behold the first true reveal of the Phantom Crow, and it belongs to none other than our brilliant rising star, Lu Qingzhu. The livestream platform exploded at once, comments flooding in like a tsunami. As her transformation settled, Lu Qingzhu raised one hand, her slender jade-like finger pointing straight at Ihi. A cold shimmer ran over her fingertips as they turned translucent, elegant, and sharp with chilling power. From above, Lu Qingzhu's voice rang out calmly across the battlefield. Ihi, you'd better be careful. In this form, I still can't fully control my power. But he was not intimidated at all. Standing below her, he grinned with excitement. Glad to hear that, he called back. Because so far, I've only been using about 50% of my strength. Looks like it's time for me to cut loose too. Don't let me down. A sudden gust of wind shook the arena, and in the next flash, Lu Qingzhu vanished from sight. Before he could fully register her movement, Lu Qingzhu had already appeared behind him. A faint trace of fragrance brushed past him, light and fleeting, just before the strike arrived. Without warning, she unleashed one of her strongest royal techniques, Xianhuang Jade Finger. He spun around instantly and activated his own signature move, Atomic Blast Fist. A brilliant crystal blue glow wrapped around his hand, formed by fusing Demora's atomic reaction power with his martial skill. Then the two attacks collided. Lu Qingzhu's radiant jade strike crashed into Yi's glowing blue fist, and an overwhelming surge of energy burst out between them. The moment their powers made contact, the arena erupted. Blinding light and scorching heat exploded outward, sending violent wind tearing through every corner of the stadium and forcing the audience to shield their faces. Both Yi and Lu Qingzhu were thrown backward by the force of the shockwave. But Lu Qingzhu recovered almost immediately. Her dark purple wings flared wide, gathering the surrounding wind around her like a protective shield. Using that momentum, she sliced through the swirling dust and debris, charging straight toward Yi to finish the fight. But just as Lu Qingzhu closed in, her eyes widened. Something was wrong. A chilling pressure swept over her body, and her pupils tightened as every instinct screamed danger. Across the arena, something horrifying was happening to Yi. His back had changed. One by one, protruding vertebrae rose along his spine, each segment lighting up in a blinding sequence. Every glowing section marked another atomic reaction coming alive. But this time, that deadly energy was not leaking outward randomly like before. It was focused, controlled, and gathering with terrifying purpose. All of that power was concentrating at one single point, Yi's mouth. The air around him crackled with blue lightning as atomic energy surged along his spine like a living current, bathing the stadium in an eerie electric glow. Lu Qingzhu froze under the suffocating pressure. This was not an ordinary attack. It was something far beyond that. There was nowhere safe to run. Getting close would be suicide, because the radiation around him had spiked so high that the air itself felt untouchable. But if she flew too far upward, she would leave the arena and lose automatically. In the stands, the audience watched in tense silence. The host's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. Everyone, it looks like Yi is entering his magical beast form. That spine structure is channeling all of his atomic energy straight toward his mouth. He's charging something massive. One after another, every vertebra on Yi's back flared blue. Then his mouth opened wide, glowing and crackling with destructive light. A swirling breath of pure nuclear power formed in his throat. This was Demora's atomic breath. In the next instant, a searing blue beam erupted from Yi's mouth. A monstrous torrent of energy blasted across the arena, swallowing everything in its path, and Lu Qingzhu stood directly in its line of fire. But even facing that overwhelming force, she did not retreat. Instead, she braced herself and made a choice no one expected. Lu Qingzhu folded her wings tightly around her body, wrapping herself inside them with unshakable resolve. At that instant, she triggered a deeper hidden awakening, one tied to the ancient bloodline flowing through her veins. The phantom crow responded. As death rushed toward her, Lu Qingzhu's blood surged violently, igniting the dormant power buried deep within her lineage. Lu Qingzhu's wings erupted into a dazzling display, each dark purple feather shimmering like a shard of polished crystal under the arena lights. This was the Netherbird's feather deflection in action. The massive blue atomic beam shot straight toward her, but instead of breaking through, it collided with her shield of feathers, striking with a deafening force. And then, something unbelievable occurred. The deadly blast didn't pierce her defenses, it bent and fractured. Like sunlight hitting a prism, the atomic energy splintered into dozens of smaller beams, scattering violently in all directions. The core of the beam, thick and concentrated, curved around her protective feathers, while the splintered rays erupted outward. Lu Qingzhu's body glowed from within like a dark, ethereal sun, radiating a terrifying, otherworldly aura. The refracted beams streaked across the stadium sky, their jagged paths slicing through the air. The examiners leapt to intervene, trying to protect the audience, but it was already too late. The beams were everywhere, unstoppable in their chaotic brilliance. Screams erupted from the crowd as the deadly rays arced toward the stands, the spectators convinced that nothing could save them from the onslaught. Then, as if answering their prayers, a golden wave of martial energy rippled across the arena, forming an invisible protective barrier. Every rogue beam vanished instantly upon contact, devoured by the shimmering shield before it could reach the audience. The danger passed, leaving only awe and relief in its wake. That divine shield? It came from one man. Mayor Huang Qing of An City. Calm, powerful, and silently observing from the shadows. He had intervened at the very last second, neutralizing the catastrophe before it could claim any lives. The crowd turned to express their gratitude, but Mayor Huang silenced them with a commanding glance. "Watch carefully," he said, his voice firm, eyes locked on the arena. "Today, the greatest champion in the history of An City will be born." The host seized the moment, his voice booming with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history unfold. And with Mayor Huang overseeing the arena, we can guarantee there will be no more surprises like that one." Meanwhile, the atomic breath finally subsided. After nearly 15 seconds, Yi's attack sputtered to a stop. Smoke and residual energy hissed from his mouth and spine like a living furnace winding down, but his eyes never left Lu Qingzhu's figure before him. Lu Qingzhu remained standing, barely. Her body shook violently, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The dark purple wings that had shielded her now lay melted and torn, having absorbed the atomic onslaught to their absolute limit. If she hadn't summoned Vanity and Shadow at the very last moment to absorb the final surge, she would have been utterly obliterated. Even so, she endured, but her power was still far from complete. She had yet to fully awaken the core abilities of the Nether Bird, a limitation that left her vulnerable. If only she had total control, this attack would have barely touched her. From birth, the Lu family had placed all their hopes on her. As the eldest daughter, Lu Qingzhu had fought battle after battle, not for personal glory, but for her family's expectations. Everyone hailed her as a genius, a rising star. But the truth? She never cared for those titles, never questioned the trophies or accolades. Her fights were never about ambition or recognition. She fought because her mother demanded it. Outsiders misread her as cold, distant, untouchable. In reality, Lu Qingzhu was just socially anxious. That stoic, blank expression was her shield, a mask she wore to survive in a world that offered her no room to breathe. Inside, her body and mind were exhausted, pushed to the absolute limits of endurance. Yet, despite it all, the battle was far from over. This might be it, Lu Qingzhu thought. If she played her cards correctly, no one would question her apparent defeat. Against an opponent this formidable, losing would be understood, expected even. That was the plan she forged in her mind. She braced herself quietly, preparing to simulate a final push before surrendering. A few more calculated exchanges, and she would concede convincingly. Stepping forward, she lightly pressed her palm against Yi's chest, silently signaling him to claim the victory. Surely, he would recognize the opening she offered. But to her astonishment, Yi didn't flinch. He stood firm, taking the contact without evasion, without a counter. Confusion widened Lu Qingzhu's eyes. Why wasn't he dodging? Why wasn't he responding? He lowered his gaze calmly, unreadable. "You've been distracted this whole time," Yi said flatly. "Where is your fighting spirit?" His voice was cold, precise, and cutting. She hadn't expected him to reject her silent surrender so bluntly. "Lu Qingzhu," he continued, his tone sharpening. "Have you ever truly looked at me? If you had, even once, you'd have understood. I have always intended to win this title the right way." Without warning, Yi's fists smashed down, brimming with surging martial energy. The air around them screamed and whirled violently from the force. Lu Qingzhu raised her arms to block her face, twisting the surrounding air in a desperate attempt to soften the impact. But it was useless. Her control shattered instantly under the sheer power, and though she tried to shield herself, the punch landed squarely on her lower jaw. Yi's voice cut through again, cold and unyielding. "If you want to save face, stop holding back." Then he surged forward, raining blow after relentless blow. Each strike harder, faster, more merciless than the last. Lu Qingzhu could do nothing but curl in defense, arms raised over her face. Humiliation surged through her. She had never experienced this, never once been struck like this in her entire life. And now, in front of hundreds of thousands of live viewers, fists pounded her head while she tried to give Yi the win. Why? She just wanted to end the fight with dignity, but he was dragging her into the storm. Everyone has a breaking point, and Lu Qingzhu had just reached hers. The next punch flying at her triggered a full eruption of energy. With a scream that sounded like a phoenix reborn, she unleashed a surge of raw martial power. "You," she shouted, her voice echoing across the arena. "You actually hit a girl in the face." Her eyes glowed red as a violent burst of energy blasted Yi back several steps. The camera cut to Yi. On his face, a smug, satisfied grin. "That's more like it," he murmured. His eyes burned with excitement, untamed battle lust. "If the eldest daughter of the Lu family doesn't want to get hit again," he said darkly, "she better fight like she means it." The fire in Yi's gaze was unmistakable, the desire of a born conqueror, a monster who thrived on challenging and breaking other monsters. To him, this was more than a fight, it was a declaration. No matter how strong anyone else might be, all would fall beneath his strength. Lu Qingzhu's own eyes blazed as her energy surged. She had activated the Lu family's forbidden technique, blood ignition, a dangerous, rarely used art that forcefully purified her bloodline in a single, furious burst, unleashing every ounce of latent power she possessed. The cost was extreme, severe side effects. This was a last resort technique, deployed only when survival demanded it. Now, Lu Qingzhu fought for her very life. Ash swirled in the arena as a colossal pair of dark purple wings unfurled from her back, whipping up a violent storm. Strange, glowing patterns etched across her face, and her tail feathers swept behind her like a royal mantle. All around, the piercing, chilling cry of the nether bird echoed, absolute and unrelenting. She had stepped fully into her awakened form. This was the true Phantom Crow. Hovering high above the arena, radiant and resolute, Lu Qingzhu fixed her gaze on Yi. "Classmate Yi," she said clearly, her voice cutting through the wind. "I will defeat you with everything I have." At last, all pretense was gone. Both warriors had cast aside all restraint. Every hidden motive, every unspoken limit, vanished. Lu Qingzhu no longer cared about family expectations, her status as the eldest daughter, or her ranking in the entrance exams. None of it mattered anymore. Her sole purpose was simple and absolute: defeat Yi. Below her, Yi stood grinning, finally satisfied. He had achieved his goal, forcing Lu Qingzhu to fight with her full strength. Now, seeing her in her fully awakened, magical beast form, the glorious and formidable Phantom Crow, he felt exhilarated beyond measure. The real battle had begun. Yi wasn't holding back. His entire body surged with martial energy, fusing seamlessly with Demora's atomic reaction. Thunder sparked and blue fire roared around him. His body was sheathed in thick, glowing scales, pulsing with radioactive power. This was his ultimate form, the nuclear light combat body. A fusion of Demora's monstrous power and Yi's own martial cultivation, unstoppable and terrifying. With a deafening boom, the ground beneath him cracked and shattered. The explosion of force launched Yi into the air like a missile aimed directly at Lu Qingzhu. But Lu Qingzhu remained perfectly still, eyes unblinking, her focus absolute. Then she flapped her wings, and the wind erupted around her, twisting into a monstrous cyclone. This was no ordinary gust. It was a tearing hurricane infused with netherworld energy, a force that didn't just destroy, it consumed. The hurricane shredded the arena floor, tearing the foundations apart. But Yi, unfazed, dove headfirst into the storm like a living warhead. To any observer, it was madness. Most martial artists would have been shredded, their bodies torn apart by the energy that devoured both flesh and spirit. Yet, Yi was no ordinary fighter. Piercing the heart of the hurricane, he unleashed his atomic blast fist. Boom! A massive surge of blue energy tore through the storm, punching a clean path through the deadly winds. The blast surged forward, unstoppable, straight at Lu Qingzhu. But Lu Qingzhu responded instantly. She tapped into the deepest reserves of her netherworld bloodline, channeling its raw, explosive force. She activated the cry of the netherbird. The strange markings on her face flared red and purple, burning like molten iron against her skin. Clenching her jaw against the pain, she opened her mouth and unleashed a devastating sonic wave. The air itself twisted and cracked as the visible sound waves barreled toward Yi. The shock tore through him, and the atomic energy inside his body flickered violently, like a candle fighting against a storm. Had Yi's Demora bloodline been even slightly weaker, his organs would have been shredded instantly by the raw power of the netherbird's roar. This attack had the potential to kill. Yet Yi, ever unshaken, merely chuckled. "You think you're the only one who can scream?" His eyes, charged with atomic energy, gleamed with dangerous amusement. Then he answered with a roar of his own. One by one, the vertebrae along his back ignited with blinding blue light. Atomic energy surged through him like wildfire, the reactions peaking as the atmosphere itself warped under the intensity. There was only one inevitable outcome from this buildup: Demora's atomic breath. Only this time, it was unleashed at full power, maximum output. Even Lu Qingzhu, in all her awakened glory, felt the crushing weight of the oncoming attack. But Lu Qingzhu didn't waver for even a second. This time was nothing like before. Her eyes burned with a fierce, unshakable resolve, and instead of stepping back or raising her strongest defense, she chose to meet danger head-on. In that instant, she understood that sometimes the only way to protect yourself was to strike with even greater force. She lifted her hand and pressed her middle and index fingers firmly against her forehead, where a brilliant jade glow began to gather at her fingertips. This was not an ordinary move. It was the most powerful secret technique of the Lu family. The Lu family's martial art, Xuanhuan Jade Finger, had now merged with the deadly power hidden inside Lu Qingzhu's nether sparrow bloodline. That familiar jade light was no longer pure and elegant like before. It had been twisted together with a dark, lethal aura, transforming into something far more terrifying than its original form. What bloomed at her fingertips now was the netherworld bloodthorn. At almost the exact same moment, Yi opened his attack as well. A massive beam of atomic power erupted forward from him, blazing in a deep nuclear blue, as if a pillar of destructive light had shot straight through the sky. Lu Qingzhu locked her gaze onto Yi, stretched her fingers forward, and fired without hesitation. The purple-red energy condensed at her fingertips flared like a burning star. Behind her, those dark wings beat powerfully, driving her body forward and adding even more terrifying force to the strike. Two overwhelming powers crashed together in the center of the arena. On one side was atomic destruction, and on the other was the fury of the netherworld. The impact shook the entire battlefield, and for a moment, it felt as if even the sky above the stage had been violently torn open. Outside the arena, the crowd collectively froze, barely daring to breathe. Over the deafening roar, the host shouted in panic that this collision had already gone beyond what even the fighters themselves could control. The examiners reacted instantly, leaping into position and pouring their martial energy into the barrier around the stage. They reinforced it with everything they had, pushing the protective shield to its absolute limit. But even then, no one could say for certain that it would be enough. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Mayor Huang Qing watched the scene with his brows tightly furrowed. He was not impressed by Lu Qingzhu's decision. Choosing to counter Yi's atomic breath with a direct offensive strike was reckless and far too dangerous. If either one of these two prodigies were to fall here, it would not simply be in City's loss. It would be a devastating loss for the entire Xia Kingdom. That was something Mayor Huang Qing could never allow. So he moved, not to interfere with the outcome of the match, but to make sure both of them survived it. With one heavy stomp, Mayor Huang Qing activated his signature technique, Divine Leyline Wall. The earth beneath the stadium groaned and trembled. Then, three enormous walls of glowing stone burst upward around the arena, each one covered in ancient runes and shimmering veins of pure leyline energy. The barriers rose like mountains, strengthened by Mayor Huang Qing's own martial power. In the blink of an eye, the three walls blocked the incoming collision. Yi's atomic breath and Lu Qingzhu's netherworld bloodthorn slammed into the stone barriers with force beyond imagination. But even those walls could not endure for long. With a thunderous crack, they buckled, fractured, and collapsed one after another. Then came the light, blinding, dazzling, chaotic, and impossible to look at directly. A storm of colorful energy swallowed the entire arena, devouring everything in its path. The shields raised by the examiners shattered in layers, breaking apart beneath the relentless pressure of both attacks. Dust, broken stone, and debris surged through the stadium like a tidal wave, covering the battlefield in a thick, choking haze. For a moment, the entire crowd fell into absolute silence. Only then did everyone truly understand how close they had come to disaster. If Mayor Huang Qing had not stepped in at that exact moment, the arena would not have been the only thing destroyed. They themselves might have been wiped out along with it. Mayor Huang Qing remained standing where he was, his eyes fixed on the smoke-covered battlefield, and his expression unusually grim. Even though he had summoned 3 divine leyline walls, they had not been formed at full strength. There simply had not been enough time. Because of that, the combined power of Yi and Lu Qingzhu's strongest abilities tore through them one by one, allowing their attacks to finally collide without anything softening the impact. If either of those two had suffered serious harm, no apology, resignation, or excuse could have saved the mayor from the fury of the public. After all, in the eyes of the people, a martial arts genius was a treasure no less precious than a national icon. Back inside the arena, a single hand slowly pushed through the smoke. It was slender, trembling, and stained with blood, with crimson drops falling steadily onto the shattered ground below. It was Lu Qingzhu. She had survived, but only barely. Her entire left arm was badly scorched, and her body was crouched low against the ruined stage. The dark wings on her back had vanished completely, burned away in the clash. The last traces of her magical beast form had disappeared as well, and her energy had been drained to the bottom. For the time being, there was no way she could transform again. Even so, Lu Qingzhu refused to surrender. Her body shook from exhaustion and pain, but she still tried to force herself up from the ground. Before she could fully stand, however, a figure emerged from the smoke and stepped into view above her. It was Yi. He stood over Lu Qingzhu with a calm, solid presence, his posture steady and completely unwavering. Yi looked down at her and spoke bluntly. If she did not purge the nuclear radiation from her body right away, he warned her, she would be crippled for the rest of her life. Lu Qingzhu did not answer him at first. Her mind was still stuck on that final exchange. She remembered it clearly. Her last strike had definitely landed. So why was Yi still standing in front of her? Why had her attack failed to affect him the way it should have? Still crouched on the broken stage, Lu Qingzhu slowly raised her eyes and finally asked the question that had been pressing heavily on her heart. Why had he forced her to go this far? She had never wanted to fight like this. She had already been prepared to give up. So why did Yi push her until she had no choice but to go all out? Yi lowered himself beside her and met her gaze directly. Was she truly sure she had not wanted to fight? He asked. Or had she simply been too stubborn to admit that, deep down, she needed this battle? Then he continued, his voice calm but certain. When she struck at him earlier, he had felt it clearly. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu had been fighting to win. Lu Qingzhu froze, completely stunned, unable to find even a single word in response. Her mind drifted back through every moment of the battle, replaying each clash, each decision, and each time she had refused to stop. Then the truth hit her all at once. He was right. Somewhere along the way, she had stopped holding back. She had truly given everything she had, not because anyone forced her to, but because she herself wanted to keep fighting. Even when her body screamed from pain, even when surrender should have been the smarter choice, she continued pushing forward. It was not for her family, not for reputation, and not for status. It had been for herself. But why? Hadn't Lu Qingzhu always hated fighting? That was what she believed. And yet, when she unleashed everything just now, it had felt different. It had felt real. For the first time, the battle had not been about proving herself to anyone else. It was only her, standing inside the fight with her own will burning brighter than ever. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the warmth of a hand resting gently on her shoulder. Lu Qingzhu stiffened in surprise. It was Yi. The moment she realized how close he was, heat rushed to her face, and a deep crimson blush spread across her cheeks like wildfire. Yi leaned in slightly and quietly told her why she had lost, his words gentle but direct. She had carried too many distractions into the fight. Against a truly powerful opponent, even a single hesitation could be enough to fall behind. Then, without saying anything more, Yi reached out and drew the lingering nuclear radiation out of Lu Qingzhu's body. The energy around Lu Qingzhu shifted almost immediately. She watched in stunned silence as the terrifying damage on her arm began to fade, the scorched flesh slowly healing before her eyes. For a long moment, she simply stared at it, unable to believe what she was seeing. Then Yi left her with one final sentence. Even after everything, she was still the strongest opponent he had ever faced. So the next time fate allowed them to meet on the battlefield again, Yi wanted her to face him seriously from the very beginning. Lu Qingzhu's face turned an even deeper shade of red. That simple remark, carrying both honesty and respect, quietly changed the way she looked at Yi. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu saw Yi in a completely different light. At the same time, the dust and smoke over the arena finally began to clear. Every eye in the stadium, along with every camera from the broadcast, focused on the center of the battlefield. Beneath the bright stadium lights and the watchful gaze of tens of thousands of people, Yi stood tall, proud, and completely unshaken. The referee waited for a brief moment, carefully checking Lu Qingzhu's condition. Once it was clear that she could no longer continue, he raised his voice and announced the result. The winner was Yi. With that declaration, the first semifinal match officially came to an end. As for the next match, there was not much suspense. Chuzhou took the stage and secured victory swiftly, advancing to the final as well. And just like that, the grand finale of City's college entrance examination had been decided. The final battle, the ultimate climax, would be Yi, the dark horse from City's #1 middle school, facing Chuzhou, the polished peak talent from that very same school. It had become an all-in-city showdown. And without question, the greatest winner of all was City #1 middle school itself, because both finalists standing at the very end were its own students. The live broadcast exploded in popularity. What had started with hundreds of thousands of viewers had now surged wildly, growing into an audience of tens of millions. Although the upcoming final did not carry the same dramatic tension as Yi's fierce battle against Lu Qingzhu, the excitement surrounding it had not died down at all. It was not because Chuzhou lacked strength or talent. It was simply because Yi had already proven himself far too overwhelming. He had defeated Lu Qingzhu, the prodigy so many people once believed was untouchable. Because of that, almost no one expected Chuzhou to win. But Chuzhou did not care. He was not shaken by the odds, the attention, or even the fact that most of the spotlight had already shifted away from him. From the very beginning, he had always been a pure warrior. When he first awakened his power, people called him a genius and praised him endlessly, but none of that had ever clouded his mind. Now, with Yi standing as the obvious favorite, Chuzhou remained calm. Deep inside, his will did not waver. He believed. No, he knew that when it came to mental strength, he was above Lu Qingzhu, and that alone was enough for him to believe he could stand face to face with Yi. Then the referee raised his hand, and the final match officially began. Yi broke into a wide grin, his teeth showing and his eyes shining with excitement. He told Chuzhou to come at him with everything he had. Even after overpowering Lu Qingzhu, Yi had no intention of looking down on Chuzhou. If anything, he respected him even more. From everything Yi had seen so far, Chuzhou's battle intelligence might be the highest among all the fighters this year. Chuzhou answered with calm confidence, asking Yi to enlighten him. Then he pressed his hands together and slowly pulled them apart. Between his palms, a sword began to take shape. It was no ordinary blade, but a cold, gleaming ice sword formed directly from his bloodline ability, ice sculpture. Frost spread across Chuzhou's body as a thin layer of glacial martial energy wrapped around him like armor, forming a barrier meant to block out nuclear radiation. He had clearly studied Ihi's fighting style in detail, and he had come prepared. With his eyes fixed firmly on Ihi, Chuzhou stepped into the seven-star steps. In an instant, his body split into countless afterimages, zigzagging across the battlefield in unpredictable patterns. Then came the sharp rush of movement, followed by a deafening sweep through the air. Hundreds of icy blades poured down toward Ihi from every direction. Chuzhou's afterimages surged in at once, surrounding Ihi like a swarm of phantoms. But Ihi did not move. He simply stood there with a lazy, unbothered posture, as if none of it mattered. He had no interest in playing a guessing game to find the real Chuzhou among the illusions. He had a far simpler way to tear through them. Ihi drew in a deep breath and clenched his fists. The muscles along his arms swelled and tightened, becoming solid and rippling like tempered steel. A crystal blue glow then pulsed across his skin, and the veins beneath it lit up under the immense pressure of his atomic power and martial energy. Then Ihi struck. With explosive force, he drove his fist straight into the ground. A thunderous boom erupted across the stage as a nuclear shockwave blasted outward in every direction. The floor beneath him cracked open, blue energy swallowing everything within a 10-meter radius, and the entire arena shook as if it had just been hit by artillery fire. Chuzhou had no choice but to pull back at once. He stared at the ground in front of him, now torn open and cratered as though it had been bombarded by cannon fire. What kind of monster was Ihi? Chuzhou understood immediately that taking him head-on was impossible. Even Xinguan, the powerhouse from Qingfeng Private High who was known for overwhelming physical strength, had surrendered once Ihi's awakened bloodline entered the fight. That made the answer clear. Chuzhou knew exactly what he had to do. Close combat was the same as throwing his life away. If he wanted even a chance to win, he had to attack from a distance. Taking a deep breath, Chuzhou activated his bloodline awakening. A surge of ice element dragon energy erupted from deep within his body. Crystalline dragon scales spread over Chuzhou's skin, shimmering with cold light. His eyes turned golden, narrowing into beast-like slits, while two black horns curved up from his head like polished obsidian. The temperature in the arena plunged. Chuzhou's power rose sharply, and with it came his next technique. Ice Pulse. A frigid wind howled across the battlefield, sweeping over the stage like the breath of winter itself. Huge spikes of ice erupted from the ground, gathering and rising until they formed a towering frozen tsunami dozens of meters high, charging straight toward Ihi with unstoppable momentum. The audience gasped in shock, and even the examiners were visibly stunned. The ice dragon might only be a third-tier magical beast, ranked below king-level bloodlines like the Shadowclaw Tiger King or the Venus Ape Demon, but in Chuzhou's hands, it displayed devastating power. It looked even stronger than Kai Shaoling's bloodline, and even more threatening than Xiongwan's. The icy wave crashed over the arena, burying the battlefield beneath a blinding sheet of white. The scorching summer heat inside the stadium dropped below freezing in a matter of seconds. The livestream chat, which had been overflowing with praise for Ihi moments earlier, suddenly went quiet. Then another kind of voice began to rise. The haters. Chuzhou was too cool. Ihi was finished. That devil had finally met his end. Chuzhou slowly exhaled, and his breath turned into white mist the moment it touched the freezing air. That overwhelming release of power had drained far more energy than he expected, but even so, his guard stayed raised and his eyes remained sharp. He was not naive enough to believe Ihi would be defeated by something like that. And sure enough, his caution was right. All of a sudden, the livestream comments erupted again. The enormous block of ice trapping Ihi began to melt from the inside out. A faint blue glow appeared deep within the frozen mass, growing brighter and hotter by the second. Then, from inside the ice, Ihi opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying atomic light burned in his throat. In the very next instant, a thunderous boom tore through the arena. A blazing blue beam burst straight out of the ice, piercing through the frozen wall as if it were nothing more than thin paper, and shot directly toward Chuzhou. Chuzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. How was Ihi still able to fire from inside that frozen prison? But there was no time for him to think, no time to question it, and no room for hesitation. Chuzhou threw himself backward while forcing the ground beneath his feet to obey his will. A massive icicle erupted up in front of him, packed with his martial energy, becoming a last-second shield between him and the incoming atomic blast. The blue beam slammed into the ice barrier head-on. First came a sharp crack, and then the entire defense exploded with a deafening boom. The blast shook the surrounding area, but fortunately, he had only fired his atomic breath at the exact moment he needed it. This attack was not nearly as powerful as the previous one. Its main purpose had been to break free from the iceberg that trapped him. Even so, the sight was still terrifying. Radiation, nuclear explosions, atomic lasers. His abilities were so overwhelming that everyone watching had to wonder if a high school student was really supposed to possess power like this. The ice around Ihi evaporated almost instantly beneath the scorching energy pouring from his body. Ihi stepped forward, wrapped in that familiar nuclear glow, and the reactions inside his body only grew more intense. Blinding blue flames clung to him like a living aura, burning so fiercely that even the cold mist vanished within 5 meters of him. As he walked straight toward Chuzhou, the ground beneath each step hissed and sizzled. He calmly admitted that he had been holding back more than he should have. Chuzhou unleashed every ice attack he could muster, driving his awakened bloodline power to its limit, but none of it could stop Ihi. Each wave of frost, each spike of ice, and each cutting blade was swallowed or shattered before it could truly matter. The difference between them was simply too enormous. Up to this point, only Lu Qingzhu had managed to fight Ihi head-on in this form. Even Shun Guan had surrendered without daring to challenge him directly. Even then, Chuzhou refused to retreat. His golden dragon eyes remained locked on Ihi, steady and unyielding. In a low voice, he said this would be his final move, a technique he had originally prepared to use against Lu Qingzhu. Chuzhou closed his eyes, shutting away every distraction and cutting off his senses one by one. Then he raised his ice sword toward the sky. Frost crawled over his body like armor, and the crystalline dragon scales covering him shone brighter than ever. This was the full power of his bloodline gathered into one strike, soul-cutting sword intent. The first person to react was Mayor Huang Qing, who looked as stunned as if he had just witnessed a miracle. Sword intent. At Chuzhou's age, that level of comprehension could almost stand beside the legendary Xuanhuan techniques Lu Qingzhu had used earlier. A bone-chilling wind swept across the entire arena. Then came the roar, a deafening fusion of dragon power and blade force. Chuzhou's final strike descended, cutting through the air and landing with everything he had left. Drops of burning blood fell from Ihi's hand, sizzling as they struck the ground and burned tiny holes into the floor. Across his hand was a clean sword wound, proof that Chuzhou's attack had truly reached him. But even that injury began to twist, heal, and close almost immediately, glowing faintly with that same eerie blue light. Ihi looked at him calmly and said that next time, Chuzhou would need a better sword. Maybe then, he might actually manage to break Ihi's skin properly. Chuzhou stood motionless, staring down at the broken remains of his ice sword. The truth was already clear. He had lost, and there was no denying it. But even in defeat, Chuzhou needed to know one thing. He lifted his eyes toward Ihi and asked how close he had been. Ihi smirked and answered with his usual sharp-tongued confidence. Chuzhou had done a little better than begging like a dog. Chuzhou let out a quiet sigh. Then, without struggling any further, he raised his hand toward the referee and calmly announced his surrender. And with that final decision, Ihi was officially declared the champion of City's college entrance examination finals. The crowd erupted at once. Cheers thundered through the stadium. Every live stream flooded with reactions, and social media exploded as the results spread across the city. The so-called dark horse of the year had overturned every prediction placed in front of him, fighting his way forward until the very end and proving everyone wrong. Now Ihi's name and face were everywhere, on billboards, in news reports, across live streams, and in every discussion online. Overnight, he had become a legend. The entire city was ready to celebrate its new champion. Everyone knew by now that this year's City College entrance examination had reached a level far beyond the past. And the one who stood above all the rest, Ihi, was not only the strongest student of this generation. He had also become the highest scorer in the entire history of the exam, a record-breaking monster no one was likely to surpass anytime soon. Back inside the stadium, the crowd kept roaring Ihi's name again and again, their voices rising like waves beneath the lights. Mayor Huang Qing stepped onto the stage to stand beside him, while the host hurried after them, barely able to suppress his excitement. Facing both the roaring audience and the countless viewers watching from home, the host announced that after 3 full days of intense battles, City's college entrance examination had finally crowned its champion, City's #1 scorer, Ihi, from City #1 middle school. Then the host turned toward Ihi with a bright smile. He said everyone had heard that Ihi's strength came from years of perseverance and steady effort, and now that he had claimed the top spot, he asked whether Ihi had anything he wanted to share. Ihi was stunned for a brief moment. This host really knew how to polish a story. Somehow, he had even made Ihi's cheating sound poetic and inspirational. Ihi quickly composed himself and began speaking. First, he said, he wanted to thank his teacher. Even when he had been at his lowest, his teacher had never given up on him, and that support had given him the strength to keep fighting. Elsewhere, watching Ihi's speech through the livestream, his teacher was already crying. Deep down, the man felt he did not deserve that praise at all. After all, he had not even realized what kind of monstrous student he was until the exams were almost about to begin. Just as he was about to continue, a skinny middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly began waving at him with all his might, trying desperately to catch his attention. When Ihi failed to respond, The man raised both hands into the air and flashed a very obvious signal with 2 fingers. 2 million. He silently mouthed the words from the crowd. It was the principal of City Number 1 middle school, clearly hoping Ihi would sneak in a shout-out to promote the school. And the reward he was offering was a 2 million yuan scholarship. For Ihi, that was more than enough motivation. The moment money entered the picture, Ihi's attitude changed instantly. He smoothly added that, of course, he also wanted to thank his alma mater and the principal, whose wise leadership had brought them to this proud moment today. At first, Ihi had no idea what else he should say, but the principal's painfully obvious gesture solved that problem for him right away. Finally, Ihi said he wanted to thank himself. If not for his own hard work and unmatched brilliance, he would not be standing there right now. He delivered that line without even the slightest trace of shame. Not a hint. The crowd might have taken it as confidence, but anyone who truly knew him would understand exactly what it was. And right at that moment, a familiar voice echoed inside Ihi's mind. The system congratulated him for earning the title of champion, then announced that a random template ability would now be awarded. Ihi's eyes widened slightly. So this template system actually had an achievement reward function too. He wanted to check the new ability immediately, but with tens of thousands of people staring at him from every direction, there was no chance he could do that here. He would have to wait. Soon after, Mayor Huang Qing stepped forward to bring the ceremony to an end, praising the smooth completion of the entire examination and officially announcing that the event was over. But the moment Ihi left the arena and headed through the corridor toward the exit, a swarm of reporters burst through the doors like hungry hyenas. Cameras, microphones, and phones were shoved toward him from every side. The instant he appeared, questions came flying nonstop. Did Ihi feel pressure now that he was the champion? How had he improved so quickly in only 6 months? Was he planning to attend Huadu University? Reporters surrounded him and bombarded him without giving him room to breathe. Ihi tried shouting for them to back off, because he seriously needed to pee, but none of them showed any sign of giving up. Then a sleazy-looking guy squeezed up beside him, holding a phone just inches from Ihi's face with a smug grin. He asked Ihi a ridiculous question. Who was prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or maybe Ihi preferred Xinguan. Perhaps even Chuzhou? Ihi said absolutely nothing. Instead, Ihi turned and ran even faster. He had no time at all for whatever bizarre fan service nonsense that conversation was about to become. After finally shaking off the media mob, Ihi slipped into an empty basketball court where no one else seemed to be around. Now that he was alone at last, Ihi could barely contain his excitement. This new development with the system was far beyond what he had expected. It turned out he was not locked into a single template forever. Through rewards, he could actually draw even more abilities. That possibility was insane, far beyond anything he had imagined before. Just as Ihi was thinking through all the possibilities, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted him. A man wearing a black windbreaker approached from nearby and congratulated student Ihi for taking first place. Ihi turned in surprise, wondering if this person was another reporter who had somehow tracked him down. But the man removed his hat with a polite smile and told Ihi to relax, saying he was not with the press. He was from the imperial capital. Then he leaned in slightly and suggested they talk about something a little more classified, something like genetic locks. The moment Ihi heard those words, his body stiffened. Genetic locks? He had no understanding of that term at all. All of Ihi's power came from the monster template system. So why had this man suddenly brought up genetic locks? Did he know something he should not know? And more importantly, who exactly was he? Noticing Ihi's hesitation, the man asked in a casual tone whether his father had ever mentioned the term genetic lock. Ihi kept his expression calm and nodded. According to the original host's memories, that phrase had indeed appeared once. Only once, and strangely enough, it had come from his seemingly ordinary father. The man then took an envelope from his bag and handed it to Ihi. He asked whether Ihi was not curious about how a regular taxi driver could know a term like that. No matter how anyone looked at it, something about that simply did not make sense. Ihi's eyes narrowed as a deeper suspicion rose in his heart. Could there really be more behind this than he realized? Was his father not the ordinary man he had always appeared to be? The man continued, explaining that because Ihi's situation was unique, the imperial capital had authorized access to a restricted file, and this file was meant specifically for Ihi. Ihi opened the envelope. The moment his eyes moved across the information inside, his pupils widened in shock. Project Prometheus. It had once been a major force in Blue Star's world of genetic research, a leading institute at the forefront of the field. But after a serious incident, it was blacklisted and hunted by nations across the world. Since then, its top researchers had vanished, forced into hiding. And one of Prometheus's greatest breakthroughs was a technology known as genetic locks. As Ihi continued reading, his expression gradually turned cold. So this was what the man believed. Ihi's so-called ordinary father had actually been a top researcher from Prometheus. And Ihi himself was not merely a student who had gotten lucky during the exam. In their eyes, he was a living, breathing secret result of one of Prometheus's experiments. The man in the windbreaker quickly tried to reassure him. He told Ihi not to worry, because the country had no intention of making trouble for him. He had come only to inform Ihi of the truth. As the person directly involved, Ihi had the right to know. Clearly, the man was worried that Ihi might lose control and do something reckless. Ihi remained silent, his eyes locked on the man in the black windbreaker. In that moment, he didn't speak, didn't react, just stared blankly. If he were to claim that he felt calmer than this man right now, would anyone even believe him? Yet, something shifted deep inside him. The sudden weight of responsibility settled onto his shoulders, and for the first time in days, he felt less like a student enjoying an unexpected windfall and more like someone carrying the burden of an entire nation's cultivation hopes. Man, being famous and important these days is such a pain, he muttered under his breath, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Fame brought scrutiny, and scrutiny brought trouble. Society, it seemed, truly revolved around status. The man in the windbreaker turned and left the basketball court, his feigned solemnity evaporating the moment he was out of sight. He rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with ambition. Money, fame, power. He had secured them all in just a few days. 2 million yuan from the principal, 800,000 in bonus rewards, and the right to draw a new template ability. The odds of pulling another god-tier template like Mad Flame Demora were slim, but the chance alone made his heart race. He couldn't wait to see what would come next. Without wasting a second, Ihi activated the system. A swirling vortex of deep purple tore open before him, echoing with the roars of ancient beasts, as if it were a cursed gateway containing monsters long lost to time. His jaw dropped, all rooting him to the spot. Moments later, the system began to display the results. A thunderous cascade of footsteps echoed through the air as the new template coalesced. It revealed a D-rank, Colossus-type humanoid. Bloodline ability, Gigantomachia. Standing 60 meters tall, it steamed with intense heat. Its evolution path was locked, a fixed humanoid behemoth. Current compatibility, just 1%. Ihi's expression remained unimpressed. Compared to Demora's I-rank power, this titan felt underwhelming, almost trivial. Then a realization hit him. His eyes widened as the gears in his mind turned. What if he could stack abilities from different templates? Merge the titan's raw strength with Demora's devastating I-rank powers? Holy, the potential was astronomical. This wasn't just dominance. It was the blueprint for a hybrid king of all monsters. An apex being combining the might of every template he had access to. Pure, unparalleled power. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit villa exuding a haunting elegance, a massive man sat at a carved redwood table. Hualong tapped his fingers rhythmically on the surface, speaking briefly into a phone about personal matters. Cancel everything, he said, ending the call with a long, controlled exhale. The room was silent save for the faint hum of a television broadcast in the background. Each tap of his finger left a small dent in the wood, the rhythm deliberate, contemplative. Hualong's younger brother had been missing for over 2 weeks now. The search team returned with nothing. No body, no trace. Only faint residue where his brother's device had last pinged. Tests revealed just a hint of nuclear radiation. That was all Hualong needed. As a seasoned hunter of forbidden realms, he didn't require full reports, explanations, or evidence. He knew his brother was gone, and whoever had done this had erased every trace. No blood, no mistakes, no clues left behind. Hualong's eyes remained fixed on the television. The footage replayed, Ihi's battle with Lu Qingyu, the moment the atomic breath scorched the battlefield. Hualong didn't need confirmation. His instincts screamed the truth. Only Ihi possessed the ability to emit nuclear radiation in this world. Only Ihi could have done this. He closed his eyes, the weight of sorrow and guilt pressing down on him. He had warned his brother countless times to leave the underground world behind. The boy hadn't listened. Hualong had made a promise to their mother before she passed. He would protect his brother, no matter the cost. And now he had failed. When Hualong reopened his eyes, he was transformed. His entire aura had shifted, cold and terrifying, grotesque in its intensity. He stared at the screen, Ihi standing victorious, hailed as City's rarest genius. Huadi University would fight tooth and nail to recruit him, but it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't see him enroll. Not while Hualong had a plan. Early the next morning, Hualong prepped for a secret realm expedition, eager to test his new template and several personal theories. A courier arrived, handing him a letter. It was handwritten, an uncommon sight in this age. It came from Chuzhou. The Huadu Central Research Bureau had detected a secret realm rift set to open at 3 p.m. that same day in City's Redwood Mountains. Estimated threat level? C rank, perhaps higher. Chuzhou planned to join the exploration team and invited Ihi to team up. Ihi blinked. His first thought wasn't about the secret realm. It was about the absurdity of receiving a letter in this modern age. Could Chuzhou be a time traveler too? 3 p.m., Redwood Mountain. Once quiet and sparsely visited, the area now teemed with life. Thousands had gathered. Warriors, mercenaries, veterans from powerful organizations. Some arrived on foot, others by helicopter. Military forces had set up bases to maintain order. Secret realms were dangerous, but they were also opportunities to strike gold or climb the ranks. At the base, Yi finally met up with Chu Zhou, who now had a sword strapped to his side. Chu Zhou raised an eyebrow at him. "You've gotten stronger again." Yi flinched slightly at that unsettling, knowing smile. Chu Zhou had a good eye. He had noticed that Yi had used part of his prize money to purchase gene serums, boosting compatibility with the colossal humanoid template to 35%. Speed over raw power sometimes won the day. They spoke casually while waiting for the rift to open. Curious, Yi asked which university Chu Zhou had applied to. Chu Zhou's expression shifted momentarily before he replied, "Huadu University." Yi noticed, but didn't press the matter. Perhaps they'd be classmates in the future. Just then, the crowd erupted. The rift began to open, splitting wide into a glowing chasm several dozen meters across. A rift shimmered open on the mountainside of Redwood Mountain, swirling like liquid stardust. Then a shrill, ear-piercing screech filled the air. From within the gap, a massive, three-headed bird burst halfway out. Its dark feathers were streaked with deep purple, a clear high-tier beast attempting to assert dominance by forcing its way through first. But it miscalculated. Waiting outside were thousands of armed warriors. The second they saw the creature, they roared in unison, a sound so thunderous it shook the entire mountainside. The bird froze, panic overtaking it, and found itself jammed, stuck halfway through the rift. Before it could flap again, the warriors crashed into it like a tidal wave, smashing the creature to the ground. Within seconds, it was reduced to a pulpy mess of feathers and shattered core. Yi and Chu Zhou followed the charge, stepping into the rift themselves. By the time they entered, the remains of the three-headed beast had already been hacked to pieces. A pitiful, brutal end. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, the scenery was otherworldly. Towering rainbow-hued trees stretched over 100 meters into the sky. It would take a dozen people to encircle just one trunk. Beneath them, the warriors appeared as tiny ants, insignificant against the colossal flora. The air was thick with the metallic, bloody scent of battle. Ahead, a small-scale beast tide had already gathered, blocking the path forward. The entrance had become the first battlefield between incoming warriors and the monsters defending the realm. Without hesitation, the warriors charged, their cries merging into a deafening war anthem. Exploration came with rules. Leaving a beast unchecked that escaped into the real world could lead to civilian deaths and result in the responsible warrior being stripped of title and tried before a military tribunal. On Blue Star, power always carried consequences. Yi and Chu Zhou didn't hesitate. They plunged straight into the front line. Chu Zhou unleashed his bloodline power, sending waves of ice to freeze the monster's feet, momentarily halting their advance. The ice shattered quickly, but even a brief delay allowed the warriors to strike decisively. Suddenly, a beast lunged at Chu Zhou from behind. In an instant, it was obliterated. Yi's atomic fist vaporized it before it could even land. Chu Zhou turned to him, nodding in appreciation. "Watch your back," Yi said dryly, completely unfazed. Then he added, bored. "None of these things are even worth fighting." He wasn't wrong. Behind him, a trail of monsters lay smoldering and motionless, charred and disfigured. Chu Zhou could only stand there, stunned. The scale of destruction was staggering. Yi had cleared wave after wave of monsters with effortless precision, while other warriors struggled to maintain the line. It was clear now. This was the full, terrifying force of nuclear radiation. Silent, inescapable, relentless. The horror wasn't just in the destruction, it attacked life at a cellular level. The battlefield had become contaminated, and at its center was Yi, radiating nuclear devastation. Beasts tried to lunge at him, only to have their flesh peel away and bones dissolve before they could touch him. Those few that got close were annihilated by his atomic fists or obliterated midair by his atomic breath. One death was instantaneous, the other agonizingly slow, but the outcome was always the same. He was a living god of death on the battlefield, with life fading wherever he walked. Even the other warriors felt the instinctive fear, grateful he fought alongside them. He, meanwhile, wasn't thinking about all that. He was focused on the pouches of harvested magic cores at his side, grinning like a farmer surveying a bountiful harvest. That calm, satisfied smile sent shivers through the nearby warriors. Truthfully, he didn't even need his full arsenal of atomic techniques. His nuclear field alone made most fighters reconsider standing against him. Elsewhere, on another stretch of the battlefield, several warriors who were still struggling against wave after wave of beasts looked back in confusion. Behind them, another large group of fighters had somehow already stopped fighting and looked like they were resting. One warrior frowned and cursed under his breath, wondering why that side had gone quiet so quickly. Did they have some high-level expert helping them? Someone nearby answered casually that they had in city's top scorer from the entrance exams on their side. The warrior froze. The top scorer? A student? What was a student doing in a war zone like this? He had not watched the exams and had assumed they were nothing more than high schoolers sparring for points. But the response came sharp and ruthless. That so-called student could take down 10 warriors like him without even breaking a sweat. A beast tide was never just a random swarm. At its core, Lord-level monsters were always directing the horde. Kill those leaders, and the whole tide would begin to collapse. Right now, a 10-man team of top-tier warriors had already pushed deep into the monster swarm, hunting down those Lord-level beasts and trying to cut the head off the tide. But the rest of the horde, while not as strong individually, seemed endless in number, pouring forward without pause. As the battle dragged on, the ordinary warriors began to wear down. Their breathing grew heavier, their movements slowed, and the pressure of the endless monsters kept building. Then someone suddenly came up with a strange but brilliant idea. Why not herd the beasts straight toward their nuclear ace? No one knew who suggested it first, but soon, the whole front began to adjust around that plan. Warriors worked together to redirect more and more monsters toward Ihi, using his radiation zone like a living fortress. Even high-tier magical beasts were gradually driven near his position. Ihi barely needed to move. With the others shielding him from direct attacks, all he had to do was stand there, calm and steady, releasing death into the air around him. Wave after wave of lethal nuclear radiation spread across the battlefield, turning the beast tide into a radioactive graveyard. And whenever stray radiation slipped past the martial energy shields of nearby warriors, Ihi simply absorbed it back into himself as if it were nothing. With Ihi acting as the heart of the battlefront, the warriors naturally gathered around him, forming a moving line of defense that pushed back against the invading monsters. Some of the smarter beasts seemed to realize something was wrong. They sensed how dangerous he was, but since they could not approach him directly, they could only command even more monsters to charge forward and try to bury him with numbers. The battle grew more violent with every passing moment. Roars, screams, explosions, and clashing weapons filled the secret realm until no one could tell how long the slaughter had gone on. Then, all of a sudden, a flare shot into the sky. That was the signal. The decapitation mission had succeeded. Deep within the beast tide, the Lord-level monsters had been killed. Across the battlefield, exhausted warriors covered in blood lifted their heads, and the dullness in their eyes finally sparked back to life. The tide was breaking. They had won. On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Zhou, who had nearly collapsed just moments earlier, finally wiped the sweat from his brow. He let out a long breath, and relief washed through his exhausted body. The first wave of beasts inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm had finally been defeated. But victory had come at a heavy price. Of the thousands of warriors who had entered, only a little over 800 were still standing. Many of the fallen were dead, while others were crippled so badly that their paths as warriors had ended forever. That was the life of a warrior, always standing between glory and death, never knowing which one would arrive first. From the smoke, blood, and broken earth, Ihi walked over to Chu Zhou with several large sacks slung over his back. Compared with the exhausted warriors around him, he looked far too relaxed, almost like he had just finished an afternoon stroll. He casually asked Chu Zhou whether he had any idea how to carry all this stuff back. As it turned out, while the beast tide was retreating, Ihi had wandered through the battlefield and harvested the magic cores from every monster that had died under his radiation, collecting them one by one. Other warriors were too wary to even approach beasts contaminated by nuclear energy, but Ihi had been calmly looting the field as if it were the most natural thing in the world. With a helpless look, he dropped the heavy sacks at Chu Zhou's feet. Without saying a word, Chu Zhou handed him a silver-black ring. It was a space ring. Ihi's eyes immediately lit up. Space rings were worth tens of millions, and Chu Zhou had just given him one as casually, as if it were some cheap accessory. Ihi grinned and joked that he had never realized Chu Zhou was carrying that kind of wealth. Before the two of them could continue talking, a commotion suddenly rippled through the crowd behind them. The growing buzz of voices pulled their attention away from the ring. They looked up and saw a large group of warriors parting like a wave. From the center of the formation, a tall man strode forward with steady, deliberate steps. His name was Wu Senator. He walked straight toward Ihi. This was the man who had led the elite group responsible for charging into the beast tide and killing its core leaders. He was also the leader of the famous Silver Wolf martial arts group, one of the strongest organizations in city. Wu Sun looked at Ihi and said he had already heard about his performance from the team. Then he asked directly whether Ihi was interested in joining them. He quickly explained that becoming part of Silver Wolf would not interfere with Ihi's university studies at all. In fact, joining them would come with all kinds of advantages, subsidies, cultivation resources, training support, and even protection. To make the offer even more tempting, Wu Sun offered Ihi an S-rank group contract right there on the spot. The surrounding warriors could barely hide their envy. On Blue Star, there were very few opportunities greater than the one Ihi had just been handed. Registering with a martial arts group opened the door to an entirely different world of resources. Sponsorships from major companies turned into funding, equipment, and benefits for group members. Without the backing of a powerful martial arts group, even a skilled warrior could be crushed by the endless costs of training, medicine, weapons, and missions. That was exactly why the Silver Wolf martial arts group carried so much weight. They were one of the largest organizations in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even elite students from the prestigious Imperial Capital University rarely qualified for S-level contracts. So Wu Sun offering one to He was not simple favoritism. It proved just how highly he valued He's potential. Just then, the crowd stirred again. From between the warriors stepped a majestic tiger with a coat that shimmered like polished obsidian. It was not a wild monster, but a genetically engineered beast produced by one of the leading biotech companies. Sitting cross-legged on its back was a woman with a sharp, commanding presence. She glanced at Wu Sun with an amused look, saying that now she understood why he had disappeared the moment the beast tide's core was destroyed. He had rushed over here to poach a rising star. Then the woman turned her attention to He. She introduced herself as someone from the Qingda martial arts group. They might not be as large as Silver Wolf, she admitted, but she could promise him one thing. If He joined them, he would receive 15% of their monthly training resources. Gasps broke out all around them. 15% was not just a generous offer. It was practically an investment in He's future. Warriors exchanged stunned looks, suddenly realizing that they had still underestimated his value. These martial arts groups were not simply recruiting him anymore. They were almost fighting over him. The other group leaders remained quiet. They wanted He too, but the offers from Silver Wolf and Qingdao were already so generous that they had to seriously consider whether they could afford to compete at that level. He, however, did not hesitate. He smiled politely and rejected both sides, saying that he had no plans to join any martial arts group for now. Neither Wu Sun nor the woman from Qingda seemed surprised by his answer. With talent like He's, he did not need anyone's backing to stand out. To them, this was not about forcing him into a contract immediately. It was about leaving a connection for the future. After that, several more leaders came forward, exchanged a few friendly words, and left satisfied just to make sure He remembered them. Interestingly, even Chu Zhou received an S-level offer from Wu Sun himself. And just like He, Chu Zhou turned it down. With the crisis now over and the beast tide broken, the warriors began to spread out and move into the next phase, free exploration. He suggested heading up to the treetops so they could get a better look at the terrain. The secret realm was a vast forest of towering trees, and observing it from above was the most sensible way to map out their surroundings. Chu Zhou agreed. The two of them each had their own way of climbing. Chu Zhou bent his knees, gathered strength in his legs, and launched himself upward. When his jump reached its limit, he controlled the moisture in the air and formed a small ice platform beneath his feet, giving himself just enough footing to leap higher again. He's method was much more direct. He activated his nuclear-like combat mode, concentrated energy beneath his feet, and blasted upward like a missile, shooting toward the canopy in only a few seconds. He reached the treetop first, and Chu Zhou arrived right behind him. The sight before them made Chu Zhou's jaw drop. He stared into the distance and blurted out, wondering what in the world he was looking at. Far away, moving slowly across the forest floor, was a group of black humanoid creatures. They were enormous, mountain-like figures so tall that they could still be seen clearly from the treetops. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, their scale was staggering. Each one had to be more than 1,000 meters tall, so massive that it was almost impossible for the mind to fully grasp. He, however, brushed it off casually. In his eyes, those creatures probably were not fully grown yet. Give it a few more years, he said, and maybe they would be able to take them down and uncover the secrets hidden inside this place. Chu Zhou turned toward him and fell silent. Deep down, he knew that if he had been facing something so massive and unknown, fear would have been the first thing in his heart. But he was different. He was already thinking about conquering it. That was the gap between them. It was not simply a difference in combat skill. He possessed an unshakable will, the kind of fearless drive that marked a true warrior. For a moment, Chu Zhou could not help feeling small in comparison. Meanwhile, He had no idea that his casual remark had triggered an entire storm of self-reflection inside Chu Zhou's mind. In Chu Zhou's eyes, He was practically becoming a life coach. But He had not climbed up just to admire the scenery. While scanning the vast terrain from the treetop, He was also maintaining his life magnetic field, quietly sensing the distribution of living beings throughout the secret realm. That was when he noticed something strange. There was a lake in the distance. But when He's senses swept over it, the area registered as completely blank. No life signatures. No movement. Nothing at all. It was like a dead zone carved into the middle of a living ecosystem. That was definitely not normal. In a place like this, an empty signal usually meant something big was hidden there. Where there was smoke, there was fire, and in a secret realm, the stranger the mystery, the greater the possible reward. He pointed toward the southeast and told Chu Zhou there was a lake in that direction. They should check it out. Without hesitation, the two of them moved through the towering forest and quickly reached the edge of the lake. When they arrived, 3 other people were already there. To He's surprise, one of them was someone he recognized, Huang Yuli. Huang Yuli chuckled when she spotted him, teasing him as in city's top scorer. She clearly had not expected the high schooler she had helped only a few weeks earlier to turn out to be this powerful. Back then, She had given him a discounted warrior business card. It had not been a huge favor, but he had never forgotten it. One of her teammates, a bald man covered in tattoos, smirked and asked if she actually knew this little top scorer from City, urging her to introduce them. The third member, a man wearing glasses, added that he had been incredible during the Beast Tide earlier and that Huang Yuli really knew how to pick people. Huang Yuli briefly explained how she had first met He at the Warrior Center, and the story left her teammates amazed at how casually fate had worked. A random encounter 2 weeks ago had somehow led to meeting one of the most talked about young warriors in the entire city. Curious, he asked how long they had been waiting by the lake. Huang Yuli replied that they had not been there long. 2 of her teammates had gone diving to scout things out below the surface. Before she could finish speaking, a figure suddenly burst out of the water, gasping for breath and trembling with excitement. It was Yu Yang, one of Huang Yuli's teammates. Yu Yang shouted that they had hit the jackpot and were about to get rich. Huang Yuli's eyes immediately lit up, and she told him to slow down and explain what he meant. Yu Yang grinned, so wide he could barely contain himself. There was a ruin hidden under the lake. The moment those words came out, the entire team buzzed with excitement. Everyone's faces lit up, and the air around them seemed to sharpen with the thrill of discovery. Everyone except He, who simply blinked in confusion. He leaned closer to Chu Zhou and nudged him, asking what was so amazing about finding a ruin and what kind of ruin they were even talking about. In mysterious realms like this, ancient structures sometimes appeared across the landscape, remnants believed to have been left behind by a lost civilization hidden deep within the secret worlds. Experts and scholars had come to call them simply ruins. But these ruins were far more than old buildings. They often contained advanced technologies, strange artifacts, and fragments of ancient knowledge. Some people even believe that modern martial arts techniques and parts of today's gene technology could be traced back to discoveries made in places like these. Chu Zhou paused briefly before adding that many of the fighting methods and genetic advancements used today had roots in those ruined discoveries. Yu Yang had been so caught up in his excitement that he shared all of this with his teammates out loud, completely forgetting to check who else was listening. Yu Yang's expression tightened the moment he realized that He and Chu Zhou, 2 outsiders, had heard every word. Regret flashed across Yu Yang's face almost immediately. His gaze sharpened, and his hand slowly drifted toward the sword at his waist. Chu Zhou noticed the shift at once. In places like this, where treasures might be buried, people were often willing to kill over far less. Bloodshed around ruins was not unusual. Greed could turn humans into monsters faster than any beast tide. Just as Yu Yang seemed ready to act, Huang Yuli stepped in and shouted for him to stop. He leaned casually against Chu Zhou's shoulder, and the 2 of them stared Yu Yang down with amused expressions, as if they were watching something mildly entertaining rather than dangerous. Huang Yuli quickly explained that these 2 were not random outsiders. He and Chu Zhou had ranked 1st and 2nd in city's college entrance exams. They were far beyond ordinary warriors. If anything, having them here was not a threat, it was luck. That explanation instantly changed the atmosphere. Yu Yang hesitated, then asked how they were supposed to divide the gains if they worked together. Huang Yuli answered calmly. It was simple. He and Chu Zhou would receive a share based on how much they contributed. The more effort they put in, the more they would earn. Yu Yang's eyes flickered, but the rest of the team nodded in agreement. After that, he chose to keep quiet. With his future still promising, he was not about to make enemies he did not need. Yu Yang then took the lead as the group entered the lake. Relying on their enhanced lung capacity, all 6 of them dove nearly 30 meters beneath the surface. At the bottom of the lake, Yu Yang quickly spotted a familiar marker and used it to guide everyone toward a submerged cave. Hidden inside was a narrow tunnel leading deeper underground. When they finally emerged from the water, they found themselves inside a vast underground cavern. Yu Yang climbed ashore first, then frowned as he looked around. Something was wrong. He muttered that Li Wei should have been keeping watch here. The tattooed man's expression darkened, and he guessed that Li Wei might have found something valuable and slipped away on his own. Yu Yang pulled out a walkie-talkie and tried calling Li Wei. No answer came back. Only static. The silence pressed heavily on everyone, and the longer it dragged on, the clearer it became that something was not right. Huang Yuli asked calmly whether Yu Yang had checked for monster activity when they first came down. Yu Yang admitted that he had not found anything. He and Li Wei had dropped all the monster bait bombs, but not a single sign appeared. Nothing had been drawn out. One of the female teammates looked uneasy as she glanced deeper into the cave. The whole place gave off a bad feeling, and now that Li Wei had vanished, it seemed more and more like they might be walking into something far worse than they had expected. Yu Yang snapped that they had to go in. If they turned back every time things became risky, then they would remain nobodies forever. Anyone who was scared, he said, could leave right now. No one moved. Even the teammate, who looked hesitant, stayed silent. Then Yu Yang said the one thing none of them could deny. If a mountain of gold were sitting right in front of them, it would go against human nature not to reach for it. With that, the group continued forward. Yu Yang led the way, but the air around them was heavy with tension. Li Wei's sudden disappearance had put everyone on edge, and every step deeper into the cavern made them more alert to whatever danger might be waiting ahead. Yu Yang switched on an ultraviolet flashlight and swept the beam across the ground. Under the ultraviolet light, faint marks began to glow, traces that Yu Yang and Li Wei had left behind earlier. The group followed the trail deeper into the cave, moving carefully as the path slowly narrowed until only one person could pass through at a time. As they crept carefully through the narrow tunnel, Yu Yang's eyes darted around, scanning every shadow and crevice for the slightest hint of danger. He glanced back at Chu Zhou, locking eyes with him for a brief, tense moment, and silently mouthed a warning. Something isn't right. Chu Zhou gave a subtle nod, his expression grim. The timing didn't add up. Both of them thought the same thing. According to Huang Yuli, their group had only just arrived at the lake, 10 minutes at most. And yet somehow, Yu Yang and Li Wei had already uncovered this very cave beneath the lake, found the hidden entrance, and scouted deep into the underground before anyone else. It felt unnervingly deliberate, as if someone had handed them a mini-map of the entire place. Perhaps the promise of treasure had clouded everyone's judgment, or maybe outsiders like Yi and Chu Zhou simply saw things that insiders overlooked. Even seasoned warriors like Yu Yang didn't seem to notice the trap. This smells like a setup, Chu Zhou murmured, leaning closer. Should we warn our allies and pull back? Yi shook his head calmly, his gaze steady. No need to panic. I've got something planned. Chu Zhou didn't press further. If Yi was confident, that was all the reassurance he needed. Finally, the group emerged from the cramped corridor into a massive underground chamber. The scale of it was surreal, wide enough to rival a football stadium, with every surface tangled in thick, dark green vines that seemed almost alive. Scattered among the foliage were dull, depleted magic cores. All around, skeletal remains of magical beasts lay picked clean, silent witnesses to previous carnage. So that's why we didn't see any monsters on the way down, one teammate muttered, eyes scanning the chamber. They'd all been eaten, or worse, turned into food for something even more dangerous. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tense silence. One teammate pointed a trembling finger upward. Dangling high above, suspended by the thick, piercing vines, hung a dried-out corpse. The tattered clothing left no doubt, it was Li Wei. Yu Yang and the female teammate froze, their faces drained of color, eyes wide in sheer horror. Meanwhile, Yu Yang collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, rambling incoherently. His voice cracked and trembled, babbling nonsense about Li Wei's death, vines chasing him, and frantic attempts to escape. Then, without warning, his head began to swell grotesquely, veins bulging and skin stretching unnaturally, until in a shocking instant, it burst open. Blood sprayed in a horrifying arc like a grotesque fireworks display, and from the wreckage of his skull, several twitching, whip-like vines lashed out, wriggling like the antennae of some demonic parasite. But then, as if answering an unspoken command, a brilliant blue beam of atomic energy shot from Yi, slashing clean through Yu Yang's torso. The demonic vines withered instantly, incinerated by the pure, nuclear force. No one had seen it coming. The monster had been far smarter than anyone expected. After feeding on two warriors, it hadn't just devoured them. It had hijacked Yu Yang's mind, turning him into living bait to lure in even more prey. Yi's eyes swept across the chamber, landing on the slowly writhing vines now creeping along the walls, floor, and ceiling. His expression was cold, calculating. Then, with a thunderous crack, a massive boulder twisted in a tangle of vines crashed down from above like a meteor, slamming into the ground behind them and sealing off their only exit. Chu Zhou stared at the monstrous growths, and suddenly, a memory sparked. He had read about this beast before in some obscure monster compendium. It was a second-order, king-class magical creature, the ghost demon vine. As soon as he spoke the name aloud, Yu Yang and the female teammate froze, paralyzed by fear. King-class blood beasts weren't merely strong. They were on an entirely different plane. For first-level warriors like them, this creature might as well have been a god. But Chu Zhou just grinned, his teeth gleaming. Doesn't matter what level it is, he muttered under his breath. Just watch me tear it apart. He was just about to activate his colossal titan mode when a deafening boom echoed behind them. The rock wall they thought impassable had been obliterated. Through the dust and debris, a mysterious figure emerged, exuding a suffocating pressure. His blood energy warped the very air, trailing thick, crimson smoke with every step. Only one type of warrior could emanate such a presence, an 8th-level fighter. His name was Holong. A funny thing, Holong hadn't even planned to enter the Redwood Mountains' secret realm. But the moment he caught wind of someone holding off the beast tide with nuclear radiation powers, he knew exactly who it had to be. Inside the realm, someone like that left tiny, lingering traces of radiation behind, a trail only Holong could follow. And just as he emerged from the lake, Holong had already located him. From a safe distance, he saw the mention of ruins and held his breath, waiting in the shadows as he and the others dove beneath the water. He didn't rush. Let them uncover whatever treasures lay hidden. In this lawless world, murder among warriors was barely policed. Evidence was scarce, and authorities rarely interfered. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. The man who had killed his brother, and perhaps some relics to enrich him or provide escape from the Sea Kingdom entirely. Holong followed silently, suppressing his blood flow and even halting his breathing to stay undetected. But when the group collapsed the tunnel behind them, a jolt of unease hit him. Had he been discovered? He had erased every trace. Yet something about he made him nervous. He could feel it, without even seeing him. And he was just as confused. Who was this 8th-level monster chasing him? One moment they were exploring ruins. The next, some insane warrior was bulldozing through explosions and blood-soaked smoke like a living nightmare. Holong muttered strange words under his breath, as if claiming some twisted connection to Ihi. Ihi frowned. None of it made sense, though for a brief moment, it felt like the mysterious warrior's glare was directed at him, filled with hatred. No, that had to be his imagination. Then, with a violent surge of blood energy, Holong erupted, bulldozing through the collapsed tunnel like it was paper. 8th-level power roared around him as he charged forward, voice echoing like thunder. Prepare to die. Holong lunged straight for Ihi, but his momentum was abruptly halted. Something was wrong. The so-called ruins ahead weren't ruins at all. They were a monster's nest. The ghost demon vine didn't hunt randomly. It targeted the strongest life force it could sense, and right now, Holong's glowing blood aura shone brighter than anything else in the cave. A low rumble shook the cavern. The earth groaned like it might split open. Vines erupted from the walls and floor, slashing toward Holong from every direction. His eyes widened as he cursed, spinning toward Ihi. Is this your trap? But there was no path forward. Vines blocked every escape. Holong had no choice but to fight. The vines lashed again and again, and Holong met each strike with fists like cannonballs, kicks that shattered the air. Each collision sent vines flying and splattered their fluids across the cavern floor. Yet the longer he fought, the worse it felt. The demon vine adapted, draining his chi, absorbing his martial power, and poisoning him with neurotoxins. Holong was strong, but the beast was evolving with every second, and the cave shook violently under the strain. Huang Yuli panicked, shouting over the chaos. The cave's going to collapse. Before she could finish, Yi stepped forward, commanding, move. Dark blue, armor-like plating began forming over his body, streaked with glowing crystal blue veins. His vertebrae lit up one by one along his back, transforming him into a living reactor of pure power. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive wave of atomic breath erupted from his mouth. The torrent tore through the cave's ceiling above, blasting open a wide path all the way to the lake's surface. Water came rushing through the newly blasted opening, crashing into the cavern like a sudden flood. He turned to Yuli and the others. Go. Now. They didn't hesitate. Everyone understood that if he wasn't staying to cover their escape, none of them would make it out alive. But Holong wasn't finished. You're not getting away. He roared, martial energy bursting from every pore. A shockwave tore through the cavern, disintegrating vines within a wide radius. The ground cracked beneath him as he launched forward like a missile aimed straight at Ihi. But his advance would not go unchecked. Chu Zhou, primed and ready, stepped in. His sword flashed as bloodline power flared around him. A freezing aura surged, whipping the surrounding air into a vortex. Crafted from rare, cold-attributed materials with an 82% martial energy transfer rate, his blade thrummed with lethal intent. Chu Zhou unleashed his soul-cutting sword strike. A vacuum tore through the air, and wherever the icy energy passed, thick sheets of frost crystallized instantly, coating everything in a gleaming layer of ice. Holong met the strike head-on, fists blazing and trailing red-hot flames that pulsed with the fury of his blood. The fire burned deep crimson, alive with searing power. Ice and fire collided in a violent spectacle. The clash erupted in a misty explosion, steam and frost billowing through the cavern. Chu Zhou realized instantly that his blade alone wouldn't be enough. The gap in power was simply too vast. So he didn't stop. Charging through the cloud, he emerged like a phantom, combat body ignited. Nuclear light coalesced at his fist, the core of his energy flaring to life. Atomic power surged, turning the underground cavern into a blinding sea of blue light. With no chance to evade, Holong took the full brunt of Ihi's atomic explosive punch. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball into the stone wall with a deafening crash. Blood sprayed, yet he remained standing. Even after withstanding Chu Zhou's fiercest strike and Ihi's devastating blow, Holong radiated raw power. His skin was scorched, yet his presence remained overwhelmingly threatening. High-level warriors weren't ordinary humans. Their bodies, bones, muscles, and organs had been reforged through relentless training into living weapons. Holong turned, voice steady despite the blows. You're in the way. Leave. Chu Zhou, exhausted from the battle, understood immediately. He'd only slow Ihi down. Without a word, he retreated. and it was just in time. The cavern began to collapse in earnest. Chunks of rock fell, revealing even more monstrous ghost vines writhing behind the rubble. Meanwhile, Yuli and the others stood frozen at the lake's edge. The water churned violently, clouded with debris and bubbles breaking the surface as the entire lakebed trembled. The ghost demon vine had gone completely berserk. Then Chuzhou finally broke through the surface, soaked from head to toe and gasping for air as lake water streamed down his face. Huang Yuli rushed toward him at once, her expression tightening with worry as she looked past him toward the churning water. "Where's Yi?" Chuzhou did not answer right away. He only stood there, breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on the dark lake as if the answer was still trapped somewhere beneath the surface. In the next instant, a blinding flash tore across the lake. Brilliant blue lightning exploded outward, racing over the water in jagged arcs and lighting up the entire surface as if night had suddenly turned into day. Deep below the lake, Yi sank his teeth into his own palm. The moment blood broke through, violent threads of electric blue current burst from the wound and crawled over his body. Huolong sensed the danger almost immediately. His instincts screamed at him, and he lunged forward with everything he had, desperate to stop whatever he was about to unleash. But he was already too late. A thunderous bloom of light erupted from Yi's body, and bolts of lightning blasted outward in every direction, swallowing Huolong inside a raging storm of pure energy. Huolong's alloy-like muscles started to char black the moment the lightning touched him, burning and carbonizing under that terrifying force. It was almost like one of those Titan transformations from old stories, where a person bit into their palm and released a monstrous surge of power, usually with lightning crashing all around them. But the colossal Titan was different. Its transformation was never just flashy. It was a weapon, a tactical detonation, almost like a walking nuclear explosion. And now, Yi roared from the center of the lake as his entire body erupted into a blazing sphere of blue light. The blast that followed swallowed the underwater cave whole, drowning everything in roaring thunder, searing radiance, and a terrifying wave of radiation-like force. From the shore, Chuzhou and the others could only stare in stunned silence as the lake erupted in a blinding surge of atomic blue. The water blasted upward from the center with terrifying force, and everyone scrambled backward at once, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the chaos, so they would not be dragged into the aftermath. Thick white steam hissed into the air, rolling upward in heavy clouds as the fierce blue lightning finally began to fade. By the time the storm died down, nearly half the lake had evaporated. Then, as the mist slowly thinned, they seemed to glimpse something inside it. A massive shadow shifted behind the fog, towering and enormous, but before anyone could properly make it out, it vanished. "Did you see that?" someone asked, but no one could tell whether it had truly been there or whether the blast had simply fooled their eyes. A moment later, a figure came sprinting out of the haze toward the shore. It was Yi, completely bare, running as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Without the slightest embarrassment, he shouted toward Chuzhou, "Clothes." Chuzhou did not say a word. He reached into his space ring, pulled out a pair of dark leather pants and a tank top, and tossed them straight over. Once he had put them on and adjusted himself, Chuzhou stepped closer, still looking toward the steaming lake. "What was that blast just now?" he asked. He let out a calm breath, acting as if the answer could not be more ordinary. "That guy was carrying a plasma bomb. He dragged the ghost demon vine down with him." Chuzhou blinked. "A plasma bomb? That's military-grade equipment. Completely illegal. Who would even have access to something like that?" He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "And no offense, but that really didn't look like a plasma bomb. That lightning storm, and that giant silhouette." He cut him off before he could finish, his eyes steady and unreadable. "You saw it wrong. It was just a plasma bomb." Chuzhou stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly nodded as if accepting the answer. "Right. I must have been mistaken." Of course, he knew he had not been mistaken at all. But Chuzhou understood the message clearly. Everyone had secrets, and if he wanted this one buried at the bottom of the lake, then Chuzhou was not going to dig it up. After all, he had secrets of his own. Still, there was no denying that he had gone a little too far this time. Huolong's body was completely gone, blasted away until not even a trace remained. Fortunately, the ghost demon vine's magic core had been recovered, so at least the mission had not ended in total failure. Meanwhile, Huang Yuli and her team were completely worn out after everything that had happened, and they finally decided it was time to leave. She turned toward Yi with an embarrassed look, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. "Sorry, we followed you all the way here, and in the end, we still had to be rescued by you. Once we get out of this place, we'll definitely repay you." He only waved his hand, brushing it off like it was nothing. "No need. Let's just count it as returning the favor you did for me." Huang Yuli smiled at that. "But if I repay you again, won't that mean you owe me another favor?" With a light laugh and one final wave, she turned and left with her teammates. For the next 2 days, Yi and Chuzhou continued roaming through the Redwood Mountain secret realm, with Yi's life magnetic field perception guiding them. The two of them were able to track down all kinds of valuable spiritual herbs hidden in the terrain. They did not find anything as rare as the blood jade fruit, but even so, their harvest was still more than enough to be considered a major gain. By the third day, both of them felt that they had collected plenty. There was no reason to keep taking risks, so they finally decided it was time to leave the Redwood Mountain secret realm. But the moment they stepped out through the rift, both Yi and Chu Zhou froze in place, staring ahead in complete disbelief. The Redwood Mountain they remembered was gone. The barren wilderness that had once surrounded the secret realm had been transformed into a massive fortress of modern civilization. Trees and rocks had been cleared away, replaced by a steel jungle of towers, reinforced buildings, and busy facilities. There was a hospital, an auction house, an armory, and even a hot spring hotel. Farther away, a temporary airport was already humming with activity. When night fell, the entire mountain glittered beneath countless artificial lights, spreading so brilliantly across the landscape that it almost felt visible from orbit. The speed of Xian Nation's infrastructure development left both Yi and Chu Zhou speechless. All they could do was stand there and marvel at how completely the place had changed in only a few days. Not long after, Yi made his way to the secret realm appraisal office to have his spoils assessed. According to the rules, he needed to hand over 1/10 of his harvest as tax. Without much thought, he reached into his space ring, summoned a large sack, and dropped it heavily onto the table with a loud thud. The staff members behind the counter flinched at once. "Careful," one of them snapped, glaring at him. "If you damage anything here, you're paying for it." Yi scratched the back of his head, giving an awkward little smile. "Sorry about that. I just brought quite a lot of stuff. I figured I should hurry up and take it all out, or you might not even finish counting it before noon." The staff member gave him a chilly look, clearly not impressed, but still raised a hand and motioned for him to continue. This time, Yi moved more carefully. He took out a second sack and placed it beside the first. Then came a third, then a fourth, then a fifth, each one landing on the counter like another blow to the staff's patience. By the time the sixth sack appeared, the woman behind the counter had already gone pale. Was this guy trying to empty out the entire Redwood Mountain secret realm by himself? After nearly 3 straight minutes of watching him haul bag after bag from his space ring, she finally could not take it anymore. "Are you done?" she asked, her voice already sounding a little strained. Yi gave her a small, harmless smile. "With the sacks?" "Yeah." The woman instantly let out a breath of relief. Then Yi added, as casually as if he were talking about groceries, "I still have a bunch of spiritual medicine, though." In that moment, it looked like her soul had almost left her body. She immediately transferred Yi over to the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center. Compared with magic cores, identifying rare herbs and elixirs took far more time and precision. And now, thanks to Yi's absurd harvest, her entire department had just been handed an overtime nightmare. When Yi arrived at the appraisal center, the appraisers stared in stunned silence at the spiritual medicines spread across the table. It did not look like a normal collection at all. It looked more like someone had dumped out an entire wholesale market of rare herbs in front of them. One appraiser could not help muttering, "Since when were rare elixirs sold like cabbages?" With so many high-grade items sitting there at once, the entire appraisal team immediately dropped what they were doing and prioritized Yi's haul. And while everyone around him was losing their minds over the pile of treasures, Yi himself remained completely calm. He barely even seemed interested. The green and white quality magic cores were no longer useful to him, so he had already decided to sell them all without hesitation. As for the 5 blue magic cores from third-level monsters he had picked up during the Beast Tide, along with the emerald green core streaked with gold veins from the Ghost Demon Vine, those were different. Yi kept them for himself. By the time he finally walked out of the magic core recycling station, his bank account had swelled dramatically, climbing to more than 27 million in Xia currency. And yet, when Yi looked at that long string of zeros, he felt almost nothing. Maybe the number was simply too large, making it feel unreal. Or maybe his way of seeing things had already changed. At this point, if he could raise his template compatibility by another 10%, he would gladly trade away every bit of that money without blinking. Just as Yi was on his way to collect the assessed elixirs from the appraisal center, a sleek luxury business car rolled smoothly to a stop beside him. The car door opened, and a smiling, well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out. He greeted Yi with practiced warmth and introduced himself at once. "Li Yutian," he said, his tone friendly but direct. "Owner of Pingy Pharmacy. I've heard quite a bit about you." Yi had just walked out of the secret realm with a massive harvest of spiritual medicines, and clearly, word had already spread. Yi had been thinking about how to sell off all those spiritual medicines when Li Yotian's smooth voice interrupted his thoughts. The owner of Pingy Pharmacy stepped forward with a smile and did not bother circling around the topic. "I heard you brought back quite a collection from Redwood Mountain. Would you be willing to sell them to me?" He went straight to the point and offered to buy everything at a rate 1 point above market price. Yi said nothing at first. He simply looked at him. So much for privacy. As expected, the old foxes at the appraisal center had already leaked the details of his harvest. Still, Yi was not really bothered. If anything, This saved him the trouble of searching for buyers on his own. If someone wanted to come straight to him with money in hand, he had no reason to complain. The deal went through quickly and smoothly. Li Yutian even looked like he was the one begging to complete the purchase. And to be honest, that was not far from the truth. Even though he was clearly taking a financial hit, Li Yutian was smiling from ear to ear as he handed over the contract. The reason was simple. As a businessman, he could recognize talent when it stood right in front of him. He had managed to gather more high-grade elixirs in one trip than most teams could find in an entire year. To Li Yutian, this was not just a purchase. It was a chance to build a long-term relationship, and one generous deal today might open the door to exclusive access in the future. When the funds finally landed in his account, he looked at the balance again. Another mountain of money had appeared, but it still failed to stir any real excitement in him. No amount of cash could compare to increasing his strength by even 10%. The frustrating truth was that basic genetic potions, white magic cores, and green magic cores were all becoming meaningless to him now. None of them could push his template compatibility forward anymore. He let out a quiet sigh. In the end, his template had an even pickier appetite than he did. What he truly needed now was high-tier genetic medicine, but that kind of resource came with heavy restrictions. Access was locked behind status, privilege, and official channels, and he did not have enough of any of them yet. Money alone was not enough to buy what he needed. That left him with only one other practical path for the moment: martial arts techniques. Back during the entrance exam, he had crushed Lu Qingzhu and the others, but he knew very well that victory had not come from superior skill. It had all been because of the overwhelming strength granted by the Demora template. If they were talking about pure martial arts technique, he was nowhere near those seasoned fighters. Now that he had recognized the gap, he knew exactly who he needed to find. Someone with connections. Someone who might be able to get his hands on real, high-level martial techniques. Principal Old Deng. The thought had barely formed before he turned and sprinted straight toward In City's #1 middle school. When he arrived, Principal Old Deng welcomed him with the warmth of an elder greeting a favorite child returning home. Old Deng personally poured him a cup of hot tea, then even gave his shoulders a friendly squeeze as he laughed. I didn't expect our top scorer to come back and visit his old school. But with the old man's experience, he could tell at a glance that he had not come just to reminisce. This boy was clearly here because he needed something. With a knowing chuckle, Old Deng took out a bottle of white medicinal wine. Floating gently inside, it was a rare ginseng elixir, its roots suspended in the clear liquid. I got this just recently, he said with obvious pride. From none other than Li Yutian, the boss of Pingyi Pharmacy. Who could refuse a gift like that? A bottle that could strengthen the body, improve circulation, and boost vitality, especially when it had been soaked with such a rare medicinal ginseng. The moment Principal Old Deng saw it, his eyes practically lit up. Well, he grinned. Our top scorer isn't just talented and capable. He even knows how to respect his elders. He smiled humbly, his tone perfectly sincere. I'm only doing what I should. Respecting teachers and elders is a traditional virtue of Xia Nation, after all. Moved by the gesture, Principal Old Deng stopped pretending to be overly polite. The gift had been delivered, so it was time to talk about the real reason he had come. He leaned forward and got straight to the point. I want to learn real martial arts. Principal Old Deng's expression grew more serious as he listened. He then explained that while the market was full of so-called martial arts techniques, most of them were low-tier imitations with limited value. True high-level martial skills were rare, precious, and tightly guarded. In reality, there were only two proper ways to obtain them. The first was through university, where students could earn access to top-tier techniques with contribution points. The second was through inheritance, from elite warrior families who passed their secret arts down through their own bloodlines. The Liu family's signature martial style was one such example, something only core members or specially recognized outsiders could learn. That was also why top talents like Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou, and even he himself, despite having reached the peak of the martial apprentice level, had not yet broken through to warrior rank. It was not because they lacked talent or physical ability. It was because they lacked access. All official advancement methods for becoming a warrior were restricted to university students, and the government did not allow ordinary civilians to possess or practice that kind of knowledge outside the education system. That was exactly why he had come to Principal Old Deng, a man with enough connections to open doors that were normally locked. Old Deng raised an eyebrow. Why not just wait? You've already applied to Huadu University. Getting in is practically guaranteed. He looked at him with his most earnest and determined expression. I can't wait, he said firmly. I need to improve now. Seeing the fire in the boy's eyes, Old Deng could only sigh inwardly. This child really was different from the rest. Fine, he thought. A talent like this should not be boxed in by ordinary rules. As an educator, was it not his duty to teach each student according to their needs? Rules are for rigid people, he added with a cheeky little smile. Not for people like us, right? That one sentence hit Old Deng exactly where it needed to. The principal practically glowed with satisfaction, already floating halfway to cloud 9 from the flattery. You're lucky the education system still has open-minded teachers like me, he said with a pleased chuckle. The very next day, not long after noon, he had just stepped out of the shower after finishing his training when his communicator suddenly buzzed. It was Principal Old Deng. I've arranged everything, the old man said. You can head over now. Ihi thanked him, then casually asked which martial family had agreed to train him. The answer made Ihi freeze on the spot. The Liu family. He stared at the screen, stunned. The Liu family? They were actually willing to hand over their sacred martial arts? It sounded incredible, but also far too suspicious. Why would they suddenly offer up their most guarded techniques, especially after what had happened to their prized prodigy, Lu Qingzhu? He could not shake the doubt in his heart. After all, he had publicly humiliated Lu Qingzhu, the pride of their family, in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. And now the Liu family was just going to teach him their secret techniques? Was this truly legitimate? Or had Principal Old Deng somehow pushed him into a trap? He had plenty of doubts, but he went anyway. The Liu family estate stood on the outskirts of the city, occupying a vast piece of land passed down through generations. It was not merely a residence. It was a declaration of power. At the same time, on a road not far from there, a black customized motorcycle thundered down the street like a roaring jet engine. Its price tag alone was over 2 million yuan, and its engine power was comparable to a supercar. The rider, Liu, wore dark sunglasses and a leather jacket, looking every bit like a rich young master showing off. A blonde girl clung tightly around his waist, her hair whipping wildly in the wind as the speed made her press even closer, praising him between breathless bursts of adrenaline. Liu smirked beneath his shades, soaking in the thrill and feeling like he owned the entire road. But just as he was about to show off even more, something suddenly startled him. A figure had appeared right beside him out of nowhere. It was Ihi, casually pedaling a yellow shared bike as if he were out for an afternoon ride. Ihi glanced sideways at him and said calmly, "You might want to keep your eyes on the road. If you drive recklessly, the ones who cry won't be you. It'll be the people who actually care about you." Liu nearly lost control of the motorcycle right then and there. Was this guy seriously lecturing him about road safety while riding a rented shared bike? His face tightened, and he clenched the throttle hard. The steel beast beneath him immediately roared with furious power. The motorcycle shot forward in a roar, leaving Ihi behind in a rolling trail of exhaust smoke. Liu even raised one hand and flipped him the middle finger as he sped away, his arrogance written all over his face. So what if Ihi had some reputation? In Liu's eyes, a guy pedaling a shared bike on the street had no right to stand anywhere near someone like Lu Qingzhu. The blonde girl behind him squealed again, clinging tighter around his waist as she praised him for being so dominant. Liu's grin widened under his shades. For a moment, victory tasted sweet, like he had completely crushed Ihi in both speed and style. But that smug feeling did not last long. A strange humming sound suddenly rose behind them. At first, it was faint, but within seconds, it grew louder and sharper, even overpowering the thunderous engine of the motorcycle. Liu glanced back, and his eyes nearly popped out. A blinding streak of blue light was tearing through the air behind him. It was Ihi, still riding that tiny yellow shared bike, except now his legs were glowing like twin rocket engines. He had activated the nuclear-like combat body, but only through his legs. Blue energy flared around him like jet flames, and with every pedal, the little bicycle surged forward with impossible speed. In the blink of an eye, he blasted past the motorcycle like a blue meteor. Liu and the blonde girl both stared after him with their mouths hanging open, utterly speechless. That cheap, humble shared bike shot farther and farther ahead, moving less like a bicycle and more like an F-22 fighter jet cutting across the road. No one said a word. All that remained was pure, burning embarrassment. By the time Liu finally processed what had just happened, he had already arrived at the gates of the Liu family manor, rolling to a smooth stop as if the whole thing had been effortless. He looked up at the castle-like estate before him, and honestly, he was not surprised. This was exactly the kind of place one would expect from an old-money martial arts family. The entire manor felt like a private kingdom, spreading outward in neat rings around the central castle. Carefully maintained gardens filled the grounds, with hedges trimmed into animal shapes, bronze statues standing between the paths, and elegant fountains flowing quietly under the light. The castle itself rose with a solemn, imposing presence, built from gray stone walls, sharp spires, and grand old-world architecture that made a person instinctively straighten their posture just by standing before it. This, he thought, was what true legacy looked like. It was completely different from the flashy showiness of newly rich families. Then Ihi's expression settled, and he quietly activated his life magnetic field. His perception spread through the manor without a sound, and several powerful auras immediately appeared within his senses. They were strong, steady, and alive, moving somewhere inside the estate, as if the entire place was quietly watching him back. Just then, the manor gates opened. From a distance, a figure in white approached with calm, graceful steps. Her dress flowed softly as she moved, and the air around her seemed colder and quieter than the rest of the world. It was Lu Qingzhu. She hid the nervousness in her heart behind her usual frosty expression as she came forward to greet her classmate. Seeing her reaction, Yi gave a light chuckle and asked, "What's wrong? Not happy to see me?" Lu Qingzhu quickly lowered her head. "That's not it," she replied in a quiet voice. Yi's amusement deepened. "Oh, so you are happy to see me?" He had not expected that this usually aloof young lady could be so fun to tease. Flustered, Lu Qingzhu tried to explain herself. "My mother asked me to come out and greet you." She avoided his gaze, then turned around and walked ahead to lead the way. He did not keep teasing her. He simply followed behind her at an easy pace, taking in the scenery of the Lu family estate as they moved deeper inside. At the main entrance, two neatly dressed maids stood waiting. They bowed with flawless etiquette, and after respectfully acknowledging Lu Qingzhu, they opened the grand doors. Yi stepped onto a luxurious carpet and entered a vast hall decorated with refined elegance. The ceiling stretched high above, while tall arched windows poured soft light across the room, revealing the grandeur of every detail. On the far wall hung portraits of past Lu family heads, each one carrying a proud and dignified presence, as if the family's long history was quietly looking down from above. Lu Qingzhu lifted her head and called out to her mother, announcing that Yi had arrived. Almost immediately, the crisp sound of high heels echoed across the marble floor. Yi looked up toward the stairs, and there she was. A stunning woman descended with unhurried grace, each step carrying both elegance and authority, as though power itself had been wrapped in beauty. Age had not weakened her charm in the slightest. Instead, time had refined her beauty like fine wine, making it richer, deeper, and more dignified. Grace surrounded her naturally, while a calm, noble presence followed her like a cloak. Yi's breath caught for a moment. So this was Qin Lan, Lu Qingzhu's mother. At the sight of her, Yi's thoughts drifted back to the day of the college entrance exam. After Lu Qingzhu returned home that day, she had already prepared herself to face harsh criticism from her famously strict mother. But instead of scolding her, Qin Lan had called her into the study for tea. Qin Lan brooded herself, every movement precise, refined, and flawless, as if even pouring tea was something she had mastered to perfection. Lu Qingzhu had stood there tensely, ready to apologize for her defeat, but before she could speak, her mother gently raised one hand and stopped her. With calm softness, Qin Lan said, "There's no need to be nervous. I watched the live broadcast of your match against that boy." Qin Lan continued. "You did well. Exceptionally well." She paused briefly, then added with clear judgment, "His strength is extraordinary. Even if he had taken the Imperial Capital University exam, he would still have stood out. You have nothing to feel ashamed of." Even so, Lu Qingzhu remained silent. She stood quietly with her head lowered, not daring to sit down, and she did not even reach for the tea in front of her. Qin Lan allowed the silence to stretch for a moment before continuing. "Among your generation, you are the only one capable of carrying the weight of the Lu family. Your brother simply does not have that ability." Then Qin Lan gently lifted her daughter's chin and looked at her with a complicated softness. "But you are still a girl," she said, her voice lowering slightly, "and a beautiful one." She let out a quiet sigh. "Your father passed away too early, and now there is no one standing behind us to support the family from the shadows. Over the years, our influence has already withdrawn to this small city. If a major family comes forward with a marriage alliance, we may not have the strength to refuse." Her words grew heavier. "And if that happens, everything the Lu family has built over the past century may fall into someone else's hands." Qin Lan's voice remained calm from beginning to end, but every word carried weight, landing heavily in Lu Qingzhu's heart. "That boy seems good," Qin Lan continued. "He is talented, his background is clean, and his future is bright. From what I can see, he does not seem like the kind of person who chases power just for power's sake." She looked steadily at Lu Qingzhu. "I want to see the two of you get closer. What do you think?" Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened at the sudden statement, but before she could say a word, Qin Lan's sharp phoenix-like gaze locked onto hers. "You do not need to answer me now," Qin Lan added. "Just try getting to know Yi." Back in the present, Qin Lan reached the final step with effortless elegance and formally welcomed Yi to the Lu family. Yi returned the greeting with proper respect, his tone polite and measured, though his mind had to work hard to push aside the distracting impression left by Qin Lan's striking beauty and presence. Yi presented the gift he had brought, but Qin Lan barely glanced at it. Instead, she looked at him directly and said in a calm voice, "I heard from Principal Deng that you are interested in learning advanced martial arts." Yi answered without hesitation, "Yes." Qin Lan's response was just as direct, "My daughter will guide you." Yi blinked, genuinely surprised by how straightforward she was. He had expected negotiations, conditions, or at least a little testing, but he had not expected the Lu family to be this generous from the start. Qin Lan accepted the gift at last, still without paying much attention to what it was, and continued speaking. "Qingzhu will take you to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. You may train there, but nothing is allowed to leave the premises. You have one day." Then she paused for a moment. There are 3 Xianhuan martial arts techniques hidden inside the pavilion, Qinlan said. Whether you can understand them, or gain anything from them at all, depends entirely on your own ability. He was stunned once again. He had thought that, at most, he might be allowed to glance at a few higher-level techniques. He had never imagined the Liu family would grant him access to something as elite as Xianhuan-level martial arts. He could not tell whether Principal Deng had pulled some serious strings behind the scenes, or whether Qinlan was deliberately investing in him. But either way, the opportunity was now in front of him. Whether it was a genuine gift or a hidden trap did not matter. He had no choice but to take it. Understood, madam, he said respectfully. Please thank the Liu family on my behalf. He deliberately thanked the Liu family, not Qinlan personally. That detail did not escape her notice. It meant he was not merely accepting her generosity as an individual favor. He was giving a promise in return. If the Liu family ever needed him, he would answer. Qinlan's expression softened slightly. The more she looked at Yi, the more she appreciated his sense of measure. Yi, meanwhile, suddenly felt as if he had just passed some kind of invisible test without even knowing it. After they parted from Qinlan, Lu Qingzhu led Yi out of the main hall. The two of them walked side by side down a long corridor, heading toward the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Once they were alone again, the atmosphere between them quietly shifted. Lu Qingzhu could not stop thinking about the meaningful look her mother had given her. Yi, completely unaware of what was going through her mind, noticed something else instead. Lu Qingzhu, he asked, glancing at her profile, why do I feel like you're avoiding me? I'm not, she answered quickly, though her eyes darted away before she could meet his gaze. But when Yi suddenly stepped closer, closing the distance between them and catching her gaze directly, Lu Qingzhu flinched before she could stop herself. Like a startled deer, she stumbled back half a step. Lu Qingzhu had never been this close to a boy before. In that brief instant, she could even feel the warmth of Yi's breath brushing against her right cheek. Her face flushed red almost immediately. The cold, untouchable aura of the high mountain flower disappeared in an instant. She quickly stepped back, trying to steady herself as she asked in a flustered voice, "Why are you standing so close?" Yi did not answer. He simply followed her deeper through the manor, and before long, the two of them arrived at a hidden underground chamber. A massive stone door stood before them, ancient, rough, and clearly made from no ordinary material. Yi's curiosity was immediately stirred. Lu Qingzhu noticed his interest and explained, "This door is made from power transformation stone. It was mined from a secret realm. Even a strike from a Xianhuan level master would not be able to break it. Instead, it absorbs the energy of attacks." Yi looked at the door seriously and asked, "Can I punch it?" Lu Qingzhu blinked, caught off guard by the question. Most people would have been amazed by the rare material itself, not instantly wonder whether they could smash it. Still, after a brief pause, she nodded. "Go ahead." Yi stepped forward and slowly clenched his fist. Power surged through his body, and that familiar blazing blue light began to gather around his hand, wrapping it in a fierce glow like a comet about to crash down. Lu Qingzhu's expression changed the instant she saw that light. The faint smile on her face disappeared. That glow reminded her of something she would rather not think about. Without saying anything, she quietly turned her face away. With a thunderous boom, Yi's fist tore through the air and slammed into the stone door. The force of the punch sent a gust whipping through the underground chamber, strong enough to lift the hem of Lu Qingzhu's white skirt. But the strike did not explode outward like he expected. Instead, the moment Yi's power touched the door, it vanished as if swallowed whole. Gentle ripples spread across the stone surface, moving softly like waves across a quiet pond. Yi stood there in stunned silence. That had been his strongest punch, yet the instant it hit the wall, it felt as if his fist had sunk into water, soft, quiet, and completely smothered. More than 90% of the impact had been absorbed. It was rare to see Yi fail at anything, and Lu Qingzhu found the sight oddly amusing. She lifted a hand to cover her mouth, trying to hide the smile that had appeared before she even realized it. Then she stepped forward, opened the stone door, and gestured for him to enter. Inside was the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Rows of shelves stretched across the chamber, filled with technique scrolls and manuals arranged neatly by type. The entire place looked organized, solemn, and impressive. All the martial arts stored here are copies, Lu Qingzhu explained. They are divided by category, movement techniques, defense techniques, internal force methods, swordsmanship, and many others. If you want to study something, just swipe this. She handed Yi a sleek black and gold card. Yi took it, then asked, "What about the Xianhuan techniques?" "They are kept deeper inside, in a smaller stone chamber," Lu Qingzhu answered. "You will need this card to access them as well. But even if you go in, you will not be able to fully master anything in a single day. At most, you might understand a little of the basics." She paused for a moment, then pointed toward another shelf nearby. "Honestly, I do not think my mother giving you access to Xianhuan martial arts is necessarily a good thing. I can recommend a few techniques that are one tier lower, but they may actually be much more suitable for you right now." Yi glanced at Lu Qingzhu with an amused look, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Are you worried about me? There it was again, that teasing tone that made her want to turn around and leave. Annoyed, Lu Qingzhu turned her face away and decided she was done arguing with him for the moment. Yi raised both hands as if surrendering. All right, I understand. No need to worry about me. Lu Qingzhu tilted her head slightly, her expression still cool, but she said nothing more. She could already tell that Yi knew exactly what he wanted. If he was going to learn, then of course he would aim straight for the strongest technique available. That was simply who he was. With Xianhuan martial arts sitting right in front of him, if he did not even have the courage to try, then he might as well go home and focus on raising his template compatibility instead. Besides, Qinlan had opened this door for him herself. It was both a rare opportunity and a quiet test. If Yi backed down now, or failed to rise to the challenge, he might never be invited into the Lu family's inner circle again. Seeing the determination in Yi's eyes, Lu Qingzhu finally fell silent. She led him deeper inside, toward the chamber where the Xianhuan techniques were stored, a place far more heavily fortified than the rest of the martial arts pavilion. The chamber had been built from black power transformation stone, an extremely rare material that was almost impossible to destroy. Lu Qingzhu explained that her great-grandfather's generation had begun collecting it long ago, saving every piece for something truly important. This was the first time she had spoken so much in one breath, and even though her tone remained controlled, the pride in her voice was impossible to miss. It was pride in the Lu family's legacy, and in the weight of history carried by this place. With a low, heavy rumble, the Blackstone vault slowly opened. Inside, 3 heavily fortified safes came into view, each one thick, solid, and secure enough to withstand a direct strike from a tank. Lu Qingzhu warned Yi in a serious voice that if the wrong code was entered 5 times, the Xianhuan martial art inside would self-destruct, disappearing forever with no way to recover it. Yi looked at the names displayed before him. 2 of them, Floating Shadow and Xianhuan Jade Finger, were familiar. They were exactly the techniques Lu Qingzhu had used during their battle. But the third name was completely new to him, Paralyzing Demon in the Flesh. He had never seen Lu Qingzhu use it before. Lu Qingzhu then explained that Xianhuan martial arts were not learned simply by reading words on a page. They had to be felt. Their creators had embedded their own martial rhythm into each technique, and unless a person could resonate with that rhythm, or unless their martial attributes matched, they would not even be able to begin practicing. In other words, Xianhuan martial arts were not passive manuals waiting for someone to study them. They were almost alive. It was not just about whether Yi chose the technique. It was also about whether the technique chose him. At that moment, Yi suddenly understood why Lu Qingzhu had never used the third technique. It was not because she lacked talent. It was because that technique simply did not suit her. After all, how could a refined and graceful girl like Lu Qingzhu possibly match a brutal, savage technique with a name like Paralyzing Demon in the Flesh? But Yi was different. For someone like him, this technique sounded almost perfectly suited. He looked at it without hesitation and said confidently, I'll take that one. Lu Qingzhu entered the code, and the safe unlocked with a sharp click. But inside, there was no scroll and no book. Instead, a bronze statue stood there in silence. It depicted a towering, muscular figure frozen in a fierce battle stance, every inch of its body radiating violent power. Its muscles bulged with lifelike detail, and between the grooves of those muscles were twisted, ghostly faces, screaming, writhing, and trapped as if they were suffering eternal torment beneath the warrior's skin. This was the true form of the technique, a warrior so fierce that evil spirits seemed to be crushed and sealed inside his very flesh. The killing intent rolling off the statue was suffocating, heavy enough to make the air feel hard to breathe. He could almost hear the cries of the damned echoing from within it. So this was Xianhuan martial arts. Lu Qingzhu spoke again, her voice soft but carrying a trace of reverence. Not every martial technique is kept as a book or a scroll. They can take the form of statues, paintings, weapons, or almost anything else, she continued. That is part of what makes true martial masters so terrifying. They can bind their martial rhythm into objects and use them to pass their legacy down. Lu Qingzhu looked up at the bronze statue, and her voice carried quiet awe. Only real martial masters can condense their rhythm like this. This is how their art survives beyond them. Then her expression grew more serious. If a martial technique does not resonate with the person trying to learn it, then it will not only be useless in battle, it can even leave behind lasting injuries. That is exactly why Xianhuan martial arts forged by grandmasters can reach such terrifying heights. The greater the threshold, the greater the power hidden behind it. After explaining that, Lu Qingzhu stepped out of the chamber and left Yi alone to face the statue by himself. Yi stood there for a moment, feeling a little uncertain. He did not even know how to sense something like martial rhythm. With no better option, he called out to Lu Qingzhu for help. Her answer came back cool and brief, without the slightest extra explanation. If it's your fate, you'll feel it. And that was all she gave him. Yi frowned slightly. It almost felt like Lu Qingzhu was holding back on purpose, as if refusing to explain anything was her quiet little revenge. Still, if destiny was supposedly the key, then fine. He decided he would wait for it. And how did he choose to wait? He simply lay down where he was and fell asleep. Watching through the surveillance camera, Lu Qingzhu was stunned into silence. She had expected Yi to try something dramatic, maybe sit in deep meditation, cut his hand, spill some blood, or perform some strange ritual. But this? Sleeping? After a long pause, she muttered helplessly. Well, technically, sleeping beside a martial rhythm carrier is also a method. Even so, she still looked completely speechless. When Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different place. Around him stood a crumbling, old temple, covered in dust and tangled cobwebs. The wooden floor creaked beneath his feet, and at the altar ahead, an angry-faced Buddha statue loomed in the dimness. One of its arms snapped clean off. Was this the martial rhythm? Apparently, yes. He had entered the inner world of the third Xian Huan technique. But something felt wrong. He could not sense any martial energy. Even the familiar atomic power of his Demora template refused to activate. His body felt human, ordinary, and weak. Fortunately, his monster system template was still functioning. It immediately recognized that his consciousness had entered a special spiritual space and activated a protection function, shielding him from death while his mind was exposed. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rolled down from above, deep, rough, and wild. Only a real man can inherit my martial arts. If not, I would rather let it rot in the dirt forever. The voice drew closer, carrying a fierce pressure that filled the ruined temple. Boy, prove to me that you're made of iron. He snapped his head upward. There, seated on the broken arm of the angry-faced bodhisattva, was a hulking figure as large as a bear. His wild, unblinking eyes stared straight into Yi's soul, and his body looked exactly like the bronze statue Yi had seen in the chamber. The man grinned like a wolf baring its teeth. When the storm arrives, 100 ghosts will roam through the darkness. You must guard this temple. Do not let them defile that Buddha. His voice dropped into a growl. If you survive until the end, I will grant you the power to protect what matters. But if you fail, the man's tone darkened instantly. They will tear your spirit apart. You will lose your mind, and from that day on, you will never cultivate martial arts again. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze full of challenge. If you're a coward, now is your chance to run. A cold droplet slipped through the cracked ceiling and landed against Yi's cheek. The trial had begun. The hulking man had already vanished without a trace. Outside the ruined temple, the storm arrived in full force. Rain poured down harder and harder, and the sky turned pitch black as if the whole world had been swallowed by night. The wind howled through the broken walls like a pack of wolves, and Yi could feel something hidden inside that darkness. Countless unseen eyes were watching him from beyond the rain, cold, hungry, and waiting for the right moment to move. Yi scanned the inside of the temple and soon spotted something behind the altar, a rusty, broken sword lying half-hidden in the dust. He grabbed the sword, and its weight settled into his hands with a strange familiarity. Then he raised the blade and walked to the ruined entrance of the temple, standing there alone against the storm. Lightning cracked across the sky, briefly illuminating Yi's face in harsh white light. That thunder was not just weather. It was the signal. The world outside roared awake, and the night parade of 100 demons began. From the shadows, a dark figure suddenly lunged at him. Yi did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He swung the rusty sword straight toward its head. The instant the battered blade connected, golden light burst from its surface. The ghost let out a piercing shriek before disintegrating into ashes on the spot. So it was true. This trial was not going to leave him completely defenseless. The sword was no ordinary weapon after all. There were hidden tools inside this test. Yi's blood surged with excitement, and he no longer felt the need to cling to the safety of the ruined temple. Instead, he charged straight out into the darkness. The rusty sword rose high in his hand, cutting through the rain as he rushed forward. Unseen in the background, the hulking man reappeared atop the statue's broken arm and watched everything unfold. His eyes narrowed with scorn. This brat actually ran out of the temple with a sword? Does he have a death wish? He scoffed with his arms crossed. These spirits were all born from my evil energy. A little martial artist dares to challenge them head-on? Another fool. He shook his head in disappointment. Martial artists these days really do get more pathetic with every generation. The hulking man sighed and prepared to retrieve what he assumed would soon be Yi's broken spirit. But in the next moment, he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why aren't the ghosts touching him? Yi barely knew the first thing about swordsmanship, and his movements were nothing more than wild, clumsy swings. But every time a ghost approached, he lashed out, and the creature vanished in a burst of golden light. There was no form, no defense, and no strategy at all. Yet somehow, every slash landed. One ghost shrieked as it lunged at Yi with its claws stretched forward, but its attack passed straight through his body, as if Yi were not even standing there. Yi turned around without a hint of panic and cut the creature cleanly in half. By then, the truth was obvious. Yi's system was still active inside this spiritual realm, and its protection had granted him complete immunity. Inside this trial, Yi was untouchable, as if he possessed an invincible golden body. With a grin, Yi kept moving through the storm, the battered sword swinging awkwardly in his hands. But even with his amateur technique, the ghosts fell one after another, cut down like weeds before a violent wind. The hulking man was completely speechless. Since when had this trial become so easy? Rain lashed against the ruined temple, and the wind howled like the spirits themselves were crying out. Yet Yi stood tall in the chaos, drenched but completely unshaken, while the once ferocious ghosts began shrinking back from him like frightened sheep. Unable to keep watching from the shadows, the wild man finally descended and appeared directly in front of Yi. He stared at Yi with disbelief written all over his face. How are you unaffected by my martial rhythm? Yi only shrugged, looking perfectly casual. Just hard work and practice, that's all. The man paused for a second, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. What an unbelievably convenient answer. Still, rules were rules, and he had made a promise. You subdued the ghosts, the man said at last. As promised, I will pass the technique down to you. Whether you can endure it, though, is another matter entirely. Just then, the angry-faced bodhisattva behind them began to crumble. Its body collapsed into dust, revealing a deep, dark well hidden beneath the altar. Cold air poured up from the depths, thick with an oppressive sense of dread. That well holds the essence of every evil spirit I crushed during my life, the man explained. The technique, paralyzing demon in the flesh, lies within it. If you can refine it. But before he could finish speaking, Yi had already moved. Yi leapt straight into the well without the slightest hesitation. No fear, no pause, and not even a second thought. The hulking man blinked, clearly caught off guard by Yi's sudden dive. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. Now I'm curious to see just how far this kid can go. Good, that's excellent. In the darkness, the fierce man's voice echoed again, and this time it carried genuine approval. I've never seen a young man with a temperament like yours. Back when he had still been alive, this man had been a true legend, one of the rare warriors powerful enough to conquer an S-level secret realm. He had lived by the technique paralyzing demon in the flesh, and in the end, he had also died because of it. As the years passed, his vitality declined and his power slowly weakened. The evil spirits he had once suppressed and sealed inside his own body began to rebel against him. Twisted by their corruption and swallowed by their malice, he eventually lost control and slaughtered the people around him without mercy. To stop himself from falling completely into madness, he chose to end his own life. But before his final breath, he fused his soul, the vile spirits he had suppressed, and the martial art itself into the bronze statue, turning it into a vessel meant to carry his legacy forward. Even though a full century had passed and much of that sinister energy had already faded, the remnants were still far too violent for an ordinary martial artist to withstand. But if he could conquer that evil, if he could face the darkness that even the technique's creator had failed to fully overcome, then he would surpass the man who had created it. Back in the observation room, Qinlan had already joined Lu Qingzhu in front of the surveillance monitors. Together, mother and daughter watched Yi lying asleep inside the martial rhythm space, his body motionless on the chamber floor. Lu Qingzhu stared at the screen with her brows tightly furrowed, worry gradually building in her eyes. Then, all of a sudden, she gasped. Mother, what's happening to him? On the floor, Yi's body twitched sharply. His calm expression shifted, and even though he was unconscious, a smug little smile appeared on his face, almost as if he were dreaming of something pleasant. But in the next moment, the ghost-suppressing statue began to crack. Goosebumps rose across Yi's skin, and his body trembled violently. Thin trails of blood started seeping from his pores, as if countless needles were piercing him from the inside. Lu Qingzhu instantly panicked. Qinlan, however, did not flinch. She calmly took a slow drag from her cigarette, and pale smoke curled through the air as her eyes, half hidden beneath long dark lashes, gleamed with an unreadable light. That third Xianhuan martial art, she said quietly, was found by your grandfather in his later years. He tried to practice it once. She paused for a moment before continuing. Even with his grandmaster-level cultivation, the technique rejected him outright and injured him internally on the spot. Since then, no one in the Lu family has dared to attempt it again. Her voice grew colder as she looked at the monitor. It is not merely powerful. It is punishing, and strength like that never comes without a price. If he wants that power, then he must endure the pain that comes with it. Qinlan leaned a little closer to the screen, her tone soft yet sharp. If he truly wants to wear the crown, then he has to carry its weight. But in the next second, Qinlan suddenly froze. For the first time, that confident look in her eyes wavered. What? He was awake. Not only awake, but stretching lazily, calm and relaxed, as though he had just finished the most comfortable nap of his life. Lu Qingzhu glanced sideways at her mother, a nervous little smile tugging at her lips. Mother, maybe Ihi's trial wasn't quite as terrifying as you made it sound. They both looked back at the screen. The once majestic statue, which had radiated terrifying pressure only moments earlier, now sat dim and silent. Its carving was still exquisite, but the spirit inside it, that suffocating presence, had vanished completely. Because now, that power lived inside Ihi. He rose to his feet, stood tall before the statue, and gave it a respectful bow of gratitude. The fierce man's final words still echoed in Ihi's mind. Boy, you're the most talented person I've ever seen. Perhaps you'll be the one to uncover the truth behind the secret realms, the task none of us could finish. I'll leave it to your generation now. Ihi could only respond inwardly with a faint smirk. Senior, you're mistaken. I was just cheating. Compared with some grand mission of uncovering ancient truths and carrying humanity's future, the raw and tangible power now flowing through his veins felt far more real to him. Ihi clenched his fists, and a confident grin spread across his face. Flesh and blood binding the devil. This body was like a Jura incarnate. His system panel had not shown any direct stat increase, but deep inside, he knew his strength had at least doubled. That was the terrifying difference brought by truly mastering a Xianhuan martial art. Just then, the stone door creaked open. Qin Lan entered first, the sharp click of her heels echoing against the floor. Her usual composed elegance had been replaced by visible urgency. Ihi, she asked at once, did you master it? Ihi turned toward her with a smile, his white teeth flashing with a sharp confidence. Yeah, he said simply. I did. Lu Qingzhu followed close behind her mother, and the moment she heard those words, she froze. Did she hear that correctly? Her thoughts raced. For so long, the title of genius had always belonged to her, but now, standing before Ihi, she felt a strange heat rise to her cheeks. This was what a true genius looked like. Qin Lan remained silent as well, studying Ihi closely. Even with Lu Qingzhu's talent, it would take her at least a full week of meditation to resonate with a technique of that level. Yet this boy had done what? Slept through it? In 1 hour? Did he really just take a nap and understand everything? Ihi noticed the disbelief in both their eyes almost immediately. Since words alone clearly were not enough, Ihi had no choice but to prove it with action. He began circulating his martial energy, guiding it from his dantian into his palm. Normally, martial energy could not be seen with the naked eye, but the power gathering in Ihi's hand pulsed with a dark crimson glow. It was the evil spirit energy he had absorbed from the martial rhythm world. If he had to describe it, it was almost like a game buff, something that added explosive lethality to every attack. Taking a deep breath, Ihi unleashed his technique, mountain blocking fist. His back arched like a drawn bow, power rooted deep in his core, and then he struck. The punch ripped through the air, wrapped in murderous red and black light. The impact thundered through the chamber, followed by a chilling ghostly wail, as if 100 spirits had screamed at the same time. Lu Qingzhu's pupils contracted. The flow of energy, the precision of the strike, and the pressure contained in that punch were all flawless. And she could hear it clearly too, that haunting cry woven into the attack. That had to be the evil spirit energy Ihi had gained from the technique. Qin Lan, meanwhile, stared at Ihi with an unreadable expression. She had already admired this young man before, but even she had not expected him to surprise her to this extent. Ihi caught Qin Lan's gaze and immediately regretted looking over. Her eyes were intense, far too intense. Madam, your daughter is standing right here. Can we please tone it down a little? He really did not want to be called the Prime Minister's classmate again. As if realizing the atmosphere had become a little strange, Qin Lan cleared her throat and smoothly steered the conversation back to normal. Ihi, Qin Lan said, since you have already mastered one Xianhuan technique, would you be interested in learning the other two? You still have time left today. Lu Qingzhu stood quietly to the side. She was not overthinking his performance. Not really. Maybe only a little. At most, she felt defeated, because no matter how she looked at it, she seemed to be falling behind Ihi in every way. Even so, Lu Qingzhu's heart remained pure, and she quietly listened to her mother's offer. Qin Lan closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Was her daughter truly this dense, or was she only pretending not to understand? Qin Lan had clearly said she did not want anything to do with Ihi too quickly, so why did it now feel as if she was handing the entire Lu family fortune straight to him? Yes, Qin Lan had intended to invest in Ihi. She had even considered the possibility of making him her son-in-law one day. But that was supposed to come after careful planning, not after tossing every major family resource at someone who was not even part of the Lu family yet. Thinking back to her earlier conversation with Ihi, Qin Lan felt a headache coming on. Letting him learn any martial art in a single day? What had she been thinking? She had completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Ihi politely declined Qin Lan's offer. One Xianhuan technique is already more than enough, he said. I'll need time to absorb everything I've gained today. Then he turned toward Qin Lan and gave a slight bow. I should head home now. There are still a few matters I need to handle. All right, Qin Lan replied casually. My daughter will see you out. Then she paused, tapping her chin as if something had just occurred to her. right? The housekeeper mentioned that you came here on a shared bike. Do you know how to drive? If you do, pick something from the garage for the ride back. It will be more convenient. He blinked. Was she giving him a car now? At this point, every conversation with the Liu family seemed to come with some kind of surprise bonus. First martial arts, and now transportation? Then he remembered the sleek black motorcycle he had seen earlier, the one young Master Liu had been riding while carrying that blonde girl. It had been cool, flashy, and honestly, completely his style. Do you have any motorcycles? He asked. Of course, Qianlong answered smoothly. So, student He likes motorcycles? It seems you share that hobby with my troublesome son. If only he could be half as capable as you. With that, she made a call to the housekeeper. Bring out the best motorcycle from young Master Liu's collection. At that exact moment, young Master Liu was strolling through the garden when Aunt Hong approached him. Your mother invited a future son-in-law over today, she mentioned casually. Young Master Liu's eyes widened at once. His sister was a once-in-a-century beauty, smart, talented, and untouchable. In his mind, no ordinary man in the world could ever be good enough for her. Then a certain memory flashed through young Master Liu's mind. That guy, the one who had ruined his mood earlier and even scared away the blonde girl. His expression darkened immediately. It had better not be him. Then, with a violent vroom, something tore through the garden path at lightning speed. Young Master Liu blinked, then recognized the rider instantly. It was that guy, the one who had arrived on a shared bike earlier. His eyes went wide with disbelief. What the hell was He doing riding his motorcycle? Back at He's apartment, the lights were dim, and the windows had fogged over from the heat building inside the room. He picked up a glowing monster core and dipped it carefully into sauce. Last time, he had eaten one raw, and the taste had been absolutely awful. This time, he was not making the same mistake. If he had to eat monster cores, then at least he was going to prepare some flavor first. He popped the core into his mouth and swallowed it. Almost instantly, heat surged through his veins. Power exploded through his limbs and bones, spreading so quickly that he could feel it taking effect right away. Then He summoned his system panel. Back inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, he had activated the superimposed giant anthropomorphic template alongside the legendary Demora template. After absorbing multiple magic cores, their compatibility rates had now climbed to 85% and 21% respectively. It had been his first time using the supergiant humanoid form. At 50 meters tall, it was enormous by normal standards. But in Redwood Mountain, where some beasts moved like walking mountains, even that size had still felt small. Still, he knew he was only getting started. He was not satisfied yet. If the world around him was going to keep producing monsters that large, then he needed to become even bigger. He poured all of his available points into the Colossal Titan template. Then he picked up a glowing green magic core etched with golden patterns. Just like before, he dipped it into sauce, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed without hesitation. This one was meant to strengthen the Demora template, a special enhancement he had been saving until now. The moment the core entered his system, a violent surge of energy erupted inside He. Lightning crackled across his entire body, wrapping him in a blinding storm of pain and power. But just as the agony reached its peak, something unexpected happened. A prompt flashed before his eyes. Warning. After absorbing the genetic sequence of a rare plant-based life form, the Demora template is showing signs of mutation. Do you wish to allow the mutation to proceed? He froze where he stood. A mutation? That meant the template might evolve, but into what? If it gained new abilities, that would be perfect. But if it shifted into something weaker or incompatible with his current path, then it would become a negative evolution. The risk was very real. Still, after thinking for a moment, he clenched his teeth and made his choice. Yes, he was going to gamble on it. And this time, luck was on his side. Template mutation successful. S-rank nuclear Demora template unlocked. He's eyes widened instantly. S-rank. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not even speak. Then another notification appeared before him. When the Wild Traces Demora template reaches 100% compatibility, there is a 2% chance of evolving into Star Universe Demora. He's heart gave a hard jump. Just hearing the name Star Universe Demora made it sound like something far beyond ordinary monsters, a being that belonged on a cosmic level. But if he wanted to reach that evolution, his current Demora template had to reach full compatibility first, and he needed to push it there as quickly as possible. He clenched his fist, a fierce light burning in his eyes. He needed to upgrade this template. Not later. Now. But just as he was getting pulled deeper into his thoughts, a loud commotion outside suddenly dragged him back to reality. Shouts echoed through the night, followed by sharp sirens and the messy sound of people panicking. Something was clearly happening near his apartment complex. He frowned slightly, his attention sharpening at once. What was going on now? Could this be some kind of terrorist attack? Outside He's apartment complex, chaos had already erupted. A thunderous roar rolled down the street as armed units flooded into the area. Dozens of police cars screeched to a halt one after another, sirens blaring as they formed a tight perimeter and hurried to evacuate the terrified crowd. Back inside the apartment, a sudden knock on the door snapped through the room, and instantly pulled I's focus away from the noise outside. I went fully alert. His eyes narrowed as his instincts warned him that this was not normal. The original owner of this apartment had been a loner, someone who almost never had visitors, especially not at an hour like this. He had not ordered anything either. No deliveries. No guests. No reason for anyone to knock. Every nerve in his body tightened. Before he even moved toward the door, his gaze shifted toward the open window behind him. The air there shimmered faintly, bending as if something invisible had disturbed it. Calmly, he spoke to the empty space, asking the hidden intruder whether she already knew who he was. The atmosphere pulsed. A moment later, a figure materialized out of thin air. She stood there with complete confidence, her curves outlined by a sleek white nano-battlesuit that clung tightly to her body. A black reflective mask covered her face, hiding every trace of her identity. But despite her bold entrance, she was clearly surprised. He was not some random resident after all. Her original plan had been simple: hide something in his apartment, erase his memory, and leave without a trace. It should have been quick and easy. But now that he had seen through her illusion, the situation had changed, and she seemed ready to make him pay for it. He did not look frightened in the slightest. In a low voice, he asked who she was and why she had broken into his apartment. The masked woman gave no answer. Instead, the shadow on the floor suddenly twisted, crackling with energy as it slithered toward he like a venomous serpent. In that instant, he understood that he could not move. The space around him had been locked down. Fine then, let it burn. He had enough money saved anyway. If this apartment got destroyed, he would simply buy another one. The masked intruder paused slightly, confused by his reaction, and asked what kind of nonsense he was babbling about. He let the silence stretch for a dramatic moment, then stared her down and calmly declared that she was already a dead woman walking. Meanwhile, down on the streets below, a vicious battle had already broken out. Dozens of elite fighters in tactical training gear surrounded one man, Zhou Yi. Even though he was badly outnumbered, Zhou Yi held his ground, striking back with brutal precision and refusing to fall. But then, for a split second, his rhythm slipped. One of the special operatives seized the opening and slammed a heavy strike into Zhou Yi's abdomen. The impact drove martial energy straight into his core, sending waves of pain tearing through his body. Clutching his side, Zhou Yi staggered backward. "Don't let up," one officer barked. "Wait for an opening, then take him down." The operatives moved in perfect coordination, trained to fight as one unit. The moment Zhou Yi showed weakness, they pounced, forcing him to retreat step by step. But this was exactly what Zhou Yi had planned from the beginning. He was not here to win the fight. He was buying time for Yao Mei to escape with the golden gene. Realizing that his distraction was working, Zhou Yi threw his head back and let out a mad, triumphant laugh. Then he activated the forbidden blood-burning technique. Flames erupted around him, casting a hellish glow over the street as he fought like a man possessed, pushing his body past its limits against the storm of armored police closing in. Then, just as the battle reached its breaking point, a burst of bright blue light split the sky overhead. A dark figure dropped from above and slammed into the pavement beside Zhou Yi with earth-shattering force, cracking the ground beneath them. Zhou Yi turned and instantly recognized the figure. Yao Mei had arrived. Her silhouette was unmistakable. But had her nano-battlesuit not been pure white just moments ago? Now it looked pitch black, scorched like charcoal. Zhou Yi had risked everything to help her escape with the item. So why had she come back? Yao Mei pulled herself out of the shallow crater, visibly shaken. She had not expected Yi to be that powerful. The beam he had fired straight from his throat had hit her head-on. If not for the protection of her nano-battlesuit, she would have been torn apart. Leaning close to Zhou Yi, she whispered that the package had already been secured and hidden. It was time for them to disappear. Relief washed across Zhou Yi's face, but the armed police quickly realized what was happening. Once the officers understood that Zhou Yi and Yao Mei were working together, they immediately tried to tighten the encirclement. But then, with a sharp bang, a high-grade smoke bomb exploded, spreading a dense fog across the battlefield. This was no ordinary smoke. It could block even the sharp perception of martial warriors. The police scrambled at once, channeling martial energy to whip up gusts of wind in an attempt to clear the haze. By the time the smoke finally thinned, Zhou Yi and Yao Mei had already vanished into the sewers. 30 minutes later, the two of them emerged from an alley far away from the chaos. Distant sirens still echoed through the streets behind them, but for the moment, they had managed to shake off pursuit. Zhou Yi exhaled heavily, finally able to catch his breath. Just as he was admiring how quickly Yao Mei's nano-battlesuit had repaired itself, a chilling voice sliced through the quiet night. "You still haven't explained why you broke into my home." Yao Mei froze on the spot, her eyes widening in shock behind the mask. She had made a massive mistake. Choosing a random apartment had seemed like the perfect plan, but out of everyone in the city, she had somehow picked the final boss in disguise. And now he clearly had no intention of letting the matter go. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Yi. "How the hell did you find us when even the cops couldn't?" Yi did not bother answering. There was no need to explain that Yao Mei had been marked without realizing it, traced by the nuclear radiation left behind by his own energy. He was always silent when he struck. Boom. A small blast erupted beneath his feet, and in the next instant, he launched forward like a rocket, the air hissing from the recoil. His fist flashed through the darkness, driving straight toward Zhou Yi. But this was not an ordinary punch. Fueled by dark red energy and malevolent spiritual force, a violent cellular reaction surged through Yi's arm as his mountain-blocking fist exploded forward at full power. Zhou Yi crossed his arms in front of him to defend, but that guard meant almost nothing against the force coming at him. Yi's punch tore straight through Zhou Yi's defense, and the energy detonated violently the moment it hit. To Zhou Yi, it felt less like being punched and more like being struck head-on by a freight train. His entire body was blasted backward. Zhou Yi smashed into a concrete wall with a deafening crack, sending dust and broken fragments spilling into the air. Yao Mei gasped in disbelief. A 6th-rank martial warrior had been knocked down in a single strike, and not by some famous powerhouse, but by a boy whose martial energy barely seemed above apprentice level. Who exactly was this kid? Zhou Yi, barely able to move, looked up through the pain and forced a grin. I'm a disciple of Emperor Guangla. Yao Mei's expression twisted in disbelief. She had never even heard that name before. Since when did a small place like in city hide monsters like this? Before Yao Mei could fully process it, Zhou Yi cut in again, his voice weak, but still sharp. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I just went through hell in that fight. I used a forbidden technique and burned away half my blood. Zhou Yi could feel it clearly. His blood was thinning, and his power was slipping. After that earlier battle, and after burning through part of his life force, he was probably down to about 70% of his usual strength. But even weakened and worn down, he still refused to see Yi, a mere martial apprentice, as a real threat. He did not care what legendary master Yi might have studied under. Geniuses always died early. Arrogant, reckless, and convinced they were untouchable. Zhou Yi stomped forward heavily and activated his 5-step formation. His soles crushed into the cold pavement as he advanced, each step thundering louder than the last. With every stride, his momentum surged higher and faster. The air behind him began to twist and shimmer, while energy and blood mixed together and rose into a cloud of red smoke. Under the dim night sky, Zhou Yi's skin gradually took on a metallic sheen. A silver hue spread across his body like a layer of living armor, and from his forehead, a thick, brutal horn pushed outward. This was his true form, the iron-crowned rhino bloodline, fully awakened. Seeing Zhou Yi prepare for a final clash, Yi's lips curled into a sharp, eager grin. Deep inside Yi's body, his cells sparked with atomic fusion. This was the kind of fight he lived for. But just as the air between them tightened, Yao Mei made her move. Believing herself to be the real threat from the shadows, she activated the stealth mode on her nano battlesuit and vanished into the air. Then she lunged from behind, confident that Yi would never sense her. She was wrong. Without even turning his head, Yi fired a concentrated atomic beam directly behind him. The blast struck Yao Mei in midair, hitting her squarely in the abdomen. Yao Mei was sent flying, crashing hard into the side wall, as Yi calmly warned her, "Stay out of this." Zhou Yi watched the failed ambush with fury burning in his eyes. His own sister had not even managed to land a sneak attack. Furious, Zhou Yi exploded forward. Power burst from his legs, launching him toward Yi like a missile. Their fists collided in midair. The impact twisted the very air into visible ripples, shaking the space around them. Lightning crackled from Yi's strike and burst across Zhou Yi's body, but the silver skin of the iron-crowned rhino held firm. Only dark scorch marks remained. There were no real wounds. Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Yi's defense had skyrocketed after transforming. And Zhou Yi's grin said everything. In this beast form, his body could survive tank fire. What could Yi possibly do to break through armor like that? But it was not just Zhou Yi's defense that had grown stronger. His offensive power had risen as well. Yi tried to leap back and create distance, but Zhou Yi did not give him even a second to breathe. Zhou Yi was on him again in an instant, closing the gap and throwing punches with unstoppable aggression. His eyes gleamed with madness, and the thrill of crushing a so-called prodigy seemed to light him up from within. Still, Zhou Yi remembered that blast, the single blue beam that had nearly taken Yao Mei out. Even as he attacked, a flicker of caution remained in his mind. Then, just as Zhou Yi's punch was about to land, Yi vanished. No flash, no warning, no afterimage. He simply disappeared from where he had been standing. Zhou Yi blinked in shock. What had just happened? No matter how arrogant Yi seemed, he clearly knew he could not take the iron-crowned rhino head-on forever. But Yi was not dead. Zhou Yi had felt nothing connect. He had not missed because of poor aim. Yi had moved. Then, without warning, boom, a massive surge of blue lightning exploded behind Zhou Yi. He whipped around, and in the haze of the ruined night, something enormous was already rising. A towering giant, half buried in rolling mist, stretched nearly 30 meters into the sky. Plasma flickered around its body, blurring the edges of its shape, but those dark blue glowing eyes were perfectly clear, locked straight onto him with an eerie, unnatural focus. In that instant, Zhou-Yi felt it deep in his chest, a crushing pressure, a fear older than thought, the kind of primal terror that made every instinct scream. He was far too close. There was no room to escape, no time to move. The blue sparks surged again, and the whole area was swallowed by raging plasma. The blast tore through everything within dozens of meters, vaporizing scattered debris, ripping apart foundations, and drowning the street in a blinding blue explosion. Fortunately, the fight had already been pushed into a half-abandoned stretch of the city, a district filled with unfinished buildings, empty frames, and construction sites left to rot. There were almost no civilians nearby. From the center of the blast zone, white vapor hissed upward in thick waves, curling into the night air. That sensation of being watched pressed harder against Zhou-Yi's nerves, and his gaze snapped toward the massive shadow in front of him. The giant had barely moved. It simply stood there, silent and terrifying, as mist drifted around its colossal frame. Parts of its body looked exposed, almost skinless, with faint blue light pulsing beneath the raw flesh. Thick, muscular veins throbbed with glowing blue blood, making it seem less like a living creature and more like some nightmare given physical form. Zhou-Yi stared at the thing in front of him, his mind racing. What exactly was this monster? Was it some kind of summoned creature? A beast hidden in Ihi's hands? No, that didn't feel right. A colder possibility struck him, and his expression tightened. Could it be that the brat himself had transformed into this? As if the giant had heard the question in his mind, it suddenly began to move. One enormous arm slid through the layers of mist, the skinless muscles beneath gleaming wetly in the blue light. Its massive hand stretched forward, reaching straight for Zhou-Yi as if it were about to pluck him from the ground. Zhou-Yi's body moved before his thoughts could catch up. Pure combat instinct took over, and he sprang backward in a sharp retreat. Years of fighting, killing, and surviving had carved that reaction into his bones. But the giant's other fist was already waiting for him. It burst through the fog like a cannonball, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Zhou-Yi had no chance to dodge. While still suspended midair, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to activate the forbidden blood-burning technique again. His body screamed in protest as he squeezed out what little life force remained, reigniting that silver glow across his skin. Boom! The punch crashed into him. The ground split open beneath the impact. A violent shockwave blasted outward, and Zhou-Yi was smashed deep into the earth, shaking the entire block. Wind roared across the ruined street, sending chunks of rubble flying in every direction. And that was only the first strike. The giant lifted both fists again, then brought them down one after another, pounding the ground like a storm of falling meteors. Every blow drove the crater deeper, smashing Zhou-Yi again and again with unbelievable force. He could no longer fight back. All he could do was endure. His armor was terrifyingly tough, but it couldn't erase the impact. Every shock passed straight through the protective layer and into his body. He felt bones cracking, his organs twisting under the pressure. Even his soul seemed to tremble, as if it might be shaken loose from his body. A single thought flashed through his mind with chilling clarity. If this kept going, he was going to die. At the same time, Ihi's system panel flashed to life, lines of real-time information racing across his vision. Among the shifting data, one entry pulsed to the top with brutal clarity. Colossal giant. Physical power, 23. Nearby, Yaoi-Mei struggled to push herself up, her body trembling as she looked down at the battlefield. The sight made her blood run cold. Zhou-Yi, her proud and powerful sixth-ranked brother, the person she had always believed could stand above most opponents, was being beaten into the ground like a helpless training dummy. He was completely overwhelmed by that monstrous figure, a terrifying creature that somehow carried Ihi's presence. Watching it happen, Yaoi-Mei felt regret stab so deeply through her chest that it nearly crushed her. Why had she provoked this freak? Why had she dragged herself into this nightmare? Running away was meaningless now. Ihi had found them once, and if she fled, he would only find her again. Besides, abandoning Zhou-Yi here was something she couldn't do. With escape cut off and her brother on the verge of death, Yaoi-Mei realized she had only one chance left. Gritting her teeth, Yaoi-Mei made her decision. She turned sharply and sprinted toward the nearest high-rise, racing up through the building with desperate speed. When she reached the rooftop edge, she didn't hesitate. Yaoi-Mei launched herself into the air, diving straight toward the giant below. In her hand gleamed a razor-thin yellow thread pulled from her nanosuit. It was a molecular-grade filament, so sharp it could cut through high-tier alloy as easily as a blade passing through softened butter. As she closed the distance, her eyes fixed on the giant's throat. If this thing truly was Ihi, then no matter how monstrous he looked, his vital points should still follow a human structure. Yaoi-Mei whipped the thread around his neck, looping it again and again with practiced speed. The filament tightened in an instant. Then she pulled with all her strength. A bright spray of red burst into the air. Shock surged through Yaoi-Mei so violently that, for a heartbeat, She almost forgot to breathe. The giant hadn't resisted at all. Its throat split open under the cutting thread, and burning blue blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying wildly into the night sky. The flow was fierce, hot, and unstoppable, painting the ruined street in a terrifying glow. A small pool of blood began spreading beneath Yao Imei's feet, steaming against the broken ground as it gathered around her. Yao Imei slowly straightened up, chest heaving as she tried to steady her breathing. For one fragile moment, she thought it was finally over. Then she lifted her head and met the giant's gaze. Its enormous dark blue pupils stared back at her, each one as large as a lantern. But something about those eyes made her heart sink. They didn't look pained. They almost looked amused, as if they were silently mocking her. Then the giant opened its mouth. Deep inside its throat, blue light began to gather and swirl, condensing into a blinding core. A low, heavy hum rolled through the air, vibrating through the surrounding buildings, and the sound grew louder with every passing second. Yao Imei's eyes widened in horror as she realized what was coming. In the final second before everything turned white, all Yao Imei could see was a wall of brilliant blue light rushing toward her. Boom! The atomic breath swallowed her completely. Her body vanished in the blast, vaporized in an instant and hurled through the side of a building as the beam carved onward. A trail of glowing destruction tore across the skyline, slicing through concrete as if it were paper and leaving a luminous scar burned into the night. When the last of that devastating exhale finally faded, the giant remained standing, its body glowing like a furnace in the aftermath. Steam poured from exposed muscle and torn flesh. Then, little by little, its enormous body began to evaporate, breaking apart in the rising heat and disappearing into the air. And from within the giant's fading skull, Yi stepped out. Threads of blood and muscle still clung to his body as waves of hot vapor rolled off him. Yet his hands rested casually in his pockets, and his expression was calm, almost bored, as if he had just walked out of an ordinary doorway instead of the remains of a monster. He lowered his gaze toward Zhou-Yi, or what was left of him after that brutal beating. Zhou-Yi lay there soaked in blood, barely breathing. His body twitched weakly as he struggled to lift his head. With the last scraps of strength he could gather, he coughed, spat a mouthful of blood toward Yi, and forced out a hoarse sentence. "You really are a monster." Yi only gave a small shrug, his face unmoved by the insult. "Anyone who chooses to kill," he said calmly, "should be ready to die." In the distance, sirens began to wail, growing louder as they cut through the ruined night. The police were already closing in on the scene. After the level of destruction he had just unleashed, there was no chance the authorities could miss it. As he prepared to finish things completely, Zhou-Yi suddenly twisted his bloodied face into a crooked smirk. "You think this is over?" he rasped. "That woman you killed, she hid something in your apartment. It's called the Golden Gene. And now, it belongs to you." Zhou-Yi wheezed as fresh blood ran from the corner of his mouth. "And all the enemies that come with it belong to you too. You'd better run, kid. Because they'll keep coming. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Yi frowned slightly. Even at death's door, this man still had to claw out one final threat. Yi said nothing. He simply lifted his foot and brought it down hard. Zhou-Yi's head cracked against the concrete, and the ruined street fell silent once more. As for running, Yi had never been the type to run. The sirens were almost on top of him now, but Yi didn't panic. He handled Zhou-Yi's body quickly and cleanly, then turned on his heel and vanished into the deep shadows of the night. By the time the police finally reached the area, the streets had already been reduced to a nightmare. The pavement was scorched black. A building had been torn apart. A massive hole gaped through solid structure where the atomic breath had blasted clean through it. The whole place looked less like a city block and more like the aftermath of a battlefield. Later that night, Yi returned home. He moved with calm, controlled purpose, and the first thing he did was send a message to Aunt Sheen. "How did the police questioning go?" Aunt Sheen replied quickly, telling him everything had gone fine. Things had been tense lately, but for the moment, the situation was still under control. She told Yi to keep a low profile until Huadu University reopened. Yi, in turn, reassured Aunt Sheen not to worry. After all, wasn't he the most well-behaved person she knew? It was fortunate that he had warned Aunt Sheen in advance. With an explosion on that scale, there was absolutely no way the authorities would have overlooked it otherwise. After ending the conversation, Yi swept his gaze across the room and quickly found what he was looking for. The golden gene was exactly where Zhou-Yi had said it would be. It was sealed inside a silver cylindrical container. On the side was a black emblem, an eagle spreading its wings wide. But those wings had no flesh and no feathers, only bare bone. Yi recognized the symbol immediately. Laserbird, one of the biggest names in the entire biotech industry. And according to what he knew, the golden gene was a marvel of genetic engineering, a project born in Laserbird's laboratories after the company inherited fragments of Prometheus's biological legacy. Yi stared at the container in silence. Out of all the things that could have fallen into his hands, it had to be this. What irritated him most wasn't only the danger it brought. It was how stupid the whole situation was. The security team Laserbird had hired to protect this priceless project had turned out to be complete frauds. They stole it, tried to escape, got hunted down, and somehow dumped the entire disaster onto Ihe's doorstep. He tried twisting open the lid of the silver canister, but it didn't budge. The seal was locked tight. With a tired sigh, he tossed the container aside for the moment. There were bigger, more immediate problems staring him in the face, like the state of his apartment, or more accurately, the crater where his living room used to be. Ihe looked over the rubble for a moment, then muttered under his breath, "Yeah, time to find a hotel." 1 month later, everything shifted to Swan Lake, the only B-level secret realm in all of Ant City. Deep inside the inner region of Swan Lake, a battle was just coming to an end. A powerful team of martial warriors, with not a single member weaker than 5th rank, had surrounded and killed a ferocious third-class blood-eyed sin wolf. Just as the team leader carved open the beast's belly and pulled out its magic core, a deep rumble rolled through the forest like distant thunder. Everyone froze at once. A red-haired woman in the squad turned pale, her voice trembling as she called out to the captain. Then she raised a shaking hand and pointed ahead. Something was wrong. Far in the distance, trees began crashing down one after another, snapping like dry twigs beneath an unseen force. Countless footsteps pounded against the earth, merging into a sound like rolling thunder. The ground beneath the team's boots started to shake. Then they saw it. A monstrous tide of beasts was surging toward them, filling the horizon from edge to edge. There seemed to be no end to it. A sea of claws, fangs, muscle, and bloodthirsty bodies trampled everything in its path as it rushed forward. And at the very center of that beast tide stood something even more terrifying. On top of a crocodilian behemoth so enormous it seemed taller than the surrounding mountains, there sat a throne made entirely of bones. But they weren't ordinary bones. They were the remains of human martial warriors. Skulls were stacked together in intricate layers, forming the base of the throne like a grotesque monument. Each one seemed to silently testify to a life that had been crushed and claimed. Lounging on top of that bone throne was a massive black ape. Its legs were crossed almost like a human's, and its eyes were half closed, giving it the lazy look of a creature dozing in complete confidence. But above the black ape's head, the sky itself was twisting. Dark clouds spiraled together, lightning crackled through the gloom, and thunder rolled across Swan Lake like the world was announcing the arrival of something catastrophic. The heavens seemed to react the moment that creature appeared. Even with its eyes half closed, looking as if it were barely awake, the monster's presence alone twisted the balance of nature around it. This was no ordinary beast lurking in the secret realm. This was an overlord-class monster. Only a creature at that level could summon such a terrifying phenomenon, bending the sky itself beneath its pressure. The team didn't waste even a single breath hesitating. They turned and ran. The magic core they had just fought for was instantly forgotten. The captain's voice rang out behind them, strained and breathless with panic. "Notify the army. Now. An overlord-class monster is leading a beast tide, and it's heading straight for the city." Everyone understood exactly what those words meant. This wasn't simply danger. This was the beginning of annihilation. Against a threat like that, only grandmasters and senior grandmasters even had the smallest chance of standing their ground. The captain's face tightened as he cursed under his breath. Monsters like this almost never left their own territories. That was the only reason Swan Lake had remained stable all this time. So why now? Why had this thing suddenly crossed over? Because when an overlord-class beast decides to move, it is never just a hunt. It is a full-blown catastrophe, the kind that can erase an entire city from the map. And as if the monster's raw strength wasn't horrifying enough, overlord-class beasts carried another terrifying ability. They could emit a special sound wave, one that human ears could not hear, yet magical beasts could never resist. That invisible wave seized control of every creature below sovereign level, turning wild monsters into obedient slaves. Around an overlord-class magical beast, weaker creatures naturally began to gather, drawn in like iron filings to a magnet. But they didn't merely follow. Under that influence, they changed. Even the weakest monsters would be pushed to mutate, their bodies forced to grow stronger under the overlord's command. Before long, new lord-class beasts would begin to emerge from the horde. And once this fifth-tier, sovereign-level monster led that army into Ant City, it would no longer be a battle. It would become a massacre. The city would fall, and millions of people would be buried beneath the tide. High above the surging swarm of monsters, the blood-eyed black ape sat silently on its grim throne of human bones. Then, slowly, it opened its glowing scarlet eyes. Those eyes were cold, arrogant, and filled with disdain. Its gaze swept over the fleeing squad of human warriors as if they were nothing more than insects crawling beneath its feet. Without the blood-eyed black ape saying a word, the crocodilian behemoth beneath the throne stirred. Its vertical pupils flashed with violent light, as though it had already received the order. The crocodilian behemoth opened its enormous jaws and released a low, silent chant. But that sound was not meant for human ears. Instead, vibrant sonic ripples burst outward, spreading in massive multicolored waves that crashed through the forest like a tsunami. Mud, rocks, and earth were ripped from the ground, rising into the air as they spun violently together. In just seconds, the churning mass compressed into a huge stone cone nearly 10 meters long, its tip sharpened like a missile. With a brutal blast of pressure, it launched forward and split the sky. Boom. An entire mountaintop was obliterated, pierced straight through by the attack. The warrior team had no time to react. A rain of stone cones came crashing down from above, swallowing them beneath a storm of destruction. It was like the sky itself had turned into a meteor shower. The land shook violently. When the dust finally settled, silence covered the battlefield. Only a single severed hand remained, still tightly gripping a radio communicator. But the message had already been sent. An overlord-level incursion had been detected. Far above the carnage, the blood-eyed black ape rose from its throne. For the first time, it spoke in fluent, bone-chilling human language. Advance. Full speed. The monstrous horde roared in response, their howls surging like a tidal wave of bloodlust. Then the earth trembled as the entire beast tide charged forward. At that exact moment, outside the Swan Lake secret realm, alarms screamed across the city. Piercing, high-pitched warnings echoed through the streets, cutting through every district with terrifying clarity. A beast tide was coming. People froze where they stood. Many of them had seen reports like this on the news before. They had heard about beast invasions tearing through distant countries, distant cities, distant lives. But that had always felt like something far away, something that happened somewhere else. Not here. Not in their own city. Now reality struck them like ice water. Some stood frozen in disbelief, wondering if this was only a nightmare. Then a voice came through the citywide broadcast system. It was the mayor himself. Attention, all citizens. A large-scale beast tide has erupted from the Swan Lake secret realm and is expected to breach in city's defenses within 20 minutes. The army has already been mobilized. All warriors in the city are called to action immediately. That announcement shattered the last trace of stillness. Chaos erupted across the city. People rushed into the streets, desperate to escape. Highways became packed with vehicles. Train stations overflowed with crowds. Everyone was scrambling for a way out. Cars clogged every major road. Trains were overloaded. Flights sold out in seconds. The entire city seemed to be collapsing into panic. Armed police were deployed throughout the streets to hold back the chaos, while government forces worked non-stop to keep order from completely breaking apart. Citywide alerts flashed across every screen and blared from every radio. Among all those warnings, one message stood above the rest. Evacuation priority would be given to children and students. They were the future. If a city truly fell, then they would be the ones left to remember what happened here. They would be the ones to rebuild what was destroyed, carry forward the city's legacy, and one day avenge the people who never made it out. Inside City Hall, Mayor Huang Qing was buried beneath call after call. One line rang before the previous one had even ended. He was doing everything he could to buy even a little more time, trying to slow the disaster that was crashing toward them. His secretary burst through the door with urgent updates. Without wasting a second, Mayor Huang Qing looked up and asked, "Have the reinforcement requests been sent? Which cities have responded? Which cities are willing to send help?" His voice was tight with urgency. The secretary hesitated, her face grim and heavy. "It's not just us," she said quietly. "Beast invasions have been reported in multiple regions across the country. Most cities are already overwhelmed. The few cities that had not yet been attacked were no longer in any position to send support. They had already begun raising their own defenses, preparing for the possibility that the same nightmare would soon reach them as well." Mayor Huang Qing's shoulders tightened. Then he asked again, almost as if clinging to the last possible hope. "What about the imperial capital? Even one grandmaster would be enough. Just one." But even that small hope was more than a city could ask for. The secretary's next words fell heavily into the room. "An S-level secret realm has appeared in Guangchang City, right next to the capital. Every top-tier warrior from the imperial capital has already been deployed there to contain it." Mayor Huang Qing sank back into his chair, the weight of the news pressing down on him. But his sharp instincts were screaming a truth far louder than any official report. This was no coincidence. This was not a random outbreak. The entire Xia nation had been caught inside something much larger. A carefully arranged trap. A national-scale beast tide, coordinated and planned. But there was no time left to dwell on it. Mayor Huang Qing stood again, straighter than before. Though he was nearing 50, the fire from his youth seemed to ignite in his eyes once more. They had no reinforcements, no support, no safety net. And city had only itself. And the defense of an city had already begun. Elsewhere, at the Chu family's private training grounds, the sharp sounds of fists cutting through the air echoed again and again. Yi and Chu Zhou were locked deep in a sparring match. By now, Chu Zhou understood one thing clearly. Trying to test Yi with words, or provoke him into taking something seriously, was completely useless. If Chu Zhou wanted Yi to respond with any real effort, he had to attack with everything he had. Even then, everything he had still wasn't enough. Yi drove a heavy punch straight into Chu Zhou's chest. Chu Zhou reacted instantly, summoning an armor of ice around himself. A thick shell of frost wrapped over his body, forming a cold defensive barrier in the blink of an eye. But the moment Yi's fist struck it, the armor shattered. The punch tore through the ice with frightening ease. Around Yi's fist, jagged magical fangs of dark, evil energy had fused into the strike. They ripped through Chu Zhou's armor like paper, leaving the defense completely useless. Chu Zhou was knocked backward, his feet scraping across the training ground before he finally steadied himself. But instead of looking angry, he couldn't help but smile. Didn't think you'd land that cleanly. He could feel it clearly now, the strange, dark power lingering around Yi's body. This was not martial arts as Chu Zhou understood it. It felt deeper than technique, and far more twisted. What style is that? Tortoise martial arts, Yi replied with a casual shrug. Yeah, I picked it up about a month ago. Still working on the details. But the real point was not the name. What mattered was that Yi had grasped the core of its power, the demon in the flesh technique. It was a style that fed on evil spirits. Every time Yi survived a brutal battle, every time he killed, the evil spirit within him absorbed something from the fallen. It copied them, learned from them, and grew stronger. Before they could clash again, a sharp alarm tore through the quiet training ground. Beast invasion. Both Yi and Chu Zhou froze at the same time, their instincts snapping into action. A moment later, their phones buzzed with an emergency alert. All college prep students in city were ordered to evacuate immediately. Flights B521 and B753 were scheduled at the city's main airport. High-speed train A423 was also prepared for departure. Students had priority. Yi looked at Chu Zhou, his eyes steady. Are you going? Chu Zhou looked back at him and hesitated. Then, in a low voice, he said, with your talent, maybe you should leave. Let the others handle the defense. You have too much to lose. But Chu Zhou clearly still didn't understand Yi well enough. That smile had already appeared on Yi's face, the same eerie grin he wore right before killing someone. Was he excited? Yes, he absolutely was. Yi smirked and answered flatly. You talk too much. Since when did you get so sentimental? He cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp in the air. If I'm staying, then you don't have any reason to run either. At that moment, there was only one thing left for them to focus on. At the Liu family manor, another confrontation was unfolding. Just as Lu Qingzhu was about to step out the door, she found Qin Lan standing directly in her path. Lu Qingzhu was ready to fight. She wanted to join the front lines and face the beast tide with the rest of City's warriors. But Qin Lan had only one concern, her daughter's life. If you go, Qin Lan said, her voice low but steady. How confident are you that you'll come back alive? Or even come back in one piece? Lu Qingzhu said nothing. Qin Lan continued. There are around 30,000 warriors in City. Even if you include retired veterans, the sick, and volunteers, maybe that number reaches 50,000. But against this beast tide, that is nothing. It is a single drop of water facing a tidal wave. Qin Lan's voice trembled slightly despite her calm expression. And as for the Overlord-class monsters, those are not enemies we can face. Not here. Only Grandmasters have even a chance of surviving against them, and even that chance is barely worth mentioning. To Qin Lan, Lu Qingzhu's life did not belong only to herself. She was the lifeline of the entire Lu family. But Lu Qingzhu still did not stop. She did not argue, and she did not explain herself. She simply walked past her mother and kept moving forward. That silence carried more weight than any speech. To Lu Qingzhu, if a warrior family could not stand up to defend humanity against monsters, then what meaning did that family even have? Qin Lan did not chase after her or raise her voice. She only listened as the door shut behind Lu Qingzhu with a deep, echoing thud. As the latch clicked into place, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Aunt Hong. Qin Lan calmly lit a slender cigarette, half of her face hidden behind her long hair. She didn't need to give any direct order. Aunt Hong already understood what had to be done. Lu Qingzhu was not allowed to leave the manor. Even so, Aunt Hong could not help asking, what about that boy Yi? Is he leaving the city too? Qin Lan slowly exhaled a stream of smoke, her voice quiet but firm. Send him a message. Let him decide for himself. Meanwhile, back inside the Swan Lake secret realm, tens of thousands of warriors had entered through the rift. They formed a solid iron formation within that otherworldly realm, where starry blue light washed over the land. 60% of City's total military force, along with every high-level warrior above martial artist rank, had already crossed into the realm. They were known as the Vanguard Unit, and they had only one mission: scout the enemy. Find out the size of the beast tide, the strength of the monsters, and the abilities of the force marching toward humanity. They had to identify the Lord-class beasts, and if possible, gather even the smallest piece of information on the Overlord itself. Then they had to survive long enough to report back. Facing the endless beast tide ahead, the soldiers drew in sharp breaths. This was it. Most of them knew exactly what they truly were: cannon fodder. But even knowing that, they charged anyway. Their battle cries and final roars echoed through the mountains, merging into a blood-soaked symphony of rage, courage, and resolve that shook the forest around them. Outside the rift, a temporary military base had already been fortified. Tanks, anti-air guns, rows of Gatling cannons, and massive machine guns were all locked into position, forming a wall of metal and firepower. The goal was simple. Any monster that stepped out of that rift would be shredded by bullets and artillery before it could even touch the ground. Fortunately, the rift itself had a limited size. Only a certain number of creatures could pass through at once, which meant one of the beast tide's greatest advantages, its overwhelming numbers, had been temporarily neutralized. If they could just hold the line, if they could keep the horde from breaking out into the open city, then maybe, just maybe, and city still had a chance to survive. This was Mayor Huang Qing's last hope. Everything depended on the battlefield at the mouth of the rift. Suddenly, his serious gaze snapped upward in shock, and he was not the only one who noticed. Every pair of eyes turned toward the rift as a blood-soaked warrior stumbled out of the spatial tear. One of his arms hung limply at his side, clearly broken, and his entire body was covered in deep gashes, torn armor, and dried blood. He staggered forward 2 steps, then collapsed. Like a lifeless sack of flesh, the warrior dropped hard onto the ground, gasping for air and barely clinging to life. Mayor Huang, medics rushed toward him. Mayor Huang Qing was already at his side, but one look was enough to tell him the man didn't have much time left. With the last bit of strength he could gather, the warrior raised a trembling hand. Clutched tightly in his fist was a USB flash drive, containing the battle data from the Vanguard unit. Mayor Huang Qing took it immediately, his expression sharp with urgency. "Where are the others?" he demanded. The warrior's face twisted in pain. Then he forced out the answer. "They're gone, all of them are gone." His voice cracked like a broken drum as he continued. Then the dying warrior's eyes suddenly snapped wide, a storm of fury and sheer terror flooding his gaze. His voice cracked and hoarse, shaking with the weight of his words. "Watch out for that black ape. It's not just strong. It planned everything. It set us up. If not for that thing, at least a few thousand of us might have made it out alive." Old Zhang leaned in, desperate for more, but before he could ask another question, boom. A massive stone cone erupted from the rift, spiraling through the air like a colossal drill missile. It slammed into a distant building, reducing it to a cloud of rubble and dust. Crack. Boom. Another stone cone shot out, followed by yet another. The newly erected fortifications surrounding the rift took the brunt of the impact, shattered instantly. Buried landmines detonated in a violent chain reaction. The ground quaked beneath a relentless wave of explosions, sending tremors rippling across the battlefield. And still, the beast tide hadn't even begun to emerge. These initial attacks weren't random. They were clearing the path before the main assault. Old Zhang's eyes widened in dawning comprehension. This first wave wasn't just a mindless strike. It was methodical. Every stone cone was aimed precisely at the hidden landmines buried beneath the defense grid. The monsters were systematically neutralizing the city's traps before stepping onto the battlefield. Old Zhang swore under his breath. "Open fire. Target everything at the rift." Now, tanks roared to life, anti-air guns flared, and shells and bullets rained down toward the rift in a torrent of fire and smoke. But the stone cones continued to pour out, cutting through steel and earth as if the barrage didn't exist. Old Zhang's face darkened. These monsters, they're using long-range suppression tactics. They weren't charging blindly. They were softening the battlefield first, striking like seasoned tacticians. Since when did magical beasts display such human-like strategy? The fallen warrior's last words echoed in Old Zhang's mind. The black ape planned it all. "It's a trap." Clenching his fists, teeth grinding, he muttered, "Damn that black ape." Just then, another stone cone tore through the defenses. This one struck the ground directly. Soldiers jumped back, weapons ready. Then came an unsettling noise, a high-pitched, eerie chittering that echoed from the shattered debris. A soldier turned toward the sound. Too late. A grotesque, massive rat erupted from the rubble, membranous wings stretching wide, fangs glinting like daggers. It sank its teeth into the soldier's head, tearing it clean off. Blood sprayed across the ground. The man fell silently. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Across the battlefield, the same horrifying pattern repeated. Wherever the stone cones had landed, twisted, monstrous creatures began to crawl from the wreckage. The cones weren't just weapons. They were drop pods. Horrific, mutated beasts had hitched a ride inside them. Smuggled through the rift, launched over the front lines, deployed directly behind the defenses. The monsters hadn't simply breached the gate, they were already inside. Chaos erupted as the battlefield dissolved into panic. "Intercept those spikes before they land." Old Zhang barked through the comms. Not a single one can hit the ground. The military scrambled. Missiles locked onto the incoming stone cones, shooting them down midair. But shifting their firepower had a cost. Artillery that once pounded the rift had to thin out. Tanks hesitated, forced to reposition. Infantry teams surged forward to cover gaps. But the monsters weren't interested in direct combat. They dispersed quickly, vanishing into smoke and debris. Their goal wasn't battle, it was sabotage. Within minutes, key defensive points were destroyed, gunpowder supply lines severed, and the intricate network of traps around the rift rendered useless. Inside the rift, the black ape's blood-red eyes gleamed with an almost human cunning. Cold, cruel, and smug, it stood above the battlefield, watching the humans crumble beneath the pressure. The tide was turning exactly as it had planned. With a guttural voice, it issued the next command: flatten them. Leave nothing standing. The ground trembled violently. Charging through the rift came a white-haired gorilla king, a lord-class beast towering like a building. Each massive step shattered the earth beneath its knuckles. Its fists pounded the front lines, tearing through everything in its path. Behind it, the rest of the beast horde surged forward. A deafening roar erupted as the white-haired ape drew artillery fire toward itself, acting as a living shield. Explosions erupted as shells struck its massive form, but it pressed on. Every hit it absorbed allowed the other beasts to advance. Dozens, then hundreds, magical creatures scattered past defenses, slipping through the chaos. The rift had been breached. High above, on a crumbling rooftop, Ihi stood silently, observing the devastation. The beast tide was breaking through. The defenses were collapsing. A harsh realization gripped him. Humanity was losing control. His gaze swept toward the heart of the city he had only known for a few months, but that had already begun to feel like home. Its streets, its people, its fragile, imperfect peace, he couldn't let it fall. There was no time to hesitate. With a roar that tore through the chaos, Ihi leapt from the rooftop. His feet struck the wall as he sprinted down the side of the building. Midway, his skin darkened and toughened. His body shifted, and he charged into the battlefield in his Demora form, stride fearless and unwavering. Elsewhere, Luo Xian's legs sparked with electric energy as he unleashed his thunder kick technique. His foot slammed into the abdomen of a snarling beast, the force so violent it sent the creature's eyes flying from their sockets. 5 down already? Nice work, Luo Xian, another warrior called out. Seizing the moment, Luo Xian darted forward, carving into the monster's corpse to extract its magic core before it could regenerate. He smirked and gave a casual wave in response. Nothing special, he muttered. Then, thud, a severed beast's head landed at his feet. A petite figure stepped forward, placing one foot squarely atop the creature's skull. Really showing off by taking out small fry, she said with a teasing grin. It was Xiao Xiaoling. Tilting her head, she continued, smirking. If you're the number one at third high, this city's standards have really gone downhill. Luo Xian opened his mouth to retort, then hesitated. She wasn't wrong, and if it came to a direct fight, he might not win. For now, all he could do was stew quietly in frustration. Then a sudden chill swept across the battlefield. Frost spread rapidly over the ground, creeping forward like a silent, cold veil. From the distance, a composed figure emerged. His posture straight, hair perfectly in place despite the chaos. Chu Zhou had arrived. Xiao Xiaoling's eyes widened as she spotted the blue magic core clutched in his hand. He had actually taken down a third-tier beast on his own. But the greater shock was his presence on the battlefield at all. She hadn't expected him to stay instead of evacuating. Chu Zhou didn't bother answering. Flaunting a kill was meaningless to him, especially compared to Ihi's feats. He shrugged almost casually, unaffected by the surrounding danger. Life and death seemed to weigh on him lightly. After all, their parents were warriors, and right now, they were all facing the beast tide head-on. Running wasn't an option for their children. As the trio exchanged glances, Luo Xian's fingers twitched nervously. His hand rose shakily toward the sky. Look out, he shouted. Chu Zhou turned, following the gesture just in time to see a tank hurtling down from above. All around them, the battlefield had descended into utter chaos. Beasts surged from every direction, leaving shattered bodies and destruction in their wake. Luo Xian couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster could toss a tank like it was a toy. The temperature dropped again, thickening the tension. In one fluid motion, Chu Zhou unsheathed his sword. With a single, precise slash, he split the falling tank cleanly in two. The blade carved a luminous half-moon through the air. The two halves crashed to the ground on either side with twin thunderous explosions. Xiao Xiaoling turned, heart pounding, eyes wide at the source of the attack. She had assumed it was the lord-level beast that first stormed from the rift. But how had it circled around and struck from behind? Not far off, a towering white gorilla, nearly 20 meters tall, advanced on all fours, each step shaking the ground. Xiao Xiaoling tried to make sense of it, but Chu Zhou interjected calmly. That's not a lord. It feels different. Luo Xian didn't hesitate. We need to fall back now. Even if it's not a 4th-tier lord, it's at least a 3rd-tier rare beast. We can't handle this. They began to retreat slowly, but it was already too late. The beast had locked onto them. With a rumble of excitement, it swung a massive fist that could crush a tank. One hit would have been fatal. Chu Zhou's eyes widened. He clenched his jaw, drew in a deep breath, and braced every muscle, ready to give everything to block the strike. Before he could move, a streak of blue light shot across the chaos. A beam struck the gorilla squarely in the head. The monstrous ape was sent flying backward, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. It tried to retaliate, raising its enormous hand to strike the new attacker, but its palm was suddenly caught, firmly, refusing to budge. A much smaller hand gripped it tight. The attacker leaned forward, voice cold. "Open up. Time for your dental check." It was Ihi. The white gorilla's scarlet eyes widened. Its menacing glare twisted into something else, realization. It was finished. Ihi stomped onto its lower jaw, forcing its massive mouth open with sheer strength. He unleashed a searing torrent of blue energy straight from his core. A blast of atomic light erupted, blasting through the beast's exposed mouth. Black smoke rose instantly, choking the air with the stench of burning flesh. The white gorilla writhed, but within seconds, its head and upper body began to meld away under the unrelenting force of Ihi's power. Xiao Xiaoling and Luo Xian stared at the intense glow, then turned to Chu Zhou, silently asking, "Was that really him?" Chu Zhou didn't avert his gaze from the figure standing atop the smoldering remains of the gorilla. With Ihi on the battlefield, maybe, just maybe, and City still had a chance to fight back. But he didn't stop to exchange words with them. There was no time for reunions, no time for explanations. Other defensive fronts were already collapsing, and they needed him more. Ihi triggered an atomic burst beneath his feet. His knees bent only slightly, and in the next instant, blue energy exploded under him. His body shot into the sky like a cannon shell, launching upward with terrifying speed. As Ihi soared above the battlefield, his eyes swept across the chaos below. Fires burned, monsters surged, and defensive lines flickered like candles in a storm. He searched quickly, looking for the place where the disaster was at its worst. Ihi focused his mind and activated his life magnetic field. His trajectory shifted in midair, and with one sharp burst of movement, he flashed toward one of the most devastated strongholds near the Swan Lake's Secret Realms rift. The defensive line there was barely holding together. The outer walls had already collapsed into broken stone and twisted metal. The martial warriors stationed at that position, including some of the strongest martial artists on that front, had been driven to the ground by exhaustion. But even in that desperate state, not a single person had retreated. The remaining warriors and ordinary soldiers dug in side by side. If they were going to fall here, then they would fall fighting. From the distant horizon, a mammoth-like monster barreled forward through the storm of artillery fire as if the explosions meant nothing. Its massive body accelerated, smashing straight through the barricades before crashing into the final wall and tearing it down like paper. Behind it, an endless tide of beasts poured forward in its wake. With no other choice left, the soldiers lowered their rifles, drew their blades, and stepped shoulder to shoulder with the martial warriors. Their goal was simple and brutal. Hold the line. Delay the monsters. By even a few more seconds for a counterattack to arrive. Faced with a monster that shrugged off bombs and bullets, the warriors abandoned distance and charged with raw physical force. They rushed the mammoth-like beast together, climbing over each other and swarming its huge body like ants attacking a giant. Even if they were crushed into paste beneath its feet, they were determined to leave at least one wound on its body before they died. Most battlefields were decided by the clashes between top-tier warriors and elite monsters, where a single powerful fighter could shift the entire tide. But in this cruel world, even ordinary people refused to simply give up and wait for death. They gripped their weapons, steadied their breathing, and held their ground because that was all they could do. They only had to endure until someone stronger arrived. Then, as if their desperation had been answered, a swarm of shadowy red and black figures suddenly appeared across the battlefield. But instead of attacking the humans, those strange figures turned their claws and bodies against the monsters. Beasts across the battlefield staggered in confusion, their rhythm disrupted by the sudden interference. The moment they faltered, the warriors seized the opening, charging in and cutting down the stunned creatures one after another. No one knew where those mysterious shadows had come from. But just as the question rose in their minds, a radiant beam of blue light tore through the sky and struck the mammoth-like monster head-on. For the first time, the beast that had ignored every weapon let out a deep, guttural howl of pain. When the atomic breath faded, the mammoth-like monster finally collapsed. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the earth, shaking the ground around it. The hide that artillery couldn't even scratch was now torn open and burning. A scorched crater had been blasted into its chest, the charred wound so deep that bone could be seen beneath the ruined flesh. All around the area, the remaining low-tier beasts froze in place. Their eyes locked onto Ihi, and for a moment, they could do nothing except glare at the overwhelming force descending on them. Then Ihi moved again. He activated a new skill, Thunderfang Cleave. Violent blue energy erupted beneath his feet, and his body shot downward like a falling missile. The air cracked apart with a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, Ihi smashed into the horde below, and the force of his descent erupted outward. Every monster caught inside the blast radius was obliterated before it could even react. Elsewhere on the battlefield, warriors defending other strongholds suddenly paused mid-fight, startled by what they were seeing. Something strange was happening. The monsters were pulling away from their positions. But instead of fleeing, they were shifting direction, turning as one and stampeding toward a single point. "What's going on?" someone shouted over the chaos. A female warrior answered between heavy breaths, her voice strained but clear. "It's Ihi, and city's top scorer. He's entered the battlefield." The beasts were all converging on his location. The realization struck everyone like a hammer. The monsters weren't retreating. They were gathering reinforcements. Every creature in the area was being redirected toward Ihi, all for the single purpose of taking him down. One man clenched his fists tightly. Yes, Ihi was strong, unbelievably strong. But at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. And right now, that kid was their last hope. Without hesitation, the man turned and sprinted toward Ihi's location. "We can't let him fall," he shouted. "Not like the others before him. We protect our top scorer, no matter what." The battlefield shifted again as a terrifying beast suddenly unleashed a burst of blue energy from its eyes, the light tearing across the front like a deadly flash. The impact was devastating. Some warriors were struck and thrown back with severe injuries, while others were killed outright before they even had time to scream. The surviving beast sensed the greatest threat on the battlefield and immediately charged toward the source of that blue energy, moving with frightening speed and murderous intent. At that moment, a young warrior rushing in to help suddenly froze in shock. His face changed, and he shouted for everyone to be careful, warning that a Lord-class beast had locked onto Ihi. His voice trembled with anger, growing louder as he roared that if the enemy wanted to reach Ihi, then it would have to break through in city's defenders first, and it would have to go through him. Beside him, the girl who had come with him glanced across the battlefield with tears in her eyes. She muttered that they had to kill the monsters, relief and fear mixing together now that hope had finally appeared. The young warrior, completely fired up, raised his voice again and roared that humanity would win, and that the monsters could rot in hell. He urged everyone to hold the line, assuring them that reinforcements were almost there. The scene shifted again. Buildings were swallowed by flames, and the entire skyline burned red under the glow of destruction. Amid the chaos, a deep voice echoed from inside a half-collapsed building, scolding someone nearby. "Old fool, you couldn't even protect the child properly?" The speaker's tone was sharp with anger. He warned the other man not to wait until he was too busy to provide cover. If he had to go all out and the defensive line broke because of it, then everyone here would be finished. Without warning, a massive beast charged through the fire-scorched battlefield. Its weight alone cracked the ground beneath every step, sending broken stones jumping into the air. Fire and violent energy burst around its body as it ran, its enormous frame cutting through the flames with terrifying speed. Then, from the top of a burning structure, Ihi appeared again, standing against the glow of the flames. Ihi narrowed his eyes as he stared down at the battlefield. "Earth-vein seals won't stop all the primal beasts," he said coldly. "We need to take down the sovereign if we want to end this beast tide." Without the slightest hesitation, Ihi launched himself from the rooftop, hurtling straight toward the monstrous creature below. As Ihi closed the distance, the beast bared its fangs and prepared to roar. But Ihi raised his arm first, clenching his fist as golden mana burst from his hand in a brilliant flare. For a brief instant, the battlefield seemed to fall into darkness. The surrounding flames dimmed from view, and only the eyes of the two opponents glowed through the shadows. Just as the tension reached its peak, another gigantic beast emerged from the chaos and lunged toward Ihi. Ihi turned sharply toward it and identified it at once. Mountain-crushing python. 4th-tier king species, Lord class. Ihi's thoughts moved quickly. The blood-eyed black ape was strong, and this mountain-crushing python was its mount. If even the sovereign's mount had been sent here, then that damn monkey was starting to get nervous. Ihi landed hard on the scorched ground, dropping into a low crouch for a brief moment as the impact cracked the surface beneath him. Around him, buildings crumbled, and the earth trembled beneath the weight of the beast charging in. Once again, the battlefield seemed to sink into darkness, leaving only the glowing eyes of the monstrous threats shining through the black. Then one of Ihi's eyes flared to life, pulsing with golden energy that burned sharply through the gloom. Ihi shot forward with renewed determination and shouted, "You think I don't know you're good with Earth-type attacks? I'm using it for a reason." Suddenly, multiple glowing eyes appeared through the darkness, all fixed on Ihi as if the monsters had been waiting for that exact moment. Ihi gritted his teeth and gathered energy into his palm, his voice dropping into a vicious growl. "And you fell for the bait, bitch." With a surge of power, Ihi thrust the golden energy toward the glowing eyes. Immediately, one of the monstrous eyes retaliated, firing back a massive beam of golden energy. The blast struck the ground with terrifying force, triggering a violent earthquake that tore through the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, another beast emerged. Its enormous mouth gaped open, and metallic machinery could be seen embedded throughout its body, glowing faintly beneath the surface like a half-mechanical monster born from flesh and steel. Flames erupted from its joints as it burst through a burning structure, scattering debris and sparks in every direction. Yet, Ihi stood firm in front of it. His body remained braced, his eyes steady, and not a trace of fear crossed his face. Good thing, Ihi already had intelligence on the mountain-crushing python. If he hadn't arrived in time, the casualties here would have been catastrophic. The mechanical beast lunged toward him, but Ihi didn't flinch. Instead, he stared it down and spoke coldly. If you had fully entered the city, I might have had trouble weakening you. But with only your head poking out like this, you're just asking to be slaughtered. With blazing speed, Ihi activated his abilities. Multiple energy-formed hands appeared around him, each one glowing with brilliant golden light as they stretched toward the beast. Huangqing surged straight toward the beast, his figure cutting through the chaos as several brilliant eyes lit up across the creature's armored head, each one glowing like a cold, watchful lantern. Flames rolled and twisted around them, licking across the battlefield, while Huangqing kicked off the ground and threw himself forward, his body hurtling toward the monster through the burning air. The beast was terrifying to behold. Jagged horns and cruel stone-like spikes jutted from nearly every part of its body. Yet despite that massive armored frame, it moved with a speed that felt completely unnatural. As Huangqing shot through the sea of flames and locked eyes with the creature, his voice dropped into a low murmur. As expected of a king-species beast, even your own body can grow stone spikes like armor and weapons. But before the clash could settle, another enormous beast suddenly emerged from the chaos, its eyes burning with an ominous red glow that seemed to pierce straight through the smoke. Huangqing's eyes sharpened at once, his gaze narrowing as he carefully studied the new monster standing before him. Just as Huangqing prepared to move in again, the beast acted first, swinging its terrifying power toward him and smashing down with a brutal attack. The beast let out a menacing growl, its voice heavy with contempt. "Foolish human, what do you think you are doing to my mount?" In that instant, Huangqing understood everything. It was the blood-eyed black ape. The creature had been hiding inside those stone spikes all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The red-eyed beast roared with savage arrogance. "Now let me crush your skull, so every last one of them can see just how insignificant humans are before me." With a deafening howl, the blood-eyed black ape raised both of its massive arms, and a crushing wave of energy erupted from its body with overwhelming force. The real battle had only just begun. All around them, buildings collapsed one after another as the ground shook violently beneath the battlefield, blasting clouds of dust, broken stone, and shattered debris high into the air. In the middle of that chaos, a massive beast lifted its paw high with a cruel sneer. It coldly claimed that the explosion had torn through its target's chest in an instant, and now that the city had no powerful martial artists left, it could slaughter everyone without holding back. From the trembling ground, buried beneath thick dust and scattered wreckage, Huangqing slowly rose to his feet. The foundations of nearby buildings groaned under the pressure, but even as the earth continued to shake, he launched himself back into the air. He climbed higher and higher above the ruined city, then lowered his gaze toward the beast below, his eyes sharp, cold, and unwavering. Once Huangqing reached the height he needed, he began gathering his energy. Golden light surged around him and condensed with terrifying intensity before rushing toward the enemy. But what formed was far more than a simple blast. From that golden radiance, Huangqing summoned a colossal beast made entirely of energy, its shining body towering over the battlefield and looming even larger than the monster it was meant to strike. The beast below merely scoffed, its voice filled with disdain, declaring that a human's resistance meant nothing and that Huangqing was only delaying the inevitable. Then, an ominous voice rolled across the entire battlefield. No body could be seen, but the pressure behind that voice was unmistakably powerful. It declared that there were no longer any neutral enemies left in this war, and that the conflict had become nothing more than a game meant to drown humanity in fear and despair. The speaker seemed almost delighted by the thought of watching the strongest humans wear expressions of hopelessness and terror, and its cruel laughter boomed through the battlefield, chilling every soldier to the bone. While shock spread through the hearts of the survivors, another beast raised its massive paw, preparing to bring down a deadly attack. But before that strike could land, another creature suddenly intercepted it, driving in with a powerful punch. The second beast growled toward the first, admitting that it had been fast, but still not fast enough, while the surrounding buildings crashed down in a thunderous wave of destruction. The first beast immediately tried to escape, muttering in frustration that its opponent was powerful, yet still too slow to stop it completely. At the same time, Huangqing moved through the collapsing city with incredible speed, leaping from one crumbling structure to the next. He crossed the second, then the third, then the fourth, until finally his body shot high into the sky. There, Huangqing hovered above the battlefield and looked down at the beast, while the monster glared back with burning red eyes. "I do not tolerate lower creatures looking me in the eye," the beast snarled, but Huang Qing did not flinch. He kept staring straight back, his expression steady and his gaze as sharp as a drawn blade. The beast released a violent burst of sharp energy, and the attack detonated in a heavy explosion aimed directly at Huang Qing. He tried to evade the blast, but the force still caught part of his body. Even wounded, Huang Qing refused to fall. His body shook from the impact, but his resolve did not waver. The beast grew even more enraged, roaring at him in disbelief. "Why are you not afraid?" Huang Qing pushed himself up from the broken ground, his voice rough but unyielding as he growled back. "You thought you were clever, but in the end, you miscalculated. After all, you are still nothing more than an arrogant beast." In the next instant, the beast shot into the sky, but Huang Qing followed without hesitation, releasing a surge of golden energy that tore through the air toward it. The attack struck cleanly, and the beast's power visibly began to fade. Its voice trembled with disbelief as its energy scattered. "You lured me into a formation you prepared in advance." Black and golden wisps of smoke seeped from the beast's body, twisting upward through the air like dark morning mist. Huang Qing rose once more and stood before the weakened beast. The monster growled through its fading strength, sneering at him. "So this is your plan? You think you can bury me underground? How naive, human." The beast stared at Huang Qing with furious, unnatural eyes and bellowed in rage. "You cannot keep me sealed forever. The moment you falter, I will tear every human here to shreds." But Huang Qing's fury had already hardened into absolute resolve, and he answered without even the slightest hesitation. "This is not some backup plan." He slowly pulled open his shirt, revealing a star-shaped symbol etched directly over his heart. Huang Qing placed his hand over that mark, his voice low and heavy with grim determination. "This is a hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage." The beast finally sensed that something was wrong, and panic flashed through its rage as it shouted, "What are you doing?" With resolve carved deep into his expression, Huang Qing pressed his hand harder against his chest and answered, "At the beginning of this war, I buried the city's one and only strategic nuclear warhead beneath this battlefield. The trigger is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates." The beast recoiled in disbelief, refusing to accept what it had just heard. "You are bluffing. Who the hell would gamble their own life on something like that? Do you really think I would fall for this?" Huang Qing's expression did not change at all. "I never planned to leave this city alive," he said calmly. "I am Huang Qing, mayor of an city." At that moment, memories surged through Huang Qing's mind, carrying him back to the day he stood before the people and made his vow. "I, Huang Qing, offer everything, my duty, my body, and my life, for an city and its people." With his eyes closed, Huang Qing drew one final breath, and a quiet thought settled in his heart. "I suppose I have finally done enough." Then, in one last act of defiance, the beast unleashed a massive golden blast. The attack struck Huang Qing head-on and smashed his body into the rubble of a shattered building. A blazing explosion erupted across the sky, swallowing everything in a blinding wave of fire and light. Far away from the battlefield, a soldier received the message and turned toward the horizon. His eyes widened in disbelief as a towering mushroom cloud rose from the earth like a monument of death. The sky itself seemed torn open by the force, while flames spiraled into a burning ring that climbed toward the heavens. Every martial artist who had managed to evacuate in time stood in silence, heads lowered, watching the burning sky without a single word. Among them, Xiao Shaoling stared at the distant inferno, his breath trembling as the flames reflected in his eyes. This was not the funeral of just one man. It was the farewell of a legend. As the battlefield shifted into view, a devastating blast slammed into the ground, and in an instant, raging crimson fire erupted outward, swallowing everything nearby in a sea of burning red. In the heart of that inferno, a giant-faced skeleton moved through the flames like a nightmare. It wandered, roared, shot through the air, and thrashed wildly as if the entire ruined battlefield belonged to it. High above that terrifying figure, another skeleton stood with its jaws stretched wide open, while a strange ball covered in razor-sharp nails spun ominously over its head. The skeletal figure slowly raised one hand and swept it through the air, revealing the full length of its bony arm in a gesture that felt like a silent threat. At that moment, a beast stared at the skeleton with wide, stunned eyes, its face twisting with shock and disbelief. Even while forcing itself to stand tall, the beast muttered with cold disdain, unable to accept that a lowly human had nearly driven it to defeat. Its rage finally exploded, and the beast roared that it would slaughter every last person in the city, torturing every human to death in the most brutal way it could imagine. After spitting out those cruel words, the beast turned away and stepped across the dusty ground, declaring that it would retreat to the sinful realm for now. It needed time to restore its blood and chi, and once its strength returned, it swore it would come back and reduce the entire place to ruins. But just as the beast began to leave, a chilling voice cut through the smoky air from behind it, asking where exactly it thought it was going. A human-like figure suddenly appeared, fierce blue energy blazing from his shoulders while a powerful tail swayed behind him. The beast froze on the spot, its eyes widening as recognition crashed over it, and it cried out in alarm after realizing this was one of the greatest threats in the entire invasion, a terrifying human prodigy. Ihi's sharp eyes burned with determination as he fixed his glare on the beast, his expression tightening with regret as he said he had still arrived a little too late. In the next instant, blue energy erupted around Ihi, bursting through the atmosphere like crackling lightning and lighting up the ruined air around him. Violent particles scattered and danced in the air as Ihi charged forward at astonishing speed, leaving a blazing trail of blue power behind him. The beast, already fighting through the turmoil inside its body, growled in frustration. It shouted at Ihi for daring to stand in its path instead of hiding, then lunged with one massive paw, declaring that this was the perfect chance to kill him. But Ihi did not flinch at all. He stared straight back and calmly pointed out that if the beast had chosen to run, his mini-nuke probably would not have caught it. Yet instead, it had chosen to stay here and die. The beast's red eyes flared with fury as it opened its jaws wide and let out a scream filled with rage. Before the beast could make another move, a colossal bolt of blue lightning dropped from above and swallowed its massive body in one overwhelming strike. Ihi descended from the sky and unleashed a devastating attack, his energy surging harder with every passing second. The charged air grew heavier and more violent, and at the center of it all stood Ihi, a dark and powerful figure surrounded by glowing arms as he released an enormous blast of force. The blue surge tore through the war-ravaged city, crashing into buildings and kicking up huge clouds of smoke and dust. Nearby civilians were thrown off balance by the impact, some injured by the shockwave, while others could only look around in confusion. In the middle of the panic, one person shouted whether another warhead had just gone off, while someone else wondered aloud if this was yet another trap left behind by Mayor Huangqing. Meanwhile, the beast stood there in a dazed and miserable state, brown smoke rising from its head as it struggled to steady itself. Another red-eyed beast watched everything unfold from the side, its voice dropping into a low growl as it uttered one word: monster. The wounded beast turned its head, opened its enormous jaws, and roared at Ihi. You are even more beastly than I am. Even most king-rank beasts do not carry an aura like yours. The furious beast immediately snapped back, insisting that it was nothing like those pathetic chimps. It slammed its paw into the ground, and a violent eruption of blue, black, and red energy burst upward from beneath it. Wrapped in surging power, Ihi shot from one building to another, using the force around him to launch himself higher and higher until he rose into the sky. As Ihi charged straight toward the beast, his voice cut through the chaos, shouting that there was no use running now, then mockingly calling it a little monkey. The monkey-like creature dashed away with all the speed it could muster, growling back that a sovereign-class being must never be underestimated. Ihi was completely unfazed. With a powerful sweep of energy, he cleared a destructive path ahead of him, blasting through every obstacle that stood in his way. Still advancing with cold determination, Ihi scoffed at the beast. Even at the very end, it kept clinging to its title as a sovereign-class creature, but with that injured, twitching body, it looked like nothing more than a battered monkey. Ihi could feel the power of Titan mode coursing through him. His physique had already surpassed 30 points in every category, yet even with that strength, he still had not completely overwhelmed the beast. Somehow, it had even managed to injure his arm, and Ihi knew that this level of damage still was not enough. On the other side, the battered beast lay on the ground with smoke pouring from its wounded body. Struggling to force out each word, it admitted that it had used full force in its last strike, yet Ihi had already healed from it. It stared at Ihi in disbelief, whispering to itself that it could never beat this genius by running, but if it stayed to fight, it had no chance of victory either. Driven into desperation, the beast suddenly tried to leap away and escape. But Ihi struck from behind once again, roaring that the filthy beast did not deserve to stain the sacrifice Mayor Huangqing had made. Then Ihi gathered his strength and launched one final massive blast, a piercing wave of blue energy tearing forward with terrifying force. The strike crashed into the beast's back as it fled, ripping through its body with unstoppable power. As its strength drained away and its body trembled violently, the beast cried out in agony, cursing the human genius one last time. Ihi, still wearing the body of a beast, stood beside the collapsing ruins of a shattered building and stared down into the broken earth. Rage roughened his voice as he growled that the filthy monkey had slipped underground to play dead. A ring of glowing energy erupted outward from Ihi as he declared that playing dead meant only one thing. It was afraid. Afraid of being found. And with the beast more restricted than ever, Ihi realized this might be his best chance to kill it for good. Ihi muttered that sovereign-class beasts could suppress their life force completely, and regret burned in his eyes as he added that if he had discovered this sooner, Mayor Huangqing might still be alive. He stepped forward with heavy killing intent and pressed his clawed paw against the ground, speaking with deadly certainty. The beast was badly wounded now, and even its tricks would not be enough to save it. He vowed to detect even the faintest trace of life. At that moment, a towering humanoid beast appeared at the edge of the battlefield and shouted that he had found the filthy ape. The giant beast opened his mouth wide and unleashed a blinding stream of fast-moving blue energy, striking the hidden creature and blasting it straight up into the air. The monkey beast was hurled skyward before slamming back into the ground with brutal force. Gritting its teeth, it cursed bitterly, saying it had been so close and could already feel the entrance to the sinful realm just ahead. It blamed Mayor Huang Qing for everything, then struggled desperately to escape the crushing pressure of the giant beast's energy. As the searing energy raced toward it again and exploded, the giant beast opened his mouth and declared that this was the price for tainting Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. He promised to make the filthy ape beg for death. The monkey beast writhed in pain, clutching a glowing golden orb tightly as it shouted for the giant beast not to push his luck. Raising the orb in defiance, the monkey beast vowed to burn the last of its core's power and drag its enemy down into hell with it. Violent energy burst from the orb, and the monkey beast leapt forward with a savage roar. The impact wounded the humanoid beast, sending smoke pouring from his body. But the monkey beast did not stop there, gathering even more power into its fist before driving in with a devastating punch. The terrifying force of blue-black energy ripped through the air, shaking the entire battlefield as it swept outward, and the beast staggered hard from the impact, its massive body nearly losing balance under the blow. The monkey beast hurled itself away from the center of the battle, but the price of its final suicidal strike had already begun to devour it, and flames swallowed its body in midair as it fled. Then, without warning, an enormous jaw opened in the space ahead, and the monkey beast plunged straight into it, snarling that there was nothing left he could do now and that he was already finished. He staggered violently, a shocked cry tearing from his throat as confusion slammed into his mind. His thoughts spun for a moment, and he immediately questioned whether this was some kind of mental attack. As he fought to steady his focus, he suddenly noticed countless hands stretching out from every direction, surrounding the monkey beast and carrying it away towards some unknown destination. He growled through clenched teeth, frustration flaring in his eyes as he shouted for the beast not to even think about running. But the moment he tried to open his mouth and fire another attack, even more hands clamped down over his jaw. Only then did he realize with a chill that those strange hands were sprouting directly from his own joints. His body locked up at once, and no matter how hard he struggled, his limbs refused to obey him. Furious, he roared that no cheap trick like this would ever be enough to stop him. Heat began pouring from his body, climbing from 100 degrees to 1,000 in the blink of an eye. The rising heat shattered the hands restraining him, and a violent wave of blue energy exploded outward, melting and crushing everything around in a blazing blast. The monkey beast looked back while fleeing through the flames, snarling for its escorts to move faster. It shouted that he was catching up, and worse than that, he was literally burning his way through everything behind them. As the countless hands rushed toward their destination, they pried something open from the monkey beast's grasp, while he surged through the fire in relentless pursuit. When he finally saw what waited ahead, his momentum faltered for the briefest moment. His eyes tightened as he muttered, "What is that thing? Is it a beast, or some kind of demon?" He narrowed his eyes and watched as layered streams of red, blue, and black energy erupted through the air, twisting together with a pressure that made the atmosphere itself feel unstable. He gritted his teeth, realizing that if this power truly belonged to a sovereign tool, he would be finished in seconds. The scene around him seemed to split open into a devastated city, where buildings collapsed, smoke swallowed the streets, and chaos poured through the ruins like heavy rain. Amid that destruction, countless merged hands began forming the outline of a face, and one of those palms opened like an eye, revealing a red and gold circle layered with lens-like rings. Blue energy spread in every direction, causing a half-formed body to glow brightly in the distance. On the other side of the battlefield, he pressed a hand to his head and murmured that even though he had blocked the giant anthropomorphic creature's hearing, that eerie scream still kept echoing inside his mind. Then a massive figure pushed out from the thick smoke, standing like a shadow in the wreckage as it accused of slaughtering countless lives and still trying to walk away from everything. The figure roared that he was dreaming if he thought he could escape, and with violent energy gathering in its hand, it blasted forward while emerging from the jaw of a giant beast. With a twisted grin stretched across its face, the figure sneered and threw out its taunt. "Here is a local specialty from our hometown, a nuke. Hope you like it, bastard." Another burst of intense energy exploded across the battlefield, and a strange figure with unusual eyes appeared in the chaos as the attack shot forward at terrifying speed and slammed into the ground. Somewhere nearby, a group of survivors watched the disaster unfold, realizing that the rift in the secret realm had exploded. Worried voices wondered whether Mayor Huang Qing's plan had succeeded, while others warned everyone to stay alert so his sacrifice would not be wasted. Soon, they confirmed the result. The blood-eyed black ape's carcass had finally been completely obliterated by the nuclear blast. Aid workers rushed through the aftermath, carefully carrying the injured Shaoling away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chuzhou sat in silence, deep in thought. The siege on his city had been won, but the victory had come at a devastating cost, with nearly 8% of the fighters and soldiers either killed or wounded. The scene shifted again, and Yi found himself lying unconscious inside the Swan Lake secret realm. When Yi slowly opened his eyes and pushed himself upright, his mind was still heavy and fogged over. He wondered how long he had been unconscious. He had poured every bit of his strength into activating the giant anthropomorphic nuclear template, but the surrounding area was already saturated with radiation and leftover fission energy. Strangely enough, just lying there in the aftermath had allowed his body to recharge. That battle had been far more brutal than Yi expected. Mayor Huang Qing had sacrificed himself to lure the blood-eyed black ape into the blast zone, giving Yi the only opening he needed to turn everything around. With the radiation zone working in his favor, Yi self-destructed again and again, finally obliterating the beast before it could be rescued. Even when Yi closed his eyes for a brief moment, he had to admit the truth. His infinite monster template was powerful, but it still was not enough to truly stand against an overlord-class beast. This victory had depended on luck, timing, opportunity, and perhaps even a little fate. Still, deep in his heart, Yi believed that one day he could reach the peak of martial power in Xia Nation. The problem was that this secret realm did not give him the luxury of slow, steady growth. Everything here was chaos, and he had to seize the moment now. As he stood up, he could not help wondering when he would get another chance to draw a rare template. If he could merge with the Cosmic Emperor template, that would be the fastest path to the top. But to do that, he had to move quickly. He needed to collect plant element magic cores and fuse them with his template. Beyond that, he also had to master the cosmic martial arts skill. His infinite monster template let him cheat somewhat inside the martial resonance space, but cosmic martial arts came from an entirely different system, one that originated from a high-level martial cultivation world. Its growth might be slower than template abilities, but its potential was terrifying. He looked back at the broken city. Behind the shattered buildings, the rising sun cast a strange warmth across the ruins. Maybe, just maybe, being transported here was not an accident at all, but part of something greater, part of his destiny. 1 month later, a statue was erected in its city. Crowds gathered around it, taking photos, paying respects, and quietly remembering everything that had been lost and everything that had been won. He sat nearby, silently thinking back on everything that had happened since that terrible battle. Across Xia Nation, 18 cities had been attacked by beast tides, and 12 of them had been completely sealed off. Guanshan City had become the center of the disaster, the site of an S-class secret realm buried beneath thick, impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Organization, Great Xia Dragon, had sent 30 barrier masters and 5 grandmasters, led by Du Jingming, to investigate. As he scrolled through his phone, his heart sank. Fu Hongsheng, the strongest guardian martial artist in Xia Nation, had personally entered Guanshan City. 8 hours later, Fu Hongsheng barely made it out alive, and only 2 grandmasters survived alongside him. After that, the nation officially declared Guanshan City the 11th life-prohibited zone, while the confirmed global death toll reached 1.8 million. He stared at the screen in disbelief. Was humanity's survival on Blue Star really hanging by a thread? One thing was certain, he no longer had time to wait. So he contacted Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin assumed he wanted to learn the last 2 cosmic martial arts skills from the Liu family, but he told her he had a different favor to ask. What he needed were high-quality plant element magic cores, preferably blue-grade, and if possible, even the extremely rare purple Lord-class ones. Aunt Qin was clearly shocked. Plant-type magic beasts are already rare, she said, and Lord-class cores are even more precious. What are you planning to offer in exchange? He explained that during Huadu University's freshman opening, there would be a secret realm exam. He could team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her seize first place. Aunt Qin did not sound convinced. She reminded Yi that prodigies from other provinces would be competing as well, and although Lu Qingzhu was talented, her level only ranked around the upper-middle range among past Imperial Capital University freshmen. Yi had beaten Lu Qingzhu in sparring, yes, but he was still far from the level of a true top-tier genius. Even so, he smiled and reminded Aunt Qin that she had entrusted the revival of the Liu family to him. Then he laid out his offer. If he and Qingzhu failed to win first place, he would sign a 10-year contract, serve the Liu family however they wished, work wherever they sent him, and even take care of Qingzhu whenever she was tired. Aunt Qin set her feet on the floor and gave Yi a teasing look. Serve and do menial tasks, is that right? Yi nodded as he stood up, and after a brief pause, Aunt Qin finally agreed. As soon as the call ended, Yi headed straight for the city hospital. Chuzhou had gone completely battle crazy, taken 4 stimulants in a single day, and managed to land himself in the ICU. The moment Ihi pulled up on his sleek black bike, a crowd of excited fans, most of them pretty girls, swarmed around him asking for autographs. Even Ihi had not expected himself to be this popular. After signing a few autographs, Ihi politely turned down the rest and picked up some gifts for his injured friend. But the moment he walked into Chuzhou's ward, he completely lost it. Chuzhou, who had once been a handsome young man, was now wrapped from head to toe like a discount mummy. Lying there with a half-embarrassed expression, Chuzhou still tried to act calm and dignified, as if those bandages meant nothing and he could jump up to fight at any second. Then, out of nowhere, the guy in the neighboring bed casually called out to Ihi, speaking as if the two of them were old brothers. Ihi blinked and asked who he was. The man laughed awkwardly and reminded him of their meeting. It turned out that this guy had been Ihi's first opponent in that promotion match a few weeks earlier. Ihi narrowed his eyes and tried to remember, but the next second, he suddenly froze when he noticed something strange. At first glance, Xinguan looked like he was doing better than Chuzhou, but the truth was much uglier. His leg was completely ruined. Ihi stood there stunned for a moment, while Xinguan tried to act casual, telling Ihi that his leg was not completely useless yet, and even if surgery could not save it, he would just replace it with one of Laserbird's new high-end combat prosthetics like it was no big deal. Ihi could only stand there, half impressed and half horrified. Xinguan might have seemed a little inexperienced before, but after seeing him like this, Ihi had to admit one thing. This man was the real deal. He had truly been wounded while defending in city, and that alone deserved genuine respect. Right at that moment, Ihi's phone suddenly buzzed, and an unknown number flashed across the screen. Ihi glanced at it, assumed it was spam, blocked the number without much thought, and went right back to what he had been doing. But barely 10 seconds later, his phone rang again. This time, Principal Deng's voice came through the line, sounding both anxious and irritated. He demanded to know why Ihi had blocked an important caller from the capital, then told him to unblock the number immediately. Realizing he had probably made a mistake, Ihi quickly unblocked the number. Almost instantly, another call came in. The man on the other end introduced himself as Wang Tao, the head of admissions at Huadu University. He explained that Huadu University would begin 1 month earlier than scheduled, and that a special train would arrive in 3 days to pick Ihi up. Wang Tao asked whether Ihi had any requests or difficulties, but Ihi simply said no and agreed to follow whatever arrangements had been made. Chuzhou also received a call from Huadu University, though his was not from Wang Tao. In that 6th ward, 2 of the 3 students had already been accepted into Huadu, leaving Xinguan with his head lowered and an awkward silence around him. Honestly, it almost felt like Xinguan did not belong in that ward at all, not even on the bed, maybe under it. Still, before Ihi left to report to Huadu University, there was one last thing he needed to handle. He said goodbye to Chuzhou and Xinguan, then walked out of the hospital. 3 days passed in a flash, and the scene shifted back to the Swan Lake nuclear blast zone. After the explosion, that enormous mushroom cloud had thrown hundreds of tons of ash into the sky, trapping the entire area beneath a false night. Ihi had come here immediately after leaving the hospital. Following the instincts of Demora's bloodline, Ihi searched for the places where radiation and leftover energy were strongest, especially the exact area where Huang Qing had sealed the blood-eyed black ape and detonated the nuclear strike. Ihi sat cross-legged in the center of the massive crater and activated Demora's template, drawing every trace of radiation energy into his body. His skin gradually turned black and rough like reef stone, while thick mist curled and churned around him. As Ihi breathed in the radioactive clouds, the muscles across his back slowly loosened, and steam poured from his pores like a living furnace. Eventually, the mist around him began to thin. A beam of morning light pierced through the heavy clouds and fell across his body like a spotlight on a dead stage. The choking ash finally started to disperse, and daylight returned to the scorched wasteland. Ihi opened his eyes, and a sharp flash of blue light streaked across his pupils. He pulled up his system panel to check the results of 3 full days of non-stop nuclear absorption. The monster template displayed Ihi's updated stats, and he could still feel electric arcs and dark red, sinister energy moving through his body. Those 3 days in the nuclear zone had massively strengthened both his martial foundation and his atomic fusion. Just from fighting the blood-eyed black ape, Ihi's Demora synchronization had jumped by 1.5%, which was already an enormous gain. Under normal conditions, even a blue core might not give him that much. Training here had turned out to be a treasure mine, pushing him up by more than 6% in just 3 days. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to leave. Ihi bent his knees, atomic energy crackling beneath his feet, and with a flash followed by a thunderous boom, he shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, at In-City's high-speed rail station, the speakers were already announcing final boarding for the train to Huadu. With only 5 minutes left, late passengers hurried through the ticket gates in a rush. Chuzhou, however, was not worried at all. He knew Ihi would not be late. Right then, A sharp sonic boom tore through the air. Something, or someone, was flying straight toward the station, and the crowd froze on the spot as a chill crawled over their skin. The pressure descending from above felt like a monster was about to fall out of the sky. But Chuzhou only smirked, because he already knew exactly who it was. When he landed, he looked like he had just stepped out of an action movie. Dust clung to his clothes, but his expression stayed calm, his presence sharp and steady. The nearby warriors were shaken by the aura they had just felt. That terrifying pressure was something even some top-tier fighters could not match. And City's golden boy had arrived. Chuzhou let out a small laugh, quietly realizing that Ihi had grown stronger again. Somehow, that was not surprising at all. Ihi, meanwhile, turned his head and took one final look at City. This was the place where he had first arrived after crossing into this world, and now he was finally leaving it behind. There was a faint bittersweet feeling in his chest, but Ihi knew it was time to move forward. Ihi and Chuzhou boarded the train together, and right at the 5-minute mark, the sleek red Huada University Express slowly pulled out of the station. Once inside, Ihi became curious about just how strong the other students riding this train really were. Ihi asked Chuzhou, and Chuzhou confirmed it without hesitation. These students were the real deal. Even the train itself was built from top-grade materials strong enough to withstand impacts of 1,000 tons. On top of that, 5 black tortoise warriors were guarding it, some openly visible while others remained hidden. There were even grandmasters keeping watch. After all, this train was carrying the nation's finest young talents, the future protectors of Xia Nation. Ihi smiled faintly. Using his life magnetic field, he scanned the students nearby. Some of them were definitely strong, but among everyone he sensed, only 5 could maybe survive 3 moves against him. Just as Ihi finally sat down and prepared to relax, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the carriage. A level 1 alert had been issued. The Huadu University train was under attack by an unknown enemy. The professors and faculty members were already moving to investigate, but every other student was ordered to leave the carriage immediately and not engage the attackers. At first, the entire carriage fell silent. Then, in the next moment, it erupted into noise. Some students thought it might be a drill, but others understood the danger. Xia Nation was weakened right now, many top warriors were away, and hostile forces could easily take advantage of the opening. The freshmen began to panic, hesitating over whether to stay or evacuate. Chuzhou turned toward Ihi and asked what he thought. Ihi had his eyes closed, exhausted after 3 straight days of non-stop training, and all he wanted was a short nap to recover. But now this troublesome interruption had arrived, and Ihi was still practical enough to know it could not be ignored. Ihi opened his eyes, immediately stood up, and prepared to move. He told Chuzhou that they needed to go forward and see what was really happening. Their carriage was near the very back, so Ihi and Chuzhou had to pass through several others before they finally ran into Zhou Jingxian. The freshman looked as if he had barely escaped with his life, covered in blood, his eyes wide with terror. Zhou Jingxian shouted that the first 3 carriages had already been taken. The enemies were using a domain that trapped people inside another space, leaving the real world untouched. The warrior teachers had tried to protect the students, but they were either killed or seriously injured. Together, they had forced Zhou Jingxian out so he could warn the others. This was not a drill. Zhou Jingxian's terrified scream made several freshmen stop in their tracks and rethink whether they should keep moving forward. Just then, Yan Jingxiong appeared, his lion-like hair and imposing presence immediately drawing everyone's attention. He demanded proof, asking where the evidence was if there was truly danger ahead. A teacher's badge? Another injured student? Yan Jingxiong was not convinced. He questioned how Zhou Jingxian had managed to escape when even his own close friend, one of the strongest among them, had not made it out. Many students began siding with Yan Jingxiong, clearly thinking the same thing. So Yan Jingxiong simply walked past Zhou Jingxian, leading a group of freshmen toward the front carriages to see the truth for themselves. Zhou Jingxian froze in place, watching them march toward what might be their deaths as if there was nothing he could do. For a moment, Zhou Jingxian looked completely defeated, until he suddenly saw someone he recognized. His eyes lit up the instant he spotted Ihi. Zhou Jingxian double-checked Ihi's life magnetic field to make sure, then gave him a small, desperate nod. At last, Zhou Jingxian had found someone he could trust. He explained that Lu Qingzhu had once shown him a photo of Ihi and asked him to pass along one message. No matter what happened, Ihi must not go near the front carriage. Ihi paused for a second, still processing the warning, then asked if that was all Lu Qingzhu had said. Zhou Jingxian nodded through his tears and confirmed that was the entire message. And then Zhou Jingxian added one more thing. Lu Qingzhu had been seriously injured while protecting him, the kind of injury that looked like it had been carved open by a sword. Lu Qingzhu had not been able to stop the others from charging forward like they were rushing toward death, but she had forced Zhou Jingxian to promise one thing. He had to make sure Ihi got out alive. Zhou Jingxian was clearly moved as he said it, his voice shaking with emotion. But before the atmosphere could get too heavy, someone smacked the back of his head and snapped at him for being so dramatic. Seriously, Was Zhou Jingxian already treating this like Lu Qingzhu's final wish? She was injured, not dead. Chu Zhou turned toward Yi and asked whether he still planned to enter the front carriage after hearing all that. Yi did not even hesitate. Of course he was going. After all, he had made a promise to Aunt Qin. But out of nowhere, Zhou Jingxian suddenly stepped in front of them, blocking the path like some last-minute hero. Yi blinked at him, almost wondering if Zhou Jingxian was serious. Zhou Jingxian then asked how someone like Yi had even passed Huadu University's entrance exam with that reckless, loser-like attitude. Yi glanced at Chu Zhou and gave him a small nod. Chu Zhou, the top fighter from their school, understood immediately and did not hesitate for even a second. Chu Zhou drew his sword and casually sent a slash of sword energy straight toward Zhou Jingxian. Zhou Jingxian frowned, clearly caught off guard by how fast they chose violence. At that moment, he seriously wondered how someone as elegant and intelligent as Lu Qingzhu had ever gotten involved with these two muscle-brained lunatics. But just as Zhou Jingxian started feeling a little proud of himself for standing his ground, a fist suddenly came flying in and slammed right into his stomach. The impact knocked the breath out of him, and the wound he had barely managed to stop from bleeding earlier split open again. Zhou Jingxian doubled over, coughing hard while clutching his stomach in pain. Yi gave him a quick apology while he was still retching, then handed over a few blood essence pills. At the very least, Yi respected the effort Zhou Jingxian had made. After that, Yi and Chu Zhou rushed off without wasting another second. Lu Qingzhu was injured, and they needed answers fast, so they headed straight toward carriage number 4, which was already in complete disorder. The doorway leading into carriage number 3 was wrapped in a strange purple haze, swirling like a portal that opened into some other dimension. Yi picked up a travel bag from nearby and tossed it into the haze to test what would happen, but not even a single sound came back. It was as if the bag had vanished into thin air the moment it crossed that purple barrier. Even Yi's life magnetic field could not sense anything beyond the haze. The strangest part was that several freshmen had already gone in before them, and not one had returned. Yi looked at Chu Zhou and said that things had just become interesting, then dove straight into the haze without fear. Naturally, Chu Zhou had no intention of staying behind. He followed right after him, and the moment their bodies touched the purple mist, they twisted and disappeared into it. The instant Yi entered, everything around him felt wrong. Chu Zhou, who had jumped in right after him, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Yi found himself walking alone along a glowing path, surrounded by total silence. At the far end of that path, the light grew brighter and brighter, until it was almost painful to look straight at it. Yi continued forward, and as the glow intensified, the blurry space around him gradually began to clear. But when Yi finally stepped out of the light, he froze. This was not the train anymore. Not even close. Above him hung a dull gray sky, and all around him stood crumbling buildings, like the remains of a dead city after the end of the world. Everything looked broken beyond repair. Yi's expression turned serious. Something was definitely wrong. His life magnetic field, the ability he always relied on to sense his surroundings, had vanished. Or rather, this place seemed to be interfering with it completely. In that case, he had to use the simplest method. He needed higher ground, so he could see the entire layout of this strange place. Yi crouched low, then suddenly launched himself upward, leaping dozens of meters into the air before landing lightly on top of a nearby building. He looked around from the rooftop. Every building seemed the same, gray, lifeless, silent, and eerily still. It felt like the entire city had flatlined. Even though his life magnetic field was being blocked, Yi could still feel a strange, creeping sensation, as if someone was watching him from the shadows. No, not just watching him, mocking him. And that feeling was starting to get on his nerves, so he stopped holding back. Yi summoned his martial energy and shaped his hands into a sphere, drawing unstable atomic force between his palms until the power crackled and surged like a miniature storm. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Yi hurled that chaotic ball of energy straight into the sky. A massive explosion lit up the clouds. Heat and light tore through the gloom, ripping apart the gray mist overhead. Yi was going to illuminate this entire dead zone and let everyone inside know that he had arrived. As the blast spread across the sky and scattered the gloomy gray clouds, the whole dead city suddenly glowed beneath the light, looking almost like a scene from some strange sci-fi battlefield. Every Huadu University freshman who had been hiding and holding their breath peeked out, their eyes fixed on the glowing sky. They were all wondering the same thing. Who had just made such a flashy entrance? Most assumed it had to be some high-level monster or expert. None of them realized that the so-called expert was one of their own. Only Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu recognized that over-the-top energy signature. As for Lu Qingzhu, she was hiding inside a building somewhere in the dead city, her face pale and her body clearly in no condition to fight. The moment Lu Qingzhu saw that blue explosion through the window, she instantly knew he had arrived. Chu Zhou, unlike her, had no intention of staying still. With sword in hand, he was already moving toward the blast zone, fully aware that Yi had just placed himself at the center of every enemy's attention. Back on Ihi's side, he looked out across the now-awakened city, fully aware that his attack had called out everyone inside, not just his allies. Right on cue, footsteps sounded behind him. Then, in the next instant, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure was dressed entirely in black, wearing a creepy white pighead mask and dragging a rusty chain behind him. At the end of that chain hung a long knife, its blade still wet with fresh blood. With just one glance, Ihi could tell this masked freak was pure trouble. There was no time for small talk. Flames erupted beneath Ihi's feet, scorching the floor as he launched himself forward with a sonic boom. Ihi went straight for the mask, drawing back his atomic fist and aiming to take the pig-headed weirdo's head clean off. But the instant Ihi's punch connected, the pig-headed freak's long knife stabbed straight into Ihi's abdomen, completely bypassing both his martial arts shield and more enhanced skin as if those defenses did not exist. Even so, Ihi's atomic punch burned hotter than temperatures capable of melting steel. But strangely, it still did not fully burn through the man's head. It only wrapped the pig mask in raging blue flames. The pig-headed man tried to press his advantage, gripping the knife and pushing with all his strength, attempting to cut Ihi open. But the blade stopped inside Ihi's muscle layer, where the wound was already healing at frightening speed. Now it was Ihi's turn. He grabbed the rusty chain wrapped around the attacker's arm and yanked him closer. The man's physical strength was not impressive, but that weapon was clearly special. It ignored defenses like some kind of cheat. Ihi smirked and asked what the hell this thing was supposed to be. Then Ihi grabbed the pig mask with both hands, forced open the freak's creepy mouth, and grinned. Time for oral surgery, buddy. What happened next was brutal. Ihi opened his own mouth and fired a blue beam of high-temperature atomic breath straight into the pig-headed man's mask. The pig-headed man's mouth was burned straight through, and the terrible heat melted down through his neck. Still holding the mask, Ihi casually said he was a man of his word. He said he would do it, and he did. But then Ihi noticed something hidden inside the mask. Ihi reached in and pulled out a green pendant. The moment he saw it, everything clicked. This had to be part of Huadu University's trial. Kill the strange masked enemies, collect the loot, and survive. It was almost like a game-style challenge. At that moment, the blade still lodged in Ihi's abdomen crumbled into pieces. Apparently, it had been temporarily strengthened by some high-level martial energy, and once that energy faded, the weapon turned into scrap. Staring at the pendant in his hand, Ihi began piecing things together. Was this a battle royale setup? Defeat enemies, collect their pendants, and let the last one standing win? But before Ihi could think too deeply about it, danger struck again. Ihi suddenly sensed an arrow aimed at the back of his head. But before it could reach him, a terrifying evil shadow burst from his body, and several bloody mouths snapped the arrow apart in midair like some horror-born creature. Ihi turned toward the direction of the shot and spotted another masked freak, this one holding a pair of crossbows. Already irritated from the fight with the pig-headed attacker, Ihi dashed forward, ready to crush this new enemy on sight. But just as Ihi moved, a sharp spear suddenly pierced up through the ground in front of him and stabbed straight into his chest. While Ihi was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack, the crossbow-wielding enemy seized the chance and fired a volley of arrows straight toward his vital points. Ihi did not even get a single moment to breathe after the brawl with the pig-headed freak. In an instant, killing intent closed in from every direction, surrounding him inside the dead city. Even then, every single one of them had still misjudged Ihi far too badly. With a furious roar tearing from his throat, Ihi stopped holding back and drew on the power of his monster template, forcing the brutal strength of his giant humanoid form to surge through his entire body. In an instant, flames and white steam burst violently from Ihi's body. Enormous burning ribs began to take shape around him, rising like the frame of some demon god, while red and black evil energy wrapped over him in thick, terrifying waves. The masked crossbow user froze where he stood, his whole body stiff with shock, as a gigantic blazing fist descended from above like a meteor about to crush him into the ground. Ihi's punch smashed straight through the building around them. Walls, floors, and pillars collapsed all at once, turning the entire structure into a storm of rubble and dust, and the masked man was swallowed up with it. Far away, the other freshmen stared at the destruction unfolding in the ruined city. Their mouths hung open as they watched an entire building vanish in a single blow. None of them could even understand what kind of fight was happening out there anymore. Ihi stepped out from the rolling smoke, still gripping the spear that had almost skewered him moments earlier. His eyes were cold as he looked ahead, clearly wanting to see the attacker who had dared to try and run him through. And almost as if answering that challenge, the attacker appeared. This masked figure wore a red-eyed rabbit mask with a sleek black suit, and in his hand was a brand new spear. From the look of it, these strange masked enemies could regenerate their weapons again and again, as long as their bodies had not been completely destroyed. The rabbit-masked man suddenly shot forward like a missile, his spear aimed straight for Ihi's body. Ihi kicked out in midair to intercept him, but the man twisted his body at an impossible angle, slipping past the attack with surprisingly refined martial skill. Even while spinning through the air, he adjusted his trajectory and kept charging directly toward Ihi. Ihi's eyes narrowed in surprise. This rabbit-headed freak was not just charging blindly. He actually knew real martial arts. The spear tip flashed closer and closer, stopping only inches from Ihi's face. Then, with a thunderous boom, a towering wall of ice erupted in front of Ihi and stopped the spear dead in its tracks. Beneath the shadows of two crumbling buildings, Chuzhou finally revealed himself. With one strike of his ice power, he locked the rabbit-headed man inside a massive frozen wall and cut off his attack. The masked figure tightened his grip around the spear and looked around in confusion, trying to locate the source of the attack. Then his instincts screamed, and he suddenly sensed danger coming from above. It was Chuzhou. Chuzhou struck without the slightest hesitation, his expression calm as he watched just how close the rabbit had come to being pierced. The rabbit-masked man barely avoided the blow. Chuzhou's sword stabbed into the ground where he had been standing a heartbeat earlier, and the moment the blade landed, countless ice shards exploded upward. The rabbit sprang out of the frozen trap and immediately counterattacked in midair with his spear. Their weapons clashed above the broken city ruins, throwing out sharp bursts of sparks in the dim light. In only a few breaths, the two had already exchanged dozens of strikes. The rabbit had the advantage of reach and a weapon better suited for long-range thrusts, but Chuzhou's swordsmanship was so precise and controlled that the battle remained evenly matched. During one fierce collision, Chuzhou suddenly poured his ice power into the exchange, freezing the spear right in his opponent's hands. The rabbit-masked man was caught off guard, and his body staggered for a split second. Chuzhou did not waste that opening. He stepped in at once and drove his open palm hard into the rabbit's chest, sending the masked man flying backward. Even so, the rabbit managed to absorb a good part of the impact through the frozen spear in his hands, keeping himself from being completely crushed by the blow. Just as the rabbit tried to break away and escape, an enormous hand reached out from the darkness and clamped around him. He had already returned to his colossal humanoid form. A terrifying burst of martial force and unstable atomic energy erupted in the next instant. The explosion tore through the ruined district, lighting up the gray clouds above and shattering the heavy silence around them. Nearby buildings could not withstand the shockwave and collapsed one after another under its force. Elsewhere in the city, just moments earlier, two freshmen were hiding inside a half-collapsed building. They had formed a temporary alliance to survive, and one of them carefully peeked outside before wondering aloud whether that guy had already died. The blonde girl remained calm, assuming it was probably just one of the students who had gone up against the masked monsters. To her, that flashy, noisy entrance from the overly confident freshman was nothing more than arrogance. In her eyes, he was most likely some lucky student from a small town who had somehow scraped his way into Huadu University. By comparison, she pointed out that the real elites from the major cities were already actively hunting the masked enemies. She named Xiong and Yang from Magic City, Xinlu from Deep Blue City, and Shi and Sun from Liuli Island. Even she had no idea how those people had started tracking down the masked ones so quickly. The boy beside her asked whether one of those elites might end up becoming the freshman champion. The blonde girl shook her head and reminded him that the #1 spot always belonged to someone from the imperial capital. Against those monsters, no one else truly stood a chance. They had grown up with the best martial resources from the very beginning, while everyone else could only watch from the sidelines. Before she could say anything more, a massive blue beam suddenly tore across the sky. Both students froze in shock. The light sliced through the gray clouds like a blade, and the two of them looked at each other in stunned confusion. What the hell was that? One of them finally muttered. They wondered if it had been some kind of electromagnetic cannon, but the thought only made it more absurd. How could a weapon like that possibly exist inside the city? In another part of the ruined city, Zhang drove his massive broadsword straight into the chest of a horse-masked man. Zhang turned his gaze toward Jia, the top scholar from Magic City. Zhang stood nearby as well, watching the distant burst of light with a wary expression. He voiced his suspicion that the attack did not look like the work of the masked enemies. Zhou agreed, because that kind of destructive force did not match their usual fighting methods at all. After a brief pause, he guessed that the attack had probably come from one of the freshmen. Zheng found that almost impossible to accept. A new student had done that? The very idea sounded absurd. In his mind, no one outside the imperial capital should possess that level of power. Still, disbelief was not enough to ignore it, so they decided to go and investigate for themselves. By this point, they had already secured the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Xinlu from Deep Blue City most likely had the goat pendant. Jinshan from Liuli Island held the snake pendant. And Lu Qingzhu, a freshman girl, had reportedly killed Minor and taken the ox pendant. If these enemies truly followed the pattern of the Chinese zodiac, then only 5 remained: the pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. And among those remaining 5, the dragon was without question the most dangerous one. That would be a boss-level threat, the kind of enemy they could not hope to defeat head-on. Against something like that, simply surviving would already be difficult. The other remaining enemies were probably gathered near the epicenter of that blue beam. Zhou expected Xinlu and Xian Chun to be drawn toward the commotion as well. He turned toward Zheng, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. A sharp gleam of ambition flashed in his eyes. The final round had truly begun, and if they wanted to claim victory, they could no longer afford to stand back and watch. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou had taken possession of the rabbit pendant. The rabbit-headed man had been hit point-blank by Yi's atomic breath and completely disintegrated, leaving only the pendant behind, somehow still intact. Chu Zhou picked it up and turned it over in his hand, his brow tightening as he examined it. Even after an attack like that, this thing had survived. He glanced toward Yi, clearly puzzled, and asked what it meant. Yi thought for a moment, then explained that he had killed a pig-headed man earlier and recovered a pig-shaped pendant from the mask. From the look of things, this entire trial was likely built around collecting the zodiac pendants hidden inside each animal mask. Chu Zhou asked whether that meant they had to hunt down the rest of the masked enemies. Yi gave a firm nod, confirming that was most likely the path forward. But before the two of them could make their next move, another masked figure fired an arrow from a nearby rooftop. Apparently, the crossbow user had survived the earlier chaos and managed to escape. Now that Yi had been hit by his attack, though, they could use that trace to track him down. Following the trail through the wrecked streets, Yi and Chu Zhou soon arrived at a scorched battlefield. The entire area was marked by signs of an intense fight. The ground had been melted in places, and fresh burn marks still scarred the ruins around them. Chu Zhou crouched down and pressed his fingers against the earth. After a brief check, he realized the enemy had not gone far. At that exact moment, Chu Zhou's ice demon dragon bloodline suddenly surged inside him. A dark energy flared through his body, and his instincts reacted before his mind could fully process the danger. With a powerful swing, Chu Zhou slashed toward what looked like an empty patch of space. A huge wall of ice shot upward from the ground, rising into the sky in a single violent burst. A scream rang out from thin air. Then a calm voice followed, as Xinlu admitted that her optical camouflage had been detected. Standing beside her was Lan Yusi. With her delicate features and violet blue eyeshadow, she looked far too innocent to be hiding any malice. But in a trial like this, appearances were never something to trust. Even after being caught sneaking around, Lan Yusi did not look frightened in the slightest. Chu Zhou's ice element had struck directly at her, yet her expression remained composed. His gaze turned cold as he remarked that people who hid in the shadows were rarely planning anything good. Before Lan Yusi could even answer, another freshman appeared as if he had stepped straight out of empty air. He was a sharp-featured young man dressed in exquisite clothes, with gray hair parted neatly down the middle. The moment he arrived, the temperature around them climbed sharply, and red flames began flickering around both of his hands. In a calm but unmistakably commanding tone, Xian Chun told Lan Yusi to move aside. His palms burned a deep crimson, glowing like heated branding irons. Then Xian Chun activated his genetic technique, the Flame Demon Battle Body, and pressed one blazing hand against the towering ice wall. Fire raced through the frozen structure from the point of contact, cracking it apart in an instant. The ice shattered violently, and a huge cloud of steam erupted outward, swallowing the battlefield in a thick white haze. Xian Chun carried himself with a lazy kind of arrogance, as if none of this was worth taking seriously. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes, glanced toward Lan Yusi, and mocked her weak optical camouflage like it had been nothing more than a cheap trick. He did not bother with any polite greetings. His gaze stayed cold as he cut straight to the point, asking whether the two of them had been planning to ambush him and Chu Zhou. Before he could press further, Lan Yusi smoothly interrupted, her composure never slipping. She claimed this was all just a misunderstanding. According to her, they had only taken down someone wearing a chicken mask and were hiding nearby to lure out any other masked enemies who might appear. Xian Chun said nothing in response. He simply remained calm, lifted a cigarette to his lips, and lit it with a small flame that bloomed from the tip of his finger. Then, with smoke curling lazily near his face, Xian Chun asked Lan Yusi what exactly she meant by all of this. At that very moment, Xian Chun suddenly reached toward the empty space beside him and grabbed something that had been hiding there. A woman identical to Lan Yusi was dragged out of thin air. Without the slightest hesitation, Xian Chun lifted her off the ground by the throat. As the fake Lan Yusi struggled, a poison dagger slipped from her hand and clattered down. Xian Chun casually crushed the clone's neck, and the real Lan Yusi's face immediately darkened with anger. Xian Chun only smiled in amusement, as if he had never believed her sneak attack would work in the first place. If something that simple had succeeded, this fight would have been far too boring. After inhaling the entire cigarette in one long drag, Xian Chun stepped forward through the drifting steam. His cheeks suddenly bulged in a grotesque way, and then he exhaled a thick cloud of black fog straight toward Chu Zhou and Yi. Chu Zhou and Yi pulled back just in time, narrowly avoiding the first wave of black mist. But they had not expected Lan Yusi to suddenly open a yellow fan marked with glowing runes. Lan Yusi swung the fan with force, and a violent gust roared outward. The wind shoved the black fog straight in Chu Zhou and Yi's direction, engulfing both of them before they could fully escape its range. Xian Chen casually raised his hand, gathered a massive fireball at his fingertips, and tossed it into the rolling mist as if he were lighting kindling. The moment the flames touched the fog, a violent explosion erupted. The black cloud transformed into a swirling inferno, and the surrounding air twisted under the sudden blast of heat. Lan Yusi smiled from behind her fan, already convinced the fight was over. Even if their enemies were strong, she believed they still could not stand against the two of them together. "They're strong," she murmured softly from behind the fan, "but not strong enough to stop us." But that confidence lasted only a moment. From inside the raging firestorm, a thunderous clap suddenly exploded outward, and the force of that single sound tore through the flames, extinguishing the entire blaze at once. Xian Shun froze where he stood, disbelief flashing across his face. His blazing fog, which should have swallowed anyone caught inside, had been broken apart by one simple clap. Confusion had barely formed on Xian Chen's face when a fist suddenly appeared right in front of him. He saw it coming, but by then, it was already far too late. Against that kind of speed, Xian Chen did not even have time to react. He had launched himself forward with mountain-blocking fist, closing the distance in an instant. His punch landed with terrifying force, twisting half of Xian Chen's face out of shape and sending him flying backward like a ragdoll thrown by a storm. Lan Yusi stared in shock, completely unprepared for Yi's speed and raw strength to be so monstrous. The sheer pressure of his power made her feel helpless. Most freshmen, including both her and Xian Chen, had not yet truly reached the warrior rank. Their cultivation was still stuck at the martial artist apprentice level, and their strength remained limited by that invisible membrane. Even with Imperial Capital University's higher standards, freshmen still had a ceiling, but Yi was different. With his system template, even at level 9, he could keep stacking his physical stats by raising compatibility. Lan Yusi finally realized she was not fighting an ordinary freshman at all, but a true monster. Even if she joined forces with Xian Chen, Lan Yusi knew they had no chance of winning. The pressure alone was enough to crush her fighting spirit. She immediately turned to flee, only for a sudden chill to crawl around her feet. Her body stiffened. While focusing entirely on Yi, she had forgotten Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had silently frozen her feet in place with ice. His voice came from behind her, cold and steady. "You forgot about me." Desperation flashed across Lan Yusi's face. She swung her fan with everything she had, summoning sharp wind blades that sliced through the ice and shattered the frozen restraints around her feet. Using that burst of force, Lan Yusi's body lifted quickly into the air as she tried to break away. But just as she rose, a hand clamped tightly around her ankle. Yi had already caught her. Yi yanked her down and slammed her hard into the ground. The impact carved a shallow crater beneath her body, and the yellow fan slipped from her hand as dust burst up around her. Without giving her even a breath to recover, Yi raised his fist again. Panic took over. Lan Yusi burned through a large amount of martial energy, releasing a jade-colored burst that exploded outward from her body. In the next instant, dozens of her clones scattered in every direction, while the real Lan Yusi slipped among them, hoping the confusion would let her escape. But Yi only grinned, completely unbothered, his eyes wild with excitement. Yi activated his Shun Huang martial arts, combining imprisoning the devil in the flesh with demonic illusions. Dozens of blood-red shadows surged out from around him, twisting into demonic beasts that immediately swarmed toward Lan Yusi's fleeing clones. Lan Yusi's illusions had no way to withstand that kind of assault. Her clones could not suppress so many demonic creatures at once. She did not even understand what those things were, and the fear that gripped her heart felt colder than any ice Chu Zhou could have created. Yi laughed, his expression twisting with a dangerous, almost maddened excitement. Lan Yusi could no longer fight back, and she could no longer run. At that point, there was nothing left for her to do except accept defeat. Under Yi's overwhelming pressure, Lan Yusi finally surrendered. Without daring to resist any further, she obediently handed over both the sheep pendant and the chicken pendant. When Yi demanded more information, Lan Yusi did not hesitate to betray her ally. She revealed that Xian Chen had possessed the snake and tiger pendants, then explained the abilities he had shown during battle. After that, she continued offering extra information and guesses about Zhe and Zheng from Magic City. Lan Yusi made it clear that if Yi wanted to win the trial, he would have to collect all 12 pendants. "If you want to win, you'll need all 12, she warned. Now that the trial had entered its final stage, the remaining participants would not sit around and wait. They would soon make their own moves, and if Yi did not strike first, others would come after him. "Hesitate now," she added, "and they'll come for you." Since Lan Yusi already knew she had no real chance of winning anymore, she figured she might as well stir up chaos and let both sides tear each other apart. With a bright but sly smile, Lan Yusi even offered to lead Yi and Chu Zhou to Zhe and Zheng. Yi rejected her immediately, which did not surprise her. After all, just moments earlier, they had still been enemies. It was only natural that Yi would not trust her. What truly unsettled Lan Yusi, however, was the way Yi smiled while staring directly at her fan. And when he casually said that he liked it, a very bad feeling crawled down Lan Yusi's spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zheng and Zhe were making their way toward the explosion site they had seen earlier. Along the way, they ran into a group of arrogant freshmen who had tried to band together and rob them of their pendants. The attackers were not strong, but dealing with them still took some effort. Zhe and Zheng guessed that by now, Shi and Sun, along with Lan Yusi, had probably already made their move. But neither of them was worried. Whoever came out on top would only be holding the pendants for a little while, because Zhe and Zheng planned to take them afterward. As Zhe spoke with that confident attitude, Zheng did not object. To him, that outcome seemed completely reasonable. Suddenly, Zheng's pupils shrank. He stopped sharply, pointed towards something ahead, and shouted in shock. Zhe also stopped walking. His eyes narrowed as both of them looked toward the horrifying sight lying in the street. Xian Shen's corpse was sprawled across the road, cleanly cut in half and tossed aside like a dead dog. His face was still frozen in a twisted mix of shock and rage, as if death had arrived so quickly that he had not even had time to feel fear. The sword strike that killed him had been too fast and too clean. Just a few minutes earlier, Xian Shen had escaped the clash between Lan Yusi and Yi, cursing Yi's terrifying strength under his breath. He had never expected to run into such a monster before even reaching the imperial capital. Still, he found some comfort in the fact that he had at least defeated Lan Yusi. But no matter how he tried to steady himself, he could not shake the eerie feeling that Yi had somehow marked him and would eventually come after him. So Xian Shen decided his safest choice was to find Zhe and Zheng and form an alliance. That was when he heard it, the sharp, chilling scrape of a blade dragging across the pavement behind him. Xian Shen turned around and saw a figure standing in the distance. The man wore a cold black iron dragon mask and held a long tang sword in his hand. He stood more than 2 meters tall, his frame gaunt yet terrifying, and his ragged grand black robe swayed faintly in the breeze. But the most horrifying thing about him was his eyes. Inside each eye were double pupils, both blood red, packed together in a way that made him look inhuman. Those eyes radiated a cold, eerie aura, and Xian Shen instinctively understood that this was no ordinary opponent. It was the first time he had seen someone wearing the dragon mask. Unlike the other zodiac-masked figures, who felt like lifeless puppets, this man felt terrifyingly alive. The streetlights flickering between them began to glitch and dim, as though the current itself was being disturbed by the dragon-masked man's presence. Xian Shen blinked once, and in that instant, the dragon mask appeared 10 meters closer. The lights behind him died out with a sizzling sound, and for one brief moment, the entire street fell into pitch-black darkness. When the lights came back on, Xian Shen's body had already been split cleanly in two. Blood sprayed upward like a fountain as the dragon-masked man snatched away the snake and tiger pendants. Then, just as silently as he had appeared, he vanished into the dark and empty streets. Back in the present, Zheng stared at Xian Shen's corpse, unable to understand why he had been killed so ruthlessly in the middle of the street. Zhe knelt beside the body and carefully examined the wound before confirming that the dragon-masked man had done this. The slash was clean, merciless, and far too decisive. There had been no real fight at all. Zhe added that among the 12 zodiac masks, only the dragon mask could have pulled off something like this. Zheng was even more confused. Wasn't the dragon mask supposed to be confined to the underground parking lot? He and Zhe had first encountered him after killing the dog-masked man. At that time, they had been leading 20 freshmen. To win their loyalty, Zhe had guided the group to the southern underground garage, where the dragon mask was rumored to appear. In the end, only Zhe and Zheng had made it out alive. Zhe could still remember that moment with terrifying clarity. The dragon mask had cut down 2 students as easily as chopping vegetables on a board. Back then, he could hardly believe what he was seeing, because this was supposed to be a freshman trial, not a real battlefield where people actually died. But the thick smell of blood had filled the air, and the agony in those final moments had been painfully real. Now, the sight of Xian Shen's corpse lying in the street dragged all of those dark memories back to the surface. Zheng's voice finally snapped Zhe out of his thoughts. Xian Shen's pendants had already been taken, so the real question was what they should do next. After a brief moment of thought, Zhe guessed that the dragon mask had most likely broken free from his original restriction. Maybe all the other zodiac masked figures had already been defeated, causing the trial rules to shift. If that was true, then the final boss was no longer trapped in one place and could now move through the city freely, hunting freshmen just like the other masks had done before. Zhe concluded that the dragon mask was now actively targeting anyone carrying a zodiac pendant. There was no way they could afford to face that monster head-on. Their only chance was to move faster than him, find the remaining pendant holders first, and take their pendants before the dragon mask reached them. With his decision made, Zhe activated his Fourth Order King Bloodline Awakening, the Golden Winged Dragon. As the power surged, radiant golden light burst from his body. Fine feathers sprouted along his cheeks, and platinum dragon horns slowly curled out from his forehead. Then, from Zhe's back, a pair of enormous golden wings unfurled, stretching more than 4 meters wide. Dragon scales shimmered across the feathers, making him look like a sovereign descending into battle. With one powerful flap of those massive wings, Zhe shot up into the sky. Golden martial energy spread with his voice as he released a provocative cry that echoed across the ruined city, openly broadcasting his challenge to everyone below. Elsewhere in the broken city, Lu Qingzhu, one of the first freshmen dragged into this strange world, was hiding inside a crumbling building while her wounds remained far from healed. After helping 2 others kill the ox-masked man, they had accidentally entered the underground garage and run into the dragon mask. One of Lu Qingzhu's teammates had been killed instantly. If a group of more than 20 freshmen had not arrived right after that, she would have been the next one to fall. Even though she survived, the dragon mask's sword aura had still left her badly injured. Fortunately, Lu Qingzhu and another survivor later encountered a faculty member from Imperial Capital University. The man claimed that the train had been attacked and that the professors had gone missing, but he also said he had a way to help one person escape and send a warning outside. Lu Qingzhu chose to remain behind, using her injuries as the reason, and sent the other freshman in her place. Before that freshman left, Lu Qingzhu unexpectedly asked them to warn Yi not to enter the city, even handing over a photo of him. Afterward, Lu Qingzhu stayed hidden and quietly focused on recovering. But when she saw that blue explosion tear through the sky, she instantly understood that Yi had arrived. That made everything worse. In her current state, she did not have the strength to go find him, but she still had to do something. Just then, explosions suddenly echoed from the surrounding buildings. A wave of panic struck Lu Qingzhu's heart. She knew at once that they had found her. In her injured condition, Lu Qingzhu had no chance of outrunning them. Her energy had already been locked onto, and the pursuers were clearly coming for the pendant. She no longer cared about keeping it for herself, but something deep inside told her that Yi would need it. Since she could not fight them directly, she made her choice. She would lead them away. But Lu Qingzhu had no idea that the nightmare she feared most was already watching her from above. The dragon mask stood on top of a nearby building, his cold gaze fixed directly on Lu Qingzhu. He remembered noticing her during the college entrance exam, back when she awakened the ghost sparrow bloodline, an extremely rare avian-type power. And now, she was carrying the ox pendant as well. Luck seemed to be leaning in his favor. The dragon mask watched Lu Qingzhu move through the streets and immediately saw through her plan. She was trying to lure him back to the dragon's lair beneath the parking garage. To him, that was almost laughable. The dragon had already been released, and that place was empty now. The dragon mask grinned and stepped away from the edge. He ordered Zheng to stay where he was, saying he was going to retrieve someone. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he shot off into the distance. A massive burst of power erupted from Ouyang, spreading outward like a violent wave through the ruined city. Hovering high above the streets, Ouyang looked down at the chaos below with his sharp, eagle-like wings spread wide and his fierce eyes remaining calm. Then Lu Qingzhu's voice reached him, declaring that he could not run. Ouyang's eyes widened instantly. Sweat slid down his face as his body froze in midair. That voice belonged to the dragon. It made no sense. The dragon should have been chasing the others, not coming after him. But there it was, that red-eyed beast with razor-sharp killing intent, staring straight at Ouyang. Fear crawled up his spine, and shock tightened around his chest. Then a terrifying realization hit him. What if the people he had been chasing were not the main targets at all? What if he was the real pendant carrier the dragon wanted? Ouyang's thoughts began to spiral out of control. He had 4 pendants on him. Now it was painfully obvious. The dragon would naturally come for the person holding the largest number of pendants. Ouyang had been too confident, and now the hunter had become the hunted. His pupils glowed with panic, and sweat streamed down his face as the weight of the situation finally sank in. Ouyang slowly drifted backward with his wings stretched wide, his eyes locked ahead. The dragon was closing in. Suspended in midair, Ouyang narrowed his eyes and quickly realized what was happening. This had to be a domain. The dragon could use one too. Invisible pressure tightened around Ouyang's chest. Sweat ran down his neck as he understood the nature of the technique. With just one glance, the dragon could drag his target into a sealed space. The only way out was to defeat the caster. Somehow, without even noticing, Ouyang had already been pulled inside. Without warning, a monstrous figure lunged toward Ouyang at blinding speed. Its body was wrapped in flames, and in its hand was a lightning-infused sword crackling with violent power. Ouyang pulled his wings tightly around himself and braced his body, preparing to take the full force of the incoming strike. Elsewhere in the city, Zheng Xiong raised his sword and intercepted a sharp beam of blue energy. The force of the attack nearly overwhelmed him, forcing him to release a tremendous surge of power in return. Faint fumes rose from Zheng Xiong's skin as he stood there without backing down. His expression darkened as he questioned what kind of trick they were playing, using the global chat just to provoke them like this. Chu Zhou drew his sword, and raw energy rippled along its edge. He calmly asked to take this opponent himself, wanting to test how much strength he had gained. He looked at him with a calm, unreadable gaze. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong charged in. Yellow energy crackled wildly around his blade as he moved like a thunderstorm tearing across the sky. With a fierce glare, he barked at them, mocking the pride they seemed so desperate to protect. Chu Zhou's expression sharpened in an instant. He focused his power and triggered Ice Vein, his voice turning cold as he declared that he would bury that pride in ice. Zheng Xiong's sword surged with violent power and slammed thunderously against Chu Zhou's blade. The impact sent a shockwave trembling through the air around them. Chu Zhou clenched his jaw, locked his eyes onto Zheng Xiong, and silently vowed that he would not let him escape. Zheng Xiong charged again, unleashing roaring energy with every step. Chu Zhou stepped forward to meet him head-on, and their swords crashed together, grinding violently as both sides poured force into the clash. Zhe intercepted with a wind soul blade, stopping the incoming blow with a swirling burst of force. Chu Zhou's rage flared higher. His movements and his sword became perfectly unified, as though the blade had become an extension of his own body. High above them, the dragon hovered in the air as if waiting for the entire battlefield to erupt. He watched everything below in silence, intense and unmoving, sensing the energy swelling between the fighters. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong rushed forward again, each step carrying heavy, explosive power. He and Chu Zhou collided once more, pouring strength into each strike until the air between their blades seemed to crack apart. He sat nearby with one elbow resting on his knee, watching the battle with an almost lazy calm, as if this fierce clash was nothing more than a slow show unfolding in front of him. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong's body stiffened. Sweat rolled down his face as he sensed Ouyang's distress signal being broadcast through the city. His expression changed at once. That signal, it was from Zhe. Chu Zhou's sword blazed forward with immense force. Zheng Xiong barely dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the edge of the blade. What the hell are you trying to pull? Zheng Xiong gritted out, throwing out a threat that if he were not busy right now, he would have broken someone's bones already. Chu Zhou only questioned whether he was done talking tough, then coldly reminded him that he had never given him permission to leave. Then Chu Zhou launched forward, wrapped in a surge of blue energy. His mystic eyes cut through the air like daggers, and Zheng Xiong froze on the spot. His throat tightened, and a single word slipped out in disbelief. Before Yin Jingxiong could even lift his guard properly, Yi's fists were already crashing down on him like a storm. One punch after another hammered into him, leaving him no room to breathe, no chance to adjust, and no opening to fight back. A crushing strike slammed straight into Yin Jingxiong's body, and the force was so heavy that his feet instantly left the ground. He was thrown backward like a broken kite, tumbling through the air under the sheer impact. Blood slid from the corner of Yin Jingxiong's mouth as he stumbled, barely managing to keep himself upright. His face twisted in humiliation, and he cursed under his breath. Had he really just been hit by some kind of beast? Glaring at He and the others, he snarled that they had ambushed him. But He only looked amused. That was no beast at all. It was him. With a faint smile, He said Yin Jingxiong's scream had sounded so miserable that he accidentally used a little too much strength. There had been no ambush, only Yin Jingxiong being too slow to react. Yi's very first strike had already moved faster than Yin Jingxiong could even think. Yin Jingxiong's eyes blazed with rage, his pride completely crushed. Grinding his teeth, he glared at He and growled that he was going to kill him. 3 minutes later, Yin Jingxiong was still standing, but only barely. His body had gone rigid, his wounds were bleeding heavily, and every part of him looked beaten past its limit. No matter how much he struggled, his limbs refused to obey. He watched him with calm eyes, almost as if he were judging a practice match. Lasting 3 full minutes wasn't bad, he thought. Xianqin hadn't even survived a single hit. Then he casually took Yin Jingxiong's sword, turned it in his hand, and inspected the blade. It was decent enough, but in his eyes, it clearly still needed a few upgrades. Chu Zhou checked the spatial ring and quickly reported back that there was no pendant inside. Still, they had not come away empty-handed. The sword itself was giving off a faint pulse, as if some lingering power had been sealed inside it. He narrowed his eyes at the blade, a thoughtful smirk slowly forming on his face. Chu Zhou lowered his gaze to the pendant in his hand, staring at it as it flickered again and again with a strange, restless light. He frowned and said the pendant kept flashing, almost like it was trying to send out some kind of signal. Inside a harsh and broken domain, jagged blue crystals jutted from the ground like frozen flames. Dust covered the shattered stones in a thick gray layer, and in the middle of that ruined place, Li Xing lay collapsed, bloodied and broken. His wings had been scorched black by raging fire, and his torn clothes clung raggedly to his battered body. Above him, Dragon Mask loomed like a nightmare, a massive figure wrapped in shadow and flickering flames. His voice cut through the smoky air with chilling calm as he stepped closer and said he never expected things to end up like this. Li Xing's eyelids trembled open. His eyes were wide with desperation, and streaks of blood ran down his face, making him look even more ruined beneath the dim light. Dragon Mask moved forward with his sword clenched tightly in one hand. His tone carried a heavy, bitter disappointment as he admitted that he had used every relic he had, every powerful artifact forged by human hands, and yet he still failed to drive the nail straight into the heart of Dragon Mask. The strike had missed by no more than 3 finger widths. Li Xing's blood-covered face said everything without a word. He had endured a brutal battle, but now, with his strength fading and his body shattered, victory seemed completely out of reach. All at once, a monstrous figure burst from the shadows, swelling larger and more terrifying with every passing second. Its presence pressed down on Li Xing like a mountain, draining away the little strength he had left. Dragon Mask sneered at him from above and spat out with venomous contempt that he had lost his only chance to defeat Dragon Mask, calling him nothing more than a damn bug. Thick black smoke began seeping through the domain, spreading across the ground and swallowing the broken scene in darkness. Then, without warning, a sudden flash tore through the gloom. A sword cut cleanly through the smoke and pierced Li Xing's body with brutal precision. A raw scream ripped from his throat as pain exploded through him. He clawed at the stone wall, trying desperately to hold himself up, but his vision blurred, rolled back, and dissolved into white. The agony swallowed everything, dragging him toward the edge of unconsciousness. Far away from the chaos inside that shattered domain, elsewhere in the city, Lu Qingzhu was climbing the stairs of a tall building. Her steps were slow and unsteady, each one weighed down by fear, but she forced herself to keep moving upward. She knew she was close now. Only a few more flights remained before she reached the rooftop, where Dragon Mask was waiting. Every step felt heavier than the last, and every breath scraped through her chest like a battle of its own. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to stop the trembling that kept spreading through her body. In her mind, she compared Dragon Mask to that ugly ox-like brute, but even that savage figure seemed far less terrifying than the pressure Dragon Mask gave off. Her heart pounded wildly. She was desperately worried about young Shi, who was still locked in a fierce fight with the relentless enemy below, and she feared he would not be able to hold on much longer. And now, Dragon Mask's attention was turning toward her. When Lu Qingzhu finally reached the rooftop, she squeezed one eye shut. Her other pupils suddenly flashed with a strange purple glow, sharp and eerie against the darkness. Her thoughts raced as she searched for a way to survive, a way to send out a message before it was too late. She needed to signal Yi, the one person she trusted, to come. This building was the tallest point in the city, and from here, Yi's signal flare would be impossible to miss. Without wasting another second, Lu Qingzhu fired her own flare into the dark sky. The light shot upward like a desperate cry for help, burning bright as a beacon in the night. That signal seemed to awaken something buried deep within her bloodline. An ominous power stirred under her skin, pulsing as if it had been sleeping there all along. The essence of the nether sparrow rippled through her body, and a ghostly purple light flickered across her eyes. Then purple flames burst to life around her, swirling in intense circular patterns like living signals. From her back, wings of dark, ethereal light erupted outward, shimmering and twisting with raw, unstable power. But the power was far too much for her to bear. Lu Qingzhu let out a pained grunt and collapsed hard onto the rooftop, gasping as if the air had been knocked from her lungs. Through clenched teeth, she whispered that it hurt like hell, all while desperately hoping Yi had seen her signal. Then a strange sensation crawled up her spine, sending a cold shiver through her entire body. Her eyes widened, and their color shifted into a haunting mix of white and glowing purple. Lu Qingzhu leaned over the edge, gripping the ledge tightly with both hands. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she murmured that the sound was familiar. Her gaze pierced through the shadows below, searching the darkness, then suddenly froze. Dragon Mask was coming. Panic surged through Lu Qingzhu's veins, cold and sharp. She could barely believe he had found her so quickly. Fear clamped around her heart like iron chains, tightening with every second that passed. Desperation forced her to move. She had to send another signal, one that was faster, brighter, and impossible to ignore. Gathering every bit of strength she had left, Lu Qingzhu forced a new layer of energy to rise from within her. She twisted it fiercely, then released 2 brilliant blasts of purple light from the rooftop, sending them exploding into the night. The entire building began to hum under the force of that raw energy. Purple light blazed across the rooftop, sparks crackled through the air, and an ominous silence settled over the city like a heavy, suffocating blanket. With a terrifying pressure surrounding him, Dragon Mask stepped onto the rooftop. He was injured, his limbs bruised and bleeding, and a deep wound had been torn open across his leg. Even so, the sword in his hand gleamed with a wicked edge, dripping with lethal intent. Lu Qingzhu's breath caught in her throat as fear wrapped around her heart like iron chains. Dragon Mask laughed, and the dark, cruel sound echoed against the stone walls around them. He raised his sword high, and violent energy began crackling along the razor-sharp edge. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened, frozen in place by terror. Her gaze locked onto the blade, and for one brief instant, the image of her own death flashed clearly through her mind. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she whispered with trembling lips that there was no time left to escape. Then, in a sudden and unexpected burst, brilliant blue light exploded from every corner of the building. The glow surged inward, swirling together around the purple energy circle beneath Lu Qingzhu's feet. With a powerful leap, Yi landed on the rooftop, his sword lifted high and blazing with fierce energy. His eyes burned with determination as he declared that he had made a promise, and he was a man who kept his word. Dragon Mask's eyes widened in shock at Yi's sudden arrival. Lu Qingzhu gasped softly, her cheeks flushing as relief and surprise washed over her. In a low, trembling voice, she called out Yi's name. Dragon Mask's pupils shrank with fury. Rage burned through his gaze like wildfire, and the air around him seemed to grow even heavier. He let out a wild battle cry, his eyes blazing with power. Roaring that Yi was nothing to him, Dragon Mask charged forward and swung his sword in a deadly arc. Yi raised his own blade to meet the attack. Both of them tensed at the same time, and their swords collided with a thunderous roar. Sparks burst outward, and waves of energy pulsed through the rooftop with every furious clash. Yi's heavy strike blasted Dragon Mask backward with overwhelming force. Dragon Mask was sent hurtling off the rooftop and down the side of the building, smashing through stone and glass as cracks tore across the structure. A moment later, he slammed hard into the ground below. Yi turned quickly toward Lu Qingzhu and spoke in a sharp, urgent tone. The new little brother he had just taken in was waiting in the eastern alley, and she needed to bring him there first. Lu Qingzhu nodded anxiously, but worry tightened her voice as she asked what he was going to do. Yi's expression turned grim as he answered that he had to deal with the guy wearing the dragon mask. Without another word, Yi shot upward again through the thickening smoke and choking fumes. His sword was ready in his hand, and the energy around him burned like the blazing tail of a comet. Flames crawled along the nearby buildings, licking up the walls while dark smoke curled into the air and made every breath feel heavy. Yi landed firmly on the ground, his feet steady against the broken street. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharp, fierce, and completely focused. The man behind Dragon Mask stepped out from the shadows, bare-chested and tense, his muscles flexing as the sword in his hand caught the dim light. He studied Yi carefully, clearly calculating his next move. Yi narrowed his eyes and said that the moment he received the distress signal, he knew something about this place was wrong. Then Yi's gaze shifted downward, landing on a nail embedded deep in the mask wearer's body. Yi frowned, suspicion sharpening in his voice as he wondered aloud whether this was some kind of plan meant to deal with Dragon Mask. But before he could think any further, a violent blast shook the air, and thick smoke surged outward, swallowing everything around them. The masked man suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, his sword raised high and ready to strike. Steel crashed against steel with a deafening clang. Yi and the masked man swung their swords with fierce precision, their blades crossing again and again in a deadly rhythm. Energy erupted from every clash, lighting up the smoke-filled space around them. Their eyes locked, cold, sharp, and unyielding. A wild grin spread across Yi's face as the thrill of battle surged through him, and he said he was really starting to get into this. His heart raced with anticipation, ready for the fight that might change everything. The area around them was already in ruins from the battles that had come before. Broken stone covered the ground, shattered walls leaned dangerously to the side, and deep cracks spread across every nearby building. But before the dust could even settle, two enormous sword slashes tore straight through the ruined streets. The attacks cut across the battlefield with terrifying force, slicing one of the towers clean in half. The tower groaned and shuddered, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Thick clouds of dust and smoke erupted into the sky like molten lava, choking the air and scattering debris in every direction. The battlefield shook under the sheer force of the destruction. From the heart of that smoky chaos, two figures shot upward like rockets, piercing the haze with sheer speed and intensity. It was Yi and Dragon Mask, locked in a brutal head-on clash that left the air trembling around them. Dragon Mask wasn't just wearing a fearsome facade. Every movement, every swing of his sword carried the precision and deadly force of a living beast. The way he fought made it clear. He was no ordinary opponent, no mere imitation of a dragon. He embodied the terror of one. Yi's jaw wasn't clenched in anger, it was tension. The pressure of the fight pressed against him like a mountain, and he could feel himself being pushed backward faster than he expected. A powerful strike from Dragon Mask's glowing head slammed into Yi, hurling him through the clouds and sending him plummeting toward the world below. Smoke billowed from the crater where he landed, and yet something strange began to unfold in the air around him. The smoke shimmered with an eerie blue glow as streams of wild mana swirled violently, twisting and dancing like untamed serpents through the atmosphere. Dragon Mask hovered high above, his sharp eyes scanning every flicker of movement with unblinking intensity, taking in every shift in the chaotic energy below. Then, without any warning, a massive beam of pure blue energy shot outward from the glowing smoke, slicing through the sky like a living weapon. The beam cut through multiple buildings in a single, devastating line, reducing stone to rubble and igniting fires wherever it touched. Everything caught in its path was obliterated. From the crater, Ihi rose, completely transformed. His body was encased in deadly dragon-scale armor, and a massive tail swung with controlled fury behind him. Energy pulsed along the jagged blades embedded on his arms, crackling with lethal anticipation. Inside his mind, a voice noted the overwhelming strength of Dragon Mask. This was no ordinary duel. It was the first real test Ihi had faced since arriving in this world, a trial that demanded every ounce of his skill. Yet even now, retreat was not an option. Ihi rocketed back into the sky, eyes locked on Dragon Mask, ready to confront him once more without hesitation. Dragon Mask's aura flared hotter than ever, red energy pulsing around his twisted face like molten lava, threatening to erupt at any second. But Ihi only smirked, feeling the thrill course through him. This was exactly the kind of battle he had been waiting for. A formidable adversary like Dragon Mask wouldn't fall easily, just as a boss like Qianlong would never yield to a simple strike. In an instant, Dragon Mask vanished and reappeared directly in front of him, leaving almost no time for Ihi to react. Ihi barely raised his defense in time as Dragon Mask unleashed a furious combo, each strike faster and sharper than the last. Every blow forced Ihi to block, dodge, and counter with every ounce of strength he had. Then, a strange realization hit him. Since the battlefield had cracked, Dragon Mask had grown even faster, his strikes sharper, his energy more overwhelming. Something about this felt unnatural. When their eyes met, Ihi could see it clearly. Twin pupils ablaze with pure, unrestrained rage, a burning thirst to annihilate everything in his path. Then it happened. One brutal swing landed with bone-crushing force, snapping Ihi's sword clean in half. The last line of defense vanished in an instant. A cold shiver ran down Ihi's spine as Dragon Mask raised his weapon again, aiming directly for a fatal strike. The swing was deadly, a merciless arc heading straight for Ihi's head. But in a moment that defied belief, Ihi caught the sword in his mouth, biting down hard to halt its deadly path. Sparks flew as steel collided with teeth, yet he held it firm, unwavering. A confident grin spread across his face as he said, coolly, that he had seen that one coming. Without missing a beat, Ihi slammed his scaled arm into Dragon Mask's face with a crushing punch. The attack landed before the enemy could react, every millisecond sealing his advantage. The impact was catastrophic. Dragon Mask's fearsome mask shattered into pieces, and his eyes rolled back from the shock. But Ihi wasn't finished. As Dragon Mask started to fall, Ihi grabbed him midair, holding him in place. With a snarl, he slammed him down again, this time with even greater force. Amid the chaos, he cracked a quick joke, introducing himself as Technician Number 23 reporting for duty. And now, he said with grim amusement, the real punishment was about to begin. A wild burst of blue mana exploded from Ihi's body, lighting up the battlefield. The raw power surged outward, overwhelming Dragon Mask, who had no chance to defend against it. Ihi's mind worked with precision. He calculated every critical point on the human body, the temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, groin. With Yangzi's bronze spike still disrupting Dragon Mask's meridians, his chi was completely destabilized. Every punch Ihi threw now carried deadly, surgical precision. Each strike tore at Dragon Mask's body, breaking him down from the inside out. Bones cracked audibly, organs shifted violently, and blood leaked freely from Dragon Mask's mouth. His grip on the sword faltered, and his knees buckled under the relentless assault. The fight was leaving his body. Dragon Mask could barely stand, yet he refused to collapse entirely. Falling wasn't an option just yet. Ihi saw his opening and didn't allow Dragon Mask to drop, seizing control of the fight completely. He charged up once more, remarking that he had always known Dragon Mask wouldn't go down without a fight. The first ambush had been his best chance, before either of them understood the other's strength. Even then, Dragon Mask's chances of victory had been barely 30%. Now, after every blow, escape was impossible. Ihi summoned one final, decisive technique. Red mana burst outward, spinning into a violent tornado that enveloped Dragon Mask in a storm of destructive energy. The pressure alone rattled the sky, tearing through the air like a razor, leaving the enemy helpless inside its furious grip. The tornado swelled to a size larger than the surrounding buildings, spinning violently, a storm that seemed ready to tear the very sky apart. Dragon Mask's head was trapped inside, tossed about helplessly like a bag in a hurricane. From above, Ihi realized this whirlwind, now infused with his lethal intent, was far stronger than when it had first formed under the hands of the ground user. But he didn't wait for the storm to finish its work. He plunged straight into it, shouting that it wasn't over yet, calling Dragon Mask a faceless punk. Mana whipped around him, dust spinning wildly, as he charged his first punch. Thunderous energy built in his fist, and when it struck, it triggered a massive explosion that carved a chunk out of the storm itself. Dragon Mask was hurled from the tornado like a ragdoll, completely defenseless in midair. Ihi followed immediately, allowing no moment for recovery. He launched a second punch midair, declaring it the black lash of the mountain-blocking fist. The blow rocked Dragon Mask violently, sending shockwaves rippling across the skyline. Still relentless, Ihi pressed on, striking blow after blow, each heavier and more forceful than the last. Dragon Mask was pummeled through building after building, unable to defend or escape. The sky became their battlefield, the city their wreckage, debris raining from every furious collision. Then, with a final burst of speed, Ihi grabbed him midair and slammed him straight into the ground. The impact cracked the pavement, sending a massive cloud of dust shooting upward. Dragon Mask lay broken, bleeding, and screaming in agony, his strength utterly crushed. Ihi hovered above him, looking down with a mixture of scorn and satisfaction. He scoffed, saying that this was supposed to be a dragon. He had expected terrifying power, yet saw only a pathetic, writhing worm. Yet even in that battered state, Dragon Mask wasn't finished. Trembling and barely able to stand, he muttered through clenched teeth, threatening to kill Ihi. With one last surge of strength, Dragon Mask tried to reach for his sword, attempting to lift it. But before he could react, Ihi stepped in without hesitation, shoving the blade straight into Dragon Mask's throat. Blood erupted like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye, Dragon Mask's head was cleanly severed, dropping to the ground with a dull, final thud. As the dust and chaos slowly settled, Ihi's eyes caught a faint glimmer in the rubble. A green pendant lay half buried among the debris. He picked it up, a small smile curving his lips. That was the dragon pendant. Finally, it was in his hands. In a calm, steady voice, he declared that the game was finally over. Down on the ground, Ouyangze stood there completely rigid, as if his whole body had turned to stone. His eyes were fixed ahead, his mouth slightly open, but not a single word could come out. The friends gathered around Ouyangze were no better. Every one of them looked frozen in place, their faces blank with disbelief, as if their minds still couldn't catch up to what they had just seen. For a moment, the whole area seemed swallowed by shock. Not far away, Lu Qingzhu finally stirred awake. The second she pushed herself upright, she snapped at Chu Zhou, yelling that Yi never should have gone off alone to fight that dragon-masked monster by himself. But Chu Zhou only looked back at her with a calm, steady expression. In a quiet voice, he told her the truth. If anyone else had followed Yi into that fight, they would not have helped him. They would have only become a burden. Lu Qingzhu went silent at once, and the anger on her face slowly faded into something heavier. Deep in her heart, she knew Chu Zhou was right. Her wounds were so severe that even sitting up was difficult, let alone fighting beside Yi. If she had forced herself to go with him, Yi would have had to split his attention, protecting her while facing the enemy. Her fingers tightened into fists as the thought burned inside her. If only she were stronger, maybe she would not always be dragging Yi down. At that exact moment, without the slightest warning, Yi suddenly appeared right in front of her. Lu Qingzhu flinched in surprise as he leaned in casually and asked what she was thinking about with that distant look on her face. For a brief second, Lu Qingzhu was completely caught off guard, clearly not expecting Yi to show up so suddenly. But she quickly hid her surprise, turning her face aside and pretending to be annoyed. Yi only smiled, then asked if he could borrow her ox pendant for a while. Lu Qingzhu nodded and handed the pendant over without arguing. With that, Yi's group now had several ox pendants in addition to the other zodiac pieces they had collected. Standing in front of everyone, Yi suggested that they try arranging the pendants according to the order of the 12 zodiac signs, beginning with the rat and ending with the pig. Then, one after another, he carefully set each pendant into place, following the exact zodiac sequence. Chu Zhou leaned closer, watching the pendants with narrowed eyes. After a moment of silence, he pointed out that nothing seemed to be happening, then wondered aloud if they had arranged the order incorrectly. Yi let out a frustrated breath, but before he could say anything, Ouyangze stepped forward and explained his guess. The dragon pendant was not simply another regular hunter pendant. It had been made for a different purpose altogether, a special hunter designed specifically to eliminate other pendant holders. In other words, it might never have been meant to help anyone clear this trial in the first place. But just as those words settled over the group, the final pendant was placed down, and the air around them suddenly changed. A gentle wave of energy rippled outward from the pendants, spreading across the area like an invisible pulse. The girl who had placed the last piece froze with wide eyes. It had actually worked. Everyone around her stiffened, glancing from the pendants to their surroundings, tense and uncertain. Had they really activated something? When they raised their heads toward the sky, the clouds above had already begun to shift. A thick layer gathered overhead, and the center of it glowed with a brilliant yellow light. That strange radiance slowly spilled downward, flowing like liquid light over the tops of the nearby buildings. Ihi stared upward, his eyes widening in disbelief. Then he raised his voice and called for everyone to look at the sky, demanding to know what that strange thing was. Right in the heart of that yellow glow, an enormous eye slowly opened. The moment it appeared, it no longer felt like a phenomenon in the sky. It looked alive. That single massive eye immediately locked onto Ihi. Its gaze was so sharp and penetrating that it felt as if it could see straight through his body, his thoughts, and even the secrets buried inside him. Ihi had no idea what it was, but his entire body tightened with instinctive tension. Then Ihi's feet suddenly left the ground. An unseen force wrapped around him and began pulling him upward, slowly dragging him toward the yellow light hanging in the sky. Ihi tried to resist, forcing his body to fight against the pull, but it was useless. Inch by inch, he was lifted higher, drawn helplessly toward that terrifying eye. And then, without warning, everything changed. In the next instant, they were all back on the university train. Someone looked around in a daze and shouted that this was the university train. They were back, and they were still alive. Other students began speaking up in confusion. One remembered being trapped inside that strange city. Another said they had clearly been killed by the dragon mask. More and more voices joined in, each person recalling the same impossible experience. The whole carriage filled with uneasy murmurs. It couldn't have been just a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, how could so many people have shared the exact same nightmare? Just then, a notification appeared across the entire train. All students were instructed to remain calm. They had been pulled into a magical illusion realm created by an artifact known as the Mirage Eye, and that illusion had been the freshman trial for Imperial Capital University. The message told everyone to relax and take time to steady their emotions. Then a special announcement followed. In this year's freshman trial, Ihi, Lu Qingzhu, Chuzhou, and their team had successfully gathered all 12 zodiac pendants and claimed first place overall. Among them, Ihi's performance had been especially outstanding, and because of that, he would receive a special reward after officially enrolling. The entire train erupted into shocked voices. Who exactly was Ihi? Most of the students had been eliminated early in the trial, so they had no idea what had happened after their deaths. Whispers spread through the carriage one after another. Why hadn't Ouyangze won? Where had Ihi even come from? Why had no one heard of him before? People began gossiping about the zodiac pendants, wondering how someone had managed to collect all 12 so suddenly. Some even guessed that Ihi had to be an elite martial artist raised by some powerful hidden clan. In just a few moments, everyone on the train became curious about this mysterious freshman who had suddenly taken the top spot. Meanwhile, Ihi stood quietly off to the side, his attention fixed on something only he could see. A new screen had appeared in front of him, and he muttered under his breath that it had finally arrived. It seemed that meeting special hidden conditions had unlocked an extra reward. A fresh notification flashed before his eyes. It congratulated him for surpassing every freshman in the Mirage Eye trial and rewarded him with one template draw. A faint sweat appeared on Ihi's face as his expression grew unusually serious. He immediately called out to Chuzhou, saying he needed a wet wipe to clean his hands properly. This draw was far too important to treat carelessly. A detailed, glowing interface came alive in front of Ihi, buzzing with energy as blue and purple light swirled across the screen. Ihi stared at it intensely, then raised his voice and warned that this time, there would be absolutely no dirty tricks. He focused all his attention on the interface as a rough, demonic-looking figure slowly emerged on the screen before him. Another notification popped up, revealing the result of the draw. It was a D-class template called Vampire Recap. Its bloodline ability was Corpse Infection, and its skill was Crimson Calamity. Ihi stared at the result in stunned silence, his eyes widening as disbelief spread across his face. For a moment, he could hardly accept what he was seeing. As the train continued speeding toward Huadu City, Ihi grumbled to himself about the Vampire Recap template, muttering that it was clearly an SR-tier monster with absurdly broken bloodline stats. Just then, someone walked up to him and asked if he was Ihi, the person who had defeated Qianlong. The one who approached him was Ouyangze. A friend standing nearby watched nervously, silently hoping Ouyangze would calm down. If he decided to pick a fight with Ihi here, this train didn't exactly have a hospital ready on board. Ihi turned his head toward Ouyangze and corrected him in a calm, almost casual tone. He had not merely defeated Qianlong. He had killed him. That brutal answer made Ouyangze break out in a cold sweat, and the people nearby instantly felt the pressure in the air sharpen. But instead of backing down, Ouyangze suddenly said something that stunned everyone around them. He explained that after entering Huadu, he planned to create a new student society, one that would stand apart from the student council. And he wanted Ihi to join, not just as an ordinary member, either. Ouyangze was offering him the position of president. He went on to say that both the top freshman seat and the student council had long been controlled by Huadu locals. But with Yihe's strength, they might finally have a chance to break that old, stubborn tradition. Ouyangze then stretched out his hand toward Yihe, openly offering him the invitation in front of everyone. The entire train immediately began buzzing with excitement. Ouyangze, the untouchable freshman, was personally inviting Yihe to join forces. Some students were already whispering that this new group could become legendary. But he only gave a casual shrug and said he had no interest in getting involved in club wars. To Yihe, the student council was nothing more than a pile of scattered factions fighting for influence. He preferred moving on his own. With that simple answer, the atmosphere instantly changed. Everyone's expectations collapsed in an instant, and the crowd began murmuring that they had just witnessed a historic rejection. Ouyangze, however, did not look discouraged at all. Instead, Ouyangze pulled out a card and handed it to Yihe, calmly saying that even if Yihe was not interested now, there would always be room for cooperation in the future. Later, as the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon, Chuzhou gazed out the window and told Yihe that they had finally arrived. Yihe glanced outside, and the sight immediately stunned him. Beyond the window, Huadu City glowed with brilliant lights, spreading across the distance like a dazzling sea of stars. After the students stepped off the train, an instructor stood ahead and directed them forward, telling everyone to pass through the tunnel and continue toward the university. The crowd moved ahead in order, but many students could not help slowing down as they looked around in amazement. Everywhere around them were advanced machines, heavy equipment, and powerful weapons unlike anything they had seen up close before. Soon, an enormous aircraft came into view. It stood before them like a steel beast, its engines rumbling as thick clouds of smoke puffed out around it. A loudspeaker announcement echoed across the boarding area, instructing all students to board the aircraft in order. Everyone was told to use the same seat numbers they had on the train and to maintain order while getting on. In the middle of all the noise and movement, Yihe suddenly reached over and playfully smacked Lu Qingzhu on the backside. Lu Qingzhu immediately remembered her mother Qinlan's warning. Even though she and Yihe were engaged, they were not married yet, so she had to behave properly in public and not let him take advantage of her. Her face flushed red at once, and she turned on Yihe, scolding him for doing something like that when so many people were clearly watching. Yihe brushed it off as if nothing had happened, saying she must still be half asleep. Then he looked toward the aircraft and asked why they were taking a plane in the first place. Lu Qingzhu stared at him with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, silently wondering how her mother had ever managed to arrange her engagement to someone like him. Then she finally explained that Huadu was not located on the ground at all. Huadu was in the sky. Hearing that, Yihe lifted his gaze upward, and only then did he finally realize the truth. Huadu was a floating city, suspended high above the earth. Massive engines beneath it blasted out rolling clouds of smoke, holding the enormous city in the air. It was a city that seemed to defy the world itself, hanging overhead like an upside-down miracle. As their aircraft entered the zone around Huadu, a powerful electromagnetic grid suddenly activated. The barrier opened just enough for the aircraft to pass through, surrounding them with a faint sense of pressure. Yihe wondered if that barrier existed to stop magical beasts from entering the floating city. At the same time, he noticed something strange. Inside this zone, even the sensing ability of his life field sensing brain was being suppressed. After the students finally disembarked, the instructor began handing out their student cards one by one, officially marking their arrival at Huadu University. As Yihe looked down at the student card in his hand, the spaceships outside roared back to life and shot upward into the sky. Around him, the new students were quickly directed toward the maglev station, where they would be transported to their dormitories. Yihe lifted his gaze and took in the city around him. Futuristic buildings rose high above his head, their sleek surfaces flashing with light, while elevators shot straight upward like silver arrows disappearing into the sky. The students nearby could barely contain their excitement. Some shouted that they had finally reached the highest city in the world, their voices full of awe. Others, however, only scoffed from the side, mocking those wide-eyed students for acting like clueless idiots. Yihe followed the route all the way up to the 42nd floor, then contacted his friend to confirm their locations. When he asked where Chuzhou was, Chuzhou replied that he had been assigned to the 45th floor. After that, Yihe stepped into his own room, and the moment he saw the inside, he froze in surprise. The dorm was not some cramped student space at all. It was a private room of nearly 100 square meters. For a freshman dorm, it was so luxurious that Yihe almost felt like Huadu University was trying to spoil him rotten. Then his eyes landed on the latest model of a computer sitting neatly inside the room. For a second, Yihe felt a genuine wave of gratitude rise in his chest, as if the university had somehow understood exactly what a student like him needed. He soon wandered into the bathroom as well, only to find that it was just as outrageous. There was a full bathtub, clean fittings, and practically everything a person could ask for after a long, exhausting trip. At last, Yihe threw himself onto the soft bed, bouncing slightly as excitement spread across his face. Lying there, he couldn't help thinking that this was less like a dormitory and more like living inside a five-star hotel. A grin slowly formed on Ihi's face. After enjoying the comfort for a moment, he muttered to himself that it was finally time to get serious. Ihi got up and began working on maxing out his Vampire Recap template. Then he pulled out his phone, remembering how the student card was supposed to be used. By scanning the barcode on the card, he could log into the city's exclusive app, which connected directly to the University City Mall. Everything there had to be purchased with study coins, the floating city's digital currency. Without hesitating, Ihi cashed out the final 30 million xia coins from his bank account and converted the entire amount into study coins. A notification immediately popped up, showing the exact amount he had received. 322.43 study coins. Ihi stared at the number and immediately started sweating. 100,000 xia coins for a single study coin? That exchange rate was completely insane. Even so, the equipment and materials inside the University City Mall were the real deal. Many of the items listed there could not be bought on the open market no matter how much money someone had. That was one of the hidden privileges of living in Huadu. After looking through the options, Ihi decided to focus only on blood-related magic cores. Those should be enough to push Vampire Recap to its limit. After all, even the massive pseudo-human template he had built before had not needed more than 10 million coins to reach over 90% synchronization. Almost immediately after he placed the order, a delivery drone arrived outside with a sealed box. Ihi looked at it in surprise, genuinely impressed by how ridiculously fast the delivery service was. When Ihi opened the box, blue and green magic cores gleamed inside, packed neatly in place. He only glanced at them for a moment before making his decision. He would devour them all in one go. The instant Ihi consumed the magic cores, his body began changing rapidly, and a terrifying surge of power spread through him, making him feel freakishly stronger than before. A system interface suddenly flashed in front of Ihi, announcing that a new beast had just been unlocked. The name of that beast was Zawarudo, and its host was none other than Ihi himself. Although Ihi's visible numerical stats were still not especially high, he could already feel the results in his body. The raw change was far more obvious than any number on a screen. His fangs had become dangerously sharp, and a literal blood gauge had appeared on his back. That meant if he sank his teeth into someone, drawing blood would be as easy and effortless as sipping bubble tea through a straw. Then Ihi watched as his hands transformed, his fingers stretching into sharp, lethal monster claws that looked capable of tearing flesh apart with a single swipe. His eyes shifted into a deep, eerie red, and in that moment, Ihi realized that a reckless idea had just formed in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Ihi drove those shark-like claws straight into his own neck. The next second, blood burst outward in a violent torrent. Ihi stood in the bathroom with blood pouring down his body, the red liquid spreading quickly across his skin and dripping heavily onto the floor. The bathroom floor soon became slick with blood, and for a brief moment, Ihi's vision blurred. But then, deep inside his body, something began to stir, like a furnace slowly roaring to life. A thick warmth spread through his chest, his arms, and every limb. Within only a few seconds, the bleeding began to slow. Ihi watched in shock as the terrible wound across his neck started closing on its own. The torn flesh pulled itself back together, sealing cleanly until the wound disappeared completely, as if that brutal cut had never existed in the first place. Ihi stared at his hand as it gradually returned to its normal shape, then muttered to himself that his healing speed had improved far beyond before. Vampire Recap's regeneration was truly no joke, but Ihi also understood that simple physical recovery was not the real treasure here. What mattered even more was the strange new power now flowing through his body. A little later, Ihi entered a special training room designed like a soft, cushioned arena. Glowing lights lined the space, and reinforced walls surrounded him on every side, giving it the feeling of a futuristic dojo made for extreme combat practice. He already had a rough idea about the strange power his new beast carried. Its energy felt reversed, twisted, and unnatural, but undeniably powerful. Ihi stood in the center of the training room, completely still, while red energy crackled around his body like sparks jumping from a burning wire. When Ihi opened his bright blue eyes, he laughed at the sight before him. Standing across from him was the terrifying vampire beast, its presence alone enough to make the room feel heavier. Ihi grinned at the vampire and told it to come at him with everything it had, holding nothing back. The demon did not hesitate for even a second. Its power exploded outward, filling the room with a violent wave of heat, pressure, and killing intent. Beside the vampire, a strange white figure began to take shape, forming out of the shifting energy like something crawling out of a nightmare. Its body twisted in an unnatural way before fully transforming into another monster, this one covered in roses. The creature turned toward Ihi with a distorted smile that looked both elegant and horrifying. Then the rose-covered monster punched forward. Its strike moved so fast that the air itself seemed to split apart, as if the blow had sliced through space before he could even blink. He instantly raised both arms to defend himself, knowing there was no time left to dodge. Blocking was the only choice he had. The punch landed cleanly. The force smashed directly into He's guard, and in the next instant, one of his arms shattered. His bones cracked apart with a sharp, brittle sound, almost like glass breaking under pressure. He's entire body was sent flying backward. He slammed hard into the padded wall, and the impact shook the reinforced training room. Even then, He forced himself back onto his feet. His injured arm hung uselessly at his side, blood trailing down his body, but a smile still spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted, a raw, real test with no soft edges. He took a slow breath and decided it was time to test the ability he had just awakened. He activated Time Stop, and the world around him froze completely. At that moment, he saw everything from Zawaruto's perspective. The vampire monster's body was locked in place, but its mind remained awake. He gave the command internally and began counting the seconds inside the frozen world. 1 second passed, then 2. Then the count reached 3. At 5 seconds, the frozen reality began to crack. He immediately noticed the limit. The host could only keep time stopped for 5 seconds. It was not long, but he refused to end it there, pushing the ability further as he silently ordered time not to move yet. At 5.3 seconds, the strain finally began to show. He's eyes bulged from the pressure, and his breath caught in his throat as the burden pressed down on him. Then the count pushed even closer to the breaking point. At 5.5 seconds, the vampire host suddenly moved again and lunged toward Ihi. But almost instantly, its body shattered apart, and fragments of the creature scattered through the air like broken glass. Ihi stood there in silence, calmly thinking through what he had just learned. The original limit was 5 seconds, but that limit belonged to the host, not to him. The next morning, the outside of the city was already bustling with students moving through the area, voices and footsteps filling the air with the lively energy of a new day. Ihi noticed that the sunlight felt strangely sharp against him, though Chuzhou did not seem bothered by it at all. After thinking it over, Ihi understood the reason. Ever since he fused with the vampire Recap template, he had started to dislike sunlight. It was not so severe that it would burn him alive, but the discomfort was definitely there. Chuzhou then turned to Ihi and asked whether he had read this year's Huadu University Academy reform plan. Ihi admitted that he had not even glanced at it, since he had spent the entire night wrestling with Zawaruto and had completely ignored everything else. Seeing that Ihi really knew nothing about it, Chuzhou explained the new arrangement. This year, every student in the small group mentorship system would choose one primary mentor to follow for the entire year, and if they wanted, they could also take on assistant mentors for additional guidance. Ihi raised an eyebrow and asked if that meant they were heading out to hunt for mentors. Chuzhou calmly corrected him, saying it was not exactly they. Chuzhou himself was going to choose one, but if Ihi was not interested, no one was forcing him to go along. But just as Chuzhou was about to leave, Ihi told him to wait. He opened the new student group chat and checked the announcement from the night before. The notice clearly stated that because Ihi had collected all 12 zodiac pendants during the freshman trial, the university was granting him the privilege to freely choose any mentor he wanted. Even more outrageous, the chosen mentor had to accept him and was not allowed to refuse. Ihi stared at the message and muttered that announcing something like this publicly was a little too flashy. Before long, inside a massive hall, crowds of new students gathered together, all preparing for the mentor selection. Ihi noticed that 3 students had already stepped forward for the test. Around the hall, the mentors had begun activating their lights, signaling which students they were interested in choosing. Ihi told Chuzhou to go ahead first. As for him, he planned to wander around for a while. Since he had the right to pick any mentor he wanted, the timing did not matter much anyway. Once he stepped outside, Ihi thought to himself that choosing a mentor sounded like a pretty boring chore. But then, without warning, a faint scent drifted into his nose and stopped him in his tracks. His instincts immediately screamed at him. That was the smell of blood. Ihi rushed toward the source at once. If it had been ordinary blood, he would not have cared at all, but this scent was different. It carried something deep and hidden, fierce and dangerous, like a deadly undercurrent moving beneath calm water. Thick, killing intent and the stench of sin were buried inside it, and it even stirred the painful aura inside Ihi's own body. He had to find out where it was coming from. When Ihi finally arrived, he froze in surprise. Sitting there was a cute little girl, casually eating something that looked like a taco, as if nothing strange was happening at all. The surrounding area was completely empty, which only made Ihi more confused. His expression twisted slightly as he stared at the little girl. He was almost certain that the terrifying aura had come from her, but the sight in front of him made him start doubting himself. Could he have mistaken the source? Then the little girl suddenly turned her eyes toward Ihi, looked him up and down, and said something completely unexpected. She told him directly that he had been practicing flesh-binding demon prison. Ihi was instantly startled and asked how she could possibly know that. In his mind, he could not help wondering how someone who looked like a child could speak with the tone of a cranky old master. And even more absurdly, she had just called him a kid. Still chewing her food, the little girl explained that she had once helped Zhao refine that martial art. The moment Yi heard Zhao's name, his mood immediately darkened. The girl kept speaking as if it were nothing, casually adding that Shingu had been her disciple 90 years ago. Yi blinked, then muttered under his breath, wondering if she was messing with him. He reminded himself that powerful martial artists could indeed live far longer than ordinary people. A grandmaster could still maintain peak condition even in their 80s or 90s. But this was different. The girl in front of him looked like she had not even reached middle school age. Something about it made no sense. Then again, Yi considered another possibility. Maybe some martial artists had ways to compress their bones or alter their bodies into a childlike form. Even so, this white-haired girl gave off an aura that felt either so pure it was almost sacred or so innocent it became baffling. That kind of natural innocence did not feel acted at all. Not even an award-winning actor could fake energy like that. The girl looked at Yi more seriously now and asked if he did not believe her. Yi smirked inwardly. At that moment, he felt he would sooner believe that he himself was the emperor than believe this tiny girl was some ancient grandmaster. But just as Yi's thoughts drifted, a strange sensation struck him like lightning. Without warning, a vivid illusion forced its way into his mind. In that vision, he was being judged, and his neck was already placed in position for execution. Then, in the next instant, a sharp blade descended and sliced cleanly through his neck. His vision tilted upward from the perspective of a severed head, and standing above him was the very same little girl, looking down at him. Yi staggered, completely shaken by what he had just experienced. Where had that illusion come from? It had felt terrifyingly real. The killing intent behind it was so pure, so dense, and so concentrated that it had forced his brain to hallucinate his own death. His head had never truly been cut off, but every sensation had been convincing enough to make his body believe it. Cold sweat broke out across Yi's body, and by instinct, he tried to call out to Zawarudo for help. But before Yi could even form a single word, the little girl casually popped a lollipop into his mouth. It was strawberry-flavored, her favorite. Then she apologized in the most innocent tone imaginable, saying she was sorry and must have overdone it a little. She told Yi not to report her to the school, even adding pitifully that she only got 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time each week. The way she said it made her sound almost tragically harmless. Yi was still chewing on the candy she had shoved into his mouth when he finally asked who she actually was. The little girl struck a cute pose and introduced herself as Gonku, a very powerful grandmaster. Then she leaned closer as if sharing a private secret and added that when Huadu University's president, Shi Jingwen, was still a little kid, she had once made him cry. Yi nearly dropped to his knees from shock. If Gonku had really helped refine that martial art, then she might be exactly the person who could help him break through his current bottleneck. She was a slaughter-tempered grandmaster, perfectly matched to the path he was walking. For Yi, the choice was suddenly obvious. Yi immediately put on an extremely respectful posture and declared that he had wandered for years without ever meeting a truly worthy teacher. Then he threw away all hesitation and said that Yi, wished to become her disciple. Calling her Master Gong, he sincerely begged her to accept him. Gonku gave a small shrug, looking as if she had not expected things to develop this way and was not entirely sure what to do next. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium building, powerful mentors sat all around the hall. Among the students, someone whispered in disbelief that all 5 deans of Huadu University's academies had actually come out to serve as mentors for the new students this year. To them, becoming the disciple of even one dean would be enough to secure a bright future for life. Another student scoffed and told them to stop dreaming. These were the 5 deans, not ordinary teachers. There was no way they would waste time on nameless freshmen. Someone else wondered why the deans had even bothered to appear if that was the case. Were they just there to sightsee? Of course not. Another student quickly answered that the real reason had to be Yi. He had completed the Zodiac trial, so the deans were clearly here because of him. All around the hall, the students kept whispering and speculating among themselves. At the same time, the deans were quietly reviewing the situation. What the freshmen did not know was that the entire Zodiac trial had been broadcast live. From the moment the train broadcast began, every teacher at Huadu University had been watching. The faculty had been observing how each student reacted under sudden crisis, while the AI system analyzed micro-expressions, decision-making patterns, and instinctive responses. Every student received a score, and those who rushed into Zodiac City carelessly, without preparation, were given poor evaluations. After the students entered the Illusion City, they were further evaluated on combat awareness, practical technique, and teamwork during battles against the Zodiac mask enemies. Even students who failed to land the finishing blow could still receive high marks if they excelled in any one of those areas. He was the only freshman who received the highest possible score across every category. But even that was not enough by itself to truly shock the deans. What stunned them most was the fact that he had killed a boss that was never meant to be fought at all, the untouchable, certain-death boss known as Qianlong. One of the deans quietly remarked that Yi probably did not even understand who Qianlong truly was. Shenlong was a combat model created by a national-level supercomputer, trained using data left behind by a national-level martial artist. Some of that martial artist's divine abilities, such as his godlike eyes, could not be perfectly reproduced within the Mirage Eye realm. Even so, the model was still based on the strongest martial artist in the history of the Zodiac Kingdom, and perhaps even the entire world. His name was Fu Hongsheng, and his university records had remained unbroken for 100 years. For Yi to kill a model based on Fu Hongsheng, even an imperfect one, was already proof of monstrous talent. As long as nothing unexpected derailed his path, he was practically guaranteed to become a grandmaster, and he might even have the potential to reach the archmaster level. Now, all the deans were simply waiting to see which mentor Yi would choose. Then a faculty member suddenly rushed in with bad news. He reported that Yi had just asked to become the disciple of Gong Ku, the former Imperial Capital University professor and current special personnel. The moment the deans heard that, all of them were stunned into silence. Back outside, Yi was still kneeling in front of Gong Ku, pleading for her to take him as her disciple. He even grabbed onto her sleeve, refusing to let the chance slip away. Gong Ku asked if he truly wanted her as his teacher, and Yi answered firmly that his mind was already made up. At the same time, he reminded himself that Gong Ku was technically over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before a girl who looked like this in broad daylight would probably get him locked up for at least 3 years. Gong Ku tilted her head slightly and said she had thought she was already expelled from Imperial Capital University. Yi, never one to miss an opening, immediately grinned and told her that if she was only allowed 1 or 2 hours outside each week, then as long as she accepted him as her disciple, he would find a way to restore her freedom within 2 years. Those words made Gong Ku finally lift her eyes. Without wasting another moment, she accepted him on the spot. Just like that, Yi secured a massive victory. But at that exact moment, all 5 deans suddenly teleported into the area, their arrival filling the space with overwhelming pressure and surging energy. Gong Ku glanced at them casually, looking completely unsurprised, and muttered that the busybodies had arrived. One of the deans stepped forward and reminded Gong Ku that they had already agreed she was not supposed to make contact with students during her release hours. He also stated that her current mental condition was not suitable for mentoring anyone. Another dean immediately agreed and told her to return home at once. Gong Ku ignored their pressure for the moment and turned back to the boy in front of her, asking for his name. With absolute respect, Yi straightened himself and told Master Gong exactly who he was. Gong Ku gave a calm nod, then turned her single-eyed gaze toward the others and said, almost as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world, that Yi would be going home with her. Yi glanced back at the deans one final time, as if confirming there was no objection left, and then stepped after her without the slightest hesitation. The view then moved to an enormous residential building suspended high in the air, its massive structure looming over Huadu University like a floating fortress built for people far beyond ordinary students. As Yi entered the university grounds, his eyes kept moving from one direction to another, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Beside him, Gong Ku walked with casual ease, as if this strange place was nothing more than her usual path home. When Gong Ku stepped into the elevator leading to her apartment, the doors closed with a quiet hum, and instead of rising upward, the elevator began descending, carrying them steadily down toward the underground levels. Yi looked around and could not help asking whether she really lived all the way down here. Gong Ku answered plainly that she did, then explained that for several decades, she had suffered from certain problems and kept injuring people, so Huadu University had placed her beneath the research institute. Fortunately, in the past few years, she had finally learned how to control herself, which meant she could now move around a little more freely. Hearing that, Yi paused, then wondered aloud if that meant he was the first student she had accepted in all these decades. Gong Ku turned her single eye toward him, studying his face for a moment before remarking that his way of thinking was strange. In her opinion, this was exactly the kind of situation where he should have been frightened instead. Yi immediately put on a ridiculous terrified expression, cold sweat sliding down his face as he stiffly asked whether she was planning to throw him away down here. He even copied her tone as he said it, making the fear sound exaggerated and almost playful. Before long, the elevator finally arrived at the 666 RD floor of Huadu University, a level buried deep beneath the campus, far below where ordinary students would ever be allowed to go. Yi stepped out and looked down the corridor, only to find that the hallway was unexpectedly narrow. For a place connected to such a massive research institute, the cramped passage felt completely out of place, and he questioned why it had been built like this. Gong Ku replied that the corridor had been designed for only one person to pass through, her. Then she raised a hand and pointed toward the number displayed on the door. Yi stared at the number in confusion, his eyes narrowing as he asked what it was supposed to mean. More importantly, he wanted to know why it looked like some kind of countdown. The moment he asked, Gong Ku suddenly shot forward toward the far end of the corridor. Her movements turned urgent in an instant as she muttered that there was no time left and told him to get inside quickly. Yi followed her with his eyes, still pressing the same question. asking again what that countdown was actually for. While rushing ahead, Gongku turned just enough to answer him. She explained that every time she left this place, the timer immediately began counting down. If she failed to return before it reached 0, the alarm would be sent straight to President Shi Jingwen's office, and at that point, Huada University would officially begin hunting her down. Yi's expression tightened as he wondered whether she was actually being serious. In the very next instant, Yi moved without hesitation, exploding forward with all his speed as he dashed toward the other side of the hallway. Just as the countdown struck 0, the door slammed open with terrifying force, and a violent electromagnetic laser swept through the entire corridor, flooding the narrow passage with deadly energy. Yi sucked in a sharp breath, realizing that he had escaped by the thinnest possible margin. One step slower, and he might not have made it out alive. Yi quickly understood that he had barely beaten the timing by force of instinct. As he steadied himself, he began to sense that something was off about the space around him. There seemed to be a special magnetic field suppressing the area, interfering with the flow of martial energy. His power could not gather properly outside his body, which meant that any martial artist relying on external techniques would have their strength sharply weakened in this place. Gongku, meanwhile, casually slid off her jacket as if none of this was strange at all. Seeing Yi's reaction, she confirmed his guess with a relaxed tone, telling him that of course the place was dangerous. After all, this was her confinement cell. To keep Gongku from escaping whenever she pleased, Shi Jingwen and his little group had built this enormous 3-level residence specifically for her. It had almost everything a person could ask for, from spacious living areas to entertainment facilities and training rooms. But beneath all that comfort, the entire place was layered with high-powered magnetic suppressors, all designed to disrupt martial energy in case she ever grew bored enough to try breaking out. Yet Gongku did not look like a prisoner at all. She simply settled onto the sofa, lounging there with complete ease, as if this underground cage was just her private home. He could not help feeling that this place was less like a prison and more like an underground luxury suite. Everything she needed had been prepared, every comfort had been provided, and from the way the residence was arranged, it almost felt as though Huadu University had enshrined teacher Gongku down here rather than locked her away. The scene returned to Huadu University, where the atmosphere above ground remained calm despite what was happening far beneath the campus. President Shi Jingwen soon received a call, and the report on the other end informed him that Yi had officially become Gongku's disciple. Shi Jingwen did not seem surprised at all. He merely brushed the news aside and told them to leave Yi alone for the time being. Shi Jingwen understood very clearly what Huadu University was truly trying to cultivate. Their purpose was not to produce a crowd of mediocre talents who would only reach the middle ranks. What they needed was one person, one extraordinary figure capable of carrying the future of Xia Nation and even all of humanity. When a genuine genius appeared, their duty was to support that person with everything they had and allow him to grow freely. So for now, Yi would train under Gongku. The special training camp for the local freshmen was almost complete, and Yi would become the whetstone used to sharpen those young blades. Shi Jingwen lowered his gaze back to the report in his hand and noted that Yi had already entered the confinement zone with Gongku. For the moment, every indicator remained stable. According to Nuwa's predictive analysis, Gongku, as a special rank combatant, still carried a 5% risk of losing control if confined with another person for an extended period. If that happened, he had a 90% chance of failing to survive until rescue arrived. And even if he was rescued in time, there was still a 95% chance that he would not make it. Shi Jingwen calmly explained that special class combatants were not ordinary warriors. Some were death row convicts who possessed terrifying strength, while others were martial artists whose power had become uncontrollable because of special circumstances. During peaceful times, the state restricted their freedom for everyone's safety. But once Xia Nation faced a true crisis, these people would be sent to the front lines as national-level weapons. If he wanted to face someone like Gongku, then he had to be prepared to die. Without that kind of resolve, how could he ever walk the path of slaughter? Xia Nation was already running out of time. The foolishly formed Northern Bryden Federation and those heretical lunatics of the Divine Descent Nation, who worshipped secret realm technology, were all beginning to grow restless. Shi Jingwen looked down at the raw skeletal frames of the new buildings still under construction, his expression heavy. In a low voice, he muttered that this new generation had to grow up quickly. Back inside the confinement room, within the training hall, Gongku told Yi that it had been decades since she last taught anyone. Because of that, she wanted to begin with a sparring match. Yi asked whether she planned to suppress her cultivation down to the martial disciple stage before fighting him. Gongku nodded and said that was exactly right, as if it were only natural for someone like her to do so. Then Gongku let out a light laugh and loosened her body with a few casual stretches, her posture relaxed but carrying an unmistakable sense of danger. Yi steadied himself, facing her directly as he said that he was ready to receive guidance from his teacher. He took an excited fighting stance, but deep down, He was already thinking that he absolutely did not want to experience that terrifying guillotine illusion from earlier ever again. But before he could fully settle his breathing, Gonka suddenly vanished forward, charging at him with a speed so outrageous that the air itself seemed to split around her. He's pupils tightened as he realized she was aiming straight for his vital points. In that instant, he could not help wondering what had happened to this supposedly friendly spar. As Gonka's fingers cut toward his throat, he instantly calculated at least 5 possible ways to dodge. But no matter which route he imagined taking, she would strike him before his body could even move. Her single eye seemed to read every tiny shift in his muscles, every intention before it formed. In the end, there was only one option left: take the attack head-on. He immediately shifted into his dragon form, using the change to reinforce his body and block her strike. At the same time, he raised his arm in front of him, trying to intercept those slicing fingers before they could reach his throat. Gonka instantly understood what he was attempting. He had activated his Bloodline awakening to increase his speed, strengthen his defense, and launch a counterattack all in one move. But Gonku immediately judged it as a terrible decision. She was still far faster than him. With a smooth and almost effortless motion, she slipped past his defense, twisted into his space, and used his own momentum against him. His body was forced to bend unnaturally as she wrapped his arm around her own like it had become something elastic. Then Gonka sprang behind him in one clean motion. With a sharp pull, she wrenched his arm so violently that it felt as though she might either break it completely or somehow snap his back into place at the same time. Whatever technique Gonka used, the pain hit he like a crushing wave. It tore through his body so suddenly and so fiercely that he let out the loudest scream he had ever made. In the next breath, Gonku hopped backward with swift precision, leaving he standing there covered in blood, his body trembling from the damage she had inflicted. Even so, he raised his head and grinned through the blood. He admitted that his teacher truly was not holding back, then added that his Bloodline awakening had just been beaten all the way back to 0. Gonka wiped the blood from her face, and instead of looking displeased, she chuckled softly. After so many quiet years, the taste of blood seemed to awaken something familiar and almost enjoyable in her. He drew in a breath and wondered aloud whether he could ever match her in pure physical technique. But the answer was already obvious to him. Since he could not compete with her that way, he declared that he would use a slightly unfair martial skill next, then politely asked his teacher to guide him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ihi's body began to transform. Thunder buzzed and crackled around him, and behind his figure, a colossal skeletal silhouette slowly rose, towering over the training hall like the frame of some ancient giant. He had pushed the giant anthropomorphic template to its maximum level overnight, and at this moment, that decision suddenly felt like the one thing that might keep him from being completely crushed. Gonka noticed the overwhelming force gathering around him and narrowed her eyes slightly. She questioned whether a monster like this could still be called a mere martial disciple. It seemed she had accepted a truly troublesome student. Then, taking her own stance, she decided it was time to show him what a teacher's real skill looked like. With a sharp slicing motion through the air, Gonku unleashed a terrifying pull. Red martial energy tore up from the floor in violent strips, ripping loose beneath her power before hurtling straight toward Ihi. But by the time the attack came crashing in, Ihi had already shifted fully into his dragon form, his massive body braced to meet the blow. The instant the blast struck him, a thunderous boom shook the training hall, yet Ihi remained completely unmoved. Then he launched himself upward like a gigantic beast, rising above the battlefield as his voice roared down from above. At last, he revealed his celestial anthropomorphic split form, Maccabeast Anthropomorph. Ihi loomed high above Gonku, his transformed body casting a heavy shadow over the training hall. With his fist drawn back and power gathering through his massive frame, he prepared to bring down a devastating punch. Yet Gonka stood beneath him without the slightest panic, her expression calm and completely unshaken. The instant Ihi's giant fist stretched forward, Gonka moved with terrifying precision. A sharp slash cut through the air like an invisible blade, intercepting his attack head-on and striking directly into his arm before the punch could fully land. That single blow carried such brutal cutting force that even Ihi's enormous anthropomorphic arm could not withstand it. The reinforced limb burst apart under the impact, shattering into broken fragments as if it had been made of brittle stone. Ihi landed back on the ground, his mind racing as he quickly judged what had just happened. The armor covering him had been created from the outer shell of the Cosmic Emperor, and by all logic, it should have been dozens of times tougher than the body of an ordinary giant. Yet Gonka had torn straight through it, as if that impossible defense barely mattered. For a brief moment, Ihi's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock flashed across his face, followed almost immediately by a flicker of anger, as if his pride had been cut apart along with his arm. Just then, Gonka lunged toward him again, accusing him of hiding inside the mouth of his own armor. Ihi's heart tightened as he realized just how terrifying her senses were. Even after he had completely shut down his life functions to conceal himself, Gonku had still detected exactly where his real body was. Gonku slashed toward his arm once more, clearly intending to force him out of that protective shell. He reacted at once, causing sharp metallic surfaces to extend from the face of his armor, trying to use those hardened edges to deflect her relentless cutting attacks. Gonku slid downward with graceful control, her movement light and fluid as she prepared to launch yet another strike. But before she could close in again, a powerful beam of light suddenly surged toward her, cutting through the space between them. He faced Gonku through the glow of that new defense, challenging her with clear curiosity. He wanted to know whether her terrifying slashes could still break through even this layer of protection. Deep inside the vessel, He knew very well that the nuclear beam would not be enough to melt Gonku easily. Even so, he watched closely, eager to see what kind of response his teacher would choose against a defense like this. But before he could properly observe the result, sharp metal chains suddenly appeared from nowhere. In an instant, they wrapped around him tightly, locking his body in place before he had a chance to break free. In the blink of an eye, he found himself thrown back onto that eerie wooden altar again, standing at the very edge of death. Above him, the guillotine hung in silence, its cold blade raised and ready to drop onto his neck. As the blade loosened and prepared to cut him down, shouted out and invoked the Crimson Planet's ice-free domain. A strange creature appeared beside him, with a flower blooming from its head, a twisted vessel born directly from Ihi's own power. Ihi urged Gonku to force her way through the ice that was dragging her into this killing domain. He reminded her that this place was no longer the real world, but a forced mental illusion shaped purely for slaughter. If she wanted to break free, she would have to withstand it using the pressure of his spiritual power. Within that collapsing dimension, the Crimson Calamity erupted into motion, unleashing a violent barrage of punches that tore through the unstable space around them. As the illusion shattered piece by piece around him, Ihi finally pulled himself back from the edge and regained consciousness. When Ihi opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Gonku standing nearby, casually munching on a lollipop as if nothing serious had happened. She even commented that the turtle shell he had hidden inside was ridiculously tough. Ihi glanced around and saw the remains of his anthropomorphic form lying in ruins, its once massive body beaten and broken apart. Only then did he realize that Gonku had torn him straight out from the mouth of his own armor and had even smashed the hardened defensive crystal he had formed around his real body. That level of destruction was definitely not something that should have been possible at the pure martial disciple stage. Feeling both frustrated and amazed, Ihi stared at Gonku and pointed out that she had absolutely cheated. Gonku answered with complete nonchalance, saying that she had beaten him fair and square. With an almost innocent look, she questioned where exactly the cheating was supposed to be. Ihi looked at her with obvious skepticism, and under that stare, Gonku finally admitted that perhaps she had used just a tiny bit more force than planned. After all, she was simply too strong, and it was not easy to control her strength perfectly in only 1 or 2 strikes. Ihi stood there silently, watching her without saying a word. Just when he thought Gonku would casually brush the whole thing aside, she suddenly turned back toward him, her expression carrying a rare trace of guilt. Then, before he could react, she grabbed onto him tightly, clinging to him as tears began to gather in her eye. Gonku pleaded with Ihi, promising that next time she would not bend the rules again. Her voice softened as she begged him not to be angry and not to leave. After decades without anyone to play with or teach, she clearly was not ready to lose that connection so soon. Seeing Gonku crying in front of him like a child who had been abandoned, Ihi's expression softened, and he asked her to stop weeping. Gonku looked up at him with tears still filling her eye, her grip not loosening at all, and asked if that meant he was not going to leave. Ihi broke into a wide grin and told her that he had worked so hard just to become her disciple. After going that far, leaving now was never even an option. Gonku immediately straightened up, trying to recover her dignity as if nothing had happened. She casually claimed that she had not been crying at all a moment ago. Ihi chuckled quietly to himself, genuinely impressed by how quickly she could bounce back from such an emotional breakdown. Gonku walked over to the refrigerator and pulled out a few bottles, speaking as if the awkward moment had already passed. She said she now had a fairly good grasp of Ihi's strength. He was still far from reaching her level, but compared with most people, he was unquestionably gifted. With that, she gave him permission to begin proper training and asked what he wanted to learn first. Ihi was still thinking about how easily his dragon punch had been destroyed, so he brought up advanced martial techniques. Looking at Gonku with intense curiosity, he asked how she had managed to cut through both his lightning and his humanoid arm as if they were nothing. Gonku shook a soda can in her hand and explained that slashing was not something a person could learn just by being told. It was something one only came to understand after cutting through enough things. Ihi, even more curious now, asked what kind of understanding she was talking about. Gonku looked straight into Ihi's eyes and said, in a calm but chilling voice, that it was the feeling of a lion. She continued by explaining that every human body, every magical beast, and every object had a precise point of entry, a line where it could be severed cleanly. That invisible path was what she called the kill line. As Yi imagined what she meant, he realized that Gongku's master-level slashes were completely different from Qianlong's techniques, even though Qianlong also specialized in slashing attacks. Qianlong's style relied on overwhelming force and razor-sharp precision, using power and accuracy to cut through opponents. Gongku's method, however, felt more like a butcher's blade finding the perfect seam, a cut delivered with absolute accuracy and flawless technique. Gongku then told him that if he wanted to learn mastery at that level, the path would be complicated. Her advice was simple. He had to become a true martial artist first. Without a solid martial foundation, he would not even meet the minimum requirement to learn most of her real techniques. Gongku glanced at Yi and asked whether he actually knew the difference between a martial disciple and a martial artist. When Yi admitted that he did not, Gongku explained that the difference was not simply a matter of improving the body. The real dividing line was the mind. A martial artist developed a crucial ability called inner vision, allowing their cultivation to shift from broad, rough movements into precise control at the smallest level. With inner vision, a martial artist could perceive their own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs, then use martial energy to strengthen those places directly. By reinforcing the body from the inside out, they could push their physical limits even further. Gongku summed it up simply. The spirit had to become powerful first, and only then could the body truly follow. He could not help admiring how sharp and knowledgeable Gongku was. No wonder she had once held a professional teaching position at Imperial Capital University. Even if she seemed a little unstable at times, her foundation and expertise were absolutely solid. He also thought back to how, ever since fusing with the Vampire Recap template and awakening his shell, his mental clarity had noticeably improved. That improvement would definitely give Yi a major advantage once he reached the martial artist stage. Wanting to understand how advancement methods changed at that level, he looked to Gongku and asked her to explain in more detail. Gongku told him that advancement techniques and martial skills were generally divided into 4 major tiers. Ordinary students from vocational colleges or lower-tier schools usually only had access to unranked advancement techniques, the most basic kind available. Those unranked methods were simple and easy to use. As long as a student had enough blood energy and martial power, they could break through more than 80% of common martial barriers with them. But students at Huadu University were different. For them, Xianhuang tier methods were only the starting baseline, not some rare privilege. Hearing that, Yi immediately began wondering about the legendary Tiangang and Disha tiers, the kinds of techniques spoken of as if they were far above ordinary methods. Gongku told Yi that techniques of that level were practically sacred relics. Most had been recovered from hidden realms or ancient ruins, and in the entire world, there might not even be 10 of them left. Even Imperial Capital University possessed only one, and with Yi's current rank and clearance, there was no chance he would be allowed to touch it. Then Gongku suddenly surprised him by saying that there was actually one Disha-tier advancement technique he could learn, the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. It was the very same technique Gongku herself had mastered, and even Xiaohu's flesh-blood demon cage had been inspired by the principles of that art. The moment Yi heard this, his face lit up as if he had stumbled onto an incredible treasure. He immediately begged Gongku to teach him the technique. Gongku smiled and told him to prepare himself, because they would begin right away. What he was about to experience was the killing intent domain she had created specifically for this training. With that, Gongku casually tossed a small ball onto the desk, letting it land there as the next stage of Yi's brutal training quietly began. The moment it descended, the air around them seemed to change completely, as if the whole world had been dipped into a sea of blood-red light. Yi suddenly found himself swallowed by that crushing domain, the very kind of overwhelming pressure he had always dreaded facing head-on. All around him, Gongku's laughter rang out, light and almost delighted, as she openly declared how much she loved the thick scent of blood in the air. Then the world shifted, and the scene moved away from that terrifying space, returning to the outside of Huadu University. When classes finally ended, Yi walked down the campus path at an unhurried pace, his footsteps calm and steady, carrying the air of someone who had just returned from a brutal battlefield, while Chuzhou followed a short distance behind him without saying a word. The pressure around Yi felt completely different now, sharper, denser, and far more dangerous than before. After watching him for a while, Chuzhou finally caught up and asked how his first day had gone, adding that he had heard something about Yi becoming. But before Chuzhou could even finish the sentence, Yi's body reacted before his mind had time to think. In an instant, Yi spun around and drew his sword on pure instinct, the motion clean, fast, and terrifyingly precise, as though everything around him had slowed to a crawl. His entire body was already prepared to cut down an ambusher. Only after seeing that the person behind him was Chuzhou did Yi calmly lower the blade, his voice carrying a cold edge as he told him to stay sharp. After all, a blade drawn even one breath too late would be a blade that never got the chance to strike. Chuzhou stood there drenched in cold sweat, staring at him with wide eyes, and could barely get the words out as he asked what on earth he had gone through today. Just 10 hours earlier, deep inside the illusion realm, he had been standing in the middle of a vast pool of blood. Countless monsters crowded around him, tearing and gnawing at bodies in the bloody water. In Ihi's mind, Gongku's warning echoed clearly. He was not allowed to use martial skills or power, only the blade in his hand, against the endless swarm of zombies. As the zombies surged toward him from every direction, splashing through the blood pool, Ihi stared at the dull knife in his hand and wondered how he was supposed to kill them all with something like this. At that moment, Gongku's voice returned to him, reminding him that the purpose was not power, but memory, to make his body remember the feeling of cutting through flesh and splitting bone. When the monsters finally dragged him down beneath their weight, Ihi kept his sword held upright, forcing himself to remember that this training was meant to carve instinct into his muscles, so his body could locate the killing line and strike with speed and accuracy before thought could interfere. And right then, Ihi finally understood. His eyes sharpened, his grip tightened around the blade, and he was ready to let the slaughter begin. With one explosive slash, he cut down the monsters clinging to him, then immediately turned his blade on the next wave, striking again and again as he began carving through them with savage force. Gongku watched from nearby, her gaze fixed on him, and even she could not help thinking that this kid was far beyond anything ordinary. A crimson aura now radiated from Ihi's body as he realized just how dangerous it was to practice the killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra inside an illusion realm. Most martial disciples would not even have the qualifications to attempt it. At the same time, Gongku thought to herself that if Ihi's mental strength had not been so abnormally high, the killing intent alone would have swallowed him whole. She looked at Ihi with a bright, almost burning light in her eyes, finally understanding why Shi Jingwen had called him the rising star of Huadu. Even Gongku herself was beginning to look forward to the future this boy might create. The scene then returned to Ihi's dorm, where he practically collapsed straight into the bathtub the moment he got back. As he gulped down a drink, Ihi muttered that only one day had passed, and he was already exhausted beyond belief. No wonder Huadu University was considered the best university in Great Xia. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, and Ihi's eyes lit up when he saw the caller was Lu Qingzhu, his little shorty. Back in her apartment, Lu Qingzhu was lying comfortably on her bed with an effortlessly confident look. When Ihi greeted her, she told him that her mother had just sent over the item he had asked for, and it was already with her. Lu Qingzhu rolled down from the bed and added that her mother also wanted to thank him for helping her take first place in the freshman trial. Ihi immediately replied that, in that case, he would stop by her place in a bit and pick it up himself. Lu Qingzhu looked a little surprised and quickly told him there was no need for that, since she could simply send it over by drone. Ihi agreed, then casually asked if she had met her mentor today and wanted to know who had taken her in. She told him it was Dean Bai, who had said she had great potential and accepted her as a student. Ihi congratulated her sincerely, saying that was excellent news for her. Then Lu Qingzhu turned the question back on him and asked who his mentor was. Ihi immediately decided it was better not to tell her the truth, that he had rejected the top 5 deans one after another, because if Lu Qingzhu heard that, she probably would not be able to sleep that night. So he vaguely said someone had accepted him and blurted out a name. When she failed to catch it and asked him to repeat himself, Ihi pretended the signal was breaking up and quickly ended the call. Half a semester passed in the blink of an eye, and as the first term approached its end, the freshmen of Huadu University had already lived through quite a turbulent stretch. At the beginning of the semester, Ouyangze had gathered elite students from different provinces and formed the Dragon Blood Society, quickly building influence among the first years. Naturally, once the older university students returned from summer training camp, conflict with the Dragon Blood Society was unavoidable. As the tension between both sides grew sharper, duels began breaking out between Dragon Blood Society members and the local students. And, of course, Dragon Blood lost more battles than they won. Little by little, the society's early momentum and reputation started to fade. At that moment, the most talked about first-year student was Xiang Jianwei, or more accurately, he might have been the most famous freshman in the entire country. After all, he had been the top scorer in the university entrance exam, and during the live broadcast, his strength had shocked countless viewers. There were even rumors that Fu Hongsheng had personally praised him as a future national great warrior. As for Ihi, who had once stood under the spotlight at the very beginning, almost no one talked about him anymore. For more than 3 months, he had completely vanished from public view. Back in the underground chamber, Gongku urged Ihi to move faster, hopping onto his back while every movement he made drove refined martial energy mixed with her killing intent deeper into his body. She claimed this would help stabilize his recent breakthrough and even teased him, saying he was lucky enough to feel her delicate little feet. But Ihi was nearly dying from the effort, sweat pouring off him as he thought bitterly that this was the furthest thing from luck. Gongku had sealed his martial energy, making every push-up feel as heavy as lifting a mountain, while her martial power wriggled through his body and tickled him so badly he could barely endure it. Gonka looked perfectly relaxed as she taunted him, asking what was wrong and whether he was already tired, then casually reminded him that he had not even reached 1,000 yet. Irritated by her words, Ihi clenched his teeth and snapped back, demanding to know who she was calling a scrub before declaring that he would show her exactly what he could do by speeding up. The moment Ihi forced his strength back up, Gonka pushed him even harder, urging him again and again to go faster, to keep driving himself beyond his limits. Ihi let out a fierce roar, his whole body surging with determination as he pushed forward like a berserk monster. Then, without warning, a tremendous boom erupted through the chamber, shaking the entire space like a disaster had just been unleashed. Gonka instantly leapt into the air, and when she looked down again, Ihi's body appeared completely shredded. Ihi explained that the sudden surge of body energy had torn apart his old, worn-out muscles and replaced them with new ones, each fiber now charged with martial power. Gonka tried to turn her eyes away, but she could not stop herself from stealing another look, because Ihi's rebuilt physique was simply too imposing. Even so, she still mocked him, pointing out that his shirt was gone and asking what his problem was. Ihi quickly covered himself and told her that if she was going to cover her eyes, she should at least close her fingers properly instead of peeking through them. Turning away from her, Ihi announced that it was time to end this retreat. Gonko asked if he was really leaving, and he replied that of course he was. After being trapped underground with her for 3 whole months, he needed to see the sun again. The moment Gonka heard that, she suddenly started crying like a child, pitifully asking whether he would come back. Ihi answered calmly that he would, but told her to practice her video game skills while he was gone, because she was honestly terrible at them. Gonku immediately brushed him off, acting annoyed as she asked who had told him to play with her in the first place. At last, Ihi walked out of that hellish place and lifted his gaze toward the enormous building above him, thinking that it had already been 3 months since he had last seen the sun. Even though he no longer loved sunlight the way he once did, he still found himself missing it. As Ihi made his way toward a public station, it truly felt as if an entire lifetime had passed. Still, he reminded himself that he had not ended his retreat just to wander around and enjoy the scenery. There was business waiting for him at the university. At Hwada University, a student's grades were not based only on classes or cultivation progress. Campus missions were also a key part of the evaluation. Those missions could involve hunting wanted martial arts fugitives, investigating secret realms, assisting with public defense operations, or even clashing with criminal groups and foreign forces. So Ihi's first stop was the University Activity Center, where he planned to choose a mission, and while he was there, it was also time to meet an old friend. When he finally saw Chuzhou, Ihi greeted him with a casual, long time no see. Chuzhou told him he had been waiting far too long, then asked how his power-up had gone. Ihi simply replied that he had broken through to the martial artist realm 2 months ago. Meanwhile, Chuzhou silently thought that this was the first time he had seen Ihi in 3 months. On the surface, Ihi did not seem to have changed much at all, but to Chuzhou, that lack of obvious change was exactly what made him feel even more terrifying, leaving him to wonder just how far Ihi's strength had grown during those 3 hidden months. Chuzhou remembered that just 3 days earlier, he had been invited to watch a private ring match between the freshman prodigy Xiang Jianhui and Ouyang Zhe, the vice-chairman of the Dragon Blood Society. And just as everyone expected, Ouyang Zhe had been defeated in barely 10 minutes. From the rhythm of that fight, Chuzhou could tell Xiang Jianhui had not even used his full strength. But now, looking at Ihi again, Chuzhou could not help wondering whether Ihi could fight Xiang Jianhui, and even more terrifyingly, he began to suspect that Xiang Jianhui might no longer be Ihi's match at all. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu hurried over to them, slightly out of breath, and apologized for making both of them wait. Ihi looked toward Lu Qingzhu, waiting for her to continue, but she froze on the spot, clearly unsure how she was supposed to act. Then Qin Lan's words flashed through Lu Qingzhu's mind, reminding her that even though she and Ihi were already considered a couple, they should at least behave openly like one. Sweat gathered at her temples as she stood there, struggling to decide what she was supposed to do next. Suddenly, Lu Qingzhu leaned forward as if she was about to kiss Ihi. But Ihi immediately asked what she was doing, pointing out that they had not seen each other for 3 whole months, and she had not even properly greeted him yet. Since Ihi did not return the kiss, Lu Qingzhu's face darkened with embarrassment and irritation, and she snapped that she hated him. After a short while, the scene shifted to a large stadium, where Ihi, Chuzhou, and Lu Qingzhu stood together, watching the giant screen overhead. Across the massive display, the university kept cycling through the latest popular missions and highlight compilations of standout students. Chuzhou explained that he and Lu Qingzhu had already completed 3 missions during the quarter, and the only reason they had come today was to form a team with Ihi. Lu Qingzhu then pointed out the 3 missions she believed suited them best: the Hangxing serial killer case, the Lianqing beast-eyed anomaly, and the abnormal incident in Lingshui County. All 3 missions had originally been listed as Tier 2, but the Lingshui County case had already been raised to Tier 3. Off-campus missions were ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 5, and the higher the tier, the more dangerous the task. Most first-year students only accepted Tier 1 missions, and even Ii's previous Tier 2 mission had only carried a 10% team success rate, which meant approval for a 3-person freshman squad to take anything higher was extremely rare. At that point, Ii calmly pulled out a special card that Gonku had given him and said there was no problem, because he had a privilege card. He remembered Gonku telling him that he could already contend with first and second-tier opponents, and if he wanted to keep improving, he needed more difficult missions. But she had also warned him that although the card allowed him to accept missions of any tier, he should stay away from Tier 4 and Tier 5 for now, because those missions had too many unpredictable factors, and even Xuanwu-class warriors had died in them. Lu Qingzhu immediately asked where he had gotten a privilege card like that, while Yi felt sweat forming on his back as he tried very hard not to reveal the truth. Just then, Chu Zhou asked what Yi thought about the missions, and Yi silently thanked him for changing the subject before answering that risk and reward always went together. The first mission was a manhunt, but since the criminal investigation department had failed to catch the target for months, the real difficulty would be tracking the criminal, not killing him. The second mission involved assisting the Dragon Sparrow unit, which would most likely leave them handling minor work far from actual combat or important intelligence. The third mission, however, placed nearly everything in their hands, making it the most dangerous, but also the most rewarding. Yi then asked, if a person was afraid of danger, why would they become a martial artist in the first place? He said he preferred the third mission. Chu Zhou agreed without hesitation, and after thinking it over, Lu Qingzhu eventually nodded as well. But when the three of them went to the reception desk, the receptionist immediately dismissed them, saying this was complete nonsense. She pointed out that a second-year squad had already been wiped out in Lingshui, and 3 first-years daring to accept a Tier 3 mission were clearly overestimating themselves. Yi simply presented his privilege card, but that only made the receptionist even more irritated. She accused him of trying to deceive her and threatened to call the director right away to expose him. She really did call the director on the spot, but within moments, her attitude changed completely. Her stern expression vanished, and when she turned back to the three of them, she wore a bright smile and wished them victorious fortune. As they left the reception area, Yi walked a little ahead of the others and said he needed to pick something up before they moved on. The scene then shifted to the College of Mech and Magitech Foundation, a strange-looking building that seemed completely different from the rest of the campus. Yi stood in front of a door and scanned his identity, waiting as the system verified his access. Once the door slid open, Yi stepped inside and found himself in an advanced laboratory filled with high-end equipment. He walked up to the dean and said he had come to claim his weapon, the first-place reward from the freshman trial. The dean recognized him at once and noted that Yi had given up the discipline skill option in favor of choosing a weapon instead. Then the dean stopped talking and directly revealed an incredibly powerful sword. He explained that although the weapon had no elemental attribute, it could channel martial energy with 95% efficiency and had been forged from an ultra-tough legendary special alloy. Its quality was even higher than ordinary store-bought gold-grade weapons and was comparable to the great red divine blades. As Yi drew the sword, the dean introduced it as a horse-cutting blade, roughly 1.2 meters long, with a broad body and a flat-edged profile. Its dark surface was dotted with a faint starlight pattern, while the spine had been reinforced with dense iron moon material, giving the weapon extra weight and impact so every swing could unleash terrifying force. When Yi tested the blade, it cut through the air with almost no resistance, and the grip settled into his palm so naturally that it felt as if it had been made for his hands alone. The dean added that the handle was wrapped in anti-slip black leather, woven with metal filaments and starfall gold to make martial energy infusion smoother and more stable. He went on to say that every slash could produce a curtain of wind and a burst of light sharp enough to kill with precision, and even a simple test swing stirred up a small storm inside the technology lab. Yi found it amusing that this sword had been customized according to his body data from 3 months ago, yet even after his martial arts breakthrough, it still matched his current strength perfectly. Turning slightly, Yi remarked that the bladesmiths of Imperial Capital University were truly the real deal. The dean jokingly said that when it came to forging, even Senior Gong might have to call him father, though he quickly warned Yi never to repeat that in front of Gongku. The scene then shifted away from the university and arrived in Lingshui County. Yi, Chu Zhou, and Lu Qingzhu walked along the road together, while Chu Zhou reminded Yi that, in order to keep the mission secret, they were posing as ordinary junior students who had come here for an internship. Yi quietly considered their plan and began his first sweep with live field sensing, spreading the demon aura templates detection through his team. In theory, that coverage should be enough to blanket the county, but he still worried that their arrival might alert the hidden enemies and drive them deeper into hiding. After all, extermination was not difficult because of the killing, it was difficult because of the searching. Chu Zhou suggested that they first head to the residence arranged by Huadu University. As the three of them continued down the road, a rider approached and offered them a lift, recommending a tricycle as a cheap and fast way to get around. He gave a faint smirk, realizing that the mission had already begun. On the way, the tricycle driver glanced at Xiao Yi and said he looked like a decent kid, then asked which school he attended. Xiao Yi answered smoothly that he was originally from Lingshui County and had brought 2 classmates back to have some fun, adding that he was currently studying in Yinshan. The driver was so surprised that the cigarette slipped right out of his hand. He asked again to make sure he had heard correctly, and Xiao Yi calmly reassured him that he really was from Lingshui. The driver then asked about his family, saying he did not remember seeing him around before. Xiao Yi calmly explained that his grandfather had been named Yishorong, but he had passed away several years ago, and Xiao Yi had moved away after that. The driver immediately realized he was old Yi's grandson. At the same time, Xiao Yi silently felt relieved that he had studied the local Lingshui dialect on the plane and that his cover identity truly existed. The driver gave a strange laugh and said Xiao Yi still remembered his roots, which meant he must be living a blessed life. Before long, they arrived at the Huadu mission base and began unloading their bags from the tricycle. Just as the driver was about to leave, he mentioned that Lingshui County would be holding its biggest event in 2 days. He added that if Xiao Yi felt shy and did not want to go out on his own, he could personally come back and pick him up. Xiao Yi simply thanked him and turned away. As the 3 moved into the base, Chuzhou looked around and remarked that the house had not been lived in for more than 10 years, that it was practically falling apart, and that the weeds and mosquitoes had completely taken over. Chuzhou said they would need to clean the place first before they could properly settle in. Yi stepped forward with calm confidence and said cleaning happened to be his specialty. He slammed his force into the ground, and the impact instantly released a wave of bright light across the overgrown yard. In the next second, all the weeds were burned away, leaving the area cleared in an instant. When they began checking the rooms, Chuzhou told Yi to put down their luggage first, explaining that he was going to install micro-cameras around the property for surveillance. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu said she would go inside and inspect the house. Inside one of the rooms, Lu Qingzhu suddenly called for Xiao Yi and told him to come over and look at something. Xiao Yi walked over and asked what she had found that made her stare at it so intently. Lu Qingzhu pointed toward a wooden shard covered with a piece of red cloth over its face and said she was not sure who or what it was meant for. Xiao Yi looked at it closely and told her that this object had not originally been here. When Lu Qingzhu asked what he meant, Xiao Yi explained that the shard was made of wood. If it had really been sitting here the entire time, it would have rotted away years ago. Even though it was covered in dust, once the surface was wiped clean, the wood underneath looked practically new. Hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Chu Zhou's expression sharpened at once, and he drew his sword without hesitation. He said someone had clearly placed that thing inside the abandoned house on purpose, and since the statue looked wrong no matter how he looked at it, the safest answer was to chop it down immediately. Lu Qingzhu quickly stopped him, telling Chu Zhou not to act so recklessly. If someone had gone out of their way to hide this object here, then it might be an important clue, and destroying it before checking it properly could ruin their only lead. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, but as blue energy gathered in his palm, he still shot Lu Qingzhu a frustrated look, as if asking why she was suddenly taking the side of a battle maniac like Chu Zhou. Lu Qingzhu drew in a tense breath and insisted that, at the very least, they should uncover what was hidden beneath the clay mask before deciding whether to smash the whole thing apart. But the moment Lu Qingzhu carefully lifted the mask away, a bright eye was revealed underneath, silently staring at them as if it had been watching their every move from the very beginning. A bad feeling instantly surged through Xiao Yi. He grabbed Lu Qingzhu by the hand and yanked her backward, warning that something was wrong, then shouted for Chu Zhou to cut the statue down immediately. Chu Zhou stepped forward at once, his sword blazing with light, and with one sharp flash of the blade, he cleaved the strange statue into several broken pieces. But what happened next left all 3 of them stunned in place. The shattered statue began to bleed, and thick black liquid slowly oozed out from its body, crawling downward like something filthy and alive. Xiao Yi sensed the danger almost instantly and summoned Zawarudo without delay. The minion appeared in a combat stance and struck toward the statue before the black substance could fully burst free. Zawarudo caught the black fluid directly in its grip, locking it in place before it could spread any farther. Then, from within the black mist, several grotesque jaws suddenly took shape and began growling with a twisted hunger, but Zawarudo had already restrained them before they could attack. Xiao Yi immediately told Lu Qingzhu to seal the foul thing away. Lu Qingzhu reacted quickly, fixing her gaze on the writhing black jaws as she began casting her sealing technique. Even while carrying out the seal, Lu Qingzhu could not hide how shaken she was. Her voice trembled as she muttered in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of abomination they had just uncovered. Xiao Yi placed a steady hand on Lu Qingzhu's shoulder and asked if she was all right, realizing that the thing's psychic energy had brushed against her mind. He immediately channeled martial energy into her body, helping calm the disturbance until Lu Qingzhu finally regained herself and said she was fine. At the same time, Xiao Yi felt the wave of terror from earlier slowly fade away, replaced by a spreading warmth that flowed through his body. Looking at the cursed black mist now sealed inside the ice, Xiaoyi concluded that the strange incidents in Lingshui County were definitely connected to that clay statue, and they had finally taken the first real step in the investigation. He told Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu to stay behind and keep watch in case anything changed. As for him, there was still something else to handle. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyi thought of the tricycle driver he had secretly marked with a radiation trace earlier. If his timing was right, this was the perfect moment to reel him in. There was no need for Lu Jinsheng to come fetch Xiao Yi, because Xiao Yi would be the one going to him. The scene shifted to Lingshui County's towering Jinshan Buddhist temple, a solemn structure standing high among the mountains, surrounded by thick forest, and wrapped in an atmosphere that felt both grand and strangely oppressive. Strangely enough, the tricycle driver Lu Jinsheng made his way straight into the temple grounds. At the entrance, a monk greeted Lu Jinsheng calmly and told him that the Jinshan temple abbot was already waiting for him inside. Lu Jinsheng answered casually that he understood, then followed the monk deeper into the temple without showing much hesitation. Together, they walked along a peculiar stone path that stretched deeper into the mountain, until the passage eventually opened into an enormous underground cavern. Inside the cavern stood two massive Buddha statues, each holding weapons like silent guardians, stationed before an enormous gate plated with gold. Stopping in front of the gate, the monk respectfully addressed the Jinshan temple abbot and announced that the man before him was a benefactor named Lu Jinsheng, who had already met the standard to receive blessings. Then the monk added that Lu Jinsheng also had something important to report. The Jinshan temple abbot then asked Lu Jinsheng why he had come so suddenly and what exactly he intended to report. But at that very moment, the Buddha's surface suddenly turned green, as if it had sensed an intruder entering the sacred space. In just a few seconds, that figure twisted into a lizard-like monster, terrifying Lu Jinsheng so badly that he dropped to his knees and begged, shouting that an immortal had appeared among them. Right then, Xiao Yi's boot came crashing down from above. His foot smashed directly into the lizard monster's head, crushing it into a splatter in less than a heartbeat. As Xiao Yi walked forward, Zawarudo guarded him with a mana barrier, and Xiao Yi silently felt grateful for it. Otherwise, the disgusting blood from that lizard monster would have ruined his clothes. Lu Jinsheng stared at Xiao Yi with fear and hesitation, then asked whether Xiao Yi truly belonged to the Yi family. Before Xiao Yi could even answer, the two giant Buddha statues suddenly began to move. Their eyes lit up with strange, otherworldly energy as their huge bodies stepped down from their pedestals, weapons raised, and aimed directly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was briefly startled that the statues could actually move, but that surprise lasted only a moment before the giant Buddhas swung their weapons down at him. In an instant, Xiao Yi summoned Zawarudo, who intercepted the attack head-on. The collision sent violent shockwaves rolling through the cavern, yet Xiao Yi merely cracked his neck and remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed. The two Buddha constructs trembled under the force of Xiao Yi's energy, their massive frames shaking as if they had been struck by something far stronger than expected. Then they pulled their heavy arms back again, resetting their stance as they prepared to launch another attack. The Buddha statues struck once more, swinging their four weapon-bearing arms from a different angle, trying to crush Xiao Yi from another direction. Xiao Yi slipped on his glowing blue ring and ordered it to hide itself through spatial invisibility, preventing the enemy from detecting its presence. With his other hand, Xiao Yi drew the Starfall Cleaver, and the blade shone with a heavy, overwhelming force the moment it left its sheath. He charged forward at blinding speed, and his blade cut cleanly through the statue's weapons and arms, slicing through them as easily as if they were made of butter. Both Buddha statues were instantly disarmed, their severed limbs crashing down, but even then, they showed no sign of retreating. Instead, searing beams of light shot out from their eyes, lancing straight toward Xiao Yi. He dodged with quick, smooth movements, momentarily stunned that these things could still be called Buddha statues at all. The energy blast slammed into the cavern floor, tearing through the ground, but to Xiao Yi, the attacks were still far too slow. With a sudden burst of strength, Xiao Yi leapt high into the air and swung the Starfall Cleaver again, spinning the blade down with brutal force. In one sweeping strike, Xiao Yi cut through both Buddha heads. Their huge bodies collapsed heavily, and sparks erupted from the mechanical cores inside as the constructs short-circuited violently. Lu Jinsheng stood frozen in disbelief, but one of the severed Buddha heads was still firing its laser beam. As the head fell, the beam swept across the cavern and sliced clean through Lu Jinsheng, splitting his body in two. Lu Jinsheng collapsed lifelessly beside the ruined machines, his body falling among the wreckage of the shattered Buddha constructs. Xiao Yi studied the remains and murmured that these things had never been alive in the first place. From the very beginning, his life field sense had detected no real vitality inside them. What truly puzzled Xiao Yi was how a remote county like Lingshui could possibly contain constructs this advanced, hidden deep beneath an old mountain temple. Xiao Yi slowly turned his gaze toward the enormous golden doors standing in front of him, their surface shining coldly in the dim underground light. Since the answers were clearly hidden behind those doors, Xiaoyi casually ordered Zawarudo to deal with the entrance, even joking that as a university student, he should at least show some proper manners when knocking on someone else's door. Zawarudo had no interest in that kind of politeness. With one brutal strike, it smashed the golden doors apart, and flames burst from the chamber beyond as shattered stone and broken metal scattered across the ground. Xiaoyi stepped through the ruined gateway without hesitation, his eyes sweeping across the vast underground palace that stretched out before him. At the very center of that palace stood a colossal Buddha statue, but instead of looking sacred, it looked horrifying, with blood slowly leaking from its head and mouth. Xiaoyi raised his voice and mocked the hidden master of the place, asking whether the host planned to keep hiding like a frightened mouse even after guests had already arrived. At that moment, another Buddha-like figure emerged from the shadows and spoke in a calm, solemn voice, saying that Jinshan Temple had no grudge against Xiaoyi, so why had he come here to defile such a sacred place? Xiaoyi looked at the monk-like machine with open disdain and sneered that this robot must have grown addicted to pretending to be a real monk in a costume. Then Xiaoyi drew his sword in one smooth motion and cut the monk in half with a single clean slash. But almost immediately, another monk appeared behind him, still wearing that same calm expression, and said that the benefactor's blood karma was truly heavy. Xiaoyi's patience snapped at once, and he coldly told the monk to shut up instead of repeating that nonsense. He shifted his stance, ready to strike again, but before he could move, the floor beneath his feet suddenly collapsed and swallowed him downward. Even so, Xiaoyi did not lose control for a second. He dropped into the lower space and landed perfectly balanced on one knee. Rising back to his feet, Xiaoyi looked around and saw doorway after doorway stretching through the darkness, making him mutter that this place looked like a sewer built with 18 different gates. As he wondered whether those openings were some kind of sliding gates, pairs of green eyes began lighting up in the shadows, all of them staring directly at him. In the next instant, countless beasts poured out from behind those gates. Xiaoyi watched them swarm forward and muttered that there were more of those lizard things, and this time, there were far too many. Every one of them carried Tier 1 to Tier 2 martial fluctuations, and their life signatures were almost identical. To Xiaoyi, it looked exactly like mass production. These artificial bioandroids were trying to drown him under sheer numbers, flooding him with weak, disposable units. But the last person who tried that kind of tactic against him had already been buried long enough for weeds to grow over the grave. With that thought settling in his mind, Xiaoyi decided it was time to unleash the Yuan Wang blade art. He extended his blade forward, his posture steady, and performed the first form, cut 1,000 leaves. The moment the technique erupted, its killing force swept across the space and drenched the entire underground passage in a crimson glow. A red trail of impact followed Xiaoyi's slash, carving through the air, and the charging monsters froze in place as if time itself had stopped around them. Xiaoyi smirked to himself and wondered what kind of good temple would hide so many disgusting monsters beneath its own floor. Even as the remaining beasts roared around him, Xiaoyi stood tall on a pile of their corpses, one hand gripping the twisted, severed head of the monk. The monk's severed head still had tears welling in its eyes, and it kept repeating the same line again and again, insisting that the benefactor's blood karma was truly heavy. Xiaoyi scoffed at the sight, thinking that these were nothing but brain-dead bio-units, so broken that even with the head torn off, they could only cling to a pre-recorded phrase. Then he wondered whether the puppet master hiding behind the curtain was finally ready to show himself. Just then, a sharp laugh echoed through the chamber, ringing out with a deliberately provoking edge. The ground began to tremble violently as a gigantic mecha titan statue slowly came to life. Heavy waves of smoke burst from its massive body, revealing that the so-called divine statue was actually a machine underneath. Rocket fuel ignited from its arms, driving its movements with a speed that felt completely unnatural for something so enormous. The mecha titan declared that the benefactor was already beyond salvation. As it stepped forward, Xiaoyi's eyes narrowed, because the massive statue had begun to transform right in front of him. The huge figure lifted 1 foot high above Xiaoyi, trying to crush him beneath it while booming that he must return to the wheel of rebirth. Its engines roared, and exhaust blasted in the opposite direction, forcing the descending foot down with even more pressure until it fell toward Xiaoyi like a collapsing mountain. Yet Xiaoyi remained standing without the slightest sign of breaking. Mana poured from his eyes, his gaze burning like fire, and he accepted the challenge with a fierce look that said the machine could come at him. The mecha titan slammed its massive hand down onto Xiaoyi, sending a thunderous burst through the chamber as smoke and dust rolled across the floor. But from beneath that colossal palm, a brilliant energy suddenly flared like a rising sun. Alarms screamed inside the machine at once, warning of an energy spike beyond normal parameters, then reporting that the right arm was overheating, followed by a high-temperature alert. For a brief moment, the machine froze in place, almost as if it could not process what kind of opponent it had just struck. Then its hand was violently smashed back, and a gigantic Godzilla-like monster erupted from beneath the armored palm. The monstrous figure chanted, "Namo Amitba," in a chilling voice as it lashed out with raw force against the Mecha Titan. The Mecha Titan threw a heavy punch in response, but the strike was caught in midair as if it weighed nothing at all. The giant beast gripped the mechanical fist with ease and held it completely still, refusing to let the machine pull back. Inside that towering monster form, Xiaoyi wore a manic grin, his eyes wild with excitement as he snarled that he was not finished yet. Then he promised the Mecha Titan would get a taste of his jet-black, iron-hard knee. With brutal power, Xiaoyi drove the monster's knee into the Mecha Titan's arm. Metal cracked like stone under thunder, and the outer plating burst apart, exposing the inner machinery beneath. The alarms shrieked even louder. A new warning confirmed multiple damages in the cranial unit as sparks flew, gears ground violently, and the massive machine staggered backward. Now the two giants, the Mecha Titan and Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form, stood face to face in the depths of the underground palace. The Buddha machine activated its nanotech systems and fired beams toward the monster, announcing them as prayer bead flow cannons. The summoned cannons opened fire all at once, and the impacts burst across Xiao Yi's monster body, throwing up thick clouds of red smoke. But the Mecha Titan did not stop there. It immediately ordered every battery to fire again. Flames roared through the cavern as heavy blasts hammered into Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like body, and an enormous wave of smoke swallowed the battlefield. The Mecha Titan laughed mockingly, sneering at what kind of monster could force it to deploy so many weapons just to erase it. But as the smoke began to clear, its eyes suddenly narrowed. Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form was still standing completely intact. From within the beast, Xiao Yi spoke coldly, saying that all those toys were nothing but hard weapons, and against a true martial artist, they were useless. The Mecha Titan brought its massive hands together, its systems clearly struggling to understand how Xiao Yi's monster form was still standing after all that firepower. Confusion turned into urgency as it decided it had no choice but to release even greater power. But before the machine could fully act, Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form struck first, unleashing a sharp meteor-like attack that tore straight through the armored body of the Mecha Titan. Right in front of the Mecha Titan's mouth, Xiao Yi's monster form began gathering a terrifying nuclear breath, the blue energy swelling rapidly as he prepared to fire the Biokian breath. In the next instant, a blinding blue beam erupted forward, ripping through the Mecha Titan's body and tearing the gigantic machine apart from the inside. Inside the monster form, Xiao Yi almost felt a little pity as he watched such a carefully crafted machine get destroyed so completely. As the smoke rose and the wreckage settled, Xiao Yi's towering monster body shrank away, and he returned to his human form. Xiao Yi looked down at the shattered ground beneath him and muttered that whenever someone dug a giant hole inside a mountain, it was always either lizardmen or Mecha Titans waiting below. As he landed, he coldly judged the mastermind as another typical research-obsessed mad scientist. Then, facing the massive opening ahead, he noticed that it led into a passage beneath the Lotus Dais. Meanwhile, deeper inside the facility, two scientists had been watching everything unfold from half an hour earlier. One scientist reported to his superior that Xiao Yi had destroyed the mechanical Buddha guarding the entrance, but quickly reassured him that the newest defensive structure behind the door could never be breached. Yet at that very moment, Xiao Yi smashed straight through it. The scientists stubbornly insisted that it still did not matter because they had a cyborg army under their command. Tens of thousands of bio-units, he claimed, could exhaust even a martial master, and using them here would conveniently clear out their surplus inventory. But before long, Xiao Yi tore through those bio-units as well, reducing their so-called army to broken bodies and scattered remains. Shaken by the sight, the scientist hurriedly told the doctor that they still had one final trump card. He explained that the Mecha Buddha combat suit had been designed specifically to counter great beasts, so defeating a single martial artist should have been simple. But that final weapon was destroyed too, crushed apart by Xiao Yi before it could turn the situation around. The scientist tried once again to say they still had a trump card, but the furious doctor finally snapped and told him to shut his mouth. The doctor, one of his eyes replaced by a mechanical implant, cursed the scientist for constantly raising doomed flags. He warned that Xiao Yi was already at their doorstep, and the guards above could only delay him for a few minutes at most. Their only option now was to retreat immediately and trigger the base's self-destruct system. They could not allow any data from this place to leak out. This old doctor was none other than Dr. Foam, a former member of Prometheus who had later been absorbed into Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird had already set its sights on Lingshui County. After secretly replacing the monks inside the temple, they twisted the local people's faith and slowly began brainwashing the entire area. Under the promise of blessings, innocent locals were lured into human modification and turned into experimental subjects. Their bodies, data, and suffering all became fuel for Laserbird's biotechnology. Xiao Yi felt pity for the victims, but he also knew that a base like this could not be allowed to remain. He smashed the ground with overwhelming force, and a blue beam tore through the floor, ripping open a path downward. With a wide grin on his face, Xiaoyi leapt into the opening and called out toward the fleeing abbot, demanding to know where he thought he was running. The scientists rushed to shield Dr. Feng as guards poured in from all directions, but Xiaoyi cut through them in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Xiaoyi stood directly before Dr. Feng. The old man trembled where he stood and asked what Xiaoyi wanted, trying to force out the words that they could still talk things through. Secretly, Dr. Feng was clutching a self-destruct watch that could blow up the entire base with one press. Laserbird had also implanted microbombs inside every researcher and manager, while keeping their families under surveillance to make sure no one dared betray the organization. But before Dr. Feng could press the switch, Xiaoyi seized his hand and stopped him cold. Dr. Feng cried out helplessly, but Xiaoyi grabbed him by the jaw and lifted him straight off the ground, as if he weighed nothing. The old man struggled desperately, his eyes rolling back as the pressure around his jaw and throat grew unbearable. Then Xiaoyi slammed Dr. Feng hard into the floor, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. Leaning down over the doctor, Xiaoyi's expression turned deadly serious as he demanded that Dr. Feng confess every last thing he had done in this city. Dr. Feng lay there gasping in terror, his body shaking as he stared up at Xiaoyi. Inside the underground laboratory, Xiaoyi demanded to know whether Dr. Feng had murdered the 3 young martial artists, and what exactly Laserbird had been doing beneath Lingshui County. Dr. Feng shouted back in rage that he could not reveal anything about the experiments. There was a monitor implanted inside his brain, and if he spoke any forbidden words, the bomb hidden in his body would immediately detonate. As Dr. Feng spoke, Xiaoyi noticed green smoke beginning to rise from his body. The doctor, realizing there was no way out, said that if he had to die either way, then he might as well make it quick. The green smoke poured from Dr. Feng's face, and his body began to shrink as the poison took effect. Pain twisted Dr. Feng's features as Xiaoyi grabbed hold of him. Xiaoyi felt a trace of pity and muttered that Laserbird always turned its own people into death seekers. A poison capsule had been hidden inside the doctor's mouth. An alarm suddenly blared through the laboratory. Xiaoyi checked Dr. Feng and saw that his heartbeat had already stopped, which meant the automatic self-destruct system had been triggered. Behind Xiaoyi, a dreadful minion rose from the shadows. Xiaoyi looked at the dead doctor and said that death itself was far too merciful for someone like him. Zawarudo's arm pierced into Dr. Feng's body, and a red aura burst outward as the doctor's corpse began to revive. As Dr. Feng transformed, Xiaoyi explained that vampires could turn corpses into corpseborn. Most of them were little more than zombies, lacking regeneration, losing most of their intelligence, and wandering around as rotting bodies with no real will of their own. But Xiaoyi's power was different. He carried ancestral humanoid power fused with the gift of the vampire, making his creations far beyond ordinary corpseborn. Before Dr. Feng could react further, one of his eyes suddenly burst out from his skull. The revived doctor collapsed to his knees and called Xiaoyi his master. As Dr. Feng bowed deeply, his aged body shifted into the form of a younger man. Xiaoyi declared that he could create retainers who kept their memories and talents intact, feared no sunlight, regenerated endlessly, and obeyed him absolutely in both body and mind. Xiaoyi told Dr. Feng that he was no longer allowed to die, and with his revival, the self-destruction should be negated. From this moment on, the doctor's past no longer mattered. His only name was Mad Doctor, and his only duty was to serve. Mad Doctor bowed again and swore to serve his lord as master. Xiaoyi then explained that because Mad Doctor had accepted the ancestral power, a mental link now bound them together, and the old monitors inside him could no longer touch him. Mana blazed in Xiaoyi's eyes and surged into Mad Doctor's vision as he commanded him to show exactly when this city had first been infiltrated. Inside Mad Doctor's memories, Xiaoyi saw a scientist crouched nearby, gnawing on a human arm. Mad Doctor called out to the scientist, asking if he was sneaking food before the lunch break again, and whether the data comparison had already been finished. The scientist quickly apologized, saying he was simply too hungry to wait. Mad Doctor also bit into a piece of human flesh and muttered that today's menu was still raw meat, complaining that chewing it with his teeth was a real chore. The scientist answered that these were offerings from the county, 3 young outsiders brought to the Buddha, tender and fresh. Hearing that, Mad Doctor immediately felt that something was wrong. Later, Mad Doctor dozed off inside the prayer hall and noticed that other people were also falling asleep while kneeling in prayer. A scientist whispered that this was perfect because they could move the people of the county straight into the laboratory while they slept, and storage made the whole process easy. Mad Doctor frowned, confused and unsettled. These people had come here to pray for blessings, so why had they suddenly fallen unconscious? The scientist casually shrugged and said sleep was normal, was it not? But Mad Doctor's unease only grew stronger. Mad Doctor looked toward the shrine of divine descent and suddenly noticed strange numbers carved into his own arm. He stared at them in confusion, wondering what they were and why he had engraved them there. The scientist glanced over and said it looked like some kind of puzzle. The doctor's eyes locked onto the strange string of numbers, and after a tense pause, realization finally hit him. This was not some random sequence at all. It was a file code, written in an internal format only someone from inside the system would understand. With his fingers moving quickly over the keyboard, he entered the code into the computer. The moment the hidden file opened, the truth buried inside struck him so hard that his entire expression changed. The records revealed something terrifying. His memories, his judgment, even the way he understood reality had all been tampered with. Shaken, he demanded to know who had done this to him, who had reduced him into something no better than a test animal. But the deeper he read, the colder the truth became. That numeric code had been left behind by his own past self before the infiltration began, a desperate message prepared for the version of him who would wake up later. Back then, he had already known that his mind would eventually be interfered with. Even so, he had believed that his own curiosity would one day guide him back to the truth. The warning he left behind was chillingly clear, pointing to cannibalism, unnatural sleep, and the worship of false idols. And behind every layer of this twisted conspiracy stood the same hidden hand, the so-called divine descent nation. He watched those memories unfold, his gaze turning colder by the second. Only now did everything fall into place. The raw meat they had seen before was human flesh, and this divine descent nation was not holy at all. It was nothing more than a filthy cult wearing the mask of faith. The young doctor lowered his voice and admitted that this base had originally belonged to Laserbird. But somewhere along the way, the cult had infiltrated it, seized control from within, and used the same method on the townspeople, twisting their recognition of reality until they became obedient puppets. He then asked about the 3 martial artists who had gone missing. The doctor dropped his head, unable to meet his eyes, and confessed that they had already been eaten too. I's face darkened as he cursed under his breath, realizing that if things had continued, he and his own companions would have been treated as nothing more than premium cuts of meat. The doctor went on, saying he had already been trapped here for 8 full years. The Bioman conversion program hidden beneath Jinshan Temple was now complete. Before long, ordinary martial artists would be replaced by stronger, colder, and far more efficient machines. As the words left his mouth, he muttered bitterly that Prometheus had been right all along. He remembered the first signs of abnormality clearly. His team had marked the strange data in February, detected real outbreaks in March, and after that, they investigated almost every single day. Yet, even with his intelligence, even after noticing the gaps and briefly forcing his mind back into clarity, he still could not fully resist the slow rewriting of his cognition. The Jinshan Temple laboratory had already fallen far too deep into the abyss. Once someone crossed that invisible wall, there was no easy way back. The stages of the anomaly were terrifyingly clear: cannibalism, excessive sleeping, idol worship, and finally, mass sleepwalking. Eating human flesh was only the first stage. At that point, the body had already begun changing under the influence of that unknown will. The uncontrollable need to sleep meant the mind was sinking even deeper. Idol worship meant the corruption had reached both body and soul, leaving almost no hope of recovery. And once mass sleepwalking appeared, the person could no longer truly be called human. By then, they had become nothing but food prepared for that will. The doctor admitted that he had once believed illegal human experiments were the darkest pit mankind could fall into. But compared with this cult's madness, even those crimes now looked almost restrained. The cult's goal was to offer an entire city to that will as nourishment. He explained that the true source of the mental pollution and the draining of life force was a demon fetus brought out from a secret ruin. Worse still, it was growing at a terrifying speed. He silently calculated the timing, and his eyes narrowed. In just 2 more nights, that thing would fully mature. Then he remembered what the tricycle driver in Lingshui had said. The city's grand celebration, held only once every 3 years, was about to begin. In 2 days, the people would gather together in one place, and that gala would become the cult's perfect stage. Still standing inside the laboratory, he sorted through everything he had extracted and judged that he had already pulled out all the useful memories he could get. So this face really did belong to Laserbird. But that still left the divine descent nation, and more importantly, the terrifying demon fetus hidden behind the entire Lingshui anomaly. As for the whereabouts of those 3 martial artists, the answer was already clear. At that moment, he even found himself thanking the doctor in his own way. Because of him, he had uncovered several of Laserbird's secrets, including the lovely little matter of their illegal experiments. For now, he did not have the spare energy to deal with Laserbird directly, so he decided to leave that problem to Long K and let them handle it. There was also an unexpected gain. During his lifetime, the doctor had participated in researching and developing the Golden Gene underground. As for the use and effects of the Golden Gene, he decided that could wait until after the Lingshui anomaly was cleared. Just then, a notification appeared, announcing that the Lingshui anomaly investigation had been completed. According to Huadu University's mission rules, once the truth was uncovered, the students could choose to end the assignment. But what he wanted now was not merely to finish the task. He wanted the full reward from Huadu University. A wicked smile crept across his face as he thought that, rather than leaving empty-handed, he might as well steal the Divine Descent Nation's prize for himself. Then he turned to the doctor and gave his next order. He would head to the surface of the Lingshui anomaly, provide his own blood, and the doctor had to find a way to seed it into the city's water system. In short, the goal was simple: spread the infection as widely as possible. The doctor's face split into a wide, almost feverish smile. He murmured that this was madness, true madness. His lord was actually planning to fight the demon fetus head-on for control over its believers. As he thought about those pitiful creatures, the doctor continued speaking. By now, the residents of Lingshui had already been contaminated beyond the point of return. Converting them was selfish, yes, but once everything ended, he would try to send them back to their former lives. At the very least, under his control, they would no longer become a danger to society. Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to the old house base, where two of Ihi's companions were resting and waiting for him. When Ihi returned, he glanced at the food and immediately understood why they were eating it so carefully. It was food from Lingshui. Then his gaze moved toward Lu Qingzhu, who looked almost dazed from hunger, and he calmly said that it seemed they had already figured out what food meant in this place. Chu Zhou explained that he and Lu Qingzhu had gone out to scout as well, and the conclusion they reached was horrifying. The townspeople were eating humans. He looked at Ihi and asked whether he had already known. Then he added that the real problem was far worse. The cognition of the entire city had been warped, and something was enslaving everyone here. Ihi listened and silently thought that Chu Zhou's instincts were not bad at all. His guess was almost right on target. Lu Qingzhu then asked about the illegal laboratory that had existed in Lingshui for years. If such a place had been operating here, why had the entire county become such a disaster? Chu Zhou frowned and said that it seemed even a powerful biotech organization had been dragged down by the anomaly. The two of them immediately hit Ihi with a storm of questions. This situation was clearly beyond a normal Tier 3 danger. Should they call Huadu University for backup? Sweat nearly broke out on Ihi's forehead as he thought. Absolutely not. If Huadu University sent people in now, how was he supposed to intercept the prize? So he immediately raised his voice and told them to calm down. The danger was in the strange parts of the anomaly, not in the places that still looked safe. There was no need to frighten themselves before anything happened. Inwardly, he thought that if their first reaction to every problem was to grab reinforcements, they would never accomplish anything on their own. After that, Ihi eased his tone and said they would hold their position until nightfall. They had already seen raw human flesh and idol worship, but there was still one stage of the anomaly they had not encountered yet: mass sleepwalking. Then he looked toward the darkening city and said that perhaps this twisted place would only reveal its true face after night came. At the same time, far away in the boardroom of Laserbird's headquarters in Shidu, the atmosphere had turned heavy and cold. A shadowy figure spoke first, saying that half an hour earlier, headquarters had received a self-destruct trigger from the Jinshan Temple base in Lingshui. But after only a few dozen seconds, that trigger had been cancelled. Something was clearly wrong, and now they could no longer contact the base. The purpose of today's emergency board meeting was to decide how Laserbird should respond. Another person answered without hesitation, saying the solution was simple. It was better to kill the wrong people than leave behind living witnesses. Every researcher's heart bomb should be detonated at once to prevent testimony from surviving, and a special squad should be sent to Lingshui immediately. The scene then shifted to the central water plant in Lingshui, where the city's hidden veins of pipes stretched beneath the facility. Without warning, a violent explosion tore through the pipeline system, shaking the structure from within. Blood poured from the doctor's chest as he struggled to remain standing. Barely able to speak, he told Ihi that Laserbird had just tried to detonate the bomb hidden inside his body. Fortunately, he had managed to remove it in time. His body was already recovering, but knowing how Laserbird operated, a special squad would arrive in Lingshui at any moment. Ihi's expression did not change. He simply said that it did not matter. The doctor only needed to continue with the plan and carry out his orders. Soon after, the scene opened at the exit of Lingshui train station. A train slowly stopped at the strangely empty platform, and a man stepped out of the carriage into the quiet station. His name was Catfish. As he looked around the deserted station, he gave a low laugh and said this place was really something. He had to admit, the company had a good eye for choosing black sites. Behind him, a girl carrying a bag stepped off the train and said headquarters had confirmed that Great Xia's dragon Sparrow had not been involved in the Jinshan Temple raid. Her name was Aries, and she was carrying a baby along with 2 heavy loads of supplies. She added that whoever had attacked the base, it was not surprising. After all, the company had far too many enemies. Then 2 more figures emerged from the train, one called Gold Snake and the other Bluebird. Behind them came a man wearing glasses, who calmly ordered them to hit the base first. That man was Black Lion. His command was cold and direct. Anything that could be destroyed, whether equipment or records, had to be wiped clean. As the squad walked forward, Some of them started complaining that the captain should at least let them get food first. They had been living on instant noodles all day, and their stomachs were already protesting. One of them then said they also needed to find a place to nurse the baby. Black Lion answered flatly that they should just feed it, because he had no intention of looking. Someone grumbled that the squad did not look like professionals at all, not with the way they were acting the moment they got off the train. Black Lion only answered coldly, saying that even the feared king of killers, the captain of Laserbird Squad 3, had once been nothing more than an ordinary programmer. At that moment, Black Lion's gaze swept over the group, and he said the men in black suits and sunglasses posing dramatically were the ones who looked suspicious. Real professionals knew how to blend into the crowd, stay quiet, and avoid standing out. With that, he ordered everyone to split up. Black Lion arranged the team immediately. Gold Snake and Bluebird would stay behind to survive the situation in Lingshui and gather what they could, while he would take Catfish and Aries to inspect the Jinshan Temple base directly. After giving the order, he wasted no more time and told everyone to move. That night, the scene shifted to the house where Gold Snake and Bluebird had temporarily settled down. Inside the bowl placed before them, something horrifying stirred. What should have been food was covered with monster-like mouths, opening and closing in a way that made the entire room feel sickening. The two of them looked around the house and quickly realized that this city was deeply wrong. The air, the silence, even the things placed casually in the room all felt unnaturally twisted. Of course, in a place where people were eating other people, the atmosphere was never going to feel normal. Bluebird's expression turned serious as she said this mission would not be simple. Then her eyes shifted toward a cupboard where an idol had been tucked away among a pile of clothing. When Bluebird leaned in and peeked inside, she saw a giant eye with pink pupils staring back from the darkness, surrounded by eerie clay idols. At that same moment, Gold Snake received a call. Headquarters reported that the cause of the Jinshan Temple base incident had been identified. A powerful martial artist had destroyed the entire base alone. Tens of thousands of Bioman corpses had filled the outer catacombs. A fourth-class combat mecha had been brutally torn apart, and no survivors were found inside. However, the base leader, chief researcher Dr. Foam, was missing, and at least no body had been discovered in or around Jinshan Temple. But before the report could continue, the signal was suddenly cut off by heavy interference. Gold Snake frowned, wondering what had happened, and when he turned toward the window, his face changed. Outside, countless Biomen were swarming toward the house, and a massive wave of sleepwalkers was closing in around them. Gold Snake immediately warned the team that their location had been exposed. He turned around and ordered Bluebird to move, but before he could finish, she suddenly stepped in close and drove a dagger deep into his stomach. In an instant, the room's atmosphere turned cold, dark, and murderous. Bluebird stood over him with an empty, unnatural look in her eyes. Through the pain tearing through his body, Gold Snake stared up at her and forced out the question, asking whether something was controlling her. Then his gaze drifted past Bluebird and landed on the shrine idol nearby, where a strange purple glow pulsed from it, like a living heartbeat. Gold Snake's pupils tightened as recognition struck him. This idol had come from the secret realm ruin known as Moon Nightmare. Meanwhile, Yi stood alone at the top of a tower, his figure outlined beneath the night sky as he stared up at the enormous moon hanging overhead. He could feel it clearly now. His life field was being jammed far too easily, as if something in the city was pressing against him from every direction. Yi pulled out his phone and calmly set the first task. He contacted Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, sending them the crowd's location and marking the southeast side of town as the place where the sleepwalkers were gathering. If these masked sleepwalkers were truly feeding, Yi wanted to know what that feeding looked like. Judging from the way the city was changing, he guessed it would not take long before the answer appeared right in front of them. At the same time, Gold Snake slowly regained consciousness, his mind still heavy and blurred from the attack. When his eyes finally opened, he discovered that he had been tied to a wooden plank, with Bluebird bound beside him in the same helpless position. What shocked him even more was that many of the townspeople they had seen earlier were gathered around them, moving stiffly and silently like puppets dragged forward by an invisible hand. Gold Snake tried to wake Bluebird, calling to her while struggling against his restraints, but she remained unconscious. Even with death creeping closer, she showed no sign of waking. In desperation, Gold Snake turned his attention to the townsfolk. He shouted at them, asking if they belonged to the Divine Descent Nation, offering to talk things through, and warning them that the organization backing him was not something they could afford to provoke. But no one answered. His words simply vanished into the dead silence. Gold Snake cursed under his breath as the truth sank in. These people could not be reasoned with anymore. They had been brainwashed so thoroughly that they were no longer truly human, just beasts wearing human skin. No, they were worse than beasts. At least beasts feared pain and death, but these cultists had gone completely mad. Nothing seemed to scare them. Suddenly, the deep sound of a bell rang through the night, startling him so badly that his entire body tensed. Who had struck it? Gold Snake looked up, and his breath nearly stopped. The moon above them looked impossibly close, so huge and oppressive that it seemed to be hanging right over their heads. Among the crowd below, one townsman suddenly climbed onto another person's shoulders, slowly lifting himself higher as he reached toward Gold Snake. Then more people followed. One after another, they stacked themselves into a grotesque human ladder, bodies piling on top of bodies as they climbed toward the wooden bridge. The wooden plank continued rising higher and higher, yet the horde did not stop. They clawed upward relentlessly, crawling over one another with stiff movements as they tried to reach him. Elsewhere in the city, Black Lion attempted to contact Gold Snake, but there was no response. A heavy feeling settled over him at once. Something had gone wrong, and he suspected that the person who destroyed Jinshan Temple had already made another move. Whatever the truth was, the balance inside Lingshui had clearly shifted. Black Lion understood that they could not keep reacting from behind. It was time to seize the initiative. As Black Lion's group moved through the city, they suddenly stopped in place, their expressions changing at the same time. Above them, the massive moon loomed unnaturally close to the earth, filling the sky with a suffocating pressure. Ares raised her hand and pointed toward the distance, where a blazing pillar of light shot through the darkness. For a moment, it almost looked as if the moon itself was pulling that pillar of light down from the heavens. Black Lion dismissed the thought as nonsense, but his eyes still narrowed when he realized the light was landing somewhere inside the city. Only then did Black Lion fully understand that the fall of Jinshan Temple had never been as simple as headquarters believed. Without hesitation, the group rushed toward the strange phenomenon, aiming straight for the spot where the moonlight struck the city. Meanwhile, Gold Snake and Bluebird remained trapped somewhere in the darkness, their situation unknown. When they entered a silent street, Black Lion's group continued forward carefully, but after only a short distance, an uneasy sensation forced them to stop. Black Lion caught the presence hiding nearby. Without warning, he raised his weapon and fired an arrow straight into the shadows. The arrow slammed into a defensive umbrella and was knocked aside, blasting into the wall with such force that the stone nearly shattered apart. Black Lion adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharpening behind the lenses. That was Magitech, which meant the person in front of them was no ordinary opponent. The wielder slowly closed the defensive tool, revealing it clearly as an umbrella, then rested it over her shoulder as she stepped out from the shadows. It was Lu Qingzhu, and she stared at them coldly as she demanded to know who they were and why they had attacked. Black Lion gave a low chuckle as he looked over her clothing. She clearly was not a local, and in his mind, that made the conclusion obvious. The one who had wrecked Jinshan Temple had to be her. His expression turned ruthless as he ordered his companions to crush these two pests within 3 seconds. The moment his command fell, they rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. As the fight broke out, Catfish slammed into Chu Zhou with crushing force. He mocked him with a disgusting grin, saying that such a pretty face would be wasted if it simply died, and that he would rather savor the corpse afterward. Chu Zhou gritted his teeth and pushed back with everything he had, forcing every ounce of strength through his body just to withstand Catfish's violent pressure. At the same time, Lu Qingzhu raised an ice wall in front of herself, but Black Lion launched a storm of rapid strikes against it, each blow hammering into the frozen barrier like a bursting shell. Under Black Lion's bare hands, the ice wall shattered into glittering fragments. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened, stunned by how easily her defense had been broken. Black Lion immediately followed with a brutal explosion that swallowed the street in smoke and fire. Using that cover, Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu pulled back at once, both realizing the same thing. These three were not ordinary enemies. They were high-tier martial artists, far too dangerous to confront head-on. But before they could truly escape, Black Lion flashed forward in the blink of an eye and appeared behind them as if he had stepped out of thin air. 2 daggers pressed against their throats while he counted down the final second. Then, just as he was about to finish it, his attention snapped upward toward a massive sword hurtling down at him. Black Lion pulled back at the last possible instant, narrowly avoiding the blade as it sliced through the space where his neck had been, missing a clean decapitation by a hair. Black Lion's eyes snapped toward the figure who had just appeared on the battlefield. For a split second, suspicion flickered across his face as he wondered whether this stranger was another ally of Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu. But the newcomer did not bother hiding his purpose. He had come for one reason only, to kill Black Lion. Instead of showing even the slightest fear, Black Lion suddenly burst into laughter. The air around him sharpened in an instant as he released the full force of his assassination arts. With the technique known as 12 Phantom Boldness, Black Lion's body split apart into multiple afterimages. Each illusion carried the same murderous pressure, moving from a different angle as the deadly chorus closed in on Ihi, all aiming to end him in a single coordinated strike. But the man standing in front of Black Lion was no ordinary opponent. The stranger was Ihi himself. Crimson power burst from Ihi's body as he called forth Zawarudo. Black Lion was a terrifyingly skilled martial artist and bodyguard, a killer tough enough to withstand even tank shells, But no matter how monstrous his body was, he was still mortal. Black Lion's phantoms spread across the battlefield, surrounding Yi from every direction. But Yi charged straight ahead, red energy crackling over his body like living lightning, ripping through every illusion in an instant. He did not even need to search for the real one. When the Crimson Storm passed, the entire field had been cleared, and only one figure remained standing. That final survivor was Black Lion, the so-called king of killers, whose true name still remained hidden behind his title. Yi raised his weapon and fired an arrow straight into Black Lion's skull, coldly calling him nothing more than an unremarkable king of killers. The arrow punched clean through Black Lion's forehead. His body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Yi grabbed Black Lion's corpse by the face and crushed down with terrifying force. Blood erupted, scattered into the air, and then the body withered rapidly into a rotten husk. Yi calmly felt the power settle inside him and noted that he had advanced again, reaching the 8th stage of martial artist. The raw red essence had been completely absorbed. Catfish trembled where he stood, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Their captain had been killed in the blink of an eye. Ares also tensed as the reality sank in. The enemy before them was not just strong. He was a monster who could drain his opponents dry. Yi looked down at the remains beneath his hand and declared that this fight was far from finished. Then Yi summoned the flesh prison blood fiend marionette. A giant bloody hand formed out of twisted flesh and dragged Black Lion's ruined body back together, reshaping bone and meat into a grotesque new puppet. Ares stared in horror as her dead captain rose again, now nothing more than a puppet made of gore and blood. A chill ran through her as she wondered whether these people could really still be called martial artists. Every one of them seemed more horrifying than the last. Gritting her teeth, Ares made a desperate decision and hurled the infant in her arms high into the air. In the next instant, the child's body swelled violently, transforming into a hulking beast that crashed down with terrifying weight. Ares commanded the creature to hold Yi back, while she and Catfish used the chance to retreat. Yi narrowed his eyes at the towering monster, but he quickly shifted his attention away from it. He ordered Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu to work together with his demon shadow and pin down the bioman. Both of them reacted immediately and moved to obey. As for Yi himself, he made it clear that he would personally chase down the other two masters. Then Lu Qingzhu's powers surged violently, and her awakened ice demon dragon form began to reveal itself. Brilliant yellow energy erupted around her, colliding and rolling like a storm as she glared straight at the bioman. With a fierce roar, Lu Qingzhu launched herself forward and met the creature's colossal fist head-on. Chu Zhou followed at once, swinging his martial prodigy weapon down toward the baby monster with all his strength. But the creature answered with pure brute force, punching back as the crystal weapon smashed against its hardened body. A huge cloud of smoke burst across the street from the impact, yet when the dust shifted, the baby monster still stood there, completely unharmed. Hidden within the icy surge, however, was the real attack. A sharp blade shot out from the cold, aiming straight for the creature's throat. The muscled beast twisted aside at the last possible moment, but it was still too slow to escape completely. Half of its face froze over, cracked apart, and fell away, revealing an alloy skull beneath the flesh. Chu Zhou was shocked. A monster that huge should not have been able to move that quickly. This thing truly was a bioengineered human. But Chu Zhou was not fighting that creature alone. The blood fiend's shadow split into 12 crimson phantoms, surrounding the brute in an instant. Blades of blood tore through it again and again, slashing so fast that even its powerful regeneration could not keep up. Before long, the monster was drenched in its own blood. At the same time, Lu Qingzhu had finished gathering her power. Huge violet wings spread from her back, and dark feathers swirled into her hands, compressing tighter and tighter until they became a sphere of burning ash. The ash sphere expanded to 5 meters wide before igniting into a blazing violet sun. Lu Qingzhu's eyes turned cold as she unleashed the technique known as the purple nether sunflame. Right then, Chu Zhou froze the brute's legs to the ground, while the blood fiend's shadow locked it in place from the front. From above, Lu Qingzhu hurled the burning violet sun down with crushing force. A massive explosion shook the city as violet flames swallowed the entire monster whole. Its screams tore through the night, but they did not last long before its body was burned down to ash. After the flames faded, silence settled over the city once again. Catfish fled through the sewers in pure panic, splashing through the dark tunnels as memories of war-torn battlefields flashed through his mind. It felt exactly like those times when he had run for his life with death right behind him. Suddenly, a beam of azure light tore through the stone ceiling above, blasting open the tunnel and flooding the sewer with pale moonlight. Then Yi's mocking voice echoed down, saying that rats really did love hiding underground. Catfish did not feel anger at the insult. All he felt was terror crawling through every inch of his body. Outside, Ares ran with everything she had, her body heavy and desperate as she tried to escape the nightmare closing in around her. Then Aries saw a massive crescent-shaped blade, aura, slash up into the sky. The killing intent packed inside it was unmistakable. That could only belong to Ihi. Her heart sank. Catfish was as good as dead, and Aries knew she would be next. Gold Snake and Bluebird were already gone, and now even Catfish had fallen. She was the only member left, and the question kept haunting her mind. Who exactly were those three kids? Aries forced herself to keep moving, telling herself over and over that she could not die in this place. No matter what, she had to survive. But when her eyes lifted toward the grotesque human ladder stretching up toward the moon, dread twisted violently in her gut. Aries was certain this had to be the work of the Divine Descent Nation. Her only chance to escape was to climb that moonbound ladder, even if doing so meant handing her soul over to a demon. Yet when Aries finally stood before it, her body froze in horror. The so-called bridge was not made of wood or stone at all. It was built from naked, writhing human bodies. Ihi's voice came from behind her, calmly asking if she really intended to climb up. Aries turned around and saw him standing there with Catfish's severed head in one hand and his blade in the other. Fear crushed the last of Aries' hesitation. She scrambled onto the human ladder and climbed upward faster than she had ever thought possible. In what felt like only moments, Aries found herself standing on the surface of the moon, staring in disbelief at a grand gate made of white jade. Dazed, trembling, and barely able to steady her breathing, Aries watched as the white jade gate slowly began to open before her. Inside the open gate, Aries seemed to see her parents standing beyond the light, gently waving to her from the other side. Her terrified expression softened, and a relieved smile spread across her face, as if she truly believed she had reached the bronze gates of heaven. Bathed in that terrifying moonlit glow, Ihi finally stepped through the gate as well, entering the strange realm hidden beyond the moon's illusion. Aries stared ahead while Ihi's laughter seemed to echo near her, but in the next instant, his figure dissolved into empty air. He had never truly been there. The moonlight had twisted Aries' fear into an illusion, using the image of Ihi to drive her toward the moon. From far away, the real Ihi looked up at the moon and silently understood what had happened. Divine Descent Nation had played that move well, turning Aries' terror of him into a false image and using it to force her to ascend. To Ihi, that little trick was honestly rather interesting. When Ihi checked his phone, he noticed that Laserbird had already sent a hit squad into Lingshui. After losing the remaining 3 members, they were probably wishing they had a few more ruthless elites like Black Lion. Ihi guessed that the people from Divine Descent Nation would arrive by tomorrow. Laserbird had now lost both an important base and an entire squad, so they would most likely stay quiet for the moment, which meant no more outsiders would interfere. After all the preparation he had done, Ihi felt that the real show was finally about to begin. At that moment, the towering streaks of naked human bodies stretching up toward the moon suddenly vanished, and the massive moon slowly drifted farther away from the earth again. The people who had formed that grotesque ladder began wandering aimlessly through the streets, their bodies moving without purpose while Ihi and his companions quietly watched from nearby. Lu Qingzhu looked at the strange sight before them and admitted that this mission was far more bizarre than they had imagined. Even so, none of them had any intention of stopping halfway. Ihi told Lu Qingzhu to relax, his tone calm and confident, as if everything was still within his grasp. He reminded her that it was not just the 3 of them acting here. They had a powerful ally helping from the shadows, someone who simply preferred not to show himself. Chuzhou thought about that mysterious ally and felt even more certain that Ihi could not possibly come from the ordinary background written in his file. Among martial artists, bloodlines and status created entirely different worlds. Ihi might be the hidden child of some powerhouse, or perhaps a young master from a great clan training outside in secret. And if that second guess was true, then it would make perfect sense for a guardian to be protecting him from behind the scenes. Dark shadow energy began flowing out from Ihi's body, spreading around him like living smoke. He looked at his companions and told them he had an important task for them. The dark energy shot far into the distance, and from it, multiple shadow minions took shape one after another. Ihi instructed Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu to follow those shadow avatars through the city and destroy every clay idol they could find. Chuzhou accepted the order at once and rushed forward without hesitation, moving together with the shadow avatars as they scattered into the streets. But Lu Qingzhu stayed where she was, silent and unmoving for a moment, as if something in her heart had not fully settled. Just as Lu Qingzhu was about to act, Ihi suddenly called out to her. Lu Qingzhu turned back and asked him why. Ihi looked at her calmly and simply told her to trust him. That blank, unreadable expression on Ihi's face made Lu Qingzhu feel a little uneasy for a second. But then she smiled softly and told him that of course she trusted him. Even so, Ihi reminded Lu Qingzhu to place more trust in their teammates as well. She did not have to shoulder everything alone, and this time, she needed to let the others carry part of the burden with her. Later, in the county residential area, Ihi met with the mad doctor again. The moment the doctor greeted him, Ihi brushed aside the formalities and ordered him to prepare for war as quickly as possible. The mad doctor reported that all the artificial humans Ihi had cut down earlier had already been piled into a pit. When Ihi heard that, satisfaction flashed across his face. That number was more than enough for what he intended to use them for. Ihi then activated the power of personification, letting that strange authority rise from within him. Behind Ihi, a massive skull formed from dense mana slowly manifested, and at its base, a blood-red heart throbbed violently, pumping out surging crimson blood. That blood poured down like a roaring torrent from a turbine, crashing directly over the pile of artificial humans below. With overwhelming pressure, the crimson flood swallowed the twisted biohumans, wrapping their broken bodies in thick, living blood. Their eyes began glowing red one after another, and in an instant, Ihi revived the bio-augmented corpses through the vampire virus. Calling on the archetype authority of personification, he declared that they needed even greater strength. When the decisive moment arrived, these biohumans would become an undying giant legion that served Ihi alone. The mad doctor then reported that the bio-mosquitoes had already been released and were now flying toward every corner of the county. Ihi called the progress excellent, clearly satisfied with how smoothly everything was moving. Each mosquito carried vampiric blood, and once they slipped quietly into every household, that blood would spread its strange warmth through the entire population. Once the infection started taking hold, he ordered the mad doctor to repair the Mecha Buddha. Even though it had been smashed into pieces, its weapons could still be stripped out and refitted for use. When Ihi asked whether it could be done, the mad doctor answered with complete confidence that it absolutely could. Satisfied, Ihi said that all the pieces were finally moving into place. Now he only wondered how many opponents that so-called Divine Descent Nation would dare to send at him. The focus then shifted to two buses speeding through the city. Divine Descent Nation had originally begun as a doomsday cult during the first eruption of the Secret Realm incursion. A mysterious priest, wielding horrors drawn from that secret realm, had helped the cult spread at a terrifying pace. Their creed was to nurture a demon fetus taken from the secret realm, feeding it flesh and souls until it matured into a vessel. Through that vessel, their so-called gods could briefly descend and lead humanity toward what they claimed was the true heaven. At this point, a new enemy appeared, a bishop of Divine Descent Nation. The bishop declared that this land had always been the hardest place for Divine Descent Nation to breach. But now, at last, it was about to become part of their kingdom, and the divine embryo was on the verge of awakening. As the bus rushed toward the city, one follower turned to the bishop and pointed out that Lingshui County lay just ahead. This was the very place where the divine fetus had been planted by the archbishop 4 years ago. The archbishop had sacrificed so much for the church, yet in the end, he had been struck down by the ignorant people of Dragon Sparrow. He had not even lived long enough to see the divine fetus he had nurtured with such devotion reach maturity. Another assistant sighed that the world was cruel and merciless, saying the archbishop had been a man of firm faith, full of compassion and kindness, but had been left with not even his bones remaining. The bishop answered that this was exactly why the archbishop's sacrifice could not be allowed to go to waste. They could not let the world continue sinking into ruin under the hands of the ignorant, or this place would become another sinful realm. Then he ordered everyone to prepare for the coming of the godchildren, declaring that this was liberation, and that they were saving humanity. The puppets around him moved like wandering ghosts, raising their hands as they began chanting again and again, "God descends to earth, heaven on earth, fight for God." Yet above all those rising voices, the moon carried the most grotesque sight of all, a freakish grin with hollow eyes staring down at the world below. On the following night, the bishop witnessed the mountain of bodies stretching toward the moon once more. He removed his cap and murmured with excitement that this was truly thrilling, because throughout the entire history of the church, only 2 divine fetuses had ever succeeded. A foolish, almost intoxicated smile crept across the bishop's face as he said that now, his own name would be written into the history of the church. Suddenly, a violent volcanic eruption burst from the mountain. The bishop remembered that the first hatchling of heaven had brought worldwide climate anomalies, monstrous tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and endless disasters. Hundreds of millions had been killed, injured, or displaced, and all of that destruction had come from only 1 minute of God's activity. Massive clouds rolled across the sky with a thunderous roar. The bishop continued, recalling that the second descendant had been born on the Australian continent, where fog and black currents swallowed the surrounding seas and sealed off the entire region. After that, the whole continent fell silent, all contact was lost, and satellite scans showed nothing but a pitch-black void across the area, the clearest sign of ultimate catastrophe. The bishop made a small cut across his arm and let a single drop of blood fall as he spoke of the enormous losses suffered by the allied forces of every nation. From that point on, the Dark Forest Sea had been classified as an S-rank forbidden zone, a place no one was ever allowed to enter again. Before the falling blood could touch the ground, it crystallized in midair, lifted and held by a surge of dark energy. The bishop raised his voice and declared that here, the church would welcome the arrival of the third god. Around him, the congregation began chanting their spells, and blood flowed out from their bodies to nourish the forming crystal. The bishop walked across the piled corpses of the biospecimens, each step sinking into dead flesh. With his hands soaked in blood and raised toward the moon, he continued chanting in devotion. When he reached the celestial gate, the bishop pressed his bloodied palm against one of the bodies and prayed for the god above to accept his blood. At once, the gate opened, and a blinding light poured out from within. A commanding voice echoed from beyond, ordering him to step forward. The bishop stepped ahead carefully and finally laid eyes on the platinum coffin, the vessel prepared by a former archbishop to hold the divine fetus. After feeding on the life force of Lingshui County's people for 4 long years, the divine fetus inside was already close to full maturity. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the bishop's followers kept circling the red crystal, their voices rising in a steady chant as dark spells gathered around it. From high above, Bishop Lin Shi looked down at them and called out, announcing that the moment had finally arrived to welcome their god into the world. The children lifted their heads in shock, their wide eyes trembling as they saw Bishop Lin Shi descending from above with the divine coffin in his arms. The instant they recognized him, they lowered themselves in obedience and answered with absolute devotion, calling him Father Bishop without the slightest hesitation. Bishop Lin Shi carried the coffin to the base of the glowing crimson crystal and set it carefully beneath that eerie light. Around him, the cult spellcasters raised their hands and hurled wave after wave of pitch-black spells onto the crystal, feeding the ritual with even darker power. Then Bishop Lin Shi lifted one hand toward the sky, his expression twisted with fanatical reverence. He cried out to the great moon demon god Basmuth of the dreamscape, declaring himself the most loyal servant, begging for permission to speak that sacred and terrifying divine name. But in the very next instant, Basmuth's presence seemed to shudder through the air, and a piercing alarm suddenly erupted, blaring so violently that the entire ritual ground was swallowed by its deafening cry. From the faces of the biospecimen humans, a strange mist began to leak out. It poured from their open mouths in thick streams as they wailed in agony, their bodies convulsing as if something inside them was being forcibly dragged free. One corpse after another stacked together beneath the moonlight, their lifeless bodies tilting upward as they exhaled foul, grotesque fluids into the air. The scene looked less like a ritual and more like a nightmare spilling open. Then, without any warning, an ear-splitting shriek tore across the night. The sound carried for miles, and the once transparent mist suddenly thickened, twisting and darkening until it transformed into a deep, ominous blue haze. One of the spellcasters froze in place, overwhelmed by what he was seeing. His voice cracked with disbelief as the pure white spirit before him became completely stained, its sacred glow swallowed by that unnatural blue corruption. He could not stop himself from speaking his fear aloud. How could this be happening? That roar just now, could it really have polluted the divine spirit? No, that should have been impossible. A spirit bound to the divine embryo should never be corrupted by some unknown cry. Then who, or what, had interfered with their ritual? The dark blue mist surged forward like a living tide, rushing straight toward the coffin beneath the crystal. As it reached the center of the ritual, it began merging with the thick black energy already coiling around the divine coffin. Seeing the mist rush in, the spellcaster's face twisted with panic. At that moment, he realized the ritual had already gone beyond anyone's control. The tainted spirits were no longer simply gathering. They were trying to invade and corrupt the divine embryo itself. And then, from the shadows behind him, Yi finally stepped out. His voice was cold and calm as he offered a chilling apology, saying he was sorry for making them wait so long. The spellcaster's whole body jolted. He spun around in terror, staring at the figure behind him, and demanded to know who Yi was. Yi's eyes stayed firm, without the slightest flicker of fear. Facing the man's frantic question, he answered with sharp defiance, asking how, even after everything that had happened, the spellcaster still failed to recognize him. In the next breath, Yi activated all 3 of his life-saving magic artifacts at once. His body vanished in a blur, and his blade flashed through the air with terrifying speed, cutting through the darkness like a streak of cold light. Before the spellcaster could even react, Yi's strike had already passed through him. The blade tore across his body as easily as slicing through soft butter, leaving no room for defense. Blood erupted from the wound and splashed across the ground. Yi stood tall in front of him, his expression unmoved, and declared with finality that the one standing there was the demon. The bells rang even louder, each clang hammering through the air like a death sentence. The spellcaster could no longer withstand it, and blood began spilling from every part of his body as his strength collapsed. His eyes stretched wide in horror as he looked toward Basmuth's moonlit presence, now drenched entirely in red blood. That final sight shattered him, and a moment later, he dropped lifelessly to the ground. He looked down at the fallen spellcaster with cold disdain. Even after relying on 3 life-saving magical artifacts, the man had still been cut down so easily, and Yi simply remarked that he was far too weak. But just as the air seemed to settle, an unbelievable surge of power suddenly rose from the ritual ground. The pressure swelled so violently that it instantly changed the entire atmosphere. Yi turned his head sharply and saw another figure stepping forward through the chaos. This time, it was the true bishop himself. Bishop Linshi looked at Yi with unsettling calm and asked whether he would be willing to join the divine church. Yi stared at him in silence as the man slowly revealed his face. With a composed expression, he introduced himself as Lin Shi, the current highest leader of the Xia Kingdom God religion. Bishop Lin Shi then explained that the man Yi had just killed was nothing more than his deputy bishop. Since members of the church lived every day surrounded by danger, having a subordinate pretend to be him from time to time was, in his eyes, only a sensible precaution. Yi glanced back at the deputy bishop's corpse, and the truth finally clicked into place. The man he had killed had been a decoy all along, and for a brief instant, Yi's thoughts sharpened with irritation at having been tricked. But Yi did not waste another second. His body shot forward, and he instantly lunged toward the real Bishop Lin Shi. Yi leapt through the air and closed the distance in a flash, but Bishop Lin Shi calmly stretched out one hand. A disgusting fluid spread outward from his palm as he declared that this place was sacred ground for welcoming the divine, and no one was allowed to come and go as they pleased. In the same moment, several writhing tentacles burst out from the foul energy. They snapped around Yi in midair, locking his body in place before he could strike. Yi clenched his teeth, his face twisting with disgust at the slimy force gripping him from every side. As the pressure tightened around his limbs, he snarled under his breath, wondering if this strange power was some kind of telekinesis. Without hesitating, Yi summoned Zawarudo. His strongest minion appeared behind him like a towering shadow, and the moment it manifested, the tentacles binding him loosened, unraveled, and dropped away into the darkness. Bishop Lin Shi's eyes widened on the spot. The calm confidence on his face cracked as he stared at the monstrous figure, unable to hide his shock. He muttered in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the huge shadow looming behind Yi. Then he demanded to know whether Yi had also cultivated divine arts. Yi gave him no direct answer. Instead, he slowly raised one hand, and crackling lightning began to gather there, twisting and condensing until a weapon started to take shape in the storm of sparks. He scoffed at Bishop Lin Shi's question, saying that so-called divine arts meant nothing to him. The only reason he had tried to move away earlier was because he did not want to fight so close to the cursed coffin. Lightning roared around Yi's arm as the weapon grew larger and larger, gradually forming the massive outline of a giant dragon. Yi smirked, making it clear he had never been afraid. Then the colossal dragon opened its jaws wide and lunged forward, crashing toward Bishop Lin Shi with devastating force. Bishop Lin Shi raised his hand in open defiance, refusing to back down. He insisted that such wild, uncontrolled things could never truly harm him. He braced himself and tried to block the incoming dragon head-on, but the overwhelming pressure instantly made his body tremble. The sheer force shook him violently, crushed through his resistance, and hurled him backward. The lightning dragon slammed Bishop Lin Shi straight into the ground, blasting up a massive cloud of smoke and debris. The impact was so terrifying that his body was dragged across the county's homes, tearing through multiple buildings before finally coming to a stop. When the dust thinned, Bishop Lin Shi lay there covered in blood. His body was broken and riddled with wounds, and fresh blood poured from nearly every part of him. But then, purple energy suddenly surged through his battered frame. The shattered ends of his arm began to reconnect, torn muscles knitted themselves back together, and his ruined body started restoring itself at an impossible speed. With a cruel smile spreading across his face, Bishop Lin Shi rose to his feet again. He arrogantly declared that Yi could not hurt him, claiming that he was favored by the gods as his body finished healing right before Yi's eyes. Yi watched the entire process, but instead of fear, only disappointment crossed his face. Bishop Lin Shi's arrogance was irritating enough, yet that incredible healing ability could become a truly troublesome obstacle if the fight dragged on. At that moment, someone began walking across the blood-soaked ground, chanting again and again in a hollow, fanatical voice. God descends upon the world, heaven on earth. Yi turned his gaze and immediately realized he had been surrounded. Cult spellcasters were closing in from every direction, their eyes empty and feverish. He muttered that he had almost forgotten about these lunatics. The cultists pulled out bloody daggers one after another and shouted that they were all justice. Then, without even flinching, they drove the blades straight into their own hearts. Blood sprayed across the ground in thick bursts as their bodies buckled. One after another, they collapsed where they stood, staining the ritual ground even deeper red. Yi looked at the bodies with a cold scoff, calling it nothing more than mass suicide. No matter how he looked at it, These maniacs were impossible to understand. But then the corpses began to tremble. Ii's eyes narrowed at once, and his body tensed as he prepared himself for whatever twisted trick they were about to pull next. Suddenly, a thick wave of black mana slammed into Ii with chilling force. A cold shiver ran through his body, and he could clearly feel that slimy spiritual energy crawling through the air around him. From the scattered corpses, monstrous hands suddenly ripped through the dead flesh. Their fingers were long and twisted, tipped with razor-sharp nails, clawing their way out as if something inhuman had been hiding inside those bodies all along. One after another, colossal demons crawled free from the corpses. Their heads resembled distorted sheep skulls, each one marked with 3 terrifying eyes, while their huge, grotesque bodies towered over the blood-soaked ground like nightmares given flesh. Ii looked at the scene before him and gave a faint smirk. Even after all that disgusting transformation, all those screams, and all that ritual madness, in the end, what stood before him was still nothing more than another demon. Even Ii had to admit one thing. The cultists were frighteningly devoted. No normal person would sacrifice themselves so completely, yet these lunatics had offered up their own bodies without a second thought. Their flesh twisted into towering demonic beasts, each one malformed and packed with terrifying strength. By turning their own bodies into conduits, they had forced demons into the world, but he only felt disappointed, because to him, this looked less like a miracle and more like a simple mass summon. Ii wasted no time and called forth his own giant minions. With flashes of crackling light, towering figures appeared behind him one after another, standing far above those lesser demons. He coldly remarked that it was a pity for them, because he could summon troops as well, and the lizard men he had resurrected had not been brought back for nothing. They were perfect vessels for these humanoid bodies. The demons threw their heads back and released outrageous roars, then charged straight at Ii with violent, earth-shaking steps, their claws and twisted limbs tearing through the air. But in the very next instant, their momentum was cut short. Before they could even reach him, their massive bodies were sliced apart in a single clean strike. Ii's troops completely overwhelmed them. The giant minions loomed above the battlefield and fired down blast after blast of energy, crushing the demons from a distance until the summoned monsters were wiped out one by one. The deputy bishop was visibly shaken by the chaos unfolding in front of him. One of his fellow bishops had been killed for no clear reason, and now countless giants had appeared out of nowhere. His mind spun as he wondered who these enemies truly were. Pressing a finger against his forehead, the deputy bishop activated his ability and searched through the battlefield with sharpened senses. In that moment, he finally realized that a young man was the one commanding these enemies. He quickly opened his spirit sight, and what he discovered made his heart sink. He was already standing right beside the coffin. In an instant, the deputy bishop understood that Ii's true target was the divine embryo, and he knew he had to stop him immediately. But just as the deputy bishop prepared to move, one of Ii's companions appeared above him. Looking down from the air, the companion declared that they were the real enemies he needed to face. The deputy bishop clenched his teeth, realizing these people had clearly come prepared. Could they be Dragon Sparrow operatives who had already uncovered the cult's plan? From the first sudden beheading to the demon horde being blocked by a giant army, every step had been calculated. Now, even escape seemed impossible, and the cult's mission this time was beginning to feel. Before that thought could fully form, the focus shifted back to Ii, who was quietly studying the coffin before him. The closer he stood to it, the colder the air became, giving off a chill so sharp it felt as if even the soil beneath his feet might freeze solid. Ii guessed that whatever lay inside the coffin must be holding intense hostility toward him. Then he gave a mocking scoff, thinking it was hardly surprising. After all, he was the one who had dared to steal from that so-called deity in the most humiliating way. Just then, the system notification sounded in Ii's mind. It announced that a new template had been obtained, and that the host had gained both special energy and divinity. The system continued, revealing that during the god descent rite, the heavens had spent 40 years gathering the power of faith to solidify a divine body. But half of that accumulated power had been polluted by Ii. The corrupted faith had been absorbed by the demon embryo, helping it build a vessel so the moon demon could move within the human world, while the cursed portion of that gloomy force had been stolen by Ii at the very moment of Basmatha's birth. Ii understood this clearly. From the very beginning, he had never truly taken those god descent fighters seriously. His real enemy had always been the deity tied to the moon and dreams. Even if he had stolen a portion of divine power, even if the being inside the coffin was nothing more than a malnourished, premature infant, it should have already awakened by now. Ii tore open the coffin lid and coldly demanded why this so-called god was still hiding inside. But the moment he looked down into the coffin, his expression changed, because there was absolutely nothing inside. For a brief moment, Ii froze in confusion. His eyes narrowed as he stared into the empty coffin, unable to understand what was happening or why the divine embryo had vanished. Then Ii spoke again, his tone turning mocking and strange. He sneered at the absent deity, saying that it called itself a god, yet still chose to hide like this. And honestly, that suited him just fine. His weapon appeared in his hand as he sensed how unnervingly quiet everything had become. He frowned, realizing that the roars of giants and demons clashing had disappeared at some point. Even the battle between his companions and the deputy bishop was gone. It was as if the entire world had been erased, leaving only him standing there. Then he suddenly sensed something behind him. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the figure in the silence, and asked whether it was who he thought it was. His eyes landed on Bishop Lin Chi, who stood there with an unsettling calm. Instead of answering directly, Lin Chi asked whether he had forgotten his true self, then spoke those chilling words: "The moon was only an illusion." He was stunned. His face turned pale, and cold sweat slid down his temple as panic flashed across his eyes. He asked frantically when it had happened, repeating the question again as if trying to force the answer out of the silence. Bishop Lin Chi's eyes glowed even brighter as he continued chanting his spell. With a strange laugh, he answered that it must have happened the moment he fell into the dream. Meanwhile, near the quiet houses, a giant beast suddenly crashed into battle with Lu Qingzhu. She struck back with blazing blue flames, forcing the monster to reel, while Chuzhou fought fiercely from the ground, attacking without pause and giving the creature no chance to catch its breath. The deputy bishop grew furious as he watched the situation unfold. He realized that, even with a grand spell holding the field together, they were only barely managing to stall these enemies. Once again, the deputy bishop drew on his mind energy, forcing his senses outward as he tried to probe what Bishop Lin Chi was doing in the middle of the ritual. His focus quickly locked onto Yi, and almost immediately, he sensed a strange energy radiating from him. Something felt terribly wrong. Even worse, the deputy bishop could no longer detect Bishop Lin Chi's spirit power. A dreadful possibility rose in his mind, and fear told him it might already be true. But before the deputy bishop could fully voice that suspicion, one thing became painfully clear. No matter what had happened, he had to reach the divine embryo before it was too late. He raised the Xuanmu divine needle, a vicious weapon that became terrifying once it pierced an enemy. After entering the body, it would sprout blood thorns from within, spreading outward until the victim's flesh was torn apart into pulp. With the Xuanmu divine needle in hand, the deputy bishop charged straight toward Yi. As he rushed forward, he declared that sinful souls would be punished by the gods, and filthy flesh would be executed by his own hand. Chuzhou immediately noticed the deputy bishop breaking away and rushing directly toward Yi. His killing intent locked onto him. Without hesitation, Chuzhou shifted into his berserk state. He shouted for Lu Qingzhu to go save Yi, while he stayed behind to hold the monster back on his own. Then Chuzhou unleashed the forbidden art, Ignite Blood. A colossal ice demon formed from his power and surged forward, instantly freezing the raging beast in place. The attack nearly drained all the martial qi from Chuzhou's body, but even in that weakened state, he still shouted at Lu Qingzhu not to hesitate. He reminded her that compared to Yi, their lives were worth far less. Lu Qingzhu leapt into the air without looking back, her expression firm and determined. She answered that she understood, but before leaving, she still called out to Chuzhou and told him not to die. Suddenly, the frozen demon began to melt away. Flames burst through the collapsing ice, and the creature emerged again as a blazing monster wrapped in fire. Chuzhou's expression tightened as he realized he could no longer seal it. The beast slashed across Chuzhou's arm, shattering the remaining ice into flying fragments. It roared as Chuzhou dug his fingers hard into the ground to steady himself. Then the monster smashed its massive arm down on him, setting off a thunderous explosion, while Chuzhou growled that death could not take him yet, not before he finished his revenge. The six-eyed demon began to turn away, but before it could move any farther, countless sharp crystals came raining down from above. They pierced into its body one after another, pinning it under a brutal storm of frozen spikes. The demon screamed in agony as blood poured from its wounds. Through the pain and chaos, it saw the berserk Chuzhou standing tall, his aura surging as he proclaimed that the bloodline power of the Huadu branch flowed within his veins. Then, without warning, strange shapes began forming out of black energy around Chuzhou. Scales, twisted shadows, and jagged forms wrapped over his body, making him look more like a beast than a human. His arm and shoulders warped into fierce, jagged teeth-like shapes as Chuzhou declared that he had no other choice. He would use the running blood secret technique together with a bloodline breakthrough, even though he knew it would double the speed at which his life force was being consumed. Chuzhou raised his head as violent winds whipped around him, tearing through the battlefield. His voice stayed steady as he said that if this was what it took to send the demon back to hell, then paying that price was worth it. The raging winds condensed into an enormous blade several meters tall. Chuzhou poured every bit of strength he had left into it, then swung the massive blade down with all his might. The demon was struck head-on by the secret technique born from Chuzhou's bloodline. The towering blade smashed into its body, and the entire area erupted with a deafening boom as thick smoke swallowed the battlefield. A moment later, flames burst out from within the smoke. The blazing heat surged in every direction, spreading violently through the haze like the demon's power refused to be extinguished. Chuzhou began to sweat as he stared into the flames, stunned by the terrifying force radiating from the demon. Its power was far beyond his own, and the pressure alone made the gap between them painfully clear. To Chuzhou's shock, the demon had formed a defense almost like a divine barrier. His storm chi sword struck with full force, yet the beast blocked it head-on, then scorched the blade with raging fire until the entire attack shattered into countless glowing fragments. After that desperate strike, Chuzhou's strength finally reached its limit. His body felt hollow, his martial chi nearly drained dry, and he no longer had enough energy left to keep fighting. But at that exact moment, a red missile tore through the air with a sharp whistle. It cut across the battlefield like a streak of blood-red lightning and slammed straight into the demon's skull. The missile pierced directly through the monster's face before exploding from within. The blast ripped through its massive body so violently that it nearly blew the demon apart into broken chunks. Chuzhou, completely exhausted, crashed heavily to the ground. As he struggled to lift his head, disbelief flashed through his eyes, and he wondered whether another expert had appeared, and whether this mysterious figure was truly on their side. Then Chuzhou's gaze shifted forward, landing on a gun still aimed squarely at the demon. Holding that weapon was the Mad Doctor, his posture steady as smoke curled from the barrel. The Mad Doctor explained calmly that his lord had left him an armor-piercing round infused with martial energy ahead of time. Because of that preparation, he had been able to fire at the perfect moment and land a decisive strike. The Mad Doctor admitted that he had once believed Chuzhou was the weakest member of Yi's team. But now, after seeing that hidden trump card, he understood he had judged too quickly. Thinking through the martial hierarchy, from martial disciple, to martial warrior, to martial instructor, and even beyond toward the nascent tier, he realized Chuzhou was already standing at the edge of breaking past the martial disciple stage. And Lu Qingzhu was clearly just as extraordinary. Anyone who could remain close to Lord Yi was bound to possess terrifying potential. Above the Mad Doctor, drones hovered in formation, already moving in to help restore Chuzhou's strength. Once Chuzhou recovered enough to move again, bringing down the great demon would no longer be such an impossible task. Meanwhile, the deputy bishop seethed with rage, unable to understand where these enemies had come from. Each one seemed younger than the last, yet every single one carried an energy stranger and more unsettling than the one before. Chuzhou walked forward coldly, carrying the severed head of the demon beast, while Lu Qingzhu stood over the deputy bishop with an imposing presence. Chuzhou's voice was calm as he said they were nothing special, just ordinary freshmen from Huadu University. The deputy bishop's expression twisted with a sly, mocking grin. With a sudden gesture, he summoned multiple coffins from the sky, and one after another, they crashed down into the ground around him, forming a grim barrier of defense. Then the coffin doors slammed open with heavy thuds. From inside, the same martial team they had once wiped out emerged again, now turned into undead minions under the deputy bishop's control. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock when she recognized them. These were the missing sophomore squad from Huadu University, and among them were three familiar figures. The one in the middle was clearly part of the trio they had fought before. The deputy bishop burst into laughter, his voice filled with twisted delight. He declared that God was favoring him, as if this horrifying resurrection was proof of divine blessing. From a distance, the Mad Doctor watched the entire situation unfold. He noted that the girl Lord Yi had specifically ordered him to protect was now facing 6 undead beings with the aura of martial instructors. By any normal standard, she was surely doomed. Earlier, he had not sent the giants to support Lu Qingzhu and Chuzhou because those giants were too weak and lacked intelligence. Sending them in too soon would only have disrupted their fight. But now, the situation had changed. Support had to be sent immediately. If the Mad Doctor failed Lord Yi's order, then even dying 100 times would be a punishment he would accept without complaint. So the Mad Doctor lowered his weapon and gave the command. In the next instant, giant minions appeared behind Lu Qingzhu, planting themselves directly between her and the 6 undead martial instructors. Lu Qingzhu immediately understood that these giants were friendly troops sent to stall the corpses for her. That meant she could not waste the opening they had created. She had to seize this chance and rescue Yi first. As Lu Qingzhu flew past the giant monsters, the deputy bishop shouted from behind, ordering his undead to stop her from approaching the divine seal no matter what. One of the undead fired a piercing laser and then leapt after Lu Qingzhu, vaulting over the towering Titan troops with terrifying speed. The first wave of attacks was blocked by the Titans, and several undead minions were dragged back into the giant's grip. Lu Qingzhu used that tiny gap to break free, her eyes fixed on Yi, who still stood motionless behind the coffin. She called out to him, but halfway there, A green dagger suddenly flashed through the air and struck her arm. Pain shot through her body, yet she refused to stop. Blood streamed down her injured arm as she barely held her posture, and just before she could fall, she forced herself forward again. In that one precious moment, she reached Yi from behind, wrapped her arms tightly around him, and leapt upward with him, declaring that she had finally got him. As Lu Qingzhu carried Yi away through the air, only one thought filled her mind. She had to get him out of this deadly situation as quickly as possible before the enemy could trap them again. The arm wounded by the bloodthorns throbbed with sharper and sharper pain. Lu Qingzhu sensed the corruption trying to spread, so for now, she used her purple flame to suppress it, hoping it would keep the bloodthorns from slowing their escape. When Lu Qingzhu glanced down, her heart tightened. The giants that had just helped rescue her were now being savagely torn apart by the 6 undead martial instructors below. Lu Qingzhu realized those 6 corpses still moved as if they were alive, and she could not afford to remain here any longer. Their eyes were already locked onto Yi, and if they leapt up after them, escape would become even harder. Then, without warning, a voice told her to let go of Yi, shocking her on the spot. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened as she tightened her hold around Yi. She looked toward the source of the voice and demanded to know who was there. The mysterious figure answered in a calm, eerie voice, saying that Lu Qingzhu had already done enough. It even said it would no longer blame her. Standing against the pale white moon, that figure looked down at Lu Qingzhu and quietly urged her to hand Yi over. Lu Qingzhu spat back without hesitation, her voice fierce despite her injuries. No matter what happened, she would never hand Yi over. She glared at the figure and shouted for it to get lost, refusing to give even an inch as she held Yi even tighter. But suddenly, something invisible struck Lu Qingzhu's mind. Her body stiffened, and she instantly realized she was being hit by a psychic attack. A splitting pain tore through her head as multiple spells pressed toward her memories, trying to invade her mind and break through her defenses. The sound of mocking laughter kept drilling into Lu Qingzhu's ears, growing louder and louder until she cried out in pain, unable to block it out. Before Lu Qingzhu lost consciousness, she still forced out one final thought. She could not let Yi be hurt. But then her strength gave out, and her body began to fall. On the ground below, the 6 undead lifted their heads and watched the 2 falling figures with lifeless, predatory attention. Then their necks twisted unnaturally, snapping upward as their bodies shifted toward the sky. In the next instant, they shot upward with brutal speed. Their heads sharpened like deadly edges as they launched themselves toward Lu Qingzhu and Yi. Suddenly, a voice rang out and summoned Zawarudo. Lu Qingzhu faintly opened her eyes and saw that Yi had finally regained consciousness. Holding her in midair, he apologized softly, saying he had woken up a little late. Before darkness fully took her, Lu Qingzhu felt relief wash over her. A faint smile touched her lips as she thought that, thankfully, Yi had not woken up too late. Yi held Lu Qingzhu securely in the air and told her to rest. From this moment on, whatever came next would be handled by him. Down below, the deputy bishop glared upward in irritation, unable to understand how Yi had escaped the god's illusion. But even if he had woken up, the deputy bishop still believed there was no way he could face 6 moon god apostles at once. The 6 undead leapt upward together, each unleashing a deadly attack, while the deputy bishop cast his own spell at the same time. He was certain that no enemy could block 7 martial artists attacking in unison. Yi calmly sent Lu Qingzhu to a safe place, his gaze never leaving the enemies below. Then he looked over the ruined battlefield and noted that his minion had been neutralized as well. Just as the deputy bishop was about to give the order to kill Yi, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. The deputy bishop looked up in shock and saw a gigantic foot looming directly above their heads, blocking out the sky like a falling mountain. That massive foot came crashing down with enough force to crush them into pulp. Red energy burst outward, and a thick cloud of smoke exploded across the battlefield. Yi looked down through the smoke and dust, his voice cold and mocking as he asked what kind of noise those dogs were making. On the other side of the battlefield, Bishop Lin Chi was also trembling, fear finally spreading across his face. The head bishop was drenched in cold sweat, his face twisted with panic as he hurriedly shook his head and denied everything. His voice trembled as he insisted that he had only been trying to stop the suffering, trying desperately to end the torment before it went any further. But even though this was supposed to be his own illusion, the head bishop could not understand why Yi was able to kill him so freely inside it. Every time, Yi tore him apart and slaughtered him again. That agony felt horribly real, ripping through him like his body and soul were being shredded together. Only then did it become clear that while Yi had been trapped inside the illusion, he had not been helpless at all. He had been fighting the head bishop head-on, killing him again and again with brutal force. The bishops were completely shaken, unable to figure out whether Yi had escaped the dream, or whether the illusion had never worked on him in the first place. In the end, the head bishop could only arrive at one terrifying conclusion. The enemy before him was practically a demon god, someone even divine punishment could not touch. At last, the head bishop broke down and cried out for forgiveness from the moon god. He admitted that he had no other choice but to shut the dream down and force Ihi out before everything collapsed completely. But the moon god's voice answered coldly, ordering him to lie down inside the divine coffin. The man's body instantly began to shake, fear crawling over him from head to toe. His voice cracked as he stared ahead in horror and called out, "Moon god, master." The moon god's response was merciless. He said that the vessel could only be completed by using the head bishop's weak mortal body as the final material. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ihi's colossal titans had already finished their rampage. Every single undead instructor had been crushed, torn apart, and wiped out without exception. Ihi looked over the battlefield and spoke with cold indifference. Even with all that power, these things were ultimately nothing but piles of corpses. The cultists of this heretical sect had been completely eradicated, leaving only ruins and silence behind. But just as the battlefield seemed to settle, a figure suddenly descended from above. Ihi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not expected anyone to still be left after everything that had just happened. He looked toward the descending figure and saw a being wrapped in pure white clothing, its presence so radiant and unreal that it looked as if it had stepped straight down from the heavens. As Ihi studied it more closely, he saw white hair, glowing eyes, and a deadly, almost sacred aura surrounding the figure. Compared with everything that had appeared before, this presence felt far more dangerous. Ihi's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Whether this thing was the moon demon or the moon god itself, he did not seem afraid in the slightest. He even called it a bastard and said that the real big shot had finally decided to show itself. This was the god that had toyed with countless lives from the shadows, the vessel of the moon god itself, finally standing before Ihi in person. In the next instant, invisible steps formed beneath Basmuth's feet as he walked through the empty air toward Ihi. A pale lunar glow trailed after him like a moving spotlight, following every step he took. Moonlight wrapped around his body like a shining cloak, and when Ihi blinked once, the city around him vanished completely. In its place stretched an endless, silent void. The ground beneath Ihi's feet had turned a grayish white, rough and scarred with countless craters. It looked exactly like the surface of the moon, but Ihi immediately knew it could not be real. There was no freezing cold, no suffocating emptiness, and no lack of air pressing down on him. He quickly understood what this place was, a domain, similar to Gonku's killing intent field. But unlike an illusion that only attacked the mind and spirit, a domain could shape reality itself, meaning any damage suffered here would be completely real. Inside this place, even Ihi's so-called invincible golden body had lost its usual meaning. As he calmly observed the strange lunar world around him, Basmuth slowly descended from the void and stopped roughly 20 meters away from Ihi's towering, giant-like body. Of course, for beings at their level, that small distance was no real distance at all. Basmuth spoke in Ihi's own language with perfect fluency, and there was even a trace of admiration in his voice. He called Ihi an extraordinary human, the only person bold enough to steal a fragment of his divine power and still survive. Basmuth went on to say that their compatibility had reached more than 96%. To him, Ihi was the ideal vessel, the perfect body needed to complete his human incarnation. Ihi's massive form remained silent, but behind that stillness, his mind was moving quickly. His plan to steal Basmuth's vessel had already succeeded. At this point, all he needed to do was buy enough time. But Basmuth continued speaking, his tone calm, smooth, and almost persuasive. He promised Ihi that if he willingly surrendered his body, his consciousness would be preserved. Together, they could rise beyond mortal limits. Basmuth spoke of a vast world far beyond Blue Star, of hidden realms and the sinful realm, claiming that everything Ihi had seen so far was only a tiny corner of true existence. Basmuth invited him to join him, to ascend to the moon and rise beyond the heavens themselves. Perhaps any ordinary human would have been shaken by an offer from a god, but Ihi was not the kind of person who would bow his head so easily. His enormous body suddenly released a booming laugh, and then he raised his middle finger straight at Basmuth. He told him to save the act. Gods might pretend to be mysterious and untouchable, but in the end, they were just another kind of intelligent life, no higher or nobler than humans. Ihi knew very well that Basmuth's incomplete form could not truly threaten him the way a full god might. At best, Basmuth was scraping together whatever power he could gather, and Ihi had no intention of becoming one of those scraps. Basmuth tried everything after that. Threats, promises, temptations, and bribes all came one after another. Yet they were no different from the desperate tricks humans used when they were cornered. Ihi let out a short laugh and mocked him directly, asking if that was really all he had. He had expected far more from a god. His words were sharp and full of contempt, but Basmuth's expression never shifted. His face remained calm, cold, and flawless, untouched by Ihi's insults. In Basmuth's eyes, Ihi's defiance meant nothing. Even if the vessel he had now was imperfect, even if its compatibility was barely 20%, it would still be enough to crush a mere human like Ihi. To Basmuth, Ihi was not an opponent. He was only a meal waiting to be swallowed. The offer from earlier had been no more than a courtesy, a small gesture of appreciation before the inevitable end. Basmuth slowly lifted one pale hand, then clenched his fingers together. In an instant, an invisible force wrapped around Ihi's massive body. The pressure was horrifying. Flesh ripped open, bones cracked and shattered, and his giant form crumpled as if a needle had pierced a swollen balloon. With one sharp movement, Basmuth tore open what remained of Ihi's enormous body. A beam of moonlight shot through the wreckage like a spear, pinning Ihi in place and freezing him completely. Ihi's limbs refused to move, locked in place by that lunar power. Since Basmuth still held a certain respect for him, he decided to spare Ihi's mind and allow his consciousness to continue existing, even if it became part of his divine vessel. Basmuth's glowing hand stretched toward Ihi's forehead, ready to devour him completely. Then, all at once, Basmuth froze. A faint trace of confusion finally broke through his calm expression. He could not sense Ihi's soul. He tried again, once, then twice, but still found absolutely nothing. Ihi's laughter echoed through the empty void. He mocked Basmuth for finally realizing the truth, saying that the god could crush his body as much as he wanted, but his soul was already far beyond Basmuth's reach. Then Ihi revealed what had really happened. His system panel had already accounted for this exact situation. Knowing that Basmuth would be able to overpower his physical body, Ihi had relied on the extreme regeneration of his vampire Recap template. Before the battle even began, Ihi had split his body vertically and entrusted one half to the Mad Doctor. The moment this body was destroyed, his consciousness would awaken inside the other half instead. Basmuth stared ahead in silence, momentarily unable to say a word. But by the time he understood what had happened, it was already too late. In the very next instant, the heavens above split open. From that enormous rift, a colossal sword came crashing down, tearing straight through the void and cleaving the lunar realm apart. The moonlight fractured in every direction, and the entire domain shattered like glass under the force of that strike. Amid the collapsing chaos, a man hovered in the air, his body wrapped in white bandages while wild dark green hair whipped fiercely around him. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve. This was Qinglong, the Grandmaster of Longke 1st Division, protector of Xia Nation, and guardian of humanity itself. And he had not come here simply to save anyone. Looking down at Basmuth, he grinned fearlessly and said that he had already reported everything to the Daxia Federation. His real goal had never been to defeat Basmuth outright. It was to seize the divine power the god had brought into this mortal vessel. The moment that divine power was secured, the Mad Doctor, who had known about the plan from the beginning, immediately sent the information straight to the Federation. They understood better than anyone how dangerous anything connected to demon hatchlings could become. And now, with the trap fully revealed, the true battle was only just beginning. Basmuth looked up at the man floating above him, his silver eyes gleaming faintly like broken pieces of the moon. A flicker of curiosity passed through his gaze. Could this truly be a human? He examined Qinglong's body carefully. If this man had really been born from humanity, then perhaps mankind's potential had been far more underestimated than Basmuth had imagined. For several long seconds, neither of them moved, and the two simply studied each other in silence. Then Qinglong spoke, his voice carrying obvious skepticism. He questioned whether this being was truly Basmuth, the so-called abomination. It was hard for him to believe, because the body before him felt far too impure, too mixed, and too contaminated. His words were not a guess. Qinglong knew exactly what he was talking about. He had faced one of these creatures before, back when the first abomination descended upon humanity. At that time, he had stood among the grandmasters who fought against it, and that battle taught him what true annihilation felt like, what it meant to stand at the edge of the world's end. Compared to that monster, the silver-haired being before him was nothing. For the first time, Basmuth's perfect composure cracked. Ihi's insults had failed to disturb him, but being looked down on by this human struck a nerve. And Qinglong was right. That truth made it even more unbearable. Using a weak vessel like Lin Shue's body to complete his divine form was, to Basmuth, the greatest humiliation. It was filth. It was contamination. With a sharp flick of his hand, Basmuth sent Ihi flying. Ihi's unconscious body was tossed aside, thrown out of the battlefield like a weightless feather. Qinglong blinked, clearly caught off guard for a moment. Then he muttered in surprise that he had not expected this at all. The abomination actually seemed to care about the kid. Qinglong frowned for a moment, his eyes following the direction Ihi had been thrown. Then he simply gave a casual shrug, as if setting the thought aside for later. No matter. Once this fight was over, he would find the kid again. Under his breath, Qinglong repeated the name he had heard before, letting it settle in his mind. Ihi. The instant Qinglong's thoughts became clear, he raised both arms, and the air around him exploded into a violent roar. Above him, The true form of the Azure Dragon began to emerge, vast and majestic, as divine energy poured down from the heavens and shook the empty void. Basmuth answered without retreating. His own aura surged outward, monstrous and godlike, twisting the space around his body until the two overwhelming forces slammed together. Dragon and god collided head-on, and their clash tore the sky itself apart. Far away from that world-shaking devastation, deep inside a mountain forest wrapped in thick fog, he finally began to stir. Pain pulsed through his body as his blurred vision slowly steadied, and the damp chill of the forest pressed against his skin. He pushed himself upright with some effort and carefully looked around. A wave of dizziness swept through him, but he quickly steadied his breathing, circulated his chi, and expanded his life magnetic field to the furthest range he could manage. Nothing. He could not sense Linshua County at all. That meant only one thing. Basmuth had deliberately thrown him here. The moon god must have realized that once his battle with Qinglong erupted, everything nearby would be obliterated. Tossing Yi away from the battlefield might have been Basmuth's twisted way of sparing him. Yi let out a slow breath, relief flickering through his mind. Luckily, he had already told the mad doctor to evacuate Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu. Otherwise, the two of them would have been reduced to dust by now. Even so, the thought that Basmuth possessed instant teleportation left Yi deeply unsettled. If that god ever truly decided to chase him down, running away would become almost impossible. A cold shiver crept down Yi's spine as he glanced at his system panel. For one ridiculous moment, he felt as if some obsessive celestial pervert had locked onto him from the shadows and was watching his every move. The idea alone made even Yi feel uncomfortable. He sighed under his breath. It seemed that even someone like him had to be careful about what was lurking behind him. Now that he was finally away from the chaos and no longer standing in the middle of a divine battlefield, he could focus on what truly mattered, the divinity he had stolen. After all the danger, all the planning, and all the risk, that stolen power had better be worth it. He opened the system panel and selected the entry marked as divinity. As the information unfolded before his eyes, his gaze sharpened with concentration. He was finally beginning to understand exactly what kind of power he had seized. According to the system, divinity could only be born in two ways. The first path came through relentless cultivation, when a being pushed beyond the limits of mortality and reached the edge of true transcendence. The second came through birthright, belonging to those high-dimensional races whose very existence granted them absolute dominance over specific domains. In simple terms, divinity was an innate core essence, a supreme authority that could not be replaced within its own field. Different origins, different paths, but in the end, they all led to the same terrifying power. At that moment, he finally understood why Basmuth had lost control after a piece of his divinity was stolen. Once a god's divinity was taken, it could never be reclaimed. Even for an existence as vast as Basmuth's true body, that fragment was gone forever. It might have looked small, but to a god, it was an unforgivable loss. That realization made Yi more cautious. The divinity in his hands was not just a prize. It was also a target painted directly on his back. Still, as Yi looked at the glowing system panel, a surge of excitement rose inside him. The data showed 5 points of divinity, all connected to the powers of the moon, dreams, and illusions. If these divinity points were applied to a compatible template, they could completely evolve that template within the same field. Even if used on a template that did not match perfectly, there was still a chance for it to absorb and adapt to those divine traits. The system even offered a hint. The moon and illusion attributes best matched his vampire Reiki template. He had not expected divinity to be this powerful. It did not merely increase strength. It refined the foundation of a template and raised the limits of what that template could become. Until now, he had mostly relied on the vampire Reiki template by instinct, using its racial abilities without truly developing its full path. But with divinity infused into it, that template could finally break past its original ceiling and evolve into something much greater, merging its vampiric nature with the power of the moon and illusion. His other templates were not suited for this. Demora was already evolving through its own mutation, and Yi did not dare interfere with that natural transformation. The colossal humanoid template, while incredibly strong, had no real connection to divinity at all. It existed mainly to enhance Demora's template, not to grow independently. But the vampire Reiki template was different. Its control over time made it endlessly adaptable. Aside from his main combat form, it was his strongest hidden card. After weighing everything carefully, Yi made his decision. He selected the vampire Reiki template and chose it as the target for the divine upgrade. In an instant, streams of brilliant text poured down across the system interface. The once B+ ranked template surged upward, its energy rising like a tide breaking through a dam. The transformation had officially begun. The vampire Reiki template, once only a blood-hunting predator bloodline, was evolving into something entirely new. Its rank climbed from B+ to A tier, and its lineage transformed into the moon demon bloodline. One terrifying trait after another appeared on the panel. Bloodline power, moon banquet carnage. Under the night sky, the host's strength, regeneration, and martial energy would increase by 100%. Under direct moonlight, that increase would rise to 150%. During a full moon, a special awakening would activate, Moon Nightmare, unlocking the double moon world domain. Then another entry flickered into view, Blood Nightmare. The host's blood would become hallucinogenic and violently aggressive, turning wounds into weapons and every drop of blood into a source of madness. He stared at the final lines, his eyes brightening. This was not just an upgrade. It was rebirth. Under moonlight, he was no longer merely a man using a system. He was becoming something far more frightening. The system continued to unfold, revealing more terrifying effects. The weak who came into contact with his blood would be enslaved instantly, their bodies corroded and their wills erased. Stronger opponents would suffer in a different way. Their spirits would wither, and their minds would be dragged into illusions born from the blood itself. The more of his blood entered their bodies, the deeper they would sink into hallucination, until dream and reality became impossible to separate. And under moonlight, that nightmare would only grow stronger. Then another crimson line appeared on the panel. Blood control. The user could accelerate blood flow to boost physical performance for a short time, or compress the blood and fire it as high-pressure blood arrows. The temperature of that blood could drop dozens of degrees below zero, freezing anything it touched. Right after that came the ability that truly sent a thrill through Ihi. Moon's darkness. Under normal conditions, it tripled the host's strength and speed. Under moonlight, that boost rose to 5 times. Under a full moon, it reached 8 times. It also granted the special ability time stop. Under moonlight, the cooldown would be reduced, and during a full moon, the duration of time stop would double. Ihi's breathing grew faster as his eyes remained fixed on the glowing system panel. He had expected the upgrade to be strong, but he had never imagined it would become this overwhelming. True, most of its greatest effects depended on night or moonlight, but once those conditions were met, the boosts stacked together one after another like an unstoppable chain reaction, pushing his power into an explosive surge. This was not merely strong. It was monstrous. The Moon Demon bloodline gave him power, control, recovery, and survivability all at once, turning the Vampire Recap template into a top-tier functional form. Ihi smirked to himself. The rougher the storm, the bigger the reward. Coming to investigate the Linshua County anomaly had been insanely dangerous, almost suicidal, but now it was obvious that the trip had been worth it. Still, his thoughts drifted briefly to his classmates. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu had also risked their lives under Imperial University's mission grading system. This incident easily qualified as a level 4 mission, and the actual danger had already reached level 5 territory. Under the Academy's rules, that could only mean one thing: top-tier rewards. Ihi rose to his feet in one smooth motion. Above him, the forest canopy stretched wide beneath the cold silver glow of the night sky. With a light leap, he landed effortlessly on the top of a tree, balancing there as the night wind whispered through the branches around him. Moonlight poured over Ihi's body, sinking into his skin, veins, and bones. Every cell inside him seemed to hum with fresh energy as the power of the Moon Demon bloodline awakened, pulsing through him like a second heartbeat. He slowly clenched both fists, feeling that new strength gather, coil, and surge through his arms. Then, with a sharp whoosh, Ihi unleashed a rapid flurry of punches into the empty air. His fists moved so fast that the atmosphere crackled around them, and visible shock waves rippled outward from his arms, slightly warping the space in front of him. Even without channeling any martial energy, relying only on raw physical strength, the result was already devastating. After loosening his body and adjusting to the power surging through his moonlight-enhanced physique, Ihi spread both arms wide. His silhouette stretched like a bat against the night as he shot through the forest, weaving between the trees at lightning speed. He had to leave this place quickly. His communication device had been destroyed in the chaos, so Ihi needed to reach a human settlement as soon as possible and contact Imperial University. The Daxia Federation would definitely want answers about the Moon Nightmare incident, but he could not afford to face official questioning unprepared. He had too many secrets that would never survive a serious interrogation. Under the scrutiny of professional truth readers, any lie would unravel almost instantly. So his first move was obvious: reconnect with his old backer, Imperial University. Before the gods, the Federation, or anyone else could make their next move, Ihi needed protection and leverage. That was exactly why powerful connections and university backing existed, for moments like this, when one person alone could not safely handle the storm. A supersonic fighter jet cut through the clouds, escorted by 4 smaller aircraft on each side. Inside the aircraft were the 3 key figures returning to Imperial University. Among them, Ihi was the only one awake. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu lay quietly inside life support capsules, their conditions stable for now, but still fragile after everything they had endured. When the aircraft finally landed, the cabin hatch opened with a soft hiss. The ramp lowered with a metallic hum, and Yi stepped out, blinking slightly beneath the bright hangar lights. For a moment, Yi simply stood there in a daze, feeling the firm ground beneath his boots again after the nightmare he had just survived. Then his gaze fell on an elderly man waiting at the bottom of the ramp. The man wore a perfectly fitted dark Zhongshan suit and stood with calm precision, carrying the refined air of old-world craftsmanship. Yet beneath that sharp, disciplined presence, there was also a gentle warmth to him, like spring sunlight filtering softly through leaves. The two impressions should have contradicted each other, but on him, they blended naturally, as if grace and authority had always belonged together. The elderly man smiled and stepped forward, offering his hand. He introduced himself as Shi Jingwen, president of Hua University. Yi immediately straightened and shook his hand, his usual calm briefly replaced by awe and disbelief. His voice even turned a little reserved as he said it was an honor to meet him. Yi added that President Shi Jingwen was practically a legend among Hua University students. President Shi chuckled warmly, his laughter deep but kind, and told him there was no need to be so formal. Yi had just returned from a battlefield, so he should relax. President Shi then reminded him that this was not an exam. Hearing that, Yi finally let out a small laugh and exhaled, allowing the tension in his shoulders to loosen as he stretched his arms to ease his stiff muscles. Then Yi could not hold back his curiosity any longer. He asked directly whether President Shi had come to question him about what happened in Linqiu County, but the old man simply shook his head. It was nothing like that. With a knowing glint in his eyes, President Shi told him that his team's mission, the Linqiu County anomaly, had already been marked as successfully completed. He did not need to worry about the aftermath. Yi frowned slightly, unable to accept it so easily. With everything that had happened, an evil cult, a moon god's descent, and the collapse of an entire incident zone, should there not at least be a full investigation? President Shi's tone softened as he told Yi to leave those matters to the higher authorities. What Yi needed most right now was rest. He asked him to trust the cooperation between Imperial University and Hua University, because the Linqiu County situation was already being handled by people above their level. Yi stared at him for a long moment. The old man's voice was calm, but his presence carried a weight that made even gods seem less untouchable. Then President Shi added that Yi did not need to worry. His personal secrets would remain his own, because the university respected privacy. In the official mission briefing, the anomaly would be reported anonymously, and only the achievement itself would carry the team's name. After a brief pause, President Shi continued. For official records, Yi and his team would receive credit for completing a Level 4 mission. Level 5 credits were normally reserved for professor-led operations, and handing such a rank directly to first-year students would attract too many questions. Yi slowly nodded, still processing the decision. Then President Shi's expression brightened as he added that when it came to actual rewards, the university would treat the mission as Level 5. For a moment, Yi wondered if he had heard wrong. That level of recognition meant resources, status, and mission points most students could only dream of. It felt unreal, almost as if he had not completely left the illusion behind. He glanced at President Shi Jingwen again. The old man's peaceful smile looked genuinely gentle, but beneath it lingered a pressure so immense that even Basmuth's divine presence felt lighter by comparison. A cold thought crept into Yi's mind. Did President Shi already know about the system? The next morning, Yi was summoned to the president's office for a private briefing. When he entered, the mad doctor had already arrived and was setting up a projection. The screen flickered on, replaying post-battle footage from Linqiu County. As the room dimmed and the video began, the atmosphere turned heavy once again. The aftermath of the moon nightmare was about to be revealed. Yi scrolled through the report file on his phone, and then his fingers suddenly froze. What he saw made no sense. Linqiu County had originally been a mountainous region, filled with forests, ridges, and wide plateaus. But now, all of that had vanished. What remained was a colossal crater. The entire county had collapsed into a massive basin, as if a meteor had smashed into the earth and carved out an abyss large enough to swallow everything. The city, the rivers, and the land itself were all gone. Yi exhaled sharply as tension tightened in his chest. This world of martial transcendence was far too terrifying. Even with all his recent upgrades, even after evolving the vampire Raked template into the moon demon bloodline, he still did not feel safe. Every time he thought of Basmuth, that godlike existence, a sharp ache pulsed behind his eyes. The lunar gaze, the mark left behind by Basmuth's divine sight, was still clinging to his soul. The day before, Yi had already reported the problem to President Shi Jingwen. The old fox had listened quietly, his expression impossible to read, before answering in a calm voice that there was no need to worry. Qinglong would handle it, because he knew how to seal the lunar gaze. So Yi waited. Now, seated inside the quiet guest reception hall of Imperial University, he kept his senses sharp as the door opened with a faint click. Yi immediately looked up. Standing in the doorway was the man he had been waiting for. Qinglong, the second-ranked martial artist in the entire Daxia Federation, and one of the few beings who stood at the very summit of Blue Star's power hierarchy. But the Qinglong before him looked different from before. Qinglong wore a thick black fur cloak over heavy winter garments. His complexion was pale, and his aura flickered faintly, unstable like a dying flame fighting against the wind. It was as if he had just returned from a frozen battlefield, still carrying the chill of another world on his body. He understood immediately that these were the aftereffects of Qinglong's battle with Basmuth. Qinglong noticed the concern in Yi's eyes. Though his expression stayed calm and his tone remained steady, the pride of a warrior pushed him to explain himself. He said he was fine, only that he had caught a bit of cold from that cunning moon demon. After a short pause, his voice grew firmer as he added that he had still won. After 100 exchanges, Basmuth's vessel had begun to collapse. Qinglong went on to say that if Basmuth had not possessed so many escape techniques, he would have killed him already. If that had happened, he would not have needed to wait for Qinglong to come seal the mark at all. He could not help but smirk a little. He had never expected Qinglong, the legendary and aloof grandmaster, to actually justify himself like this. It felt oddly human, and in a strange way, almost endearing. Still, he did not say anything. He simply watched in silence as Qinglong began removing his heavy outer coat. The thick fur cloak slipped to the side, revealing Qinglong's powerful, bandaged frame beneath it. Every muscle looked tense and disciplined, and faint battle marks still clung to his body like traces of the brutal fight he had just survived. Before they began, Qinglong rolled his shoulders and said there was something he needed to know first. Then he adjusted his stance and looked directly into Yi's eyes. President Shi Jingwen was skilled at reading fate, and he had already told Qinglong about Yi's special nature. Because of that, Qinglong was willing to share certain truths that most people would never hear. His gaze sharpened slightly as he asked Yi whether he had ever considered that the monsters humans fought and killed without hesitation might once have been intelligent beings just like them. Yi went completely still. His pupils widened, and for a moment, it was as if the air around him had frozen too, because the meaning behind Qinglong's words had finally begun to sink in. Qinglong gave a slow, solemn nod, as though he had just confirmed the terrifying realization forming in Yi's mind. Then his voice grew heavy, carrying the weight of years that no ordinary person could imagine, and he began speaking of a buried past. It was a tale where gods, humans, monsters, and heroes seemed to blur into one another, and the hidden truth behind Blue Star's demons was finally beginning to surface. According to Qinglong, everything had started decades earlier, back when he himself was still only a Xuanhua-level martial artist. At that time, Qinglong had followed his master and 5 senior disciples into a newly discovered ruin, one hidden deep inside a dangerous secret realm. The mission had sounded simple enough at first: enter, investigate, and return with whatever clues they could find. But the moment they stepped into that forgotten place, everything changed. By the time the nightmare ended, only Qinglong had made it out alive. His master was gone. His senior brothers and sisters were gone. Every one of them had been swallowed by whatever ancient horror lurked in that ruin. And even Qinglong's survival came at a brutal cost. Something had infected him, like a curse crawling through his blood. It crept along his veins, warped his body, corroded his mind, and slowly dragged him towards something inhuman. His flesh roughened, his bones twisted, and even his consciousness began slipping away, little by little, as madness pulled him down. He could feel himself being dragged toward the fate of a beast. The finest doctors in the Federation, and even experts brought in from other nations, were helpless before it. No medicine worked. No martial technique could suppress it. Not even spiritual purification could stop the transformation from advancing. So Qinglong made the only decision he believed he had left. He chose exile. He would not allow himself to become a mindless monster on the soil of his homeland, and he refused to turn into the very kind of creature he had spent his entire life fighting. Alone, Qinglong traveled to an S-level secret realm in the Great Atlantic, a forbidden expanse so deadly that even elite teams often vanished without returning. He had not gone there searching for treasure or glory. He had gone there to die, but fate refused to let him disappear so easily. A violent storm erupted over the sea, swallowing his ship in towering waves that rose like mountains. The storm hurled him through the raging ocean until, at last, he was washed ashore on a strange island, an island Qinglong claimed no human had ever stepped foot on before. At that point, Qinglong stopped speaking. His expression tightened, and the guarded look in his eyes made it clear that the next part was not something he could casually reveal. In a low voice, he said the rest was top secret, tied to the strategic fate of the entire sea nation, and he could say no more. Yi's curiosity burned even hotter, but from Qinglong's tone, he knew pressing further would be useless. Still, Qinglong continued after a brief pause, his voice dropping slightly. There had been people on that island. They had saved him. They had stopped the beast inside his body from devouring the last remnants of his mind. As Qinglong spoke, his hands moved to the bandages wrapped around his torso. Layer by layer, he began unwinding them, and in the quiet room, the soft sound of fabric peeling away suddenly felt strangely heavy. Beneath those wrappings, Qinglong's skin was covered in deep black runes. The markings looked as if they had been carved into his flesh, and they pulsed faintly with a rhythm that felt alive, yet utterly unlike anything a living creature should possess. The very instant Ihi's gaze landed on those runes, a sharp pain stabbed into his eyes. It was as if countless needles had pierced straight through his pupils and burned into the depths of his vision. Ihi recoiled at once, raising a hand to his face as several drops of blood slipped between his fingers. For 2 short, agonizing breaths, his eyes burned fiercely, before his regeneration healed the damage almost instantly. Even so, he did not dare look at the markings again. That single glance had been enough to make him feel as though he were falling endlessly into a bottomless void, swallowed by a darkness that did not just pull at his body, but seemed to drag at his soul itself. Qinglong watched him with quiet interest. After a brief silence, he remarked that it was impressive. Once, even a grand martial master had fainted after just one glance at those runes. Weaker warriors could have their minds collapse on the spot, and some might never wake again. A faint smile touched Qinglong's lips, but Ihi had only suffered a little bleeding. That result was exactly what Qinglong had expected. President Shi Jingwen had been right after all. Ihi was different. He was an anomaly. Perhaps this young man truly possessed the potential to change the balance of their crumbling world. Don't resist, Qinglong said calmly. I'm going to imprint 2 of these runes into your sea of consciousness. Once they settle there, the moon demon's gaze will no longer be able to follow you. From then on, you should finally be able to sleep without that thing watching from the darkness. Ihi said nothing, but he gave a quiet nod. Qinglong lifted his hand and pressed one index finger lightly against Ihi's forehead. From the tip of that finger, black runes began to seep out, thick and viscous, like living ink crawling free from his skin. The runes writhed as they sank into Ihi's flesh, twisting and coiling like dark worms burrowing deeper and deeper into his consciousness. The moment they touched his soul, his vision blurred, and the faint line on his system panel, showing the lunar gaze mark as active, suddenly flickered with violent instability. Then, in the next blink, that mark vanished completely. It was erased so cleanly that it felt like a system error correcting itself without leaving even the faintest trace behind. The seal was complete. Qinglong slowly wrapped the nanomaterial bandages back around his body, hiding those mysterious runes beneath the layers of fabric once more. With a soft rustle, he slipped into his heavy black mink coat again, and the unstable pressure surrounding him gradually settled. The suffocating chill in the room faded, and the air seemed to warm by a degree. The moon demon's gaze had finally been sealed away. For the first time since the destruction of Lingshui County, Ihi felt as though he could truly breathe again. But then, without warning, Qinglong suddenly asked, "Tell me, Ihi, is your teacher Gonko?" The question struck Ihi like a thunderclap. Ihi froze on the spot, his eyes widening before he could stop himself. In that instant, he remembered his teacher's warning with painful clarity. If anyone ever asked, he was absolutely not to mention that he was Gonko's student. The reason behind it was almost embarrassingly troublesome. Back in her days at Imperial University, Gonko had been notorious. She was not merely a powerful martial artist. She had been the terrifying elder sister figure who practically dominated half the male students on campus. She had bullied so many of them that, decades later, those same people had grown into influential and frightening figures of their own. Just imagining himself running into one of them now made Ihi's scalp tingle. A thin bead of sweat slid down his temple. Of course, Qinglong noticed the reaction immediately. With his lifetime of battlefield experience, reading a young man's expression was almost too easy. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Relax," he said, his tone carrying a trace of amusement. "I don't have any grudge against her." Then his voice softened slightly. "I only asked because before her mental injury, Gonko was one of the few martial artists who had a real chance of reaching Grandmaster through the path of slaughter. What happened to her was truly a pity." Qinglong paused, his eyes narrowing with a hint of curiosity as he studied Ihi more closely. Then he spoke plainly. "So, I want to spar with you. I'd like to see just how much of her slaughter legacy remains in your hands, and how pure it has become." Ihi blinked, clearly caught off guard. A spar? Right now? But after thinking about it, he realized it was not that strange. The stronger a warrior became, the more they wanted to test strength against strength. For people like Qinglong, that urge was almost instinct. Ihi gave a faint, helpless smile, then lowered his head respectfully. "Understood, senior." Qinglong turned his gaze toward the moonlight spilling in through the window and gestured calmly. "Then let's do it under that light." For a brief moment, Qinglong closed his eyes. His expression darkened slightly, as if the moonlight had stirred up old memories he would rather have buried, distant illusions that still left a bitter shadow behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the 4th Panoramic Arena, a private martial platform reserved for the top martial masters of Imperial University. The arena's open roof allowed moonlight to pour down like silver rivers, washing the entire space in a cold, dreamlike glow. Qinglong stood calmly in the center with both arms folded behind his back. Use your full strength, he said. I'll defend with one hand, and I'll rely only on physical power. You may strike first. If you can make me move even half a step, you win. Qinglong paused, and his tone became a little lighter. If you win, I'll owe you one favor, anything within my power. A faint curve appeared on his lips. And you'll also gain direct admission into the first division of Dragon Sparrow, with every right and privilege that comes with it. The offer was astonishingly generous, but Yi could hear the certainty beneath Qinglong's words. Qinglong did not believe Yi could do it. Even so, Yi bowed slightly, his expression steady. Then please guide me, senior. As Yi straightened, the cold moonlight spilled over his shoulders and wrapped around him, sharp and pale, like frost gathering around the edge of a blade. In that instant, Yi's body erupted with crackling energy, and the air around him trembled as if the arena itself had taken a breath. He drew the starfall cleaver and lifted it high above his head. The blade hummed in his grip as he activated the Moon of Carnage. The pale moonlight above them darkened, its silver glow turning into a deep blood-red radiance that poured across the arena like mist. The air grew thick and suffocating as that blood-colored moonlight fused with Yi's killing intent. The silver blade in his hands bled into crimson, its metallic sheen swallowed by a red so deep it almost seemed alive. Martial energy and the power of blood surged through him together, rushing into the weapon until the blade's shadow extended outward, forming a 45-meter-long arc of crimson light. Qinglong's pupils contracted sharply, and for a brief moment, even his aura flared in instinctive response. What Qinglong sensed from Yi in that moment did not feel human. It felt almost divine. The pressure bore an eerie resemblance to the moon demon's aura, but without the foul corruption that should have come with it. No, this power was pure. It carried the same origin as the moon itself. Qinglong wanted to ask how this was possible. How had this student suddenly awakened such a force? Yi's past records had never shown even the slightest connection to the lunar domain. But before Qinglong could speak, Yi moved. The blade descended in one thunderous strike, and the moon of massacre erupted forward like a gigantic blood-red crescent tearing through the night. The arena shook beneath the force of it, as though the strike had split open the darkness itself. Crimson light swallowed the entire battlefield, staining the ground and barriers in a bloody haze. Murderous intent, thick enough to choke the mind, burst outward like a tidal wave and swept across the entire Imperial University campus. Even Qinglong's brows twitched slightly. Yi's killing aura had already reached the level of a battlefield massacre. Qinglong's fist tightened. Then, with terrifying composure, he stepped forward and threw a casual punch straight toward the descending blood moon slash. At the same time, deep beneath the Imperial University Research Institute, inside the high-security confinement wing, Gongku was lounging lazily on a couch, half asleep, when her entire body suddenly tensed. Her instincts screamed a warning. That killing intent was unmistakable. Her expression hardened in an instant. That was Yi, but how was that possible? He had only been gone for 3 days. How could her disciple release such a terrifying murderous force already? Had he lost control? Was he about to turn that killing intent loose across the city? A cold dread crept into Gongku's chest, and she was far from the only one who felt it. Across the campus, martial arts instructors and students with trained perception all sensed that same wave of murderous pressure crashing through their consciousness. The more sensitive ones broke out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker students, whose mental fortitude was not strong enough, collapsed on the spot, hallucinating blades pressed tightly against their throats. Even beyond the university grounds, people began to react. In a luxury hotel not far from campus, Shi Jingwen, dressed in a bathrobe, suddenly froze mid-motion. He sat upright at once, his eyes turning sharply toward the direction of the university's martial arena. Behind him, a pair of soft arms slid around his shoulders, and a woman's teasing voice drifted beside his ear. What's wrong? Did you find something more exciting than me? Shi Jingwen gave a distracted chuckle, though his attention remained fixed in the distance. Nothing serious. It's just, that is one terrifying killing intent. His gaze sharpened a little more. For that aura to spread this far, whoever was fighting at the arena had to be creating an extraordinary scene. Back inside the panoramic duel arena, the Crimson Crescent tore through the air with unstoppable force, crashing downward as if it meant to crush the entire platform beneath it. But Qinglong did not dodge. Unlike Gongku, who would have searched for weak points and dismantled her opponent's momentum with precision, Qinglong chose to meet the attack directly. He clenched his right hand into a fist, his muscles tightening like tempered steel, and answered the blood-red slash with pure, unfiltered violence. The two forces collided head-on. The blood-colored moon and the martial fist crashed together, exploding into a storm of violent energy. Blade winds ripped across the arena, tearing through barriers and scattering fragments of light like shattered stars. Yet through all that chaos, Qinglong remained exactly where he stood. He did not waver. He did not bend. He was as motionless and unshakable as a mountain. Ihi's attack was monstrous, but even that terrifying blow failed to make him retreat by so much as half a step. That was the gap between them. One of the Federation's top martial masters standing against a prodigy who was still rising. Even so, Qinglong's eyes widened slightly. For someone so young to release this level of destructive power, Ihi was no ordinary talent. Then Qinglong's aura flared. "Good attack," he murmured. "But now it's my turn." He stepped forward and threw a punch. The air detonated. A shockwave like a falling meteor ripped through the arena. Ihi's blood moon slash shattered in an instant, collapsing into a storm of crimson mist that flooded the space with heavy, raw pressure. Ihi's body was thrown backward, and blood sprayed from his lips. His energy reserves had been emptied completely. His life force and martial chi had both burned to their limits, leaving him staggering unsteadily, almost unable to stay on his feet. Qinglong's expression softened at once. The sharp instincts of a warrior faded from his face, replaced by genuine concern for the young man in front of him. In the next instant, Qinglong appeared beside Ihi, reaching out with one arm to catch him before he collapsed to the ground. But just as his hand moved, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Something was wrong. The energy around Ihi was flickering in a strange way. Too calm, too controlled, too deliberate for someone who had truly been pushed to the edge. Qinglong froze as realization struck him. He had been deceived. Ihi had tricked him. Standing there with a strange grin, Ihi looked far less helpless than he had seemed a moment earlier, then pointed out the result. Qinglong had moved. It was only half a step, but half a step was enough. That meant the match belonged to Ihi. Normally, someone at Ihi's level would never have been able to fool Qinglong, the Azure Dragon. But this time, the crimson mist Qinglong had inhaled worked in Ihi's favor. Its hallucinogenic effect blurred Qinglong's sharp senses for one brief moment. Combined with the lingering nightmare moon curse quietly draining his stamina, Ihi had managed to pull off something that should have been impossible. Qinglong let out a long, deep sigh. His tone remained calm, but there was clear acknowledgement in it as he praised Ihi, not only for the power of his attack, but for the quick mind and bold strategy he had shown in the middle of battle. Then, as one of the strongest warriors on all of Blue Star, Qinglong asked what Ihi wanted as his reward. Calling a promise from the Azure Dragon priceless would still be selling it short. Ihi understood the weight of that favor very well, so instead of spending it immediately, he chose to save it for later. Qinglong nodded in approval, clearly satisfied by Ihi's foresight. But then the situation took an unexpected turn. Qinglong revealed that he wanted to take Ihi as his disciple. Originally, he had planned to wait until this mischievous kid lost the match before bringing it up. But since fate had taken a different path, he decided there was no reason to keep hiding his intentions. He admitted that Gongku's teaching was not bad. Ihi's killing intent and combat instincts were both sharp, but in Qinglong's eyes, they still lacked true depth. Killing intent alone, he explained, could not carry a martial artist very far, without a stronger body to support and sustain it. Even the most terrifying killing aura was ultimately nothing more than an illusion. In other words, Qinglong wanted Ihi to put real focus into strengthening his physique. Ihi nodded, and a faint smile crossed his lips. He found the advice a little amusing, because Qinglong had not yet seen what his real body was capable of. Qinglong continued, emphasizing that the key was not only how Ihi trained, but who guided that training. With a foundation as solid as his, Qinglong said, he could not afford to step onto the wrong path. A suitable teacher would make all the difference in determining how far he could go. Ihi agreed completely and said that he would visit the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy the very next day to begin proper training. Qinglong was left speechless. He had been hinting so openly that he himself wanted to become Ihi's teacher, yet this brat had somehow missed the meaning entirely. How could someone so sharp in combat be this dense outside of battle? From Ihi's perspective, however, his answer made perfect sense. Qinglong was a figure of enormous status, the kind of man whose time was constantly swallowed by major affairs, and Ihi had never heard even a rumor about him accepting disciples. So how could Ihi possibly assume that a legend like the Azure Dragon had taken a sudden interest in personally guiding him? In the end, Qinglong did not press the matter any further. Instead, before leaving, Qinglong handed Ihi an extremely rare body-strengthening technique, one so difficult and valuable that ordinary students would never even get the chance to see it. It was something Qinglong had once seized from a powerful Western warrior he defeated, and it was said to be a national treasure from that distant land. Qinglong's expression remained calm as he passed it over, telling Ihi to train seriously, study it with care, and one day master the technique completely. Ihi was overjoyed. He bowed deeply in gratitude, completely unaware of the little plan hidden behind Qinglong's generous gift. In truth, the Azure Dragon had no intention of making things too simple for him. The technique he had handed over was famous for being brutally difficult, almost impossible to master without someone experienced guiding each step. Qinglong knew perfectly well that sooner or later, Ihi would run into a wall and come looking for advice. And once that happened, Qinglong would naturally become his teacher in everything but name. Later, When the timing felt right, making the relationship official would be effortless. After parting ways with Qing Long, Yi finally returned to his dormitory. It had been so long since he had last stepped inside that the place almost felt unfamiliar. Thinking about it now, he had already been enrolled at Imperial University for more than half a year, yet most of that time had been spent buried underground, training under Gongku's instruction. His own room, the place that should have felt most familiar on campus, now felt strangely distant. Yi stood there with the martial arts badge resting in his palm, turning it lightly between his fingers. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should use the sleep cultivation method and begin studying the new body-strengthening technique right away. But before Yi could settle on a decision, the doorbell rang without warning. His eyes shifted toward the entrance, and he calmly slipped the badge into his space ring before walking over to answer the door. When Yi opened the door, he paused in surprise. Standing outside was none other than Ouyang-ze. Ouyang-ze put on a polite expression and asked with unusual courtesy, "Do you mind if I come in and have a quick chat?" Yi was a little puzzled, but he still stepped aside and let him in. The only reason he could think of was that Ouyang-ze had come to persuade him, once again, to join the Dragon Blood Society. But before the two of them could even make it properly into the lounge, Ouyang-ze suddenly changed completely. Without the slightest warning, Ouyang-ze threw away every bit of dignity and dropped straight to his knees. Yi froze, genuinely caught off guard by the sight. Then Ouyang-ze began begging loudly, his voice desperate enough to echo through the room. Apparently, there had been too many people around earlier, so he had been forced to keep up appearances. But now that they were alone, he no longer cared about pride at all. "Please, I'm begging you," he cried, grabbing onto Yi's leg as if it were his last lifeline. "Become the president of the Dragon Blood Society." Yi stared down at him in complete silence. This was the same Ouyang-ze who had once boasted about taking control of half the Imperial City student body. Now he was sprawled on the floor, clinging to Yi's leg like a man who had lost everything. What in the world had happened? Yi frowned slightly and asked how Ouyang-ze had even known he had returned to the dorm. Ouyang-ze gave an awkward little smile and admitted, with obvious embarrassment, that one of the Dragon Blood Society members had spotted Yi through the surveillance cameras. That answer immediately made Yi's expression turn cold. "Cameras?" he asked, his gaze sharpening. "So you've been spying on me?" Ouyang-ze hurriedly tried to explain that the cameras had only been installed in the corridor and nowhere private. But before he could finish making excuses, Yi had already grabbed him and dragged him straight toward the training room for a very memorable lesson. 20 minutes later, Ouyang-ze was spread across the training room floor, gasping for breath and looking as if he had just crawled back from the deepest layer of hell. Yi looked down at him calmly and asked, "Now then, care to explain why you're so desperate to make me president?" Ouyang-ze's face was swollen so badly that it barely looked like a face anymore. He tried to speak, but every word came out muffled and distorted, and Yi could not make out a single clear sentence. Yi sighed, then casually tossed him a few blood-replenishing pills. "Here, take these first. You can explain after your mouth starts working again." The pills worked almost immediately. Within seconds, the swelling faded, his injuries disappeared, and healthy color returned to Ouyang-ze's face. Once he could finally speak properly again, Ouyang-ze began laying out the truth. The Dragon Blood Society was already standing on the edge of collapse, and Yi was the only person strong enough to pull it back. At Hua University, students were allowed to create their own clubs and organizations freely, but unless a group achieved something truly remarkable, the university would not provide funding. When the Dragon Blood Society had first been established, its timing had been perfect, allowing it to grow quickly and gather both resources and influence. For a while, everything had moved in a perfect cycle. More growth brought more resources, and those resources allowed the society to grow even faster. But the brighter a group shone, the faster envy began gathering around it. As the Dragon Blood Society expanded, it inevitably began clashing with the Student Union, an organization largely controlled by local Imperial City students. Under the pressure of their leader, Xue Jingwen, the Dragon Blood Society's once stable situation slowly began to crumble. Ouyang-ze did not try to deny how bad things had become, but he quickly explained that the situation was more complicated than it looked. In theory, they could ask senior students for help, but there was an unspoken rule on campus. Conflicts within the same year had to be settled by students of that same year. If the Dragon Blood Society broke that rule and brought in older students to fight back, Xue Jingwen would have the perfect excuse to call in senior-level locals from the Imperial City. And once that happened, the Dragon Blood Society would be wiped off the map completely. In other words, Yi was the only person who could change the situation. Among the first years, he was the only one powerful enough to stand opposite Xue Jingwen on equal footing. Yi lowered his gaze and thought it over for a moment. Then, without making Ouyang-ze suffer any longer, he gave a slight nod and agreed to help. Ouyang-ze's reaction was immediate. He sprang up with excitement, looking ready to announce Yi as the new president of the Dragon Blood Society on the spot. But Yi stopped him before he could get carried away. "Hold on," Yi said calmly. "I never said I would be president. Treat me as a consultant." I'll help protect the club's assets, but that's as far as it goes. Still, Yi was curious about what Ouyang-Zhe intended to do next, so he looked at him and asked what plan he had in mind. That was when Ouyang-Zhe brought up something called the Daxia recovery plan. Since it was not classified as a top-secret matter, he was able to explain it without much hesitation. According to Ouyang-Zhe, the Daxia recovery plan was a nationwide initiative designed to gather martial artists from across the country and reclaim the 12 major cities, along with the surrounding territories, that had completely fallen into monster hands. Universities across Daxia were all expected to take part. The senior students of Imperial University would lead the charge on the dangerous front lines, while freshmen would not be thrown directly into those death zones. Their responsibility would be to secure the outer regions around the fallen cities, places that were still dangerous, but not outright suicidal. Because of that, this year's final exams and the selection of new grade leaders would all be carried out within the recovery plan itself. Ouyang-Zhe leaned forward, his tone becoming more serious as he explained his idea in detail. During the operation, he wanted Yi to take command of the entire Dragon Blood Society, lead the club through the mission, and secure the highest possible results once everything was over. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, still cautious. We'll talk about that plan later, he said in an even voice. But before that, there's something else you need to take care of. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ouyang-Ze's face. He understood exactly what Yi was talking about, the surveillance cameras. Under Yi's silent, watchful stare, Ouyang-Ze obediently dismantled every single piece of equipment and packed it all away without daring to complain. Only after the final wire had been removed and the corridor was cleared did Yi finally allow Ouyang-Ze to leave. As Ouyang-Ze's figure disappeared down the hallway, Yi could not help but smirk faintly. Ouyang-Ze had no idea just how much help he had actually provided. This recovery plan was not merely a mission. For Yi, it was a rare opportunity. Every major achievement he accomplished could grant him another chance to draw a new template, and the greater the accomplishment, the higher his chances of obtaining a top-tier one. On top of that, Ouyang-Ze's business skills were genuinely impressive. If Yi used that talent properly, removed every obstacle in their path, and rebuilt the Dragon Blood Society's influence, they might be able to make it the #1 organization in all of Hua University. And once that happened, the reward template Yi earned would likely surpass even the ones he had gained from both the Zodiac City incident and the college entrance exam. His next goal became clear. He had to master his existing templates and martial arts to perfection. The following day, inside the Dragon Blood Society's meeting hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. All 12 core members had gathered, including several familiar faces who had once appeared during the Zodiac City incident. Xian Chun sat lazily at the table with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Smoke curled around his smirking face as he glanced impatiently at the clock, every movement showing his irritation. "Where's Ouyang-Ze?" he scoffed, exhaling a thin puff of smoke. "The so-called president is making us wait here like servants?" Xiang Jinzhuang shot him a sharp look, clearly displeased. He remembered exactly how Xian Chen used to act when the Dragon Blood Society was at its peak. Humble, respectful, and always addressing Ouyang-Ze as president. But now, Xian Chen did not even bother hiding his contempt. He called Ouyang-Ze by name, mocked his leadership, and deliberately stirred trouble in front of everyone. Xiang Jinzhuang held himself back, but his patience was already wearing dangerously thin. "The vice president went to pick up our real president," Xiang Jinzhuang said evenly, keeping his voice controlled. "They'll be here soon, so we can wait a little longer." The meeting hall fell silent at once. Everyone exchanged uncertain looks, and for a brief moment, the tension in the room grew even thicker. Xian Chen's smirk faltered almost imperceptibly, while Lan Yusi and several others froze in disbelief. After all, Ouyang-Ze had always referred to himself as the vice president. Whenever he spoke publicly, he made it clear that the position of president had always been reserved for Yi. The moment Yi's name was brought up, the color drained from Xian Chun and Lan Yusi's faces. Both of them instantly remembered that terrifying freshman, the one who had once made them feel as powerless as insects trapped beneath a storm. Since childhood, they had been praised as prodigies, admired for their talent and strength. But before Yi, all of that pride had meant nothing. They were no more than buzzing flies in front of a predator. Xian Chen quickly spoke up, his voice sharp with irritation. He refused to believe that placing their hopes on Yi was a wise move. Among the first years, he argued, no one could match Xue Jingwen's power. There was no way the Dragon Blood Society could turn the situation around now. The smartest choice was to let go before everything collapsed completely. Lan Yusi nodded along at once. Exactly. Ouyang-Ze has already gained plenty from the Dragon Blood Society. Why cling to a sinking ship? A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Relying on an outsider now will only drag all of us down with him. Xiang Jinzhuang's expression darkened. He could see straight through their performance. These two were not offering advice for the good of the society. They were preparing their escape. Xian Chen leaned forward with confidence and finally revealed the card he had been hiding. The eldest son of the Zhou family from the imperial capital had already reached out to them. Everyone knew the name, Zhou Kai, heir of a true Daxiao martial arts family. Zhou Kai had promised to give them a stable place under his banner. Xian Chun grinned, the cigarette between his fingers burning close to the end. Tell me, isn't following him better than sitting here and waiting for Xue Jingwen to crush us? At least under Zhou Kai, we still have a future. Then he swept his sneering gaze around the room. Can any of you really trust Yi? He's been gone for half a year. When the imperial capital students mocked him in public, he didn't even respond. And you still think someone like that is coming back to save you? Ignoring Xiang Jinzhuang's murderous glare, Xian Chen slammed his palm against the table. Enough talk. It's time to choose sides. Right on cue, several voices that had clearly been arranged in advance began chiming in. Those who had already been bribed nodded one after another, pretending to hesitate and think things through before siding with Xian Chen. Their hesitation vanished. Their loyalty shifted. And just like that, 8 of the 12 core members stood with him. In their hearts, they quickly justified the betrayal. They had already done enough for the Dragon Blood Society. The club was finished anyway. Why shouldn't they move on? But Xiang Jinzhuang could barely suppress his rage. 8 defectors, 8 traitors. And these were not ordinary members. They were the backbone of the entire organization, each one managing important business networks, controlling vital resources, and commanding their own followers. If they truly defected, the society's secrets would be completely exposed. Entire branches would collapse overnight. By the time Yi returned, he would not be coming back to lead a powerful organization. He would be facing nothing but an empty shell. Just as Xiang Jinzhuang was about to step forward, the conference room door suddenly burst open, kicked clean off its hinges with a loud crash. A young man strutted in with exaggerated swagger, his afro bouncing with every step. Gold and silver jewelry dangled from his neck and wrists, while his loud, gaudy outfit practically screamed for attention. Xian Chen, he called impatiently, his tone dripping with arrogance. What's taking so long? I was getting bored waiting downstairs. The entire room fell silent. Xian Chen and Lan Yusi instantly changed their expressions, transforming from smug schemers into obedient flatterers. They bowed slightly, smiles spreading across their faces with practiced enthusiasm. Everything is ready, young Master Zhou, Xian Chen said quickly. We were just about to leave. Xiang Jinzhuang's patience finally snapped. His aura surged, and martial energy rippled through the air around him like a drawn blade. Zhou Kai, he growled, his eyes burning with fury. How did you get into the Dragon Blood Society's headquarters? Zhou Kai laughed loudly, arrogant and completely unconcerned. How else? I fought my way in. He shrugged as though that were the most natural answer in the world. Don't worry though. I'll compensate your injured men with money and cultivation resources. Honestly, they should be thanking me. If they knew how many years' worth of resources they were getting in exchange for one beating, they might actually enjoy it. Xiang Jinzhuang's fury boiled over. As a fierce sword cultivator, he could not tolerate that level of humiliation. In the next flash, his blade tore through the air, cutting straight toward Zhou Kai. But before Xiang Jinzhuang's sword could reach Zhou Kai, a shadow in black flashed into motion. It was a woman, silent and composed, with a deadly calm in every step. In only a few swift movements, she cut into the path of the attack and blocked Xiang Jinzhuang head-on. The exchange lasted only an instant, but the force behind it shook the room. Xiang Jinzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. His grip tightened around his sword, but the truth was already painfully clear. He was being suppressed. Zhou Kai sneered, his voice thick with contempt as he looked at Xiang Jinzhuang like he was nothing. Pathetic. You can't even deal with my bodyguard, and you still dare call yourself a cultivator? Then he lazily waved his hand toward the others. Xian Chun, Lan Yusi, and the rest of you who want to follow me, prove your loyalty. Beat him until he can't stand. Send him to the hospital if you have to. The defectors froze where they stood. Their faces turned pale almost instantly. They had agreed to abandon the Dragon Blood Society because they wanted a safer, brighter future, but turning their blades against an old comrade was different. This was no longer just changing sides. This was betrayal stained with blood. Zhou Kai's smile slowly disappeared, and the warmth in his eyes vanished with it. What's wrong? He hissed, his voice turning cold. You think you can follow me while still keeping that useless conscience of yours? A thick, oppressive violet aura burst from his body, pressing down on the entire room. If you won't obey my orders, then what use are you? Did you really think I would take in just any dog? A dog that refuses to listen doesn't deserve to live under its master. Then, with a violent boom, a terrifying pressure exploded through the conference room. Zhou Kai and his black-clad bodyguard both widened their eyes as an invisible force slammed straight into their minds. They clutched their heads, groaning in pain, and every person in the room snapped their gaze toward the doorway. Standing there was Yi, one hand resting casually on top of Zhou Kai's flashy afro, pressing him down as easily as swatting a fly. His voice was calm, almost too calm. Ouyang Zhe, Yi said slowly. What kind of mess did you leave for me to clean up? I could hear this clown from the second floor. Behind him, Ouyangze scratched his head with an awkward smile. My bad. Looks like it's time for a full purge of the club. Even after being pinned down in such an embarrassing position, Zhou Kai still seemed to believe he was in control. Typical. The afro-wearing show-off actually grew furious that someone had dared touch his precious hair, and he opened his mouth, ready to spit out the same arrogant nonsense about his identity and family background. But before Zhou Kai could finish, Yi grabbed him and flung him straight out the window. With a sharp crash, Zhou Kai and his lackey vanished from the room, their bodies shooting through the air before disappearing somewhere outside. The sudden silence that followed was almost refreshing. Yi let out a slow breath, his tone calm, but carrying a cold edge. Finally, it's quiet again. Then Yi's gaze shifted toward Xian Chun and Lan Yusi, the two traitors who had stirred up the whole situation. He did not even bother wasting words on them. With a casual flick of his wrist, the two of them followed Zhou Kai and his dog right out the window, for bags of trash, thrown out in one clean sweep. Yi lightly dusted off his hands, then turned toward the remaining cadres who had been quietly inching toward the exit. His gaze locked onto them, calm and crushing. Something you'd like to say? They froze instantly, sweat pouring down their faces like rain. When Yi moved just now, his speed had been so terrifying that none of them had even seen it clearly, not even with enhanced dynamic vision. Only then did the truth strike them. The stories about Yi's feats during the Zodiac City exam had not been exaggerated rumors spread by Ouyangze. They were real, every terrifying word of them. The first one to recover hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. President Yi, I was blinded by greed. I listened to Xian Chen's nonsense and made a terrible mistake. He adapted quickly, smart enough to understand the situation. After offending Zhou Kai, there was no longer any way for him to return to the imperial capital's inner circle. His only hope now was to cling tightly to the Dragon Blood Society and beg for forgiveness. One after another, the other cadres followed his lead, lowering their heads and admitting their fault. He did not answer them directly. He simply glanced sideways at Ouyangze, silently signaling for him to deal with it. Their division of labor was already clear. The Dragon Blood Society's internal affairs were not Yi's concern. He had much bigger things to focus on. Ouyangze straightened his posture and faced the room. None of you will be expelled, he said flatly. But your cadre positions will be placed under review. If you fail to meet the required standards, you'll be removed. And for now, all of you are suspended from Dragon Blood Society activities for 1 week. His voice left no room for negotiation. Do you accept your punishment? Silence filled the room. A few of them looked like they wanted to protest, but before they could speak, they felt it. Yi's aura surged through the room like a tidal wave, crushing every last trace of defiance in their hearts. His voice was quiet, but so cold that it made their blood run still. He asked you a question. Do you accept? It felt as though an invisible hand had wrapped around each of their hearts, squeezing until even breathing became difficult. Finally, as if their bodies moved before their minds could resist, they shouted in perfect unison, "We accept." Only then did Yi withdraw his killing intent. Ouyangze watched them leave, his sharp gaze following their backs. He knew most of them were finished. Their leadership roles were basically gone already. But for the moment, he could not afford to throw them all out. The Dragon Blood Society had suffered too much internal damage, and one more heavy blow might destroy it completely. Once the last wavering cadre had left, only Ouyangze's most trusted members remained in the conference room. This time, Ouyangze did not hesitate. He walked straight to the main seat and sat down. There was no more pretending to be humble, and no more uncertainty. From this moment on, he sat there as the true vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. As everyone settled in, Yi turned toward him, his tone steady and direct. You already understand the situation. The Dragon Blood Society's decline comes down to one thing: money. No funding, no investment, no influence. Yi leaned back slightly in his chair. That's why next month's Daxiao recovery plan is our best chance to draw attention again. Ouyangze nodded in agreement. But Yi was not finished. His eyes sharpened, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Still, that's too slow. I have a faster way. The room immediately went quiet. Ever since I returned to Imperial University, Yi continued, I've heard one name again and again, Xue Jingwen. He's the reason the club's reputation fell apart. So instead of waiting for the Daxiao plan, why not deal with the problem directly? His smile deepened slightly. I'll challenge him, beat him, and end this whole mess with one strike. Everyone stared at Yi in stunned silence. The idea was reckless, almost insane. But because it came from Yi, no one could dismiss it outright. After all, unlike anyone else in the room, he had the strength to make such wild words sound possible. Unfortunately, Ouyangze quickly pointed out the problem. That might be difficult right now. Xue Jingwen announced this morning that he's entering seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. Yi raised an eyebrow. Seclusion? Ouyangze sighed and nodded. Yeah, and apparently, it's because of you. He explained that Xue Jingwen had been provoked by the murderous aura Yi released the previous night. The arrogant prodigy could not bear the feeling of being surpassed, so he shut himself away to push his limits and break through as quickly as possible. He gave a small chuckle. So he ran off to power up, huh? What a shame. I was actually looking forward to teaching him some manners. Then Ihi's expression shifted as a new idea formed in his mind. If we want to attract sponsors, he said, it doesn't have to be through that guy. The point is to build momentum, right? Then instead of targeting only freshmen, I'll challenge everyone. All the strongest fighters in the school. Ouyangze's eyes widened. You're serious? Ihi smirked. Of course. A proper display of power always attracts investors. Then, with ambition glinting in his eyes, he added, besides, Xinglong promised to list me as part of the first division of Dragon Sparrow. I can use that title as leverage. A little prestige goes a long way when you're trying to market something. The moment Dragon Sparrow was mentioned, Xiang Jinzhuang's attention snapped over. His eyes lit up with visible admiration. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow is the strongest warrior organization in all of Daxia, he said, his voice carrying genuine respect. And the first division is their top force, the elite among elites. Xiang Jinzhuang continued, almost reverent now. Every other division is made up of Dragon Sparrow specialists. But the first division is different. Those are the aces. Even here at Imperial University, fewer than 3 graduates a year can ever qualify for it. It's the dream of nearly every warrior on campus. Ihi nodded slowly as the gears in his mind turned. Exactly. That's why we'll use it. Ihi stood up, his eyes bright with determination. Before we do anything else, get the club's media team ready. If the Dragon Blood Society is going to rise again, then we'll make sure the entire university watches it happen. At that moment, Ihi made his announcement. Starting now, he declared, as president of the Dragon Blood Society and ace specialist of the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, I officially challenge every warrior in Imperial University whose cultivation is below the Grand Martial Master level. His voice was calm, yet the confidence behind it shook the entire room. Then he leaned back casually and looked around. So what do you all think? Is that enough hype to attract the biggest investors on campus? The conference room fell into total silence. No one spoke. For a moment, it felt like no one even dared to breathe. There was simply too much to process at once. The scale of the challenge, the claim that Ihi was an ace of the first division, and the fact that he spoke about all of it as if it were nothing special. Xiang Jinzhuang, however, could not focus on anything except one phrase, specialist of the first division. That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He understood the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow well. It was the strongest warrior organization in all of Daxia, and to even qualify for its entrance exam, a person had to be a graduate. A student could not even apply, much less be accepted. So how could Ihi, a mere freshman, already hold such a title? Yet Ihi seemed completely unaware of how shocking it was. In fact, he did not even know the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow had an entrance exam at all. He had never taken one. He had been personally recruited. Of course, that was not something he could explain openly. Ouyangze blinked several times, as if trying to confirm he had heard correctly. Ihi, please tell me you're joking. That kind of claim isn't something you can say lightly. But Ihi shook his head. No joke. It's official. I accepted the position just last night, and the paperwork should be processed in a few days. The room sank into stunned silence once again. Then Ihi casually added, now, back to the challenge. Xiang Jinzhuang's jaw nearly dropped. You mean you're really planning to challenge everyone at Hua University below the Grand Martial Master level? Ihi nodded as if that were the most natural thing in the world. Based on my estimate, he said, ordinary martial artists can't touch me. I can crush them directly. The gifted ones might take a little longer, but the result won't change. Ihi paused, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the table. If I wanted to go after the truly powerful ones, I'd need to use my trump card, freezing time. But that move depends on surprise. Wasting it just for a public show would be foolish. So for now, I'll hold it back. He spoke in such a calm, matter-of-fact tone, yet the air in the room seemed to grow heavier with every word. Ouyangze studied Ihi carefully. If anyone else had suggested a plan like this, it would have sounded completely insane. But this was Ihi, the same person who had shattered records in Zodiac City, the same person who made even monsters fear him. If anyone could pull off something this outrageous, it was him. At last, Ouyangze nodded. Understood. Leave the rest to me. Ouyangze immediately grabbed his communicator and ordered the media team to start working overtime. Then he began calling potential sponsors, preparing to turn Ihi's challenge into a spectacle that would shake the entire university. As for you, Ouyangze said, glancing at Ihi with a grin, there's only one thing you need to do. Crush every single challenger. Within hours, Imperial University fell into chaos. A massive headline exploded across the campus forum and news wall. The top freshman, who had vanished for half a year, had returned as an ace of the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and had publicly challenged the entire university. The story spread like wildfire. Students everywhere buzzed with disbelief and excitement. Some mocked him as arrogant for daring to challenge the whole school. Others had never even heard of him and insisted that this year's true top freshman was Xue Jingwen of the imperial capital's Xue family. But those who had seen Yi fight, those who remembered Zodiac City, began speaking up. As their stories spread, the entire campus was swept into a storm of rumors, arguments, and anticipation. Before long, Yi's identity became known everywhere. He was not some random freshman making noise. He was the top scorer of the entrance exams after the nationwide reform. Back then, Yi had caused such a sensation that several college deans personally came to observe his test results, each one eager to recruit him. But after that brief moment in the spotlight, he disappeared without a trace. 6 whole months passed with no news, no sightings, and no sign of him anywhere. So now that he had returned with a challenge bold enough to shake the entire university, everyone wanted to talk about it. Some questioned whether he had lost his mind. Others were simply curious. How had he entered the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? After all, the latest graduates who took the first division entrance exam had all said the same thing. It was brutal. Almost everyone failed, and only 1% of applicants ever made it through. So when the rumor spread that Yi had not even taken the exam and had been directly admitted through special recruitment, disbelief rippled across the campus. Direct entry? Seriously? Some students scoffed. Did he bribe someone at the top, or did he just smile his way in? But the more people doubted him, the louder the buzz became. Within a single day, Yi's name dominated nearly every conversation on campus. He was no longer just a freshman. He had become the biggest topic of the entire semester. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial University Hospital, Chu Zhou and Qing Long were resting in their beds when the news appeared on their feeds. Qing Long groaned as he looked at the screen. This guy, can't he ever sit still for even a moment? Chu Zhou gave a weak laugh from the side. You should know Yi by now. If he's making a move this big, then someone is definitely about to get wrecked. On Ouyangze's side, everything was moving at frightening speed. His efficiency was truly unmatched. Within hours, the publicity team had built an enormous wave of momentum. The story exploded across campus, surged beyond the university walls, hit the internet, and instantly went viral. But very quickly, the debate focused on one major question. Was Yi really an ace of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's first division? Countless online users doubted it. Many accused him of using the claim just to attract attention and lure sponsors. Then, in a move that shocked everyone, an official representative of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow stepped forward with a public statement, confirming that Yi was indeed a special recruit who had been admitted without taking the entrance exam. The news went completely nuclear. Yet instead of calming the chaos, that confirmation made everything even more explosive. Some praised Yi, taking it as proof of his extraordinary talent. Others scoffed even harder, insisting that he must have pulled strings or relied on some hidden backdoor deal. Critics sneered online, asking how long Yi could keep up the act, especially when the matches would be broadcast live. One commenter wrote that if he was truly that strong, he should prove it in front of everyone. Another added that no amount of hype could save him once the fights began. But amid all the noise, a different kind of anticipation began to rise. Many people were tired of arguing and simply wanted to see the truth with their own eyes. If Yi was a fraud, they said, everyone would find out soon enough. But if he dared to challenge the entire university and livestream it, then they wanted to see who would still be laughing when the fighting started. Ouyangze, ever the strategist, seized the opportunity perfectly. He unleashed his media team to stir every faction. Those who supported Yi, those who mocked him, and those who claimed to be neutral. The debates only fed the fire higher. In the end, no matter which side people stood on, they all turned their attention to the same place. Every eye, every screen, and every voice locked onto Yi's livestream. The stage was set. All of Imperial University, and soon much of Daxia, was watching. With open promotion and behind-the-scenes publicity working together, Yi's livestream exploded in popularity. His viewer count kept climbing, and before long, even the biggest streaming platforms were lining up to negotiate exclusive broadcast rights. As the spotlight grew brighter, advertisers swarmed in as well, throwing money around just to be associated with the Dragon Blood Society. Of course, this had been Yi's plan from the start. In only one day, the once struggling Dragon Blood Society was flooded with cash and pulled back to life. But while the hype soared higher and higher, the focus shifted to another place, Imperial University Hospital. Inside a quiet ward, Zhou Kai sat on his bed, scrolling through the news about Yi. A bitter laugh slipped from his mouth. That brat had thrown him out like a piece of trash. Not only had Zhou Kai's martial energy been sealed, but some strange hidden force had nearly crippled him. The memory burned in his mind, humiliating and impossible to forget. And now, before Zhou Kai even had a chance to take revenge, Yi actually dared to hold a school-wide challenge? Zhou Kai's eyes turned cold and sharp, and his smile twisted with venom. He understood the rules of martial arts duels. Accidents happened. If someone accidentally died during a match, no one could complain too loudly. If Yi was so eager to court death, then who was Zhou Kai to stop him? 2 days later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. The only thing that confused many people was the timing. The match had been scheduled for night. The Dragon Blood Society had rented the largest dueling arena in the region, a colossal structure that looked almost like Earth's bird's nest stadium. Fireworks exploded across the night sky, drums thundered in rolling rhythm, and the crowd's excitement set the entire arena ablaze. The school-wide tournament had officially begun. Inside the Imperial Arena, the stands were packed with students roaring at the top of their lungs and waving glowing sticks through the darkness. On the live stream, the chat erupted non-stop as the number of viewers surged past 30 million. High above the arena, a helicopter hovered like a hawk among the clouds, rented specifically for He's grand entrance. The moment the host gave the signal, leapt out of the helicopter without wearing any safety gear. In that same instant, the atomic energy inside his body surged, doubling his speed while he was still falling through the air. He turned into a streak of blue light cutting through the clouds, like a living meteor watched by tens of millions of people. He tore through the sky, trailing waves of sonic booms behind him, before landing with a deafening crash that echoed across the entire arena. As the dust slowly cleared, He's figure appeared beneath the moonlight, standing tall and completely unshaken. His silhouette was sharp as steel, glowing with an almost divine presence, like a god descending to the earth. The livestream chat went wild, with comments flooding in faster than anyone could read. In that single moment, one thing became obvious to everyone watching. He's full strength was still a mystery, but his sense for dramatic entrances was absolutely unmatched. His swagger alone had already crushed the atmosphere. Just from the way he stood there, it felt as though anyone who stepped into the arena against him had already lost before the fight even began. At this point, it no longer seemed like he was challenging the school. It felt more like the entire school had come to challenge he. The entire arena felt like it had been set ablaze. The moment he made his grand entrance, the crowd was swept into a frenzy, their cheers rising higher and higher until the whole place shook with excitement. Among the roaring spectators, Long Tao stood off to the side, a sophomore watching everything unfold from the sidelines. His face gave little away, but the tightness in his expression made it clear he was far from pleased. His friend seemed to notice the look in his eyes and gave him a light nudge, asking if he was thinking about stepping in. Long Tao's mouth curved into a faint smirk. He did not deny it. With this much attention focused on the arena, only a fool would let the chance slip by. As it turned out, Long Tao was not some ordinary student blending into the crowd. He was a minor internet celebrity, the type who understood exactly how to turn public attention into his own momentum. And tonight, with the whole university watching and the online audience boiling over, the timing could not have been better. His plan was simple. He would be the first to challenge He. If he somehow won, his name would explode overnight. And even if he lost, he could still claim that he had worn He down for the next person. No matter the result, he would leave with attention, discussion, and clout. So with that calculation burning in his mind, Long Tao lifted his chin and strode into the arena with complete confidence. The crowd erupted as Long Tao stepped forward and announced himself in a loud, proud voice. Long Tao, a second-level martial artist, officially declared his challenge against He. Behind him, crimson smoke and violent energy burst upward, surging nearly 5 meters into the air like a blazing banner of challenge. The display was flashy, arrogant, and clearly meant to impress. He only looked back at him with that familiar calm arrogance, then introduced himself without the slightest change in expression as an 8th-level warrior of the Dragon Blood Society. Across the world, tens of millions of viewers fell strangely quiet, as if everyone had decided to hold their breath at the same time. Even the audience inside the arena froze in place, waiting to see how He would respond. Long Tao, convinced that his higher realm gave him the upper hand, chose not to test the waters. From the very beginning, he poured all his strength into his strongest attack, determined to end things quickly and at least preserve some dignity even if the battle later turned against him. But the next moment left everyone stunned. The match had only just begun, and before most people could even blink, Long Tao was already down. He's body flashed forward like a streak of lightning, and with one brutal kick, he sent Long Tao flying across the arena before the man could even understand that the fight had truly started. A sharp gasp swept through the crowd as the self-proclaimed rising star crashed to the floor and lay there unconscious. All those dreams of instant fame shattered in an instant, scattered across the cold stone beneath him. He did not waste even a heartbeat on him. His voice rolled out, amplified by martial energy until it echoed through every corner of the arena. Next challenger. Those 2 words struck like thunder, vibrating through the stands and shaking the hearts of everyone listening. The next person to step forward was Yao Ling, a 5th-level warrior famous for wielding an enormous Guangong broadsword. Her level might not have seemed shocking at first glance, but her battle record was anything but ordinary. She had once defeated 3 7th-level martial artists on her own. As soon as the match began, Yao Ling took the initiative. She lifted that massive blade, sprang high into the air, and brought it crashing down with a huge wave of energy roaring behind it. He did not retreat, and he did not even flinch. Blue atomic energy gathered around his clenched fist, condensing into a fierce glow that radiated terrifying force. He looked up at her descending blade and spoke in a calm, almost disappointed tone. Your blade is far too impure. In the very next instant, Yi punched upward. His fist smashed into the broadsword head-on, and the massive weapon exploded into flying fragments. Before Yao Ling could react, that same fist drove straight into her abdomen. Blood burst from her mouth as her body was launched out of the arena like a broken doll, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. 2 fights, 2 instant defeats. And there, Yi stood in the center of the arena, completely alone, without even the faintest sign of fatigue on his face. After that second victory, he seemed to have lost interest altogether. He swept his eyes across the remaining challengers, raised one hand lazily, and said, "Don't waste time. All of you, come at me together." That single sentence ignited the arena all over again. Just moments earlier, the senior students had treated Yi's challenge like some absurd performance, something they could laugh off. But now, their pride had been dragged into the fire. His words were an open slap to their faces, and none of them could simply stand there and swallow it. The remaining 9 warriors glared at him with cold contempt, then charged forward together, their auras exploding outward like a storm of fire, lightning, and pressure. Yi still did not flinch. What came next could barely be called a fight. It was a one-sided crushing. Every movement, every strike, every counter from Yi landed with ruthless precision, breaking through his opponents one after another before the audience could even fully follow what was happening. By the time the scoreboard updated, it displayed 11 consecutive victories, including the strongest fighter from the second year and 3 elite masters from the third year. Yi had fought continuously without stopping, not even taking a pause to catch his breath. The first 2 matches had ended in less than a second each, and even the third battle had failed to last a full minute. The crowd completely lost control. The live chat exploded at the same time, flooding the screen with screams, shock, and disbelief, while the roar inside the arena surged like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, far away at Imperial University Hospital, the glow of the livestream reflected in Zhou Kai's furious eyes. Lying there, he watched Yi flatten one opponent after another, and with every victory, his expression twisted further with rage. Zhou Kai clenched his fists so hard his knuckles trembled, grinding his teeth until it looked like they might crack. "Damn it," he muttered, his voice shaking with both anger and disbelief. How was he supposed to take revenge on someone like that? Anyone he sent would probably end up just like him, flat on their back in a hospital bed. But then, one name suddenly flashed through his mind. There was one person, only one, who might actually stand a chance. His elder brother, Zhou Yanting, the first son of the current generation of the Zhou family. A man whose strength had long since surpassed that of ordinary martial masters. The problem was that Zhou Kai knew his brother too well. Zhou Yanting was disciplined, rational, and uncompromising to the bone. He would never lower himself to help with petty revenge. Unless, slowly, Zhou Kai's lips curled into a sinister grin as a dangerous idea began to form in his head. Back in the arena, Yi still stood tall in the center of everyone's gaze, his posture calm and immovable, like a pillar holding up the sky. The students around the arena clenched their fists in silent frustration, but none of them dared to step forward anymore. Even among the second and third-year students, no one left there could match Yi's power. The truly gifted senior elites and soon-to-graduate monsters had already stepped into the realm of grand martial masters, while the ones remaining simply did not have the strength to challenge him. And the irony was impossible to ignore. Yi had not fought a single opponent weaker than himself. Every challenger had stood above him in rank, yet every single one had fallen. By now, the upper division students of Imperial University had lost all dignity. They were no longer being remembered as elites. They had become Yi's stepping stones, their names practically carved into the university's pillar of shame. But just when the air seemed ready to settle, and just when no one else dared to rise, a new aura surged into the arena, vast, heavy, and oppressive, like a storm rolling in from the horizon. The crowd turned almost as one as a figure walked in. His steps were calm, but the pressure radiating from him was terrifying. It was Zhou Yanting. After rebuilding his cultivation to perfection, he was no ordinary 9th-level martial master. Zhou Yanting was someone capable of defeating grand martial masters themselves. The arena instantly fell into silence. For the first time that night, Yi's absolute dominance seemed ready to face a real test. Zhou Yanting was not just another fighter. He carried the Sunblaze bloodline, the pride of the Zhou family, a power so pure and overwhelming that very few people in the family's long history had ever been able to control it. The energy inside that bloodline was so fierce that it could burn an ordinary person from the inside out. To keep it restrained, he wore the Zhou family's custom-built nano battlesuit, designed specifically to regulate and suppress his body temperature. Along with years of calming discipline, calligraphy, painting, and heart sutra meditation, Zhou Yanting had forged a perfect balance between destruction and restraint. To many people watching, he was not merely strong. He was frightening, and as he stepped into the arena, the whole atmosphere shifted. Light glinted off his silver battlesuit, and even the air around him seemed to tighten. Tens of millions of viewers fell silent, almost convinced that He was finally about to pay the price for his arrogance. But what happened next was not what anyone had expected. Zhou Yanting pressed his palms together and bowed slightly toward He. On behalf of my brother, he said calmly, I apologize. Any losses your Dragon Blood Society suffered will be compensated by me personally, at double the amount. The arena immediately buzzed with confusion. So the rumors were true. Zhou Kai and Zhou Yanting really were brothers. But Yi did not believe a word of it. His voice cut through the noise, sharp and direct. You don't look like someone who came here just to take revenge. So tell me, why are you really standing here? Zhou Yanting slowly straightened, and the calmness in his tone turned cold. For the reputation of the Zhou family, he replied. My brother was in the wrong, Zhou Yanting continued, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Yi. But you dragged our family's name through the mud. At that moment, it became obvious. Zhou Kai had twisted the entire story before passing it to him. Even so, Yi could not be bothered to explain. To him, wasting breath on excuses was meaningless. With Long Ke, one of the peerless powers, standing behind him, he had no reason to fear the Zhou family, or anyone else who wanted to make trouble. Then Zhou Yanting gave his demand. Kneel, he said firmly. Apologize to the Zhou family in front of the entire university. Yi's answer came instantly, sharp enough to cut through the air. Stick that where the sun doesn't shine. The tension between them snapped tight. Both men locked eyes, saying nothing, each silently measuring the other. The referee had barely managed to announce the start before both of them moved. Like two gunfighters in an old Western duel, they closed the distance at almost the exact same time. Then two fists shot forward simultaneously. The instant they collided, a massive shockwave blasted outward, rattling the entire arena. It was an even clash, raw strength smashing directly against raw strength. Both of them pulled back at once, only to surge forward again without hesitation. In a heartbeat, stillness shattered into chaos, and their clash became a blur too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Their fists struck like rolling thunder, fast, merciless, and packed with enough force to leave afterimages streaking through the air. The space between them rippled like water caught in a storm, bursting again and again with sonic booms and shockwaves that shook the audience to their core. With every exchange, their auras climbed higher. It was like watching two storms collide head-on, each one feeding off the other's power. Then, behind both fighters, pillars of blood and energy erupted into the sky, revealing the raw manifestation of their martial essence. Every punch now roared like thunder. Every collision made the ground beneath them tremble. And as the fight continued to intensify, the heat around them began to take a visible toll. The silver nano-armor wrapped around Zhou Yanting's arms started glowing red from the rising temperature, and piece by piece, it began to break apart and disintegrate. The moment Zhou Yanting's skin was exposed to the open air, the surrounding temperature spiked sharply. The next stage of the battle was about to begin. The heat around Zhou Yanting surged in an instant. Waves of scorching air rolled off his body, making the space around his arms shimmer and distort. Beneath his skin, his meridians glowed a deep crimson, pulsing like veins of molten magma. This was the true form of the sun-blazed bloodline revealing itself. The audience stared in awe, barely daring to breathe. This no longer looked like two ordinary humans fighting. It was more like watching two monsters wearing human skin. Every strike they exchanged carried the force of a collapsing mountain, and every impact made the arena tremble beneath their feet. From the stands, the spectators could barely make out their bodies anymore. All they could see were flashes of blue lightning and crimson fire twisting together inside a storm of blood-red energy. Online, the comments were spiraling out of control. Zhou Yanting's strength is unreal. He's a demon. How is he still standing? Even so, many people had to admit that the fact Zhou Yanting could hold his ground for even a few rounds against Yi, who was now feared as the Demon King of Imperial University, was already an incredible achievement. Back inside the arena, the duel continued to rage. But then, for one brief instant, Zhou Yanting's focus wavered. He sensed something strange rolling off Yi's body, a raw, savage energy that felt far too wild, the kind of aura only demon beasts should possess. That tiny moment of distraction was enough to cost him dearly. Yi caught it immediately. Eyes on me, Yi said coldly. A flash of blue light tore through the air. Yi's right hook came crashing in like a hammer. Before Zhou Yanting could recover, his body was already flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he slammed hard into the ground. Up in the stands, a young boy clutched his action figure tightly and shouted with everything he had, "Come on, you can do it. Take down the Demon King." Zhou Yanting wiped the blood from his cheek and looked up at Yi, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "So this is the kind of fighter the great Xia Dragon Sparrow recruits," he muttered under his breath. "Barbaric." But then, Zhou Yanting suddenly sensed that something was off. At first, he thought it might just be exhaustion clouding his judgment, or maybe the heat and pressure had distorted his vision. But as each second crawled by, the feeling only grew stronger, and he finally realized this was no illusion at all. He was growing. Just moments ago, the two of them had been standing at eye level, staring each other down face to face. But now, Zhou Yanting had to tilt his head upward just to meet Yi's gaze. In reality, this was not a simple transformation. Yi was evolving in the middle of battle. Instead of releasing the giant anthropomorphic template's power in one explosive burst, he was drawing it out from within, infusing it with his vampire-like control over blood and flesh. That gave him both advantages at once, the speed and precision of a ruthless predator, along with the raw, crushing strength of a giant. With every passing second, Yi's strength continued to climb. His muscles tightened like forged steel, his bones grew harder and denser, and even the sharpness of his movements became more terrifying. Before long, Zhou Yanting barely reached Yi's waist. Looking up at that towering figure covered in black scales, with blue light burning in his eyes, Zhou Yanting no longer felt like he was facing a human being. What stood before him was a monster. Yi's next punch came crashing down like an entire mountain collapsing from above. Zhou Yanting's knees buckled under the blow, and the stone beneath his feet split open as his legs sank deeper into the shattered arena floor. Zhou Yanting's bones screamed under the pressure, and his entire body trembled beneath that suffocating weight. In that crushing instant, he finally understood why Yi had dared to challenge the entire school by himself. No ordinary human could ever possess this kind of terrifying physical power. Zhou Yanting had always believed his Sunblaze bloodline was nearly unmatched, but compared to Yi, that pride suddenly felt meaningless. The being in front of him was not simply a prodigy. He was like a high-level humanoid monster, something far beyond normal human understanding. Cracking sounds rang out from Zhou Yanting's body as he desperately struggled to remain standing, but the effort was useless. Yi's power was too overwhelming, his presence too absolute. Zhou Yanting could no longer hold him back. His body was breaking apart piece by piece. The martial body he had spent years tempering and perfecting was now beginning to fracture under the pressure. Every muscle shook, every bone held in pain. If this continued, the foundation he had rebuilt so carefully would collapse, and he would have to start his cultivation all over again. Using the brief pause in Yi's relentless assault, Zhou Yanting gathered what strength he had left and shot upward into the sky. Flames burst from the soles of his feet, propelling him high above the arena like a blazing rocket. Suspended in the air, he drew in a deep breath. If he could not overpower Yi with strength, then he would beat him with speed. At least, that was what Zhou Yanting believed. But before Zhou Yanting could even adjust his position, something happened that completely shattered his confidence. He had underestimated Yi far too much, and now that mistake was about to be exposed. Anyone who had carefully studied Yi's previous battles would already have known what was coming next. But Zhou Yanting had entered this fight blind, too proud and too confident to bother doing his homework. Down below, Yi's entire body began to glow. The air around him crackled under a terrifying pressure as violent atomic energy gathered deep in his throat. The moment Zhou Yanting sensed it, his instincts screamed at him to move. Zhou Yanting darted to the side just in time to see a blinding beam of energy tear through the space where he had been floating a heartbeat earlier. But he did not stop at one shot. He unleashed beam after beam, each blast exploding through the sky like artillery fire, forcing Zhou Yanting to weave, dive, and twist through the air like a desperate bird trapped under heavy bombardment. The crowd gasped as those beams ripped across the night sky, leaving bright blue streaks of light behind them like burning scars above the arena. Pinned down in midair, Zhou Yanting's expression hardened. There was no more space left for hesitation. Resolve burned in his eyes as he made his choice. If he could not match Yi's power directly, then he would burn through everything he had left to claim victory. "Don't blame me for not warning you," he muttered under his breath. Zhou Yanting activated his earthly, evil martial art, the Flaming Sun Demon Hand. The nano-battlesuit wrapped around Zhou Yanting's body began glowing red-hot, and the built-in suppressors started melting under the terrifying intensity of his bloodline energy. Then everything erupted at once. The Sunblaze bloodline inside him exploded like a volcano, sending flames roaring from his body as the air warped violently around him. His right hand stretched forward, turning red and translucent like molten iron. Every ounce of power in his blood surged into his palm, guided and compressed by his martial energy. Within seconds, his arm seemed to become a miniature sun, radiating blinding light and unbearable heat. The crimson glow drowned out the stadium floodlights. The air twisted. Even the reinforced arena floor began to melt beneath the scorching pressure. The crowd went wild, their screams, cheers, and disbelief crashing together. This was the climax of the duel. Zhou Yanting hurled the blazing orb downward, and the Flaming Sun Demon Hand descended like divine judgment. But he did not back down. Instead, a wild, fearless grin spread across his face, and his blue eyes burned even brighter with fighting spirit. Finally, he said, his voice filled with excitement. Something worth my time. If Zhou Yanting believed he was the only one capable of unleashing a devastating energy attack, then Yi was about to prove him wrong. Yi lifted his palm, and an intense concentration of atomic energy began forming in his hand, twisting and pulsing as if it could explode at any second. Even with martial energy holding it together, the power was dangerously unstable. One small mistake could make it detonate right in his face. But Yi was not finished. Calling upon Crimson Calamity, his pure spiritual energy body, he fused the two forces together. The unstable atomic energy suddenly steadied, then expanded with terrifying force. In Yi's palm, a new martial art, one he had only just perfected, finally came to life. He called it Demora's Qigong Cannon. The air screamed as the energy sphere compressed into a blinding beam. Then Yi thrust his hand forward, and a massive atomic blast erupted from his palm, tearing through the sky and slamming head-on into Zhou Yanting's flaming sun demon hand. Two ultimate powers collided in midair, sunfire against atomic light. The entire night seemed to explode with brilliance. The compressed atomic sphere burst open and transformed into a colossal blue beam nearly 20 meters wide. It roared forward like a living beast, swallowing Zhou Yanting whole in a tidal wave of destruction that devoured everything in its path. Under that searing blue-white radiance, Zhou Yanting's blazing sun suddenly looked pitiful, like a tiny flame on the verge of being extinguished. For the first time in his life, Zhou Yanting froze. As the torrent of energy closed in, he felt it clearly, the primal, suffocating certainty of death. Then came a thunderous boom that seemed to split the sky apart. The beam tore across the night like a river of molten blue lava, engulfing Zhou Yanting completely. The shockwave slammed into the arena and sent violent tremors through the ground. When the light finally faded, silence fell over everything. Zhou Yanting was gone. Gasps rippled through the stands, and even the live stream chat went completely still. And then, a calm and familiar voice broke through the suffocating tension. Don't you think you were a bit too reckless? At once, everyone turned their heads toward the sound. Scratched the back of his neck and flashed a sheepish grin, looking far less fierce than he had moments earlier. Ahaha, I knew Principal Shi Jingwen was nearby, he said. That's why I didn't hold back. From the sky, a figure in a sharp Zhongshan suit slowly descended, holding a badly shaken but very much alive Zhou Yanting by the collar. Principal Shi Jingwen floated down beside Yi, sighing as he arrived. Shi Jingwen had originally only come to see what all the commotion was about, since this tournament had drawn so much attention across the empire. But instead of quietly observing, he had somehow been dragged straight into the spotlight. By now, it was obvious that this had been Yi's plan from the very beginning. I'm sorry, Principal, Yi admitted, bowing slightly with an awkward smile. I needed your presence to give this event a little more prestige. Please help me out, just this once. Shi Jingwen gently dropped the unconscious Zhou Yanting onto the arena floor. His face carried a mix of exasperation and reluctant amusement. Your teacher, Gong Ku, he said, shaking his head, always tells me her student is dull and clueless. But now I see it clearly. You've just been fooling her. He chuckled softly, then straightened as his expression grew formal. Fine. Since I'm already here, I'll lend you my support. Just this once. His voice spread through the arena, amplified by martial energy until everyone in Imperial University could hear it. Now then, Shi Jingwen called out, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. Who among you still wishes to challenge Yi? Silence answered him. The senior students hiding among the shadows exchanged uneasy glances, but not a single person dared to move. Every one of them still remembered that blinding blue beam, the attack that had torn through the sky and nearly vaporized Zhou Yanting, one of the strongest fighters in their ranks. Facing something like that again would be no different from suicide. So they hesitated, nudging one another forward with their eyes and expressions, but in the end, no one had the courage to step out. Shi Jingwen looked across the trembling students and let out a quiet sigh. In that case, he declared, I hereby announce that Yi, a freshman and still only a martial artist, has defeated every martial master in Imperial University. Those words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. This achievement will be recorded in history, Shi Jingwen continued. It is unprecedented, and it will never be repeated. The stands erupted into chaos, filled with disbelief, awe, and thunderous applause. And in that moment, one truth became clear to everyone present. Yi's name would be carved forever into the legend of Imperial University, the freshman who stood alone and conquered them all. The moment Shi Jingwen announced Yi's victory, Yi's name exploded across Huadu University and quickly spread throughout the entire country. In city, pride filled the air. People could not stop smiling whenever his name was mentioned. On the hot search rankings, every top spot was tied to Yi, from his jaw-dropping one-on-one duels to the principal personally declaring him a new legend. The entire internet was on fire. Countless users rushed online, each one claiming to know Yi personally, just so they could ride the wave of his fame. But beneath all the excitement, the nation itself was standing on unstable ground. The martial saint was gravely injured, the Grandmaster's whereabouts remained unknown, and several cities had already fallen. In such desperate times, Ihi's sudden rise felt almost divine, like a bright beacon of hope appearing exactly when the people needed it most. At Incity's #1 high school, where Ihi had once studied, his old homeroom teacher organized a live broadcast of the battle for the entire school to watch. The halls echoed with cheers as students proudly shouted Ihi's name again and again. The teacher smiled with quiet pride, feeling that his instincts about that boy had never been wrong. But not everyone was celebrating. In a quiet corner, Huang Tong Tong, the same student who had once bullied Ihi, watched with clenched fists, unable to hide the resentment twisting across his face. Online, more and more questions began to swirl. Why had Principal Shi Jingwen personally announced Ihi's victory? What kind of connection did they have? Was some powerful force secretly backing Ihi from the shadows? The speculation spread at frightening speed, drawing the attention of countless organizations. After all, the public records clearly showed that Ihi was supposed to be nothing more than an orphan. Then Dragon Sparrow stepped forward and released an official statement. Ihi's identity was classified as top-secret special information. All parties were ordered to immediately stop speculating and spreading false rumors, and anyone who violated the order would be dealt with severely. Over at the Dragon Blood Society, the mood was no different from a grand celebration. Ihi's victory had brought them immense honor and completely silenced their rivals. No one was happier than Xiang Jianzhuang and Ouyang Zhe. To them, Ihi was not merely a member of the society. He was the spark that could bring the entire Dragon Blood Society back to life. But amid all the laughter and celebration, they suddenly realized Ihi was nowhere to be found. Xiang Jianzhuang frowned as he thought back for a moment. He said he had urgent business to take care of, he recalled. Meanwhile, inside dorm room 42FA3, while the entire world was chanting his name, Ihi remained unusually calm. Sitting alone in the quiet room, Ihi opened a 3D communication screen and contacted the Mad Doctor. The golden gene bottle, the doctor reported. I retrieved it from the hiding spot in City. Ihi leaned forward slightly. Can it be activated? The Mad Doctor nodded slowly, his expression serious. It can. I was part of the original engineering team behind the Golden Gene project. But there's one problem, the Mad Doctor continued. The vial has a built-in tracking transmitter. The moment it's opened, Laserbird will detect it instantly. Ihi's voice lowered. Is there any way to block the signal? I'm working on it, the Mad Doctor replied. I've already started purchasing the materials needed to build a shielding room. It'll take about half a month to finish construction, and another half month to decrypt the vial's security lock. Ihi gave a short nod. Good. Safety comes first. Speed comes second. With that, the call came to an end. The 3D screen slowly dimmed, leaving Ihi alone once again in the quiet dorm room, perfectly calm while the outside world could not stop talking about him. He sat there in silence, his thoughts gradually sinking deeper. The Mad Doctor's words echoed in Ihi's mind, bringing with them fragments of memory and the buried truth hidden in Prometheus's past. He finally understood. Prometheus had once worked secretly with the God-descent Heavenly Kingdom. Back then, using its immense technological power, Prometheus had helped them cultivate a demon embryo. But when the fiend was about to be born, the God-descent Heavenly Kingdom betrayed them and launched a sudden attack. What the God-descent Heavenly Kingdom never realized was that during the embryo's growth, Prometheus's scientists had already tampered with it, weakening the creature from within. Because of that hidden sabotage, Prometheus ultimately managed to capture the world's first living fiend. They dissected it, divided up its remains, and turned every part of it into experimental material. With that fiend in their possession, a being that surpassed every known form of life on Blue Star, Prometheus pushed biological research into terrifying new territory. From that madness came a series of astonishing results, and the most famous among them was known as the Eden Project. The goal of the Eden Project was breathtakingly ambitious. Prometheus wanted to create an artificial god, a supreme intelligence capable of uniting all humanity. It was meant to protect Blue Star from threats beyond this world, erase the borders between nations, and govern everything through perfectly fair distribution, turning the entire planet into a man-made paradise. But Prometheus' secrets did not end there. Hidden behind the earlier plans was another terrifying proposal known as the Fireseed Initiative, a project meant to directly rewrite the foundation of human genes and push the entire species toward a so-called higher form of existence. Over time, that dangerous idea gradually transformed into the Golden Gene Project, and in the end, it slipped into the hands of the Laserbird organization. Ihi leaned back against the sofa, his gaze fixed on the faint, murky light in front of him. The more he learned about Prometheus, the more he realized that the forces tied to it were far more complicated than he had ever imagined. People had once accused him of being connected to them, and now, after seeing how deep this web truly ran, even Ihi could no longer say with complete certainty that the accusation was wrong. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a quiet instinct warned him that sooner or later, he would be dragged into that storm. At that moment, Yi suddenly thought of the Long K badge, the gift he had received from a senior but never had the chance to properly examine because he had been tied up with matters involving Ouyangze. Now that he finally had a rare moment of peace, he decided to use it and begin cultivating through sleep. He placed the badge carefully beneath his pillow, settled into a cross-legged posture, closed his eyes, and allowed his breathing to sink into a deep meditative rhythm. Not long after, Yi's consciousness began to drift away from the room around him. When his eyes opened again, the familiar surroundings had vanished completely. Instead, cold rain struck his face, drop after drop, snapping him awake in an unfamiliar world. Yi slowly pushed himself up and immediately noticed that his body was wrapped in battered knight's armor, dinted and stained from battle. Around him stretched a grim battlefield, the ground covered with corpses in every direction, while the thick smell of blood and smoke hung heavily in the damp air. The land itself looked as if it had been burned open. Charred soil stretched endlessly around him, and even under the relentless downpour, stubborn flames still clung to the ruined battlefield, flickering in the rain like they refused to die. Yi crouched beside one of the fallen soldiers and ran his fingers across the armor, where several deep claw marks had been torn straight through the metal. Those wounds were clearly not made by any human weapon. Not far away, huge footprints had sunk deep into the muddy ground, leaving behind unmistakable proof that something massive had passed through this place. Even with rain pouring down from the dark sky, faint embers still glowed inside the craters scattered across the battlefield, giving the ruins a strange, dying warmth beneath the cold storm. When the rain finally began to weaken, Yi reached for the straps of the heavy armor and unfastened them one by one. The battered plates dropped to the ground with a dull metallic crash. He could not help wondering how soldiers from this western kingdom were expected to fight properly while carrying such exhausting weight on their bodies. Yi searched through the battlefield for a while before finally finding a greatsword that was still usable. He lifted the heavy blade in his hand, tested its weight, and muttered under his breath, "So this is the martial fate realm. My own power is being restricted here, which means I'll have to rely on weapons from this place for now." His eyes swept across the desolate plain. If this world worked like some hidden trial realm, then the master of the place should eventually appear and give him the next clue. As if answering that very thought, the distant rumble of hooves suddenly rolled through the mist. From the far horizon, two black horses emerged, pulling an elegant carriage decorated with silver patterns. They rushed toward Yi and stopped sharply in front of him, while the tall, silent coachman, his face hidden behind a mask, tightened the reins without saying a word. The carriage curtains slowly lifted, and an old man appeared inside. His expression was stern, his short hair was gray, and a black hat cast a shadow over one of his eyes. He stared at Yi without speaking as the rain began falling again. But after only a brief look, the old man gave a cold snort of disdain and immediately pulled the curtain shut again. The coachman snapped the whip, and the two black horses surged forward at once, dragging the carriage away as if Yi were nothing more than mud on the roadside. Yi blinked in mild surprise, watching them leave without the slightest hesitation. "Hey, you're just leaving like that?" Yi called after them, but just as the carriage started to pick up speed, it suddenly jerked to a complete stop. The powerful horses strained with all their strength, their hooves digging deep into the mud, yet the carriage refused to move even an inch. Behind the carriage, Yi stood perfectly calm, one hand gripping the frame as though holding back a child's toy. No matter how fiercely the horses pulled, the carriage remained fixed in place. With a faint smile on his face, Yi said, "Old master, are you really trying to run off this quickly? Aren't you supposed to give me a mission first?" The curtain flew open again, and this time, the old man's one visible eye widened in shock. "This brat is strong enough to stop my carriage," he barked. But in the next moment, his tone turned icy and hostile. "I have nothing to say to a thief like you." He raised an eyebrow at that. A thief? Strangely enough, even though their languages should not have matched, their words reached each other clearly through spiritual resonance. The old man's anger flared even hotter, and he began explaining the source of his hatred. "Years ago," the old man said, his voice heavy with resentment, "a blue-haired warrior broke into my family estate and stole our inheritance. My descendants were powerless to stop him. Because of that humiliation, I sealed myself inside this martial fate realm to guard what remained of our honor. And now you have appeared here as well. Another intruder, another outsider, trying to take what does not belong to you." He could only let out a helpless sigh. "Old man, I'm not interested in your old grudges. But since you're clearly the designated guide here, you're supposed to hand out the quest, not run away from it." When the old man kept ignoring him, Yi's patience finally wore thin. He drew the greatsword in one clean motion, the blade flashing through the rain. Then, with two sharp swings, he sliced straight through one of the carriage wheels. The heavy frame immediately lost balance, tilted hard to one side, and crashed down into the mud. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" the old man shouted, his earlier pride instantly cracking as panic flashed across his face. He only smiled faintly and rested the great sword at his side. Sorry, old master, but I can't let the guide run away before the mission even begins. In the end, Ihi still managed to drag the reluctant old man along with him. As they walked, the old man kept muttering angrily about his ruined carriage, his face dark with resentment. Ihi, meanwhile, apologized in a calm and almost polite tone, saying, "Since you're the master of this martial fate space, you're the only one who can guide me through it." Those words seemed to soften the old man's temper just a little. After comparing Ihi with that blue-haired invader from long ago, the old man grumbled under his breath, "At least you're more polite than that thief." The two continued forward, moving past the remains of strange creatures scattered along the road. There were scorched fragments, broken bones, and old battle marks left behind by conflicts from another age. "Follow the blood spatter," the old man finally said. "That path will lead you to the trial." Before long, the uneven land began to flatten out. Ahead of them, a pale mountain range rose through the mist, cold and silent. But when Ihi lowered his gaze to check the ground, he realized the trail of blood had suddenly disappeared. His brows drew together slightly. Something about this was wrong. The old man quietly hid a smirk, keeping his face calm so Ihi would not notice. Inwardly, he sneered, "Naive boy. Once you lose your path in this martial fate space, you'll wander here forever." But Ihi's instincts suddenly stirred. He lifted his head and narrowed his eyes toward the sky. Above them, the sunlight dimmed, as though something enormous had moved in front of it and swallowed the light. Through the thinning mist, the shadow of a gigantic bird swept across the mountain range. Ihi's gaze sharpened at once. "So that's how it is," he muttered. "The real trial isn't on the ground. It's up in the sky." The old man had been chuckling quietly to himself, fully convinced that he had finally led Ihi off the proper path. But the moment he saw Ihi stop and look upward with such calm, focused eyes, his smile vanished. In only a few moments, the young man had already figured out the truth. The old man's confidence cracked completely. He found it that fast? Ihi's reasoning was simple, but it left no room for error. Flying beasts naturally built their nests on the highest peaks, so as long as they followed the rising terrain upward, they would eventually find the lair. The old man stared at him in silence, a complicated feeling twisting inside his chest. For the first time, he actually regretted that this young man was not one of his own descendants. Ihi turned back with a faint grin on his face. "Old master, would you mind lending me your horse again?" The old man stiffened on the spot, his expression draining of color. "Again?" he stammered. A short while later, Ihi was already galloping across the frozen plain, while the helpless old man was dragged along behind him. The snowfields stretched out endlessly before them until, at last, they arrived at the base of a towering mountain sealed beneath layers of ice. The warhorse charged across the frozen ground, its hooves striking the ice like rolling thunder, while the fierce wind howled past and cut against their faces. Suddenly, the horse's eyes widened in pure terror, its pupils shrinking as if it had sensed something monstrous ahead. The warhorse reared up violently, letting out a panicked neigh. In the same instant, the ice beneath its hooves cracked and shattered, throwing both riders backward into the air. Ihi twisted his body in midair and landed smoothly on his feet, his balance almost perfect. The old man was nowhere near as graceful, crashing face first into the ground with a painful grunt. The horse's reaction was already warning enough. Ihi's instincts flared sharply. Danger was here. A deep, ancient roar tore through the sky. From the peak of the mountain, a colossal creature burst into view, its three long serpentine necks unfurling as massive wings spread wide enough to blot out the sun. The air itself seemed to tremble beneath its terrifying presence. Ihi's eyes widened as he stared at the monster above him. That's... For a moment, even he could hardly believe what he was seeing. The creature looked exactly like the legendary enemy of Godzilla, the star-devouring calamity that existed only to bring disaster. One of the dragon's three heads swooped low, its golden eyes burning like molten suns. Hot, violent air blasted from its nostrils and slammed into Ihi like a hurricane, forcing him to brace himself against the crushing pressure. Before either Ihi or the old man could make another move, the dragon opened its jaws wide, and a roaring torrent of fire surged out toward them. The flames swallowed everything in an instant. Snow vanished as if it had never existed, melting away beneath the terrifying heat. The entire world was drowned in blinding golden light, and when the blaze finally faded, there was nothing left where Ihi had been standing, not even a trace of ash. Only the old man remained, his clothes scorched black and his body trembling as he supported himself with his staff. He drew in a long, ragged breath, then muttered, "We found the right place." But a mortal like him was always doomed to perish before the trial's flame. "I am the master of this space, so I cannot die." The old man adjusted his black hat, and a mocking smile slowly twisted across his mouth. That kid was far too inexperienced. He looked toward the smoldering mountain and began speaking as though lecturing a ghost. The trial was never about killing the white dragon, he said coldly. The true task was to locate the spirit beast hidden within this mountain, then gain the dragon's approval through reverence, not battle. Only then can one receive the inheritance. His gaze darkened as memories from the past surged back. The blue-haired martialist had once passed this trial as well, but instead of seeking the dragon's approval, he relied on brute strength, killed the white dragon outright, and stole the inheritance by force. The old man clenched his fist, his eyes filled with both fury and guilt. But just then, an unusual sound cut through the smoke and made him freeze. The old man turned sharply. Through the drifting smoke, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Ihi. His clothes had been burned away, his skin was scorched, and the great sword in his hand had melted into useless slag. Yet his body still radiated terrifying strength, and beneath the burns, he was completely unharmed. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You should have been reduced to ash. He could feel it clearly now. Something extraordinary was pulsing from within Ihi. This boy's body was not normal. It was as if some ancient, divine force was protecting him from destruction itself. And for the first time in centuries, the old man felt a sensation he had almost forgotten. Fear. Black-green scales began spreading across Ihi's skin, gleaming with a strange verdant light that pulsed through the gaps like living energy. Ihi lowered his gaze and looked at his own hands, his voice steady and calm. When I first entered this space, the archetype power rejected me. It wasn't compatible with me. His fingers slowly curled. But now, the synchronization rate has increased. It's fusing with my soul and starting to manifest on its own. He clenched his fist, and the surrounding air trembled. Once this power fully merges with me, I won't need weapons anymore. My body itself will become the weapon. Ihi raised his head, locking his gaze onto the massive white dragon looming within the storm. His voice dropped, firm and fearless. Let me show you true power, something far beyond anything my old sword could ever unleash. The old man could barely breathe. His hands shook uncontrollably as he stared at Ihi with a face full of horror. You're not human, he gasped. You're a monster. A thunderous roar erupted from Ihi's throat, a roar far too savage to belong to any human being. In the next instant, his body began to expand violently, bones cracking and reshaping as the ground split beneath his feet. He transformed into a colossal black beast, with hard scales like divine steel and jagged spines glowing with green light along his back. Ihi had entered his complete Godzilla form, and his archetype power had reached 71% compatibility. The transformation swallowed his human shape entirely, turning him into a living superweapon born from divine cells and human will. The earth quaked beneath every step he took, and every breath from his body burned like nuclear fire, even though this terrifying form could only last for 2.5 minutes. Ihi's growl rolled through the air like distant thunder. That's more than enough. The three-headed white dragon immediately sensed the terrifying change in Ihi's aura. Its massive body stiffened for a heartbeat, and then it released a furious roar, its enormous wings beating wildly as it tore through the raging snowstorm. Ihi lunged forward without the slightest hesitation, his gigantic claws clamping down around all three of the dragon's necks at once. The white dragon shrieked in pain, its wings thrashing desperately as Ihi forced its heads downward with overwhelming strength. This was no longer a simple trial. It was a direct declaration of war between two monsters. Ihi's roar thundered across the frozen sky. Godzilla versus the Devourer of Stars. The entire mountain shook beneath their clash. The old man was thrown hard to the ground, his eyes wide as he stared up in total disbelief, while the sky itself seemed to split apart from the impact of their power. My God, he whispered, his voice trembling. Ihi's monstrous body was still expanding, and every step he took sent violent tremors through the frozen world. Huge boulders shattered around them as if they were made of thin glass. The old man could not even steady himself before another shockwave lifted him off the ground and tossed him through the air, leaving him tumbling helplessly like a dead leaf caught in a storm. The white dragon howled in rage, its claws tearing deep scars into the frozen ground, but Ihi dragged its colossal body forward through sheer brute force. With one brutal motion, he slammed the dragon against the mountain wall. The collision split the rock open and sent avalanches crashing down in blinding waves of snow, stone, and dust. Ihi roared again and twisted the dragon's three necks with both hands, refusing to let it break free. Lightning and flames surged violently around them as the two titanic creatures struggled for dominance. The dragon's breath ignited the surrounding air, and its power raged outward like a storm filled with fury. Realizing it could not overpower Ihi on the ground, the white dragon beat its wings with everything it had, desperately trying to rise into the sky. But Ihi's thunderous voice chased after it. Trying to run? Don't think I can't fight you in the air. Ihi raised his massive head, and the jagged spines running along his back began to glow with a brighter, more violent light. Veins of blue radiance pulsed upward from his tail, climbing along his spine all the way to his crown, as raw atomic power surged through his monstrous body. The entire martial fate space began shaking under the pressure of his unleashed might. He drew in a deep breath, and the sound alone was like a hurricane ripping through the void, pulling the surrounding air toward his jaws. A blinding blue glow gathered inside Ihi's mouth, growing denser and brighter with every passing second until it condensed into a solid core of destructive energy. The white dragon answered with its own terrifying power. All three of its heads opened their jaws at the same time, summoning a violent torrent of flame and thunder that churned together like a blazing storm. Then both monsters fired. Ihi's nuclear breath tore forward and crashed head-on into the white dragon's fiery thunderstorm. The collision erupted with catastrophic force, twisting into a swirling red-black sphere of raw energy that expanded faster and faster, distorting the space around it. A moment later, it detonated, swallowing the entire mountain range in a blinding blast of light and sound. Shockwaves ripped through the air, and the sky itself shuddered as the two powers smashed violently against each other. Ihi's full Godzilla transformation had already placed an enormous burden on his body, and after releasing that devastating atomic breath, it was clear that he was racing against time. He muttered under his breath, realizing this was not just some harmless beam clash. Without warning, monstrous bone spines burst from Godzilla's back as another mighty roar split the air, and his transformation pushed even further, shifting into Meteor Godzilla. Nuclear energy crackled and exploded outward in every direction. The newly erupted spines shot forward and pierced into the three-headed white dragon, which had been too focused on countering the massive energy wave to react in time. Its gigantic body staggered in midair, suddenly wide open. Blood and shattered scales rained down from above, staining the sky as the dragon's thunderfire column broke apart. The white dragon hung there, torn so badly that its original majesty was almost impossible to recognize. Its three heads were still attached, but only barely, each one clinging to life by a thread. Ihi's thoughts moved quickly as he counted those heads, and the sight instantly reminded him of the legendary three-headed dragon from ancient myths. Ihi cut off the flow of energy at once and launched himself forward, closing the distance before the white dragon could recover. His kick tore through the air with terrifying speed. A sharp blue flash crossed the dragon's vision for a split second, the only warning before Ihi unleashed his fury at close range. Atomic power coiled once more inside Ihi's throat. With a savage roar, he fired the blast straight into one of the dragon's open mouths at point-blank range. His voice boomed through the chaos, declaring that these freakish heads were about to be cooked from the inside out. The explosion ripped through the dragon's flesh from within. The blast thundered through its gigantic body, tearing open scales and muscle, while blood sprayed violently in every direction. When the smoke finally cleared, Ihi stood tall amid the destruction, still holding the dragon's burning red heart in both hands. Dust and ash swirled around Ihi's feet as he stood in the middle of the ruined battlefield, his Godzilla form radiating pure dominance like a living disaster. Down below, the old man stood completely frozen, his eyes stretched wide in disbelief. His voice faltered in his throat, leaving him almost speechless as he watched one man crush a multi-headed dragon through nothing but raw, overwhelming force. Terror drained every trace of color from the old man's face, and his body trembled as if his strength had been stripped away. Ihi casually tossed the massive dragon heart down to the ground, and the heavy thing landed so close that it nearly knocked the old man over. With a confident smirk, Ihi declared that he had already found the inheritance himself, so there was no need for anyone else to guide or support him. As Ihi walked toward the burning heart, the old man suddenly screamed at him to stop. Ihi, however, only grinned wider, completely unmoved by the warning. Without flinching, Ihi shoved both hands straight into the still-burning heart. Dragon blood sprayed out like liquid fire, splashing against Ihi's arms as heat rolled off the heart in waves. Through gritted teeth, he muttered that it burned, but his hands kept digging deeper, relentless and almost crazed, as though nothing could make him pull back now. At last, Ihi's fingers touched something solid deep inside the dragon heart. With a triumphant roar, he tightened his grip and pulled the strange artifact free. The old man's panic became impossible to hide as dark tendrils suddenly lashed out from the artifact and wrapped around Ihi's body. Ihi understood it immediately. This was the legendary dragon armor, the body-tempering inheritance known as the Earth Fiend inheritance. Thin, vein-like strands of power crawled out from the artifact, sliding across Ihi's skin and burrowing through him like living threads as they connected with his capillaries. The armor began to melt and sink into Ihi's body, fusing with him piece by piece until it transformed into the abyssal dragon armor. The old man stood frozen nearby, his eyes wide with shock. The old man knew better than anyone that ordinary bodies were far too weak to bear the weight of such an artifact. The blood it carried, the power it devoured, and the burden it placed on the flesh were all terrifying beyond measure. Even that azure-haired martial artist from the past, who had fought to seize 90% of the inheritance, had only barely managed to control it. But this boy, this impossible young man, had become the first person in 1,000 years to receive the armor's complete approval. He stood on top of the dragon heart as casually as if he had merely put on a coat, then glanced at the old man with an easy expression. "What's so difficult about this?" he asked, his grin stretching wide across his face. The old man clenched his fists tightly, his entire body shaking with fury and helpless frustration. In the end, he could only lower his voice and mutter that since the ancestors had accepted Ihi, at least the inheritance had fallen into the hands of someone who would not disgrace their name. Ihi pressed even further, the grin still on his face as he asked whether there was any more inheritance hidden somewhere in this martial fate space. The old man nearly choked on his anger, his eyes flaring with outrage. "What? This impatient brat even plans to rob my family's treasure now," he spat. Ihi's grin did not fade at all. "The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme," he said calmly. "It only strengthens the body. But without an internal method of the same level to support it, the user won't last for long. Without that balance, the organs will collapse, the bones will snap, and the armor will drain every last drop of blood." He leaned slightly closer, his voice low but full of certainty. "Only when internal and external forging are combined can the technique become complete. That kind of method reaches the heavenly gang level, and there's no way I'm letting a chance like this slip away." Just then, Ihi's phone suddenly buzzed, breaking through the heavy atmosphere. It was a call from Lu Qingzhu. Ihi answered in a sleepy mumble, sounding as if he had barely woken up. "These past few days, I've done almost nothing except rest and train in my dreams," he muttered lazily. "The abyssal dragon armor threw a mountain of information into my head. I need more time inside the martial rhythm space to digest all of it." Lu Qingzhu responded with a soft laugh on the other end. "Well, Chu Zhou and I were discharged yesterday. We were told to go to the University Activity Center and collect our mission rewards. The director also asked me to remind you that your reward has to be personally issued by Principal Shi in his office." He was still half asleep, even drooling a little as he mumbled. "Do I really have to go to the principal's office? Do you think Principal Shi wants to have another one of those private talks with me?" When Ihi arrived at Huadu University, he was still groggy from sleep, his eyes heavy and his whole body carrying the lazy air of someone who had not fully woken up yet. A woman in a red dress soon approached him with a polite smile. She introduced herself as Nuwa and said that they had already been expecting him. Principal Shi was waiting upstairs, and with a graceful gesture, she invited Ihi to follow her. Ihi nodded, but a faint flicker of suspicion passed through his mind. He could not sense any martial aura from Nuwa at all, yet something about her felt strangely off. For a moment, he even wondered whether the woman standing in front of him was truly human. They stepped into the elevator together, and Ihi could not help sneaking a few glances at Nuwa. Her figure was far too eye-catching, and the more he looked, the more it threw his thoughts into confusion. Nuwa caught him staring almost immediately and asked bluntly, "Are you curious about my body?" Ihi nearly choked on his own breath and hurried to explain himself. No, I just wanted to study the advanced technology," he stammered. Nuwa's calm voice cut straight through Ihi's panic. "That is not really the main point," she said. Then, without hesitation, she began unbuttoning her shirt. Ihi's eyes widened at once, and a wave of panic rushed through him. But instead of revealing anything sensual, Nuwa's body unfolded like a marvel of engineering. Her form was entirely composed of intricate mechanical components, and only her head was crafted to resemble a human face. "I'm a mass-produced model," she explained plainly, her voice calm and detached, completely different from a human woman. Ihi exhaled slowly, muttering under his breath, "Huadu University's technology, it's insane." The elevator hummed upward, eventually stopping at the 667th floor. Nuwa turned smoothly toward him. "The principal is waiting inside," she said. Ihi stepped out, offering a nod of thanks, and began walking forward. But the moment he crossed the threshold, his body froze. A violent shockwave surged through him, and a torrent of flashing images assaulted his mind, forcing his power to spiral wildly out of control. He stumbled backward, disoriented, until a sofa slid into place behind him, catching him and setting him down gently. When he opened his eyes, he found himself placed directly in front of Principal Shi, who asked calmly if he had rested enough and whether he had studied the martial arts manual that Qin Long had entrusted to him. Still groggy, Ihi blinked, utterly confused. "How the hell did I end up right in front of you?" he muttered under his breath. Principal Shi only smiled faintly and gestured toward a teacup. "This is my office," he said, nudging the cup forward. "The tea comes from a secret realm and has been enhanced by our research institute." Ihi hesitated, still foggy from the mental onslaught, then asked carefully, "Was that power I just sensed spatial?" The principal nodded. "Yes, I can manipulate space within a limited range." Ihi's mind raced. Without the ability to warp space, Principal Shi could never have saved Zhou Yanting. A power that bends space was as formidable as freezing time itself, a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Principal Sure continued. By the way, your grade points and resource cards from Imperial University have already been transferred into your account. Ihi's eyes widened, but Principal Sure wasn't finished. As a main contributor to a level 5 mission, you are entitled to select 2 sets of Earth Fiend martial arts and gain 1 chance to forge an advanced weapon. Ihi paused, weighing the offer carefully. At this moment, he didn't need new skills or weapons. After a moment's thought, he requested, I'd like access to the gene lock records and permission to investigate Prometheus. That's all. Principal Sure nodded almost immediately, granting approval before Ihi had even finished speaking. The swiftness of the approval made Ihi flush slightly. He couldn't help but wonder whether Principal Sure had somehow read his mind. After finishing his tea, Principal Sure rose. Let's head to the archive room, he said calmly. Ihi glanced at his untouched cup, unease flickering through him at leaving it behind, but the principal was already striding toward a massive, imposing door. We can browse the records first, Principal Sure added, and drink later. There's no rush. Ihi followed, curiosity building, but when the door swung open, his breath caught. His voice trembled as he whispered, what kind of monster has a brain that's only half intact? Before him, suspended inside a colossal, test tube-like column, was a strange, half-formed brain entangled in endless writhing tentacles, secured under the strictest security. Principal Sure explained calmly, that is Nuwa's central processor, the true body behind the artificial assistant. Ihi's heart skipped a beat. Nuwa was constructed by AI as well. The principal confirmed, yes. This half-brain originally belonged to Prometheus, decades ago. Ihi's lips trembled at the name. Prometheus, the deity Ascension had planned from another world. This half-brain had once been part of the first ancient aberration ever captured alive. Prometheus had torn it to pieces, consumed by madness and limitless power. He launched the Eden Garden Project, slaughtered gods, and attempted to unite humanity under his vision. His ambition was boundless. The principal moved to a nearby console and activated Nuwa. The AI responded instantly, her voice calm and precise. With a nod from Principal Sure, data began exporting, and rhythmic clicks confirmed the process was complete moments later. He pulled a USB drive from the port and handed it to Ihi. This contains a portion of Nuwa's data. You may ask anything you wish. Sweat beaded across Ihi's forehead as he felt something stirring deep within, awakening. Nuwa's processor held countless secrets about Huadu and Daxia University, secrets now placed directly in Ihi's hands. The sheer trust felt surreal, and he couldn't shake the thought that there might be a deeper motive behind it all. Seeing Ihi frozen, Principal Sure pressed the USB into his hand and patted him. Stop zoning out, he said firmly. Even I'm breaking the rules by bringing a student in here. We need to keep moving. Ihi blinked, shocked. He was literally being escorted by the principal to break the rules. From the next room, Jinju's voice boomed, full of pride, chest puffed out as he laughed heartily. He laughed loudly, boasting that he had advanced over an entire year's worth of progress in just a single freshman term. He declared that geniuses came in all shapes and forms, and that he stood at the absolute top. But his laughter faltered the instant he saw Ihi standing just a few steps away. Ihi's expression remained calm as he asked simply, are you done? Jianzhu, itching to test his newfound power, curled his lip in contempt. So you're the one Yangzhe warned me about, huh? He sneered. You think you can just walk right into my path? Ihi barely reacted, his usual bored expression unwavering. If you've got issues with the Dragon Blood Club, go find Yangzhe, he said flatly. Right now, I need the training room. Jinju's blood boiled instantly. His aura erupted outward as he accused Ihi of acting arrogantly, flaunting his reputation. I'm Jianzhu. I stomped Yangzhe and nearly destroyed the Dragon Blood Club in our freshman year. Before he could even finish his threat, Ihi's hand shot out, and a sharp slap echoed through the hallway. The last syllable of Jinju's sentence was swallowed as his face contorted from the impact. Stunned, Jianzhu crumpled to the floor, unable to make another sound. Ihi sighed, stepping over him with a cold, dismissive tone. I already said I need the training room. Don't block the door. Jianzhu's world faded to black, and when he finally awoke, an entire week had passed. Inside the exclusive advanced cultivation chamber, Ihi felt a deep, satisfying thrill. For once, no one stood in his way. The king of monsters within him stirred, hungry and insatiable. Spirit stones of every color began raining from above. Ihi lifted his hands, catching them eagerly, savoring the moment. Every item he had collected, monster cores, rare materials, and all the supplements from Huadu, was about to be poured in one massive, transformative surge. Using so many cores at once would elevate his compatibility to unprecedented heights, but it also meant he would soon sink into a deep, crystal-like slumber, releasing a wave of nuclear-level energy as he did. Pleased, he addressed Nuwa, the little electronic maid who had become integral to his system. Her mechanical voice responded in its usual monotone as she powered on the room's systems. Since integrating Nuwa into his operations, Huadu had become his personal playground. No procedures, no restrictions. Everything obeyed his command. Excitement dripped from his words as he relished the privileges at his disposal. He ordered Nuwa to activate the energy shield in the cultivation room, so he could begin immediately. But her next report brought bad news. The room's energy level has not reached the required threshold, she reported. He tossed monster cores into the system one by one, but the response remained the same: insufficient energy. Confusion washed over him like a cold wave. The requirements were climbing too rapidly. As his compatibility rose, breakthroughs became increasingly difficult. The number and quality of monster cores required soared. High-tier templates carried this curse: slow growth, long development cycles, and demands for resources so vast they crushed efficiency. He realized once more that mastering martial waves alongside his extraordinary system was essential to keep pace. Suddenly, a warning flashed across the interface. A powerful energy fluctuation had been detected. The system immediately cut off the incoming data Pharaoh had tried to send and diverted all power to maximum defense. He let out a dry laugh. If someone's trying to hack my system, they should at least do it properly. They're doomed to fail anyway. The wall clock displayed the time: 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds. Ihi's body was encased inside a massive blue crystal, its surface bristling with sharp spines. The shell was thick, but his silhouette could still be discerned, suspended in a pitch-black void. He sank deeper into the process, waiting for the moment when the crystal coffin would shatter and the monster king within him would finally emerge. Above Huadu City, the university launched a full-scale counteroffensive to reclaim territory stolen by the monsters. Enormous warships hovered like floating nuclear bombs, casting their shadows over the city below. Since dawn, Principal Shur had been overseeing the operation from the skies, his formidable aura radiating as he declared the start of the Great Summer Recovery Plan. 70% of the nation's martial fighters had been mobilized. His piercing gaze swept across the assembled troops as he outlined their mission. Huadu University would reclaim 12 fallen cities. Below, the students stood in strict formation, each exuding a clear sense of duty. Their goal was straightforward: free the nation from the monster's grip. Principal Shur's voice rang out, steady and commanding, as he ordered them to ignite the blood smoke banners. A thunderous shout erupted from the students, and energy surged skyward, tearing through the air. He pressed them further, explaining how their bloodlines would merge in the sky, how they would crash into the enemy, and unleash the tremendous force necessary to reclaim their homeland. This was the unwavering resolve of those willing to restore Huadu University and their nation, even if it meant risking their lives. Suddenly, from the floating city above, a blazing pillar of red light surged outward, widening in the sky like a burning banner and casting its fierce glow across the entire battlefield below. Principal Shur opened his arms toward the assembled students, his voice carrying over the wind as he reminded them of the mission waiting ahead. He told them to face the coming battle without fear, even if death stood in their path. But above everything else, Principal Shur told them they had to survive and come back alive. Only by living could hope continue, and only by carrying their strength into the future could they become the belief that later generations would follow. The entire hall fell into a heavy silence, every word settling deep into the hearts of the students. Principal Shur promised them that no matter how far they marched or how brutal the battlefield became, Huadu University would always be their home, waiting for the day they returned. His declaration rolled across the land like thunder, turning into a solemn vow that carried the will of the whole nation. They would take back everything they had lost. Principal Shur raised one arm, and a powerful wave of momentum burst outward from him. "There is no fear among us," he declared, his voice steady and vast, as if it carried the weight of 100 generations. At that call, every fighter from Huadu University rose together, standing in perfect unison as their spirits answered him. Meanwhile, I's eyes had turned pitch black inside the crystal, his body unmoving like a sealed statue. His overflowing strength continued to swell, building pressure within the cocoon as if it were about to snap apart at any moment and release a terrifying new form powerful enough to shake the world. At the same time, the focus shifted to another hidden section of the facility. Yu Yan, once a level 2 researcher under Prometheus and now a senior manager within Laserbird, walked past 2 guards standing at attention. The guards immediately greeted her with deep respect as she entered. Yu Yan's expression was grim as she reviewed the situation. The golden gene had been stolen, an important base had been breached, and an elite squad had disappeared without a trace. Laserbird had been struck again and again throughout the year. Her eyes narrowed coldly. The higher-ups believed one person was behind all of it, someone determined to tear the company apart, but they had no solid evidence. Black Lion had already erased every trace of the Jinshan Temple base, yet Lonke still insisted on pinning the blame on Laserbird. Yu Yan's jaw tightened as her frustration deepened. If Great Xia's Lonke had not been so focused on reclaiming the fallen cities right now, Laserbird might have already been crushed flat. She paused and glanced at the strange creature hovering above her. With the nation's attention pulled elsewhere, Laserbird finally had room to breathe, and they were using that narrow chance to release the monster. The thing floated ominously overhead, its tentacles shifting like something from a nightmare. "This is the failed product of the first Golden Gene experiment," Yu Yan said. "A Pandora's box that could end humanity if handled carelessly. Even as a failure, it still carries the Golden Gene and can sense others like it. It often loses control, but it is the only hound capable of tracking the stolen Golden Gene." Yu Yan stopped in front of a massive secret chamber, its walls packed with advanced equipment and layers of hidden security. She reached into her coat and pulled out a heavy ring of metal keys, the cold steel clinking in her hand. One by one, Yu Yan slid the keys into their locks with practiced calm, her movements precise and steady. A few moments later, the reinforced door began to rumble, slowly grinding open under the weight of its own security mechanisms. Inside the chamber, a gigantic bronze face gradually appeared in the light, its twisted features looming over the room like the face of some ancient buried idol. Thick red cables hung down from the ceiling, plunging into the statue's head as though they were feeding something hidden deep inside it. Yu Yan walked straight into the center of the chamber, her shadow stretching across the floor beneath the eerie glow. She pulled out a fistful of pills and swallowed them like candy, chewing so violently that fragments bounced from her mouth and scattered across the floor. Her face twisted in pain as the chemicals slammed through her body, warping her expression into something fierce and almost inhuman. This was the moment she had waited for. The moment humanity would finally meet the nightmare sealed inside that creature. A strange spacecraft tore into existence, appearing as if it had slipped through a crack in space itself. Inside its cold metal hull, a restrained hound lay locked in place, surrounded by rows of raw blood packs. Two scientist handlers stood nearby, watching it with nervous eyes. The hound stretched its jaws open, revealing layer after layer of needle-sharp fangs, then growled at them to keep the ship moving straight toward the direction it had chosen. A new squad of enhanced soldiers arrived, and a female scientist stepped forward to address their leader as captain. She pointed toward the path ahead and asked whether the location marked by the hound was truly West City. The captain gave a calm nod. "Yes, that West City. The fallen city Long K has been preparing to reclaim." Another scientist tried to ease the tension, reassuring the others that there was nothing to worry about. Unless the thief who stole the Golden Gene was a grandmaster, even a profound-level martial artist would be easy prey for their entire squad. The girl agreed, saying that under the captain's command, they had never failed a mission, and as long as they did not run into Long K 1st Division, they would make it out alive. The captain opened his mic and ordered Eve to block the aircraft's signal and hack its systems into autopilot. Eve answered with steady confidence, saying she would handle it. Almost immediately, the ship lurched violently, shaking from end to end as autopilot seized control. The scientists stumbled and grabbed at the railings to steady themselves. The girl panicked, shouting that the aircraft was going out of control. Then, before anyone could fully process the chaos, the captain moved. His fist blurred through the air, and with one brutal strike, he tore a male scientist's head clean off. The body hit the floor with a lifeless thud. The girl screamed in horror, asking when the captain had become a traitor, while everyone else froze in place, terror flooding their faces. The captain stared down at them with cold detachment. A traitor? That was wrong. He had never belonged to Laserbird in the first place, so betrayal did not exist here. He told them they could curse him in hell later, but for now, they had to die first. The soldiers begged him to stop, but the captain moved through them like a reaper walking through wheat. One by one, he cut them apart until the floor was drowned in blood. The hound let out a delighted laugh, thrilled by the massacre unfolding before it. Its maw stretched wide, and its eyes gleamed with hunger as it asked whether it could taste the blood. The captain bent down and tore a heart from one of the fallen bodies. He shoved the heart into the hound's mouth, saying that every person here had been a grand martial master, and their hearts were worth savoring. Then he added that the creature was free now. The hound dragged its long lizard-like tongue across its face, still unsatisfied. It demanded more, craving every last drop of blood in the cabin. The captain did not flinch. He muttered that, as a Northern Brighton secret agent, he had somehow ended up feeding a dog. Then he asked what the beast expected from him next. His gaze swept across the mangled corpses scattered around the cabin, the floor beneath them already soaked in red. Then the captain opened the hatch and stepped toward the roaring air outside, saying the hound did not need any complicated orders. It only needed to unleash everything inside it right here, in the land of Daxia. Great Xia had begun reclaiming its lost cities, and that resurgence was exactly what Northern Brighton intended to crush. The captain said he needed to leave as well, because once the hound truly broke free, even he would be torn apart. Before going, he told the creature that the corpses of those grand martial masters would make a fitting first feast after escaping its prison. Then the captain stepped out of the hatch and dropped into open air, flames trailing behind him as he plunged away from the ship. The instant he vanished, a vicious red aura erupted from the hound's body. Every blood tube connected to its restraints snapped apart like fragile threads. The creature laughed, saying it had once been treated as nothing more than a hunting dog, forced to fetch whatever it was ordered to chase. But now the leash was gone, and it was finally free to sink its fangs into anything it desired. Humans had underestimated it for far too long. Now, it wanted to tear everything apart and devour it whole. The final knots binding the hound loosened as its power surged violently through the chamber. With one more brutal pulse, every metal nail holding it down popped free. The heavy chains shattered almost without resistance, breaking apart under the force of its awakening. Smoke billowed around the beast as the alien biomass hound slowly rose, completely unrestrained at last. Up close, its open skull and eyeless face looked nothing like a living creature. It was more like a nightmare carved into flesh. The hound muttered that it needed to finish absorbing the golden gene, complete its true transformation, and ascend as a god. Then it wanted to see who would ever dare treat it like a dog again. The focus snapped to West City. Sirens screamed across the sky as hovering ships blared warnings for all units to withdraw from the bombardment zone. A strike was about to begin, heavy firepower meant to force the sealed beast out of hiding. The entire city looked like a waking horror. The alarms echoed like the signal used when weaker factions sent a dagger squad, led by a martial master, to infiltrate enemy territory, strike at the core, and decapitate the overlord. Above the ruins, 2B-2 bombers swept across the sky, carpeting the shattered city with explosions. Beneath one of the descending bombers, a towering monster suddenly erupted from the ruins, its massive form blotting out the fiery haze of the sky above. With a single, devastating motion, it slammed its claws into the aircraft's hull, ripping it apart in seconds as metal screamed and sparks flew. But just as the creature roared in triumph, a sudden impact struck it from above. The beast jerked violently backward, stunned, as the hound, the very same six-eyed nightmare from before, perched atop its enormous head, laughing like chaos incarnate. "I want to taste something different this time," the hound said, its voice carrying a cruel amusement. From its twisted, writhing form, tendrils shot outward, piercing the giant eagle's flesh like spears of living shadow. Thin, string-like fibers coiled around the creature's leg, wrapping tighter with each movement. Soon, the fibers had engulfed its entire frame, constricting every muscle and bone. Within moments, the eagle disappeared entirely beneath a writhing cocoon of tentacles, its shape erased from sight. A new form slowly took shape as the hound absorbed it. No, replicated it. The monstrous fusion began to emerge, terrifying and unnatural. Stepping forward, the creature now bore massive wings and razor-sharp claws. Features of the fallen eagle had merged seamlessly into its warped body, creating a twisted, hybrid terror. The six-eyed fiend roared, declaring this genetic battlefield unbelievable. Even its injured body regenerated fully in this zone. With a manic laugh, it proclaimed the scene the greatest feast it had ever encountered, exulting like a demon unbound. Later, West City lay in ruins. Only shattered stone and drifting ash remained, and the identity of the destroyer was unmistakable. The final B-2 bombers spiraled down in flames, crashing into the city with a thunderous explosion that sent plumes of black smoke curling into the sky. A squad of soldiers rushed into the wreckage. One shouted to his partner, Louis, warning that a plane had been destroyed by monsters, and they needed to move fast before anyone inside perished. Louis, keeping calm, told him to relax. The monster that had crushed the aircraft could still be nearby. But Zhang snapped back that Louis was a grand martial master, and this was just the outskirts of West City. No creature here should be able to challenge her. Their third teammate nodded in agreement, and Zhang added that if they couldn't even explore the fringes, they had no hope of reaching the city's core. Louis finally relented, allowing them to proceed, but warned them to remain vigilant. Then, suddenly, they spotted someone crouched beside a massive monster carcass, casually chewing on the flesh as if it were a casual snack. Zhang froze in disbelief. Every demonic beast drawn to the crash had been eradicated by this lone figure. Louis assumed it must be some deranged martial artist who had slipped into the city during the chaos. But as the creature turned its head, all three soldiers stiffened in horror. This was no human. It was the hound, now mutated into a demonic humanoid with 6 eyes and a nightmarishly twisted face. It regarded them with eerie calm and said that its prey had finally taken the bait. Before anyone could react, blood-red tendrils shot toward them like deadly whips. Zhang reacted on instinct, drawing his sword and unleashing a powerful chi wind slash. His blade struck the hound's blood vessel, but midway it slowed, sinking into the creature's flesh as though moving through thick mud. For a single heartbeat, Zhang hesitated, and that heartbeat marked the end. A massive, grotesque mouth tore open along the wound, jagged teeth snapping shut as it swallowed Zhang from the waist up. His scream never left his throat. The hound's body twisted unnaturally, stretching into a long, grotesque living tube. The remaining 3 teammates felt their courage shatter. Jin Zhuang screamed, voice cracking, that Zhang had been eaten alive. Lu Qingzhu launched forward like a streak of lightning, fury blazing in her eyes. She cursed the creature and struck down with all her might, determined to cut it down. But the hound's arm warped into a sharp, blade-like appendage, instantly releasing a chi wind slash. Lu froze in shock. That technique, Zhang's move. The slash came crashing toward her with brutal, unstoppable force. She barely rolled aside as it tore through the ground where she had stood. She stared at the mutated creature in horror, unable to fathom how it could perfectly mimic Zhang's fighting style. Then a trembling voice whispered her name. She spun around, her heart sinking. Tentacles twisted together, forming multiple distorted faces, each crying out in haunting unison. But one face was unmistakable, Zhang's true face, contorted in agony. Tears streamed down his warped features as he begged her to save him, the pain far worse than death itself. Louis went rigid, paralyzed by helplessness. For a brief moment, Lu couldn't breathe. Then instinct took over, forcing her to spit out the only command she could. Run. As Louis fixated on Zhang's tortured cries, the hound slipped behind her like a shadow. Its blade-shaped arm sliced through her in one merciless swing. She collapsed silently. The creature absorbed her next, its flesh rippling as her body disappeared inside it. The hound muttered that, though this one was older, the meat remained firm. Then its 6 eyes shifted westward, sensing the golden gene calling from that direction. A twisted grin spread across the hound's distorted face as it whispered that it would infiltrate another martial artist squad, feign friendliness, and then devour them one by one. Their terrified faces would be a delight to savor. Across the battlefield, it sensed countless powerful life forces, grandmasters, elite warriors, and monstrous demonic beasts. If it consumed enough high-level genes, it wondered who would still dare to command it like a dog. With that, the hound shot westward in a blur, declaring it had shattered every chain and risen as a demon, its laughter echoing like something born in hell. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, an even larger demonic beast tore the remaining ships apart, alarms screaming as soldiers panicked. One shouted that a lower-level beast had breached their rear line. A thunderous hoof slammed against the ground. A rider charged forward atop a heavily armored warhorse, shouting at the soldiers to remain calm. In his hand gleamed a spear, and his presence radiated pure killing intent, as if he could split the battlefield in two. In the next heartbeat, he did exactly that. His spear descended in a streak of green light, burning through the monstrous flesh and reducing it to ash before striking the ground. In the face of the endless tide of beasts, even humanity's proudest firepower felt like a flickering candle at the mercy of a tsunami, always a second away from being extinguished. The rider was Chun Tianyu, Dean of Hua University's Grandmaster Academy and captain of the elite operation to reclaim West City. He explained that only swift and powerful individual martial artists could take down the high-level beasts hiding within the tide, weakening it enough to force the Overlord to emerge. This was the mission of their 5-man dagger team, dispatched from Hua University. Stepping forward, a team member addressed him as teacher, praising Tianyu's choice of route. This path led directly to the Overlord's nest, already scouted by Long's vanguard. The speaker was Dai Qiming, president of Hua University's student union and a member of the Dagger Squad. Tianyu explained that the stronger a martial artist became, the sharper their spiritual vision grew. Some even glimpsed their own deaths in dreams. That was why, he told Dai Qiming, warriors must always trust their instincts. He stretched out his arms, signaling the team to halt and remain alert, every muscle ready for the coming storm. Dai Qiming gave a sharp nod, then lifted 2 fingers and pressed them firmly against his forehead. At the same time, Chun Tianyu released his energy outward, letting it sweep across the distant battlefield like an invisible scout searching for danger. A heartbeat later, Chun Tianyu's eyes snapped wide open. His expression changed instantly, because something was tearing toward them at terrifying speed. What came flying at them was a hideous mass of twisted claws, ripping through the air like a living bullet aimed straight for their position. Its half-melted head shot past them in a blur, then smashed into the ground behind them with a deafening blast. The explosion swallowed the area in dust and shockwaves, and they only barely managed to dodge out of the way in time. But the creature itself looked completely unharmed by the crash, as if that brutal impact had meant nothing at all. It stood there with its arms folded, glaring at them in obvious annoyance, then complained that it had prepared a grand surprise just up ahead. So why had they suddenly stopped moving? Chun Tianyu's posture tightened at once, his entire body shifting into battle readiness. His voice sank into a cold, commanding tone as he confirmed the target. West City's overlord, the Earth Demon, had finally appeared. Without hesitation, he ordered every troop in the area to form up immediately. Deep inside the West City war zone, the devastation had already reached a horrifying level. Buildings had been crushed into rubble almost everywhere, and the last structure still standing leaned crookedly like a dying beast, half collapsed and moments away from falling. In the middle of that ruined landscape stood the monsters that had reduced the city to dust. Chun Tianyu charged into the battlefield on his mount, lightning crackling violently along his spear. With fierce momentum, he drove the attack straight at the towering beetle-like monster, but the earth demon did not even bother to flinch. It sneered at him, mocking humans as weak and ignorant for believing such cheap tricks could ever injure an overlord like itself. The beast clenched its fist so hard that the air around it seemed to vibrate with murderous pressure, then swung forward with a counterattack heavy enough to crush anything in its path. That terrifying strike blasted toward the lightning spear, but just as it was about to collide, the attack suddenly collapsed right in front of the monster's face. Its power fizzled out unnaturally, and only then did everyone see a strange figure clinging to the creature's arm, greedily devouring the energy flowing through it. In the next breath, that figure struck back with an earthy martial technique, using the secret move water droplets piercing stone ant. In an instant, a storm of relentless attacks slammed into the beetle from every direction. Lightning tore across its hard shell again and again, striking so fiercely that its armor nearly cracked apart. The monster let out a furious shriek, finally realizing what had happened. These crafty humans had clearly studied its weaknesses in advance, then built an entire tactical squad specifically to counter it. Rage exploded through the earth demon. It smashed its fist into the ground, trying to paralyze the whole group in one move, then growled that it would crush that old geezer first. Someone shouted for Elder Mu to retreat. The old man reacted instantly, vanishing from the spot just before the beetle's strike thundered down where he had been standing. Instead, Wu Hong charged forward like a living wall, raising his dragon-faced shield to meet the full force of the monster's blow. The impact crashed into him with horrifying weight, and the ground beneath his feet shattered outward like brittle glass. In that tiny opening, the other two warriors moved at the same time and activated their formation. One of them called for Quan to take the lead, and Quan answered without hesitation, demanding a buff the moment he stepped in. Black and white yin-yang symbols began spiraling together, twisting into a powerful array that pulsed with growing force. Dai Qiming shot forward, driving his fist straight into the technique. The impact launched the formation across the battlefield, sending it sweeping around the beetle until the entire array wrapped tightly around the creature and locked it in place. The overlord froze on the spot. For one terrifying moment, it felt as if control over its own body had been ripped away. Then the earth beneath everyone's feet began to glow a deep brick red, spreading outward as the humans completed a full-scale domain expansion. One after another, warriors stepped out from the crimson ground surrounding the trapped monster. The beetle's eyes widened as it finally understood that it had been dragged into a true human domain expansion. With a furious roar, the earth demon forced itself forward and began slaughtering its way through the warriors blocking its path. But above it, a gigantic face formed entirely from mana appeared in the sky, glowing with crackling blue lightning like divine punishment descending from the heavens. The beetle stared up at the terrifying formation, its body trembling despite itself. Through gritted teeth, it admitted that the human cultivation system truly did have its merits. Without warning, its wings snapped open, releasing something razor-sharp and impossibly fast into the air. The beetle muttered under its breath that perhaps the Emperor had been right after all. Learning from humans might actually be a wise path. Then, in the very next instant, it launched itself upward with explosive force and rammed straight into the monstrous formation hanging overhead. The collision erupted into a blinding explosion that swallowed the sky. In only a few seconds, the human's celestial diabolic energy array was completely wiped out. The guards stared into the rolling smoke, unable to tell what had happened. One whispered that there was no way it could have ended that easily, while another said that even if they had only seriously wounded a monster like that, it would already count as a major victory. But when the haze finally thinned, reality struck them like a sheet of ice. Half of the beetle's body had been shattered, yet it was still alive and breathing. It snarled that humans were indeed impressive, and that any ordinary overlord would have died from that attack. Unfortunately for them, overlords had ranks too, and it stood far above the rest. The squad went rigid with shock. A terrible question flashed through their minds at the same time. Was this creature a metamorphic type? The answer came immediately. The beetle's flesh began to twist, fold, and reshape itself, transforming into a golden-horned insect as it entered its second molting stage. Its speed surged to a completely different level. The creature moved so fast that it felt as though it could tear a person's soul away simply by brushing past them. It pointed at the group and declared that the troublesome old man would be the first to die. The warriors rushed desperately to protect Elder Mu, knowing he was the key support holding their formation together, but they were nowhere near fast enough. With nothing more than a flick of its fingers, the golden-horned insect unleashed a blast of hellfire. The three martial artists were blown away like helpless dolls. Elder Mu was left barely clinging to life. His body burned so badly that he was nearly scorched down to the bone. Everyone froze in horror. unable to understand how any creature could move that fast. Behind the golden-horned insect, Wu Hong and Chun Tianyu attacked again, cursing through clenched teeth as they unleashed the Dragon Thunder Spear. But the creature had already become a blur. With one arm, it slapped Wu Hong away, and with the other, it caught Chun Tianyu's spear in mid-strike, as effortlessly as plucking a falling leaf from the air. Chun Tianyu shouted toward Wu Hong, his voice sharp with urgency. He yelled for him to move, but the warning came too late. Wu Hong's mount was struck with such terrifying force that it died instantly, sending him crashing violently across the battlefield. The golden-horned insect then reached out and clamped its fingers around Chun Tianyu's throat, squeezing so tightly that his vision began to blur. It mocked him with cruel amusement, asking how they expected to deal with the other overlords hidden inside West City if they could not even handle one monster like this. Chun Tianyu froze as the meaning of those words sank in. There were more overlords waiting deeper inside West City. Over in West City's East War Zone, a colossal space warhead appeared above the battlefield, so enormous that it looked almost as large as a city by itself. Inside the command ship, a pilot reported in a strained voice that a Level 1 warning had been triggered. An enormous bioenergy signature was rising from 1,000 meters underground and rapidly approaching the surface. Then the earth split open. Several octopus-like tentacles erupted from below, each one thicker than a cluster of buildings, towering into the air and smashing through everything around them, as if the city's structures were nothing but paper toys. The pilot trembled, his voice cracking as he said the computers had confirmed the creature had already reached Overlord level. With no Grandmasters left to protect the ground forces, a strategic retreat was the only sane choice. He could not understand how this was happening. The only Overlord in West City had already clashed with Dean Shin's Blade Squad, so why was another one awakening beneath them? The commander did not waste even a second. He barked orders for the crew to alert all ground troops to retreat, lift the entire battleship off the surface, and ascend immediately. At the same time, they were to prepare the bunker-buster nukes for deployment at once. But before the launch sequence could even begin, a colossal tentacle surged upward, rising over the battleship like a nightmare made of flesh. The crew shouted in alarm as the massive tentacle came down toward them. It was not moving randomly, it was targeting the battleship directly. The battleship's weapon module reacted on its own, unfolding from the hull in an instant. A scorching laser beam fired out, blazing through the air and slicing that massive tentacle cleanly in two. The severed tentacle lost all strength and came crashing down, its huge section of flesh smashing into the ruins below as thick blood splattered across the shattered streets. But the cut did not stay empty for even a moment. From the raw surface of the wound, fresh flesh began squirming outward, writhing as if the creature's body refused to accept the injury. In only a few seconds, the tentacle had completely regenerated, becoming whole again as if it had never been cut. Then it whipped toward the battleship a second time, and the crew shouted in horror that the limb had already grown back. The captain's face hardened as he roared that they had no time left to hesitate. If they wanted even the slightest chance of survival, they had to drop the bunker-buster nukes immediately. The crew grabbed the launch controls and yanked the nozzles down, forcing the system into activation as the nuclear strike sequence began. The tentacles hammered down from above, desperately trying to crush the battleship before it could fire. But the bunker-buster nukes shot past the writhing limbs and disappeared deep beneath the earth. 3 colossal nuclear eruptions detonated across the battlefield, shaking the entire sky as if heaven itself had been struck. Smoke and fire surged upward in towering waves, swallowing the ruined war zone. The captain adjusted the brim of his cap, staring at the rising smoke with a tense expression. He muttered about the terrifying power of 3 nuclear warheads, silently praying that the warriors on the ground had managed to retreat in time. Then one of the female pilots suddenly went pale. Her voice tightened as she reported that the Overlord's life signal had not disappeared. Instead of weakening, the tentacles were becoming even more violent, thrashing wildly right in the middle of the nuclear inferno. The captain stared at the screen in disbelief, his pupils trembling. How could any living thing survive after taking 3 nuclear strikes head-on? For one dreadful moment, the question pressed down on everyone in the command room. Was the entire West City recovery plan about to fall apart right here? Suddenly, alarms shrieked across the battleship. The system announced that central authority had been seized, and the warning repeated again with terrifying finality. Complete takeover confirmed. The commander's face changed as he wondered whether Nuwa was behind it. Then a strange voice echoed through every speaker on the ship, calm, steady, and chillingly confident. It thanked every warrior in the West City war zone for their blood-stained efforts, then told them to leave the rest to Ihi. The commander froze where he stood. Who exactly was speaking through their system, and why did he dare refer to himself with such absolute confidence? Before anyone could make sense of it, the pilot shouted again. An intercontinental ballistic missile had launched and was flying directly toward their location. The captain stared at the trajectory on the screen and instantly recognized it, an ICBM. A heartbeat later, The missile tore across the sky with a thunderous shockwave. It roared straight toward the battlefield, moving so fast that no ordinary life form should have been able to survive anywhere near its surface. Commander George dropped back into his seat, eyes stretched wide as the system flagged something even more terrifying. It had detected a life signature riding on top of the missile. Clinging to that enormous warhead, nearly as huge as their own battleship, stood one small figure against the roaring wind. He was not falling. He was not being torn apart. He stood firm as the missile screamed through the air, and the captain could barely breathe as he realized a person was actually standing on a projectile moving at sonic speed. That figure, wrapped in a blazing hot combat suit, was none other than Ihi. The captain finally understood that there truly was a human riding the missile, but even after seeing it with his own eyes, he still could not comprehend how such a thing was possible. A few minutes earlier, back at Hwadu University, a pillar of light had shot into the sky. It was not an attack falling from above, but the radiance pouring out from the place where Ihi was being powered up. Manhwa, the fully autonomous combat intelligence, was enhancing him with machine-like precision, every movement accurate and controlled. She calmly informed Ihi that his breakthrough was complete, then offered him a warm congratulations as the final adjustments settled into place. After that, Manhwa attached a new device to his arm, a custom nanosuit crafted specifically for him by Long's engineers. The suit spread over him like living metal, wrapping his body in jet-black armor as glowing blue eyes lit up across his chest. It gave him a dangerous, almost majestic presence, beautiful and lethal at the same time. He looked at Manhwa and asked how long the West City unit had already been gone. Manhwa answered with perfect calm. They had been away for 5 full hours. 5 hours. Ihi's expression changed the moment he heard it. Without hesitation, he ordered Manhwa to prepare a supersonic fighter jet, only to reject the idea himself almost instantly, saying even that would be far too slow. What he needed was an intercontinental ballistic missile. That, at least, would be fast enough. Manhwa accepted the order without the slightest doubt. He had 2 missions waiting for him in West City. First, he had to meet the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, he had to kill the Overlord, seize an Overlord-ranked demon core, and take the final step in his evolution. His Emperor General template synchronization had already passed 90%, and by this stage, every core below Overlord rank had become useless. Even Lord-ranked cores could only push the number forward by tiny fractions. He had already brute-forced the synchronization all the way to 99% by burning through an outrageous amount of resources, devouring Lord-ranked cores by the dozens, and nearly draining Hwadu University's entire market. Yet no matter what he consumed, that last 1% refused to move. Only a higher-tier gene, an Overlord-level essence, could complete it. With that resolve burning inside him, he made his move. He launched himself upward without hesitation, shooting into the sky like a weapon fired from the earth. Back in the present, he locked his gaze on the Overlord below. 3 nuclear warheads had failed to quiet the monster's soul, which meant the missing final 1% now depended entirely on this creature. A rush of excitement ran through him. According to the database, this monster was classified as the Earth Demon, though he found the name disappointingly plain. He figured the creature would probably be furious if it knew he was thinking that, but honestly, he did not care in the slightest. Then he spread both arms wide against the roaring wind. In an instant, frost bloomed across his limbs. Ice grew outward in dagger-like shards, each edge gleaming sharper than anything human hands could ever forge. His arms stretched and transformed, expanding into enormous crystalline wings that glittered with a cold, deadly brilliance. Then, with one clean motion, he leapt off the supersonic missile and dove straight toward the swirling tentacles below. The massive blades of living ice spread outward from him, ready to cut apart every monstrous limb that reached up to claim him. The moment he landed, pure chaos erupted, but not against him. The battlefield shook violently as every tentacle belonging to the Overlord was forced down, slamming helplessly into the ground under his assault. The captain and pilots stared in stunned relief, struggling to understand the impossible scene unfolding below. The captain wondered aloud whether Hwadu University had sent a Grandmaster-level reinforcement. His fist tightened with genuine excitement. For the first time since the battle began, victory no longer felt completely impossible. He kept carving through the storm of monstrous limbs, his icy wings sweeping like weapons as frozen arcs of destruction cut a path straight toward the Overlord's core. He could tell the Overlord was hiding itself well, buried deep beneath all that flesh, but not well enough to escape him. A grin full of excitement spread across Ihi's face as he declared that he would finish the creature in a single breath. In that instant, his movements shifted completely, changing from elegant and controlled to savage and unstoppable. Ihi dove straight into the core area and erupted into a blinding flash of white lightning. He unleashed Emperor Mora's secret arc, Nuclear Sky Kick. The impact tore through the entire region, ripping the battlefield apart, but the destruction did not end there. High above the clouds, a blue beam suddenly shot downward, so massive that its width rivaled an entire building. People miles away froze in place, staring up at the sky in disbelief. The light was so overwhelming that everyone reached the same terrifying conclusion: an overlord had to be involved. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield where the terrifying Hornet Overlord still dominated everything around it, the carnage had not stopped. Half of Wuhong's body had already been obliterated. He collapsed, chest heaving, struggling for breath, while a battered and bleeding Chun Tianyu staggered behind him, coughing violently, his body trembling from the relentless onslaught. The monstrous Hornet Overlord advanced toward them, its mandibles clicking in mockery. It sneered at the tank, Wuhong, remarking that someone trained in defense had turned out to be as fragile as paper, pierced with a single, effortless strike. Then, the creature's body shifted grotesquely as 4 new arms sprouted outward, and Chun Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Another form revealed itself, and Tianyu felt the searing limits of his life-burning secret art. He knew that even if victory came, it would cost him dearly, drastically shortening his remaining lifespan. Yet none of that mattered anymore. Survival had taken a back seat to resolve. A glowing blue circle flared beneath Tianyu's feet as he activated his technique once more. As a grandmaster, he would fight to the very last breath, striking down this monster even if it meant sacrificing every ounce of his remaining life. The Wasp Overlord responded with smug, condescending confidence. Martial intent locked, forced attacks, dazzling tricks. They were all impressive, yes, but utterly meaningless against its absolute, unshakable power. With a roar that shook the battlefield, Tianyu unleashed the Earth Fiend martial art, 1,000-fathom thunderstake, sending a storm of mana-forged spears hurtling toward the creature's massive skull. The Hornet Overlord caught all of Tianyu's spears effortlessly with a single hand, brushing them aside as if they were mere dust drifting in the wind. It spoke coldly, declaring that the Emperor had perfected the ancient civilization conversion experiment. Once Tianyu perished, it would personally recommend his corpse for rebirth as an even stronger being, a so-called honor, according to the Overlord. Tianyu's rage ignited into a blazing inferno. He swore to wound the creature so deeply that it would never again interfere with the West City recovery efforts. Summoning every fragment of his remaining strength, Tianyu drove his spear straight into the remnants of his earlier assault, doubling the force and triggering a devastating explosion that rippled across the war-torn battlefield. But no matter the power unleashed, it seemed futile. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Wasp stood completely unharmed, arms folded and expression bordering on boredom. It remarked that Tianyu's life-burning technique was irritating, yes, but nowhere near lethal. The Overlord casually noted that the explosion should have ended him. Indeed, Tianyu's body disintegrated into ash, scattered to the wind, leaving only the remaining warriors trembling and barely able to maintain their stance. The Hornet mocked them mercilessly, proclaiming that even after burning their life force to prolong survival, they were still doomed to die without meaning. It admitted that it had restrained itself earlier only to keep Tianyu's body intact for rebirth, but the rest of the warriors would receive no such mercy. They would be crushed into nothingness. Then, impossibly, Wuhong's body regenerated. He rose to his feet fully restored, brushing himself off casually. He commented dryly on the surprising liveliness of the battlefield and remarked that he could feel the chaos spreading even from the city's outskirts. Old Gu stared at him in stunned disbelief. How could Wu possibly be alive after that? But Wu's gaze fell on his dead horse, and a cold chill ran down his spine. Something was horribly, unmistakably wrong. The eyes staring back from the horse were not Wu's. They belonged to something else entirely, a hound-like creature that mimicked everything it devoured. Using Wu's voice, warped and unnatural, it asked Elder Mu if he had died, then erupted into a chilling, maniacal laugh. Scales tore along its back as the warriors recoiled in horror, unable to comprehend the abomination before them. Wu's borrowed flesh bent and twisted grotesquely. Then the creature collapsed onto the horse corpse, devouring it bone by bone with sickening crunches that echoed across the battlefield. As it turned its attention back to the warriors, they saw multiple distorted versions of Wu's face emerging from a single neck, whispering in unison. They spoke of the incredible taste, how even a grandmaster's mount was exquisite, promising that eating a grandmaster next would be even more delightful. The rest of the warriors, it mused, would also prove appetizing. Before the mimic could advance further, the horned overlord smashed its head clean off with a single, brutal strike. The wasp grimaced in disgust, muttering that this creature carried the corrupted aura of a dark way star aberrant. If aberrants like this roamed freely, it might indeed be better for its species to dominate the planet. Yet the mimic was far from dead. A writhing mass of crimson tentacles erupted from the stump of its neck, wriggling violently in the air. Its true form finally emerged, laughing with wild, unhinged madness that sent shivers down the spines of all nearby. It faced the hornet with a savage, manic grin, introducing itself as -1. With no hesitation, it proudly announced its intent to consume the alien overlord. The wasp remained unimpressed, dismissing the declaration as mere overconfidence. The instant -1 entered the fray, it whipped a raised leg across space in a curved, devastating kick aimed directly at the hornet. The strike looked effortless, yet it spun -1 through the air like a mere toy, his body twisting wildly as if caught in a violent storm. Before he even hit the ground, a second strike smashed into him, hurling him into the remains of a shattered building a few meters away with a resounding crash. And yet -1 only laughed, taunting Ihi to strike harder. Death held no meaning for him. He intended to burrow into Ihi's mind, to exist there as an unrelenting nightmare. His flesh softened and exploded outward, scattering foul dark red chunks that sizzled away in the air. In an instant, his body melted into a massive crimson tide, surging forward to engulf the ruined building entirely. Atomic energy condensed in Ihi's palm, swelling into a blazing sphere. He watched his opponent spiral deeper into madness, laughing. Facing someone even more unhinged and arrogant than himself was a first, but in Ihi's eyes, such frenzy was merely a tactical mistake. A larger target was easier to erase. Calling upon Diora's secret technique, Ihi unleashed the Imperial Atomic Blast. A pillar of brilliant azure energy tore forward, lighting up the sky above West City with an intensity that made the entire battlefield tremble. From a distance, Dai Qiming watched in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the impossible scale of what he was witnessing. The Grandmaster's speed, his power, shattered every limit Dai Qiming thought he understood. Even elite experts would falter against this level of force. Yet none of them could recognize the strange fluctuations of azure energy. Still, a small sense of relief spread among the warriors. Whoever this mysterious figure was, he had chosen their side. With such a force leading West City's recovery, they could breathe a little easier. Back on the battlefield, the blue atomic torrent carved a straight, unyielding path of destruction, vaporizing every structure it touched and engulfing -1 entirely, or so it seemed. Through the fading glare, the grotesque figure reappeared, mocking Ihi's attack as futile. No matter how devastating, it could not be killed. It could divide endlessly. The nuclear force coursing through its body only fueled it, splitting its cells faster than the atomic energy could disperse. Cackling maniacally, -1 fractured into multiple faces, each grinning as if to hammer its unstoppable truth into place. Ihi felt a wave of disgust. Thanks to his peak compatibility with Diora, his chi and blood granted extraordinary awareness. He could not examine each cell like a microscope, but he could sense the overarching pattern. -1 was evolving in real time, reshaping itself to resist the atomic energy. Hovering before him, laughing and taunting, Ihi's suspicion solidified into certainty. This was a being designed for endless evolution, a creature built to outgrow every attack. No matter how overwhelming Ihi's power seemed, -1 believed victory was inevitable. It would close the distance and consume him whole. He could sense the terrifying genes within Ihi's body. Compared to the supreme genes of the overlord-level beings it had consumed before, they now seemed pale and weak. What it could not comprehend was why it still remained beneath Ihi. As the ultimate devourer, it had consumed countless life forms, refining ever more perfect genes and bloodlines. But the man before it shattered all expectations. By every logical measure, it should have surpassed anything alive. Yet here stood Ihi, defying the natural order. The truth was simple. This opponent had cheated the very rules of existence. Irritation twisted into a hunger that burned deep. -1 decided to swallow Ihi alive. Its dark crimson cells multiplied explosively, merging into a colossal, oscillating mass that seemed to defy physics itself. It surged upward, folding into a monstrous crimson tsunami that rolled across the battlefield, as if the world itself had tilted. The waves smashed forward, staining the sky with its violent force and devouring everything in its path, racing straight toward Ihi. At the crest of the wave, a gigantic mouth split open like a blood-filled abyss, its interior writhing and grinding like a grotesque machine designed for flesh. From afar, the vanguard squad watched in helpless horror as a ruined building slid straight into that gaping maw and vanished, crushed into dust in an instant. Dai Qiming stared at the apocalyptic monster, unease storming in his chest. How could this mysterious expert stop a being like this? -1's regeneration and adaptability bordered on absurd, and even a nuclear strike might fail to slow it. Yet while Dai Qiming trembled from a distance, Ihi faced the crimson tsunami without a hint of fear. If anything, disappointment flickered in his eyes. After all the bluster, -1 was nothing more than a ravenous, predictable beast. Ihi lifted his arm, and at his command, the abyssal dragon armor flowed across his limb, layering over it like a living nanosuit. With a single-armed liberation of the armor, he drew in his strength. His gauntlet fist glowed blood red, surging with atomic energy and killing intent as he unleashed his technique. With one mighty punch, Yi split the sea itself. A colossal azure fist materialized above the battlefield, radiating an oppressive, suffocating pressure that rivaled the consuming crimson wave itself. When it crashed downward, the impact thundered across the ruins, tearing through the crimson tsunami and distorting the very air around it, bending space as if reality itself trembled under the strike. The dark, writhing flood instantly ruptured, torn apart by the explosive force of the blue energy detonating from within. An immense portion of -1's mass was obliterated in a single, devastating blow. The grotesque red membranes convulsed violently, twisting and shrinking as they fragmented, only to struggle and reassemble into a mangled, writhing heap. The once limitless expansion had finally been halted. -1 tore itself free from the wreckage, disbelief etched deep into every distorted feature. It could not comprehend how Ihi's power had skyrocketed to such unimaginable heights in an instant. And now, it was Ihi's turn to mock. With deliberate calm, he declared that his strength would forever eclipse that of the so-called ultimate devourer. The words cut deeper than any physical strike could, and -1, accustomed to provoking endlessly, found it intolerable to be ridiculed. Rage twisted -1's features as it activated a stolen gene ability, a power plucked from some other devoured beast. Within a radius of 100 meters, the air boiled like molten magma, signaling the awakening of unbridled atmospheric fury. Violent shockwaves ripped outward in all directions, slicing through the surrounding space like invisible blades, tearing apart the very atmosphere. The ground convulsed under rolling tremors as pockets of air erupted like chained vacuum bombs, detonating so densely that every breath felt stifled, suffocated by the intensity of the chaos. A final, cataclysmic explosion radiated outward, hurling shockwaves across miles. At its epicenter, a golden sphere enveloped Ihi, leaving him untouched, every grain of dust and debris erased from his presence. He stood completely still amidst the devastation, calm to the point of indifference, and slowly, deliberately, brushed an imaginary speck from his shoulder as if nothing could touch him. When his eyes met -1's scattered, writhing form, contempt filled his gaze, a cold smile tracing his lips. He asked, with utter precision, if that display truly represented the pinnacle of the creature's power. In the distance, the fragmented remains of -1's crimson mass loomed like a grotesque monument, towering over the rubble and devastation. Then, as if snapped awake by fury, -1 surged forward, launching a relentless storm of attacks. Acidic elbows slashed through the air, molten strikes crashed down like burning mountains, and lightning whips lashed violently in a fivefold barrage. Yet E did not even flinch. Every strike struck his body and bounced harmlessly away. He did not dodge. He absorbed each attack effortlessly, immovable and unshaken. Disbelief overtook -1's mind. How could an existence that had devoured endlessly, refining its form to perfection, be eclipsed by a single human? How could Ihi stand firmly above even him? Desperation flared. -1 unleashed a new technique, its ultrasonic roar draining reserves as it exploded outward, forming a colossal, screaming maelstrom that shredded the battlefield. Yet through the chaos, Ihi remained relaxed, as if enjoying a gentle breeze. His calm voice cut through the storm, questioning whether -1 truly considered these attacks anything more than a trivial joke. The irony was suffocating. The claim that -1 had once made now recoiled against him. No matter how he struck, the man before him could not be killed. With Ihi's Shikigami fully fused and his physical attributes elevated to a level beyond comprehension, the difference between them had become absurd. Any attack that might have scratched a normal body now struck only emptiness. Put plainly, Ihi could stand still, endure an entire day of assault, and -1 still would not pierce his defense. The taunts that followed were precise and merciless, unraveling the confidence -1 had painstakingly built through endless evolution. He had believed that constant growth and refined genes guaranteed supremacy. Now that illusion cracked. For the first time in his existence, the ultimate devourer felt the instinct to retreat, his body trembling with a vulnerability it had never known. In a cold, measured voice, he admitted the truth. Their strengths no longer existed on the same plane. The gap between them was unbridgeable. Any attempt to close it would be meaningless. From his perspective, Ihi was a towering mountain that swallowed the horizon, while -1, despite still evolving, was reduced to mere drifting dust. With visible reluctance, -1 acknowledged this reality. He insisted that, given time, to consume stronger beings and perfect his bloodline, he would eventually surpass Ihi. Yet even as he spoke, his voice trembled, weakened by the undeniable truth. He realized the opportunity had already slipped away. Regret and fury churned within him as he recalled the collapse of the golden gene aura. Had that refinement not been interrupted, he could have confronted Ihi from a superior state and avoided this humiliation. Accepting that further combat would only result in pointless destruction, -1 conceded he had found no way to kill Ihi. In a reluctant acknowledgement, he recognized Ihi as a perfect being equal in principle. Since neither could eliminate the other, he proposed an alliance. He would abandon all claims on West City and the entire nation, redirecting his ambitions toward distant lands like the Northern Barton Federation. Such expansion, he argued, would conveniently balance global power in Ihi's favor. He outlined a grand vision of division. The Blue Star would be split in two. -1 would rule the northern continent, while Ihi would command the eastern and western lands. He even promised assistance. If granted a single drop of blood from the world's strongest, he could engineer a toxin capable of erasing Ihi's enemies. As the devourer rambled on, speaking as if dominion were already secured, Ihi answered with absolute silence, his gaze sharpening with irritation. He raised a single finger, a simple gesture that sent a jolt of unease through -1. -1 demanded to know its meaning, his voice tense with suspicion. A second finger joined the first, forming a clear sign, 10 minutes. If -1 survived those 10 minutes, Ihi would surrender his name and live as the creature's subordinate, a hound bound to his will. The implication struck like a blade. Realizing he was being openly mocked, -1 erupted in a furious roar, while Ihi remained entirely indifferent. Calmly counting down the minutes as if nothing else existed, Ihi let each second carry weight. -1 leaned back, spreading his arms wide, his face twisting into a grotesque grin as he mocked death, a concept foreign to him. Every cell of his body drove toward further evolution. Before he could revel in his boast, Ihi appeared at his side without warning. The sudden proximity jolted him. Leaning close, Ihi murmured that he simply wanted to test that claim. Without waiting for a reply, one arm snaked around -1's massive form, locking him in a crushing embrace. In the next instant, they blasted into the sky like a meteor ripping through the heavens. High above the ground, -1's body smashed into a building, scraping violently along its walls as they ascended. Torn flesh regenerated almost instantly, and manic laughter spilled from his mouth. He insisted these strikes were meaningless, yet his arrogance was premature. Ihi dragged him higher, punching through layers of cloud, climbing into thinning air and biting cold. A flicker of panic crept into -1's voice as he demanded whether Ihi planned to cast him off the planet. He stubbornly argued that even absolute zero and cosmic radiation could not kill him, claiming it would only accelerate his evolution. Once he reached that state, he swore to erase every trace of life from Blue Star. At a staggering altitude, the planet sprawling far below and the cosmos stretching endlessly around them, Ihi seized -1 by the head. Their figures hung small against the void, a battlefield free of witnesses, sparing West City from further devastation. Leaning close, Ihi whispered a chilling truth. -1 had lost contact with all his countless derivative life forms scattered across Earth. The immortal confidence on -1's face shattered instantly. His body trembled, demanding to know how Ihi had discovered it. -1's true form was never as invincible as he pretended. If it were, he would never have been captured and sealed away by Laserbird. He was undeniably hard to kill, but each regeneration consumed his life energy. With every revival, weakness crept closer. In his clash with Ihi alone, he had already burned nearly 30% of his life reserves. Even though the energy stored within rivaled that of several ordinary overlord beasts, it remained finite. His real advantage lay not in endless resurrection, but in the scattered fragments of his body. From the head shattered by the overlord Goldenhorn Beetle to the countless tissues blasted apart during his fight with Ihi, every severed piece retained life. These detached fragments continued to function independently, slipping into dormancy rather than dying outright. The moment -1's main body exhausted its life energy, the backup consciousness hidden in those fragments would awaken, triggering resurrection. The flaw, however, was distance. His divided consciousness could only operate within a limited range. When -1 demanded to know how Ihi had uncovered the secret, Ihi answered with only one simple reason: because he was superior. In truth, he had already traced the faint invisible links between every severed fragment and the core body through his life magnetic field. By watching how the battlefield shifted and measuring the strain of those hidden connections, he had quietly calculated the limits of -1's resurrection range. And at that moment, -1 had only one life left. If the main body died here, there would be no second chance, no backup awakening, and no return from death. The color drained from -1's face in an instant, leaving his distorted features stiff with shock. Terror locked every part of his body in place as the full meaning settled over him. This time, he truly could not afford to die. Death now meant permanent darkness. Driven into desperation, -1 abandoned all restraint and detonated his own body outward, shredding himself into countless fragments. This was his final insurance. He gambled that Ihi could never capture every piece, and that as long as even one scrap returned within range, he would still have a path to survival. Ihi watched the fragments scatter and asked calmly if this was the fear of death finally showing itself. A thunderous shockwave answered him. Before -1 could even understand what had changed, Ihi's body expanded violently, swelling into a towering 10-meter giant. Against those colossal hands, the fleeing fragments looked no different from drifting dust. -1 cursed in disbelief, stunned that Ihi could even enlarge himself at will. In that monstrous form, Ihi did not need to chase every tiny particle one by one. He only had to bring his massive palms together, and the scattered fragments were trapped instantly. -1 screamed, demanding to know what Ihi intended to do. But the giant hands pressed together without hesitation, grinding slowly and deliberately as they crushed every piece caught between them. The fragments of flesh compacted under that relentless force, squeezed tighter and tighter until all that remained was a single writhing mass. Ihi offered no answer to -1's frantic questions. Only when the creature finally realized the truth did panic sharpen into fury. -1 called Ihi a fool, warning that swallowing him would only invite destruction from within, but the warning did nothing to change Ihi's decision. Ihi opened his mouth and swallowed the compressed mass in one clean motion. Laughter burst from inside as -1 believed he had slipped past annihilation. But he was wrong. Devouring him was only Ihi's opening move, and the next step was the Flame Sovereign. Ihi transformed his colossal body into a sealed furnace, igniting a refining fire meant to burn -1 apart inside that vast internal space. His entire aura changed in an instant, and a violent crimson flare erupted from him like a newborn sun, staining the surrounding void a deep blood red. The temperature inside Ihi's giant body spiked from 3,000 to 5,000 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye, then continued climbing without pause. Within moments, it reached a level comparable to the surface of the sun. Trapped in that inferno, -1 shrieked in true panic. He had never imagined he would face a being capable of releasing heat like a star, and among all the genes he had devoured, none could adapt to an environment this extreme. Terror stripped away every trace of his arrogance. -1 screamed and begged Ihi to stop, asking in desperation whether he actually planned to refine him into some kind of pill. Agony consumed him from every direction. His body burned, twisted, and regenerated again and again as he tried to force rapid evolution, desperately creating cells that could survive inside the furnace. But every attempt collapsed almost as soon as it began. -1 raved that he was a perfect existence, destined to ascend as long as he had enough time. But those words soon dissolved into fading cries, and then even his screams were swallowed by silence. At that instant, Ihi released a blazing red lotus shockwave that rippled outward through space for hundreds of kilometers. If that power had erupted above West City, the Flame Sovereign alone would have erased the metropolis and scarred the nation's climate beyond repair. 10 minutes earlier, back in the ruins of West City, Dai Qiming watched Ihi carry -1 into the sky and immediately sent a report to Mission Control. Headquarters replied that they were already tracking the situation and that the monstrous presence tied to the West City war zone had vanished and was being successfully eliminated. Another confirmation soon followed. Every overlord in the area had been killed. Relief settled over Dai Qiming as the crushing weight of the battle finally lifted, but curiosity quickly replaced it. That mysterious powerhouse had turned an impossible campaign into victory. Without his intervention, retaking West City would have been almost fantasy. Dai Qiming requested the savior's identity, hoping to thank him in person if secrecy allowed it. The reply stunned him. The person was currently residing at Huada University. Dai Qiming assumed it had to be a dean or some hidden professor, so he pressed for clarification, certain he would recognize the name. Instead, he learned the truth. The powerhouse was a student. As student council president, Dai Qiming prided himself on knowing the university's elite talents, yet he had never seen anyone wield such brilliant and destructive azure energy. He also knew that no one in his year had reached the Grandmaster realm ahead of him. Then the final detail struck him like a blow. The student was 3 years younger, a first-year freshman. At that exact moment, the sky erupted with a wave of terrifying heat, a brutal sign of the destruction caused by Ihi's red lotus. The view snapped back to space just as Ihi dove straight downward, tearing through the atmosphere at monstrous speed, his body blazing like a comet crashing toward Blue Star. As he fell, Ihi grumbled that -1's form had been disgusting, and the taste had been even worse. To make matters more irritating, the Flame Sovereign's heat had burned his nano-battle armor to nothing. With his patience already worn thin, Ihi decided to draw directly on -1's abilities. He opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, living tendrils slithered out, multiplying at a frightening speed and wrapping around his body until he was completely sealed inside them. Apparently, the fusion of his advanced vampire lineage with the God Template's evolutionary power allowed him to absorb and refine -1's genetic traits. The dark red biomass it granted him could mimic clothing while also repairing the damage his body had suffered in the Flame Sovereign state. Calling it a repair almost felt inaccurate. What he sensed was closer to a full upgrade, as if he could reshape his own body at will, editing his form like a character creation interface. Once the dark red biomass fully merged with him, Ihi's physique underwent a complete transformation. His resistance to heat, his ability to store and channel energy, even his bones and nervous system all leaped far beyond anything he had experienced before. From the outside, he looked almost unchanged, but at the microscopic level, the difference was nothing short of revolutionary. Satisfaction flooded through Ihi so intensely that words could barely capture it. In his own judgment, this new power was strong enough to rival a high-tier template. Meanwhile, the view shifted far away to the military command center of the Northern Bryden Federation. Inside the base, General Duller of the Northern Bryden Union Army visibly trembled as satellite footage displayed a blinding red shockwave erupting without warning. He demanded an explanation, and the federal supercomputer, Eve, reported a violent high-energy reaction at the boundary between the stratosphere and thermosphere above West City in Dacia. The blast had spread across 600 kilometers, carrying force comparable to a nuclear detonation measured in tens of millions of tons of TNT. General Duller swore under his breath, unable to understand why such chaos was unfolding during Dacia's recovery operation. Then a technician announced that Eve had identified a life signature at the center of the explosion. Shock hardened General Duller's face. He insisted that a blast of that scale should have reduced even a grandmaster to dust, then ordered the satellite image enlarged so he could see exactly what absurd stunt Dacia was pulling. As the image sharpened, a young man clad in dark leather appeared on the screen, suspended calmly in midair while his aura surged around him like a living storm. The moment General Duller realized the figure looked like he might still be a teenager, he was left completely stunned. Then the young man's eyes suddenly snapped upward. His piercing stare locked onto them across an impossible distance, meeting the satellite far beyond the planet itself. In a voice filled with authority, he demanded to know if they were spying on him. The view widened, revealing the full expanse of the Northern Bryden Federal Military Command Base, a cold fortress packed with surveillance systems and military hardware. Then the view snapped back inside the command center just in time to see he brazenly flipped the entire base off. Yet General Duller barely reacted to the insult. His mind was fixed on a far more disturbing question. How had this young man detected them when their satellites were stationed in outer orbit? He barked an order for Eve to identify him at once. General Duller already suspected that the great Dacia nation had produced a fourth national grandmaster. But before anyone could respond, Eve changed again. Eve's eyes ignited with a vivid azure glow, and panic rippled through General Duller and his staff. As Duller muttered about what the boy intended to do, a subordinate urgently shouted that their satellite was registering an energy spike rising at a horrifying pace. On the live feed, a blinding azure beam tore upward through layer after layer of Earth's atmosphere and slammed straight into the satellite, erasing it in a single flash. After annihilating the device, Ihi sneered coldly at those cowardly spies in the north. With their eye in the sky reduced to debris, he noted with satisfaction that Demora's template was finally operating at full capacity. The reach of his life magnetic field had swelled into a colossal domain large enough to envelop the entire planet. Even more incredible, it could now perceive not only the auras of carbon-based life forms, but also machine signals and countless unusual frequencies. With West City's western district secured, a new thought surfaced in Ihi's mind. He wondered whether his current life level qualified him to enter the level 11 forbidden zones of life, and whether attempting it would hold any real value. He had never been someone who backed away from such possibilities, especially when his curiosity burned this fiercely. He unleashed his life magnetic field and looked down at the world as if peering into endless space, an invisible wave of perception radiating outward from his body. In a heartbeat, the field blanketed an entire province and continued expanding at an astonishing rate. Data surged into Ihi's mind like a flood, but -1's dark red biomass filtered the torrent automatically, preserving only what mattered and assembling a detailed three-dimensional map of the globe inside his awareness. Through that vast perception, Ihi observed the cities and infrastructure of Great Xia with crystal clarity. Every reclaimed district lay exposed before him. Then Ihi's eyes narrowed and locked onto a distant point. His dark red biomass extended toward the fallen city of Guanshan, which had transformed into an S-grade secret realm. The failure of the recovery effort there did not surprise him. In his perception, Guanshan resembled a perfect black void, a place where even humanity's strongest martial artists stood powerless before the S-grade anomaly. If that fallen city could resist every attempt at probing, Ihi wondered how the other forbidden zones would respond. Even with the terrifying strength now flowing through him, Ihi knew better than anyone that he was still nowhere near the absolute peak of martial power on planet Bluestar. At most, by borrowing Demora's legendary authority and overwhelming might, he had only just stepped across the threshold into humanity's highest ranks. Leaving Guanshan aside for the moment, His life magnetic field continued spreading outward without the slightest pause, carrying his perception across all of Great Dacia, then farther still into the eastern reaches of the Aza continent. It swept over the vast Great Eastern Ocean, rolled across the northern Bryden continent, crossed the freezing northern seas, and then, all at once, his attention stopped over Little East Island, where the ruined Sun Palace stood ominously atop Mount Fuji. Inside the Sun Palace, the grand hall glittered with gold, and crystallized incense filled the space with a sacred sheen, but none of it could hide the thick, suffocating stench of decay hanging in the air. Behind a thin music curtain that concealed a 20-meter dragon bed, a skeletal giant suddenly broke into a violent cough. The three maids standing nearby reacted at once, lowering their heads and bending deeply in reverent fear. From behind the ornate veil, a massive arm stretched out slowly, so huge that it was thicker than the bodies of the maids attending him. Yet the flesh on that arm looked withered and rotten, like decaying old wood, marked everywhere with necrotic scars. After another hoarse, painful cough, the figure on the dragon bed rasped for his medicine. Only after the maids hurriedly withdrew did the hidden being mutter in disbelief that a perceptive force had actually reached into the nation's south-central domain. The concealed colossus sank into thought, wondering what kind of powerhouse could possess such terrifying reach. Could it be that crafty old fox Shi Jingwen from the Great Sea, or perhaps Charles from the Western continent? Or had someone finally sensed his existence after nearly a century of seclusion? With a low, bitter murmur, he decided he had to speed up the refinement of the divine artifact. Once he ascended into the legendary realm, he believed the day of his rise would also be the day he began ruling over the entire planet Bluestar. At the same time, far away on the western continent, within the holy capital of the divine descent theocracy, the enormous 1,000-meter statue towering over the city suddenly revealed an ominous sign. The worshippers below collapsed to their knees in waves, crying out that the true God had finally manifested, that the prophecy had been proven true, and begging for mercy for their gravely ill families. In that very instant, a figure appeared before the monument as though stepping out of empty air, calmly asking whether that arrogant gaze had disturbed the supreme being from its slumber. The statue's brow twitched faintly, and a strange fragrance drifted through the holy city. Then a crack split open across its forehead, fresh blood trickling down from within, while its mouth stretched wider and wider into a grotesque, unnatural grin that made the sacred statue look horrifyingly alive. Without showing the slightest panic, the young man raised a piece of goatskin inscribed with sacred scripture and pressed it firmly over the statue's upright gray-yellow eye. The eye trembled once beneath the ancient text, and in the next breath, the entire colossal statue went completely still. The young man wore the supreme robes of the divine descent theocracy, his eyes hidden beneath a strip of white silk. After sealing the disturbance, he turned away without lingering, murmuring a quiet apology under his breath and urging the deity to remain peacefully asleep. The scene then shifted to the restless waters along the edge of the Aza continent. Across the frozen sea, a colossal icebreaker moved forward in silence, cutting a steady path through the thick ice like a blade through bone. Inside the wheelhouse, the helmsman suddenly sensed a presence descending from somewhere high above. His hands paused for a brief moment as he wondered whether that distant gaze belonged to Ihi. The man steering the vessel had silver hair and cold crescent-shaped pupils, and he was none other than the moon nightmare, Basmuth. As a parasitic higher intelligence, Basmuth studied that sensation in quiet astonishment. He had never expected Ihi to evolve so rapidly in such a short period of time. That frightening growth had already surpassed every calculation and expectation he once held. Basmuth lowered his gaze to his own pale hand, its surface cracked like shattered porcelain. Silently, he cursed Qinglong for the strike that had crippled this vessel and forced his recovery to drag on far longer than it should have. Even so, Basmuth had already made up his mind. The moment he left this region, he would seek out Ihi. With steady hands on the controls, he guided the icebreaker into a thick gray fog that blanketed the icy Oceania. That mist had been born from a chaotic age, and beyond it lay the continent ruled by the second ancient demon, a terrifying being that had remained unmoving ever since the day it first emerged. From Ihi's elevated perspective, his life magnetic field stretched across the planet, revealing no fewer than a dozen places similar to Guanshan City. Each of those regions appeared in his perception like a bottomless void, swallowing his senses whole. In some of those dark depths, certain presences even tried to trace his signature backward and lock onto his position. A faint smile touched Ihi's lips. Only now did he truly feel how unimaginably deep planet Bluestar was, hiding not only ancient masters, but also strange and monstrous entities far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Just as Ihi was about to withdraw his awareness, a weak and fragmented mental current suddenly pierced into his senses from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. The signal was faint and broken, but he recognized the voice almost instantly. It belonged to Principal Shi Jingwen. Through that shattered transmission came an urgent warning, telling Yi to beware of Fu Hongxing. Along with those words came a heavy trust, as Shi Jingwen entrusted him with the responsibility of protecting Great Daxia. The message sent a cold chill through Yi's heart. Instead of retracting his magnetic field, he kept it active and focused even harder, chasing every fragile flicker of that fading signal. There was no mistaking where it had come from. The source was the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Yi struggled to understand why Principal Shi Jingwen would specifically warn him about Fu Hongxing. Fu Hongxing was a national warrior, someone believed to be in seclusion while recovering from severe injuries. If that was true, then what kind of disaster had unfolded on Kunlun Peak? Without wasting a second, Yi immediately summoned Nuwa and ordered it to trace Shi Jingwen's signal. After a full and exhaustive sweep, Nuwa reported that no active signal from Shi Jingwen could be found. Yi's jaw tightened, and his expression darkened as he then asked for Qinglong's current status within Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow system. But Qinglong's signal was gone as well. Nuwa continued searching through the last available records and revealed that Qinglong's final recorded destination had been Death Valley on Kunlun Peak, though the purpose of that trip had never been disclosed. The moment Yi heard that, a heavy unease settled deep in his chest. He quickly reached the most troubling conclusion. Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were most likely in the same place, and this crisis had erupted at the single most critical moment in Daxia's recovery plan. Right now, the three national grandmasters who were supposed to defend Great Daxia could no longer be counted on. One had disappeared in Guanshan, while the other two had vanished on Kunlun Mountain. A cold, dreadful tension coiled tightly in Yi's chest. If Fu Hongxing had truly betrayed them, then the entire situation was on the verge of collapse. Atomic energy ignited beneath Yi's feet, and his body shot forward at terrifying speed. As he tore through the air, grim possibilities spun through his mind one after another. If Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were truly gone, and if Fu Hongxing had defected, then the highest pillars of Great Daxia's combat strength had effectively been wiped away in one stroke. At the same time, the massive recovery campaign was still ongoing. Reclaiming the fallen cities would inevitably drain the Daxia kingdom's strength and bring terrible casualties. If the Daxia dynasty fell into weakness, every suppressed nation around it would surge forward like starving wolves. Without supreme combat power to deter them, Daxia had already stepped into its most dangerous era. A single mistake could trigger encirclement, invasion, and the partition of the nation by hostile powers from every side. Death Valley on Kunlun Peak was a twisted forbidden zone, a place capable of suppressing both martial artists and magical beasts. It constantly gave birth to secret realms, offering immense rewards to those brave enough to enter, but every opportunity there was wrapped in lethal danger. Yet battles between grandmasters were powerful enough to tear apart mountains and churn oceans. If Principal Shi Jingwen and Qinglong had truly joined forces against Fu Hongxing, then Kunlun Peak should have already been smashed into a ruined basin. But from what he could sense, there was not even a trace of large-scale destruction. Yi's expression tightened further with unease. The only path left was to find Fu Hongxing himself. But if Fu Hongxing had truly become an enemy, then showing himself too early would be dangerously reckless. He cursed under his breath, frustrated by the fact that complex plotting and careful strategy had never been his strength. What he was truly good at was fighting. As he streaked past the warped entrances of scattered secret realms below, his thoughts kept circling back to one simple conclusion. Becoming stronger was the only answer that made sense. His 3 current templates had already been pushed to their limits, and with his achievements as the top student of his grade, plus the recapture of West City, he had earned enough credit to unlock 2 more templates. And beyond even that, there was the Golden Gene. It was an extraordinarily rare strand of power, one that carried dormant potential for mutation and evolution far beyond ordinary limits. By now, the Mad Doctor should have already unlocked its secrets. If Great Daxia no longer had protectors strong enough to stand at the top, then he would simply have to rise higher himself. He would become the supreme guardian the Daxia kingdom needed. Yi's next destination was a shattered commercial complex deep within the western district of West City. He descended from above and stepped into the ruined structure, while dark red tendrils swayed lazily behind him like living shadows. After entering the broken building, Yi glanced around and remarked in a cool, detached voice that the place was an absolute mess. He swept his senses through the area, then used his bloodline connection to confirm that his target was still hidden somewhere inside. Whoever it was had concealed themselves with remarkable caution, as though they were desperately trying to avoid being discovered. Without warning, the upper floors of the complex exploded outward. A colossal azure beam tore through the already ruined structure, blasting debris into the air and ripping the building open from within. A heartbeat later, Yi followed the blast downward like a falling meteor. He slammed into the ground with such force that dust surged up around him in a rolling cloud. As the haze slowly settled and Yi steadied himself, a grotesque figure loomed in front of him. It looked like an enormous worm, its cavernous mouth packed with dense gray teeth, while short, swollen arms writhed hideously around its jaws. Against Ihi's current level of power, however, the monster felt like nothing more than a piece of trash blocking the way. Ihi raised one hand, blue light blazing around his fingers. His eyes turned cold and glacial as his gaze locked onto the abomination before him. The killing technique known as mental slash descended in a silent stroke. Before the creature even had a chance to react, its massive body was split apart into jagged halves. Green blood erupted outward in a violent spray. The sheer amount of it was nauseating, flooding across the floor in thick waves. Then, from within that sticky pool of gore, something began to move. A slime-covered shape slowly pushed itself up, and in that moment, he finally understood why his target had been so difficult to track. The Mad Doctor had been hiding inside the beast's body. Covered from head to toe in sticky green filth, he crawled out of the corpse in a miserable state. The instant the Mad Doctor staggered closer, he began flailing his arms in panic, begging Ihi not to come any nearer. Seeing the confusion in Ihi's eyes, he hurriedly explained that he was filthy, reeking, and afraid that his disgusting condition would offend his lord. Only then did Ihi's senses catch up with him, and the foul stench struck him all at once. He immediately covered his nose and stepped back on instinct, then demanded an explanation, asking who exactly had been chasing the Mad Doctor. Still trembling, the Mad Doctor confessed that he had hidden both the golden gene and his own aura by burrowing into the worm's body. Laserbird had sent a hunting monstrosity to seize the gene, an ultimate life form capable of devouring every living creature in the city. The Mad Doctor urged Ihi to retreat immediately. But as soon as Ihi heard that description, recognition flashed through his mind. He shaped a mass of dark red biomass into the likeness of -1 and asked calmly whether this was the creature the Mad Doctor was talking about. The Mad Doctor's face instantly lost all color. He confirmed it in a shaky voice, then stared at Ihi in stunned disbelief as he realized his lord must have already consumed the monster. Ihi simply stated that he had dealt with it and refined that ugly thing. Deep down, he rejected crude words like eat or devour. Refined sounded far more fitting. The Mad Doctor immediately dropped flat to the ground, pressing himself into a full prostration like a loyal subject kneeling before his monarch. He was visibly startled by the old-fashioned display and cut him off at once, sharply scolding him for acting so antiquated. Without wasting another word, he ordered the Mad Doctor to hand over the golden gene. Since he had absolutely no desire to touch the filthy substance himself, and cared even less about the unpleasant process of extracting it, he simply summoned his Shikigami and had it retrieve the gene cleanly on his behalf. The instant the golden gene appeared before him, Ihi felt saliva gather uncontrollably in his mouth. A sharp, primal hunger surged up from deep inside his body, and for a moment, every instinct he possessed urged him to swallow the thing immediately. But Ihi forced that dangerous craving back down. His expression tightened, and instead of giving in to instinct, he sealed the golden gene once more inside its containment case. When the Mad Doctor looked at him in confusion and asked why he was holding back, Ihi answered in a flat, steady voice. If he absorbed the golden gene now, it would drag him into a deep metamorphic sleep, and with West City still drowning in battle, he could not afford to lose consciousness for even a moment. Then, without warning, Ihi's tone shifted. He praised the Mad Doctor for completing the task flawlessly, but in that same breath, his hand shot forward and pierced straight into the man's chest. Strands of red-black matter flowed from Ihi's body and entered the Mad Doctor, spreading through him to protect this rare and valuable asset. The Mad Doctor stood frozen in place, confused, trembling, and yet filled with reverence as the strange substance coursed through his body. Ihi explained coldly that the Mad Doctor's current strength was far too pathetic, which was exactly why he always ended up fleeing the moment danger appeared. The red-black biomass born from -1 would strengthen his brain and grant him power that came close to something incomprehensible. After saying that, Ihi pulled his hand back and unfurled Demora's dorsal plates from his back, the radiant structures spreading open behind him with an eerie, living brilliance. Without even the slightest hesitation, Ihi reached back, gripped one of the glowing blue structures, and tore it free from his own body with a blank, unreadable expression. He placed the severed piece into the Mad Doctor's trembling hands and told him that this was his crystal spine. As for how much power could be drawn from it, he made it clear that everything would depend entirely on the Mad Doctor's own ability. Cold sweat streamed down the Mad Doctor's face as he stared at the precious object in his hands, his whole body shaking under the weight of what he had just received. Overwhelmed by gratitude, the Mad Doctor's emotions finally broke through. His voice choked, tears spilled down his face, and he sobbed as he swore that he would repay this gift by building an empire worthy of Ihi's trust. Ihi paused for a moment, mildly surprised, as if only now realizing that the Mad Doctor was actually this sentimental. Ihi turned away and ordered him to get back to work. The Mad Doctor quickly wiped his tears, forced down the storm of emotion in his chest, and accepted the command with solemn determination. When Ihi's sharp features and familiar sly smile came back into view, his gaze swept toward the rest of West City. The monsters infesting the city were still far too unruly, and in his eyes, a complete citywide purge was long overdue. On the eastern front of West City, the martial warriors were arriving at an astonishing conclusion. The overlord beast had been killed, and the feral tide it once commanded had lost all order, collapsing into chaos across the battlefield. With both sovereign-class beasts eliminated, the lord-level creatures beneath them began spiraling into madness. They tore into one another, turning the battlefield into a gruesome slaughterhouse of claws, fangs, and blood. At the same time, the martial forces advanced from every direction, shouting encouragement as they pushed forward to wipe out the remaining monsters. But amid the carnage, scattered beasts still slipped away, fleeing into the dark, narrow alleys of the city. Just as the warriors braced themselves for brutal close-quarters combat, Nuwa's cold voice cut through the communication channels, demanding that the inner city be handed over to Ihi. The entire formation faltered. A female warrior recognized the name and sucked in a sharp breath, realizing that the being the super AI Nuwa had mentioned was the same overwhelming force who had personally slain the two overlord beasts. Without wasting even a second, the young commander gave the order for a full retreat. Beneath the silent, crescent-lit sky, a bluish-purple streak ripped across the heavens. It carried an impossible presence that no one on the battlefield could ignore as it plunged toward the chaos swallowing the city. Every lord-level monster snapped its head upward and roared at the blazing omen descending straight toward them. In the next instant, that meteor-like streak twisted, warped, and unraveled into a storm of dark red energy. It crashed into the battlefield like a nuclear detonation, releasing a shockwave so violent that everything in its path was flattened. Ihi immediately expanded his life magnetic field. An invisible but crushing force spread over the whole of West City, pressing down on every monster at once and stripping away any chance they had of resisting or escaping. From Ihi's body, dark red biomass erupted outward, splitting into countless tendrils that swept across the battlefield and gathered up the scattered weapons littering the ground. That living mass rapidly compressed into a colossal sphere, powered by the controlled nuclear reactions inside Ihi's body. Glowing veins pulsed across its surface like surging lifeblood, making the sight both grotesque and terrifying. Then the sphere's outer skin split apart, and hundreds of writhing gun barrels burst out from within. Atomic energy flowed through every channel, giving each barrel the destructive force to tear through almost anything in its path. Ihi narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed within them. In a voice edged with icy confidence, he declared that the monsters were about to witness the true power of his creation, the divine angel gun. In the very next heartbeat, countless bioprojectiles hardened from Ihi's own flesh and blood before firing in perfect unison. Each projectile carried devastating atomic kinetic force, drawing brilliant blue trails through the broken night as his life magnetic field guided every shot with flawless precision. Every single round adjusted its own path mid-flight, correcting its angle with terrifying accuracy before striking unerringly through the core of its target. After just the first volley, beasts across the battlefield began collapsing in waves, their massive bodies dropping one after another. Their final screams rose into the night, only to be drowned beneath the relentless storm of destruction raining down on them. Ihi stood alone, yet the firepower he commanded rivaled an entire artillery division. Even worse for the monsters, every round seemed to hunt its prey with merciless precision. This kind of slaughter efficiency had completely broken free from the limits of conventional warfare. From his command post, the Supreme Commander watched in frozen disbelief. One thought overwhelmed everything else in his mind. The young man fighting below was no longer something that could be judged by ordinary human standards. He was a monster who had stepped beyond humanity and brushed against the realm of gods. If he had claimed to be from somewhere beyond the planet, the commander would have believed him without hesitation. At the observation station, every lingering doubt about how a mere freshman could crush two overlord beasts and their lord-class hordes vanished completely. In that moment, Ihi alone carried the force of a full heavy artillery legion. The sheer efficiency of his massacre had already surpassed the Supreme Commander's own military power, leaving him wondering what kind of training could possibly produce someone like Ihi. But that thought was abruptly cut short when a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report, saying that Ihi's assault had suddenly stopped. The hovering biofortress now hung motionless in the air, thick white smoke venting from its surface after that devastating first discharge. It was the heat dissipation system forcing pressure out through a porous cooling network formed by the black-red biomass. The weakness was obvious now. The weapon array had overheated, and the atomic energy surging inside had spiked to a dangerous level. Even with his adaptive biological structure, he still needed several precious seconds to stabilize. The Supreme Commander reacted instantly. He ordered every mobile energy cannon to rotate into full coverage and lock onto the enemy targets. No matter what, they had to buy enough time for Ihi's arsenal to cool down and recover. As the command rang out, the combat aircraft powered up together, their weapon arrays unfolding one after another in the sky. What followed was a relentless downpour of munitions. Explosions slammed into the battlefield like divine judgment, blasting up towering walls of dust, fire, and shattered stone. The barrage continued without pause, and the surviving Lord-level beasts finally began to panic. Human firepower had never frightened them before, but now rage mixed with genuine dread as they realized those weapons had evolved far beyond what they expected. The airborne fleet was clearly working in sync with the gun sphere below. If that sphere was not destroyed, then returning to the abyss alive would be impossible. One gargling lord beast tried to shove the danger onto the others, snarling that someone should charge first while the rest followed behind. But its words were answered only by heavy silence. Every monster understood that the sphere fortress had a flaw, yet none of them wanted to become the first sacrifice. While the Lord-level monsters hesitated and argued bitterly among themselves, Ihi's second volley quietly slid into position, only seconds away from ignition. Then the sky above West City erupted once more. Explosions rolled across the night like thunder, while streaks of fire carved through the darkness and hung over the beasts like a blade about to fall. The moment the bombardment resumed, the monsters' screams ripped through the air. The weaker creatures were wiped out instantly, unable to withstand the storm for even a breath. He had no time to worry about rebuilding the city afterward. As a martial warrior, he understood very clearly that without overwhelming force, countless soldiers would be forced into savage street fighting and die one by one. That was why the Lord-level strongholds became his priority targets. Those intelligent, panicked beasts had to be erased quickly if the entire monster hive was going to collapse. The assault continued without mercy, and even the underground nests were pierced by earth-burrowing missiles, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide. Then, just as suddenly as before, the gun sphere fell silent again. After 2 devastating purges, the streets of West City were carpeted with torn monster carcasses. Thick white smoke continued spilling from the biosphere as it struggled to cool itself down. At last, one Lord-level beast snapped. It unleashed a furious roar and charged forward, its purpose painfully clear. It wanted to destroy the weapon sphere during this brief reconfiguration window. If they failed to act now, none of the remaining beasts would escape West City alive. That realization shattered the stalemate in an instant. Every beast surged forward at once. At the monitoring station, a technician immediately shouted that extreme high-level energy fluctuations were spiking across the city. On the display, more than 20 Lord-level creatures clustered together, howling in unison as they launched a desperate, suicidal charge straight toward the sphere fortress. Down below, the martial warriors felt their blood run cold as the entire Lord-class force stormed across the battlefield at once. The squad captain grasped the danger immediately and barked an order to reinforce the gun sphere. They absolutely could not allow those beasts to break through. Their only objective was to stall the enemy long enough for the fortress to fire again. Swearing to hold the line even if it cost them their lives, the captain rushed forward first, and his team followed without hesitation. They knew they were outmatched, yet they still clenched their teeth and threw themselves toward the charging monsters. At that critical instant, a sharp metallic crack split through the air as Ihi's biofortress suddenly opened. Before anyone could even understand what was happening, a blinding azure flash erupted from deep within the fortress. A colossal atomic beam, hundreds of meters long and as thick as a pillar of light, blasted straight through the charging Lord-level beasts. In a single sweeping strike, it erased them from the battlefield, their bodies disintegrating the instant the light touched them. The martial warriors had not even finished launching their first attack before the battle was already over. The suicidal captain froze mid-step, eyes wide with shock, utterly stunned by how abruptly the carnage had concluded. The battlefield had gone silent in a single, unstoppable stroke. Above, Ihi hovered, his cold gaze scanning the aftermath. He spoke aloud, voice cutting through the still air, questioning whether those foolish beasts had truly believed he would remain stationary, blindly firing into chaos. With a decisive sweep, the reclamation of West City was sealed. His arms merged seamlessly with the dark red biomass around him, unfurling into vast, imposing wings that stretched across the skyline. Wearing an expression grave and unwavering, Ihi declared, "After tonight, no demonic beasts will remain in West City." Hours passed as dawn finally crept over the city, peeling back the lingering shadows and casting a muted light over the ruins. Having confirmed that every last monster had been exterminated, Ihi allowed himself the faintest curve of a smile. Official reports soon declared the recovery campaign complete, the city reclaimed from the brink of chaos. At that precise moment, his silent system interface flickered to life with a new notification. It acknowledged his achievement as the savior of West City and granted him a template draw. Because his contributions had surpassed the threshold for large-scale events, an achievement fusion option unlocked, allowing him to consolidate accomplishments into a premium pool guaranteed to yield at least an A-rank result. Already familiar with such mechanics, he let out a quiet, knowing laugh, recognizing the resemblance to gacha systems from his previous life. Yet the prospect of acquiring a new monster template stirred anticipation like no ordinary reward could. Lower rank draws no longer held any appeal. Consolidating all achievements into a single high-tier attempt was the rational choice. Securing an A-rank entity comparable to Damora represented the optimal outcome, and the mere possibility sent a thrill racing through him. News of West City's victory spread across the nation like wildfire, signaling a powerful start to the recovery campaign. Within just a single day, 3 cities were reclaimed from devastation. The first to fall back into Allied hands was Union City, with Dragon Sparrow's 1st Division spearheading the assault with ruthless efficiency. Next came Blue City, where a skilled martial artist from the former evil metropolis led the operation, coordinating every strike with precision. Finally, West City itself was restored under the command of Dean Shintianyu. On the surface, it appeared as if the operation had been purely his achievement. Ii's involvement remained locked away as a closely guarded secret. The Supreme Commander publicly credited only Chun Tianyu and his Dagger Squad, deliberately withholding the staggering truth that a freshman with peak Grandmaster cultivation had single-handedly overwhelmed Secretary Master-level threats. The revelation of such power would have shaken the entirety of the Azure Planet. Not far away, Lu Qingzhu read the reports in silence, doubt etched across her face. She was almost certain that the one who had reclaimed West City was not Dean Shintianyu. The strict confidentiality agreements sealed by every participant left her with no need for further proof. She was not alone in seeing through the facade. Lu Qingzhu immediately recognized the unmistakable signature of that azure beam of light, the one and only power wielded by Yi He. Meanwhile, at Daxia's Recovery Plan General Command Headquarters, the National Security Commander and his staff labored tirelessly to purge any evidence of Yi He's overwhelming role in West City. Orders were absolute. Seal every channel, classify all intelligence at the highest level, and divulge nothing. The truth was far too explosive. Any foreign awareness could spell uncontrollable consequences. At that moment, Yi He himself returned to headquarters, approaching the National Security Commander with a composed but serious expression. The instant he addressed the man as Sir, the commander visibly shivered, goosebumps rippling along his arms. This high-ranking official, a man of immense authority, now bowed deferentially to a mere freshman. Yi He ignored the formalities, cutting straight to the point. He demanded immediate confirmation of his freshman valedictorian title from Huazhong University. The commander froze, cold sweat beading on his back. He could not fathom why someone who had already surpassed even the dean would care about a mere freshman honor. Such a detail should have seemed trivial, but to Yi He, it mattered. Regaining his composure, the chubby commander hurriedly explained that validation normally required the student council's approval, a process that typically took around a month. Seeing the faint displeasure on Yi He's face, he scrambled for a faster solution. He blurted that Yi He's situation was exceptional, that no freshman would dare contest the honor, and, luckily, the student council president was present and could provide immediate verification. Sweat poured from him as though he had just run a marathon. Yi He calmly inquired about the student council president's location. As if on cue, the door swung open. The man himself entered, and upon seeing Yi He's youthful, resolute face, he inhaled sharply. Before he could ask a word, Yi He's presence compelled him to approach immediately. At close range, Yi He examined the student council president with a blank, unreadable gaze, leaving the man visibly shaken. A heartbeat later, the man's expression transformed into open reverence. Joy and relief radiated from him, eclipsing even the thrill of slaying a monster. With solemn sincerity, he thanked Yi He on behalf of his master, expressing deep gratitude for being saved. Confronted with such overwhelming enthusiasm, Yi He offered a restrained, awkward smile. Anyone in my place would have done the same, he said. Thanks are unnecessary, he added, noticing that the council president seemed older, making the term senior feel inappropriate. The man rejected the notion immediately. In martial arts, hierarchy was dictated by strength. The stronger was naturally senior. Yi He merely nodded, accepting the explanation with quiet acknowledgement. Moments later, his system chimed, congratulating him on securing Huadu University's valedictorian title. As a reward, he received a template draw. Once formalities concluded at the General Command Headquarters, Yi He turned his focus fully to the system. The long-awaited moment had arrived. He steadied his breath and pressed the draw button, anticipation tightening every muscle. A dark purple vortex erupted, swirling with the familiar howls of mythical beasts. It took the shape of a massive eye. Its core was a bottomless black void, encircled by swirling violet currents that shimmered with an almost blinding intensity. Yi He raised a hand instinctively to shield his vision from the raw brilliance. From the vortex emerged a colossal entity, a massive floating eye, surrounded by writhing tentacles sprouting from a grotesque mass of dark, living flesh. The system confirmed it as a B-plus rank Hellstar sample. The flesh split apart like eyelids, revealing a hazy pink-white glow inside, while the smaller tentacles trembled like delicate lashes. The enormous eye opened fully, its crimson pupil locking onto him with unblinking focus. Streams of data flooded in as the system detailed the Hellstar's lineage and abilities. Solar Frenzy Star, capable of detecting cosmic radiation and photonic energy. Celestial light manipulation, granting control over energy flows within the vast dark heaven, devouring all in its path. Compatibility registered at a mere 1%. He observed calmly, calculating that this template represented a skill-based specimen rather than a simple bodily enhancement. He considered merging the Hellstar's light energy with his own nuclear power, realizing that a successful fusion could unlock unimaginable potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Qingshan, a city now under siege. The leading martial guild alliance had launched a full-scale assault, but after a day of brutal casualties and dwindling ammunition, despair began to grip the troops. The cause of their struggle, the Overlord Execution Squad. Even the strongest guild leaders could not locate Qingshan City's overlord. Frustrated voices erupted over the radios, lamenting that an entire day of combat had only reclaimed 2 counties. Elite assassination teams returned empty-handed. The rat-like beast army infesting Qingshan had turned every advance into a nightmare, their dense underground tunnels rendering bombardments and baiting strategies, successful in West City, completely ineffective. Above ground, the city appeared unnaturally quiet, lacking any obvious defenses. One guild leader clenched his jaw, realizing that the enemy was deliberately luring them into the heart of the city. A younger leader chimed in, pointing out that the true objective was to force brutal close-quarters combat in terrain advantageous to the rat horde. At that moment, the female leader of the Chengda martial arts group glanced at her device and announced that Union City, Blue City, and West City had all been fully reclaimed. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf Guild leader, Wu Sun, erupted in frustration, slamming his fist into the wall and grinding his teeth in fury. He understood that Qingshan's overlord lay far beneath them. Reaching it meant carving a path through endless tunnels filled with rat beasts, suffocating and twisting underground mazes. It was a near impossible task, maddening in its complexity, especially knowing they had the strength but lacked a viable path to victory. Elsewhere that night in Qing City, within a frozen, pitch-black alley, soft, steady footsteps echoed through the narrow passage. A figure emerged. Cloaked in darkness, he moved silently through the city. A dark leather jacket clung to his frame, the subtle movements of his muscles controlled and precise. His face was concealed behind a silver crystal mask etched with swirling vortex patterns. Total secrecy was paramount. No connection could be drawn between him and the recapture of Qingshan City. At this moment, the 3 national guardian grandmasters of Great Daxia had vanished without a trace, known only to Yi. The mastermind behind this upheaval was likely Fu Hongsheng, Daxia's preeminent martial artist. What unsettled Yi most was why Fu Hongsheng had targeted his nation's elite defenders. At the peak of his power and reputation, Fu Hongsheng was destined for historical renown. Yet by eliminating Daxia's top experts, he clearly sought to weaken the nation itself. Given Yi's rapid growth, he knew it was only a matter of time before he, too, would become a target. A confrontation with Fu Hongsheng was inevitable. To stand against this martial saint, he needed to amass power at an accelerated rate. At the same time, Yi had to remain concealed, acting before Fu Hongsheng could react. His greatest advantage lay in information asymmetry. Fu Hongsheng had no idea that Yi had already received Principal Shi Jingwen's message. Every step of his plan leveraged that unseen edge, his explosive growth fueled by the infinite monster template. Given time, Yi knew he would reach a point where no enemy could inspire fear. Qingshan City offered the perfect environment for that development. The instant he crossed into the city, he activated his life magnetic field, beginning a thorough sweep of the surrounding area. As Yi's life magnetic field expanded across Qingshan City, it registered an immense storm of biological signals, millions upon millions of individual presences teeming below ground. The sheer density of life overwhelmed his senses, making it nearly impossible to isolate the dominant entity from the chaos. That alone explained why the Martial Guild Alliance had failed to reclaim the city. Even Yi found it challenging to pinpoint the exact location of the Overlord. The enemy's concealment was flawless, a level of cunning that reminded him of the blood-crazed black ape of Ening, a high-level magical beast notorious for its slaughterous intelligence. Yet this overlord faced an opponent whose abilities were too numerous and varied to counter conventionally. Somewhere within this tangled mass, the perfect solution awaited. Without warning, the ground beneath him ruptured violently, as dark red biomass erupted outward like a rushing tide. The surge swallowed an entire street within seconds, flowing into every fissure and crevice leading underground. The dark red substance streamed effortlessly into the deepest tunnels, invading spaces untouched by light, probing every shadowed corridor. The rat army reacted instantly, sensing an intruder encroaching upon their domain. They bared razor-sharp fangs, claws poised, ready to tear the interloper limb from limb. Yet they never reached him. From the expanding biomass, countless filaments as thin as spider silk lashed outward, weaving a deadly net that sealed the surrounding space. Before the muscular rats could scream or strike, the threads tightened, crushing them mercilessly and drawing them inward toward the swirling mass. Their frantic cries echoed through the labyrinthine tunnels, futile against the relentless force. Struggle only hastened their end. The tightening strands accelerated the devouring process, and within moments, entire clusters of rats vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. The rats had always relied on overwhelming numbers and perfect concealment. Against the consuming power of Ihi's biomass, both advantages crumbled instantly. Ihi observed the silent annihilation with detached interest, casually pulling out his phone to occupy himself as the work continued below. Beneath the surface, the slaughter continued unseen. Hundreds of millions of rats were sucked into the swirling abyss of biomass, the very swarm that had stalled the Martial Guild alliance, now dismantled with effortless precision. After a brief interval, Ihi determined that the rat infestation in the city was nearly eradicated. His biomass had already penetrated hundreds of meters underground, leaving the overlord with nowhere left to hide. Once the dark red tide reached roughly 100 meters beneath the surface, the cunning creature could no longer conceal itself. A few alleys away from Ihi's entry point, the biomass convulsed violently, churning as if reaching its breaking point. In the next instant, the ground shook violently, and a massive shockwave blasted the biomass aside. A thunderous impact followed as a grotesquely deformed rat paw slammed into the pavement, splintering the street into jagged shards. The overlord revealed itself, a colossal white rat, its size rivaling that of a cargo truck. Its grotesque face formed from writhing smaller rat heads, shrieking in unison, generating destructive sonic waves that rattled and toppled nearby structures. It twisted its monstrous head toward the masked figure in the dark leather coat, incredulous that a single human had reached it. "Are others hiding nearby?" it demanded, disbelief coloring its tone. The infamous Rat King had expected an ambush from a coordinated squad, not a lone intruder. The Rat King erupted into mocking laughter, sneering at the spreading biomass. "I acknowledge your power," it taunted, "but my sonic roar overrides it. You've walked straight into death." Ihi responded with visible boredom. His gaze remained detached as he asked, "And why do you assume I rely on a single trick?" He lifted his hand in a casual, almost lazy motion. The sky answered immediately. Above, the clouds churned into a brilliant, ghastly purple that radiated outward, smothering the entire city in oppressive gloom. The unnatural storm expanded relentlessly, swallowing every corner of the sky. Confronted with such an overwhelming display, the Rat King's arrogance faltered, its confidence wavering for the first time. Locked beneath the descending pressure, it demanded, trembling, What kind of energy is this?" The purple storm did not stop at the city. It stretched across the eastern hemisphere, the iron-dark clouds merging into a celestial maelstrom so vast that the moon appeared as nothing more than a distant speck. At Ihi's silent command, a beam of blinding intensity ignited at the storm's core, piercing downward like a spear, connecting heaven and earth, targeting a single point in Qingqian. The Rat King sensed the approach of death. Panic replaced its prior bravado, its mind racing as it cursed the intruder and demanded to know their identity, already pivoting to flee. Ihi watched without emotion. "Where do you think you can run? And why would you believe you can outrun light itself?" he asked, his tone cold and unyielding. The purple beam struck the Rat King instantly, precise and unavoidable. Its agonized scream tore through Qingqian City, a raw, echoing howl. When the light finally dissipated, the creature's lower body had been cleanly severed at the waist. Blood and shredded flesh splattered across the shattered street. Even in that mutilated state, the grotesque beast issued a defiant claim. It was far harder to kill than it appeared. He offered no reply. He simply raised his hand again, fingertips aligning with the violet sky. This time, multiple beams descended simultaneously, streaking toward the Overlord at cosmic speed. They struck before the Rat King could react. Evading was impossible. The Rat King emitted a final, agonized wail as the barrage hammered into it, carving a deep crater into the earth. Its massive body was shredded instantly, reduced to fragments that dissolved in the blinding purple radiance. As dust and smoke settled, a crimson sphere glowed at the crater's center like molten fire. Ihi immediately recognized it as the Overlord's demonic core. The host body had been annihilated, yet the core remained intact. He reached out to claim it, but a sharp, piercing screech erupted from within. The surface of the sphere flickered violently, swelling with unstable energy. He paused, suspicion sharpening his focus. This core was abnormal, unlike any demonic core he had encountered before. Suddenly, it detonated, bursting into a torrent of living rats that swarmed outward in all directions, fleeing in frantic waves, shrieking as they scattered. I's expression barely shifted. Watching the chaos, he remarked dryly, mocking whether the creature fancied itself an imitation of Musin. From behind him, dark red tentacles surged outward, sweeping through the swarm, crushing clusters of rats with brutal, methodical efficiency. The result defied expectations. Every rat struck by the biomass split and regenerated. Each fragment swelled rapidly into a new, smaller individual, darting away with unnatural speed, so fast that even the tentacles struggled to intercept them. Their reduced size only made them more agile, amplifying their evasive capabilities and turning the swarm into an even more chaotic, unpredictable force. He clicked his tongue lightly, his eyes cold as he opened the attack. This so-called overlord had no real strength worth respecting, only slippery escape tricks and the raw instinct to cling to life. No matter how much power it had gathered, in the end, a rat was still a rat, forever trapped by its own nature. Without giving it another chance to run, he called forth his Shikigami and unleashed Zawarudo's time-freezing power. A shadowy presence appeared behind him, stretching both arms wide as an unsettling force spread outward like an invisible wave. A colorless domain snapped shut around the battlefield, sealing off the surrounding space in an instant. The moment that strange field settled into place, time itself stopped moving. Zawarudo's temporal stasis had advanced far beyond its original form, to the point where it could now sense the vital cores hidden inside living creatures. If he destroyed every core trapped within that frozen instant, the Rat King would never be able to split itself apart again. But there was still one problem. If the fleeing swarm was only a disguise meant to protect the demonic core, then the Overlord's real core had to be concealed somewhere else. The creature clearly had one last way to cheat death. He could not help but acknowledge the Rat King's survival instinct with a faint, detached trace of admiration, even as he silently judged it to be the weakest overlord he had faced so far. Its cunning could not be denied, but its fate had already been sealed. After everything it had done to butcher the city, he had no interest in using his progenitor power to turn it into a subordinate. He discarded that thought completely, leaving only one cold wish behind, that in its next life, the creature might be reborn as a human and understand what it had destroyed. Light began to gather in Ihi's palm, glowing brighter by the second. Then the view shifted far beneath the surface, down into the Rat King's hidden underground palace. Deep inside the cavern, millions upon millions of rats were packed together in a disgusting, writhing sea. Their bodies twisted and crawled over one another, moving like some grotesque ritual carried out in the dark. A massive transparent cocoon surrounded the entire swarm, sealing them inside like sacrifices. At the very center, a demonic core lay curled in the shape of a rat, and as the stored energy finally reached its limit, that core suddenly awakened. The cocoon throbbed violently, pulsing like a living heart. Then it began devouring the swarm around it, swallowing every rat within reach and converting each body into raw nourishment. When the final rat disappeared, the cocoon split apart from within. A huge, hairless rat crawled out of the broken shell, and the memory of its near death immediately flooded back into its mind. White fur spread rapidly across its bare body, covering it from head to tail as fear tightened around its thoughts. Qinshan's outpost could no longer be defended. It had to abandon the battlefield and flee back to the sinful realm at once. Through clenched teeth, the Rat King cursed the Emperor's order that had forced demonic core beasts in human territory into this pointless war. It had originally planned to hold the battlefield for another month by hiding in its underground palace, confident that the human grandmasters would not dare approach. But the masked figure's arrival had shattered every part of that plan. That human could release a substance capable of devouring demon beasts, command the power of the stars, and somehow wipe out every clone in a single instant. The Rat King still could not understand how such a thing had happened. Its only comfort was that it had prepared one final escape method, a golden cicada shedding its shell at the moment of death. Convinced that Ihi, that reckless human monster, had only destroyed a disposable clone, the Rat King gradually slowed down as it approached the secret realm rift. Instead of diving straight into the swirling light, it stopped just short of the entrance. A smug, triumphant grin spread across its face as the crushing pressure of death finally began to loosen. Once it crossed that rift, it would return safely to the sinful realm. This nightmare of being hunted through human territory would finally come to an end. It silently praised itself for surviving such a disaster and admitted that staying in the human world any longer was far too dangerous. Retreating now was not cowardice, it was the only reasonable choice left. But the instant it lunged toward the rift, another beam of light crashed down from the sky. Blinding violet radiance washed over its white fur, and the Rat King roared in stunned terror, unable to understand how it had been found again. On the outskirts of Qinshan, the third beam detonated with terrifying force. The explosion shook the entire city, sending the ground trembling as if the heavens themselves had struck down. The leaders of the Martial Guild Alliance stared at the spectacle, frozen in disbelief. Wu Wan, just as unsettled as the others, muttered that it looked like some kind of space-based energy weapon, because anything else was simply too absurd to believe. But if it really was such a weapon, why had no one informed the Allied forces stationed in the city? With no answer in sight, they dropped the speculation and hurried deeper into Qinshan to investigate. Inside the city's core, an eerie silence waited for them. The rat infestation that had swallowed the streets had vanished completely, leaving not even a trace behind. After a tense search through the empty urban ruins, they found nothing but a massive crater still glowing with magma and scattered shards of vitrified crystal. The broad-built guild leader frowned, unable to sense even the slightest remaining rat presence. It was as though the entire swarm had been erased from existence. Wu Wan confirmed the same thing. Either those creatures had escaped through a secret realm, or they had all been annihilated by the purple strikes from above. Wu Xin slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, his expression heavy with unease. He still could not understand who could possibly wield such terrifying power. Before long, news of Qinshan's recovery spread across the nation. A week had already passed since Union City, Blue City, and West City were reclaimed, and now Qinshan had become the fourth liberated stronghold. Celebrations erupted everywhere, while media outlets promised continuous coverage of Great Daxia's sweeping campaign to take back its fallen cities. Elsewhere, however, the atmosphere could not have been more different. Senior executives of the Great Daxia Allied forces gathered before a giant screen showing the victory, but while the public celebrated, their faces remained tense and guarded. Their attention was fixed on one unresolved problem that no one could ignore. They still did not know the identity of the unknown figure who had secretly intervened during the battle for Qinshan. No one could say who this person was, what he truly wanted, or whether he was ultimately an ally or a hidden enemy. Just like the chaos in West City, disaster after disaster had piled up until that same mysterious figure stepped in and crushed every obstacle in his path. Qinshan was no exception, except this time his attacks had changed in a chilling way, burning with that unmistakable purple glow. At the very least, one fact could no longer be denied. This unknown powerhouse was currently fighting on the side of the Great Daxia Alliance. Under normal circumstances, the sudden appearance of someone capable of changing entire battlefields within Daxia would have triggered an immediate investigation from Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow. Yet when the Alliance contacted them, even Dragon Sparrow responded with vague silence, indirectly admitting they knew just as little about his identity. Whoever he was, the Alliance could not afford to hesitate. The remaining cities had to be reclaimed quickly, or the entire force would appear weak and useless. While the armies were still locked in debate, the man at the center of every question had already left Qinshan behind and was moving toward his next destination. Setting aside Guanshan City and the S-Class Forbidden Zone, there were still 3 fallen cities that had not been recovered. 2 of them were already being attacked by Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow and Huadu University's forces, and both battlefronts were reportedly close to victory. That left only one final city, a place that had nearly been forgotten. Once he made his decision, he shot forward without hesitation. Red flames tore across the sky behind him, carving a blazing scar through the clouds. He glanced down at his phone, remembering the daily battle reports from that city, report after report filled with endless stalemates and almost no progress. His previous methods, especially the Hellstar template and its glaring purple light, had become far too recognizable. If he wanted to continue acting without exposing himself, he needed a completely different form. In the next instant, black and crimson tentacles burst from Ihi's mouth. They spiraled around his body like living threads, wrapping over him as his entire form began to twist and reshape. His hair flowed down rapidly until it reached his waist, turning ghostly white as it whipped through the rushing wind. At the same time, a red mask sealed itself over his face, hiding his features completely and wiping away every trace of his original appearance. For this operation, Ihi decided that he would fight with a weapon. He drew the Starfall cleaver from his spatial ring, shifted his grip around the handle, and slowly raised the heavy blade toward the dark sky above him. Almost immediately, strands of black and crimson tendrils crawled up along the weapon. They wrapped around the cleaver's body, twisting over the blade with a grotesque, yet strangely elegant motion. When the disguise finally settled into place, Ihi tested it with a single swing. Feeling the new form move smoothly with him, he allowed himself a quiet moment of satisfaction. Under this new persona, Ihi planned to rely entirely on killing arts and pure martial skill. Only Gong Ku and Qinglong knew the unique signature of his killing force techniques, which meant this identity was almost impossible for anyone else to connect back to him. He ordered Nuwa to play a specific track, and the moment the music reached his ears, his body shot forward with blistering speed. In the span of a single breath, Ihi arrived at Wave City, a place swallowed by thick fog that seemed to choke out even the sunlight. The instant he reached the area, he activated a concealment ability, erasing his presence completely as he slipped soundlessly into the Allied camp. The sight waiting for him inside made his instincts tighten at once. Everyone in the camp moved as though they were trapped inside the same shared illusion, laughing, talking, and carrying on as if nothing was wrong. But the longer Ihi watched them, the stronger that crawling sense of wrongness became, creeping deeper beneath his skin with every passing second. Wave City's overlord had created something disturbingly subtle. While the coalition soldiers laughed, chatted, and repeated meaningless daily routines around him, Ihi approached one woman from behind and struck the back of her neck with precise, surgical force. Her skin split open, revealing flesh that had already decayed beyond recognition. In that instant, the brutal truth slammed into Ihi. The entire coalition force had been wiped out long ago. Every last one of them was already dead, yet none of them had realized it. Their organs had long since rotted away, but their bodies still maintained the shapes and habits they once had in life. They were trapped in an endless loop, repeating the final day before their deaths again and again, unknowingly deceiving themselves while also deceiving the entire Daxia kingdom. Behind the red mask, Ihi's expression turned terrifyingly cold, grief and rage hardening together in his eyes. To him, twisting life into this kind of grotesque mockery was an unforgivable sin. Ihi raised his hand, and a dark red tentacle shot out instantly. It forced its way into the mouth of a nearby female warrior, cutting off her scream before it could fully escape. After a quick and precise probe, Ihi pulled the tentacle back and immediately understood what had been controlling her. It was blood nightmare art, a filthy psychological hypnosis technique that had wrapped itself around her mind. As a faint clarity returned to the woman's clouded eyes, Ihi lowered his voice into a rough, hoarse rasp and told her the cruel truth. She was already dead. Those words struck her like a hammer, shattering the fog that had been sealing her memories away. Everything came rushing back at once, and her body froze stiff before a scream ripped from her throat. Terror swallowed her expression as she stammered through broken breaths, realizing it was true. She had died on the battlefield. Trembling uncontrollably, she revealed that Wave City's overlord was a monster who had slaughtered the guild leaders and twisted their corpses into undead servants. She clutched her head with both hands and howled in agony, her voice cracking as her body began to collapse in real time. Her skin rotted, split, and peeled away before Ihi's eyes, and with the last of her strength, she cried out that only a grandmaster could possibly stand a chance against that creature. The moment she fully accepted the fact that she had died, the darkness in her hollow eyes drained away. For one brief instant, a deep crimson glow flared inside them, and then even that last light vanished as her body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Ihi looked down at the fallen woman, his gaze cold and steady, and quickly reached a grim conclusion. The instant these undead realized the truth of their own deaths, the strange power anchoring their corpses together would unravel on its own. He knelt beside her and gently closed her eyes with his fingers. In a low voice, Ihi offered her a quiet farewell, telling her that she could finally rest. Then Ihi silently swore that this cruelty would be paid back in blood. Fury surged through his body, his aura pulsing outward as he lifted his gaze toward the fog-covered city and declared that the extermination would begin. Wave City remained buried beneath a heavy blanket of fog, and the air was thick with the sickening stench of rot. Every alley seemed to writhe with demonic creatures, while not even the faintest trace of living humanity could be found anywhere. Ihi expanded his life-magnetic field across the entire city, sweeping through every street, building, and hidden corner. But no matter how carefully he searched, the Overlord's life signature was nowhere to be found, and that complete absence felt even more unsettling than an open attack. By contrast, all the monsters in the city released almost identical fluctuations, just like the dead coalition soldiers, as though they had been made from the same mold. Unlike the Rat King, which naturally hid underground, this overlord had erased his own presence so thoroughly that he nearly blended into nothingness. Ihi's patience finally snapped. Since the creature insisted on hiding in the dark, he decided there was no need to keep searching politely. He would drag it out by force. Just as he had done in Xinshan, dark red biomass suddenly burst from beneath Ihi's feet. It flooded outward in every direction, swallowing the nearby streets and alleys in a spreading wave. The violent tide surged across the ground without slowing, spreading above the surface and drowning the city in seconds. Fog and darkness fused together as every road, every structure, and every hidden corner was swallowed into pitch-black silence. At that point, he could have wiped the entire city away with a single thought. The remaining feral beasts were consumed without the slightest resistance, but the result left him disappointed. Just like the undead humans, these creatures offered nothing worth taking. The demonic creatures were only hollow shells, empty bodies without any real value left inside them. And even after all of that, Wave City's overlord still refused to reveal himself. He kept his life magnetic field active and forced the search even deeper. After a long, silent sweep through the city, a faint result finally surfaced. His eyes sharpened as he sensed an almost imperceptible probing technique brushing against his field. Its aura was blended perfectly among the empty shells, so faint that he never would have detected it if he had not cleared them out first. He locked onto the source and turned sharply, his gaze landing in the direction of the nearby mountain. That was where the Undead Alliance army had gathered. At the edge of the mountain cliff stood the coalition's strongest pillar, Li Chongjin, a grandmaster of the butterfly metamorphosis stage and the leader of the Hanwu sect. In Great Daxia's martial world, his name carried tremendous weight. He was known as the second greatest physical powerhouse after Qinglong, and he ranked among the top 10 of the 36 grandmasters. Li Chongjin's roar exploded across the mountains like rolling thunder as he commanded every warrior assembled there to follow his orders. Tens of thousands of warriors answered him at once, their voices merging into a massive tidal wave of sound that made the cliff beneath their feet tremble. Veins bulged along Li Chongjin's face as a savage aura burst from his body, making him feel like an ancient beast awakening from a long slumber. He declared that Wave City's overlord was directly ahead and completely alone, and that together, they would crush him and free the city from demonic control. His words ignited the entire army. The warriors surged forward with roaring battle cries, kicking up spirals of dust as their shouts of liberation echoed through the valley. Watching the frenzy he had stirred up, the puppet-like Li Chongjin curled his lips into a crooked grin. A low, malicious chuckle slipped from his throat as the army rushed toward its doom. Without warning, the oppressive clouds above the mountain began to twist violently, then flared with brilliant purple light. Fierce winds howled through the sky, coiling into a colossal vortex that swallowed everything overhead. Panic rippled through the ranks as every warrior snapped their gaze upward, staring at the unnatural storm gathering above them. For one fleeting moment, some of them even wondered if reinforcements had finally arrived. Then, at the very center of the swirling vortex, a human silhouette slowly began to take shape. The figure hovered high above the army, suspended in the storm like a dark god descending from the heavens. Behind the demonic mask, Ihi's cold eyes swept across the chaos below without the slightest trace of emotion. His farewell to them was simple. Those poor souls should finally rest. A blinding purple beam tore through the heavens and slammed down into the coalition like divine bombardment. Then another beam followed. Then another. In moments, the entire sky was pouring down a relentless storm of light. Screams ripped through the air as the strikes fell like meteors, blasting into the warriors below. Shock spread through the army when they realized the man above was attacking them, and confusion quickly twisted into fear and suspicion. Some began to believe he might be a champion from a rival nation who had sided with the monsters. A captain shouted for an immediate retreat, warning that they were helpless targets beneath that shadow, and ordered the air forces to deploy at once. But the response that came back froze them where they stood. Every fighter jet and missile in their arsenal had disappeared without a trace. It made no sense at all. This was supposed to be their first campaign, and none of that firepower should have been used yet. The logistics unit should have checked every piece of equipment before departure, so the captain was certain the supplies had been intact. But that certainty quickly twisted into dread as a horrifying question rose in his mind. When had they actually left? And when had they supposedly exhausted their entire arsenal? The blank space in his memory left his thoughts hollow and cold. Amid the spreading panic, the imposter hiding behind a massive boulder ground his teeth in frustration, his expression turning ugly. This outcome had completely ruined his plan. He had intended to slip quietly into the human ranks without being noticed, but now suspicion was closing in around him. Had the masked man above already seen through everything? The answer came a heartbeat later. A towering column of purple light screamed down from the sky, aiming straight for his hiding place. Faced with that overwhelming attack, Li Chongjin showed no fear at all. He clenched his huge fist, lowered his stance, and gathered terrifying power through his body before unleashing the Hanwu sect's secret earthly fiend martial art. The ground beneath him burst apart with a dull thunderclap as Li Chongjin shot upward. His fist collided head-on with the descending beam, tearing through the purple energy and shattering it into glittering fragments. The clash exploded with a deafening roar, and violent shockwaves ripped through the air, shaking the sky itself until it seemed to tremble. From the ground below, Li Chongjin locked eyes with the masked figure above him, and killing intent blazed fiercely in his gaze. Excitement twisted across his face as he laughed, declaring that meeting such an opponent was truly thrilling. To him, the bodies of elite humans were works of art, and martial arts were the ultimate expression of that physical perfection. He remained silent. Behind him, clusters of radiant purple spheres bloomed one after another, swelling with dangerous light until their glow washed across the battlefield, and then they dropped in a furious barrage. The explosions swallowed Li Chongjin completely, but he endured them through sheer physical strength. His body weathered the storm with frightening resilience, suffering only minimal harm from the bombardment. In the next instant, Li Chongjin surged upward like a hunting beast, a warped grin stretching across his face as he rushed straight toward Yi. Even Yi felt a brief flicker of surprise when he sensed the sudden spike in Li Chongjin's strength. Then a massive fist, packed with terrifying speed and brutal force, smashed directly into Yi's mask. The impact shattered it into twisted fragments that flew outward through the air. Blood spilled from Yi's nose and mouth as his body folded forward from the blow, and each breath that escaped him turned rough and ragged. But Li Chongjin gave him no chance to recover. A relentless chain of punches hammered into Yi's face, while Li Chongjin raved about turning him into his next puppet. In that frenzy, Li Chongjin savored the illusion that his opponent had already been crushed beneath absolute physical power. Li Chongjin poured everything he had into one final strike. Golden light swelled around his fist, growing brighter and denser by the second, before he drove it straight through Yi's body and cleaved him apart. For one brief moment, Li Chongjin truly believed the battle had ended. With Yi's body torn apart before him, victory seemed to be right there in his grasp. But in the next instant, the scene before him twisted strangely. The mangled figure, pale-faced and wide-eyed, with blood still pouring from its mouth, began to blur at the edges before dissolving into drifting smoke. It had never been Yi's real body at all, only an apparition meant to deceive him. Realization struck Li Chongjin like a hammer, and rage immediately surged up behind it. Yet before that fury could fully explode, the world around him warped violently, dragging him into a nightmare he had not seen coming. Above him hung a colossal blood-red moon, so massive it seemed to swallow the entire sky and dwarf his very existence. Li Chongjin had been pulled into Yi's killing domain, the lunar slaughter realm. From that crimson moon, a suffocating pressure poured down, seeping into his bones and pressing against his soul. Li Chongjin stared up at the blood moon, his expression tightening as the truth settled in. Through clenched teeth, he muttered that he had walked straight into Yi's trap. Then the moon of carnage suddenly ignited. A violent radiance burst out from behind it, tearing through the crimson clouds like something monstrous forcing its way into the world. From that ripped open fracture, a massive blade slowly emerged, carrying a presence so heavy that the air itself seemed to collapse beneath it. The enormous blade cleaved the blood moon cleanly in two, then detonated with a thunderous shockwave that tore straight toward Li Chongjin. The force flattened the mountain below in a single sweeping strike, erasing stone, soil, and everything caught beneath it. Through the drifting red haze, Yi stepped forward with his heavy polearm resting across his shoulder. His voice was cold as he remarked that a counterfeit would always expose itself in the end. No imitation could truly fool the instincts of a real martial master. Even with layers of illusion wrapped around him, the impostor had still failed to tell reality apart from the fake. Worse for him, his puppet army had already been wiped out beneath the shattered ground. Then, from the broken earth below, a blood-soaked arm suddenly burst upward, clawing through the rubble and debris. Li Chongjin dragged himself back into view, kneeling heavily with a brutal wound carved from his chest down to his abdomen. He admitted that even though this human vessel was tougher than most overlords, one strike from Yi had still wounded him this badly. That alone proved Yi possessed a top-tier body equal to his own. That realization did not frighten him, it only deepened his obsession. In Li Chongjin's eyes, Yi's body was the perfect upgrade, a vessel he had to obtain no matter the cost. To claim it, he was willing to gamble everything. Golden rings suddenly flared to life around Li Chongjin's body. His muscles swelled grotesquely beneath the light, and his power multiplied several times over in an instant. With a violent burst of force, Li Chongjin launched himself at Yi like a falling comet. The ground where he had been kneeling cracked apart behind him, shattered by the sheer power of his takeoff. An overlord wearing a human shell was a rare and disgusting abomination, but Yi had already decided this parasite would die here. He adjusted his footing, raised the polearm in his hands, and met Li Chongjin's charge head-on. Their collision exploded in a violent burst of light and force, shaking the air around them. But Yi's strike slid uselessly across the golden rings protecting Li Chongjin, unable to cut through the strange barrier. Li Chongjin's lips curled with contempt. To him, that exchange confirmed everything. No matter how fiercely Yi attacked, those golden rings would never break. He mocked Yi, telling him to surrender his body obediently and spare himself a humiliating beating. With a sharp twist of his body, Li Chongjin parried Yi's polearm and sent him flying backward through the air. Yi steadied himself and sneered back, saying it was a disgrace for an overlord to occupy the body of a supreme martial artist and still fail to use it properly. Then Yi vowed to show him the true gap between them. Murderous red energy seeped across the silver blade of his polearm, and as martial power fused with bloodlust, the weapon's edge turned terrifyingly lethal. In the span of a heartbeat, a dense storm of slashes swallowed Li Chongjin. Each cut came faster and harsher than the last, pressing in from every direction. The battle tilted sharply in Ihi's favor. As his polearm carved through the air, he picked apart Li Chongjin's movements with cold precision, mocking every flaw he exposed. The forehand lacked bite. The backhand had no stability. His reactions were sluggish, and his movements were riddled with openings. If this was the level he planned to rely on, then he might as well keep dreaming, because what stood before Ihi was nothing but incompetence laid bare. Under that relentless barrage, a flicker of fear finally surfaced in Li Chongjin's eyes. The pressure around him tightened with every passing strike. Ihi's slashes became sharper, faster, and more unpredictable. Even with the reflexes of a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster, Li Chongjin could no longer fully read the attacks coming at him. Meanwhile, Ihi saw through everything. Worse for the parasite, it felt as though Ihi was looking directly through the disguise itself. The Overlord had twisted its life magnetic field to conceal its presence, but its true essence still leaked from within the mask. Ihi locked onto the exact place where the intruder was hiding inside Li Chongjin's body. In a blur, Ihi slipped behind Li Chongjin, summoned his Shikigami, and froze time. Caught inside that sudden stillness, the parasite could not understand how even a grandmaster-level physique could be bound this way. Panic replaced its arrogance in an instant. Its instincts screamed at it to retreat, abandon this vessel, seize a stronger puppet, and return another day. But then its thoughts suddenly stalled. Li Chongjin's eyes widened as confusion swallowed the parasite whole, and it realized it no longer understood what was happening. Its entire body locked up as though shackled by an invisible hand, and no matter how fiercely it struggled, not a single muscle obeyed. For a parasitic overlord, the true terror was not simply being overpowered. The true terror was realizing there was no path left to escape. Facing unavoidable death, the creature shrieked and begged for mercy. But a towering pillar of murderous energy had already descended, striking the exact point where it hid within Li Chongjin's body. The impact erased the parasite in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. The system's voice rang out immediately afterward, announcing that Ihi had completed the achievement of reclaiming more than half of the occupied territory. With that condition fulfilled, he had earned a template draw, and the result was guaranteed to be no lower than A grade. Ihi did not hesitate for even a second. He immediately initiated the pull. The familiar dark purple vortex unfolded before him once again, roaring as if countless mythical beasts were echoing from deep within its depths. But this time, a sharp intuition tightened in Ihi's chest. Something about this draw felt different, and when the result finally emerged, his eyes widened slightly. He had drawn a template only 2 tiers beneath the ultimate S+ rank. The new template shimmered with a strangely hypnotic brilliance, and according to the system, it was an S-grade template known as the Ten-Tailed World Tree. Its bloodline could gather the planet's natural energy and generate 7 different elemental forces. As part of the sacred tree lineage, it granted access to divine selves and the power to command the essence of the world tree itself. On top of that, it carried the eye of cause and effect, allowing the karma eye to awaken. However, its current advanced form was still undeveloped, and Ihi's compatibility with it sat at only 1%. Even so, the meaning behind this draw struck Ihi immediately. Without question, this was the luckiest template pull he had ever received. Securing an S-tier template meant Ihi had officially stepped into a class of power usually reserved for truly extraordinary systems. In terms of raw destructive force, this template might not match Hellstar or Demora, but the sheer range of abilities it offered promised a much broader arsenal. When it came to versatility, it could surpass both of them. In that sense, the Ten-Tailed World Tree stood alongside the Vampire template as a top-tier foundation for future growth. As Ihi absorbed what this meant, the system issued another notification. It had detected a homologous template that could be fused. The Ten-Tailed World Tree could be integrated into the plant mutation branch of the Mad Emperor Demora template, and the system asked for confirmation. Then came the warning. Because the Divine Tree ranked so highly, merging it could cause unpredictable changes to the final mutation state of Star Emperor Demora. Ihi's expression hardened slightly as the weight of that gamble settled over him. He quickly understood the connection. The Ten-Tailed World Tree and Star Emperor Demora both carried plan-aligned attributes, which meant templates were not completely isolated powers. Under the right conditions, they could interlock and evolve together, almost like a fusion system in a strategy game. But this was not just a game mechanic. This merger carried real consequences. Combining 2 templates with limitless potential and an unknown final result was a calculated risk. If it succeeded, Ihi could gain a unified super template, easing the burden of future upgrades while greatly amplifying its overall strength. If the fusion failed, the foundation of both templates was strong enough that they would not collapse into uselessness. Even if the results suffered a downgrade, it would still retain respectable power. The real danger was losing long-term growth potential and possibly lowering the template's final rating. While Ihi weighed that uncertainty, the system presented a decisive variable. He possessed an advanced fusion catalyst known as the Golden Gene, a special material capable of refining bloodline structures and guiding genetic fusion toward a more favorable outcome. The implication became clear at once. The coincidence was far too precise to ignore. The one resource capable of stabilizing this dangerous merger had already fallen into Ihi's hands. For a moment, it almost felt as though every step had been arranged by some unseen intelligence, leading him directly to this point. No matter where that arrangement came from, refusing was no longer an option. If he wanted to face Fu Hongsheng in the future, he needed power that surpassed his current limits by an overwhelming margin. With that thought settled, he gave the system the command to fuse. Inside the vial, the golden gene suddenly trembled. Its golden color shifted violently, darkening as it dissolved and was absorbed into the system. Another notification followed. The Star Emperor Demora state could not fully assimilate the tin-tailed world tree genes, which triggered additional mutations. The golden gene was injected as an optimizing agent, and the templates entered an unstable, volatile phase of fusion. Before the system could deliver its final verdict, Ihi's attention returned to Li Chongzhen. The once imposing Grandmaster now looked completely withered, his flesh shrunken tight against his bones like a dried corpse. Lying weakly on the ground, Li Chongzhen gathered the little strength he had left. His voice was faint as he asked whether the parasite inside him had truly been destroyed. He gave Li Chongzhen a simple confirmation, without softening the truth or adding a single unnecessary word. When Li Chongzhen struggled to ask about the warriors of Wave City's coalition, He told him plainly that they would soon be erased as well, ending the twisted state their bodies had been trapped in. Li Chongzhen forced a bitter smile onto his withered face and thanked Yi in a faint voice. At the very least, those warriors' remains would no longer be defiled and controlled like puppets. Even so, one question lingered in Yi's mind. That parasite alone should never have been able to overwhelm a martial master of Li Chongzhen's caliber in direct combat. Behind this massacre, there had to be another force pulling the strings. With his breath growing weaker by the second, Li Chongzhen warned Yi to stay vigilant. The overlord they were facing called itself one of the four emperor's envoys, and its strength had already surpassed that of a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster. Even more troubling, the creature could wield martial techniques with frightening precision and had already grasped the grandmaster's domain. According to Li Chongzhen, its next target would be the imperial capital. That warning instantly sharpened Yi's focus, tightening every thought in his mind. Great Daxia had 36 grandmasters, and under normal circumstances, at least 20 of them would be stationed in the imperial capital. But the campaign to reclaim the 12 fallen cities had drawn away nearly every elite fighter with real combat strength. Dragon Sparrow had also sent its best warriors to the borders to guard against foreign incursions. The result was brutally clear. The imperial capital had been left exposed, stripped of its strongest defenders. The scene then shifted to the imperial capital, to the garrison hidden inside the secret territory of the Jiulong River. Beneath the calm surface of the clear water, Dragon Sparrow had built a concealed base known only to insiders. Over the past 5 years, the beasts inside this secret realm had dwindled into weak remnants, dropping its danger level from B class all the way down to D class. Inside the camp, complacency had completely taken over. A noisy barbecue filled the air with smoke, laughter, and the greasy smell of roasted meat as the guards treated their assignment like a vacation. One of them laughed that there was no better post than this. While martial artists elsewhere were bleeding and dying on the front lines, they got to stay behind, eat well, and collect their pay in comfort. Even as collateral branches of the imperial capital's 9 great families, stripped of real political power and great wealth, they still lived far easier lives than most. The chatter grew louder, and one man shouted that they should keep the music playing, keep eating, keep dancing, and drink until they collapsed. Just then, the guard assigned to radar duty walked over with irritation written all across his face. When the others asked why he had abandoned his post, he snapped back that someone had to stay sober and watch the perimeter while they drank like it was their final night alive. He even scoffed that the whole party might at least feel worthwhile if there were women around to lift the mood. To him, guarding a crumbling, low-level secret realm like this was pointless from the start. About a kilometer away from the garrison, an ash-gray barefoot slowly stepped down onto a patch of bright flowers. The instant that foot touched the ground, the blossoms withered and collapsed into foul, rotten sludge. With every silent step the figure took, the life around it drained away as if the land itself were being poisoned. A straight trail of decay carved across the terrain behind it, leaving the soil porous, dead, and drained of vitality as the creature advanced without making a sound. One of its twisted faces slowly came into view, grinning with cruel amusement as it murmured to its brother that the humans ahead were still busy feasting, completely unaware that death was already walking toward them. The other face answered in a colder tone, saying they would crush and butcher every last human there and force mankind to recognize the might of their emperor. Then the central head revealed itself, its expression darkening as it snapped at both of them to shut up. The creature's full form finally emerged, a towering body nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like forged iron and cold steel. Across its massive shoulders, overlapping flesh had shaped itself into 2 grotesque demon faces. This monster was Azura, one of the 4 emperor's envoys serving the emperor of the sinful realm. When the main head spoke again, its voice carried absolute authority. The emperor had sent them to slaughter key powerhouses and wipe out as much of humanity's strength as possible. Humanity's greatest martial master, Fu Hongsheng, had already provided a list marking the locations of those targets. Since their purpose was slaughter, efficiency mattered above all else. Wasting time on inferior humans was beneath them. Their mission was painfully simple. They would march forward and deliver planet Blue Star into the mercy of their emperor. Seconds later, the view returned to the garrison camp. Every martial guard inside had been erased the moment Azura arrived. Piles of rotting corpses littered the ground, forming a gruesome scene that only seemed to amuse him. These inferior humans had died pathetically, unable to endure even the suffocating stench of decay radiating from Azura's body. Azura strode toward the spatial rift without the slightest hesitation and stepped forward as if he were simply crossing a threshold. The instant his ash-gray foot touched the rift's surface, the space splintered like shattered crystal and began eating into his immortal flesh. Even as the damage spread, Azura did not flinch. This violent rejection was exactly what he had expected. Beings of his caliber always faced immense resistance from spatial rifts. If not for that barrier, his emperor would have conquered the world beyond long ago. Azura pulled out a grotesque relic shaped like a pink, flesh-swollen cube, its surface pulsing and writhing like living tissue. He remarked that crossing the rift required relying on what the otherworldly demons had left behind. Disgust twisted across Azura's face as he looked at the thing in his hand. The relic repulsed him, but there was no other option. Suppressing his revulsion, Azura slammed the obscene cube directly into the spatial rift. The reaction came instantly, and it was nightmarish. The surrounding air warped and twisted as though reality itself were beginning to melt. Pink flesh bubbles burst outward and multiplied rapidly, swelling larger and larger until they completely smothered the trembling rift. When Azura pushed his corroded foot back inside, the surface hissed violently. A moment later, he withdrew it, and the flesh bubbles clinging to his limb began to writhe and condense. The bubbles knitted themselves together, reshaping the damaged flesh until a flawless new foot formed in place of the one that had been corroded. Without hesitation, Azura seized the pulsating mass with his massive arms and forced it apart. A flicker of irritation crossed his face as a low, strained grunt escaped from his throat. The rift resisted with crushing force, but Azura kept pushing until a tear large enough for his towering body finally opened. The moment the gap widened, a roaring torrent of river water from the other side exploded through it, flooding the ground around him. Azura emerged through the opening and remarked that planet Blue Star felt no farther away than a neighboring courtyard. Then he stepped through without looking back. At the same time, deep within the imperial capital, the 9 great clans had gathered for an emergency assembly. Dragon Sparrow Division headquarters had received an encrypted warning from Yuhua, carrying an urgent command for every Grandmaster-level expert to return to the capital immediately. It was the first order of its kind in more than a century. The clan patriarchs, ancient figures who burned enormous resources every year just to keep their failing bodies alive, had gathered once again. Under ordinary circumstances, many of them might never have stood together in the same hall again before death finally claimed them. The patriarch of the Zhu clan shattered the tense silence, demanding that they stop wasting time on meaningless reminiscence and confront the crisis before them. He pressed the others for an explanation as to why Fu Hongxing still had not emerged from seclusion while the imperial capital stood on the brink of danger. At a time like this, staying hidden was no longer acceptable. Shi Jingwen and Qing Long were also missing, and their whereabouts remained completely unknown. The patriarch of the Sima clan spoke in a low, grave tone, confirming that both Shi Jingwen and Qing Long had vanished without a trace. As for Fu Hongsheng, messengers had already been sent to summon him. His voice faltered halfway through, and the patriarch of the Lai clan leaned forward sharply, demanding that he finish. The answer was bleak. There had been no response at all. Another patriarch joined in, his expression heavy with unease. Either Fu Hongsheng had reached a critical point in his cultivation and could not tolerate the slightest disturbance, or he was deliberately choosing silence while the capital stood in danger. The patriarch of the Zhou clan finally lost his temper. His fists clenched tightly as rage spilled out of him unchecked. He spat that Fu Hongsheng was nothing more than a soldier, yet he dared to covet the core authority of Great Daxiao, and even dreamed of toppling the 9 great families of the imperial capital. Then he repeated the warning he had preached for years. Martial artists had to be suppressed in both status and privilege. If they were not kept under control, their ambitions would only continue to swell until they threatened the entire order of the capital. The patriarch of the Zhu clan answered in a colder, quieter voice, dissecting the situation with ruthless clarity. Were the 9 families really expected to stand alone against the great enemy Nuwa had warned them about? If they charged in by themselves, they would be walking straight into Fu Hongxing's snare. The elites their families had nurtured at staggering expense existed to restrain domestic martial forces, and those experts were the pillars of their clans. If they were squandered here, even victory would become meaningless. The 9 families would rot from within and collapse. Someone cautiously suggested a temporary withdrawal. They could fall back first, wait for the nation's scattered powerhouses to regroup, and only then decide their next move. The entire hall sank into a suffocating silence. Every patriarch understood exactly what that suggestion meant, but none of them wanted to be the one to say it out loud. Far away at the Julong River, the calm water suddenly erupted without warning. A massive column blasted dozens of meters into the air, as if something beneath the riverbed had detonated and torn the surface apart. Nearby couples who had been enjoying the riverside froze in pure terror, their faces draining of color as the clear river turned pitch black before their eyes. Countless fish floated lifelessly to the surface, their pale bellies bobbing in the darkened water. Panic spread through the crowd as people struggled to understand what had happened. Some thought there had been an explosion, while others whispered that a rift to a hidden secret realm had torn open beneath the river. High above them, a colossal dark gray figure came crashing down from the sky, descending with the weight of a falling mountain. Azura slammed into the ground beside the terrified couples with a thunderous impact. The shockwave burst outward in an instant, erasing them on the spot and turning their bodies into a spray of blood, ash, and scattered remains. The demon face on Azura's right curled into a cruel grin, mocking how weak and fragile humans were. The left face echoed the same contempt, sneering that they could not even survive a single step before crumbling into dust. Azura released his suffocating death aura, letting it surge outward from his body in every direction like an invisible tide of decay. Inside the Dragon Sparrow Command Center, every staff member stared at the towering monitoring screen in horror, their eyes locked on the disaster unfolding in the heart of the capital. An Overlord-class beast had appeared without any warning inside the Imperial capital itself. The code red alert blared through the center, and even the hands operating the controls trembled under the pressure. Moments later, the surveillance feed flickered violently and died. The massive screen plunged into darkness, cutting off their view of the monster. Director Wang Zhiding clenched his jaw and cursed through his teeth. Longke 1st Division's top specialists were still stationed at the border, while Section Chief Qinglong and Principal Shi Jingwen were both absent from Huadu. The capital had been left dangerously exposed. Everyone understood they had only one option left: stall for time at any cost until the National Guardian warrior finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Zhiding's voice hardened as he issued the order for every Dragon Sparrow agent in the capital to mobilize immediately. Back on the battlefield, for leaders from the Imperial capital's most prestigious martial arts schools stepped forward to face Azura. Li Tingxiang of Huadu Rixing, Lin Hong of Huadu Jinghong, Wu Machuan of Huadu Hongwu, and Zhu Xuanrong of Huadu Jinkai stood in formation, each formally announcing his presence. Azura answered them with a low, contemptuous snort. The sight looked ridiculous to him. These men were nothing but ants pretending to be warriors, so weak they barely deserved even a passing glance. Azura had crossed realms to hunt true powerhouses, not to waste time on old relics whose potential had already run dry. Even if these men somehow survived, they would never affect his emperor's grand design. He told them to disappear while he was still feeling merciful. The 4 masters, however, mistook his indifference for an opening. Believing Dragon Sparrow reinforcements would arrive within 3 minutes, they convinced themselves they only needed to endure that long. To protect the Imperial capital from his rampage, they chose to hold their ground. In perfect unison, the 4 masters ignited their lifeblood, squeezing every last bit of strength from their aging bodies to suppress the death aura spreading around Azura. To Azura, their desperate display was nothing more than a tiresome flicker. Their resistance did not inspire respect, it only annoyed him. His patience finally snapped. Since they were so determined to throw away their lives, Azura decided to grant their wish. Courage without strength, in his eyes, only led to a miserable and meaningless death. In a single instant, Azura's arm moved. The motion looked casual, almost lazy, but 3 of the masters burst apart into clouds of blood before their minds could even register the attack. Lin Hong of Huadu Jinghong stood frozen in shock, unable to understand how the strike had happened so quickly. A heartbeat later, he too joined the others in death. Above the battlefield, anti-aircraft batteries locked onto Azura, while low-altitude bombers roared into position through the smoke-filled sky. The order to fire rang out, and a dozen interceptor missiles screamed forward, tearing through the air straight toward him. Azura did not even bother to move. With his arms crossed, he released the full weight of his death domain, and corrosion spread around him like a living storm. Every piece of incoming artillery rusted, decayed, and broke apart in midair, disintegrating before it could even reach his body. An urgent report from the observation center confirmed the nightmare they were facing. Long-range weapons could not break through Azura's defensive field. The missiles detonated uselessly in the air, their explosions swallowed by the rotting aura before they could do any damage. Firepower was meaningless now. Only martial warriors remained as a possible defense. The forces reorganized immediately, with the 2nd and 3rd section chiefs preparing for direct engagement, while the 4th and 5th sections shifted into restraint and support, bracing for a battle that could decide the fate of the capital. At that moment, the demon face on Azura's right locked onto several warriors below and hissed with satisfaction, finally sensing prey worth hunting. The left face stretched into a savage grin, muttering over and over about slaughtering them and crushing every bone. 2 warriors burst forward at the same time, burning everything they had in one desperate attempt to hold Azura back. Minutes later, grim reports slammed into Wang Zhiding one after another. The 2nd and 3rd section chiefs had fallen in battle. The 4th section chief was severely wounded. Dragon Sparrow forces had already suffered dozens of casualties, and the remaining units were retreating under unbearable pressure. The 5th section chief had also died, and even the presidents of the Li Fengyan High and Lishan Martial Arts Associations, who had rushed in as reinforcements, were being steadily forced back. Azura continued advancing toward the city center, and every new update tightened the vice around Wang Zhiding's chest as the casualty count kept climbing. Wang Zhiding could not understand how one overlord beast, acting completely alone, was tearing through the heart of Great Daxia, as though nothing in the capital could stop it. Even transcendent stage grandmasters were already dead. His limbs went cold, and he slumped back into his chair, his body trembling despite every effort to stay composed. After forcing himself to breathe, Wang Zhiding rasped out a demand, asking whether anyone had managed to contact Fu Hongsheng, Section Chief Qinglong, or Principal Shi Jingwen. The answer was exactly the same as before, no contact. His attention snapped next to Huadu's 9 families. The reports showed they had sent only a token force of Grandmaster fighters and a few high-level martial artists to assist with the interception. The elder powerhouses supposedly guarding Huadu had vanished from coordination entirely. Wang Zhiding could not make sense of it. There was no acceptable reason for the 9 great families to sever communication with Dragon Sparrow Division at a moment like this. On the massive surveillance screen, Azura's arm came down again, crushing another warrior into a grotesque smear of blood and shattered flesh. The image was horrifying, but Wang Zhiding barely registered it anymore. His thoughts were racing ahead. If this pace continued, Huadu would fall, and after Huadu, Great Daxiao itself might follow. Then one final answer surfaced in his mind. The special-ranked warriors. Releasing them felt like detonating a last safeguard with consequences no one could fully predict, but every other option had already collapsed. With no path left, Wang Zhiding issued the order to release them from confinement. His staff immediately protested, warning that those warriors could spiral out of control the moment they were freed. Wang Zhiding cut them off with a furious roar. Control no longer mattered. This was a battle for Huadu's survival. He declared that he would shoulder every consequence himself and ordered the release to proceed immediately. There was no room left for hesitation. Azura wandered through the ruined streets, his death aura spilling outward unchecked. Buildings, pavement, and everything near him decayed in his wake, crumbling as he passed. A lone fighter, either fearless or completely blind to the difference in power, lunged at Azura from behind and demanded to know where he was going. To Azura, the man was nothing more than an annoying insect buzzing too close. With a lazy swipe, he erased him and continued walking without slowing down. Azura's foot smashed through a fire hydrant, sending water bursting upward in a violent spray. With a bored sneer, he rinsed his hands beneath the torrent, muttering about how irritating it was to dirty himself with the blood of worthless martial artists. Then a voice suddenly cut through the air behind him, mocking whether monsters had started caring about staying clean. Azura turned and saw 3 special-ranked warriors standing amid the devastation. They looked almost disappointed. Huadu had released them to confront this creature, but even they had not expected the imperial capital to be reduced to such a state. The destruction was staggering, yet in their eyes, it only sealed Azura's fate. The demon face on Azura's right seemed amused by their defiance, while the left face bristled with murderous fury, eager to tear them apart. Then Azura's main head suddenly went still, its attention snapping away from the 3 warriors in front of him. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the floating city suspended high above Huadu. The 3 warriors before him were worthy prey, but whatever presence waited overhead was far more valuable. Azura decided he would dispose of these obstacles quickly. His true hunt was above. Both demon faces stiffened in surprise, their expressions freezing for a brief moment. Their elder brother had opened his eyes in earnest. The 2 faces wondered what kind of celestial warrior could command that much attention from him. The 3 released convicts, meanwhile, were stunned by Azura's casual dismissal. The bandaged warrior stepped forward first, scoffing at the monster's arrogance. He declared that Azura was only another overlord beast, and boasted that he had slaughtered plenty of creatures of that rank before. Then he promised to crush that grotesque, three-layered face with his own hands. Azura did not bother answering him. Instead, the main head began chanting in a low, ancient cadence, while the two demon faces slowly sealed their eyes shut. From Azura's shoulders, 4 more arms suddenly forced their way out, each one carrying a different strange color. The new limbs unfolded with a slick, unnatural crack, spreading wide, as if his body had been made for slaughter from the very beginning. 2 of his hands slowly crossed over his chest, gathering a terrifying pressure around him, while the other 4 rose high into the poisonous haze, turning his already monstrous figure into something even more ominous. The halo hovering above Azura's head erupted with a blinding radiance. His central eyes snapped open at once, cold and merciless, and from his mouth came a single phrase that sounded less like a technique and more like a death sentence. Domain expansion. The 3 special-ranked warriors stiffened where they stood, their faces draining of confidence. In all their years of battle, they had never imagined such a thing was possible. An overlord beast using a martial arts domain completely shattered everything they thought they understood. Before any of them could even raise a defense, the world around them was devoured by darkness. A pitch-black sphere expanded outward in an instant, swallowing the 3 warriors and locking them inside Azura's own private battlefield. Even from far across the ruined city, the dome could be seen hanging there, like a hollow void gouged straight into reality. Thin cracks began to crawl across the surface of that black sphere, spreading out in jagged lines like shattered glass under unbearable pressure. Then, with a sharp burst, the entire sphere broke apart into countless glittering fragments before fading away into the air. The 3 warriors had completely disappeared. There were no bodies left behind, no blood, not even the faintest trace that they had ever stood on that battlefield. Azura stared at the empty space with naked contempt, sneering that the elite forces humanity was so proud of amounted to nothing. Wiping them out had been easier than strolling through the wreckage beneath his feet. The demon face on his right muttered that humans were far too fragile, and that the presence his brother had sensed in the sky had better be at least a little entertaining. The face on the left growled in agreement, its expression twisted with frustration. To it, cutting down such weak prey was not satisfying at all, only dull and irritating. For a creature like Azura, only a real opponent, someone strong enough to resist, could make the hunt feel worthwhile. Azura lowered his body slightly, gathering strength through his legs. Then he launched himself upward, and the ground beneath him detonated as he tore into the clouds like a living missile. His destination was obvious from the start. Azura was charging straight toward Huadu University's floating city, and the moment his terrifying presence approached, every defense system there screamed to life. The energy magnetic shield immediately surged to its highest output, reacting the instant it detected Azura's incoming charge. Azura only let out a disdainful scoff. Without slowing down in the slightest, he slammed into the barrier head-on and punched through it, as if it were nothing more than thin glass. A storm of missiles instantly filled the sky, rushing toward him from every direction in one desperate wave after another. The demon face on the right burst into mocking laughter, amused that humanity still believed weapons like firearms and missiles could pose any threat to them. The face on the left, however, only snarled with annoyance, already sick of the same useless attacks repeating over and over again. Their eyes flared with a deep crimson glow. In the next moment, twin beams ripped through the air, sweeping across the sky and vaporizing the incoming missiles in a single brutal arc. Then the presence Azura had been tracking suddenly vanished. That abrupt disappearance made him pause for the briefest instant, his eyes narrowing as he wondered whether his prey had sensed danger and fled. A voice answered him from behind. A figure had already appeared at his back, dagger descending with lethal precision, and Gonka coldly declared that if anyone should be running, it was a monster like Azura. After all, he had walked straight into hell by his own choice. In the very next instant, Gonka's blade sliced across the nape of Azura's main head, tearing open his flesh and sending dark crimson blood spraying through the air. A sly smile curved across Gonka's lips, but Azura showed not even the slightest hint of panic or concern, as if the wound meant nothing to him at all. All 6 of Azura's hands locked together at once. A violent wind filled with corrosion exploded outward from his body, and a storm of death and decay wrapped around him like a living cocoon, forcing Gonku to pull back with visible disgust. To Gonku, that aura was beyond foul. It was like a choking filth spreading through the air itself, staining everything it touched with rot and corruption. The demon face on the right sent a quiet thought toward the one on the left. If their brother's head had truly been severed, even with the magic core still intact, survival would not have been guaranteed. Yet beneath that warning, excitement was already rising. At long last, they had found a warrior worth hunting. The left face did not share that excitement. It burned with rage instead, furious that they had actually been wounded by a human's blade. Pink bubbles of flesh surged over Azura's injury, rapidly crawling across the torn wound and sealing it shut right before Gonka's eyes. Azura looked at her with fresh interest, praising the strike for being silent, pure, and deadly in its precision. In that moment, Gonka had instantly become the most valuable prey Azura had encountered since arriving on the battlefield. Gonka simply brushed off the praise, treating it as far more dramatic than necessary. If Azura thought that little cut was impressive, then she would gladly show him what true skill actually looked like. Her killing intent erupted around her like a blade being drawn from its sheath. Behind Gonku, two enormous phantom eyes slowly opened, and a blood-red vision began flooding outward from her body. A sticky sea of fresh blood spread beneath Azura's feet, thick and wet, its unsettling squelch echoing through the sudden silence. Azura quickly understood that Gonku had pulled him into a personal domain, one that seemed visible only to him. The surrounding buildings were still standing untouched, which meant she had not sealed off a separate space. Instead, she had layered her domain directly over reality itself. But rather than feeling alarmed, Azura's eyes flickered with curiosity. He wanted to see exactly what this domain was capable of. Gonku declared with open pride that her power stood far above his disgusting aura of decay. Azura had no interest in arguing any further. His body vanished in a blur and reappeared behind Gonku, all six fists already swinging, as his earthly fiend martial technique burst into motion. The sunset hammer came crashing down, unleashing a storm of crushing blows meant to smash Gonku's body into pulp in a single instant. The entire floating city trembled under the force, while blazing golden light tore violently through the crimson phantom world surrounding them. Then Azura felt something was wrong. His attacks had struck nothing. Gonka had vanished completely, and in front of him there was only a swirling chaos of blood churning in the air. For the first time, a trace of confusion entered his thoughts. Had his fists landed, or had he missed her completely? Gonku's voice rang out nearby, filled with genuine surprise. A magical beast capable of using martial arts was something even she had never expected to see. She laughed, and said he would never believe it when she told him. While Gonku spoke, Azura's mind remained locked on one question. He still could not understand how she had slipped behind him so cleanly. In an instant, he considered every possibility. Teleportation, illusion, or perhaps some strange technique that distorted perception itself. Gonku offered him no answer at all. Her expression sharpened, and the playful air around her vanished. Playtime was over. She raised two slender fingers and activated her genetic technique, death by 1,000 cuts. Blood slaughter. All around Azura, tens of thousands of blood droplets rose into the air like weightless crimson bubbles. They drifted slowly in orbit, surrounding him from every possible direction. Azura watched the droplets with narrowed eyes. The demon face on the right noticed the hidden pattern first, and a knowing grin gradually spread across its mouth. Between each droplet stretched a nearly invisible filament, fine threads of blood linking one bead to the next. Together, those blood threads formed a mesh so dense and complete that not even the smallest insect could squeeze through. Gonka calmly declared that Azura was already trapped. Escaping was no longer possible. The droplets hardened and pulled inward, weaving into a silken sphere of blood that wrapped around him tightly and locked his body in place. Floating above him, Gonka struck a lightly playful pose, then announced with chilling ease that the slicing was about to begin. For a brief fraction of a second, Azura's main head could only let out a stunned sound, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Then the storm descended. Blades erupted from every angle at once, countless slashes crashing down like a merciless rain of steel. They struck the same places again and again, tearing into Azura's body with terrifying precision. His iron flesh, strong enough to withstand a Grandmaster's full-force attack, began to buckle beneath the concentrated assault. Pink flesh particles surged madly to repair him, sealing ripped skin and shattered muscle, but every wound that closed was immediately carved open again by the next wave. Inside that endless barrage, one thing became completely clear to Azura. This opponent was nothing like the humans he had crushed before. Instead of flying into a rage, Azura suddenly burst into laughter, wild and exhilarated. The pain did not frighten him at all. It only made his excitement sharper, because this was finally a battle worthy of him. Even so, it was still not enough to stop him completely. Azura tried to step forward, only to feel a heavy resistance dragging at his body. His legs had somehow become impossibly heavy, as if the blood itself was weighing him down. When Azura lowered his gaze, he finally saw what was dragging him down. Crimson human-shaped figures were clinging to his body, crawling over his legs and arms in dense, writhing clusters, their blood-red hands pulling at him like vengeful ghosts. Then Azura slowly raised his eyes, and for a brief instant, his expression froze. Standing before him was a towering mountain of corpses, piled so high it looked like a grotesque monument built from death itself. At the summit sat three enormous skulls like a twisted crown, and the entire mass radiated a suffocating pressure that made the air feel heavy and rotten. Pink bubbles of flesh surged across Azura's shredded body once more, rapidly restoring the wounds carved into him. Even as his body repaired itself, he praised Gongke's talent for slaughter, saying her instinct for killing was truly exceptional. If not for the psychological scars that had held back her growth, she might have become a serious obstacle to his emperor's ambitions. Gongke's face twisted with irritation the longer Azura spoke. She clamped both hands over her ears and began muttering under her breath, clearly trying to block him out, refusing to let another word of his endless speech into her head. Azura continued speaking anyway, completely ignoring her reaction. He said he had already wasted too much time in this place, and that stronger prey was still waiting for him elsewhere. Since that was the case, he would finish this quickly. Azura then began unfolding his domain once again. But before Azura could complete it, Gongke cut him off. Her voice turned sharp as she declared that he was not the only one capable of expanding a martial arts space. Then, with almost ridiculous confidence, Gongke casually pulled a phone from her pocket and started recording. She even announced that she would show the footage to Ihi later, using it as proof of just how strong she had become. Gongke lifted her hand, and in response, her own domain began to answer her call. Boundless severing head. A colossal phantom guillotine appeared high above them, its massive blade hanging over the battlefield like judgment itself. Its scale was so overwhelming that even the pressure of Azura's forming domain seemed smaller beneath it. The instant the guillotine locked onto Azura, thick iron chains burst out from empty air and wrapped tightly around his neck. They yanked him downward with brutal force, pinning his huge body beneath the hanging blade. At that same moment, Azura's own domain also activated. Gongke immediately felt the same terrifying erasure creeping over her body, the very same force that had swallowed the 3 special-ranked warriors earlier. Azura believed the outcome had already been decided. In a calm voice, he offered Gongke a farewell, even thanking her for giving him the rare satisfaction of a battle that was truly worth fighting. But Gongke had completely run out of patience for his endless talking. Whether her body disappeared or not, she refused to let Azura be the one to close this exchange on his own terms. So she gave the command. The guillotine dropped. The enormous blade came crashing down through Azura's neck with a deafening impact, tearing through him with terrifying force. That strike severed Azura's connection to his active domain. The erasing space shattered like splintering glass, freeing Gongke from the force that had been trying to wipe her out. For one violent moment, their powers collided and canceled each other in a brutal deadlock. The backlash struck Gongke almost immediately. She dropped to all fours, gasping hard as her lungs burned for air. Just seconds earlier, she had felt pieces of her own body beginning to fade into nothing, while her martial realm strained under pressure so intense they nearly collapsed. From the wreckage, Azura rose again, damaged but nowhere near defeated. He admitted that Gongke had surpassed Li Chongxin, and that if he wanted to kill her now, he could no longer afford to hold anything back. Human martial techniques were no longer enough. A piercing roar tore from Azura's throat. At the same time, 6 bony spikes erupted violently from the muscles of his back. Azura grabbed each spike with his hands and ripped them free, flesh and fluid stretching before snapping apart. In moments, those 6 jagged bones became 6 savage blades gripped in all of his hands. He announced that Gongke had earned his full attention. Every trace of borrowed human style vanished from him, leaving only raw instinct, like a predator finally revealing its true form. Gongke's playful expression disappeared. For the first time, a shadow crossed her face. As a master of slaughter herself, she could feel the sudden rise in Azura's killing intent pressing down on her like a physical weight. Ever since her illness began, Gongke had carried an unusually sharp sense for death. She could judge the chance of killing or being killed simply by feeling the pressure of an opponent's murderous intent. And now, the number she sensed from Azura was climbing fast, in a direction that was not in her favor. Earlier, when Azura had relied on that unstable domain, Gongke had measured his killing intent at around 6 out of 10. In a direct clash under those conditions, she could still hold her ground. But the moment Azura abandoned restraint and exposed his real nature, that pressure surged to a completely different level. In Gongke's mind, the outcome appeared with brutal clarity. She saw herself crushed beneath that suffocating aura of death, her body torn apart in a future that felt almost impossible to avoid. The vision of her own death flashed before her eyes, and the color drained from her face. Only grandmasters who had reached the butterfly metamorphosis stage, those with terrifying spiritual strength, could glimpse their own end in this way. Gongke accepted what she saw as fate. If this was where she had to fall, then dying to protect Huadu would not be shameful. She even imagined a statue of herself standing proudly on the campus one day, a monument future students would look up at with admiration. Even so, a trace of reluctance still tugged at her heart. After living for more than a century, there were still new games to try, new anime to watch, new stories to read, and that troublesome disciple she had not finished guiding yet. Deep down, she silently said farewell to Ihi and wished him well. With those final thoughts settled, Gongke lunged toward Azura. In that instant, The sky above them exploded with color. Behind Gongku, the heavy clouds began twisting into a vast vortex of dazzling purple light. Wild winds howled through the air as the spiral expanded wider and wider, until it seemed to blanket the entire sky over Huadu. Gongku came to an abrupt stop and turned around, stunned by the arrival of another overwhelming presence. Within the storm, a figure slowly emerged, his coat whipping violently in the gale. He wore a rough hooded cloth mask and hovered in the air with the calm posture of a god descending from above. His voice cut cleanly through the chaos as he declared that he had come to help Gongku rewrite her destiny. Far below, inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiding and his staff stared at their instruments in complete confusion. The magnetic field around Huadu University had gone berserk, wiping out their visual feed and leaving them nearly blind. Wang Zhiding cursed under his breath, his eyes locked on the chaotic readings. He could not tell whether that sudden surge of power meant reinforcements had arrived, or whether something even more dangerous had entered the battlefield. Across the city, crowds began gathering in the streets, all of them staring up at the colossal purple vortex. A child tugged nervously at his mother's sleeve and asked whether that light meant the monster was finally going to be destroyed. Back on the battlefield, the masked newcomer hovered across from Azura, while Gongku remained suspended between the two terrifying presences. Azura raised one of his crimson flesh blades and pointed it directly at the stranger, demanding to know who he was. The newcomer's eyes sharpened beneath the mask with an icy glint, and he answered with a single word, "Monster." But that answer explained nothing at all, because the masked figure floating in the sky was unmistakably human. Without the slightest hesitation, Ihi created a false identity on the spot. He announced that he belonged to a so-called monster organization, and that they could simply call him Demon Eye. Azura found that claim deeply unsettling. Fu Hongxing's intelligence had listed every notable powerhouse, yet there had been no mention of any monster organization, nor any fighter named Demon Eye. Either the information was incomplete, or Fu Hongxing had deliberately hidden something from them. The uncertainty irritated Azura, but to him, the solution was simple. He would erase this unknown variable immediately. Azura exploded upward, all 6 crimson flesh blades tearing through the air as he unleashed his original martial art, the Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. The terrifying strike sliced straight through Ihi's body, but the figure made no attempt to resist. Instead, it simply dissolved like mist, fading apart as though it had never been solid in the first place. Azura's instinct screamed that something was wrong. The feeling of the cut was completely hollow, with no real flesh or bone behind it. Before Azura could adjust, the phantom ignited. A catastrophic explosion erupted from the point of impact, revealing the illusion as a hidden charge. In an instant, the blast swallowed the sky. There was no room left to dodge. Azura's expression tightened as the shockwave ripped outward. Huadu University's floating city lurched violently beneath the force. The air itself seemed to shatter, buildings splintered apart, and countless pieces of debris spun upward through a rising wall of smoke. From a higher vantage point, the real Ihi watched the destruction unfold without any emotion on his face. His synchronization with the Xuanmu template was still immature, and its full potential had yet to be drawn out, but even in this unfinished state, it was already enough to deal with a monster like Azura. His Demora had evolved, and that alone was enough to change the balance of the entire battle. Ihi looked calmly into the rolling smoke and spoke as if the outcome had never been in doubt. He ordered Azura to stop pretending, because a creature at his level would never be finished off by one explosion alone. A rough, guttural laugh answered from inside the crater. Then Azura rose through the smoke, his body badly scorched from the blast, yet still standing, still intact, and still very much alive. A pillar of golden energy suddenly erupted beneath Azura's feet, launching him upward like a cannon shot. His body tore through the air at supersonic speed, charging straight toward Ihi with a look of manic excitement. But in Ihi's eyes, that terrifying charge seemed to unfold frame by frame. Ever since he had obtained the Xuanmu template's passive ability, the eye of cause and effect, the movement of the world had slowed into clear, deliberate moments. Azura's furious ascent looked almost sluggish to Ihi now, as if the monster's speed had been stripped of its threat. Since Azura was the first real opponent Ihi faced after unlocking an S-tier template, he was the perfect target to test this new power. Ihi activated cell refining. In the next instant, Ihi's body split apart cleanly, becoming 2 identical figures suspended in the air. That sudden duplication forced Azura to break his charge halfway through the sky. Azura stared at the 2 figures in shock, his eyes shifting between them. He could not tell which one was the original, which one was the copy, or how such a strange technique was even possible. Then the situation became even more absurd. Ihi continued splitting again and again, his body multiplying at a terrifying speed. In less than a heartbeat, Azura found himself completely surrounded. Identical versions of Ihi filled the air around him, forming a tightening cage with no obvious path of escape. And these were not empty illusions. Every clone had been born from sacred tree cell essence and strengthened by black-red biomatter. Because of that, each one possessed power almost equal to Ihi's real body. Their only flaw was their structure. If they maintained high-intensity output for too long, their cells would destabilize and collapse under the strain. Even with that weakness, an army of near-equal bodies closing in from all sides was still a nightmare made real. Ihi pushed the trap even further. Hellstar's energy amplification flared across the entire formation, boosting the nuclear output of every single body at the same time. The original Ihi and his countless copies opened their mouths in perfect unison, and atomic light began gathering deep in their throats. For the first time since the battle began, fear visibly cracked Azura's expression. Before he could move, a time freeze effect clamped down on his body and locked him in place. The entire setup closed around him like the jaws of a machine. Ihi named it without any flourish. Nuclear Immortal Slaying Formation. The atomic barrage detonated all at once. Blinding azure light erupted and fused together, forming a miniature sun hanging over Huadu. Down at Dragon Sparrow headquarters, panic exploded across every console as frantic reports poured in faster than anyone could process them. A second sun had appeared above Huadu University. Radiation levels spiked violently, and the external temperature around the battlefield surged at a frightening rate. Within a single second, the destructive force had already surpassed the previous explosion. By the 15th second, waves of shock had rippled across wide districts, shattering nearly every pane of glass in their path. By the 23rd second, the surface of the Jiulong River began to boil, thick sheets of steam rolling upward like white smoke from the water. The clones kept channeling that overwhelming power, refusing to stop until their fragile bodies finally reached their limit. Around the 40th second, their cells began rupturing under the strain. One after another, the clone bodies disintegrated, collapsing as the power burned through them from within. The imperial capital itself was nearly pushed to the edge of its radiation tolerance. Then, as suddenly as the disaster had begun, the light started to recede. The temperature dropped back toward normal, and the radiation levels plunged. Wang Zhiding slumped back in his chair, his teeth still chattering as he tried to understand what had just happened. His first instinct was to blame Gong Ku, assuming she had unleashed something reckless beyond imagination. Above the ruined battlefield, the smoke still churned and the air remained twisted by the aftermath. Ihi hovered silently in the sky, his aura steady and unmoved as he looked down at the destruction below. At the very center of that devastation, Azura was still standing. Somehow he had survived. Layers of pink flesh bubbles wrapped around Azura's mangled body, which had been burned and twisted into a grotesque shape that barely resembled what he had been before. He had been reduced almost to a blackened skeleton, with faint heat still glowing beneath charred ribs. He was not surprised. A being ranked among the Emperor of the Sinful Realm's 4 envoys was never supposed to die easily. That title clearly carried real weight. Even so, he was still interested by the fact that Azura had endured the nuclear Immortal Slaying Formation at all. -1 had once failed to survive the core output for more than a few dozen seconds, its evolved cells simply vaporizing under the force. Yet Azura was still standing in front of him. Azura arose again in fury, his ruined voice scraping out like broken metal. He commanded the pink flesh bubbles to rebuild him, and regeneration immediately surged across his charred frame. He allowed the process to continue, watching without rushing in to stop it. Then, in an instant, He closed the distance, seized Azura by the skull, and dragged him away from the city. The imperial capital could not endure another artificial sun erupting above it. Azura suddenly spoke in a strangely calm voice. He admitted that this was the first time since his birth that he had ever been wounded so badly. He was strong, Azura said, but still not strong enough to kill him, and certainly not strong enough to kill the other envoys. Even so, Azura said Ihi's achievement was something worth taking pride in. Then his words shifted into open temptation. The emperor had already perfected the old civilization's transformation ritual. If Ihi abandoned his humanity, he could become part of a superior race. With Ihi's talent, Azura claimed, he could rise within a few decades and become the 5th envoy. Ihi answered with a thin sneer. After all that praise, the reward Azura was offering was only to stand 5th in line and wait decades for the privilege. Ihi let out a mocking sigh and released his grip without warning. Azura barely had time to register the change before a brutal kick smashed into him. The impact sent Azura flying into a distant mountain, where his body crashed into the stone and detonated it into a storm of dust and shattered rock. A column of atomic light followed immediately after, slamming straight into the crater where Azura had landed. Azura understood that strike as Ihi's final answer. He acknowledged the refusal, then declared in a cold voice that he would grant Ihi death. Now that they were far beyond Huadu's outskirts, there was no longer any reason for Ihi to keep hiding his power. Ihi responded by unveiling his super-nuclear light battle body, and blinding power surged outward from him in a brilliant flare. Watching Ihi's transformation, Azura finally realized that the earlier clash inside the city had been fought under restraint. That had not been Ihi's full strength at all. A cold question crept into Azura's mind. If one member of this so-called monster organization possessed power like this, then what kind of strength did the rest of the organization command? If even a fraction of that power was common among them, then the Emperor's grand design might be standing on dangerously unstable ground. Azura tightened his grip around the 6 crimson flesh blades, his expression turning grim and vicious. He declared that the monster organization had to be exterminated. Ihi answered without the slightest hesitation. Since Azura was so afraid of the monster organization, then Ihi would use the name of that very organization to erase him right here. Ihi drew the Starfall Cleaver, its blade flashing cold in his hand. In the next breath, he and Azura rushed forward and collided head-on. Steel and crimson flesh blades crashed together in a blinding arc, the force of the impact slicing through the air and carving straight across a nearby mountain. The mountain split apart as if it had been cut by heaven itself, huge slabs of stone collapsing while shockwaves rolled across the wasteland. Neither Ihi nor Azura gave an inch. Their battlefield was torn apart with every exchange, peak after peak shattering beneath the force of their attacks. When the two charged and clashed again, Ihi taunted Azura coldly, demanding that a top envoy of the sinful realm prove he was actually worthy of that title. Azura snapped back that arrogance did not suit a mere human. Even after losing his original body, even with his speed and strength reduced from their peak, he insisted that he was still far beyond Ihi's reach. To Azura, the monster organization had already become a threat to his emperor, and because of that, every last member of it had to be wiped out. Another brutal clash forced Ihi back through the air, but he steadied himself and refused to fall. Then he shot back with a sneer, saying that a 6-armed skeleton struggling against a single opponent sounded far more arrogant when talking about exterminating anyone. Azura landed heavily and immediately advanced again, his attention fixed entirely on Ihi, without bothering to check the ground beneath him. His foot came down on something soft, faintly blue, and almost too subtle to notice against the ruined terrain. Azura glanced down, but by the time his eyes caught it, he was already a fraction too late. The surface beneath his foot detonated. A cloud of microscopic spores erupted upward and swallowed Azura before he had any chance to pull away. From above, Ihi explained in a calm voice that those spores had been created by fusing Star Emperor Damora's judgment cells with Xuanmu's cellular structure. The result was a hybrid cell he called the Y cell, and now, Azura was about to experience its effects for himself. The spores expanded rapidly, like compressed matter suddenly released from its restraints. In the blink of an eye, they coated Azura's entire skeletal frame. Panic tore out of his throat as he demanded to know what he had done to him, and why his body had suddenly stopped obeying his commands. With only his skull still clearly visible through the spreading growth, Azura felt control slipping further and further away. His limbs no longer felt like they belonged to him. Despair cracked through his voice as he shouted that he had not yet completed his Emperor's mission. Damora's cosmic cells had been designed to overwrite entire ecosystems, seeping through the atmosphere, land, and oceans until every living organism was gradually drawn into assimilation. When a higher-order strain infected a target like Azura, that assimilation no longer stopped at simple contamination. It escalated into a complete reconstruction at the cellular level. The result was not ordinary death. It was conversion into an avatar. As the restructuring finished, Azura's skeleton was no longer bare. New organs began pulsing into existence. Blood vessels threaded through fresh muscle, and layer after layer of flesh sealed itself over bone. Azura reformed in his original shape, but Damora's traits were now woven into every cell of his body. The newly born avatar straightened up, then immediately addressed Ihi as his lord. Ihi tested him without wasting a word. He ordered the avatar to squat and jump. The massive body obeyed instantly, without hesitation or resistance. Azura compressed into a crouch, then launched upward with explosive force before dropping back down into another perfect crouch. The speed and precision of the response clearly satisfied Ihi. Ihi bent down and picked up a rock from the broken rubble nearby. The moment Azura noticed the stone in his lord's hand, his eyes lit up with eager anticipation, almost like an animal waiting for a game to begin. Ihi told him to bark, and Azura immediately did, loud, clear, and completely obedient. When Ihi tossed the rock high into the sky, Azura shot after it with unrestrained enthusiasm. The control was absolute. The Y cells were working exactly as Ihi had intended, and the irony was not lost on him, because the blueprint for this system had come from the parasite Azura himself had once implanted inside Li Chongzhen. Back in the imperial capital, inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, a staff officer rushed forward with a new report analyzing the sky anomaly above Huadu University. Wang Zhiding immediately demanded an explanation. The officer reported that the phenomenon had been caused by a masked individual. This man had first appeared only a week earlier and had already been active across several fallen cities. He changed masks between operations, avoided coordination with the Warrior Alliance, and focused only on hunting and exterminating territorial overlords. Every time he appeared, the clouds turned purple, and satellites detected signatures of cosmic light, which meant he was directly manipulating atmospheric cosmic energy. Wang Zhiding stared at the surveillance image of the masked figure, his brows drawn tight. The man looked almost unreal, like some stylized shadow from a legend, and Wang Zhiding wondered whether he might be helping Great Xia reclaim its lost territory. His secretary immediately cut off that thought. According to Nua's psychological assessment, the masked man was not acting out of patriotic loyalty at all. His behavior matched a pure predator pattern. Systematic hunting of overlords, nothing more. That implication left Wang Zhiding briefly speechless, his eyes fixed on the screen as the room seemed to fall colder around him. Before he could process the report any further, an urgent remote transmission flashed across the main screen. It came from the special-ranked warrior, Gong Ku. The connection opened to reveal Gong Ku crouched among the ruins near Huadu University, gripping her phone tightly, as if it were the only stable thing left around her. She reported that the masked man belonged to an organization called Monster Organization, and that his codename was Demon Eye. Silence spread through the command room. Wang Zhiding and his secretary repeated the name under their breath, trying to connect it to anything they knew. But the same question hung over everyone's head. What exactly was this monster organization? Gong Ku repeated the information she had already gathered, and the moment those words reached headquarters, Wang Zhiding and everyone in the Dragon Sparrow division fell deathly quiet. It was as if the entire room had been muted. Their faces paled almost at the same time, because it was now painfully obvious that not a single person present had ever heard of this mysterious martial arts faction. Just from the name alone, it did not sound like any official organization Great Xia had ever registered. If it really were a legitimate faction, then how could Wang Zhiding, the director of a special intelligence agency, have absolutely no memory of it? And more importantly, if every member of this group was as terrifying as Demon Eye, why had they chosen this exact turning point in Great Xia's recovery plan to finally reveal their strength? While Wang Zhiding kept turning those questions over in his mind, trying to figure out what this hidden faction could possibly be planning, his secretary suddenly snapped him back to attention. She pointed toward the massive surveillance screen, where live footage showed dazzling light erupting from the ground inside Huadu University's perimeter and shooting straight into the night sky, swelling into something like a gigantic, glowing sphere. The feed zoomed in, and Azura came into view. He looked newly reinforced, more refined, and his physique had become strikingly powerful. His presence felt even more oppressive than before. The staff watching could only stare in stunned fear, until someone finally blurted out whether that was really Azura. His appearance was slightly different now, but his massive size and overwhelming aura were unmistakably the same. Had Azura evolved? The instant that question hung in the air, the tension in the room sharpened. Then Wang Zhiding noticed something else. Someone was standing on Azura's right shoulder. And that person was none other than He, or rather, Demon Eye. He did not say a word. He simply met their gaze head-on through the screen with an unblinking stare. That fixed glow terrified Wang Zhiding so badly he nearly lost control, because he was completely unprepared for what he was seeing and could not make sense of it at all. Demon Eye and Azura were together, standing side by side like inseparable partners. One of them was supposedly determined to wipe out every powerful martial artist in Great Xia, while the other had been hunting down overlord-level magical beasts. So how in the world were they standing together now? Demon Eye looked at the horrified and bewildered expressions inside the command room, especially Wang Zhiding's pale face, and then let out a mocking laugh that explained absolutely nothing. Immediately after that, the live feed cut out without warning. Although the surveillance signal had clearly been severed by some kind of special jamming method, Dragon Sparrow Division's life-sensing system was still active. And according to the readings, Demon Eye had already taken Azura far away from the imperial capital, as if the two of them were leaving for good. Wang Zhiding could only grit his teeth, helpless anger pressing down on him until his jaw trembled. Great Xia had once been the strongest nation on Blue Star, yet now it had fallen into such a miserable position that when an invading monster stormed the imperial capital, they had no powerhouse strong enough to stop it. In the end, they had been forced to place their hopes on someone from a mysterious organization just to hold back one overlord beast. In just a few short hours, four section chiefs had already died in battle, and most of their elite troops had either been wounded or wiped out. The weight of that failure made Wang Zhiding feel as if he had truly let down the people of Great Xia. But beneath the guilt, an even hotter resentment burned toward the 9 families of the imperial capital, those rotten old clans who had chosen self-preservation and fled Huadu the moment the crisis began. Wang Zhiding swore that their so-called graceful retreat would not be quietly buried or polished over as if nothing had happened. After the incident, the media exploded almost instantly. Every outlet was packed with dense speculation about what had really happened in the imperial capital, but plenty of netizens refused to believe the reports at all. After all, Huadu was home to countless powerful figures in Great Xia. In their minds, who would be stupid enough to launch such a brazen attack in a place like that? Yet no matter how much disbelief spread, the same clips and summaries kept flooding every platform. The news that Huadu had barely survived Azura's attack shot straight into the trending lists, while countless people insisted it had to be fake, angrily cursing whoever they thought was spreading such malicious rumors. Across forums both large and small, netizens tore into one another in fierce arguments, their opinions clashing without pause. Still, most of them insisted this had to be the work of hostile forces trying to sabotage Great Xia's recovery plan, using fear and panic to shake public confidence. Before long, more and more voices joined in, demanding that whoever started the rumors be captured immediately. Meanwhile, at Dai Qiming's side, a female student who seemed to be his assistant rushed in with a pale face, terrified and confused by the news spreading everywhere. She blurted out question after question, clearly praying that all of it was false. But Dai Qiming answered with grave certainty that the reports were true, because he had received inside information. Turning slightly toward her, Dai Qiming lowered his voice, his expression heavier than ever. 3 martial arts association presidents who had remained in Huadu, along with the 4 section chiefs of Great Xia's Dragon Sparrow Division, 7 grandmasters in total, had all been wiped out. There were even rumors that Dragon Sparrow had deployed special ranked forces, yet in the end, only a single survivor had been left behind. That answer made the assistant's terror show clearly on her face. She immediately pressed Dai Qiming about the nation's national grandmasters, the legendary figures said to stand at the very peak of martial arts on Blue Star. Dai Qiming answered calmly that the 2 key names were Principal Shi and Section Chief Qinglong. Even from Great Xia's border, Dai Qiming said, it should have been possible for them to reach Huadu within minutes if support had truly been needed. Yet neither Principal Shi nor Qinglong had appeared, and not even one expert of that level had shown up at all. Apparently, all of them had gone missing. Dai Qiming added that the seriousness of the current situation had already surpassed the secret realm invasion that once led to the 12 fallen cities in Xia Nation. As his gaze hardened with rare resolve, every word seemed to carry the weight of an omen, as though Great Xia was being pushed into a completely different era. At the same time, far away on Liuli Island, a vast and remote island under Great Xia, the Kai family, the island's most prestigious clan, was quietly receiving an important guest from the North Barton Federation in secret. The Kai family patriarch, an elderly man in the most traditional sense, personally stepped forward to welcome the distinguished guest who had crossed the ocean. His face was carved with deep wrinkles, and a silver beard framed his aged but dignified expression. Although the 2 nations shared a long and bitter history of conflict, business still had to be conducted when interests aligned. In the old patriarch's eyes, this meeting was, at the very least, something serious enough to treat with proper respect. The foreign guest, however, simply waved away the formalities and told him there was no time for ceremony. If the intelligence was accurate, then Great Xia's remaining 2 national grandmasters, along with every martial artist at the national defense level, had all been confirmed missing. And that meant North Barton was not the only side preparing to make a move. The focus then shifted back to Yi, who was riding atop Azura's head with almost casual ease. As they traveled, Yi calmly handed down a decision to his newly subdued overlord dog, as if the matter had been settled from the start. From that moment onward, Azura would officially join the monster organization under the codename Hook. Azura, who no longer had any real say in the matter, accepted the name immediately without the slightest resistance. Yi kept that same nonchalant air, continuing as if he were granting Azura an honor, telling him he should feel proud because he was the very first member of this newly formed monster organization. In a world where individual power and influence decided everything, having a force of one's own could solve many problems that could not be handled personally. With the situation across the world growing more chaotic by the day, he had already decided to build power under his own banner. And his first step was to place Azura in contact with the Mad Doctor. While he was at it, he could also visit the Mad Doctor's secret base. But just then, another thought crossed his mind. Rumors were already spreading everywhere that the monster organization was connected to Azura, the mysterious overlord who had attacked the imperial capital. With that in mind, Ihi realized that openly traveling together like this looked far too suspicious. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could not keep appearing side by side with Azura in public. After thinking it over for a moment, Ihi activated his Hellstar light manipulation ability and turned both himself and Azura invisible. Not long after that, the 2 of them arrived at their designated destination. But the place before them turned out to be a dense tropical forest. The moment Ihi saw the trees, his eyes narrowed slightly. Something about the forest felt wrong. An uneasy, ominous feeling scraped against Ihi's instincts the longer he stared into the greenery. Then Ihi's blood nearly ran cold. Embedded directly in the trunk in front of him was something that looked exactly like an eye. The eye suddenly snapped open, sweeping across the area as if it were searching for something. When that eye finally locked onto him, Ihi immediately lost his composure, convinced he was staring at some kind of demon tree. Before the supposed tree demon could even speak, he had already lunged forward with his fist raised to strike. His punch stopped only a hair's breadth away when the mad doctor shouted that it was him. Only then did he begin to understand what was going on, though it still took him a moment to process it. Not only could this tree talk and grow a freakishly enormous eye, it actually had several eyes, along with several mouths to match. The mad doctor quickly apologized for failing to warn his lord ahead of time. The mad doctor then explained that the entire forest was actually a network of biological monitors he had synthesized through biotechnology. He praised the setup as incredible and even called the mad doctor a genius, but deep down, he was still extremely creeped out by what he was seeing. Because no matter how useful it was, this forest looked like something ripped straight out of a horrifying nightmare. As the mad doctor urged his lord to enter, a massive passageway opened before them. He apologized again for how shabby everything looked, emphasizing that the base had only been under development for a little more than half a month. He immediately questioned how a secret base could possibly be built in such a short time. And beyond that, he wondered whether the research progress was moving far too quickly as well. The mad doctor answered as if it had all been quite easy. The facility and the research funding had both been solved without much difficulty, because there were always rich people in the world who were either dying young or suffering from serious illnesses. So the mad doctor had simply extracted a self-healing factor from his own blood, and those wealthy people had rushed to hand him money for it. The mad doctor also said he was searching for suitable candidates who could assist Ihi after undergoing vampire transformation. The social influence carried by those candidates would be extremely useful for building Ihi's organization. Still, the mad doctor made it clear that he would only begin the conversion process if his lord agreed. Unexpectedly, Ihi showed little interest in micromanaging it. He told the mad doctor to use his own judgment, saying he could decide for himself as long as he did not force anyone into buying or selling, and as long as he did not follow the same insane methods once used by Laserbird. Besides, Ihi added, the mad doctor was smart enough by now to understand his preferences. Dr. Fong acknowledged this immediately, then moved on to the next item, a briefing for Ihi on the latest scientific research results. But before that, he emphasized the most important point. Thanks to the black-red biomatter provided by his lord, that biological cell with infinite possibilities had proven far too perfect. It was something the mad doctor had genuinely never encountered before. He also explained that he knew the whereabouts of certain experts and scholars from the past, people connected to Prometheus and Laserbird, and that he had already converted them into his own family before gathering them into a research team that would serve Ihi. He sincerely hoped Ihi had no objections to that either. With that, they stepped into an elevator, and the platform dropped rapidly deeper underground before stopping at a level marked F. When the doors slowly opened, they stepped into a completely different atmosphere. The entire floor radiated modernity and cutting-edge technology, with an enormous space packed full of research doctors working without pause. Not one of them seemed to notice Ihi's arrival, which immediately stirred his curiosity. These researchers carried out their duties like soulless biomechanical machines, their movements so precise and lifeless that they resembled living robots. And it was not hard to see why. Each researcher had a central device fixed to the head, completely covering the eyes. The mad doctor explained that they were cyborgs, and that their brains had already been modified. With that answer given, Ihi moved on, pointing towards several giant test tubes filled with the remains of monsters and demanding to know what they were for. But before anyone could answer, the drone beside Ihi suddenly scrambled away as a figure approached from behind and greeted him with formal respect. Ihi turned slightly and immediately saw the mad doctor, except his appearance was completely different now. Ihi asked about this new form, and Dr. Madman calmly explained that what he was seeing was only a cyborg vessel. Ihi gave a small nod, but curiosity still tugged at him, so he asked where the mad doctor's real body actually was. Dr. Madman, eager to provide his lord with the greatest possible scientific support, explained that he had used the black-red biomatter to fully transform his own body into nothing but a brain. He had discarded every unnecessary organ and tissue, so he would not waste precious brainpower controlling a physical form. For daily activity, he only needed to implant a small portion of his consciousness into a vessel like a control chip, allowing him to move around and operate freely whenever he wished. After hearing that, Ihi half-jokingly asked whether the mad doctor was planning to go on some kind of cybernetic blind date with Nuwa, or maybe even marry a ship. In the end, though, Ihi could only sigh and reach a resigned conclusion. As long as it did not interfere with the work, Ihi could tolerate whatever strange direction the mad doctor wanted to take. Then Ihi brought up the giant mechanical beast stationed in the forest outside, explaining that it was his external embodiment, and that his will could transfer into it at any time. For now, he intended to leave it in the mad doctor's care, but he made one thing very clear. The mad doctor was not allowed to conduct random research on it. Dr. Madman immediately straightened as if receiving a sacred command. Dr. Madman vowed at once that he would treat it exactly as he treated his lord, and that he would arrange for his cyborgs to give it comprehensive physical care every single day. He closed his eyes for a brief moment in pure exasperation before telling him there was absolutely no need for that, even though he knew perfectly well the man would probably do it anyway. After that, the mad doctor led Ihi to a massive aquarium. Ihi took one brief look and asked whether something was hidden inside, but of course, the cyborg doctor turned it into a grand reveal, praising his lord's sharp insight before placing his hand on a rectangular device and activating what he called his most important research and development project, Project Artificial Demora. Inside a long cylindrical tube, a living creature slowly began to take shape. Yet despite clearly being alive, its complete stillness made it look less like a living being and more like a specimen sealed for observation. With solemn pride, the mad doctor invited his lord to witness the result he had nurtured for so long. This being had been created by extracting the original genes from the dorsal fin of the sacred object he had entrusted to him. After that, the mad doctor had used the black-red biomatter to run calculations and push the material through a series of bioengineering experiments until the creature was finally complete. According to Dr. Madman, it had inherited Ihi's racial talent for controlled nuclear fusion through that dorsal fin, while also carrying the black-red biomatter's ability to adapt and evolve in response to any environment. The mad doctor declared that this creature was the absolute pinnacle of everything he had ever created, and now he was presenting it to his great lord. Ihi stood there without saying a word, quietly studying the enormous creature in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more certain he became that this was practically a genuine juvenile form of Demora. And because a life form of that size carried such powerful counteracting traits, he could not help worrying that if it was left unchecked, it might cause serious trouble on a small place like Little East Island. Even so, Ihi's voice carried clear satisfaction as he looked over the results. He praised the mad doctor without holding back, every sentence filled with genuine approval for what the man had managed to create. And since the work had been completed so well, Ihi decided to give him a proper reward, the newly developed Y cells, while making it very clear that he expected even greater surprises from him in the future. The mad doctor reacted almost instantly, throwing himself into an exaggerated display of loyalty and gratitude. His expression was so intense, and his movements so dramatic, that for a moment it looked as if he might actually drop to the ground and kiss the floor just to prove how thankful he was. He was caught off guard all over again and quickly told him to stop making such an absurd scene. Now that the task he had entrusted to the mad doctor was finally complete, there was no reason to linger any longer. It was time for him to return to Huadu. Back in the imperial capital, after several days of non-stop effort, the plan to retake the 12 fallen cities had finally succeeded with the quiet assistance of a mysterious master. News of the victory spread across Great Xia, and the entire nation burst into celebration. But not long after that wave of joy swept through the country, something unexpected happened, leaving ordinary people everywhere confused and uneasy. From that moment onward, a strict curfew was put into effect. The entire country entered a wartime state, and every major form of transportation was locked down, including aircraft, ships, and all routes that could carry people in or out. At the same time, communication with the outside world was severed. Special police officers began patrolling the streets. Drones swept across the sky from time to time, and even everyday necessities were placed under purchasing limits. The atmosphere changed so sharply that even the slowest person could feel a crisis pressing in. For now, every wild theory spreading online was quickly suppressed, with the official explanation being that the measures were necessary to prevent social unrest and stop foreign forces from manipulating public opinion. Great Xia had entered a level of tension the country had never experienced before. When he finally arrived in Huadu, he could not stop himself from turning his head left and right, taking in the streets around him with disbelief. For a brief moment, he even wondered if this place in front of him was truly still Huadu at all. But after looking more carefully, he could only sigh at the imperial capital's reputation. It truly deserved to be called the most technologically advanced city in Great Xia. Countless streets and districts had been destroyed in the previous battle, yet somehow, in less than a single day, they had already been restored almost completely. He took out his phone and opened the navigation system, setting his destination for the Dragon Sparrow Division headquarters. Almost immediately, the electronic voice responded, calmly calculating the best route and guiding him straight toward the command center. Before long, he arrived in front of a tall, imposing building that seemed to rise over the street like a fortress. At the very top, the emblem of the Dragon Sparrow Division was mounted proudly in plain view. Looking up at it, he muttered under his breath that this was his first day as an intern. With a calm face and a trace of curiosity in his eyes, he walked into the building at an unhurried pace. He headed straight for the elevator, stepped inside, and rode upward toward the workspace of the 1st Division, the place where the legendary ace warriors of Dragon Sparrow were said to gather. Then, as the elevator doors slowly slid open, he kept his composure and stepped out casually. But the moment he looked ahead, he found himself slightly surprised. The entire office was silent, empty, and almost strangely still. It was so quiet that even the faint click-clack of a keyboard from somewhere in the distance sounded especially clear. Lin Zhu was the only person in the division office at that moment. When Yi greeted her, she finally turned slightly in his direction, her eyes pausing on him as she recognized him right away as the specially admitted student recommended by Section Chief Qinglong. Yi introduced himself politely and addressed Lin Zhu as his senior. But when Lin Zhu responded, she immediately clarified that she was only a staff member and would not dare call herself anyone's senior, especially not in front of a special admission student. Then she pointed toward a nearby desk and told him that it would be his workstation. All the necessary documents had already been prepared there, and since she was extremely busy, she told him not to disturb her unless it was important. Yi glanced around the empty office and cautiously asked if Lin Zhu was really the only person currently in the First Division workspace. Lin Zhu let out a tired sigh, her expression carrying both helplessness and exhaustion, before saying that the situation was both unlucky and fortunate. When Dragon Sparrow had been attacked in Huadu, most of the First Division had happened to be stationed at the border. Because of that, their ace agents had suffered almost no losses, allowing them to preserve nearly all of their strength. But now, many elite specialists from the 2nd through 5th divisions had either died or sacrificed themselves, and with foreign nations growing more greedy and watchful, the burden had fallen almost entirely onto the 1st division. Lin Zhu admitted that she knew she had no right to complain at a time like this, but after more than 30 hours without sleep, trapped in endless high-pressure document review, she was already worn down to the limit. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Yi decided he could not simply stand by and do nothing, so he quietly chose to lend her a hand. Without making a big deal out of it, Yi secretly produced a substance secreted from his black-red biomatter. It was harmless to humans, but it could improve brain efficiency and ease mental pressure. Wanting to help Lin Zhu push through her exhaustion, he quietly mixed the substance into a cup of coffee and handed it to her. Lin Zhu was a little surprised that Yi did not act like the usual arrogant special admission student. Instead, he seemed thoughtful, polite, and tactful, so she accepted the coffee without refusing. She took a large sip, but just as the warmth spread through her, a sharp emergency alarm suddenly exploded through the quiet office. Riots had broken out in several cities along the border near the Southeast Triangle region. Although 4 top agents had already been sent to investigate and suppress the unrest, the situation still required at least one more agent to be dispatched immediately. Lin Zhu sprang up from her chair at once, muttering under her breath that of all possible times, the emergency had to come right when she was finally about to eat. With no hesitation, she decided she would personally head out to deal with the riots and leave the remaining work in the office to the newly arrived special admission student. But before Lin Zhu could take a single step, Yi gently placed a hand on her shoulder. His voice was calm and low as he reassured her, telling her that he would handle the matter himself. Lin Zhu hesitated, clearly weighing the risks in her mind. Even if Yi had been personally recommended by Section Chief Qinglong, that only proved he had extraordinary potential for the future. It did not necessarily mean he already had the strength to face a mission like this. So she warned him seriously that emergency assignments were all extremely dangerous, and as a freshman, he had no reason to throw himself into something so reckless. But he did not back down. His gaze remained steady, and instead of arguing, he simply turned the question back on her, asking if she truly thought he would be unable to resolve the situation. Lin Zhu froze for a brief moment, staring at him as though she had not quite processed what he had just said. Then, in the next instant, a strangely familiar fragrance drifted into her senses. That scent made Lin Zhu's eyes widen as realization struck her all at once. But before she could react or resist, her consciousness was abruptly seized, and the world in front of her fell into darkness. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Zhu came back to herself. When her awareness returned, she was no longer standing in the office. She was already seated in the cafeteria, and in front of her sat a tray piled with food, every single dish one of her personal favorites. The sight and smell were so tempting that Lin Zhu nearly drooled before she caught herself. She quickly forced her expression back under control, though her eyes still lingered on the tray with obvious hunger. Lin Zhu had absolutely no intention of pretending to be polite in front of a meal like this. Even so, she had to admit one thing. Despite being from the younger generation, Yi was far more impressive than she had expected. Formidable might have been the better word. As Lin Zhu wondered aloud whether Yi was some kind of master illusionist, the man himself suddenly appeared behind her and calmly answered that he was not. He explained that she simply looked far too exhausted, so he had taken the opportunity to help her get some rest and food. After all, the top specialists of Dragon Sparrow had all gone through special training to resist illusions. Even if their minds became hazy, they could not be hypnotized so easily. Only illusions that were both pure and powerful could break through their defenses and invade their consciousness. And yet, Yi had not only made Lin Zhu walk downstairs to the cafeteria under hypnosis, he had even gotten her to list out her favorite dishes along the way. That alone proved his illusion ability had reached a level that ordinary divine warriors had no way of resisting. He simply took a sip of his drink completely calm. In his mind, that small demonstration was more than enough to prove he had the ability to take on the mission. He was just about to leave, but Lin Zhu still refused to gamble with his safety. She insisted that he was a rare genius who should focus on cultivating his talent, because if anything happened to him during the mission, she would never be able to shoulder the responsibility. Lin Zhu kept talking, so focused on warning him that she did not even notice he had already left while she was still speaking. Only when she finally turned back toward the spot where she thought he was standing did Lin Zhu realize that the space beside her was completely empty. In the end, Lin Zhu could only think that he really was like a typical special admission student after all. Then her gaze landed on the note he had left behind. On it, he had written bluntly that she was too weak, and that the bottle of medicine he had left with the note would help her recover. Lin Zhu picked up the bottle, a smile slowly spreading across her face. For some reason, the young recruit's bluntness, confidence, and quiet thoughtfulness struck her right in the heart. She suddenly found herself completely drawn to him, because he was exactly her type. The scene shifted to the frontier between Great Xia and the Southeast Triangle region. Inside a battered, dilapidated bus rattling along a dusty road packed with people and vehicles, he had already changed his appearance. Disguised as an ordinary middle-aged man, he blended into the crowd so he could investigate in secret and trace the true force behind the riots. Inside the cramped bus, a sudden wave of foul stench crashed into Ihi's nose. He sarcastically mocked it as clean and hygienic, though fortunately for him, he could seal off his respiratory system and create a protective film over his skin. Otherwise, he would have been forced to endure that nauseating smell head-on. As the bus jolted forward, Ihi reviewed the intelligence Dragon Sparrow had already gathered. Because the situation was urgent and the workload overwhelming, the other 3 ace agents had rushed to several border cities and quickly eliminated the terrorists stirring up the riots. But those people were only mouthpieces for foreign forces. Remove one, and another could be pushed forward immediately. It was nothing more than treating the symptoms while leaving the real disease untouched. Now that the identities of those 3 top agents had already been exposed, he understood exactly what he had to do. He needed to move from the shadows, follow the unrest back to its source, and cut out the root cause before it could spread any further. After the rattling old bus finally reached a more open stretch of road, a smaller bus suddenly swerved in from the side and blocked its path. The driver slammed on the brakes, leaned out the window in fury, and shouted at the other driver to watch where he was going. A blond, middle-aged man climbed out of the smaller vehicle. His body was covered in tattoos, and his cold eyes swept over the crowded bus before he ordered the driver to open the door. The bus driver's face instantly lost all color as fear took over. Without daring to argue, he hurriedly obeyed and pulled the door open, allowing the blond man to step aboard with a black-haired lackey following close behind him. He stayed silent the entire time and had no intention of stepping in directly just yet. Great Xia had once been known as the safest country on Earth, a place where even along the borders, criminals rarely dared to act openly. For scum like this to behave so brazenly now, there had to be someone powerful backing them from behind. The black-haired lackey stepped forward with a disturbing smile on his face. Then he raised his voice for everyone on the bus to hear, declaring that they were not bad people at all, but good people who had come for an honest purpose. After introducing the blond man as his boss, the lackey shamelessly insisted that their leader had not come to attack anyone or steal a single coin. According to him, all they wanted was for everyone on the bus to cooperate with their work. By that point, the passengers were already frightened out of their wits. One by one, they scrambled toward the rear of the bus, squeezing shoulder to shoulder and pressing themselves into the narrow space, as if putting even a little more distance between themselves and the intruders might keep them alive. And completely by accident, their panicked retreat created an awkward problem for Ihi. With so many people crushed together around him, even his sealed breathing ability was almost pushed to the edge of being useless. When the black-haired man saw the passengers shrinking away from him, his face twisted with irritation. He snapped at them, demanding to know why they were backing off when he had already said they were good people. Were they really that scared of him? Then his temper suddenly exploded, and he roared that anyone who dared move again would be chopped into pieces. Right after his threat, 2 more men climbed onto the bus. Both of them were tall, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built, looking almost like copies of each other, with their hairstyles being the only obvious difference. The black-haired lackey proudly introduced the 2 burly newcomers as professional tattoo artists. Then, with a twisted grin, he announced that before long, every single person on the bus would receive the same tattoo he had. Men, women, the elderly, the young, and even babies still nursing in their mother's arms. As if to prove what he meant, he grabbed the hem of his shirt and yanked it upward. Beneath it was a thin, bony chest, and right in the center of his skin sat a vivid red tattoo shaped like a thorn-wrapped heart, pierced straight through by an arrow. He continued watching without making a sound, but thanks to Dragon Sparrow's intelligence, he already recognized the symbol immediately. That tattoo was the gang's mark, and seeing it used like this made their cruelty even clearer. These heartless bastards had already started dragging ordinary civilians into their schemes by force. Inside the bus, the air felt heavy, cramped, and suffocating. At the very back, an elderly man finally could not endure their arrogance any longer. He spat out that they were traitors, demanding to know how they could still face their parents after doing such things, whether they had no fear of retribution, and how they could disgrace their own ancestors like this. The old man had barely finished speaking when the scrawny black-haired lackey flew into a rage. He drew a short sword in one sharp motion and cursed at the old man, asking if the geezer was tired of living. Since he wanted to die so badly, he could watch himself get hacked apart right there. But in the very next instant, blood suddenly splashed through the air. To everyone's shock, and even to the black-haired lackey's own confusion, the blade had not struck the old man at all. Instead, it had slashed toward his own boss. Fortunately, the blonde leader was skilled enough to raise his arm in time and block the attack with ease. His expression instantly turned icy as he stared at the lackey and accused him of trying to rebel. The black-haired lackey's face went deathly pale. His voice shook as he stammered again and again that he had not meant to do it, insisting that his hand had suddenly moved on its own without his control. The blonde boss had clearly lost all patience. With a cold look, he signaled the two muscular men behind him to deal with the situation. The black-haired lackey kept shouting that he was innocent, but the enforcers still stepped forward to subdue him. Yet after only a few heavy punches and kicks, it was those two burly men who ended up collapsing to the floor, knocked out cold. That result left everyone stunned, including the scrawny black-haired lackey himself. He stood there frozen in disbelief, completely unable to understand how his own body had somehow taken down those two powerful enforcers. Even the blonde boss had to admit, though reluctantly, that he never knew his lackey had that kind of skill. But his surprise only lasted a second before he barked at the rest of his men, who were already rushing in with weapons raised, ordering them to charge forward and kill the black-haired man. In an instant, the cramped bus erupted into complete chaos. Screams, curses, and pained groans crashed together as the narrow aisle turned into a brutal brawl. But what happened next was even more shocking. Those so-called reinforcements were thrown out through the bus windows one after another like ragdolls. When the view returned inside, every gang member had already been dealt with. Only the terrified passengers remained, frozen in place as blood sprayed and smeared across the bus. The blonde leader, badly shaken now, demanded to know who this black-haired guy really was. But no answer came in words. The black-haired man's hand shot out like lightning, clamped over the blonde boss's face, and dragged him straight off the bus while the man screamed to be released, raging that no one had the right to grab his head like that. Even then, the scrawny black-haired man kept shouting that it was not him. His voice was full of panic as he insisted his body was no longer obeying him, and that everything happening was nothing but a huge misunderstanding. The two of them climbed into the smaller vehicle and sped away, leaving the passengers on the bus staring after them in stunned silence. No one could understand what they had just witnessed. After a long moment, someone finally guessed that maybe it had been internal conflict. After all, a group of thugs had stormed in demanding tattoos, only to suddenly start attacking each other without even exchanging a proper word. It was absurdly strange, and honestly, it had not looked like a fight at all. It had been more like a one-sided beating. A van tore down the road at a reckless speed, its engine roaring as it swerved along the rough path. Behind the wheel, the driver already looked half like a corpse. His face was stiff, his body kept trembling violently, and his voice shook as he begged for help again and again while the infection slowly swallowed him from the inside. From the back seat, the green-haired man watched the driver's violent shaking with narrowed eyes. After studying him for a moment, he concluded that the man had to be under some kind of control. Otherwise, there was no way someone in that condition could still unleash such frightening combat strength. Then the green-haired man turned toward the person seated behind him and respectfully called him a big shot. Trying to save himself, he quickly proposed a deal, offering valuable information in exchange for being allowed to leave alive. The boss, whose calm presence carried the pressure of an Asian jigachad, did not waste time. He immediately began questioning him, asking who was funding their group and where their people usually gathered. The moment the green-haired man heard those questions, panic surged inside him. His thoughts spun wildly as he wondered whether the person sitting in front of him could actually be a special envoy from Great Xia's Dragon Sparrow. Suddenly, the green-haired man felt completely trapped. If he told the truth, he would be ruined. But if he lied, disaster would still fall on him. If he exposed everything, those people behind him would hunt him down, and even if he somehow survived, he would be dragged into endless re-education, a fate he absolutely refused to accept. So in that moment, he decided the only safe path left was to kill the man he suspected might be a special agent. He opened his mouth and started boasting as if he still had the upper hand. But without the slightest warning, the van suddenly hurtled straight toward the edge of a cliff. The supposed agent simply looked at him with calm, unreadable eyes. Then, in a flat voice, he remarked that it was time to send him off. At that instant, red tentacles surged forward, and the green-haired man panicked completely. He shouted in terror that he had already given up information, desperately trying to talk his way out. But he only replied casually that the information had sounded fake anyway. He even admitted that he had basically been daydreaming through the whole exchange. In his view, directly reading someone's memories was far easier. And besides, watching liars panic was much more entertaining. The red tentacles plunged into the unfortunate man as he screamed in terror. He shouted that he must be an envoy from Dragon Sparrow and insisted that even if he was guilty, he deserved prison, not execution. He only smirked and corrected him, saying he was not some tiger warrior named Yenba. He was the unruly demon king instead. In the next moment, the tentacles swarmed together in a violent blur and sliced the small man apart. 7 steps later, he appeared again as if nothing had happened. He casually took in the open air and remarked that it felt fresh, while his body seemed lighter than before. Behind him, the tentacles twisted and coiled into a grotesque, pulsing mass. Then lightning flashed across the shape, and the entire mess transformed into a sleek supercar. He opened the door, slipped into the driver's seat, and wrapped his hands around the steering wheel just as the system announced that female mode had been activated. Muttering to himself, he noted that by digging through their minds, he had already found the next rat nest. Unfortunately, the bald man's rank had been too low to lead him any deeper. So he ordered Niwa to guide him to Chanchong and forge him a new identity as the spoiled heir of a merchant guild. The car began moving as the system acknowledged the command. It sped toward another cliff where a helipad waited, but instead of stopping there, the vehicle suddenly launched straight into the sky. At the same time, the scene shifted to the southeast triangle region, where 3 figures had gathered inside a vast chamber. One man spoke with obvious excitement, declaring that Huadu City being attacked was a historic opportunity. He swore that he would use this chance to establish Bloodthorn's name, then added that several regional leaders had already suggested cooperation, proving they had been eyeing Great Xia for a long time. Another man, however, pointed out the problem more calmly. The chaos along the border could certainly be exploited, but their own people were far more united than the people of Great Xia. Because of that, trying to stir up small-scale internal unrest would not produce much effect. The first man admitted that they would need to reach out to people with real power if they wanted anything meaningful to happen. But Dragon Sparrow had already placed the entire nation under wartime lockdown, and with security tightened everywhere, any attempt to infiltrate Great Xia had become nearly impossible. After a brief pause, the only woman among them finally spoke. Her tone was calm as she pointed out what she believed was a golden opportunity. Young Master E, a mainland tycoon who hosted extravagant parties every single night, throwing money around so wildly that his fortune and flamboyant lifestyle attracted countless socialites. And more importantly, his background was even more frightening. As the youngest son of a global finance chairman, young Master E possessed an influence so immense that it was almost impossible to ignore. Her companion immediately frowned and voiced his doubts. A rich young fool who appeared at exactly the right moment and looked this perfect as a target felt far too much like deliberate bait. The woman nodded, clearly agreeing with that concern. But she insisted that even if something looked like a trap, there were times when they still had to step into it. She then revealed that their best agents had already investigated young Master E in detail, and every result had come back flawless. According to the reports, young Master E perfectly matched every stereotype of a spoiled rich heir. In fact, even the notorious deviant Shashmi had admitted that when it came to outrageous tastes and absurd indulgence, young Master E was even worse than him. The woman added that true experts in depravity could recognize a fake the moment they saw one. Yet young Master E had passed every test placed in front of him without raising the slightest suspicion. After hearing that, the well-dressed man did not argue any further. He simply turned and walked away, deciding that the best move was to travel personally to Chinchong and meet this infamous young master face-to-face. The scene shifted to Chinchong, where a man was studying files on 3 different operatives. The first was Jeff, once a senior agent of the North Barton Bureau, who had betrayed his federation and joined Bloodthorn in its early days. The second was Kenny, a fighter who had killed a warlord on the Black Continent in his youth before fleeing, then later relying on his own terrifying strength to rise into Bloodthorn's core ranks. As another man read through the documents, he muttered that Bloodthorn was a terrible name. With a dry sense of humor, he joked that they might as well rename the whole thing Lianshan Marsh. Nearby, he sat casually atop a stone statue, looking completely at ease. One of his subordinates approached and reported that the 3 targets were expected to arrive in the city later that same day. Without even bothering to stand up, he calmly ordered that the moment those 3 appeared, they were to be brought directly to him. After that, he remarked that Bloodthorn daring to make a move only proved the Xia nation had grown weaker. Now, every random fool seemed bold enough to poke at it. To him, the situation was like lighting a lamp on top of a septic tank, an action that could only invite disaster. Back in the city, a car pulled away from the roadside and slowly rolled past the gate. Inside the vehicle, a man gripping a gun confirmed that the meeting location had already been settled, the cathedral in the suburbs of Tianqing. His companion nodded, then explained that the cathedral served as their organization's stronghold within Tianqing. From the back seat, the girl leaned back with a casual air and asked the others what they thought of the city they had just entered, as if she were only making idle conversation while watching the streets slip past the window. One of the men only gave a dismissive shrug, clearly unimpressed. To him, Xinqiang was nothing more than a backward little town, the kind of place where no martial arts master worth mentioning would bother to stay. It was so ordinary, he said, that even Dragon Sparrow had barely stationed any guards there. Even so, he could not deny that something about the place had been bothering him. From the moment they entered the city, he had felt invisible pressure locking onto them, not only from hidden places, but even from the pedestrians walking along the roadside. He explained that the people outside had stared at them in a way that felt almost unreal, like characters trapped inside the Matrix. Even stranger, their heartbeats were unnaturally steady, beating with a calm rhythm that no normal person could possibly maintain all the time. The moment that realization settled in, both men grew visibly uneasy. Their expressions tightened, and without wasting another second, they quickly turned the car around, deciding that retreating immediately was the safest choice. As their vehicle sped away from the city, two distant figures watched them leave from the shadows. Their faces curved into eerie smiles, and in the dim light, their eyes glowed with a faint red shine. As sunset drew closer, the fading light stretched across the streets like a warning. The rulers of the night were about to awaken, and in the distance behind them, several silhouettes began moving silently, one after another. Inside the speeding car, one of the men glanced back at the road they had already covered and muttered that caution was understandable. Still, he wondered if they were being a little too paranoid, since they had already driven more than 30 miles away from Xinqiang. The other man turned toward the girl and spoke in a low, doubtful voice. If any organization truly controlled Xinqiang, he argued, then there was no way they could have remained completely unaware of such a powerful presence until now. The girl slowly exhaled, her expression finally softening with a trace of fatigue. She admitted that maybe she had been too tense, then explained that last year, she had failed in her attempt to break through to the Grandmaster level. During that attempt to step into a higher martial arts realm, she had briefly glimpsed something that felt like her own destiny and death. In that vision, she saw herself lying beside a corpse drenched in red gore, and from that moment on, she believed that she and one of them would die together during the same mission. The two men immediately flared up in anger. They demanded to know why she had never mentioned something this important earlier. One of them cursed out loud, saying that if he had known she carried such a terrifying omen, he never would have agreed to go on a mission with her. The girl remained calm, saying that fate was not something that could truly be stopped. But perhaps it would not happen today. After all, the place she had seen in that vision was a dark, threatening forest, while the landscape around them now had no trees in sight at all. Even then, the two men refused to accept it. They insisted that even if destiny really existed, they would fight against it, because their lives belonged in their own hands, not in some vision of the future. At that exact moment, a crimson, decaying cloud suddenly materialized out of nowhere. The air twisted, the road darkened, and from within that strange red haze, Ihi revealed himself. With calm, deliberate movements, Ihi shaped his fingers and explained that his cells could now grow independently into human forms while still carrying his consciousness. By combining Sultana's power with the plant cells of Demora, he could now wield a force he called Heaven's Universe, a power capable of destroying everything in its path. As the full moon suddenly began to glow overhead, a dark forest descended around them like a nightmare made real. A sphere of red energy dropped from the sky, spreading countless tendrils that twisted and swayed like living vines, slowly gathering into the shape of an eagle's face. Floating high above the scene, Ihi calmly declared that fate could indeed be rewritten. But if destiny was going to change, then he alone would decide how it changed. Behind him, the massive outline of a demonic dragon slowly began to take shape. The car below had been crushed almost completely into twisted scrap metal. Only the girl remained alive amid the wreckage. Ihi looked down at her and asked, with chilling calm, whether this moment looked anything like the destined death she had once seen in her vision. The girl turned back in horror and saw her companions trapped inside the ruined car. Their bodies were covered in blood, their limbs pinned in the wreckage, and one of them gasped desperately for help, begging to be saved. Her lips trembled as she whispered that Jeff was already dead, while another friend lay twisted and broken nearby. Then her voice cracked into a desperate scream, declaring that no one could escape the ending fate had prepared for them. Even in that condition, one of the injured men stubbornly raised his middle finger in defiance. But his final act of resistance lasted only a moment before another merciless strike came down and brutally finished him off. The girl froze in shock, murmuring that fate truly could not be changed. Her gaze lifted toward Ihi, who now sat calmly upon the face of the demonic dragon, looking down at her as if everything had unfolded exactly as he expected. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, almost as if surrendering to what came next. But when she opened them again, she suddenly noticed something strange. The air around her was filled with an unusually rich and intoxicating aroma. A single drop of blood fell from Ihi's fingertip as he held it in front of her. His voice remained calm as he reminded her that her fate now rested entirely in his hands. After letting the silence stretch for a moment, he finally gave her a choice: die as a human, or sell both her body and soul to him in exchange for a chance to survive. Without even the slightest hesitation, the girl grabbed Ihi's hand. Then, with desperate urgency, she pulled his blood-stained finger straight into her mouth. Her voice shook as she declared that she wanted to live, and that survival was the only path she could choose. Ihi watched her desperate display with a faintly amused look, then casually remarked that asking the question may have been unnecessary from the start. The girl stiffened in shock, clearly not expecting Ihi to answer her life-or-death decision with such cold indifference. But in the very next moment, a violent tremor rushed down her spine. Her whole body convulsed, and she cried out in raw agony. A glossy blue substance, thick and sticky like glue, began leaking from her body. Ihi looked down at her without much surprise and calmly commented on just how greedy she had been. He explained that his original intention had only been to give her a basic bloodline, enough for her to serve as a useful pawn for Bloodthorn. But she had swallowed far more of his blood than he had planned to offer. If she somehow endured that overwhelming power without destroying herself, then Ihi would have no choice but to use black-red biomatter to reshape her into an entirely new version of herself. Soon, scales began appearing across her skin, spreading from her arms and crawling over her entire body. In moments, she stood wrapped in newly formed armor, while a faint but formidable aura radiated from her transformed figure. Ihi quietly observed the result, and a trace of mild surprise appeared in his eyes. She had adapted far better than expected, and he admitted that this outcome was not bad at all. After that, Ihi lightly tapped a finger against her forehead, using the contact to examine the true nature of the organization known as Bloodthorn. Through that brief touch, Ihi quickly learned that Bloodthorn's leader was hiding inside a submarine deep beneath the sea. That kind of arrangement showed just how cautious the enemy truly was. He also realized that the matter was directly connected to the Southeast Triangle region, where several minor landowners had been quietly planning a rebellion. Thinking aloud, Ihi wondered whether, if this situation kept developing, he might eventually lose interest in continuing to play the role of a landlord himself. The girl then lowered her head and quietly acknowledged that her former superior no longer had any authority over her. She dropped to her knees before Ihi, pledging absolute loyalty with complete surrender in her voice. From that moment onward, she declared, Ihi alone was her master. Ihi accepted her devotion. He rubbed his palms together, and red spheres fell to the ground one after another. Before the stunned crew, multiple replicas of his body appeared, standing silently like living weapons. Ihi then ordered her to take these 15 Afei units and wipe out every Bloodthorn stronghold across Great Xia, along with the leaders behind the riots she had helped cultivate. His tone hardened as he told her that once she returned from the Southeast Triangle region, he never wanted to hear such nonsense again. Sultana gave a silent nod and became still, a hollow calm slowly settling into her eyes. When Sultana finally lifted her head again and tried to speak, she suddenly realized that no one remained beside her. Over the next 2 weeks, the riots along Great Xia's southern border vanished completely. Public order stabilized at a level almost comparable to the kingdom's golden age, and the crime rate continued falling until it was nearly zero. Only the police truly understood what had been happening behind the scenes. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful martial artist had been quietly hunting down rioters and foreign spies one after another. At the police community contact boxes, officers received anonymous letters every single day. Each letter calmly pointed them toward a specific location, where fresh bodies would be waiting to be collected. The scene then shifted far out across the open sea, where Ihi floated alone above the endless stretch of water. Pressing a finger to his temple, Ihi raised his hand forward and released a pulse of energy across the ocean. His life magnetic field still sensed nothing that resembled a submarine. But he was not surprised. After all, even Great Xia's coastal defense forces had failed to detect it. The enemy, he remarked, was truly skilled at hiding like rats. Yet since Ihi's arrival, countless Demora trainees had already exterminated large swarms of those vermin from the shadows. With a sudden thunderous burst of speed, Ihi shot toward the ocean and declared that this hidden target would not escape either. The power of Demora's ultimate form erupted through the air as Ihi's body transformed into a colossal dragon. With terrifying force, the massive form plunged downward, crashing into the sea and diving straight into the dark depths below. Within that monstrous form, Ihi scanned the abyss in every direction. After searching for a moment, he released Y cells, letting them scatter outward like countless tiny scouts disappearing into the deep sea. Before long, the the scattered Y cells returned results. Like countless invisible scouts sweeping through the dark water, they finally locked onto the submarine's exact position deep beneath the sea. From a distance, he studied the vessel through the darkness. Its shape was unmistakable, a submarine designed like a giant butcher's knife. It had once belonged to the Snow Country Alliance, but after that alliance collapsed, Bloodthorn had taken it over and turned it into their hidden mobile base. Inside the submarine, a crew member suddenly rushed to report to the captain. Sonar had detected a massive object over 120 meters long, charging toward them from 8,000 meters away. The captain frowned and wondered aloud if it might simply be a whale. But the young officer quickly shook his head and explained that this part of the sea was nowhere near any whale migration route, making that explanation almost impossible. The bearded captain immediately ordered the crew to release sound waves and drive the creature away. But moments later, the junior officer reported with a tense face that the sonic repulsion had no effect at all. The object was already only 5,000 meters away and still closing in at terrifying speed. At its current pace, it would reach the submarine in less than a minute. The officer swallowed hard and guessed that it might be some kind of sea monster, because nothing normal could move that fast underwater. The instant the captain heard that, his expression sharpened. Without hesitation, he gave the order to launch the Trident torpedoes. Moments later, 2 sonic missiles tore through the deep sea, cutting straight toward E's monstrous form before detonating in a massive underwater explosion. But when the violent shockwave finally cleared, E remained completely unharmed. From within the churning water, enormous thorn-like appendages and glowing lethal eyes began to emerge. The crew soon confirmed with growing dread that even the powerful Trident torpedoes had failed to damage the creature at all. Inside the command center of the Butcher's Knife submarine, the violent turbulence grew unbearable. Fire spread through parts of the vessel, alarms screamed through the corridors, and panic began sweeping across the crew. One soldier rushed forward to report that the Trident torpedoes had failed to stop the creature. Another stared at the map in horror and realized the monster was still advancing. And worse, it had accelerated. At most, they had 30 seconds left before it reached the submarine. Then one of the men spoke in a trembling voice, saying the monster had already arrived. Almost at the same time, a massive thud slammed through the submarine's hull. Ihi's colossal body struck the side of the vessel like a roaring steam engine crashing through steel. The impact sent a violent shockwave ripping through the submarine, throwing everyone inside hard to the floor. The crew struggled to understand the terrifying force shaking the entire submarine apart, while the captain forced himself to react. He immediately ordered every remaining Trident torpedo to be launched without delay. One after another, the missiles fired into the depths and rushed toward Ihi. Explosions burst around him in flashes of light and rolling shockwaves, illuminating the dark seawater for brief, violent moments. Yet in the very next instant, a gigantic blade swept forward. It sliced through the submarine as easily as if the vessel were nothing more than a vegetable on a cutting board. Inside, guards and soldiers were burned alive by the overwhelming heat, and panic erupted through every corner of the doomed craft. From within the chaos, a lone figure finally stepped out of the shadows. It was Greta, the leader of Bloodthorn, an S-rank powerhouse at the Grandmaster level. Standing amid the wreckage, Greta looked over the devastation with a grim expression. He had once imagined many possible futures for Bloodthorn: defeat, revenge, or even eventual destruction at the hands of a powerful nation. But he had never imagined that his entire organization would fall because of a wandering monster. From the ruined submarine, Greta pulled out a nuclear battery. His face twisted with fury as he growled that he could never accept such humiliation. Realizing that the vessel was already beyond saving, and that the battery would soon explode, Greta charged straight toward Ihi. With desperate rage, he hurled the device at the monstrous creature while shouting a furious curse. Ihi reacted without the slightest hesitation. His massive jaws opened wide, and he swallowed the nuclear battery whole in a single bite. Greta burst into wild laughter, mocking the creature as a brainless, warm-blooded monster too stupid to avoid such an obvious trap. He admitted that he had relied on this desperate gamble because every external weapon had proven useless. In his mind, no superhuman could possibly survive an explosion detonating from inside their own body. A moment later, a colossal detonation erupted inside the monster's head. Ihi roared violently as waves of bubbles surged from his mouth, and the nuclear battery vanished completely within the explosion. Greta stared in disbelief, unable to understand how the creature in front of him could absorb such terrifying power and still remain standing. At that moment, Ihi let out a thunderous bellow, declaring that it was time to end this. A deadly sonic force burst from him and crashed directly into Greta's mind. Greta struggled to comprehend how this beast could possess intelligence and even speak in his own language. Before he could fully react, he found himself face to face with the towering creature. Gritting his teeth, Greta cursed his own arrogance and declared that he was also an S-rank martial artist, fully capable of fighting even beneath the sea. Greta spread his arms wide, and dark tentacles erupted from his back, unfurling behind him like monstrous limbs. But right then, strange particles began appearing in front of him, drifting through the water like pale fragments. Greta's eyes narrowed in confusion as he stared at them, questioning what those strange particles could possibly be. Then panic struck him all at once. His body suddenly refused to move. The cotton-like fragments clung tightly to him and began draining away his martial energy, stripping the strength from him bit by bit until every ounce of power left his body. Desperate and broken, Greta shouted into the surrounding water, demanding to know who his opponent truly was. But despair quickly swallowed him. Whatever hope Greta still had faded into nothing as the deep sea closed silently around him. Some time later, the ocean returned to a calm, eerie silence. Then a form as massive as a mountain slowly rose from the depths, breaking through the surface with he standing firmly upon its summit. Gazing toward the distant horizon, he calmly announced that the Southeast Triangle region would be next. The scene then shifted to the Philippines within the Southeast Triangle region, where everything appeared peaceful and ordinary on the surface. An armed sentry watched the shoreline through his binoculars and muttered in confusion. The tide seemed to be receding, even though no such change had appeared in the forecast. His companion told him to stop staring at the ocean and pay attention to the news instead. New American equipment had just been delivered, and it could soon be used against Great Xia. The man holding the binoculars wondered aloud whether their forces could truly challenge the Grandmaster experts of the Great Kingdom, pointing out that even when many nations had once formed a coalition, they could barely gather 5 fighters at that level. His companion brushed off the concern and explained that the situation was different now. With backing from the North Barton Federation and support from powerful figures in the Eastern Island nations, they had far more confidence than before. According to him, the Northern Kingdom and its allies were currently distracted by invasions from Western powers, leaving Great Xia effectively isolated. And since the North Barton Federation was openly encouraging this operation, it suggested they believed Great Xia's strongest fighters had already been removed. In his view, this meant they could now strike Great Xia quickly, which was exactly why their side had become bold enough to act. Hearing that, the sentry with the binoculars grew visibly excited by the possibility. But both men suddenly paused when they noticed a strange disturbance forming along the distant horizon. It looked as if a landmass was slowly rising out of the sea. And as it kept moving closer, one of the men muttered in disbelief, wondering if the island itself was actually swimming toward them. At first, the men on the watchtower laughed nervously, joking that maybe it was witchcraft or some bizarre invasion trick. But their expressions quickly turned grim when they realized the so-called island was truly rushing toward them, and a cold sense of inevitable death began creeping into their minds. They quickly signaled the ships approaching in the distance, feeling a brief rush of relief as they assumed the destroyers had arrived to rescue them. The warships advanced across the water, heading directly toward the moving landmass. Meanwhile, Ihi calmly informed the monster beneath him that they had reached their destination, and that the annihilation should now continue. In the next moment, a nuclear black hole erupted outward. Within seconds, the mighty battleships were torn apart as easily as fragile toys caught in a storm. Towering walls of water surged high above the watchtower. The soldiers looked up in horror and screamed that a tsunami was about to crash down on them. Far away at the Philippine naval port, a soldier rushed to report to his captain. An extremely high-ranked monstrous beast had entered their territorial waters, already sinking 2 warships, and it was now preparing to make landfall. The captain immediately ordered the newly obtained American equipment to be activated. He commanded the crew to snipe the war creature while ensuring it never managed to lock onto a target. Then he ordered the full fleet to mobilize and instructed the communications team to broadcast distress signals across the entire Southeast Triangle region, requesting air support along with advanced weapon systems. With bold confidence, the captain declared that the combined strength of their allies would surely repel any invader threatening the Philippines. Filled with fierce determination, he proclaimed that victory in this battle would bring worldwide fame and raise his homeland to an unprecedented height. Suddenly, the operator at the communication console froze in shock. His face went pale as he reported that the monster's signal had completely disappeared. The captain froze where he stood, stunned into silence. His eyes stayed locked on the screen, but no matter how hard he stared, he could not understand how such a massive monster had vanished from their detection so suddenly. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, bubbles drifted upward through the dark water as Ihi sank silently into the abyss. While descending, he calculated that wiping out every armed force across the Southeast Triangle region would not be finished quickly. This was going to take a considerable amount of time. From the depths below, Ihi launched spiked spheres connected by heavy chains toward the warships above. Looking upward through the dark sea, he stared at the enormous fleet spread across the water, the Philippines' final line of defense. At that moment, Ihi made his decision. Since they had gathered here, he would wipe them out completely, right here and now. Ihi unleashed Demora Ultimate. The ocean began churning violently around him as a massive pulse of energy exploded outward, surging from the deep sea toward the sky with terrifying speed and unstoppable force. Warships were hurled into the air like pieces of drifting wood, and soldiers screamed in terror as death closed in from every direction. Some shouted in disbelief, asking why an overlord-level monster had suddenly appeared in the sea, while others cursed their radar systems for failing to give even the slightest warning. Panic spread across the fleet as crews wondered how such a monstrous beast had crossed an entire minefield without setting off a single explosion. Frantic orders crackled through the radios, commanding every ship to scatter and retreat, but by then, countless vessels had already been destroyed. In the end, only the command ship remained afloat. Its captain stood there frozen in disbelief, staring at the disaster before him as he declared that this creature had doomed the Philippines. Even with Ihi's monstrous form looming directly in front of him, the captain still forced himself to give the order for another attack. But the explosions that followed once again failed to leave even the slightest damage on the beast. The commander then shouted that nothing else mattered anymore. He demanded that every remaining bomb be loaded at once, and ordered all available firepower to be unleashed against the monster. He warned the crew that if the creature survived this attack, then not a single one of them would ever make it back to shore alive. The Philippine Navy itself would become nothing more than a forgotten page in history. The fleet obeyed, releasing a relentless barrage as massive explosions swallowed Ihi's monstrous body in fire, smoke, and rolling shockwaves. But when the haze finally cleared, those piercing eyes were still staring straight into them, as if looking directly into their souls. Realizing the situation was completely hopeless, the commander prepared to flee and ordered the surviving ships to scatter. But by then, their last chance had already slipped away. Ihi retaliated with a devastating explosive laser, nearly erasing the warship from existence in a single strike. Later, witnesses would say that the mysterious monster known as Demora had engaged the fleet and, in only 3 minutes, completely destroyed the entire Philippine Navy. Soon afterward, Demora stepped onto the Philippine coastline. Martial artists from across the nation rushed forward in desperate attempts to stop him, but none of them could halt his advance. The demonic entity stormed through the Philippine capital, then left the country and continued toward the neighboring nations of the Southeast Triangle region. The highest levels of the Philippine government, along with large portions of its air force, army, and military command, were nearly wiped out, plunging the entire nation into massive turmoil that threatened to tear it apart. Yet Demora did not slow down at all. Analysts tracking his path quickly predicted that at his current speed, he would reach Indonesia in roughly 40 minutes. On a distant mountain peak, a man sat calmly in a meditative yoga posture. With absolute confidence in his voice, he declared that as the greatest expert in East Asia, he would never allow an inferior war creature to set foot on his homeland. A blinding surge of overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping across the mountain like a wave of pure pressure. But only 20 minutes later, the entire nation of Indonesia lay paralyzed. Demora had rampaged through it, crushed its defenses, and departed once again, this time heading toward Myanmar and the southern kingdom. Myanmar, meanwhile, was already swallowed by internal conflict. Warlords and drug lords battled each other for control, and without any unified leadership, the entire region was caught in chaos. A large, heavily built man rushed onto an aircraft and shouted for immediate takeoff, cursing Demora's unstoppable advance. The monster had already reached the southern kingdom. Muttering bitterly, the man guessed that the corrupt officials there were probably fleeing even faster than he was, and estimated that within 20 minutes, Demora would crush the entire southern kingdom before moving on into Myanmar. As the aircraft rose into the sky, the man looked back with a bitter expression, knowing that the fate of an entire nation was collapsing behind him. But once the plane was safely airborne, he finally let out a long breath of relief, convincing himself that he had escaped and could regroup somewhere in another country. That fragile comfort vanished in an instant. He suddenly noticed something horrifying pressed against the aircraft window, a grotesque, blood-soaked face staring directly at him from outside, as if silently greeting him in midair. His body trembled violently, and he cursed under his breath, unable to comprehend what terrifying thing had managed to find him. The aircraft continued flying over Myanmar, while thick columns of smoke erupted along one side of the distant horizon. The man and his subordinates stared out in shock, their faces stiff with fear as they struggled to understand what kind of terrifying scene was unfolding below them. But their fear only grew worse when they noticed a blood-colored cloud slowly forming into a twisted face, drifting steadily toward their plane. One of them nervously wondered if it was some kind of monster and asked when it had attached itself to the aircraft. The crimson cloud then introduced itself as Juesho and calmly announced that it was about to come inside. As that strange voice echoed through the cabin, red liquid began seeping through the edges of the aircraft window. Everyone froze in disbelief as the blood cloud somehow slipped through an impossibly tiny opening. Once inside the cabin, the blood gathered together in midair, slowly reshaping itself into a grotesque and monstrous face. One large thug immediately shouted for the others to attack. Several guards rushed forward at once, boasting that the creature was nothing more than a simple slime. One of them even declared proudly that he had trained at the East Tribal District boxing camp, insisting he could withstand several strikes from such a weak thing. Filled with confidence, the guard threw a punch straight into the mass of blood. But the creature did not budge at all, not even by the slightest amount. In the very next instant, a tentacle lashed out and shot directly into the man's mouth. Within seconds, his body went limp as his energy was drained away. His limbs twisted helplessly, and he screamed in terror that the thing had crawled down into his stomach. Another goon tried to counter with a cutting technique, even making an exaggerated expression as he prepared to strike. But before he could act, the tentacles surged forward and pierced straight through him, along with their boss. Both bodies collapsed lifelessly to the floor as every trace of strength was sucked out of them. In their final moments, they attempted a desperate technique known as the 10-headed Yeno, a power that merged the abilities of the Hell Tower with a vampire template, allowing it to drain an enemy's life force and martial energy the instant they were pierced. Strange eyes suddenly grew across the corpses of the fallen men as Juesho Y laughed. It explained that its lord planned to enjoy himself with the North Barton soldiers, while it had only been sent to clean up this pathetic group. Then it declared that the elite Fey army should now activate and eliminate the remaining armed forces across the Southeast Triangle region. Mocking the entire encounter as dull, it remarked that fighting these people was no different from crushing insects. Before long, the entire aircraft was filled with piercing tentacles bursting through its structure, and every single person aboard was dead. Juesho Y then spoke with excitement, saying that even if witnessing the Lord's true battlefield ended up getting it killed afterward, the spectacle alone would make the price worthwhile. The scene shifted to the Southern Kingdom, where chaos had already spread across the land. Desperate cries for help echoed through the streets as panic swallowed the cities. Ihi's monstrous Demora form stepped forward, planting an enormous foot onto the ground. The blazing core in his chest radiated overwhelming pressure, making the air itself feel heavy and dangerous. A surge of exhilaration ran through him as he proclaimed that at this very moment, he had become the ultimate destroyer, a living embodiment of death whose legend would haunt the world for thousands of years. The terrifying myth of Demora began spreading rapidly across the Southeast Triangle region. Survivors of the devastation would forever remember the towering shadow of that dark behemoth. Demora stood above the city, watching everything collapse beneath his colossal presence, while the scars carved by his rampage left permanent marks across the land. Not far away, another floating entity watched the destruction unfold with open outrage. Beside it, a quiet, pink-haired observer calmly remarked that in a single morning, 3 entire countries had already fallen. A hovering craft in front of him mentioned a notorious dark magic wizard from the Western continent known as the Ice Demon King. It wondered whether Pavli, the sorcerer who had once frozen an entire mountain range with a single gesture, would find this crisis just as troublesome. The pink-haired figure reflected that Pavli had always been famous for collecting frozen statues made from rare and powerful magical beasts. Imagining the possibility, he mused about how incredible it would be to tame Demora into an ice sculpture. A prize like that would become the greatest piece in Pavli's entire collection. As the pink-haired figure studied the map carefully, he considered that the northern forces probably wanted Pavli to lure this monstrous behemoth toward Great Xia. Calmly, he reminded them that once the task was completed, they would need to honor their agreement, because Pavli disliked being left with unpaid favors. The system responded in a steady voice, assuring him that everything would be handled exactly as promised. On the Western continent, there existed a special kind of woman who carried terrifying energy within her body from the moment she was born. This power allowed her to sense the forces of heaven and earth and manipulate certain natural elements according to her will. Across the Western continent, women like this were known as witches. Only one which appeared each century, and every one of them eventually brought devastating calamity once she reached adulthood. History recorded several such disasters, including the fall of ancient Atlantis, which sank into the deep abyss of the sea after the Witch of the Ocean and storms unleashed her power. Another catastrophe occurred in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the magma and earth which triggered a volcanic eruption that buried the once thriving kingdom of Pompeii beneath rivers of lava and ash. Centuries later, during the 14th century, a catastrophic plague wiped out half the population of the Western continent. That disaster was attributed to the Black Witch, who became infamous as one of the most malevolent figures in history. Because of horrifying disasters like this, the papacy and the monarchs across the Western continent had spent generations carrying out brutal witch hunts, chasing down anyone suspected of carrying that forbidden power, even when it meant countless innocent women were dragged to execution for crimes they had never committed. After the Black Witch plunged the world into chaos for 500 endless years, the Western forces tightened their grip to an extreme degree, surrounding suspected witches, hunting them down, and making certain that no witch would ever be allowed to grow safely into adulthood again. But even with centuries of ruthless suppression, the witch prophesied to appear in the 21st century had somehow slipped past every search, every purge, and every joint effort made by the powerful factions of the continent. The answer to that long-standing mystery finally surfaced when someone suddenly shouted that a woman had appeared, exposing a truth no one had expected. The modern era, which was never just one person, but a pair of conjoined twins hidden within the same body. Without the slightest warning, the clear sky overhead was devoured by thick, ominous storm clouds, and the change was so sharp that he sensed it instantly. The air turned heavy, the temperature plunged, and the whole battlefield sank into a gloomy chill. At the same time, he also noticed that a few experts had already taken advantage of the chaos and escaped. But after everything they had seen him unleash, he doubted those people would ever have the courage to stand before him again. Then Pavli's snowflakes began to drift down from the darkened sky, light and scattered at first, before thickening rapidly and swirling through the air like a gathering blizzard. Above them, the dark clouds twisted together into a vast vortex, with Pavli positioned at its center like the eye of the storm. Far below, Damora's monstrous body stood on the shattered battlefield, his attention now completely drawn toward the witch exactly as Pavli had intended. From his place high in the air, Pavli looked down with an almost effortless calm, staring at Damora as though the terrifying creature beneath him was nothing more than a mindless beast waiting to be controlled. He watched in silence as Damora rapidly compressed a massive sphere of nuclear energy deep within his body. In less than a quarter of a minute, the surrounding area was flooded with blinding radiance and violent tremors, as if a catastrophic explosion could erupt at any second. Yet Pavli only frowned with open disdain, judging Damora to be no more than a crude, savage creature relying on brute force. In the very next instant, that enormous sphere of energy burst from Damora's mouth at terrifying speed, tearing through the air in a roaring surge of overwhelming azure light. Even when faced with an attack powerful enough to erase a small city from the map, Pavli did not show the slightest panic. He simply raised one hand with casual confidence and cast a supreme spell known as the Ice Mirror of Divine Reversal. In a flash, a gigantic wall of ice, hundreds of meters wide, materialized in front of him, standing like an immense frozen shield between Pavli and the incoming blast. Its surface was perfectly smooth and reflective, like a flawless mirror carved from pure ice. And just as the spell's name implied, the incoming nuclear sphere was not simply bounced away. It was perfectly copied, creating an identical destructive force that slammed head-on into the original. The two attacks collided, canceled each other out, and erupted into a blinding explosion that roared across the sky like a miniature sun. Even after the explosion faded, he was momentarily stunned to see Pavli still standing there without a single injury. Judging from his appearance, aura, and unfamiliar style, he quickly concluded that this mage did not come from the east, but was most likely a powerful figure from the western side of the world. Yet instead of growing cautious toward this unexpected opponent, he felt his interest sharpen. After all, this was a rare chance to witness just how strong the top fighters from other regions truly were. Thinking back to that first exchange, he decided to push Pavli a little further. Damora opened his mouth and fired several nuclear beams in rapid succession, each one streaking through the air with terrifying force, but Pavli slipped past them effortlessly while continuing to mock him from afar. At first, he wondered whether Pavli was relying on clones or illusions. But that guess quickly fell apart, as the mage kept vanishing and reappearing from place to place, launching sharp ice shards from unpredictable angles in a series of sudden sneak attacks. A trace of disappointment rose in him when Pavli flashed behind him and released only a small cluster of icicles. The attack looked flashy, but in terms of real power, it could not even compare to Chuzhou's strikes. That made one thing obvious: Pavli was still holding back. And the more restrained the mage acted, the more he wanted to drag out Pavli's true ability. So Damora answered by unleashing yet another devastating breath of nuclear energy. This time, the attack struck its target directly, and for one brief moment, it looked as if Pavli had been completely vaporized. But he could still sense the mage's aura flickering in and out, disappearing and reappearing at will, which made it clear that Pavli was only playing with him. With the support of his life magnetic field, he could perceive Pavli's movements with unusual clarity, and he could tell that the opponent's blend of martial power and magic was anything but ordinary. That only made Pavli's refusal to clash head-on seem even stranger. At first, he assumed the mage was trying to lure him into some kind of trap. But after enduring repeated taunts and a string of shallow sneak attacks that barely posed a threat, he gradually understood the truth. Pavli truly believed Damora was nothing more than a brainless beast, a monster driven only by instinct and hatred toward humans. Once that realization settled in, he decided to play along for a little longer and use the act to uncover Pavli's real purpose. It did not take long for Pavli's intention to become clear. The man was clearly trying to guide Damora into attacking the people of Great Xia, using him like a weapon against the very humans he was trying to protect. The thought almost made him laugh, because everything he had done so far had been for the exact opposite reason. Now that he understood the trick, there was no need to keep cooperating with the performance. So instead of continuing to charge forward, Demora stopped his advance altogether and began firing energy beams from a distance. Pavli kept dodging as though this was some kind of game, weaving around the attacks like he was playing hide-and-seek with the massive beast below. As the battle dragged on, Pavli began to notice something strange. Demora's movements were gradually slowing, and the creature's aggressive pressure was no longer as fierce as before. It almost looked as though Demora was losing interest in the fight. But another possibility soon crossed Pavli's mind. Perhaps the beast had consumed too much energy and was now quietly recovering. Whatever the reason was, Pavli had no intention of allowing the rhythm of the battle to fall out of his control. He wanted the fight to continue on his terms. But then his eyes widened as he realized Demora had not moved for nearly half a minute, his enormous body standing completely still, as if the monster had lost all desire to engage. That sudden lack of response only made Pavli more irritated. With a cold motion, he condensed a massive ice shard in the air, clearly intending to punish what he saw as a disobedient beast. After tossing out a mocking remark, he launched the shard straight at Demora. It struck perfectly, but Demora gave no reaction at all, not even the slightest twitch. Pavli's annoyance deepened, and he tried again, commenting that if one shard was not enough, then perhaps an entire barrage would work. He even seemed curious about how long the creature could endure. Yet after wave of ice shards rained down, the result stayed exactly the same. Demora remained motionless, completely unresponsive to every provocation. At that moment, Pavli's lips curved into a faint, cold smile, and contempt slipped into his expression as he finally reached his own conclusion. Northbarton's plan to turn Demora into a living weapon had failed completely. Not because the beast had resisted control, but because it seemed to have burned through its strength and fallen into a dormant, standby-like state. At the same time, the terrifying aura of death that had once poured from Demora's body had vanished without a trace. His huge form still cast a massive shadow over the battlefield, but Pavli could no longer hide the disappointment in his eyes. He had genuinely expected something far more frightening, something that could shake the world and make even the strongest experts tremble. But the reality in front of him fell far below that expectation. No matter how savage and ferocious Demora had seemed earlier, the final result proved one simple thing. In the end, he was still nothing more than a beast. With killing intent rising in his chest, Pavli prepared to end the matter once and for all. A blazing sphere of purple energy gathered in his palm as he declared that Demora should feel honored to become another rare specimen in his collection. But before Pavli could make his move, a thunderous azure beam suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, blazing like a miniature sun as it shot straight toward him. Pavli's expression stiffened, and the color instantly drained from his face. In that split second, he realized his earlier conclusion had been completely wrong. Demora had not gone dormant at all. He had been deceiving him from the beginning, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. The situation reversed in an instant. Relying on his speed, Pavli vanished from his original position in a flash and reappeared elsewhere, narrowly avoiding the attack while mocking what he believed was a failed attempt. But in truth, Demora had already achieved what he wanted by provoking him. Without the slightest pause, another massive azure beam tore through the sky toward Pavli, forcing him to dodge again. This time, however, the overwhelming force disrupted his balance. Pavli was sent spiraling downward in an uncontrolled fall. Watching this happen, Demora confirmed what Pavli had only just begun to suspect. Everything up until now had been intentional. He had been playing along the entire time. If Demora had truly wanted to overwhelm him and catch him from the start, it would not have been difficult at all. His life force allowed him to track Pavli's position in real time, making escape meaningless even if the mage tried to flee beyond the sky itself. And now that the right moment had finally arrived, Demora slowly raised his right hand and swung it down with crushing force. A gigantic palm formed in the air, infused with terrifying pressure, and descended upon Pavli like a mountain collapsing from above. The impact landed like a devastating slap, blasting Pavli across the battlefield and sending him crashing down like a meteor falling from the heavens. For a brief moment, Pavli could not even process what had just happened. He was stunned that a mere beast would dare treat him with such humiliating disrespect. But that disbelief quickly turned cold and murderous. His focus shifted entirely toward killing Demora on the spot, and he shoved aside any concern for Northbarton's plans, leaving only the desire to destroy the creature before him. He was so consumed by that killing intent that he completely failed to notice another presence standing quietly on the branch of a nearby tree. Only when a voice casually referred to him as conjoined twins and asked who exactly he planned to kill did Pavli snap back to awareness. He turned toward the newcomer, and the weight of that person's aura made even him pause for a moment, forcing him to wonder whether this man came from the east or from Great Xia. The man pointed straight at Pavli and continued without hesitation, asking how he could walk around with a woman attached to his body. then adding that with an appearance like that, no woman with any sense would ever look his way. The word struck Pavli's most sensitive nerve at once. This stranger clearly knew about his twin sister, and the insult only deepened his rage, making him wonder whether the man was deliberately courting death. But the man seemed amused rather than intimidated, as though Pavli should have already understood why he had appeared. In a calm, direct tone, he stated the reason plainly. He had come here to kill him. Without wasting another second, the ability known as Dark Forest Descends activated once again. Behind him, a colossal entity rose into view, releasing a suffocating and ominous aura. Its towering body was covered with endlessly stretching branches, tangled roots twisted through its frame, and crimson leaves spread outward like a blood-red canopy as it loomed over Pavli with unstoppable pressure. Sensing the creature's nature, Pavli quickly judged that it had been born from dark, corrupted magic. It carried none of the vitality, balance, or calm presence that true forest-born creations should possess. Instead, everything radiating from it was raw aggression, violence, and bloodlust. Even so, in the field of dark magic, that kind of power meant very little before Pavli, the Ice Demon King. To him, this creature was not even worthy of serious recognition, and he immediately raised his power to cast a super-tier frost spell known as Iceberg. The spell swept across the battlefield as if it meant to freeze the entire world. From beneath the dragon-like entity, an enormous pillar of ice erupted violently, expanding outward in a terrifying rush. Countless jagged spikes burst up from the ground one after another, locking the surrounding space inside a massive frozen structure that seemed powerful enough to seal everything beneath absolute cold. Pavli did not need any magical staff, artifact, or external tool to draw out his power. His own sister, carrying the witch blood within her body, was already the perfect vessel. Through her, he possessed an almost endless reservoir of magical energy, vast enough for him to meet any magical attack head-on and crush it directly. Under the overwhelming pressure of Pavli's spell, the dragon-like creature was gradually swallowed by ice. Its massive body stiffened little by little until it looked like a frozen sculpture trapped in mid-motion, and in just a few moments, everything within a 3-meter radius had solidified completely. Pavli let out a low chuckle filled with contempt, dismissing the creature's power as nothing more than insignificant plant magic daring to challenge his ice. In his eyes, even flames and molten lava would be frozen without exception under his control. But then, without warning, faint cracks began spreading across the surface of the frozen mass. Sharp, crisp sounds rang out again and again, growing faster and louder as the fractures multiplied into a dense web. At last, the ice could no longer withstand the pressure. It burst apart in a sudden explosion of fragments, and a dazzling golden light spilled out from within, leaving Pavli stunned in place. The creature had shed its outer shell inside the ice and emerged in a new radiant golden body, carrying an almost sacred presence. For Pavli, the most unacceptable part was clear. He had just been overpowered in a direct clash of magic. Before him stretched a vast frozen landscape, filled with towering crystal pillars that stabbed toward the sky like an icy forest. The air had become so cold and dense that simply standing there felt suffocating. Yet before this frozen scene could fully settle, the entire structure began trembling violently, as though something enormous was forcing its way out from deep within. In the next instant, a dragon-like entity more than 100 meters long burst free from the jagged ice formations. It erupted outward with overwhelming force, tearing through the frozen pillars and reducing the huge ice forest to countless glittering fragments that scattered through the air. Every sweep of its elongated golden roots carried terrifying destructive power, crushing and clearing everything in its path with ease. As Pavli watched this unfold, irritation flickered across his face. The insults and ridicule he had endured earlier were still burning in his mind, and they touched a wound he could never tolerate. Deep inside him lay years of humiliation caused by his deformed body, a painful past that had shaped his hatred toward himself and made him believe his own form was the source of every suffering he had ever endured. But everything changed when the witch blood within his sister finally awakened. That power did not belong to her alone. It flowed through their shared existence, granting Pavli access to immense magical strength as well. From the moment that transformation began, Pavli came to believe that all of his past suffering had never been meaningless. To him, it had been a trial leading him toward this power. What others once mocked as deformity, ugliness, and shame had revealed itself as something far greater, the very key that allowed him to surpass ordinary human limits. It was no longer a burden in his eyes, but the necessary condition for ascending toward divine strength. And from that belief, his ambition only grew stronger, convincing him that once he overcame this final trial, he would stand above all others, worshipped and feared by everyone beneath him. Yet in the present moment, as the memory of those humiliating insults rose again, that same twisted pride burned into raw anger. Because a mere mortal had not only dared to mock his body, but had also suppressed him in battle right before his eyes. That was something Pavli could never accept. In his mind, there was only one way to erase such disgrace. He had to die. Pavli raised both hands, and a violent surge of frost magic burst outward around him. Massive currents of freezing power twisted together, spiraling faster and faster until they became colossal vortexes. Each one carried devastating force, tearing through the surroundings, uprooting entire clusters of trees, and flinging them across the battlefield like broken debris. But even with that level of destruction spreading before him, he merely let out a faint chuckle, as though everything Pavli had just unleashed was nothing more than a minor trick. In response, he activated his ultimate technique, using the art of image manipulation to summon the towering image of Pangu. A massive statue-like figure appeared with a fierce expression, bared fangs, and a demonic posture that gave off a terrifying sense of pressure. At the same time, the image of the candle dragon emerged as well, a dark dragon-like entity stretching more than 100 meters long, its body covered in cold, wooden black scales that reflected the dim light around it. The enormous dragon coiled tightly around the ominous colossus, winding its massive body around the giant figure and creating a sight that was both majestic and horrifying. He stood calmly atop the wooden giant, looking out over the raging ice storm with complete indifference. The towering colossus, the coiling black dragon, and Ihi himself all faced Pavli's storm without the slightest urgency, and within that stillness was the advantage he had been holding all along. The Demora template had inherited the sensory abilities of the 10-headed Yeno, giving Ihi the ability to perceive and manipulate natural energies. That meant whatever command the witch exerted over the elements, Ihi could respond to in kind. If Pavli wanted to call down freezing winds, then Ihi would answer him with overwhelming fire. Calmly, he placed one hand against the wooden scales of the dark dragon beneath him. Ihi began pouring an immense stream of energy into the creature's body. Pure elemental flames surged through the dragon like a pulse of life, racing across its massive frame as though awakening something that had been sleeping deep within it. From the gaps between the dragon's black scales, faint embers first flickered into view. Those tiny sparks quickly intensified, turning into smoldering ash, and then erupted into roaring flames. In moments, the dragon's enormous body was engulfed in fire, the blaze climbing higher and higher until it raged like an unstoppable inferno. But the transformation did not end there. The Y cells within the wooden dragon reacted instantly to the extreme heat, adapting at a frightening speed. Their structure shifted, producing a unique substance that not only resisted the flames, but absorbed and amplified their intensity, causing the fire around the dragon to burn even hotter and more violently. Then came Dark Blossom's bloom. He had no intention of wasting the black tree realm he had already summoned, so he gathered his strength again and drove the sinister flowers into a wild eruption. Each petal burst open like a massive jaw, as if eager to devour everything within reach. Under his command, the forest floor shook violently, and layer after layer of huge, deep crimson flowers surged upward. Their thick, sharpened petals spread without restraint, rapidly overtaking the surrounding space and filling the battlefield with a strange aura that looked mesmerizing and deeply unsettling at the same time. Countless grains of pollen glowed fiery red as they drifted through the air, floating like falling sparks and reflecting the surrounding flames in a dreamlike shimmer. But beneath that beautiful sight lay an oppressive force so heavy that anyone caught inside it would feel as though the air itself had turned suffocating. At the same time, alongside the storm of crimson pollen, endless sparks and embers rained down from the blazing body of the black dragon. They scattered across the ground like a barrage of burning projectiles, each carrying enough heat to ignite anything it touched. The entire battlefield began turning into a spreading inferno, and in only moments, that overwhelming energy expanded outward at terrifying speed, covering thousands of meters. Everything within that range was swallowed by destructive force. The air compressed until breathing became difficult, as though the very space had begun to warp under the sheer intensity. When the sea tree hell technique fully unfolded, the entire black forest was consumed by surging crimson flames. Waves of heat rolled outward with unstoppable momentum, erasing the freezing cold that had dominated the area, melting ice that had once seemed unbreakable, and transforming the entire region into a blazing hellscape. Watching this, Pavli could no longer hide the shock and disgust rising inside him. He thought back to his original plan, where he had intended to use forbidden magic to freeze this opponent completely. That spell required him to gather enormous amounts of wind and water elements, then compress them into pure ice energy. Even with the witch blood flowing through him, preparing it demanded extraordinary effort. But now, the overwhelming heat from the sea of flames had completely disrupted the cold currents he had been gathering. Pavli was forced to realize that he might have lost yet another clash, not just of power, but of strategy. And while he was trapped in that brief moment of distraction, the creature had already moved behind him. By the time Pavli sensed its presence, it was already too late for him to react calmly. Pavli was genuinely stunned. Despite the creature's enormous size, it moved as if that massive body placed no burden on it at all. Its speed and agility defied everything he had expected. A massive hand reached out, trying to restrain him, and Pavli barely slipped away from its grasp. He immediately answered with mockery, declaring that no matter how fast it was, it could never compare to his flash steps. Then he shot upward into the dark, cloud-filled sky, using the storm as cover as he shifted to a new plan: hide within the clouds and unleash his forbidden magic in one decisive strike. But before Pavli could fully carry out that plan, while his thoughts were still racing, a gigantic hand filled with killing intent suddenly lunged out from the heart of the storm, closing in on him without the slightest warning. In that instant, Pavli froze, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Before the anger rising inside him could even take shape, the demonic colossus moved first, bringing down a crushing strike from above. It became unmistakably clear that Pavli had fallen into a dangerous position, trapped under the control of this overwhelming opponent. Recognizing the gap between them, Pavli immediately abandoned any thought of charging in recklessly. He shifted his approach, pulling back and widening the distance. But even as he retreated, the demonic colossus tore through the storm-filled sky after him. In that opening, a blazing fire dragon surged forward, slipping through the shattered clouds and lunging straight toward the ice mage with ferocious speed. Faced with a roaring inferno bearing down on him, Pavli reacted without hesitation. He channeled his magic and instantly formed 3 massive ice dragons, sending them forward to intercept the burning creature. But the moment the two sides clashed, the difference in strength became painfully obvious. Compared to the burning force of the dark wood-scaled dragon, the icy constructs seemed fragile and brittle. They were pierced, crushed, and completely destroyed under the overwhelming pressure of the flames. Fury surged through Pavli as he hurled insults at Ihi, calling him a mindless fool. But beneath that anger was a cold calculation. From the very beginning, those 3 ice dragons had never been meant to win. Their only purpose was to delay the inevitable long enough for Pavli to escape. Now Pavli understood that he had underestimated his opponent and entered this battle without enough preparation. If he had brought along the powerful magical artifacts he had collected, the result might have been different. With those tools in hand, he even believed he might have been able to defeat Ihi. Though he was unwilling, Pavli accepted this temporary defeat and had already decided that he would return properly prepared to erase this humiliation. But for Ihi, there was no such thing as letting an enemy walk away for a second chance. Without wasting a single breath, sparks gathered in his palm, rapidly expanding into a dense mass of energy. The crackling light looked like countless glowing serpents coiling together, pulsing as though ready to burst. Then, in the next instant, Ihi released it without hesitation. Thunderous spears of energy tore through the air at terrifying speed, flashing forward so quickly that they were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Yet even facing an attack like that, Pavli reacted instantly. He twisted his body midair with precise control, shifting just enough to avoid each strike. Every movement was sharp, efficient, and clearly shaped by countless battles fought on the edge of life and death. As he dodged the attack, Pavli let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with contempt as he ridiculed the poor aim of Ihi's strike. Then he confidently declared that once he returned fully prepared, he would personally end Ihi's life. But the moment those words left his mouth, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly gripped him. A chill shot through his entire body, and the air around him seemed to thicken at once. Dark purple-black clouds rapidly gathered overhead, twisting and swirling above the battlefield. In the next flash, lightning tore across the sky, revealing the terrifying truth. The intense heat rising from the hellish forest below had combined with Pavli's own storm, unknowingly creating the perfect conditions for Ihi's next attack. As the heavy clouds above began churning violently, arcs of lightning surged like towering waves. Countless bolts converged toward a single point, condensing into a massive concentration of energy. Within the flickering brilliance, that power began molding itself into the outline of a terrifying beast, one that radiated a violent and oppressive aura. At the very center of those dense storm clouds stood Pavli, so close to the colossal thunder entity that it felt almost within reach. The sight alone made his expression stiffen, and disbelief washed over his face. A curse slipped out instinctively, exposing the panic he could no longer suppress. The moment the formation was complete, a vast net of lightning descended from every direction like divine judgment. It sealed off every escape route, leaving Pavli trapped with no room to dodge. Deafening thunder roared through the thick clouds, while streaks of purple lightning crashed down with overwhelming force, releasing destructive energy so intense that even the surrounding space seemed to tremble. In that instant, panic completely swallowed Pavli. He realized the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. His body trembled as he checked his condition, only to discover that the electric charge surrounding him had disrupted his teleportation and cut off his only means of escape. Confusion and denial flooded his mind as he struggled to understand how he had been cornered so thoroughly. Before him, the enormous lightning beast surged forward at unimaginable speed. In that critical moment between life and death, Pavli found that he could not move, could not resist, and could only stare in helpless disbelief as the attack closed in. Then a deafening explosion erupted, swallowing him completely. He had no time to react before a final cry tore from his throat, and his form vanished inside the raging storm of lightning. But the force did not stop there. The attack carried through, hurling Pavli's body down from the sky and smashing him into the ground, triggering a catastrophic blast that spread outward in every direction, obliterating everything in its path and reducing the entire area to ruin. High above the ruined battlefield, the massive demonic entity hovered silently in midair, its overwhelming body blocking out part of the sky like a living mountain. At the very top stood Ihi, his gaze fixed on the destruction below. He did not relax just yet, because he could not tell whether the battle had truly ended or whether this brief silence was only the calm before something even more terrifying awakened. At the very center of the devastation, in a place where nothing should have survived, something remained buried deep beneath the shattered earth. A coffin made of pure, transparent ice lay completely intact, faintly glowing with an eerie cold light as streams of chilling aura spread outward from it. The moment Ihi sensed that change, the entire atmosphere seemed to sink. The air grew dark and heavy, and an overwhelming murderous intent quickly filled the surroundings, making it clear that something far more dangerous was waking up inside that frozen coffin. The true Ice Demon King. Within the crystal-clear coffin, the figure inside slowly opened her eyes. A sharp azure glow flashed through them, cold and piercing, as if those eyes alone carried the power to freeze the soul. At that same time, the view shifted far away to another location, the North Barton Federation. Inside their operations center, a huge display screen was filled with global meteorological data. In the marked southeast triangle region, a colossal dark vortex had already formed and was still expanding. A staff member hurriedly reported to his superior that an extremely dangerous anomaly had appeared at the center of the vortex, and that its strength was increasing rapidly, becoming more unstable with every passing second. Adler, the North Barton Federation's Director of Investigations, stood before the screen with his brows tightly furrowed, his displeasure written all over his face. A sharp voice cut through the tense room as he questioned his subordinate in disbelief. As far as he understood, the Western Continent's wizard was supposed to be helping them deal with Great Xia, yet instead, Pavli had abandoned that task and was fighting some unknown masked individual. To Adler, the entire situation made absolutely no sense. The subordinate quickly confirmed the report, his expression tense and his voice strained. Pavli had already lost control, and his behavior was now dangerously close to madness. Worse still, he was releasing large-scale magic powerful enough to affect the climates of both the eastern and western continents. At the same time, all communication with him had been cut off, leaving them with no way to contact him, restrain him, or interfere. Hearing that, Adler's frustration finally erupted. He cursed harshly, unable to suppress his anger, especially because their situation had already reached a critical point. Their military base in South Korea was on the verge of being completely destroyed by Demora, yet the very person who was supposed to support them had run off to waste his strength in an unrelated battle. After forcing himself to calm down slightly, Adler immediately demanded satellite surveillance, hoping they could at least obtain a clear image of the battlefield. But the response brought him no comfort. The entire sky above the southwest region had already been swallowed by dense cloud cover, making satellite observation completely useless and leaving them blind to what was happening below. Before that frustration could even settle, another report arrived and made the atmosphere in the room even darker. 3 of their stationed garrison bases in South Korea had already been wiped out completely, while the status of the remaining bases was still unknown. Adler's irritation surged again as he cursed under his breath, utterly unable to understand what Pavli thought he was accomplishing by acting so irrationally and irresponsibly. His thoughts tangled together as more reports kept flooding in. Then, all at once, a major fluctuation appeared on the main display, showing that the massive storm had begun to weaken. A staff member immediately gave the update, and Adler assumed the wizard had finally ended his pointless fight. With open contempt in his voice, he ordered them to contact Pavli at once and command him to lure Demora toward Great Xia. Then Adler sneered, saying that if the Federation's top 2 experts had not been away on an Antarctic expedition, they never would have needed to rely on someone so arrogant and unreliable. But the instant the live feed finally returned, the image on the screen froze everyone in place. A massive strike of purple lightning was crashing down directly onto Pavli. Adler was stunned on the spot, his composure breaking as he stammered in confusion, unable to understand what he was seeing. Beside him, one of the staff members hesitated before reporting that the situation seemed to be the complete opposite of what they had expected. The one being overwhelmed was not the mysterious opponent at all, but the infamous Ice Wizard himself. Back on the battlefield, The atmosphere became heavy and suffocating. The towering wooden colossus stood before the ice coffin, its gigantic shadow stretching across the shattered ground. Ihi wasted no time and gave the order to destroy it. The colossal entity opened its massive maw, releasing a roar that seemed to tear through the sky itself, then activated the technique known as Chaos Falls. An enormous wooden mass, shaped like a gigantic rock, gathered above and dropped like a meteor straight toward the ice coffin below, clearly intending to crush it completely. But just as the massive meteor was about to strike, a pale hand suddenly broke through the surface of the coffin. With a slow and deliberate motion, one finger extended outward. The moment it touched the descending mass, the entire wooden meteor froze in midair as if time had stopped. Its terrifying momentum vanished in a fraction of a second, and the whole structure was sealed in ice before shattering into countless fragments, dissolving so cleanly that it left no damage behind, almost as if it had never existed. Even so, Yi did not miss a single detail. Although he remained calm on the surface, a trace of astonishment could not be completely hidden. Such power might have been expected from the Ice Queen, but witnessing it firsthand confirmed one thing clearly. The opponent now standing before him was far beyond what he had originally estimated. As the figure fully emerged, the Ice Queen, Pavli's twin sister, revealed a presence that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. Her appearance was striking, yet something about her felt distorted and wrong. Her eyes were hollow, empty, and yet filled with an unfathomable darkness that revealed nothing at all. She exhaled lightly, then fixed that vacant gaze directly on Ihi. In the next instant, snow began appearing from nowhere. The snow spread outward at terrifying speed, blanketing the entire battlefield almost instantly. Before the towering wooden colossus could react, it was swallowed by the storm of white. A surge of freezing energy flooded the surroundings, forcing Ihi to leap into the air to avoid being caught. At the same time, he immediately sensed that the cold she wielded far surpassed Pavli's, making him retract his earlier judgment of her strength on the spot. Below him, the frozen wooden colossus began to crack apart. Fractures raced across its massive body, spreading faster and faster until the whole structure could no longer hold together. Within moments, it shattered completely into countless fragments, collapsing under the sheer force of that impossible cold. Far away inside the North Barton Federation, panic erupted among the staff as the Ice Queen's sudden appearance shook the entire operations center. Director Adler's face changed sharply, and he raised his voice in disbelief, unable to accept that the warlock had actually been defeated. Because this result meant something far worse. The entity beneath Pavli, the embodiment of frost and storm in this era, had fully awakened. In truth, Pavli's male body had always limited the true potential of the witch's blood. It acted like a restraint, preventing that terrifying power from fully manifesting. Only his conjoined sister could completely embody the strength of the witch blood, and that was why she was the real Demon King. Even a fragment of her power was enough to release freezing currents capable of altering the climate across the entire Southeast Triangle region. And that single fact pointed to a terrifying conclusion. If that power ever fully stabilized and reached perfection, the descent of a true witch could plunge the entire world into a miniature ice age. Faced with that possibility, Adler understood there was only one choice left. She had to be eliminated before her awakening became complete. At that moment, Adler began considering the activation of their ultimate space-based weapon system, a hidden trump card placed in orbit during the conflict with the Snow Kingdom, reserved only for the most extreme emergencies. But just as that thought formed, a staff member suddenly reported in an urgent voice that the mysterious masked man had already made his move and had successfully subdued the witch. Adler flinched, his composure cracking for a moment as he let out a sharp cry of disbelief. Then the view returned to the battlefield. There, Ihi stood watching the Ice Queen with a quiet, almost clinical fascination. He did not fully understand the nature of her sudden transformation, but her form reminded him of something from his previous world. Compared with that memory, the being before him now seemed crude, unstable, and almost completely lacking any true awareness. In the next instant, the Ice Queen raised her hand and made a simple motion. Massive shards of ice gathered rapidly above Ihi, fusing together into a towering mountain-like mass. Then it came crashing down with overwhelming force, shaking the land violently as the impact sent tremors across the battlefield. Yet once the attack landed, the Ice Queen only let out faint, unclear sounds. Her hollow gaze drifted aimlessly across the battlefield, as if searching for something she could not understand. The target who had been right in front of her had vanished before the strike connected, and she seemed unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that same moment, black and crimson tendrils silently emerged behind her, curling closer without drawing her attention. From that previous attack, he had already confirmed that the witch possessed no real intelligence. She was acting purely on instinct, and that realization made the encounter feel strangely dull to him. Even so, he continued forward. The tendrils suddenly surged out, wrapping tightly around the Ice Queen's arms and upper body as they attempted to restrain her completely. But in the next breath, her body broke apart into countless tiny snowflakes. She dispersed instantly, vanishing from where she stood, then reassembled moments later in a different location. It became clear that what the tendrils had captured was not a simple clone, but a body that could completely disassemble and rebuild itself. In other words, the Ice Queen could transform into elemental particles at will, a process that looked very similar to chi energy conversion. Seeing this, a new idea formed in Ihi's mind. By combining the properties of his dark red biomass with the absorption abilities inherited from the Ghost Demon Vine and Demora templates, perhaps he could devour her completely. Without the slightest hesitation, Ihi activated an ultimate technique, a trap meant to seal everything within its reach, a net stretching from heaven to earth. In an instant, countless black and crimson tendrils erupted from every direction. They rose, crossed, and wove together into a dense, unbreakable network that expanded rapidly across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, the net condensed into a massive cage, completely isolating the Ice Queen from the outside world. With escape seemingly impossible, Ihi's confidence sharpened. A faint smirk appeared on Ihi's face as he licked his lips, clearly anticipating what would happen next. Moments later, Pangu's net of heaven and earth fully activated, locking the witch inside a gigantic wooden cage with no visible path of escape. Trapped within that cage, the Ice Queen suddenly began screaming in sharp terror. Her vision distorted, and in front of her, she saw Pangu, Ihi's summoned form, standing there like an unstoppable executioner, closing in as if to finish her completely. In a desperate final struggle, the witch unleashed her frost power with everything she had. Ice spread rapidly across the wooden cage, crawling over the surface in a last attempt to freeze it apart and break free. Watching from nearby, Ihi observed the scene unfold while the witch's piercing screams echoed from inside the cage. Her lack of intelligence made him question what kind of existence she truly was, yet the overwhelming primal force radiating from her remained undeniably terrifying. Just then, Ihi's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly sensed something changing from within the cage. Without warning, a colossal Pangu formed entirely from ice erupted out of the wooden cage, towering over the battlefield as the witch's power took shape in a terrifying new form. Nearby, Ihi stared at the colossal ice Pangu in disbelief, realizing that the witch had somehow begun copying his own power. Surrounded by raging flames, Ihi's glowing eyes sharpened. Calmly, he declared that he would try something new, and his aura intensified at once as a dangerous change began stirring within his power. In the next instant, Ihi's body expanded into a colossal multi-armed giant. His power surged violently as he unleashed the Sun Wheel Strike, charging forward to meet the towering Ice Panga head-on. The two colossal forces finally collided, and the impact erupted into a devastating clash that shook the battlefield. The massive Ice Pangu stood motionless amid the chaos, silently watching as Ihi approached, its cold gaze locked onto him without the slightest flicker of emotion. Inside the control room, Adler stood with his arms crossed while 4 operators sat at their stations, monitoring every change in the system with tense, focused expressions. Adler's brows tightened as he stared at the screen, unable to look away from the masked man who had summoned a colossal structure hundreds of meters tall in a single instant. The sheer scale of it made him question whether that kind of power could truly belong to a human. As he studied Ihi's Sun Wheel Strike frame by frame, one question kept pressing into his mind. Why did someone with such overwhelming strength have no record at all in the North Barton Federation's database? Just then, the surveillance system reported that there were no direct records of this powerful figure in the database, but other related data might still be enough to identify him. Adler's expression shifted with surprise, and he immediately asked what kind of other records it had found. A moment later, the surveillance system opened a new screen. On it appeared footage from the past 3 Azura invasions of Great Xia, and every clip showed the same mysterious masked man appearing on the battlefield, single-handedly repelling the invaders with terrifying strength. The surveillance system continued, explaining that according to intelligence gathered by spies, the giant belonged to an organization known as the Monster Organization and was called Demon Eye. Based on the current similarities, there was an 80% probability that the giant masked figure before them came from that same group. Adler's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. He slowly lifted one hand to his chin, his gaze fixed on the footage, and muttered the name under his breath, Monster Organization. On the screen, the two colossal figures crashed together with earth-shaking force, and Adler could hardly hide the disbelief in his eyes. The North Barton Federation had always considered itself invincible, yet now he was forced to wonder where this supernatural organization had come from, and why so many terrifying powers were suddenly emerging in such a small place. The battle erupted with brutal intensity as Ice Pangu and Ihi collided head-on, their massive bodies slamming together like 2 living mountains. With a single devastating strike, Ihi blasted away half of Ice Pangu's face, sending frozen fragments scattering through the air. As half of Ice Pangu's face shattered apart, the witch hidden deep within its body was forced into view, emerging from the broken ice and finally having to face Ihi directly. The moment the witch appeared from within Ice Pangu, she released a sharp cry and immediately began gathering her power again, as though her instincts had already pushed her toward another attack. Watching her movements, Ihi quickly understood that this was not strategy at all. The witch had no real combat experience. She was simply acting on instinct, blindly summoning overwhelming elemental power like a reckless child, throwing around massive forces without knowing how to control them. He had no intention of waiting for her next move. He immediately activated his Candle Dragon ability, and a blazing dragon of fire surged into existence beside him. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon rushed forward, its flames tearing through the air as it charged straight toward Ice Pangu, aiming directly for the witch hidden within. As the fire dragon closed in, the witch began chanting once more, drawing on her freezing power to counter the incoming blaze. The moment the fire dragon approached, the witch summoned countless ice shards around her and launched them forward in a glittering storm, sending them straight into the path of the blazing attack. Seeing the clash begin, He instantly realized that his fire dragon alone would not be enough to overpower the witch's ice spikes. But that was fine. As long as it kept her attention occupied, it had already served its purpose. The real attack would come from Ihi himself. Before the witch could properly react, Ihi closed the distance in a flash. His gaze locked firmly onto her, and with cold certainty, he declared that she was his, preparing to strike at close range. Just as Ihi moved in to deliver the blow, the witch unleashed all of her power at once, throwing out a desperate counterattack with everything she had left. Ihi stared at the incoming attack as it rushed toward him, and for a brief instant, even he was caught off guard by its force. But he knew there was no turning back now. The only choice was to press forward and strike the witch down. Without the slightest hesitation, Ihi forced his way through and unleashed his final strike, bringing a devastating blow down upon Ice Pangu with overwhelming power. The entire scene was swallowed by blinding light as Ihi's power surged outward, drowning the battlefield in an almost unbearable brilliance. The witch had nowhere left to escape. Ice Pangu took the full force of the devastating attack, its enormous body bearing the impact in her place. As the radiance and force of the attack began to fade, cracks spread across Ice Pangu's massive body, carving through the frozen giant under the weight of the impact. Moments later, the entire ice giant collapsed. Its huge frame shattered into countless fragments, breaking apart and drifting downward like frozen rubble falling through the air. Only the witch remained, hovering alone in the space where Ice Pangu had once stood, completely exposed with nothing left to shield her. She suddenly burst into manic laughter, her mind clearly spiraling as she struggled to figure out what she should do next. While she floated there laughing madly, Ihi activated Star-Devouring Refinement without delay and consumed the witch in an instant. The moment the Ice Witch saw Ihi use Star-Devouring Refinement against her, she finally sensed the danger. Panic broke through her madness, and she cried out in fear. As Ihi's Star-Devouring Refinement fully activated, the devouring energy condensed into the form of a spectral dragon. The dragon surged forward with terrifying speed and, in one clean motion, swallowed the Ice Witch whole. Ihi raised his hand again and immediately triggered the Candle Dragon's soaring fire ability, releasing its blazing power without hesitation. Within seconds, the Candle Dragon's face erupted in roaring flames. The fire raged violently across its jaws as it began refining the ice which trapped inside its body. The flames around the Candle Dragon rose higher and higher until its entire body was engulfed in a blazing inferno. Ihi watched calmly, already understanding the core of the Ice Witch's strength. Her true power came from commanding the vast natural elements around her. Once she was cut off from the outside environment, that power collapsed sharply, leaving her far weaker than before. Inside the Candle Dragon's mouth, the Ice Witch remained trapped as the soaring flames refined her without mercy. Watching the process unfold, Ihi stated calmly that under the raging fire inside the dragon's maw, her destruction was only a matter of time. As the Ice Witch continued being refined inside the Candle Dragon, Ihi slowly lifted his eyes toward the sky. He had already realized that someone had been secretly watching the entire battle through a satellite. With a cold murmur, he noted that he had been busy dealing with the Ice Witch before, but now it was the spy's turn, mocking the hidden observer for shamelessly spying on others from above. In the next instant, Ihi sent his power surging toward the sky, and the satellite spying from space was destroyed on the spot. Ihi brushed his hands together as if dusting them off, then quietly thought that the Emperor Demora he had sent toward the southeastern region of Great Xia should have already wiped out the entire Korean peninsula by now. With that, Great Xia would finally have peace. He added coldly that the jackals hiding beneath tiger skins should wake up and recognize who the real threat truly was. Ihi raised one hand and activated the art of cloud manipulation. Instantly, the clouds above began to churn violently, swirling and condensing in the sky as they gathered over his outstretched palm. He glanced toward the blazing candle dragon and calmly noted that fully refining the ice, which would still take some time. Since the process was not finished yet, he decided not to remain openly exposed and prepared to conceal his presence while the refinement continued. Meanwhile, far away at Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiding was secretly observing Yi's battle through a satellite feed. Inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiding watched the AI intelligence feed of the battle with a grave expression. After studying the information before him, he quietly murmured that he now understood the truth about Manhwa. He then studied the virtual map projected in front of him and remarked that the wolfish ambitions of the vassal states in the southern triangle of Great Xia were already obvious to everyone. But their scattered forces alone could never truly shake the nation. The real danger came from the powerful backers secretly supporting them from behind the scenes. As Wang Zhiding examined the map, he understood the strategy hidden beneath the chaos. If Great Xia concentrated its military strength in the southern region, a certain nation across the ocean could seize the opportunity to intervene, sending troops under the banner of freedom and democracy to occupy the area. Wang Zhiding lowered his head in thought and muttered that once the situation truly erupted, Great Xia's old neighbor, the ever-restless venomous snake known as Little East Island, would certainly seize the chance to strike and carve into the region. Just imagining the chaos that would follow made him unwilling to think any further. Then he thought of the monster Emperor Demora, and a trace of relief entered his voice as he murmured that, fortunately, Demora had appeared out of nowhere and stepped in to handle the southeastern region for Great Xia. He continued thinking that although no one understood why the giant beast that rose from the sea had swept across the entire southeastern region, its rampage had unexpectedly solved a major problem for Great Xia. Most importantly, Wang Zhiding's thoughts turned toward the monster organization, which had begun mobilizing once again. He recalled the mysterious and powerful figure wearing a stone demon mask, the one capable of summoning pitch-black trees and overwhelming the ice, which of the 21st century, a threat that had once troubled the entire world. With a quiet sigh, Wang Zhiding muttered that these were truly turbulent times. Mysterious and powerful figures were appearing one after another, making the future more unpredictable than ever. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the candle dragon summoned by Yi finally completed the refinement of the ice witch. As the process came to an end, the dragon's roaring flames gradually weakened and began to fade. The candle dragon slowly opened its mouth, and a blinding light burst out from deep within its jaws. At that moment, an ice crystal emerged from the candle dragon's mouth. The instant Yi saw it, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he quietly recognized it as a golden legend. Yi reached out and firmly seized the ice crystal in his hand. Feeling the cold power sealed within it, he quietly muttered that after all that effort, he had finally captured the ice witch. Then Yi lowered his gaze toward the devastated land beneath him. Within 100 miles, every living thing had already been erased by the battle, leaving only ruin and silence behind. Since there was nothing left for him to handle here, he decided it was time to return to Great Xia. As he looked across the ruined landscape surrounding him, Yi understood exactly why he had been forced to act. If he had not stepped in, this same hellish destruction would have unfolded inside Great Xia, the land where he lived. That was why this threat had to be eliminated before it ever reached his home. Thinking about the state of the world, Yi murmured that in an age where anyone could become a warrior, even an ordinary civilian from an enemy nation might one day become a dagger pointed at Great Xia. Because of that brutal reality, he believed there was only one path left. The enemy nation's key cities had to be leveled. Some conflicts in this world, he knew, simply could not be resolved through mercy or compromise. Dark energy gathered around him as skeletal forms rose from the ominous aura, surrounding Yi like shadows of the dead. Standing amid that chilling power, he declared that he was both the guardian of peace for Great Xia and the most ruthless tyrant in the world. Accepting the weight of countless lives on his shoulders, he added that whether now or in the future, the millions who fell at his feet should carry no curses or resentment toward anyone else. Yi looked down at his own hand, his expression quiet and unreadable, before stating in a low voice that he himself, he would offer no excuses. He would carry this blood debt for countless years to come, and his eyes filled with cold, unwavering resolve as he accepted that burden. In the next moment, Yi shot into the sky and vanished from the battlefield. While flying back toward Great Xia, he reflected that the external threats in the Southeast Triangle region had already been eliminated, but the internal problems had not disappeared. During the Battle of Huadu University, the 9 families had fled to preserve themselves, and according to Nuwa's latest reports, Dragon Sparrow had suffered heavy losses, while the nation's major martial arts guilds were also severely weakened during the Great Xia Reconquest plan. Taking advantage of that situation, the 9 families of Huadu now intended to seize the chance to reclaim the country's central authority. Anger surged in Yi's chest as he thought of the 9 families. With cold contempt in his voice, he muttered that those ancient relics should crawl back into their graves and stay there, instead of returning to the human world to spread their rotten influence again. Back in Great Xia, after the reconquest plan came to an end, the major martial arts academies began calling their teachers and students back. One after another, university students left behind the brutal battlefields and returned to the calmer, quieter rhythm of campus life. But after witnessing the cruelty of real war, where even taking a breath could feel like a luxury for the weak, the students came back changed. Their eyes carried a sharper determination, and many of them threw themselves into training harder than ever before. From this generation of Daxia's academies, countless future pillars were expected to rise. War was cruel, but it also had a way of awakening the resilience and hidden potential buried deep inside people. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a training institute in Great Xia, a new scene quietly began to unfold. 3 sweat-soaked youths sat together after practice, still catching their breath as they chatted about the latest rumors. One of them revealed that after Huadu defeated the Azura masked man, another masked figure had appeared in the southeast triangle region of Great Xia. The boy beside him was immediately surprised, remembering that the magical beast Emperor Demora had already rampaged through that region, cutting down everything in its path. In his opinion, those forces had deserved exactly what happened to them. The third youth added that before Demora arrived, several allied fleets had gathered in the southern waters under the excuse of military exercises, though everyone knew they were hiding wolfish ambitions. In the end, Demora's descent wiped them out, and to him, that was the most righteous punishment they could have received. The boy sharing the news quickly told the others to stop interrupting and let him finish. Then he asked whether they had heard about the severe cold waves that had struck southern Great Xia over the past 2 days, before revealing that the phenomenon had actually been man-made. He explained that he followed a well-known online blogger who often leaked insider information, and this time, that blogger had posted several photos on Twitter, including a weather map of the Southeast Triangle region and other mysterious images. He continued, saying that the blogger had recently uploaded another shocking photo. This one showed a fused white man and woman, said to be a famous ice magic caster from the Western continent. According to the post, that strange figure was the one who triggered the massive cold wave that spread across the entire Eastern continent. The boy standing in front of him was stunned by the story. His eyes widened in amazement as he muttered that it sounded incredible, then hurriedly asked what happened after that. The boy telling the story then dropped the biggest shock of all, revealing that the ice wizard was already dead. Hearing this, the boy in front of him burst out in disbelief, exclaiming that after such a terrifying build-up, that so-called powerful figure had still ended up getting taken down. The storyteller waved him off and told them not to rush. He explained that if he did not first describe just how terrifying the ice wizard was, they would never understand how incredible the newly appeared masked man truly was. Then he pulled out his phone and showed them a photo, telling them to look carefully. On the screen appeared a masked figure whose body looked like a massive stone monster, giving off an imposing and mysterious pressure even through the image. Inside the training hall, several students continued discussing the latest news about the masked man and the terrifying summoned beast under his command. The information had not fully spread across Great Xia yet, but speculation about the mysterious masked figure had already exploded everywhere. The 3 trainees were shocked after hearing that almost everyone believed this newly appeared masked man belonged to the same organization as the Vortex masked man from the Battle of Huadu. One slim trainee said that nobody could confirm the truth yet, but at the very least, one thing was certain: those masked figures were standing on Great Xia's side. Another arrogant young man responded that whether it was during the Battle of Huadu or the Southeast Triangle conflict, those masked men had always fought for their side. He could not help wondering whether the people hidden beneath those masks were actually citizens of Great Xia, and maybe even students living among them. At that moment, he suddenly sensed someone entering the training hall. The students immediately lowered their heads with respect and greeted the president. The person walking past them was none other than Yi himself. When Yi casually greeted them in return, the trainees nearly lost their minds from excitement. One guy proudly declared that he had always known their guild leader was destined for greatness. His friend immediately reminded him that he had once been thrown out of a window by the student council president, but the guy shamelessly insisted that even that was an honor. Meanwhile, he was already thinking about something far more serious. If they truly wanted to move against the 9 families in the capital, then the help of one particular person would be absolutely necessary. And the first person who came to Yi's mind was his closest friend, Chuzhou. The scene then shifted toward the Dragon Blood Society training room. Inside the room, Chuzhou sat quietly in meditation. Blue mana spread across his body like layers of scales, covering him from head to toe as his aura remained calm and steady. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door while calling out Chuzhou's name. Chuzhou opened his eyes slightly, wondering whether the person outside might be Ouyangze. Chuzhou asked Ouyangze what had happened, and Ouyangze answered from outside that a certain guest had come and wanted to meet him. Chuzhou's expression changed with surprise, and he immediately asked whether he had returned. But Ouyangze shook his head and explained that the visitor was an extremely important guest, someone he could not afford to offend. A little later, Chuzhou finally met the mysterious visitor in person. The moment Chuzhou stepped into the room, the guest spoke impatiently, asking why he had taken so long to arrive. The guest was none other than Chu Fengqi, the eldest son among the 9 families of Huadu. Chu Fengqi questioned whether Chuzhou truly looked down on him so much that he had forgotten an eldest son from the Chu family had personally traveled from ancient Nandu just to meet his half-brother. Chuzhou remained calm and asked whether Chu Fengqi had truly come from ancient Nandu. Then Chuzhou questioned whether those were not the same 9 families of Huadu who had willingly fled to ancient Nandu. Chu Fengqi calmly admitted that Chuzhou was right, but warned him not to judge everything only by its surface, calling him dear brother with a faintly mocking tone. Escaping to ancient Nandu had allowed their families to preserve their strength. Now, after the Battle of Huadu had weakened Great Xia's Dragon Sparrow and severely damaged the major martial arts schools, the 9 families saw the moment as the perfect opportunity to restore the glory of their royal bloodlines. Chuzhou responded coldly that he had no interest in listening to such nonsense, then directly asked Chu Fengqi why he had come to see him this time. Chu Fengqi finally rose from his seat and said that Chuzhou had stayed away from the family for more than 10 years. In his eyes, it was finally time for him to return home. With that, Chu Fengqi stretched out his hand, inviting Chuzhou to leave together with him. Chuzhou rejected him instantly, slapping Chu Fengqi's hand aside without the slightest hesitation. Then Chuzhou warned Chu Fengqi never to call him younger brother again. He said his surname no longer belonged to the Chu royal family of Huadu, because the name he carried now came from his mother. Chu Fengqi casually replied that Chuzhou could call himself whatever he liked if it made him happy. To be honest, he had never expected to bring Chuzhou back so easily anyway. Then he shifted the topic, praising the Dragon Blood Society for developing extremely well and saying it already showed signs of surpassing Huadu University's student union. Chuzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the hidden meaning behind those words, and asked what Chu Fengqi was truly trying to say. Chu Fengqi smiled faintly before asking whether Chuzhou wanted to become the president of the Dragon Blood Society and represent the students of Huadu University. The moment those words were spoken, Chuzhou immediately remembered the terrifying figure standing in his path, and his eyes widened almost at once. Because of that, Chuzhou simply turned away and called Chu Fengqi an idiot. Chu Fengqi smirked and asked where Chuzhou thought he was going. With the family's support, proper management, and a leadership position inside a school organization, Chu Fengqi could not understand why Chuzhou would refuse such an opportunity. Chuzhou answers coldly that he has no interest in wasting another breath on fools. If Fong knew even the smallest thing about he would never have said something so laughably stupid. Then, without backing down, Chuzhou tells him that if he is so confident, he should go challenge himself. And as if Fong still has not understood the gap in front of him, Chuzhou reminds him in a firm voice that he is already the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Only after hearing those words does Fong finally seem to grasp what is really going on, and the truth hits him all at once. Fong's expression twists with anger, his face tightening as he snaps that Chuzhou is an ungrateful wretch. He finally admits that the family is desperate to bring Chuzhou back precisely because of his high position in the Dragon Blood Society, along with that terrifying talent that makes him stand out from the rest. Chuzhou suddenly stops in his tracks. Behind him, Fong's body erupts with dark lightning and thick black energy, the violent aura curling around him like a storm. Fong curses him for ignoring his words again and again, then asks if Chuzhou has started thinking far too highly of himself. With a cruel tone, he reminds Chuzhou how he used to discipline him when they were still children. Chuzhou's heart sinks as that pressure bears down on him. He immediately recognizes the overwhelming aura of a Xuanwu warrior, and the difference between them feels so wide it is almost impossible to cross. Gritting his teeth, he can only bitterly admit to himself that his own strength is still nowhere near enough. Fong lets out a cold, contemptuous sneer and says grandfather was right all along. People born in low places, he claims, must be made to suffer properly before they can understand what true reverence really means. Chuzhou crashes down onto the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably under the weight of Fong's power. In that helpless moment, all he can do is desperately wish he had strength like he. Right then, a mysterious voice echoes through the room, asking the young man whether he truly desires power. Chuzhou's eyes fly wide open in shock, because the voice does not belong to anyone he knows. In an instant, the world around him changes completely, and the entire space is swallowed by a terrifying sea of blood. Chuzhou freezes in place, staring at the crimson world around him in disbelief. He immediately demands to know who the stranger is and what exactly is happening, wondering if everything before his eyes is nothing more than some twisted illusion. Without the slightest warning, a gigantic face emerges before him. Blood pours endlessly from its head, while two glowing eyes lock directly onto Chu Zhou as if they can see straight through him. Faced with that horrifying creature, Chu Zhou's eyes widen in pure terror. His breath catches in his throat, and for a moment, fear nearly tears his mind apart. A moment later, an enormous monstrous dragon takes shape right before him. Its colossal body towers so high that Chu Zhou looks no bigger than a tiny insect standing beneath its shadow. Then, a figure wearing a cone-shaped mask suddenly appears from nowhere. Chu Zhou stares at him in alarm and asks if he is the masked man everyone has been talking about in the news. Chu Zhou is shaken to the core. He cannot understand how this person managed to infiltrate the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and even more unsettling, he has no idea why the masked man has chosen to contact him alone. The masked figure reveals a single glowing eye beneath the mask and speaks with eerie calm. He tells Chu Zhou that their organization is called the Monster Organization, then asks whether Chu Zhou is willing to join them. Chu Zhou cannot make sense of it. Why would such a mysterious organization come specifically for him? But the masked man gives only a calm and cryptic answer, saying that this is simply destiny. Chu Zhou remains kneeling on the ground as the masked figure continues. Their organization, he says, only accepts those who are destined to become true monsters, and Chu Zhou happens to possess exactly that kind of potential. Chu Zhou struggles to accept what is happening in front of him, yet the masked man keeps speaking in the same steady voice. If Chu Zhou joins them, he promises, then the power he longs for will finally be within reach. Chu Zhou falls silent, his thoughts circling around the mysterious name of the monster organization and the unbelievable power being offered to him. After a long pause, he lifts his gaze toward the masked figure and asks whether he is also part of this organization. The masked man suddenly bursts into loud laughter, as if Chu Zhou has asked the most obvious question in the world. Then he casually confirms that he is indeed one of them. Chu Zhou is completely stunned by the answer, but the shock only lasts for a moment before he makes up his mind and declares that he wants to join as well. Hearing that, the masked figure lets out a low, deceptive laugh, the sound carrying an unsettling confidence. He calmly tells Chu Zhou that he will return tonight to meet him again. Then a tiny glowing sphere forms at the tip of his finger, and with a gentle push, he sends it forward while saying that he should offer a little assistance first. That small glowing sphere instantly changes, turning into a lightning-fast strike that shoots forward before Chu Zhou can even react. The attack pierces straight through Chu Zhou's heart, and his entire body loses balance as if all strength has been pulled out of him at once. At the same time, strange roots forcefully burrow deep into his eyeball. Chu Zhou is left dazed and horrified, unable to understand what has just happened to his body. Back in reality, Fong suddenly notices that Chu Zhou has changed completely. The aura around him is no longer the same, and his momentum is growing stronger at an alarming speed. Fong's eyes widen even more when he realizes Chu Zhou's bloodline has advanced right in front of him. Furious and shocked, he curses under his breath, unable to understand how this bastard managed to break through so suddenly. Without hesitating, Fong charges straight toward him and launches an attack. Even if Chu Zhou has advanced his bloodline, Fong shouts, he is still no match for him. As the older brother, Fong declares that he will personally teach this arrogant bastard a proper lesson. Chu Zhou only stares back at him in silence. A horn slowly emerges from his forehead, and his vision sharpens drastically, as though every movement in front of him has become clearer than ever. In the next instant, both of them throw their fists at the same time. Explosive flames and freezing energy collide violently in midair, shaking the space between them with brutal force. Fong speaks coldly, saying that Chu Zhou has already done well enough just by managing to block one punch. Then he offers him one final chance, promising that if Chu Zhou comes with him, he will personally help him become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Before Fong can even finish his sentence, Chu Zhou cuts him off without hesitation. He says he will never join hands with a pack of scoundrels who care only about fighting for power, people who abandoned the entire city of Huadu just to save themselves when it mattered most. Just then, Yi suddenly appears as if out of nowhere, having already overheard the entire exchange. Another student is also standing near the doorway, frozen by the sudden turn of events. Chu Zhou looks up in shock, hardly believing that Yi is now standing right in front of him. Fong immediately says that he has already read the Dragon Blood Society's records and recognizes Yi as its leader. With a mocking tone, he asks if Yi plans to stand up for his little brother, then arrogantly claims that even if Yi brought the entire Dragon Blood Society with him, none of them would stand a chance against him. But before Fong can spit out another poisonous word, Yi suddenly reaches out and grabs him directly by the face, cutting him off in the most humiliating way possible. Then Yi casually lifts Fong into the air with just one hand. Fong's body trembles violently as he struggles in panic, his legs kicking while he fights just to draw breath. Fong lashes out with his free hand, rage exploding inside him. In his mind, this lowly creature has dared to humiliate him, and that alone means Yi must be seeking death. But the instant Fong tries to strike, an endless void appears between them, blocking his attack before it can even touch Ihi's body. Ihi looks at him calmly and asks, in an almost casual tone, whether Fong has had enough fun already. Fong's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets as thick veins throb across his face. He cannot comprehend what is happening. His attack carried the power of a dignified martial artist, yet it failed to move Ihi even a single inch. Fong frantically thinks that the Dragon Blood Society should be nothing more than a freshman organization. How could a May freshman crush an expert like him so easily? But now it is Ihi's turn. Still gripping Fong by the face, Ihi swings him around as casually as if he were tossing a stone, making Fong feel like the victim of some ridiculous international joke. Yu Yang nearly panics and quickly begs the president to calm down, reminding him that this man is an extremely important guest, and there is no need to throw him out through the window. Unfortunately, his warning comes a little too late. Ihi has already slammed Fong straight through the window and sent him flying outside. Yu Yang instantly regrets speaking only after the damage is done, bitterly realizing that every bit of effort he made to stop it was completely meaningless. Chuzhou stares at Ihi in complete disbelief and calls him a true monster. Ihi, meanwhile, simply dusts off his hands as if he has only taken care of something minor. Chuzhou looks at Ihi with disbelief still lingering in his eyes, then quietly asks how he can become a monster as well. Ihi turns his gaze toward him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and says in a calm, familiar voice that it really has been a long time. Chuzhou. Chuzhou's tense expression softens slightly, and he gives a small smile in return, answering that it has indeed been far too long since they last met. President Ihi. Ihi immediately steps forward and pulls him into a firm hug, cutting through all that distance in an instant. He reminds Chuzhou that they are best friends, so there is no need to act so polite and distant, unlike how Runtu and Zunjia used to behave. The two of them walk outside together, and Ihi tells Chuzhou to just call him by name from now on. He knows Chuzhou must have plenty of questions, so he suggests they find another place and talk properly. Meanwhile, Yu Yang can only accept through tears that he is nothing more than the guild leader's tool. But if he has to be a tool, then he will become the greatest tool in the world, and from that moment on, the legend of Yu Yang the Toolman begins. Later, Ihi and Chuzhou sit across from each other inside the Dragon Blood Society president's office. Ihi speaks first, telling Chuzhou that he should have already recognized him from the previous night, because Ihi was the one wearing the vortex mask. Ihi leans back calmly and tells him not to hold anything in. Whatever questions Chuzhou has, he can ask them directly without hesitation. Chuzhou does not waste any time. He looks straight at Ihi and asks when exactly he joined the monster organization. Ihi explains that after he returned from Lingshui County, Demon Eye personally came to him and invited him into the organization. Then Ihi adds that with Chuzhou's sharp instincts and careful observation, he should have already guessed the truth by now. The mysterious powerhouse who saved West City was none other than Ihi himself. Ihi grows a little smug as he says that his strength back then had already gone beyond the level of a grandmaster, which even he admits was hard to believe. But even after obtaining such terrifying power, he proudly insists that 90% of it still came from his own effort and natural talent. Chuzhou admits that the monster organization must have given Ihi incredibly important help, then asks whether Ihi understands the organization's true purpose. He also wonders how many terrifying experts exist inside that group, people like Demon Eye and the Stone-Masked Man. Ihi admits that he still does not fully know the organization's final goal, but he is certain of one thing. They are not trying to destroy Great Xia. A thin layer of sweat even appears on Ihi's forehead as he explains that, judging by the current situation, there may be 5 other individuals inside the organization whose strength can rival his own. Chuzhou is immediately shocked. 5 experts above the Grandmaster level would already surpass the foundation of an entire great nation, and if an organization like that ever chose to invade Great Xia, there would be almost no force capable of standing against them. Ihi simply smiles and tells Chuzhou not to think too far ahead. Demon Eye has probably already promised to come see him again tonight, so for now, Chuzhou only needs to calmly accept the arrangement. At the very least, under the current circumstances, the monster organization is still standing on Great Xia's side. After hearing that, Chuzhou slowly rises from his seat and quietly says that he should take his leave for now. He does not say anything more. He simply turns, walks out of the office, and closes the door behind him. Once Chuzhou is gone, Ihi falls into silence. Chuzhou is his closest friend, so of course Ihi would never truly want to harm him. But no matter how much he cares, the plan currently unfolding absolutely requires Chuzhou's involvement. Great Xia has a history stretching back several thousand years, and across that long span of time, 9 dynasties once rose and ruled over the land. Strangely, after each dynasty collapsed, its royal bloodline was never fully wiped out. Instead, the rulers who came afterward preserved those bloodlines, and over countless generations, they eventually became the 9 major families of the present day. He cannot understand why those royal families were allowed to survive after their dynasties had already fallen. In his eyes, once an emperor was defeated, no newly crowned ruler should have tolerated the former royal family continuing to grow in power. The whole situation feels completely unreasonable. Eventually, Ihi uncovers the hidden answer buried deep inside Manhwa's confidential documents. There exists a strange force known as the power of faith, or the power of will, gathered naturally from the countless ordinary people living across the nation. Back in Lingshui County, the demonic fetus created as Basmatha's vessel had absorbed this exact kind of force. He had originally believed that only demons were capable of creating and manipulating such mysterious power. However, during the early founding era of the Great Xia dynasty, the sorcerers of the Second Dynasty successfully developed a method to absorb and use the power of will. At that time, they gave this power another name, Dragon Qi, or simply Fortune. But using Dragon Qi to protect the royal family was only its most basic and insignificant function. Its true purpose was far more dangerous, to bind the royal family and Great Xia together like a massive hidden time bomb. Under the emperor's orders, countless sorcerers and magicians poured Dragon Qi directly into the royal bloodline. Once a royal family reached the brink of complete annihilation, they could manipulate the power of destiny itself and trigger devastating natural disasters across all of Great Xia. By threatening to drag the foundation of the entire nation down with them, those royal families shamelessly secured their own survival and preserved enormous influence through every change of dynasty. The dynasties flowed like water, but the royal families remained as solid as iron. Because of that, the greatest difficulty in eliminating the 9 imperial families is not defeating their powerful members. The real problem is finding a way to stop them from pulling the entire nation into ruin once they are cornered and choose to fight with everything they have. In other words, Ihi's plan is to seize control first of the Dragon Qi that the enemy relies on so confidently. He already knows that the method is recorded somewhere inside Manhwa's confidential files, so he immediately takes out his phone and opens the documents to confirm the details. Every 60 years, the 9 families take turns governing Great Xia's Dragon Qi. The chosen family sends one selected member, called the Chosen One, to merge with the dragon vein and sacrifice their freedom for an entire lifetime. Put simply, that person becomes a human-shaped vessel, a living pillar holding everything in place. Ihi cannot help feeling that this system is painfully cruel. Even so, his current plan is to let Chu Zhou, who carries royal blood, temporarily absorb the Dragon Qi and stabilize the hidden time bomb. Of course, deep down, Ihi silently promises himself that once this is done, he will absolutely find a way to save Chu Zhou afterward. In the vast Great Xia dynasty, those towering figures who once seemed capable of supporting the heavens have already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, this impossible responsibility has somehow fallen onto Ihi alone. Only after reaching this level does a person truly understand how cruel reality can be. Some sacrifices are unavoidable, and all Ihi can do is keep growing stronger, so that every sacrifice demanded by fate will cost a little less. Ihi sits in deep meditation, his breathing steady and silent, while strange crows begin circling outside the window of his apartment. The scene shifts again, and Ihi's masked form suddenly appears before the celestial dragon realm. Chu Zhou never expected him to arrive so quickly, and surprise flashes across his face the moment he sees him. The vortex-masked man tells Chu Zhou that during the daytime, he forgot to remind him of one important thing. If Chu Zhou wants to meet him here, he must completely calm his mind, which means he cannot keep his eyes open at all. The masked man steps closer without another word, and stands silently right in front of Chu Zhou. He raises one finger and points it toward Chu Zhou's forehead, saying that since too much time has already been wasted, their special training will begin immediately. After all, Chu Zhou is still far too weak right now, and the weak are unable to accomplish anything meaningful. Then, without warning, the masked man strikes Chu Zhou's face with sharp fingers, sending a small shock of power directly through him. Chu Zhou instantly clutches his eye in pain. At the same time, the masked man claws at his own eyes as well, crying out in agony, as if the pain is being shared between them. The vortex-masked figure sharply orders Chu Zhou to keep his eyes closed no matter what. He explains that he has infused Chu Zhou's eyes with a power called causal force, the essential foundation needed to cultivate the eye of cause and effect. As he speaks, blue energy surges wildly through Chu Zhou's entire body. The masked figure then declares that from this moment forward, Chu Zhou is his disciple. Chu Zhou will inherit the eye of cause and effect, a power that belongs only to this legacy, and the masked man hopes he can live up to those expectations by properly absorbing it. Chu Zhou remains seated in silence, his eyes shut and his body still, not saying a single word. A moment later, as the masked figure turns to leave, Chu Zhou finally speaks. In a low and sincere voice, he thanks him and calls him master. Meanwhile, back in reality, Chu Zhou is sitting cross-legged on the bed inside his apartment, while Ihi is seated directly in front of him. He tells him to wash away the blood by using droplets gathered from the moisture in the surrounding air. By this point, He has already transferred the configured concept of cause and effect into Chuzhou's body. He understands that inside the spiritual realm, Chuzhou has already received the energy of causal force as well. While the masked figure carried out each technique, He saw every single step clearly from beginning to end. At the same time, the pure ice element gradually seeps into Chuzhou's bloodline, fusing deeper and deeper as his body is further strengthened by white cells. With this, Chuzhou should mature at an incredible speed, and when the time comes for him to carry the dragon chi, the burden should no longer be as difficult to withstand. He quietly remarks that once everything is ready, he can finally feel at ease and begin moving against the 9 families who fled to the ancient Nandu. The scene then shifts toward the towering building of the BGI Research Institute, standing high and cold against the skyline. Inside, Yi's teacher, Gongku, stands before him with her face practically swollen with anger the moment she sees him again. She immediately questions why this brat has suddenly decided to remember that he still has a master. Yi already knows that a fierce scolding is coming, so he stands there stiffly, barely daring to open his mouth or say a single careless word. Before Yi can properly explain himself, Gongku nearly explodes on the spot, snapping at him for still having the nerve to show his face here. As her favorite disciple, he once promised he would visit often, yet after learning everything he needed from her, he vanished without even making a single video call, leaving her alone in this tiny room. She calls his behavior absolutely shameless, then angrily asks if he even knows she almost died during the Battle of Huadu just 1 week ago. He quickly puts on a calm expression and says that Master Gongku is clearly very worked up right now, but there is really no need to rush into anger so quickly. Then he smoothly takes out a gift and reveals a limited edition, gold-plated magical girl figure. Gongku freezes in place, staring at the surprise with complete shock written all over her face. In the very next moment, Gongku hugs the figure tightly against her chest, her anger melting away almost instantly. She admits that since Yi has finally become so filial, she will forgive him this time, then asks what exactly brought him here today. Yi explains that he is about to break through into the Xuanwu warrior realm, so he has come to ask for the second half of the killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. Gongku is nearly left speechless. She stares at him and asks if he has already reached the peak of the Grand Martial Master realm and is now preparing to advance into the Xuanwu martial artist stage. Gongku looks at Yi as though she is staring at some completely unreasonable monster. Has this kid only been at Huada University for a little over half a year? In barely 6 months, he has gone from a martial apprentice all the way to the threshold of a Xuanwu martial artist. Even hormones should not work at such a ridiculous speed. Meanwhile, Yi feels that breaking through now is no longer anything particularly surprising. After all, he has already slain 2 of the strongest experts on the entire planet. At this point, he simply wants to make the best use of his time. Since Huadu University is investing so heavily in him, he plans to advance quickly into the martial arts grandmaster realm and comprehend a martial domain that belongs solely to him. Gongku finally admits that her disciple really does deserve recognition. In her eyes, Yi is only slightly less talented than she was back in her own prime. Since her dear disciple is so eager to learn, Gongku finally agrees that she will naturally pass down everything he needs to know. Inside Gongku's chamber, she begins by reviewing the most important foundations from their earlier lessons, making sure Yi understands every step before moving forward. From martial apprentice to martial artist, the focus is on gathering chi and blood, tempering the body, and building a strong foundation for overall vitality. After breaking through into the martial artist realm, one can awaken spiritual abilities and strengthen oneself even further through inner observation of the meridians and acupuncture points. When advancing from martial artist to Xuanwu martial artist, both body and spirit must be trained together. Once someone truly enters the Xuanwu warrior realm, the mind and body begin moving in complete harmony. Gongku explains that this stage is actually preparation for stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Only when spirit and body become unified, and the boundary between oneself and the surrounding world begins to blur, can a spiritual domain manifest in reality. That is exactly why the martial domain is considered the defining mark of a Grandmaster. Gongku says that the Xuanwu martial artist realm is essentially only a bridge before Grandmaster. Countless people remain trapped there forever because they never achieve true unity between spirit and body. He cannot help wondering who came up with such an awkward system in the first place. Gongku explains that failed Grandmasters refuse to place themselves among either juniors or seniors, so they joined forces with scholars and created the Xuanwu martial artist realm. Gongku remarks that just hearing the name alone should be enough to show how clumsy and mismatched this realm sounds. He immediately realizes that the normal martial cultivation path, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, and finally grandmaster, sounds smooth and natural when spoken aloud. But the Xuanwu warrior stage wedged awkwardly in the middle has always felt strange. As it turns out, that title was added much later, and when it comes to matters inside academic circles, it is probably wiser not to dig too deeply or ask unnecessary questions. Noticing that Ihi's attention has started drifting, Gongkun nearly jabs her pointer straight at his nose. She complains that she spent years preparing this teacher outfit, and now that it has finally become useful, her disciple still refuses to show his teacher proper respect. Meanwhile, Ihi remains distracted, silently wondering whether everything is going smoothly with his clone. The scene shifts to Chu Zhou inside the Dragon Blood Society training chamber, where he is standing directly in front of the masked figure. The masked figure instructs Chu Zhou to focus all of his thoughts on his eyes, carefully guide the yin force flowing through his body, and direct every bit of it toward his pupils. Chu Zhou follows the instructions without hesitation, shutting his eyes and doing his best to control the strange power moving inside him. The instant Chu Zhou opens his eyes again, his pupils have completely changed, transforming into deep, swirling vortexes. Those strange eyes begin glowing with an intense light as the transformation continues to evolve, becoming more mysterious with every passing second. At last, Chu Zhou's eyes take on a completely supernatural appearance, and the masked figure praises him for successfully awakening his pupils. The vortex masked figure tells Chu Zhou to test those newly awakened eyes for himself and feel exactly what kind of power they now possess. Chu Zhou concentrates through his eyes, and in an instant, his field of vision expands to an astonishing degree. The moment Chu Zhou locks his gaze onto the masked figure, his sight almost pushes into fragments of the man's memories. Within those glimpsed memories, Chu Zhou sees a quiet and calm atmosphere, along with someone casually walking forward. He can even spot a dragonfly inside that memory, and every tiny detail of its body appears unbelievably clear. Chu Zhou quickly realizes that his vision can easily lock onto insects as small as a grain of rice from hundreds of meters away. Every movement along their flight path appears crystal clear, and with the overwhelming dynamic vision of these eyes, he can even predict where the insect will fly next. Excitement flashes across Chu Zhou's face as he realizes how powerful these eyes would be in battle. They could reveal every movement an opponent makes, and when paired with their analytical ability, they could quickly expose the enemy's weaknesses. With the power of these eyes supporting him, Chu Zhou confidently declares that he could settle his current conflict in only 3 minutes. The masked figure asks if Chu Zhou is truly satisfied with such a tiny bit of progress. He has not even unlocked 1/10 of the eye's real power. These eyes do far more than strengthen vision. They can construct illusions, cast hallucinations, and even manifest colossal divine projections through their abilities. The masked figure then warns him that if he overuses these eyes, they may eventually destroy his vision completely and leave him blind, unless he reaches their ultimate stage and gains full mastery over them. A terrifying pressure suddenly pours from the masked leader straight into Chu Zhou's eyes. Blood instantly streams down from both of Chu Zhou's eyes as unbearable pain tears through them. The agony is so intense that it feels as if his eyeballs might burst apart at any moment. The masked figure explains that his own eyes are extremely special, and his eye techniques are far superior. At Chu Zhou's current level, he cannot even endure direct eye contact. If Chu Zhou truly wants to catch up, then the training waiting for him will be unimaginably harsh. Even with blood dripping from his eyes and pain twisting across his face, Chu Zhou clenches his teeth and declares that he does not want to wait any longer. Several hours later, smoke like manna rises from Chu Zhou's exhausted body. Breathing heavily, he admits that he has never endured such a brutal training method before, and both his head and eyes are throbbing with unbearable pain. Blood is still leaking from Chu Zhou's eyes, but he stubbornly forces himself to remain upright and insists that it is still far too early for him to give up. The masked figure hands Chu Zhou a briefcase and explains that cultivation can never be completed overnight. He warns Chu Zhou not to push himself too far and to rest properly when necessary, then tells him to open the case and take a look at what is inside. Chu Zhou slowly reaches out with both hands and opens the suitcase in front of him. The moment the case opens, a strange glow shines brightly from within, spilling out into the training chamber. Inside the suitcase rests a bizarre little slime creature with a tiny face, and the moment it sees Chu Zhou, it immediately greets him. Chu Zhou reacts almost instantly, springing backward as his body tenses for battle. The moment he sees that strange little creature, his first thought is that some kind of monster has suddenly been released right in front of him. The masked figure quickly reaches out and hugs the slime-like creature close, stopping Chu Zhou before he can attack. He explains that there is no need to panic, because this is not a real monster at all, but Juesho, an artificial life form created by the monster organization. The little slime then happily introduces itself as a fae. For a brief moment, Chu Zhou stares at the slippery little creature in silence, and for some strange reason, he feels that this odd slime somehow gives off a faint resemblance to Yi. A fae immediately stretches out and wraps itself around Chu Zhou's body, while the masked figure calmly tells him not to resist and simply accept what is happening. As the slime slowly reshapes itself around Chu Zhou, he suddenly feels streams of pure life energy pouring into his body. The exhaustion, pain, and lingering soreness from training vanish almost instantly, and even his damaged eyesight begins recovering at an astonishing speed. The masked figure gives a satisfied nod and praises Chu Zhou's performance, then orders him to keep training without wasting the momentum he has just gained. The scene then shifts toward the Imperial City, located deep within the ancient Nandu. At the heart of the Imperial City stands the central hall of the Chu royal family's ancestral estate, a solemn place filled with the weight of generations. Inside the hall, someone slams a hand down hard against the armrest of a chair and angrily declares that this is nothing less than a direct provocation against the Chu royal family. An elderly man reports to the gathered royals that Chu Fengqi, a dignified Xuanwu martial artist, went to Huadu University and is still lying unconscious in the hospital. In his view, this clearly proves that a grandmaster-level expert must have stepped in, and such an act is practically a declaration of war against their royal family. A mustached elder points out that according to the university's public announcement, the one responsible was the president of the Dragon Blood Society, and that president even personally admitted it. At that moment, Chu Qingming, a clan elder representing the radical faction, speaks with a cold expression and asks whether anyone truly believes such nonsense. The Dragon Blood Society is only an organization founded by freshmen, so how could Chu Fengqi possibly have been defeated there? The old man argues that the society's leader is merely a grand martial master. Someone like Chu Fengqi could probably send him flying with a casual wave of his hand. Several others immediately agree, claiming that this so-called Dragon Blood Society is nothing but a cover created by Huadu University itself. To them, saying that a grand martial master sent a Xuanwu martial artist into the hospital is clearly an intentional humiliation. Another elder, Chu Baozhen, then speaks up and states that the true power standing behind Huadu University must be the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. In his view, Dragon Sparrow has likely noticed the royal family's recent expansion of influence and deliberately issued this warning. Chu Qingming grows increasingly irritated and declares that since the great Xia Dragon Sparrow has already made its move, war has begun. He insists that they can no longer sit still and wait for destruction, then orders everyone to contact the other 8 royal families and prepare to launch an offensive toward the north. Chu Baozhen immediately objects, calling the plan reckless beyond measure. Great Xia is already surrounded by dangerous enemies and cannot endure another large-scale conflict. Their national strength has weakened drastically after losing contact with the strongest combat forces and because of the recovery program. Great Xia cannot withstand internal chaos right now. On top of that, the loyal families have no reason to send troops, and acting rashly would only turn the people against them. Even if they somehow win, the nation would never truly know peace afterward. Chu Qingming furiously calls that way of thinking foolish. He shouts that the enemy has already struck first, and if they do not seize the initiative now, they will become nothing more than helpless fish on a chopping board. As for the so-called will of the people, he finds it laughable. In his eyes, the royal family stands above all as the chosen rulers, so why should they care about ordinary commoners? Anyone who dares to rebel should simply be executed. The atmosphere between the two elders instantly becomes razor-sharp. Chu Qingming coldly declares that they can kill 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people if that is what it takes to force absolute submission. Chu Baozhen angrily asks what era he thinks they are living in, and whether he truly intends to bury the future of the entire nation. At that moment, the eldest figure present finally opens his mouth and declares that enough is enough. This elder is Patriarch Chu Hongtang. He explains that although the great Xia Dragon Sparrow has indeed begun clashing with the royal family's forces recently, now is still not the proper time to raise an army. Elder Chu Baozhen is right. Great Xia needs time to recover. More importantly, in 2 months, the 9 royal families will hold the 60th year Dragon Vein succession ceremony, and that matter absolutely cannot be delayed. Everything else can wait until after the ceremony is over. Chu Qingming can hardly believe what he is hearing, and a surge of rage immediately floods his mind. Deep down, Chu Qingming secretly thinks that this old man has ruined the royal family's grand ambition to unify the world for generations. Unless Patriarch Chu Hongtang is removed, their royal family will never truly rise again. In Chu Qingming's eyes, the old patriarch deserves to die. The scene shifts outside the massive walls of the imperial city, where the streets beneath the night sky are completely empty and deathly quiet. A face slowly crawls forward through the darkness, complaining that the invisible barrier around the city rejects any creature without royal blood. Since it cannot infiltrate the place at all, it has no choice but to report everything back to its lord. It only hopes he will not look down on it for failing. Then a Fae closes its eyes, and another thought echoes through its mind, calling it an idiot. If entering the city requires royal blood, then all it needs to do is obtain royal blood. Since a Fae already has the ability to clone living organisms, this is clearly the perfect time for Mad Doctor to upgrade its brain. Otherwise, a Fae feels it will never be able to handle even slightly complicated missions. It quickly encourages itself, insisting that it must succeed no matter what. Finding royal family members in ancient Nandu should not be difficult anyway, because the richest heirs and second-generation elites always gather at the biggest entertainment venues in the city. In the end, a Fae decides it may as well go there personally. The scene shifts toward the Jinma Club, where luxury supercars line the entrance and wealthy elites casually enjoy the nightlife under flashing lights. A provocatively dressed woman walks into the club beside a man, her steps confident as the noisy atmosphere swallows them both. Nearby, a small pole dancing performance is taking place, and several men watch the show with delighted expressions, completely lost in the club's indulgent mood. Inside the supervisor's office, a thick stack of cash sits on the table, while the room itself is strangely quiet. Someone named Xiaoqi is told that if he wants to climb higher in his career, he needs to learn how to be more sensible. A huge, overweight woman sits in front of him, lecturing him with an oppressive presence. The employee answers nervously, admitting that he still does not understand what she truly means. The fat woman asks if he genuinely cannot understand, then decides to teach him herself as she reaches out and grabs his tie. At that exact moment, a Fae suddenly appears from behind the curtain and politely apologizes for interrupting them. Both the woman and the employee freeze in shock, staring at a Fae as they demand to know who he is and how he managed to enter the room without being noticed. A Fae calmly activates his eye technique and tells them not to be so nervous because he is only here for a secret visit. Almost instantly, both the woman and the manager fall under a Fae's illusion. A Fae then calmly explains that as the club manager, Xiaoqi should have a list of every high-level VIP who entered or left tonight. He orders him to hand over the personal details and room numbers of the highest-ranking royal family members. Then a Fae turns toward the madam and says she must know plenty of rumors and secrets about the royal family, so she should reveal everything she knows as well. The scene shifts deeper inside the club, where a man walks beside young Master Lu and loudly welcomes him. He orders everyone nearby to stop standing around and immediately clear the way for the young master. Young Master Lu slowly sweeps his gaze across the surroundings, his eyes cold and sharp enough to make the people around him lower their heads. He can sense that the people nearby are filled with madness, resentment, and hidden hatred, all quietly directed toward him. Nearby, several people whisper that ever since the royal heirs from Huadu arrived, the young masters of the local Nandu families have been forced to flatter them like obedient grandsons. Another man quickly tells them to stop complaining, because the southern capital cannot possibly compare to the imperial families. Once the current situation passes, this entire region will belong to them anyway. Later, young Master Lu settles onto a sofa and remarks that the upbringing of the prominent families in ancient Nandu seems quite respectable. In his opinion, traditional values are far better than those in Huadu, which developed too quickly and gradually forgot the proper rules until no one even remembers who should be the master and who should remain the servant. The two men nearby immediately fall silent, each keeping his own thoughts hidden. One silently recalls hearing from the elders that the conflict between the great Xia dragon sparrow and the royal family has grown more severe ever since the Battle of Huadu pushed tensions to a critical point. The other inwardly agrees, thinking that although everyone will eventually have to choose a side, his elders warned him not to speak too soon. They told him to carefully watch how the conflict develops, because a century-old enterprise involving countless lives cannot be gambled away recklessly. Young Master Lu casually asks what kind of interesting entertainment can be found here in the ancient Nandu. One servant immediately answers with a flattering smile, explaining that although ancient Nandu cannot compare with the bustling metropolis of Huadu, the women here are exceptionally beautiful. He even offers to arrange for young Master Lu to personally enjoy the sights later. Young Master Lu suddenly asks whether the talented young martial artist from the southern capital is actually a woman. He then recalls that her name is Tanya and mentions hearing that she recently graduated from Imperial Capital University before officially joining the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Someone nearby teasingly asks whether young Master Lu has taken an interest in her. Lu responds coldly by asking what they think, then orders them to bring Tanya over immediately. One servant nervously explains that none of them dares to provoke members of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The servant further points out that everyone's families are still waiting to decide which side they should support. A blonde man then asks young Master Lu why everyone keeps talking about choosing sides, wondering what sides even exist in the first place. Young Master Lu's expression instantly turns irritated. He grabs a wine bottle and yells at the man to stop pretending he does not understand. Without the slightest hesitation, young Master Lu smashes the bottle directly against the blonde man's head, shattering it violently on impact. As the blonde man collapses to the floor with blood pouring from his wounded head, young Master Lu coldly warns everyone present to remember this lesson well. Young Master Lu coldly declares that Great Xia belongs to the royal family, not to Dragon Sparrow, and certainly not to commoners like the people before him. The families of ancient Nandu are already standing closest to the royal bloodline, Yet they still dare to sit on the sidelines and watch without making a move. He asks them whether they are truly not afraid of having their entire clans executed together. Then young Master Lu plants his foot directly on the blonde man's head, pressing him down against the floor, and orders him to crawl back home and tell his family that the royal family expects their answer by tomorrow. After saying that, young Master Lu turns and walks away, mocking them under his breath by saying that people from small places really are ignorant disappointments. But at that moment, a bold, heavily built guard suddenly steps into his path and blocks young Master Lu from leaving. The guard looks around and questions what exactly is happening here, asking who allowed bodyguards to enter this area. Then, sensing that something feels wrong, he begins wondering whether some unexpected trouble has appeared. Without any warning, the guard's body suddenly splits open from within, and a strange slime-like substance spreads outward through the torn flesh. From that grotesque pool of blood and flesh, a face slowly reshapes itself into Ihi's appearance, then raises its head and stares directly into young Master Lu's face. Young Master Lu is instantly horrified. His expression changes completely as he shouts that a monster has somehow broken into the club. One of the nearby guards reacts at once, rushing desperately toward the alarm system before anyone else can even move. But before the guard can do anything more, a Fae calmly raises a finger toward him and activates a strange technique. Sharp sand suddenly erupts from the floor beneath the guard, and one vicious spike shoots upward, piercing straight through his face. The man's face swells in a horrifying, grotesque shape, twisting so badly that it no longer looks human. A moment later, his head violently explodes, spraying blood and chunks of flesh across the room. The remaining guards are drenched in blood, trembling so badly that they can barely stand. Some cry out in pain, while others desperately beg a Fae to spare their lives. A Fae only smiles calmly at them and tells them not to panic so quickly. Shattered stone fragments scatter across the floor, and everyone in front of a Fae collapses helplessly to the ground. In the entire room, only young Master Lu remains standing upright. Young Master Lu shows no fear. Instead, he stares at a Fae and demands to know who he really is and what he wants. He proudly announces that he is the third young Master Lu of the Imperial Lu clan and insists that this matter can still be settled peacefully. A Fae slowly raises one hand, and his fingers begin transforming into sharp, pointed blades. Young Master Lu instantly erupts with fury, shouting at a Fae and asking whether he truly dares to kill him. He demands to know if this fool even understands what kind of person he is. But before young Master Lu can finish threatening him and boasting about the power of the Imperial Lu clan, a streak of crimson energy suddenly pierces straight through his forehead and kills him on the spot. Young Master Lu's body collapses limply, while a Fae coldly calls him an idiot. After all, young Master Lu was exactly the target he came here to eliminate, yet the fool had practically delivered himself right into his hands. But then, something unexpected happens. Young Master Lu does not truly die. Instead, a strange dark energy begins awakening from deep inside his body. Pitch-black tentacles twist wildly out from him, writhing through the air like living shadows. At the same time, disgusting veins spread uncontrollably across young Master Lu's entire face, making him look even more monstrous. The wealthy heirs watching nearby completely lose their composure. Their bodies tremble with terror as they stare at the horrifying sight unfolding before them. They immediately realize that some kind of parasitic symbiotic creature has taken control of young Master Lu. One after another, they collapse to their knees, screaming that a monster has crawled inside his body. Terrified of dying, the people nearby quietly begin crawling away, trying to escape without drawing attention to themselves. A Fae's slime body shifts again, fully taking on the exact shape of Ihi. Young Master Lu has now been reduced to a puppet. He kneels obediently in front of a Fae, while the creature controlling his body reports that all of Lu's memories have already been extracted. A Fae notices that blood is still leaking from the wound on young Master Lu's forehead and immediately orders the puppet to seal it. The puppet lowers its head in apology, then quickly repairs the injury and closes the wound shut. Meanwhile, a Fae turns away and leaves the remaining thugs to the puppet. Their heads are to be severed before the seeding plan officially begins. A Fae silently thinks that the people of ancient Nandu have long been carrying a swarm of parasites on their backs. Wiping them out like this has only dirted his own hands. While meditating, Ihi reflects that he has finally planted a peace inside the Imperial City, and the sealing plan has now taken its first real step. Infecting every member of the Imperial clans with decapitation-Y cells and turning them into his kin will be far from an easy task. Ihi understands that this method only works effectively on the weak for now. With only trace amounts of decapitation-Y cells, infecting high-ranking martial artists is still impossible. Dragon Chi is an exceptional application of Vow Force, but leaving it in the hands of the 9 Imperial clans is no different from sitting beside a ticking bomb. Binding those clans to Great Xia would be an unimaginable waste. Then Ihi's thoughts drift toward Chuzhou. Even if Ihi wants to save him, Once the dragon chi fully settles inside Chu Zhou and transforms into Great Xia's dragon vein, he will have no choice but to move directly against the dragon chi itself. Sitting there in silence, he admits that he still cannot fully grasp this faith-based power. For now, he can only rely on what he learned during the Lingshui County missions and slowly feel his way forward. Even if he makes no progress in controlling the dragon chi, he can still infect most members of the imperial clans and gradually corrode their strength from within. Then he takes out a crimson crystalline structure, the strange object he obtained after devouring that mysterious face. He remarks that whether he masters the imperial clan's secret techniques for cutting down resistance or simply destroys that resistance outright, either path leaves him with the advantage. Everything is already prepared now. All that remains is waiting for Chu Zhou to mature before they make their move. But before that happens, he himself must break through into the Xuanwu warrior realm, and reaching that stage requires both spirit and body to achieve equal perfection. The problem is that Yi's body has already become far too powerful. To restore balance, he must pour every available resource into strengthening his spirit. At present, the only method Yi has left for raising his spiritual rank is through the eye art, which consumes spiritual energy as fuel. Yi's thoughts drift to Lu Qingzhu standing before the pool of blood. While eating, Yi explains that advancing the eye art requires powerful negative emotions as a trigger, because negative feelings convert into energy with the greatest efficiency. However, Yi has no intention of forcing himself through that kind of suffering, and he will not allow anyone around him to be harmed for such a purpose either. A strange stone-like figure covered in countless faces suddenly appears, and Yi explains that the 10-headed Yeno currently in his possession is the root origin of the Yin Force Eye art. Once enough resources are gathered and synchronization reaches the required level, the eye will open instantly. Then Yi observes a bizarre cell and explains that he has also been actively guiding the mutation of his eye art, channeling the spiritual power of Zawarudo into his eye throughout its incubation. A vortex suddenly begins drawing in the surrounding air as Yi's eyes start to transform. He quietly wonders whether the eye art he is about to awaken may somehow be connected to himself. 2 months later, the masked figure is still staying beside Chu Zhou, continuing to oversee his progress. The masked figure tells Chu Zhou to step forward and show what he has achieved. After 2 full months of training, those efforts had better not have been wasted. If Chu Zhou can impress him, he will pass down the advanced methods of the Yin Force Eye art. Chu Zhou calmly exhales, then slowly opens his eyes, which have now transformed into a monstrous shade of blue. With steady focus, he quietly asks his teacher to continue instructing him. Without warning, the space above the floor begins to distort, and the surrounding air suddenly turns unbearably heavy. Chu Zhou's body swelled as the hidden strength buried within him was pushed all the way to its limit, and in the same instant, pale frost began blooming out of the empty air around him. With only a calm movement of his hands, Chu Zhou took command of the spreading cold, freely shaping the ice as though the frozen power had become an extension of his own body. The mass of ice kept growing larger and larger until it finally rose into a towering glacier, its countless jagged edges stabbing upward like frozen blades pointed straight at the sky. At the very summit of that glacier, directly above the masked man's head, Chu Zhou stood tall and proud. A sinister look crept across his face as he announced that his Warcraft true form had awakened, and that the chilling aura inside him had now been fully released. The masked man watched him closely and judged the change in silence. Although Chu Zhou was still far below that wizard when it came to the sheer amount of power he possessed, the purity and control of his mastery had already surpassed him. For a genius to reach that level was truly terrifying. Then the masked man made his move. Swirling vortexes ignited around him, and high above his body, a massive glowing sphere of energy condensed into shape, radiating the ominous force known as Hellstar power. From that enormous cluster of light, countless smaller spheres began splitting off one after another, rapidly taking form as they gathered around him like blazing stars. The masked man named the technique photonic traction, and as his voice fell, those spheres began drifting into motion, moving slowly at first in a strange and perfectly synchronized rhythm. But in the next instant, the blazing spheres suddenly accelerated to a terrifying speed. They tore across the battlefield while spinning violently, then smashed straight into the frozen glacier with explosive force. Chu Zhou immediately understood what he was facing. This was an absolute defense created by revolving energy spheres, but his evolved pupils locked onto their movement and began predicting the path of every orbit with frightening precision. Those energy orbs were not simply circling the masked man at a fixed speed or following a simple direction. They were actively protecting him, meaning every orbit was designed to strike down anything that tried to force its way close. Chu Zhou quickly realized that the weakness could be exploited if he attacked from multiple directions at the same time. The 5 energy spheres soon split apart, forming rotating groups of 2 and 3, but even divided like that, the defense they created was still almost impossible to break through. Still, Chu Zhou sensed a narrow chance. If he used a perfectly timed feint, he could shift the sphere's movement by even 0.01 seconds. His eye technique could seize that tiny gap, and with that single opening in mind, he threw himself completely into the attack. In the same breath, Chuzhou drew on the power of his ice dragon bloodline and condensed it into dragon scales, letting the frozen bloodline power wrap around him like armor. The ice dragon then unleashed a razor-sharp frozen glacier, sending it roaring straight toward the masked man with terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, Chuzhou was convinced that as long as his plan unfolded without error, the energy spheres would be forced to separate, each one restrained by the ice dragons attacking from different directions. At that moment, the blazing spheres began spinning wildly, their fiery trails twisting through the air as the icy restraints closed in around them from every side. Chuzhou's eyes lit up with excitement. To him, it looked as if he had finally forced open the gap he had been waiting for. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he shot forward at blinding speed, slipping past the rotating spheres and bypassing their defense entirely. But the moment the masked man saw Chuzhou rushing in, he only smiled faintly and said that Chuzhou's way of thinking was far too simple. That sphere had never been just an ordinary ball of energy. Without warning, it began trembling violently, as if something unstable inside it had finally been triggered. A heartbeat later, the sphere erupted outward, detonating with devastating force and flooding the battlefield with a brutal shockwave. Chuzhou's expression changed in shock. He had never imagined that the sphere itself could explode after being drawn into his trap. Countless razor-like laser beams burst from the explosion and shot straight toward his body, leaving him trapped helplessly in midair with nowhere to dodge. The beams sliced across his face, his neck, and every exposed part of his body, piercing through him without the slightest mercy. Then a huge cloud of smoke burst across the battlefield, and from within that chaos, Chuzhou suddenly revealed that he had held another technique in reserve. For the first time, clear surprise flashed across the masked man's face when he saw Chuzhou appear again. Chuzhou had never been defenseless against those laser beams. Instead, he had summoned an even deadlier serpent dragon to shield himself, and he coldly declared that he had already warned the masked man this was a trap. While the masked man's attention was turned in the opposite direction, Chuzhou shot upward from the dragon's body, charging straight toward him. Now Chuzhou was only a few meters away from the masked man, close enough to release his finishing blow. Vortex Mask, I immediately understood the trick. Chuzhou had used illusions created through manipulation, along with clones formed through his mastery of the ice attribute. He had launched a fake attack to draw attention away, while hiding his real body in a blind spot and waiting patiently for the perfect chance to strike. Vortex Mask, I wondered for a moment whether he was truly hearing faint whispers, or whether Chuzhou's thoughts were somehow being transmitted directly into his mind. Even so, he could instantly tell the difference between the clone's aura and the real body's aura. Still, he could not help admiring Chuzhou's astonishing battle intelligence, so he deliberately allowed him to come even closer. Chuzhou's anger surged as he realized how dangerous the situation had become. His deception had already been seen through, yet this was still likely his only chance to close the distance and turn the battle around. Driven by rage and determination, Chuzhou shouted that he had a reason that made it absolutely necessary for him to become stronger. He thrust his hand forward, and in the same instant, countless sharp ice crystals erupted ahead of him, surging violently through the air. Those crystals were no ordinary shards of ice. They rapidly transformed into a gigantic glacier that came crashing down toward Vortex Mask Eye, carrying the full force of the earthly fiend martial skill known as Frost Dragon's Lone Shadow.